Chapter 1: The Warmth and Coldness of Human Relationships. Johnny, you good-for-nothing brat. Why haven't you gotten up to work yet? Must I drag you out of bed myself? A string of shrill cries akin to a rooster's penetrated Johnny's ears. Like one who had encountered a fierce ghost in a beautiful dream, he jumped up from his bed immediately, not even bothering to rub his sleepy eyes. He gazed at the woman scolding him with fear. This woman was Johnny's aunt, who had once again come to urge Johnny to get up and work. This wicked and hateful woman could never tolerate Johnny resting for an extra minute. Her demeanor today was frightening, and in her hand, she held a thick wooden stick as big as a child's arm. Good heavens, if she really hit him over the head with it, his skull would surely be broken open. Johnny thought that he must have done something wrong again, so he cautiously asked, "Aunt, what do you need me for so early?" "You rascal, don't pretend to be confused with me. Why else would I look for you, except to get you up to work?" the woman said fiercely, casting a cold glance at Johnny. "Aunt, I carried so many bags of rice yesterday that my back is hurting so badly I can barely stand straight. Besides, it's still so early. Could I sleep just a little longer?" Johnny hoped his aunt would go easy on him, considering that he was her own nephew. He looked up at her longingly, but all he received was infinite disappointment. "You little brat, I feed you and provide you a place to stay. When have I ever been unkind to you? Now you dare to bargain with me? You're being lazy by sleeping in here. Get up and start working. If you're itching for punishment, then I'll give you some." The woman beat Johnny's leg with the stick. "Aunt, I'm wrong. I'll go to work now," Johnny replied, rubbing the sore spot with his dirty little hands. "You rascal, if you don't listen to me properly, be careful your dog legs won't carry you," the woman threatened in her venomous tone. She knew Johnny didn't dare disobey her, so she went back to sleep with ease. Johnny shrugged his shoulders, which were still numb from overwork the previous day. He stared at the dilapidated roof and the icy board bed, sighing deeply. Under someone's roof, one cannot stand tall. Johnny was pitiful and unfortunate. His parents passed away when he was 8 years old, leaving him alone in the world. Before dying, his mother entrusted him to his uncle's family. At the age of 8, which should have been a carefree time filled with parental affection, Johnny did not have a single day of happiness since living under their care. Now 16 years old, 8 whole years have passed. His uncle and aunt never treated him like a person, let alone a beloved nephew. They only saw him as a slave, making him work endlessly and punishing him constantly. People say orphans have hard lives, and Johnny was utterly disheartened by the life he had led over these past 8 years, wearing discarded clothes, eating leftovers, treated poorly by both his relatives and coworkers. At this moment, a small head peeked in from the doorway, saying, "Big brother Johnny, why are you still loitering here? That she-devil will flare up if you don't hurry. I was beaten twice just now." Rolling up her sleeves, she showed Johnny the bruised spots on her fair, tender left arm. Seeing where the girl had been beaten, Johnny's heart ached, cursing inwardly. That vicious woman, more vicious than a tiger. The term she-devil was a nickname Johnny and the little girl gave to his aunt in private. Mitchell, though she was a woman, she was far from gentle and cultured, often lashing out physically and verbally, a real violent fiend. This girl who walked in was Alexandria, a neighbor's girl who worked at his uncle's house. Only a few months younger than him, she was also an orphan who lost her parents. While she wasn't stunningly beautiful, Johnny found her the prettiest. With a kind heart and thoughtful nature, she was the only one who treated him like a friend and helped him in tough times. Johnny felt deeply grateful and swore he would repay her someday. Their shared hardships made them close friends. "Are you still in pain, Alexandria?" Johnny asked with concern. "It's nothing. I've already gotten used to it." Alexandria acted as if she didn't care about her injuries. The less she cared, the more uncomfortable Johnny felt. He quickly asked again, "Why did she hit you?" Mitchell, right. "Big brother Johnny, don't ask so many questions. We should get to work. If that tigress finds out we're slacking off here, she'll beat us again." Alexandria urged Johnny not to delay any longer. "Well, let's go then." The two walked out of the dilapidated house. The sky outside was still dark, accompanied by a chill wind. The stars shone brightly in the sky, seemingly watching over the land beneath them with life. Mitchell, though the night was beautiful, Johnny had no heart for it. He knew only that another day of hard labor awaited him. Over 8 years, countless days, all he had endured were endless chores and insults. His uncle and aunt never treated him like a nephew, not even as well as their pets. Whenever he thought about this, Johnny felt coldness within, believing himself to be abandoned by the world. Lonely, helpless, and desolate, Johnny often wondered if this was how his whole life would pass. This is our little protagonist, Johnny, a 16-year-old boy, a child forgotten yet favored by society. An extraordinary childhood laid the foundation for an extraordinary life. Johnny lived on the continent of Ao Yuan, a land that revered magic and martial arts, a mysterious and coveted place. The continent was dotted with numerous countries, large and small, and the country where Johnny resided was called the Reflexiu Empire, a place where magic flourished. Being a mage brought many privileges from the empire, both spiritual and material benefits. Whether in the Reflexiu Empire or across the entire Ao Yuan continent, being a mage symbolized status and power. Therefore, learning magic and becoming a powerful mage became the ultimate goal for people in the Reflexiu Empire and throughout Ao Yuan. Chomping City, the third largest city in the Reflexiu Empire, had a population of over 500,000. Located at the junction of 3 countries, its convenient transportation contributed to its thriving prosperity. On this day, after just finishing his work, Johnny planned to take a short rest and ponder a question only he knew. Our poor Johnny was lost in thought when a coarse voice interrupted him. "Johnny, what am I supposed to say to you? Why are you standing at the door again?" Get back to work. If you slack off one more time, don't think about having lunch. Johnny didn't need to look up to know who it was. Behind him stood his own uncle, Gaspard, towering over him like a grim reaper, glaring at him as if ready to devour him alive. Gaspard, originally a petty trader in Chongping City, had somehow managed to establish a relationship with the city lord. With officials and merchants colluding, wealth and power came easily. Within a few years, Gaspard had risen from a small trader to the largest grain merchant in Chongping City, while those poor commoners suffered greatly under his rule. Only Gaspard knew how much tribute he paid to the city lord, and he often said, "You can't catch a wolf without letting your child go, or a pervert without letting your wife go." Though Johnny despised his uncle's methods, what could he do? He could barely protect himself. Seeing his uncle's terrifying appearance, Johnny hurriedly said, "I'm going to work now." He didn't want to stay here looking at Gaspard's ugly face, which would only make him feel more disgusted. "You little brat, if I catch you slacking off again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Mitchell, though you're my nephew, haven't I fed and housed you for 8 years? Isn't that enough kindness?" Gaspard continued to berate Johnny. In his eyes, Johnny was merely an object for venting anger, a slave to earn money for him. The only difference was that Johnny had a human body. Humberton's Gaspard had raised him. Johnny owed him labor as repayment for his upbringing. What value does family have? Only money and status truly matter. Yes, 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 if it weren't for your kindness in raising me, Uncle, I would have starved to death on the streets long ago, Johnny answered insincerely. Yet in his heart, he had wondered countless times why this man, who shared blood with him, was so cold-blooded. In his mind, he mattered less than Alexandria, the little girl next door. At least she treated him like a human being, not just a machine for work. Thinking was one thing, but work still needed to be done, or there would be no food again. Even if it was leftover food, it still filled his stomach. 8 years of experiences had instilled in Johnny a habit and a principle that would guide him. Living means having hope. Death means nothing. Only by living can you get stronger, and only by bravely enduring will you achieve success. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 2 can't stay anymore. Seeing Benedict was about to leave, Xavier hurriedly said to Benedict, "Uncle, can you wait a moment?" "Brat, what else is it?" Benedict asked impatiently. "Uncle, after this month, I want to leave here and go outside to explore." Benedict said viciously, "You have the guts to say that again." Xavier repeated what he just said, hoping that Benedict would agree to his request considering their uncle-nephew relationship. "My lord, why have you come?" Benedict pushed Xavier aside hard and greeted respectfully at the door. Xavier turned back to look. The person who came was Angus, the lord of Chongping City, a pot-bellied earth mage. This man had been to AI's residence a dozen times, and every time nothing good happened. Xavier was deeply impressed by him, but it was an impression of disdain and hatred. "I say, Benedict, it seems you're not too welcoming from the tone of your voice," Angus said with disdain on his face. "My lord, you really know how to joke. It's a great honor for me that you've come to my humble abode. Just send a message, and I will come to see you." Benedict flattered Angus. Benedict knew well how to deal with people in officialdom. In short, flattery never failed. "Don't be so courteous, let's go inside to talk," Angus said. "My lord, please follow me." Benedict politely made way for Angus and roared at Xavier behind. "Boy, what are you standing here for? Don't you quickly prepare some snacks for the lord?" "Who is this boy?" Following Benedict's way, Angus noticed Xavier standing behind him. "He is just a slave in the mansion, committing mistakes earlier, and I am punishing him," Benedict answered truthfully without being negligent. In order to curry favor with Angus, he called his own nephew a slave, which was quite extreme. "Have you finished punishing him? Do you need me to give you a hand?" Not necessary, not necessary. I will deal with him later. How can we dirty your noble hands over a slave, my lord?" Benedict showed a servile face, flattering and obsequious. "I say, Benedict, I've visited your house many times but brought no gifts. I felt uneasy all along. Today, I'll help you," Angus said to Benedict, but his evil eyes were cast on Xavier. "It's an honor for me that you've come. How can I make you help?" "Please follow me," Benedict said. "Bring that stinky boy out and beat him properly." Angus finally showed his sinister side, ordering his subordinates to punish Xavier. They got the command and carried Xavier away immediately. "Uncle," Xavier looked at Benedict with pleading eyes, but Benedict paid no attention to them and thanked Angus repeatedly. "Thank you, my lord, please come in." "You're welcome. Please come in." After some courtesies, they went straight to the inner courtyard. Angus's men were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, cruelly beating poor Xavier almost to death. If it weren't for the thought of "there's hope if one lives," Xavier would have died. Fortunately, Benedict and Rosalind did not continue to torment him, not because they didn't want to, but because they were afraid of killing him and losing a slave who worked for them. One day, Alexandria rushed in anxiously urging Xavier. "Brother Xavier, run quickly. Why are you lingering here? They're coming for you." "Alexandria, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Catch your breath and speak slowly." "It's too late. Brother Xavier, you'd better run now. Your uncle and aunt are bringing a group of people to find you. They don't seem friendly to you, so I secretly came to tell you. I must go back. If they find me, I'm done." Before Alexandria could turn and leave after informing Xavier, it was too late. Benedict and his gang had blocked the door tightly, making it impossible for even a mouse to escape. "You traitor!" Ignoring Alexandria's resistance, he dragged her weak body over and twisted her arm with his eagle claw-like hands. Either Rosalind used excessive force or Alexandria's delicate skin couldn't withstand the torture. As soon as Rosalind's hand fell, 2 deep bruises appeared on Alexandria's white arm. You all keep a good eye on her. I'll deal with this little wretch later, Rosalind said to her underlings. Yes, madam, the goons replied in unison. That Rosalind still did not want to let Alexandria off the hook and was contemplating how she would torture Alexandria further. One really had to wonder if the woman had some issues with her brain or suffered from sadism, beating and scolding people at the slightest provocation as if she was not afraid that too many bad deeds would invite retribution from the heavens. The scene had played out right before Xavier's eyes. Seeing Alexandria, who had risked danger to inform him, now being abused by Rosalind, his heart ached. He wanted nothing more than to step forward and help Alexandria. Watching the crystalline tears hanging at the corner of Alexandria's eyes made Xavier feel a sharp pain in his heart. He kept blaming himself for being so useless, unable even to help his best friend. AI Prestancy and his gang were closing in step by step, encircling Xavier in the center. Knowing fully well they came with no good intentions, Xavier still asked, "What do you want? You little bastard, I've treated you well, but it seems hard to guard against someone close becoming a thief. Tell me where you hid the things, hand them over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my nephew." AI Prestancy grabbed Xavier's collar with his right hand and asked fiercely, "What thing should I hand over? I don't know what you're talking about." "Xavier, you want to pretend ignorance with us?" AI Prestancy said icily, the coldness in his voice enough to freeze anything. "I really don't know what you want me to hand over. When we give him a taste of suffering, maybe he will speak." Seeing Xavier pretending to be confused, Rosalind signaled for AI Prestancy to torture Xavier harshly. Hearing his wife's idea, AI Prestancy did not rush to act. Instead, he showed a broad and tolerant expression, saying to Xavier, "Xavier, you are my real nephew after all. Your uncle has raised you for 8 years. Without merit, there is at least effort. Now if you hand over the things, today's incident can be forgotten. We'll provide you with good food, drink, and a spacious room. How does that sound?" "I really don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you want me to hand over," Xavier struggled to answer. "It's the gold jewelry the city lord gave your aunt. If you took it, hand it over now. It's not too late. If we have to search for it here, the consequences will be on you," AI Prestancy said sinisterly. "Don't reject our offer only to regret it later," Rosalind added. Xavier defended himself immediately. "What gold jewelry? Silver jewelry? I've never seen any. I don't even know what they look like. What can you possibly want me to hand over? If you don't believe me, you can search my room." "Search then. Do as I say," AI Prestancy ordered. The lackeys searched Xavier's shabby room upside down. In no time, one of them ran happily to claim rewards from AI Prestancy and Rosalind. "Humbert, madam, we found it." He handed the items over to Rosalind. "Look what this is. What else do you have to say? You stole it and won't admit it," Rosalind interrogated while holding up the items. "I didn't steal it. You are framing me," Xavier shouted loudly. "Framing you? We found the items in your room. You still dare to deny it," AI Prestancy said. At this point, Rosalind pulled AI Prestancy aside and whispered into his ear for quite a while. Mitchell, though Xavier couldn't hear what they were saying, from their evil glances, he already understood everything. They definitely intended to frame him with fabricated charges and force him to work as their slave for life. This must be due to his request to leave a few days ago. Realizing all of this, Xavier yelled at AI Prestancy and Rosalind, "I hate being framed the most. Even if I die today, I won't comply with your wishes." However, he soon calmed down. "Don't talk about death easily. Once dead, everything is over. As long as you live, one day you can pay back every debt owed." Humbertons, he refused to see reason. "Then don't blame me for not recognizing you as my nephew. Come, beat him." AI Prestancy finally revealed his cruel side. "Hold it." Unexpectedly, Rosalind stopped the lackeys. AI Prestancy and the others were puzzled. Just moments ago, she wanted to torture Xavier severely, yet now she halted them. "Why do you stop us? Are you going to plead for this rotten kid?" AI Prestancy was surprised by his wife's actions. Rosalind whispered something into AI Prestancy's ear, making him nod approvingly and agree to her plan. Rosalind loudly ordered, "Come on, lock this little brat and that dead girl in the woodshed together. Starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. After I deal with them properly, hand them over to the city lord for disposal." The most venomous woman's heart is indeed a timeless truth. This Rosalind's heart was not just ordinarily venomous. This series of incidents finally made Xavier determined to leave this living hell. No matter how difficult it would be, he had to leave and refuse to stay here any longer. Either way, it was death, but leaving might offer a glimmer of hope. "Leave, I want to leave. I yearn for the outside world." This cry from deep within Xavier's heart was a longing for freedom, a desire to explore the vast world beyond. Chapter 3, Escape. In the cluttered and pitch-dark woodshed, Johnny thought about many things. Recalling every day of his 8 years here, he felt nothing but bitterness. No matter how hard he worked, his uncle and aunt never treated him as a human being. They even slandered him and wanted to hand him over to that despicable Mayor Yarden just because he asked to leave. Not mentioning how the she-tiger might have punished him during these 3 days of starvation. Just thinking about Mayor Yarden made Johnny shiver. The wounds from last beating had not yet healed. If he really fell into his hands this time, he would be skinned alive at the very least. Finally, thinking about leaving again, Johnny believed that getting out of this hell was now the top priority. Only by leaving could his better life begin. Escaping was the only way to survive. Johnny nudged Alexandria with his shoulder and said, "Alexandria, I've finally figured it out. We can only live a good life if we leave here. Otherwise, no one will treat us like humans. Shall we flee together to pursue that free sky outside?" Hearing Johnny's desire for freedom, Alexandria immediately agreed. She longed for the free world outside, where she could breathe freely without anyone shouting at her or beating her. But her joy was short-lived, and she lowered her head in confusion without answering Zhenge. Zhenge urged, Alexandria, what are you daydreaming about? Do you agree with me or not? Brother Zhenge, what you say sounds great, but have you thought about where we could go in such a big world? Irikriover, we don't know anyone. Besides, your uncle is so powerful and has a special relationship with Mayor Yarden. If they catch us, won't our fate be worse? Alexandria voiced her concerns. Zhenge understood Alexandria's worries after listening. It was easy for his uncle and Mayor Yarden to find someone. However, staying meant facing even more terrifying circumstances than death. Clenching his teeth, he said firmly, Alexandria, we'd rather take the risk than stay here to die. At least we still have a chance if we do so. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we shouldn't give up. We want freedom, and there will always be a solution when trouble comes. Anyway, we won't be afraid of any difficulties as long as we don't give up. Alexandria's eyes lit up, but she still did not respond. Seeing Alexandria's hesitation, Zhenge continued, Alexandria, stop worrying. Our destiny should be in our own hands. After hearing Zhenge's analysis, Alexandria suddenly felt enlightened and decided determinedly, Brother Zhenge, no matter how dangerous it is, I'll leave this hell with you to pursue our freedom. With Alexandria's agreement, Zhenge's furrowed brow smoothed out. He went to the window with his hands bound behind him and peeped through the narrow slit. Seeing no guards, he rejoiced inwardly. Maybe the she-tiger thinks I wouldn't dare to escape, or maybe they simply ignore Alexandria and me. Either way, it seemed that heaven was on their side. Time was pressing, so Zhenge quickly walked to Alexandria and said, Alexandria, hurry, turn around so I can bite through your ropes. Fueled by the prospect of freedom, Zhenge felt full of energy, easily biting through Alexandria's bindings. Alexandria also knew what to do. Without massaging her bruised wrists, she immediately untied Zhenge's ropes. Brother Zhenge, what should we do now? I'm a little scared, Alexandria asked. Seeing Alexandria's hint of fear, Zhenge feared she would hesitate at the critical moment and encouraged her. Alexandria, don't be afraid. Just remember, we're fighting for our own freedom. But where should we escape from? There are so many people coming and going in the AI mansion. If we are discovered, we'll be doomed, Alexandria asked anxiously. Alexandria, just follow me closely. We won't go through the main gate or the back door. We'll climb over the wall on the side of the garden, Zhenge said. Humbertons he had already decided to escape. Zhenge had thought carefully about the escape route. There were too many people coming and going through the main gate, making it easy to be discovered, while small gates were risky due to the numerous servants of AI Mansion. The garden of AI Mansion was rarely visited by anyone, so this was the best option to get out. With his mind set, Zhenge led the way, probing forward while Alexandria followed closely behind. The garden of AI Mansion was indeed beautifully constructed with artificial hills, bridges over streams, pavilions, and elaborately carved beams and painted rafters. It was clear that only the wealthy could afford such luxury. The cost of building this garden alone would have been enough for ordinary people to live comfortably for many lifetimes. Despite the beauty of the scenery, Zhenge and Alexandria had no time to appreciate it. These beautiful features also helped them avoid a lot of people. Being caught now would mean all their efforts would be in vain. Their struggle for freedom would be jeopardized, and this was what mattered most. They escaped to pursue freedom, didn't they? Everything went smoother than expected. The two managed to climb over the wall and escape from the mansion they regarded as a living hell. To prevent discovery and pursuit, Zhenge and Alexandria ran for more than 20 miles before stopping to catch their breath. Looking back and seeing no one chasing after them, they finally felt relieved. Both of them took deep breaths, realizing how fresh the air of freedom was, and how comfortable the feeling of being free really was. Even the white clouds overhead seemed unusually beautiful. When one's mood improved, everything looked better. After a brief rest, Zhenge urged Alexandria. Alexandria, let's go. We can't stay here long. They will soon discover we're gone and come after us. Just as Zhenge took a few steps, Alexandria said, Zhenge brother, I've decided not to go with you. On the way, I suddenly remembered an aunt in Torrance Empire, so I plan to find Aunt Layla in Torrance Empire. Alexandria's sudden decision to split up surprised Zhenge greatly. Just after escaping together, they were splitting up. He asked, puzzled, why don't you want to go with me? We just escaped from that living hell and should help each other. At least we'd have a companion. Thinking Zhenge might misunderstand her, Alexandria explained quickly, Zhenge brother, don't think too much. It's not that I don't want to, but I feel it's safer if we split up to avoid being caught. I understand, but Zhenge wanted to say more but stopped, looking at Alexandria with confusion. After some contemplation, Alexandria suggested, how about this? Zhenge brother, why don't you come with me to Torrance Empire? Thank you, Alexandria, but I won't go. As you said, it's safer to split up. Zhenge declined Alexandria's invitation and earnestly instructed, the journey to Torrance Empire is long. Take care of yourself. Remember my words. Stay strong and live on, no matter what happens. Mitchellwright, thank you, Zhenge brother. What are your plans? Alexandria asked. I'm not sure. Let's see as we go. I might travel around the continent to learn and broaden my horizons. Alexandria, remember to stay safe during your journey. If there's an opportunity, I'll visit you and Aunt Layla in Torrance. Zhenge reminded Alexandria once again. No matter what, Zhenge brother, take care of yourself. I hope we'll meet again someday. Alexandria envisaged the day she would reunite with Zhenge. Mitchellwright, Alexandria, we really can't stay here any longer. You should leave now. I'll continue my travels, Zhenge said. Take care, Zhenge brother. I'll wait for you in Torrance Empire, Alexandria said with reluctance, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to bear parting. Finally watching Alexandria depart, Johnny also embarked on his own journey. Though he felt reluctant to part with Alexandria, he quickly realized that she had chosen her path, and he shouldn't interfere. Walking his own path was now the most important thing. But where was his path leading him? Destitute and penniless, where should he go? A wave of confusion washed over Johnny. Chapter 4. First Encounter with Magic. Johnny's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, leaving Chongping City's towering walls far behind him. Behind him, only a long string of footprints remained, faint and indistinct. To prevent Aegis and the others from pursuing him along the main road, Johnny deliberately chose a secluded and seldom trodden path. Indeed, travelers on this route were few and far between. Occasionally, a passerby would rush by without so much as a moment's pause, making the surroundings even more serene under the tall trees lining both sides of the path. The fewer people Johnny encountered, the better for his safety. Just as Johnny was walking with his head down, a harsh rebuke sounded. What do you brats think you're doing to an old man like me? Don't you know I'm too old to withstand such mischief? Disrupting my rest is a grave offense, and if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you can bully any old man. Following the voice, Johnny saw a group of people gathered beneath a large tree. 3 young individuals, one male sword-wielding warrior, one female, and another male magician in robes, surrounded an elderly man with a white beard. This old man wore a purple magic robe, which immediately told Johnny that this man was no ordinary figure. Anyone dressed in a purple magic robe must be a formidable mage. Though Johnny didn't know the old man's rank, he recognized the attire of a magician. One didn't have to see a pig run to know what pork looked like. In Grand Continent, only 2 colors of magic robes were strictly regulated. The light purple robe, symbolizing the should be a novice mage master level, the deep purple robe representing the high mage master level, and the golden yellow robe denoting the Saint Mage master level, which was reserved for those at the high mage master level. Not only did these robes signify the depth of a mage's power, but also their revered status, given how few mages there were on the continent. On the contrary, other magicians faced no strict dress codes unless they violated certain taboos, in which case they would face expulsion by the Magic Guild. It was rumored that in nearly 300 years, only one Saint Mage Master had emerged in Orin, and thus only one golden yellow magic robe existed, still preserved intact at the Magic Guild's headquarters as a treasured relic. Driven either by admiration for magicians or sheer curiosity, Johnny found himself involuntarily approaching the scene, almost being mistaken as part of the group. Thankfully, Johnny knew better and stopped about 30 meters away, eyes fixed intently on the unfolding situation, afraid of missing any captivating details. Senior, we sincerely apologize for disturbing you just now. We didn't realize you were resting in the tree. Please forgive our disrespect. The swordsman apologized with a notably gentle and sincere tone. He appeared to be the leader among the 3. Because you didn't know I was resting in the tree, you can just kick it? But senior, it was unintentional. Boy, saying sorry is not enough. If I killed one of you and said sorry afterward, would that suffice? Disturbing an old man's rest is a grave offense. Even your teacher would have to pay respects to me, let alone you. Do you know who I am? The old man seemed rather unreasonable. Old man, stop putting on airs. We've already apologized. What more do you want? The male magician standing behind the swordsman shouted loudly. Hanley, don't be so disrespectful to the senior. The swordsman quickly intervened and scolded him. We were clearly wrong. Bradford, we've already apologized to him, yet he doesn't let up. If not for his age, I would have been less polite. I can't stand his pretentious behavior. Hanley, the magician, replied, clearly unsatisfied with the reprimand. He couldn't help adding sarcastically. Bradford, which side are you really on? In a tense moment, the female magician spoke up. Hanley, listen to Bradford. He won't harm us. Try to control that temper of yours. See, Tristan is more sensible than you. You should learn from her. Don't act impulsively. Remember to hold back, or you'll end up suffering yourself, Bradford advised. Seeing that both of them were trying to dissuade him, with a 2-to-1 ratio against him, Giannis could only step back and remain silent. That hot-headed little fellow, didn't you want to fight me just now? Why did you shrink back? You can't take back what you've said. Today, we have to fight, whether you like it or not. I haven't exercised my bones for a long time. It's rare to find someone to accompany me. I can see you're a fire mage. Pretty good. You've reached the advanced mage level. As it happens, I'm also a fire mage. Let's spar and see who is stronger. The white-bearded old man pointed at Giannis, speaking with disdain, his demeanor frivolous. Provoked by the old man's taunting words, Giannis couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out, shouting loudly. You old coot, if you want to spar, let's do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm just worried your old bones won't withstand my teasing. Bradford wanted to stop Giannis, but it was too late. He thought that Giannis's temper matched his fire magic attribute, both as fiery and impulsive. Perhaps letting Giannis learn a lesson today would teach him some restraint, but he hoped he wouldn't be hurt too badly. Young man, you have guts. Not bad for an advanced fire mage. Your strength is impressive, and so is your temper. Just my type. The old man smiled approvingly. Seeing the old man still mocking him, Giannis shouted furiously. Old coot. Why so many words? Didn't you say you wanted to fight? Let's go. I'm not afraid of you. Indeed, being a fire mage, he dared to speak such harsh words. Twice calling the old man old coot. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Old age means less time left, and calling him old coot was certainly inappropriate. But Giannis didn't care. He was furious, wanting nothing more than to launch a fireball to burn this old man to ashes, leaving not even a bone chip behind. With a series of incantations, numerous fire elements gathered around Giannis. Soon, a ball-sized fireball formed in his hand. With a swift motion, he hurled the fireball at the old man as if throwing a grenade. The fireball flew through the air, but instead of the expected result, something unexpected happened, leaving not only Giannis stunned but also Janice, Tristan, and even Johnny watching from afar dumbfounded. Instead of casting a spell to counter Giannis's fireball, the old man simply reached out and grabbed it in midair, playfully juggling it between his hands. Giannis's fireball was formidable enough that even Janice might not have been able to fully defend against it. It was a medium-level spell called Blazing Inferno, which exploded on contact. Janice knew how powerful the old man was, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. She feared for Giannis's fate, imagining they might have to carry his body back. She didn't dare think further, fearing her companion might come to harm. At this moment, the old man launched his own attack. He mimicked Giannis and threw a fireball, but it split into two smaller ones, each flying toward Giannis from opposite sides. Even from a distance, Johnny could feel the intense heat emanating from the fireballs, let alone Janice and Tristan nearby. Giannis quickly cast a fire defense spell, Fire Shield Wall, to try to block the two fireballs while preparing to unleash another spell. However, before he finished the incantation, the two fireballs shattered his Fire Shield Wall and absorbed its fire energy, shrinking further as the fire elements compressed even more. With two loud explosions, the fireballs detonated on Giannis's body. A blackened log fell to the ground, none other than the unconscious Giannis. His entire body was charred black, looking lifeless, much like a dead man. What a pity, such fine charcoal. What a waste though. My home doesn't need more charcoal. The old man lamented sarcastically, eyeing the fallen log with schadenfreude. Seeing this, Janice became furious. You old man, Giannis has a bad temper, but this is going too far. Did you have to hit so hard? Drawing his long sword swiftly, he pointed it at the old mage, intending to demand an explanation for his brother Giannis. Instead, the old man was delighted and pointed at Janice with great interest, saying, What? Do you also want to challenge this old man? But I'm an elderly mage, not a swordsman. If you hurt me with your blades, you won't be able to take the responsibility. Old man, stop blabbering. I demand justice for my brother. Chapter 5, Unequal Match. At the moment Carl fell down, the young and beautiful water mage Natalia also dived forward to provide aid to him, utilizing her specialized water-based healing magic. Water elements quickly gathered on Carl's scorched body and rapidly permeated his charred skin, slowly neutralizing the residual fire elements. Soon, a layer of white mist enveloped Carl, so thick that even his facial features were barely recognizable, leaving only a vague outline of his tall and mighty physique. About half an hour later, the mist around Carl gradually dissipated. Upon closer inspection, there was no trace of the earlier charred appearance. Instead, he looked like a peeled egg with red skin, though his face was still pale as he remained unconscious. Natalia stumbled and sat down, which immediately alarmed Janice, who rushed over and asked anxiously, Natalia, what's wrong? Brother Janice, it's fine. I just need some rest, replied Natalia. In fact, while saving Carl, Natalia had cast a spell beyond her physical limits, leading to severe mental exhaustion. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, and she would be all right after some rest. Confirming that both Natalia and Carl were okay, Janice finally felt relieved. Young lady, it's quite impressive for a high-level mage like you to be able to cast a healing spell usually reserved for grand mages. No wonder you could turn that piece of charcoal from black to white in such a short time. Truly remarkable. If I weren't a fire mage, I would have considered taking you as my student. The old man couldn't help but praise after witnessing Natalia's rescue efforts. It should be noted that Natalia, being female, naturally leaned towards learning healing spells rather than engaging in combat. Natalia just shot a glare at the old man without responding. No matter how much he praised her, she wouldn't care since he had severely injured her companion and left her mentally exhausted from saving him. Now, it's necessary to explain the ranking system for mages and swordsmen. In Zhenge Continent, mages are classified into 4 stages based on their mastery of magic power. The first stage is the mage stage, beginning with apprentices, then progressing through junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, and grand mage. The second stage is the high mage stage, junior high mage, intermediate high mage, and grand high mage. The third stage is the archmage stage, junior archmage, grand archmage, and saint archmage. The fourth stage, or ultimate stage, is the mythical magic god. Mitchell mages are managed by the Mage Guild, headquartered in capital Gashuming city of Rafelxiu Empire. Swordsmen, on the other hand, are ranked based on the depth of their fighting energy. There are 3 main stages. The first stage, swordsman stage, includes beginner, junior, intermediate, and senior swordsman. The second stage, master swordsman stage, comprises junior master swordsman, intermediate master swordsman, senior master swordsman, grand master swordsman, and sword saint. The third stage is the ultimate stage, where the legendary sword god resides. Swordsmen are managed by the Martial Arts Guild, headquartered in capital Turin's of Toland's empire. Generally speaking, the realm of magic involves far more complex and varied elements than that of swordsmanship, hence its more intricate grading system. However, one thing remains consistent. Higher ranks always mean greater strength. Now, let's get back to the scene. Janice held his long sword, glaring at the old man with eyes seemingly spouting flames of rage. If looks could kill, this old man would have died hundreds of times. But looks can't kill. Actions speak louder than words. The one with the sword, stop waving it around. You're making me dizzy. I guess you're the leader among these three. Let me not make it too hard for you. If you can break my defensive spell, you win. How about that? The old man said with great interest. I don't fight unnamed opponents. Please state your name. Even if I lose, I want to know who I lost to. Janice replied righteously. I'm afraid telling you might scare you. The old man teased Janice, treating him like a child. Do you think I was raised in fear? Janice retorted with a lofty demeanor. Your courage is commendable. Just for your spirit, I will tell you. The old man paused and cleared his throat before continuing. Listen carefully, Alden. You are Alden. Upon hearing this name, Janice was utterly shocked. He never expected that this unassuming old man would be the famous Grand Fire Mage admired across the continent. There were only 7 Grand Mages in the entire continent, each one a revered figure envied by all. Even the kings of various countries would show respect to them. Common people revered them even more. At this moment, Janice regretted it so much, almost tearing up inside. He blamed himself for not noticing the deep purple mage robe that signified the rank of a Grand Mage sooner. Now he found himself in an awkward and difficult situation. Challenging a Grand Mage was like a rat provoking a cat. It was suicide. Janice, who is this Alden? Your face changed when you heard his name, Natalia asked with effort. Hearing such a naive question from Natalia, Janice frowned in frustration. I really doubt if you are a mage. How can you not know who Alden is? He is one of the 7 Grand Mages in the continent, the renowned Grand Fire Mage. That's the old man? He doesn't seem like it at all. Natalia still found it hard to believe that the old man was one of the 7 Grand Mages. Losing to the famous Master Mage Nork, I don't feel ashamed, Janice said with a bitter smile, though his expression revealed his helplessness. Regret was one thing, but words spoken could not be taken back. Despite knowing he wasn't a match for the old man, as a swordsman, he couldn't back down. The spirit of swordsmanship didn't allow for cowardice. A swordsman must be courageous. Blood and life could be lost, but not the spirit of swordsmanship. Instantly, Nork cast a fire-based defensive spell, and the speed of his spellcasting was beyond description. Compared to Nork, Karl's magic was like a firefly's light against the brilliance of the moon. Yet, the defensive spell Nork laid down was the same mid-level fire shield as Karl's. However, Nork's fire shield far exceeded Karl's version. After all, Janice had already reached the realm of intermediate swordmaster, equivalent to that of an intermediate Grand Mage. The reddish-brown fire elements danced joyfully in front of Nork as he urged, Stop dilly-dallying. I'm waiting impatiently. Break my defensive spell, and you win. Janice wielded a wind attribute longsword that could enhance his combat energy. Speed was crucial in determining victory in battles between equally matched opponents. Faced with Nork's fire shield, Janice dared not underestimate it. He infused his entire combat energy into the longsword and leaped several feet high, charging towards the shield like a soaring eagle pouncing on its prey. Raging wind pierce. Janice roared, transforming the longsword into a rainbow streak piercing toward the fire shield. Hoping for a decisive strike, he heard a bang. The longsword shattered upon contact with the shield. Another bang echoed as Janice was sent flying backward. He lost, thoroughly and decisively. I lost. Janice painfully muttered these 3 words. His heart felt heavy and defeated, for in all his years of fighting, never had he lost so completely and cleanly, not even once. Don't be disheartened, little boy. With time, you will surely break through, Nork said kindly. Though Janice was unwilling to accept his loss, he knew that challenging a Grand Mage was an uneven match. Winning would have been a miracle. Finally, he managed to say, Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Mitchellwright, I'm tired. Go on your way. Nork waved his hand, signaling Janice and the others to leave. At this moment, Natalia pleaded with Nork. Senior, can you save my friend Karl? He hasn't woken up yet. That boy is fine. He will wake up soon, Nork replied, then sternly ordered. Now go quickly before I change my mind. If you linger, you may not get the chance to leave. With heavy steps, Janice and the unharmed Natalia had no choice but to carry away the unconscious Karl, lest the capricious old man Nork change his mind. Chapter 6. What is my attribute? A misunderstanding that wasn't really a misunderstanding ultimately ended with Janice and her 2 companions thoroughly defeated. Mitchell turned to leave. Today had truly broadened his horizons. Magic was so wondrous, so powerful, a magician needed only move their lips to unleash earth-shaking power. Mitchell, though the Reflexio Empire had countless magicians, and Mitchell had seen not a few of them, he had lived at the bottom of society, and thus had never witnessed true magical skills. Now he finally knew what magic was. Mitchell couldn't help but indulge in self-admiration. If I also knew magic, who would dare to bully me? Who would dare to mock or ridicule me? But as much as he might wish it, Mitchell was fully aware that he was just a small figure in this vast world. Even if he wanted to learn, who would teach him? Attending a magic school required money, and he had none. Mitchell sighed. Society is truly heartless, so unfair. Just as he was about to leave, his vision suddenly went dark, and a ghostly figure blocked his way. The long beard moving with the wind brushed against Mitchell's face. Focusing his gaze, he saw none other than the old white-bearded man, the famous Fire Grand Mage Cullen of the continent. Mitchell still remembered the terrifying strength the old man had displayed earlier. Seeing him now blocking his path, his heart was seized with unease and a bit of fear. He didn't know where he had offended the old man, but he sensed no good would come from this encounter. With no choice, he forced a smile and asked, Senior, why are you blocking my way? Young boy, you watched a whole show just now. Having watched, do you think you can slip away without a word? Isn't there a price for watching shows? Knox said calmly, neither hurried nor indifferent. The more composed Nock remained, the more anxious Mitchell became. Timidly, he replied, "To pay, but I don't have any money." Nock shook his head in exasperation, questioning, "Why were you watching from afar just now? Did you think we were performing monkeys?" No, Senior, you misunderstand. Your prowess was amazing. I couldn't help but admire your godlike skill." Mitchell quickly apologized, flattering the old man, while secretly hoping he wouldn't suffer the same fate as Carl, being hit by fireballs. An apology was nothing, and a few words of flattery meant even less. It was better than losing one's life. The pride is theirs, but life is mine. There is hope as long as one is alive. Listening to Mitchell's flattery, Nock proudly stroked his beard, his face beaming with satisfaction. Smiling, he said, "Godlike skill, I'm not quite up to that, but your words make an old man feel comfortable. Today, I won't trouble you further. You may go." This did not seem like the character of a Grand Mage at all. A few compliments from a child, and the matter was passed off as a joke. Of the 7 Grand Mages on the continent, only this Fire Grand Mage Cullen, the old man before him, had the most peculiar personality. Hence, the other 6 Grand Mages affectionately gave him the nickname Old Erichster. After repeatedly thanking him, Mitchell ran off, but did not get far before being stopped again by Nock. "What's the hurry, young boy? An old man isn't going to eat you," Nock said gently. "Senior, is there something else?" Mitchell thought the old man was having second thoughts about letting him go. Nock didn't answer but extended his dried up yet large right hand towards Mitchell. Sensing danger, Mitchell instinctively tried to turn his body to avoid Nock's grip, but found himself immobilized. Nock had already grabbed him tightly. Mitchell felt a strange sensation flowing through his body, which oddly enough, was quite pleasant. Resisting was futile, so he let Nock do as he pleased. How strange, Nock muttered, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Suddenly, he shouted, "Could it be? Could it possibly be?" Mitchell, startled by Nock's expression, wondered if the old man had gone mad. Concernedly, he asked, "Senior, are you all right? What's so strange? Could it be? Is there something wrong with you?" "Only sick boys get sick. Old men like me are very healthy," Nock retorted irritably, tapping Mitchell's head. "Your expression was just strange. Little boy, tell me, have you studied magic before? Who was your teacher?" "I haven't learned any magic, nor do I have a teacher," Mitchell answered truthfully. He wished to learn, but who would teach him? "Well then, wait for me in Ramson Town ahead, and keep these." Mitchell looked at what he held, 2 gold coins. Clearly, the old man had given him the coins upon hearing that he had no money. Perhaps the old man was thoughtful. "Wait for me obediently. Don't run around, or if I get angry, there will be serious consequences." With those words, Nock excitedly ran off, stumbled once, but got up immediately, moving faster than a young person. Left behind, Mitchell was puzzled, wondering what the old man intended to do. Earlier, Nock felt there was something different about Mitchell's body and decided to probe his attributes out of curiosity. Instantly grasping him, he slowly sent a stream of pure fire elements into Mitchell's body, only for the fire elements to be absorbed immediately. Initially thinking Mitchell was just a common person with fire affinity, Nock's curiosity drove him to send earth elements as well, which were also absorbed instantly. Thus, a bold hypothesis formed in Nock's mind. This boy must be attribute-less. Otherwise, how could an untrained child absorb elements of both magic types simultaneously? Being attribute-less means one can gather and absorb any magical elements without conflict and can learn any type of magic. If this was true, Nock had struck gold. However, on such a serious matter, Nock dared not conclude hastily. Despite the easy absorption of 2 elemental forces, he felt it necessary to find someone else to confirm his findings. After all, caution was wise. Making a mistake here would cost him dearly. To prevent Mitchell from leaving, he threatened him to wait in the town ahead while he sought another person for verification. Nock vanished swiftly. Mitchell muttered, "Humberns, he wants me to wait in the town ahead. I shall do so. Wherever I end up, perhaps this old man can bring unexpected results. Eric's importantly, I shouldn't anger this old guy, or he might punish me the way he dealt with Carl." Looking at the 2 shining gold coins, Mitchell decided to go to the town and feast first. He had been hungry for a long time, and even important matters couldn't suppress his rumbling stomach. Ramson Town, near Chongping City, was known as the origin of the Ramson River, the only major east-to-west flowing river on the continent. Thus, the town derived its name. Known for its simple yet delicious snacks, especially yam dumplings, it was a culinary haven. Made from a mixture of magic potato flour and yam, filled with animal meat and shaped into triangles, yam dumplings were smooth, soft, tender, and delightfully sticky, a treat indeed. Hunger driving him, Mitchell quickened his pace. Having heard many interesting stories about the continent while living with his uncle, he knew about the famous local dishes and easily found a snack shop, ordering 3 large bowls of yam dumplings and devouring them hungrily. Normally, Mitchell wouldn't dare order even 1 bowl, but now, with money in hand, he indulged himself. Indeed, the dumplings were delicious and satisfying. Soon, 3 bowls were consumed, filling him up like never before. Patting his slightly bloated belly, he stood at the town entrance, gazing down the road, eagerly awaiting Nock's arrival. After all, the town was only 100 miles from Chongping City, and he feared Zaire might find him before Nock did. "Humberns, he wants me to wait in the town ahead. I shall do so. Wherever I end up, perhaps this old man can bring unexpected results. Eric's importantly, I shouldn't anger this old guy, or he might punish me the way he dealt with Carl." Looking at the 2 shining gold coins, Mitchell decided to go to the town and feast first. He had been hungry for a long time, and even important matters couldn't suppress his rumbling stomach. Ramsen Town, near Chongping City, was known as the origin of the Ramsen River, the only major east-to-west flowing river on the continent. Thus, the town derived its name. Known for its simple yet delicious snacks, especially yam dumplings, it was a culinary haven. Made from a mixture of magic potato flour and yam, filled with animal meat and shaped into triangles, yam dumplings were smooth, soft, tender, and delightfully sticky, a treat indeed. Hunger driving him, Mitchell quickened his pace. Having heard many interesting stories about the continent while living with his uncle, he knew about the famous local dishes and easily found a snack shop, ordering 3 large bowls of yam dumplings and devouring them hungrily. Normally, Mitchell wouldn't dare order even 1 bowl, but now, with money in hand, he indulged himself. Indeed, the dumplings were delicious and satisfying. Soon, 3 bowls were consumed, filling him up like never before. Patting his slightly bloated belly, he stood at the town entrance, gazing down the road, eagerly awaiting Noc's arrival. After all, the town was only 100 miles from Chongping City, and he feared Zaire might find him before Noc did. Chapter 7. Vying for Apprentices. When Johnny saw Isaiah's figure appear in his line of sight, the tension in his nerves finally eased, relieved that the imagined bad things did not occur. Mitchell, though Isaiah had returned, he was followed by another elderly man wearing a deep purple robe. Johnny was certain that this mage was also a Grand Mage Master, since only they were allowed to wear such robes. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Isaiah, a Fire Grand Mage Master, to personally invite him. How many people on this continent could have made Isaiah go so far as to personally invite them? Even the Emperor, given Isaiah's status, would merely send a messenger. Old freak, slow down. Are you trying to exhaust me? There's no need for you to get so excited. The elder mage complained to Isaiah. Not only was Isaiah not annoyed by his complaints, but he continued to urge impatiently. Old man, can't you move faster? I'm worried too. Hurry up. As he spoke, the two of them approached Johnny. Boy, let me introduce you. This is the renowned Light Grand Mage Master Mark Mario, and he is also the president of the Mage Guild. Isaiah pointed at the old man beside him. What? He is the president of the Mage Guild. Johnny's eyes widened in surprise. Little boy, do you recognize me? Mario asked kindly. Johnny shook his head, saying he didn't know. If you don't know him, why did you call out? Isaiah scolded, giving him a stern look before continuing. I called him here today, just to check you over. Old guy, what kind of illness am I supposed to have? Johnny felt angry at these words and blurted out the insult without any thought of consequences. Why would anyone ask someone else to come and examine him? Isaiah, upon hearing Johnny's retort, realized Johnny had misunderstood but chose not to explain, instead using a threatening tone, stopped shouting. Do you think I want to harm you? You're not worthy enough to receive a medical examination. If it were, you wouldn't have the qualification for it. Then why did you bring him here to check on me? Johnny asked. I called him to determine your magical attribute. If you keep fussing, I'll make you taste a fireball. Saying this, he formed a fist-sized fireball in his hand and moved it around in front of Johnny. Remembering how Ancient had turned into charcoal from Isaiah's fireball, Johnny felt guilty and kept quiet immediately. He certainly didn't want to end up like Ancient, becoming obedient only after being beaten into submission. Mario walked around Johnny twice and then said incredulously, This boy looks quite ordinary. It's hard to believe what you said, old freak. Are you playing a trick on me? Don't blame the boy. Appearance is given by his parents, which he can't change. However, judging by his appearance alone doesn't tell the whole story, Johnny thought. Old friend, we've known each other for decades. Have I ever lied to you? If you doubt my word, feel free to verify. I tested 2 magic attributes earlier but wasn't confident about the conclusion, so I asked you to double check, Isaiah explained. Boy, don't be afraid. Relax and give me your hand, Mario said kindly. Seeing Mario's gentle face and listening to his soothing voice, Johnny felt very calm and naturally handed over his hand. As Mario grasped Johnny's hand, he channeled a stream of light elements into him. A golden light enveloped Johnny's body, and just as Isaiah had predicted, pure light elements were instantly absorbed by Johnny. Mario withdrew the light elements and picked Johnny up joyfully, spinning 3 circles while shouting, Fantastic, finally found one. Raffled and dizzy from the spinning, stars appearing in his eyes, Johnny begged for mercy. Put me down, please. You've made me dizzy. Hearing Johnny's plea, Mario gently put him down as if handling priceless treasure, laughing because an unattributed child was indeed invaluable to mages like them. Mario then pulled Isaiah aside and whispered, Old freak, judging by how this child can easily absorb fire, earth, and light magic elements, he must be an unattributed child, able to absorb elements from other magical attributes as well. So now you believe me, don't you? Isaiah complained. Having concluded on Johnny's attribute, Mario paused and continued. Johnny, dear brother, let's discuss something. Stop, stop, stop. Isaiah said the word 3 times, waving his hand to halt Mario. He then said, You old rascal, aren't you up to something sneaky? You always call me old freak, but today you're calling me elder brother for the first time. Offering help when no one asks, it can't be good. Tell me, what's your plot? What plot do I have? You're really thinking too much. We've known each other for decades. When have I ever played tricks on you? Even if I don't know my parents' temperaments, I certainly know yours. Your unique calculation isn't it to take this boy as your apprentice? Let me tell you this, there's no way. Weren't you always eager to become the president of the Mage Guild? I can give it to you. Seeing his intentions were uncovered by Isaiah, Mario still didn't give up. He hoped that offering the position of Mage Guild president could win over Isaiah, since he had long grown tired of this position anyway. If it were in the past, I might agree with you, but now there's no room for negotiation. A mage guild president means nothing compared to this child. Isaiah remained firm, unmoved. Really no room for negotiation? Mario was still not giving up. Yes. Isaiah responded promptly. Seeing Mario's look like he wanted to eat him alive, he added, "You old rascal, we both know this kid is an unattributed child who can practice various magic types. He has the potential to become the only Sage Magister in nearly 300 years. Humbrance, the Earth Sage Magister Damon, passed away 300 years ago. The continent hasn't seen a new Sage Magister. I'm too old to become one, but this kid has the chance. Eric's importantly, he would be a Sage Magister mastering all magic types. So, I will definitely cultivate him into the continent's first Sage Magister in 3 centuries. As a teacher of a Sage Magister, the thought alone makes one thrilled. Anyways, a shabby mage guild president is nothing compared to this choice. Had it not been for my verification, could you know he's unattributed? So this child should be my apprentice." Mario started being unreasonable, but Isaiah didn't back down either. "I discovered this child first. Why should he go to you? He should stay with me. With me. With me. What are you two seniors arguing about?" Johnny asked out of curiosity. "Don't interrupt." Both spoke in unison. 2 great mages, renowned across the continent, actually argued fiercely over an apprentice, almost coming to blows. Would such news destroy the reputation of great mages? Even Johnny hadn't expressed any opinion yet, while they kept bickering nonstop. With their status, wanting an apprentice would have people lining up endlessly. Unfortunately for Johnny, from being universally bullied in the past, he now faced heated competition over him. Just as the saying goes, fallow fields attract no takers, until they become prime farmland. After arguing for quite a while without result, Mario stopped first and suggested, "Continuing like this won't solve anything. Let's make a deal. Humbrance, he can learn various magic types. Let's jointly take him as our apprentice. What do you think?" "Fine, it's settled." After pondering, Isaiah agreed. This seemed to be the only solution that satisfied everyone. Otherwise, another endless battle would ensue. Conway inside, they both wanted a connection with the future Sage Magister. Not only fulfilling their ultimate dream in magic, it would also ensure them eternal fame. Being teachers of a Sage Magister is more prestigious than being great mages themselves. Their decision heralded a turning point in Johnny's life, marking the beginning of his legendary journey. A Sage Magister, an existence unseen for 300 years, was about to emerge through their hands. Isaiah and Mario looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 8, Magical Talent. After reaching a mutually satisfactory agreement, Roger had no heart to return to his magic guild. He notified the vice president of the guild through magical transmission, Damien, one of the 7 great mages of the continent, and a wind elemental great mage, to take over all affairs of the guild. He only told him that he had important matters to handle outside and would return once they were done. After giving instructions about the trivialities of the magic guild, Roger left with Abram and Johnny to Abram's residence. Abram's residence was in a canyon far from the city. There was no noise or clamor, only fresh air, charming scenery, mountain streams, green bamboo, and strange trees. The residence was also simply decorated yet retained its tranquil elegance, blending perfectly with the surrounding scenery as if it were a beautiful landscape painting. Roger couldn't help but envy this old man for knowing how to choose his place and enjoy life. Unlike himself, who was always troubled by daily trifles. Enjoyment wasn't just about material things, it was also about spiritual satisfaction. Abram called Johnny to his side and informed him of his physical attributes and related conditions. Then he sternly said, "Don't call us predecessors or old guys anymore. Got it? You should call me Teacher Abram and him Teacher Roger. The 2 of us old men have decided to take you on as a student." Roger nodded beside him. Now even a fool knew what to do. Johnny repeatedly thanked them, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Abram. Thank you, Teacher Roger. I will definitely study hard and not let you down." This time, Johnny really hit the jackpot. Thanks to the favor of these 2 great mages, both decided to take him as a student. Johnny knew that his fate was about to change. From now on, he wouldn't be ridiculed or bullied anymore. No matter how hard he worked to learn the mysterious magic skills, it would be worth it. Regarding their future Saint Mage, Abram and Roger cared more than anyone else, wishing to impart everything they knew to Johnny. They understood that while they had already reached the realm of great mages and stood at the peak of the world's strong ones, taking another step forward to become Saint Mages, the pinnacle of mages, was almost impossible. If they couldn't reach that level, teaching a student who would make their lives meaningful. Considering that Johnny had never studied magic before, Roger could only start with the most basic theoretical knowledge. In the original classification of magic on Zhenge Continent, there were 5 categories: light, rafolk, spirit, space, and nature. Nature is further subdivided into fire, wind, water, earth, thunder, and Johnny-electricity. However, in the present-day continent, space and spirit have long been lost, and rafolk magic is forbidden. Why is rafolk magic forbidden? Johnny asked curiously. That's because rafolk magic symbolizes evil and darkness. Once a dark mage is discovered on the continent, they will be hunted down throughout the land, Roger said seriously. So, Teacher Roger, can I learn any kind of magic except space, spirit, and rafolk? Brat, don't boast. Mitchell, though you are attributeless and can learn any kind of magic, you must proceed step by step. Do you think magic is easy to learn? Both Teacher Roger and I spent nearly our entire lives to achieve what we have now, Abram scolded. As long as you put your heart into it, Johnny, your accomplishments will surely surpass ours, Roger said. Roger continued. Now, let me explain what magic is and how to control and release it. Magic is a force outside one's physical body, which we mages call magic power, composed of various elements in the world. Magic power can be divided into two types: gathering power and controlling power. Gathering power refers to the amount and speed of element collection, while controlling power requires skill, meaning how you command and use this force freely. The rank of a mage is also determined by this. Attention during spell casting is the foundation of magic power. Magic power can be stored within the body and increases with successful spell releases. Why do mages have to chant such long nonsense to release magic? What nonsense? Abram tapped Johnny on the head and said curiously, "That's called a magic incantation. It is a sincere invocation to the magic elements, allowing the caster to better and faster harness magic. So, can I release magic without chanting that long passage?" Johnny couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Roger and Abram were first taken aback, then Roger said, "Only when you reach the realm of a saint mage can you release magic without chanting incantations." The two great mages then systematically explained to Johnny the usage of magic, energy gathering, application techniques, the relationship between human attributes and magic attributes, and other detailed issues. Through the thorough explanations of his two teachers, Johnny finally understood these concepts and realized why he could learn any type of magic. It was because his body did not contain any specific attribute, so it wouldn't resist or oppose any elements. Roger finally told Johnny that the highest realm of magic was mind over matter, where matter referred to the casting of spells and mind referred to the caster's intent. For 3 consecutive days, Johnny systematically studied magical theory. He was amazed to find that one's mental power could effectively control magic. Over, he discovered that through meditation, not only could he enhance his mental power, but also perceive and manipulate the magic elements around him. On this day, Johnny sat outside and began his first meditation. As he calmed down, Johnny felt countless particles pulsing like living beings in the space around him. Though he couldn't see them with his eyes, he could clearly feel their presence. These must be the magic elements, thought Johnny, as he couldn't help but reach out to touch them. However, the tiny particles quickly darted away. Closing his eyes, Johnny continued to sense the surrounding magic elements with his heart, emitting a friendly call from within. Sensing Johnny's friendliness, the tiny particles began to gather around him. First came fire, then light, wind, earth, thunder, water, and electricity. Even rare dark elements started to converge around him. Recalling what teacher Roger had said about dark magic being a symbol of evil and darkness, Johnny immediately stopped thinking about it. Now, the most abundant were fire and light elements, which danced merrily around Johnny. He thought about making these two types of elements gather together, and surprisingly they responded as if ordered. They rapidly gathered on Johnny's hands, forming a fireball in his left hand and a transparent, yet visible light ball in his right. Delighted, Johnny continued to feel these elements and tried to control them with his mind. As great mages, Abram and Roger inside the house naturally sensed the massive fluctuations of fire and light elements. Rushing out, the two old men witnessed an unforgettable scene. The two large balls of fire and light, each nearly as big as Johnny's height, in his hands. Johnny, sensing someone's arrival, opened his eyes and was startled by the two orbs in his hands, which immediately dispersed. The dissipating fireball suddenly ignited his clothes. The two old men hurriedly rushed over, patting and extinguishing the flames on Johnny's body, carefully checking him over, and asked worriedly, "Brat, are you okay?" Seeing his two teachers so concerned, Johnny smiled and replied, "Don't worry, teachers. I'm fine." Thinking of what just happened, Roger couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that just now? Brat, explain this to us." Abram urged impatiently. Johnny blinked and said, "I was just sitting here, closing my eyes and feeling the elements around me." "Brat, have you really never learned magic before? You managed to cast the skill gathering?" Abram asked, unable to believe that after only 3 days of learning magical theory, Johnny could simultaneously gather 2 such large energy spheres, and even more astonishingly, of 2 different elements. "I really haven't. I was just thinking about how to get the elements to gather in my hands." Johnny's response left the two old men half-dazed. Finally, the two old men agreed. "Johnny, show us again." Johnny closed his eyes again, and soon Abram and Roger sensed the fire and light elements beginning to gather around him. Johnny extended his hands, and 2 energy spheres soon appeared, much larger than the previous ones. When Johnny felt it was sufficient, he opened his eyes and saw that the energy spheres were now as tall as his slender frame, but this time they did not dissipate. Instead, they rotated left and right in response to his mental command. Abram and Roger widened their old eyes in disbelief, looking at Johnny. They were not surprised by Johnny's magical talent, but rather an important discovery about him. During the energy gathering, Johnny had not uttered a single word of incantation. This meant Johnny would certainly become a saint mage, a fully versed saint mage. It had been a possibility before, but now it was certain. Just starting to learn magic, Johnny could cast spells without chanting incantations. If he were to chant them, who knew how powerful he would become? The two old men vied to pick up Johnny, exclaiming excitedly, "You are truly my precious treasure." Chapter 9. Heading to Divine Spirit Academy. 10 days later, Abram stormed over, his old eyes glaring as he confronted Johnny. "Brat, have you been up to something unsavory?" "Hey, old oddity, can't you speak properly? Don't scare my Johnny. Mario won't stand for it." Look at Johnny. How could he do anything wrong? Mario was quite displeased with Abram's attitude. Johnny also seemed greatly wronged, pleading pitifully. "Teacher Abram, these past days I've been with you both. Where could I have gone to do any wrong? What about 10 days ago? I didn't do anything wrong 10 days ago either. Johnny firmly denied it. He felt lucky if others didn't mock him already. Why would he go and trouble anyone? He really couldn't understand what old man Abram was talking about. This time, Mario couldn't hold back either, reproaching Abram. Old Abram, must you shout like this? Can't we talk things through? Abram asked angrily. Brat, did you steal from a wealthy family named Cornelius and run away? The mayor of Chongping City, Angus, has put out a reward notice of 1,000 gold coins for your capture. Upon hearing this, Mario understood why the peculiar old man Abram was so furious today. He could no longer defend Johnny, turning to ask, Johnny, is this true? Both Abram and Mario felt a twinge of regret. They had only focused on Johnny's physical attributes and future potential, but never thoroughly investigated his background. If Johnny turned out to be an utterly despicable person and became a high demon magician, there would be no one left to control him once he started wreaking havoc. Johnny finally understood. It must be his uncle conspiring with Mayor Angus to bring him back. So he recounted all his childhood experiences to the two old men. As they listened, they grew increasingly stunned. Who would have thought Johnny had such a tragic childhood? Abram hugged Johnny tightly, saying apologetically, Brat, it's all your teacher's fault for doubting you. Johnny said, Teacher Abram, you had good intentions. Humberts, it's all in the past now, let it go. Being able to study magic under the two of you. My former hardships are no longer hard. Mario indignantly commented. Can you believe that a relative could be so wicked and cruel? He's less than an animal. No, we can't just let them off easy. Abram set Johnny down and turned to leave. Old oddity, where are you rushing off to now? Mario couldn't help but ask. I'm going to teach Angus and Cornelius a lesson, Abram fumed. Johnny pleaded. Teacher Abram, there's no need for you to go. Why not? They're villains, and villains who commit countless evils will eventually face retribution. I only wish to focus on studying the magical knowledge imparted by both of you and settle scores with them personally one day. Resentment flashed in Johnny's eyes. No way, we at least need to get that arrest notice revoked. It's too troublesome otherwise. Ignoring Johnny and Mario's calls, Abram stormed off. With a Grand Magician taking action, how well could Angus and Cornelius fare? After getting the arrest notice cancelled, Abram practically beat them half to death. Free from worldly concerns, one side taught wholeheartedly, while the other learned with an obsession that left no time for sleep or meals. Soon, Johnny's magical talent became evident, much to the delight of Abram and Mario, who seemed to have rejuvenated by 20 years, proving that good news indeed brings out one's best spirits. Initially knowing nothing, Johnny quickly advanced from basic magic gathering to mastering high-level attack spells, especially excelling in light and fire elemental magic, thanks to the guidance of two esteemed mentors. In short, Johnny made progress daily, not just ordinary progress, but astonishing growth as Abram and Mario both remarked. Hundreds months later, an even more incredible event occurred. When they tested Johnny again, they found he had already reached the level of a junior archmage, only 4 steps away from their own levels. It was known that many magicians spent their entire lives and still failed to reach this realm. Even Abram and Mario, once hailed as geniuses, took nearly 15 years to achieve it. Yet, Johnny did it in half a year. Now, what Johnny needed to learn was how to enhance the power of his spells. Eventually, the two Grand Mages finished teaching all the knowledge of their respective elements, and simply brought him a mountain of books on other elemental magic for self-study, though they kept everything secret from outsiders. During these 6 months, Johnny learned a great deal. He was no longer the poor boy who knew nothing, nor was he someone to be bullied anymore. His childhood experiences taught him deeply about the survival of the fittest in this vast world. If one is strong enough, they won't fear bullying. If one is strong enough, they can determine their destiny. Thus, meditation became his most important task, as it greatly improved his spiritual strength. Sometimes Johnny suspected there might be something peculiar about his body, since he could significantly improve his control over mana after meditating for a while. Mitchell, though he didn't know why, he understood that every bit of effort would eventually lead him to the peak of the world. In this year, Johnny turned 17, having studied magic skills for a whole year. One day, the three returned from the practice field. It was clear they had just competed, as the magic robes of the two Grand Mages were almost reduced to rags, torn by light arrows and burnt by fire. Even their gray beards and hair were singed, making them look like beggars. Johnny, too, was in disarray. After all, his opponents were Grand Mages. They weren't just for show. At first, Johnny played fairly, but later he followed his principle. Win however you can, whether fair or foul. This left Mario helpless, unable to really strike back at Johnny. As a result, Mario felt his life was being shortened by accompanying Johnny in practice. Desiring to live a few more years, he decided it was time to leave. Mario bid farewell to Abram and Johnny, saying, "Old oddity, it's been almost a year. I need to go back to manage guild affairs. Besides, there's little else I can teach Johnny. The rest depends on his own efforts." Despite his reluctance to leave Johnny, Mario couldn't help but think he was losing years of his life training with Johnny. So he used the dignified reason of needing to manage guild business to take a break. Abram, who also felt the same way, did not try to stop Mario, deciding it was wise to avoid this little menace before he aged faster alone. After a brief discussion, the two elders had a good plan. Old foxes are always cunning. Abram called Johnny over and said meaningfully, "Boy, there's nothing more we can teach you. For your future success, I plan to send you to Turin's Empire's finest magic and martial school, the Divine Spirit Academy." "Why? Isn't it better here with you and teacher Mario? Why must I go to some Divine Spirit Academy?" Johnny looked surprised. "You fool, it's for your own good. Sending you to Divine Spirit will allow you to learn more. There's always more to learn, Abram scolded impatiently. Mario added, and Divine Spirit Academy is in Torrens Empire, where Millie is. You can visit her. Then I will follow your advice and go to Divine Spirit. I will work twice as hard and won't let you and teacher Mario down. Johnny promised with firm resolve. At the mention of Alexandria, Johnny wondered how she was doing, whether she was well, and if she had found her Aunt Alice. But Johnny was deeply grateful to Abram and Mario. Without them, he would not be where he was today. They cared so much about his future. Unbeknownst to Johnny, Abram was inwardly rejoicing, thinking, after all, he's still a child, easily persuaded by a few words. Getting rid of this little plague, I can finally have some peace. But he maintained a calm expression and said, Brat, the journey to Torrens Empire is quite far. Mitchell, though you've already reached the level of a high mage, there are always greater challenges ahead. Take good care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, teacher Abram. Before leaving, Abram gave Johnny many things, magic robes, gold coins, even the magic staff Abram used in his younger days. There was also the magic storage ring Abram had taken from Mario, a priceless treasure considering that, since the loss of spatial magic, fewer than 10 magic storage rings remained in the continent. Additionally, Abram provided a letter of recommendation to the Dean of the Divine Spirit Academy. Johnny packed everything into the storage ring and set off for Torrens Empire with the hopes and wishes of his teachers. Chapter 10. Her Highness, the Jacqueline. The journey from Rafelxiu Empire to Torrens Empire is indeed quite long. Though it's not thousands of miles away, it certainly isn't just a few hundred miles. There's also an heir to Dina Principality, not too large or small, lying in between. Nobody knows which emperor gave it such a name. It sounded so unpleasant, at least Mitchell thought so, and this was the first idea he had when he set foot in the country. But as he went along his way, although nothing special happened, Mitchell found that the money he brought was becoming less and less. Mitchell kept grumbling that old man Abram did not give him enough gold coins, just 100 coins, and said something like training would make him into a greater person. Miser, old deadhead. Mitchell cursed countless times on the road. Sometimes he wanted to sell the magic wand given by Abram. Luckily, old man Abram couldn't hear those words. Otherwise, how furious he would be hearing Mitchell talking like that. Mitchell knew well that 100 gold coins might be used up for his whole life before. However, after living with Abram Mario for a year, enjoying a good life, his nature changed slowly. I can't keep squandering my money. I must think of a way to earn money. Otherwise, I might say goodbye to this wonderful world before reaching Torrens Empire. It would be embarrassing to starve to death. Mitchell muttered to himself. Out of the way, you guy in front. A rude shout pulled Mitchell back from his thoughts on ways of making money. He turned around and saw a carriage coming swiftly from behind. That speed was really fast, and many pedestrians got knocked down since they could not avoid it in time. Not only did the driver not pull the reins, but he also drove even faster, completely ignoring the safety of the pedestrians. What a bully, Mitchell mumbled and sent a fireball towards the carriage casually. The outcome was obvious. Frightened by the fireball, the galloping horses neighed loudly, causing the carriage to overturn with people tumbling out. People stopped to watch, some applauding Mitchell while others worried about him. Seeing the ornate decoration on the carriage, it was likely owned by someone with significant influence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been driven recklessly like that on the highway. Mitchell paid no attention. What upset him most was seeing the wicked bullying the weak. Having suffered a lot in his childhood, now that he had the ability, he should protect people who were once as helpless as him, not letting down his two teachers who taught him these skills. The coachman helped the passenger in the carriage to stand up. She turned out to be a girl of 15 or 16 dressed in mage attire, her luxurious mage robe revealing her aristocratic air. The passers-by were stunned by her beauty, marveling at how someone could look so good. After helping the girl up, the coachman growled at Mitchell. Where do you come from, you wild kid? Do you want to die challenging our young mistress? Challenge? You're wrong. Is this called challenging? Mitchell retorted indifferently. Brat, do you know who our young miss is? Whoever she is, I'm not interested. Didn't you see there were so many pedestrians on the road? Mitchell replied indignantly. Seeing Mitchell was dressed as a mage, the coachman softened his tone. Mages were highly respected in Aurora Continent, and the coachman wasn't foolish. He avoided conflict if possible. One more time, this is not challenging. Mitchell, enraged by the word challenge, retorted sharply. So, mage sir, why did you stop us? The coachman asked politely. No reason. I hate people like you thinking you are superior, driving your carriage as if everyone else counts for nothing. Mitchell said furiously. Hearing this, the girl cried angrily. Who is acting as if everybody else counts for nothing? Who drives wildly? And who cares nothing about others' lives? If you hadn't been asked to get out of the way earlier, who would have blamed you? Crazy lady, I don't want to argue with you. Mitchell turned and tried to leave. Calling who crazy? The girl blocked his way. Who answered then it is? Mitchell sidestepped and walked away. You think you can just walk away so easily? Haven't apologized and you want to leave? Do you know who I am? I'm the Jacqueline of His Majesty of the heir to Dina Principality. The young girl boasted. The crowd was in an uproar, never expecting the girl to have such a prestigious background. She turned out to be the beloved Jacqueline of the prince, causing everyone to worry about the trouble Mitchell had stirred up. I don't care if you're the Jacqueline or the second princess. Just because you're pretty, you can't act as if you own the world. You're just someone with a beautiful face. Do you think you're a god that everyone should revolve around you? In the end, you'll die just like everyone else, buried in the ground. What's so great about that? Mitchell spoke bluntly. Hearing Mitchell's words, the Jacqueline burst into tears. Not even her father, the emperor, dared to reprimand her loudly, let alone anyone else. Having grown up pampered and coddled, this was the first time she had been demeaned so much by someone insignificant, leading her bright eyes to brim with aggrieved tears. Seeing the Jacqueline crying inexplicably, Mitchell was startled. He thought, this Jacqueline is really hard to please. Reflecting on his harsh words, he felt a twinge of guilt and offered an apology. Sorry, my words were too harsh. I apologize. With that, he turned and left. Regardless of whether she was the Jacqueline or second princess, since she was so hard to deal with, it was better not to provoke her further. He had already apologized, so he needed to leave this troublesome place quickly. You hurt our princess and think you can just walk away? The coachman reappeared, but a squad of soldiers blocked Mitchell's path. There were about 50 cavalrymen, clearly summoned by the coachman. Mitchell blamed himself for being too careless. He hadn't noticed when the guy slipped away to get help. They now surrounded him, clearly planning to use their numbers to intimidate him. Mitchell assumed the princess girl must have ordered them to do so, making him despise her even more. The crowd scattered immediately, fearing involvement. Entertainment might be enjoyable, but not at the cost of one's life. Poor commoners couldn't afford to tangle with officials. Mitchell couldn't help but sneer. Very good. You want to use your numbers to bully me. How despicable. The leader of the cavalry saluted the Jacqueline and then waved his hand. The cavalry swiftly surrounded Mitchell, acting decisively and in unison. Seeing this, the princess stopped crying for some reason and called out loudly, Mitchell, have you stepped back? My matters do not require your interference. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be seen as bullying him. She wanted to win this back herself after being insulted. Despite the order from the Jacqueline, the cavalry did not budge, thinking it was better to risk offending her than to let her get hurt. If you don't step back, I'll have father chop off your heads. The girl was frustrated that her subordinates didn't obey her. The coachman panicked and hurriedly said, Your Highness, your status is so noble. How can such a small person disrespect you like this? Irrecriover, I have to consider your safety. If something happens to you, how can I answer to His Majesty? Don't interfere. I said don't interfere. Keep talking, and I'll freeze you. She threatened, scaring the coachman into stepping aside. He knew her temper all too well. When angry, even the prince feared her. It was said that once, when a general's son angered her, she froze him nearly to death without a second thought. The general dared not complain and was later demoted to guard the city gate. Could he compare to a powerful general? Better to stay clear of her anger. He signaled the knights to step back, and they promptly complied. Mitchell realized today's incident couldn't end easily. He told himself to remember to check the almanac before leaving home to avoid bad luck and mishaps. However, what must come will come. Running away wasn't the answer. Facing it bravely was. Chapter 11. The price of my encounter. Johnny and the young girl glared at each other fiercely. He stared intently while she did the same, neither making a move nor uttering a word. They stood facing each other in silence. Johnny had always been incredibly intelligent when it came to learning magic, but now he was confused. He didn't realize that simply stating whose student he was could easily resolve the current predicament. After all, students of Grand Mages weren't to be bullied so easily. Johnny had 2 Grand Mages as his teachers, one of only 7 Grand Mages in all of Zhenge Continent. Even if Johnny possessed no knowledge or skills, with 2 Grand Mage mentors, he could still walk with impunity across the continent. Kings would nod in respect upon seeing him, let alone a young lady like her. But Johnny only later understood how esteemed and superior the status of a Grand Mage was on Zhenge Continent. Just what do you want? Johnny broke the silence first. I don't want much. I just want an apology for what you said earlier, replied the Jacqueline, clearly angry. Actually, she wasn't a bad person. Perhaps Johnny's words earlier had hurt her pride. She had never been spoken to like that since childhood. Everyone around her revolved around her. None dared to speak out loudly. Yet, this Johnny not only rebuked her publicly, but also humiliated her in front of so many subordinates, which was too much for her to bear. But haven't I already apologized? The previous one doesn't count. How many people were there then compared to now? Do I even need to explain that? Johnny said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the cavalry, seemingly telling the Jacqueline why there were suddenly so many people here. Following Johnny's gaze, the Jacqueline realized what had happened but immediately denied. Those people weren't summoned by me. She turned to the coachman and demanded, Did you bring these people here? Princess, for your safety. I had no choice. The coachman replied nervously, fearful of angering the princess with a wrong answer. What? Can't I handle him myself? The Jacqueline sneered. No. Princess, your magic is unparalleled. How could that scoundrel stand a chance against you? But how could I let him defile your noble hands? So I arranged for some men to deal with him. The coachman slyly flattered, hoping to earn her approval. Sycophant. Johnny scoffed. The Jacqueline kicked him to the ground, shouting, What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Then she looked coldly at Johnny. Now you know, those people aren't mine. So you should apologize for what you said earlier. Johnny kept his eyes on the Jacqueline and slowly said, And if I don't? You. The Jacqueline, fuming, pointed at Johnny's nose and said, If you don't apologize to me, today will not go well for you. No sooner had the Jacqueline finished speaking than the coachman, despite having missed his previous flattery, sensed the situation accurately and quickly had the cavalry encircle Johnny. Johnny showed no fear as the circle tightened around him. Instead, he smiled at the people closing in on him. Mitchell, though the numbers were significant, their strength was far from impressive. Johnny knew he could handle them easily. In his mind, he thought, Humbertons, this Jacqueline is so unreasonable. She needs a proper lesson to teach her humility. Before Johnny could make his move, the Jacqueline took action first. In the name of you Udina, water elements, heed my call, turn into arrows, destroy the foe before me. Water, arrow. As the Jacqueline completed the incantation, hundreds of water element arrows rapidly shot towards Johnny. Just as the water arrows were about to hit Johnny, they vanished, leaving no trace. A mist enveloped Johnny. Having cast a light protection barrier and a fire-based mid-level spell simultaneously, Johnny relied on the principle of water and fire being incompatible. The intense heat instantly vaporized the water elements. Clearly, the Jacqueline lost the first round. What do you say? Are you going to admit defeat? What's your name again? Elena or something? Johnny seemed rather pleased with himself. He had merely shown a fraction of his abilities and easily won the first round against the young girl. What do you mean, Elena? You're the one who's being fishy. My name is Elena. The Jacqueline hurriedly corrected Johnny's mistake. Well then, let's go with Elena. Not a bad name. Johnny teased. Hearing the mocking tone in Johnny's voice, Elena's face flushed slightly as she snapped. Don't call my name. If I don't call your name, should I call you Doggy or Kitty then? Johnny laughed, poking fun at her. Suddenly, he found that the Jacqueline wasn't as overbearing as before, but rather naive, which made him less annoyed and more playful. You can't call me anything. Elena was so enraged that she didn't know what to say, her large eyes glaring fiercely at Johnny like a tigress ready to pounce. A sudden whoosh sound came from behind Johnny. It was the sound of a sword slicing through the air. Instinctively, he sidestepped, but it was too late. The long sword hadn't hit any vital spots, but it left a long gash on his waist. Bright red blood flowed quickly from the wound, soon soaking his magic robe. Holy bathlight. Without hesitation, Johnny cast a high-level light healing spell on himself. Pure light elements immediately surrounded his wound, slowly soothing it. Soon, the bleeding stopped and the wound began to scab over. In no time, the scab fell off, revealing fresh skin as if he hadn't been injured at all. Seeing this, Elena's expression shifted from disbelief to awe and reverence, admiring a true master of healing magic. Johnny ignored Elena's strange gaze. After confirming that he was fine, his anger turned towards the people behind him, ready to confront the coward who had attacked him from behind. Who is it? Who dared to attack from behind? If you have the guts, step forward. The cavalry and the coachmen were still immersed in the wonder of Johnny's miraculous healing magic. They couldn't believe how fast such healing could be. If used in an army, it could save countless lives. They didn't even hear Johnny's question. I'll ask again, who released the sneak attack? Johnny repeated coldly, but still, no one responded. You all refused to admit it? Fine, none of you will leave here today. With that, a large amount of light elements gathered, forming a massive energy sphere in front of the cavalry, glowing like the sun. The soft light illuminated everyone, making them feel relaxed. As they stared at the orb, it rapidly grew larger and brighter. Just when they opened their eyes wide, the orb suddenly vanished, followed by the agonized groans of the knights and the coachman falling to the ground. My eyes. I can't see anything. My eyes are blind. Various cries of pain intertwined, creating a tragic scene. Seeing her attendants and subordinates suddenly writhing on the ground, Elena finally snapped out of her daze. She angrily demanded an answer from Johnny. What did you do to them? Why are their eyes blind? You monster. Johnny had blinded them using intense light rays to damage their retinas, leaving them permanently sightless. Nothing much. I just taught them a lesson. Those who attack others from behind must pay the price. This is just a warning for them, Johnny replied. Elena was filled with distress and unease. She knew that healing one person with water magic was already difficult, let alone dozens. She pleaded desperately with Johnny. Please save them. It's my fault. I apologize to you. Please, save them. I won't save them. I already said this was just a lesson for them. Next time it will cost them their lives, Johnny said harshly, as if he were the god of death, deciding the fate of others. Ignoring Elena's desperate pleading, he strode away. It wasn't that Johnny was cold-hearted. Rather, they had attacked him from behind. He had endured countless bullying and ridicule in his childhood. Now that he had the power, he didn't want to be bullied again, let alone be betrayed from behind by anyone. Chapter 12. Dwarf Giovanni. Johnny's mood had been ruined by the incident, and it took him 3 days to reach the capital of Iva Principality, Neutral City. The city was named so for historical reasons. Although Iva Principality is located in the central part of the continent, it has maintained neutrality throughout various wars between empires on Alwan Continent. This neutrality directly spared it from war destruction, allowing the principality to focus on economic development wholeheartedly. Nowadays, though not the most powerful in terms of national strength, the living standards of its people are undoubtedly top-notch across the continent. Just looking at the towering walls stretching for hundreds of miles and the bustling crowds at the city gates reveals how prosperous and peaceful a paradise Iva Principality is. It would be unimaginable to see such scenes in an isolated wasteland where no one would ever want to visit. Johnny entered the city along with the flowing crowd. There was no racial discrimination in Iva Principality, so all kinds of creatures could be seen walking on the streets. Beasts, dwarves, and even elves were a common sight. Respected Mage Humbert, hello. May I have the honor of inviting you to join our group? A dwarf politely asked as he stopped Johnny. Are you talking to me? Johnny curiously examined him. Yes, honored mage. The dwarf showed great respect towards Johnny, making him wonder if someone needed his help. Johnny responded, I just arrived here and don't know anything. Who are you? And what group are you asking me to join? I'm sorry. The dwarf apologized quickly for his impoliteness. My name is Giovanni. I'm a mercenary, trying to form a mercenary group with my partners. However, forming a mercenary group requires at least 3 people, so I'd like to invite you to join. Oh, I see. My name is Johnny. It's nice meeting you. Johnny answered courteously, looking around before asking. What's your group called? Where are your partners? I haven't seen them. Giovanni explained. My partners are still waiting for me at the mercenary guild because a group needs at least 3 people. So I left to find more members. Do you agree to join us? Giovanni looked hopeful, somewhat embarrassed that he was recruiting people on the street. Still, he sincerely hoped Johnny would join after failing to persuade over 10 people already. No big temple can be built without attracting a Buddha. Sure, I'll join. Johnny agreed readily. You really agreed, respected Mage Humbert? Giovanni stared at Johnny in disbelief, doubting his ears. After confirming this, he said nothing more, but rushed Johnny to the mercenary guild excitedly. The mercenary guild was close to the city gate, and they soon arrived. This guild managed all mercenaries on the continent, and this place was only a branch in Iva Principality. To become a mercenary, one simply applied and paid a fee to the guild. Forming a mercenary group required at least 3 members, which was told to Johnny by Giovanni on the way. At the entrance of the mercenary guild, another dwarf was watching out, seemingly expecting someone. Killian, I found someone, a mage. Giovanni happily hugged Killian tightly, an unusual scene to Johnny until he learned that hugging was a way of celebration among dwarves. Likewise, Killian rejoiced and praised. Great job, my hero Giovanni. Erictously declining the compliment, Giovanni waved his hand, saying, It's nothing, I just found some partners. You flatter me too much. Suddenly, Johnny teased, interrupting them. Hey, don't ignore me while celebrating yourselves. I was just too happy and forgot about you. I'm really sorry. Giovanni rubbed the back of his head with his right hand and chuckled. He then introduced the two to each other. After their mutual introduction, the 3 walked into the guild hall one after another. Inside, people were bustling about. Some came to turn in tasks for payment, while others sought new missions. It was a lively scene. The trio approached a counter, where Giovanni addressed the attendant. Miss, we would like to register my friend as a mercenary. Could you give us a form, please? Saying this, he nudged Johnny forward. The attendant only glanced at Johnny briefly, noting him as an ordinary-looking mage, and casually tossed a form towards them. She arrogantly said, Fill it out over there, before turning away to continue chatting with a nearby person. Seeing the attendant's arrogance, Johnny felt indignant. He muttered under his breath, What kind of attitude is this? So full of herself. Unluckily for Johnny, the attendant heard him. She turned around, stopping her chat, and retorted, So what if I am? What's it to you? If you want to get registered, go ahead. Otherwise, scram. Don't stop me from chatting with my handsome brother. Her words infuriated Johnny, who wanted to lash out, but was held back by Giovanni. Johnny, don't cause trouble here. We can't afford to provoke them. Look at her attitude. Who does she think she is? Johnny was clearly agitated. Just days ago, he had been treated poorly by a certain Jacqueline, and now again by this attendant. Did they all think he was someone to be bullied? Killian also tried to calm Johnny down. Johnny, don't be upset. Everyone at the guild acts this way, thinking they're better than everyone else. Remember, we rely on them for work. If we offend them, it'll be bad for us. Our mercenary jobs might be at risk. We're not cheating or stealing from them. We're earning our living through our own skills, Johnny complained, though he couldn't help feeling powerless about Giovanni and Killian's submission. Damon Wing up at the bottom of society, wasn't that exactly how life went for him? Johnny secretly vowed, One day, I will change this world. After filling out the forms and paying the fees, they registered as a mercenary group under Giovanni's leadership, naming it the Earth Mercenary Damonup. After some discussion, they decided Giovanni would be the leader and Johnny the deputy leader. Thus, the Earth Mercenary Damonup, soon to be famous across the continent, was officially established. Johnny finally became a mercenary. Like Giovanni and Killian, he was initially ranked E, the lowest level. Johnny read through the documents carefully. In Owen Continent, mercenaries were divided into 6 levels, from S, the highest, to A, B, C, D, and E. Humbertons they were newly registered, they could only start at the bottom. Advancing to higher ranks depended on completing more difficult and numerous tasks. The ultimate goal was to reach S level, a rare achievement, as there were only 15 S-level mercenaries among millions. As Johnny finished reading, the 3 went to seek missions, but were blocked by a group of guild members who seemed blind to common courtesy. Chapter 13, Comprehensive Magic. Seeing the overwhelming and menacing posture of the oncoming crowd, Giovanni knew that these people did not come with friendly intentions. To dare cause trouble inside the mercenary guild meant they were no simple individuals. Either they had a force backing them up or their power was enough to prevent the guild from intervening. No matter which situation it was, these people were certainly not ones to be trifled with. Now, all he could do was wait and see how events would unfold and hope it was merely a misunderstanding. One of them was holding a portrait in his hand and comparing it with something, seemingly trying to identify someone among the 3 of them. Through the back of the portrait, Giovanni faintly sensed that the person in the picture was Johnny beside him. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Giovanni took a step forward and asked, Friends, may I know why you are blocking our way? As much as he said this, Giovanni truly hoped it was just a misunderstanding. His newly established Earth mercenary team couldn't afford such trouble so early on. The man holding the portrait cast an unfriendly glance and said, Shorty, get out of here. We're after the mage standing next to you. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, we'll make sure you leave here lying down. Just as expected, everyone present knew these people came for Johnny. Concerned about Johnny's safety, Giovanni uneasily asked, May I ask what my companion has done to offend you? If there has been any offense, please accept our apologies. He offered a bag of gold coins to them. Get out of the way. The man fiercely shoved Giovanni, causing the gold coins to scatter on the ground. Humberts, these people were after him. Johnny couldn't hide like a coward anymore. He stood forward and rebuked. Please treat my friend politely. Otherwise, I won't be polite either. Irrecriover, I don't recognize any of you. Why are you looking for me? You boy, what a big mouth. Take a look at this yourself. The man threw the portrait over. When Johnny caught it and looked, he was startled beyond imagination. On the side of the portrait was written, the Mercenary Guild's latest bounty task. Bjorn of the Jonadidna Duchy had issued a warrant in the highest name of the duchy for the arrest of the mage in the picture, offering a reward of 100,000 gold coins to anyone who could kill or capture him, bringing the person to the Mercenary Guild or the royal palace of the duchy to complete the task. While Johnny was bewildered about when he offended the Jonadidna Duchy, he was also excited that the duchy was willing to offer 100,000 gold coins for him. 100,000 gold coins. It would allow a family of 4 to live in luxury for generations without working. Johnny thought to himself that, if he ever got so poor that he couldn't afford food, he could consider selling himself. How many people in this world were worth such a huge amount? 100,000 whole gold coins. Even he felt tempted, not to mention the mercenaries before him. Besides, the task stated that bringing the target to the Mercenary Guild completes it, while they were already in the guild's hall. No wonder so many mercenaries surrounded him. Fools were those who passed up a deal this sweet, especially when it involved 100,000 gold coins. Giovanni, who led Johnny to this trap, was deeply regretful. He hurriedly apologized to Johnny. Johnny, I'm really sorry. Johnny knew it wasn't intentional. No one could have predicted such an outcome. He hurriedly reassured Giovanni. Captain, there's nothing to apologize for. I know you didn't mean it. Whatever comes, we face it bravely. I haven't even considered these people as a threat yet. Hearing Johnny still call him captain at this moment, Giovanni choked. At a time like this, you still call me captain? You don't blame me for dragging you into this mess. Mitchellwright, captain, stop blaming yourself. I am part of the Earth mercenary team, and you are my captain. What else should I call you? Johnny did not want Giovanni to continue feeling guilty over this matter. Johnny, since you are part of my team, I must ensure the safety of each member. And let those bastards know that the Earth mercenary team is not to be bullied, Giovanni said, glancing around at the encircling mercenaries, then sought Killian's opinion. Killian agreed without hesitation. Giovanni's words deeply touched Johnny. Two people who had just met were willing to risk everything for his safety. At this moment, Johnny realized he was not alone, and he had companions in this world. This realization made Johnny's heart swell with excitement and emotion. Everyone, grab them and split the 10,000 gold coins evenly. Someone shouted, and the crowd surged forward, each fearing to fall behind for fear of receiving less. At this moment, over 100 mercenaries surrounded them, mages and swordsmen among them, all driven by the promise of money, willing to risk their lives for it. Not knowing his opponent's strength, Johnny took out the magic staff from his storage ring for added safety, the very one given by old Abram. It was a sparkling red crystal staff about 6 feet tall, topped with a leopard's head. Johnny first cast a protective barrier around Giovanni and Killian to ensure their safety. Then, gripping the staff, he shouted at the mercenaries, "You bastards." Initially, the sight of Johnny wielding a magic staff made the mercenaries hesitate. Not just anyone could wield such an item. However, seeing their numbers and bolstered by greed, they pressed on. Spells were cast, swords raised, each trying to be the first to strike. Money drove them all, as if treasure lay before them. Before the mercenaries could move, Johnny had already unleashed his magic barrage: earth ice spears, cold current storm, blazing hell, holy light arrows, eye of thunderstorm, and earthquake. Various spells emerged from the staff in continuous attack. A dazzling display of colors ensued, leaving behind a different scene. The hall of the Mercenary Guild was now in ruins, and all who attacked him lay on the ground, none standing. Mitchell, though not dead, they were all wounded. Johnny had intended only to teach them a lesson, not to harm their lives, but to show that he was not to be trifled with. Giovanni and Killian stood in shock. They never imagined Johnny's prowess. He could cast spells from all elements without preparation. Even the 7 great mages on the continent couldn't achieve this, let alone casting spells from all elements. Admiration and envy shone on their faces, especially Giovanni, who felt fortunate to have such a powerful mage join their mercenary team. The mercenaries lying on the ground wore expressions of disbelief. In a single exchange, so many of them had been taken down, and by a full-spectrum mage no less. It was clear that no one would claim that bounty of 10,000 gold coins. Arachne might be tempting, but it wouldn't matter if one lost their life in the process. Several wise ones quietly slipped away. Despite the chaos they caused, no one from the guild's leadership appeared to address the situation. Johnny guessed they were hiding in fear after witnessing his power. With no task to complete, the 3 of them left dispiritedly, leaving behind those greedy mercenaries groaning on the ground. This was their own doing, thinking that all wealth in the world came easily. Chapter 14, Meeting Janice Again. The incident at the Mercenary Guild spread rapidly throughout Neutral City, faster and wider as it went. Soon, everyone in the city knew about a mage named Mitchell who single-handedly defeated over 100 men with a single move, leaving no room for retaliation. Initially, some people did not believe it until they went to verify at the Mercenary Guild themselves. The sight of the broken ruins and the groaning mercenaries confirmed that it was true. Naturally, this incident also alarmed the royal patrol responsible for public security in the Jonadidna Principality. They soon caught up with Mitchell and his group. "You are the mage who caused a ruckus at the Mercenary Guild, injured 100 people, and is now wanted by our principality," the leading knight asked Mitchell. Mitchell, who was about to reply, suddenly felt that the man looked familiar, though he couldn't place where they had met. Could it be him, the swordmaster named Janus? That intermediate swordmaster who lost to old man Abram a year ago. Mitchell suddenly remembered. Though they had only met once, Mitchell had always held a deep impression of Janus, the one who refused to escape even when facing defeat. Though Mitchell admired his spirit, he didn't agree with such an inflexible approach, knowing it would ultimately lead nowhere. Nice to see you here, Janus. Mitchell greeted Janus like an old friend. Janus hesitated upon recognizing him and said, "You know me, but I don't know you. Even if you recognize me, don't think I will let you off easily." This statement left Mitchell unaffected, but Giovanni and Quintone showed clear disappointment, hoping that because Mitchell knew Janus, there could have been a compromise. Given the severity of disrupting the mercenary guild, they feared that if the situation escalated, they might face charges they didn't commit. "Oh, right, you didn't pay attention to me then," Mitchell realized and continued. "Let me show you something." With that, 2 fist-sized fireballs appeared before him and slowly flew towards Janus from either side, clearly visible yet astonishing. Janus suddenly recalled the technique used to injure Hanley a year ago and asked, "What relation do you have with Archmage Abram?" "He's one of my teachers," Mitchell replied calmly. "One of your teachers? Who's the other one?" Janus probed further. "The other one is called Mario, an elderly light mage." Upon hearing this, Janus's face turned pale, seeking confirmation again. "Mario is also your teacher, the Grand Master of Light Magic and the president of the Mage Guild, Mark Mario?" Mitchell nodded emphatically. Mitchell, already surprised that Mitchell was Abram's student, learning that he was also taught by a light mage grandmaster left Janus even more astonished. He thought to himself, how should we handle Mitchell's actions at the Mercenary Guild? If we capture him, it might infuriate those 2 elders. I need to report this situation back to His Majesty and let them decide how to proceed. With this in mind, Janus quickly led his subordinates away. Mitchell was disappointed, wanting to ask Janus why the Zhenge Principality wanted him, but he was gone before he could do so. After learning that Janus had important news, the royal conference hall of the Zhenge Principality was filled with ministers, including the 2 sword saints and a water mage grandmaster, all summoned urgently. Princess Yuri was also present, and everyone speculated about what significant event had gathered all these elite forces. "Janus, didn't I order you to capture the mage who hurt you? Why did you return so quickly?" Emperor Blaze, seated on his throne, questioned. "Not yet, Your Majesty. Due to the urgency of the matter, I must report back first. Capturing this young mage may endanger national security," Janus explained seriously, causing an uproar among the ministers. Before Austin could respond, Yuri interjected. "Janus, did you just run back because you can't fight the mage, claiming it's a big deal for our safety?" "Your Highness, I wouldn't dare exaggerate this situation," Janus responded sternly. Austin, sensing the seriousness in Janus's tone, silenced Yuri and signaled Janus to continue. Janus paused and continued. "We, the Zhenge Principality, can afford to ignore the mage named Mitchell, but we cannot disregard the power behind him. If we provoke the force behind him, our principality will be in danger. It is said that this young mage is the only known omni-elemental mage in the continent now. His strength alone should not be underestimated. Just tell us, what's there to fear about that brat? He just knows a few more spells," Yuri said, utterly unconcerned. "Janus, get to the point," Blaze said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Janus saw everyone's eyes on him and continued. "This young mage named Mitchell has 2 teachers. One of them is the Grand Master of Fire Magic Solon Abram, who injured Hanley last year. The other has even greater influence. He is the president of the Mage Guild, Grand Master of Light Magic, Mark Mario." Janus's words struck the council hall like thunder. Austin was almost startled off his throne. His usual composed demeanor vanished. Conway down, he knew better than anyone that if he offended this young mage Mitchell and angered both Abram and Mario, it could indeed lead to the downfall of his nation. 2 grandmasters working together could destroy even the most powerful country on the continent. Let alone his Zhenge Principality wasn't the strongest. Irrecoverable, they had the backing of the Mage Guild. Thinking about these issues gave him a headache and cold sweat. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Father, are you cold?" "You're sweating," said the young princess, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, thinking the heat caused her father's sweat. But Austin, as the king, quickly regained his composure and turned to Juliana, another grandmaster of water magic and Yuri's teacher. Juliana was one of the 7 grandmasters and the only female grandmaster in the continent, holding a prominent position in the Zhenge Principality and receiving much respect due to her gender. Juliana said, "Fortunately, things haven't escalated beyond repair yet. If we act promptly with sufficient sincerity, the 2 grandmasters might overlook it. We need to find a way to make amends." Hearing Juliana's words, everyone nodded in agreement. "But I have already issued a warrant for his arrest. How can we mend the damage now? Even recalling the warrant would be too late." Austin voiced his concerns. "Let the ministers here deliberate," Juliana suggested. Various suggestions were proposed after much discussion, and finally, a feasible plan emerged. Naturally, Janus was chosen to carry out this plan. After getting Austin's nod, Janus left immediately. Chapter 15. The Emperor, is Mitchell so polite to me? On the other side, Xavier and his 2 companions were debating how to develop their Earth mercenary Damonop. Humberton's it was a mercenary group. They obviously needed enough personnel and had to complete enough missions to sustain the livelihood of the group and its members. Just as they were fiercely arguing, Janus appeared with the Royal Knights, this time with a different batch of people. Upon seeing Xavier, Janus and the knights immediately dismounted and gave Xavier the most reverent knightly salute. This left Xavier and his companions utterly puzzled. They had left inexplicably before, and now they were giving a knightly salute. Janice stepped forward and replied, "Respected Mage Xavier, our Duke sincerely invites you to be a guest at the palace. Didn't you come to arrest me? How come now you're inviting me?" Xavier was genuinely confused by what was happening. "You misunderstand. That was all a mistake. Come along quickly. His Majesty is waiting for you," Janice urged. "What about my companions?" Xavier pointed to Giovanni and Burke behind him. Janice's expression turned awkward. "I'm sorry, His Majesty didn't invite your two companions. He specifically ordered me to bring only you to the palace. In that case, I apologize too. Please tell your Emperor that someone as lowly as me isn't worthy of his invitation." Turning to Giovanni and Burke, he said, "Captain, let's go. I don't care about going to any palace." "Don't be like that, Xavier. Humbert's they're sincerely inviting you. Why don't you go?" "It doesn't matter whether we go or not," they said, though in truth they really wanted to go but didn't want to put Xavier in an awkward position. "Captain, you don't have to persuade me. If you don't go, then neither will I." Seeing Xavier about to leave, Janice hurriedly apologized. "Mitchell, right then. Please you and your two friends come to the palace as guests." This news excited Giovanni and Burke beyond words. Having always lived at the bottom of society, the thought of visiting a royal palace, even if just by tagging along, was something few people could ever experience. Their excitement was indescribable. The efficiency of the royal knights was impressive, marching swiftly until this group arrived at the palace of Iva Duchy in no time. Indeed, it was a palace, and its grandeur was unmatched. Giovanni and Burke couldn't stop looking around, curious and amazed, while Xavier had no interest in such sights. What concerned him most was to ask the old emperor why he had been issued a warrant. In the council hall, a dignified old man welcomed them with a smile. There was no mistaking it. It could only be Jalen. What a promising young mage. At such a young age to achieve such a realm. Worthy indeed of being a disciple of a wise master. Your future is boundless. Jalen showered compliments on Xavier from the start, well aware that only by keeping this young man happy could he avoid the wrath of those two old men. If he truly angered them, he would likely join them in heaven prematurely. "Are you the emperor of Iva Duchy?" Xavier's tone wasn't very polite. "Rude boy, how dare you be so disrespectful to my father?" Elena appeared from nowhere. "It's you again, you brat. Now I understand. It was all because of you I got a bounty on my head." Seeing Elena there, Xavier quickly understood why he had been unfairly targeted. "Yes, it was me. What are you going to do? Who told you to hurt my subordinates and bully me? So I asked my father to issue a warrant. Now that you're here, see where you run. Remember, this is the palace," Elena said smugly, thinking Xavier couldn't escape this time. Xavier cast a resentful glance at Janice, regretting having trusted people so easily. Now he found himself trapped, potentially putting his companions in danger. Janice actually retreated 3 steps under Xavier's gaze, either out of fear of Xavier's eyes or the words of Princess Elena, probably the latter. After all, Xavier was treated with respect even by the Emperor, almost like a higher authority. To prepare for anything, Xavier quickly retrieved his magic wand from his storage ring. Giovanni and Burke also pulled out their weapons, a large hammer for Giovanni and a long sword for Burke. They felt the same way as Xavier, ready to cause chaos. Even if they died, they'd take some enemies down with them to avoid loneliness on the way to heaven. Seeing that all 3 had drawn their weapons, Jalen panicked. He didn't want things to escalate out of control. He hurriedly stepped forward to reprimand Elena. "Patty, stand down." Jalen wouldn't admit he was only respectful because of the 2 old men behind Xavier. Being shrewd, he quickly crafted a response. "Because you are the only omnisphere mage in the entire continent, and I have always held mages in high regard, especially powerful ones like yourself." Hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement. Who would dare to disagree? So that's how it is. Xavier understood after hearing Jalen's explanation. With the issue resolved smoothly, the stone in Jalen's heart finally fell. In the aftermath, he compensated Xavier with 10,000 gold coins for emotional distress. He also issued a decree across the nation. No citizen of Iva Duchy was allowed to offend Xavier in words or actions, and anyone who displeased Xavier in any form would be charged with treason. This inadvertently gave Xavier substantial protection, unprecedented and unmatched by anyone else. Xavier and his companions paid little heed to this. They were immersed in the joy of unexpectedly receiving a large sum of gold coins. Chapter 16, Rallying. Inside the secret chamber of the duchy, 5 individuals were discussing something in secrecy. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly Kingston, Tilda, the 2 sword saints of the duchy, and Janice. Kingston spoke gravely to Janice. "Janice, you had no right to attend this meeting originally. But today you are an exception not only because you saved the nation from danger, but also because we hope that you can contribute more for the country." "Your Majesty, I must respectfully disagree. That was merely my duty. Rest assured, I will never let you down, and I pledge my life to the service of our duchy," Janice replied humbly. Hearing this, Kingston nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Janice to stand aside. He continued, "Everyone here represents the golden force of our nation, especially Lady Tilda and the 2 sword saints. As you all know, while the surface of the Zhenge Continent appears peaceful, it is teeming with unrest beneath. Many empires are eager to act, eyeing us warily. Another war is inevitable. Though our prosperity has come from a century of neutrality, the future remains unpredictable. If our duchy is dragged into the vortex of war, peace, tranquility, and prosperity will be lost, and our people will suffer greatly, something none of us wish to see. Does anyone have a plan on how we can avoid this war?" After some thought, Bert, one of the two sword saints, the fire sword saint, was the first to voice his opinion. From this incident, we've seen just how powerful the force behind the young mage called Zhenge truly is. Perhaps we can use him to our advantage. But what if he discovers we're using him? Isn't there a risk he'll turn against us? Kingston expressed his concern. Your Majesty, by using, I mean rallying him. We should aim to bring him closer to us, establishing a mutual foundation, and leveraging the forces behind him to balance out the empires. 2 archmages and a mage guild combined would make any country hesitate before acting rashly. Irikriover, don't forget, this young mage might become the sole Grand Archmage within 300 years, and not just any Grand Archmage, but one proficient in all elements. If he reaches the Grand Archmage level before the war, one person like him could control the entire Zhenge Continent. At that point, why should our Iva Duchy fear the empires that covet us? With him on our side, unifying the continent isn't beyond reach. Therefore, winning him over is crucial. Bert analyzed the situation. The other sword saint shared a similar viewpoint, emphasizing the importance of bringing Zhenge into their fold to leverage the power behind him and deter ambitious empires. Kingston agreed with both sword saints, nodding contentedly. Indeed, your plans are insightful and feasible. The key lies in how we can rally him. Then he turned to Tilda. Lady Tilda, what do you think about this? Tilda responded, ordinarily, I wouldn't involve myself in such matters. As you know, I only intervene when the nation is in peril. Based on the current state of the continent, as your Majesty mentioned, it's challenging to avoid being drawn into the conflict. Attempting to win over Zhenge is indeed worth trying. Recently, I received a magical message from Master Arsene advising me to take care of a young mage named Zhenge if he passes through our country. Humbert's these events are related. Perhaps we can leverage this opportunity carefully without going too far or causing unintended consequences, which could harm our nation. Pass through? You mean he's only passing through our country? Where is he headed? Kingston asked urgently, seemingly discovering an important clue. To study at the Holy Divine Magic War Academy in the Tulans Empire, Tilda answered. I've got it. Kingston slapped his thigh, revealing a long-lost smile. Humbert's he's headed to the academy. Let's focus on this. I've decided to send Yuera along with him. It'll provide Yuera with valuable experience and knowledge. If she can form a bond with him, we won't have anything to worry about. Your Majesty, considering Yuera's temperament, do you think she'll agree with your plan? You saw earlier that this misunderstanding started with her. They argued immediately upon meeting, displaying a completely hostile attitude towards each other. Tilda said with some concern. I have the final say in this matter. Even if she disagrees, she will have to comply. Kingston was determined. For the sake of his country and people, what more could a little sacrifice from himself mean? As long as he was in power, he had to consider his country and its people. From this attitude, one could see that Kingston was indeed a wise ruler. Seeing Kingston's resolute stance, everyone remained silent, acknowledging that Kingston was acting for the good of the country. After all, he was sacrificing his own daughter, not theirs. Janice, you reported this incident in time, preventing our country from falling into peril. Your contribution is significant, and I will not forget your efforts. The task of accompanying and protecting Princess Yuera will be assigned to you. Kingston ordered Janice, hoping she would also try to build a closer relationship with Zhenge to ensure the success of rallying him. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Please rest assured, I will ensure the princess remains unharmed. Janice replied respectfully. After assigning Janice her mission, Kingston turned to the two sword saints and said, I need both of you to prepare our army for any unexpected situations. Rallying that young mage is crucial, but we cannot neglect our defenses. Yes, Your Majesty, they answered in unison. Overjoyed, Kingston then turned to Tilda. Lady Tilda, I'll handle Yuera, but I kindly ask you to personally speak with the young mage to persuade him to take Yuera along for her studies. Make sure he agrees. Fine, I have some matters to discuss with him anyway. Tilda responded casually. The fate of our Iva Duchy rests on all of us here, Kingston said. He composed himself and added, their departure is set for 3 days from now. Let them prepare well during this time. I am exhausted. Everyone can return and rest. Thus, Zhenge and Yuera's fates became intertwined. Whether it would be a blessing or a curse for Zhenge remained to be seen. Regardless of whether it brought happiness or misfortune, at least Zhenge was currently very happy. Having never handled money before, Zhenge now possessed 100,000 gold coins. 100,000. Counting them one by one would take an incredibly long time. He had never seen so much money in his life. He even once considered selling himself when he ran out of money. Now, what others called compensation felt like a free gift to him. Who cares where it came from? As long as I live freely, that's enough, Zhenge muttered to himself. Chapter 17, The Great Water Mage Master. On that day, Christine found her way to where Zhenge and the others were staying. Seeing that it was the Great Water Mage who came looking for him, Zhenge naturally did not dare to be impolite. He hurriedly invited her into his room. At this moment, Giovanni and Durelt also came over when they heard the commotion. All of them had surprised looks on their faces, sighing about how great Zhenge's influence was, that a great mage master like Christine would come in person to look for him. They greeted Christine with friendly smiles. Zhenge asked respectfully, I wonder why you, as a great mage master, would come to see a kid like me? As one of the 7 great mage masters, wouldn't sending a message suffice instead of coming here in person? Don't keep calling me great mage master. If you don't mind, Zhenge, you can call me Aunt Christine. Christine seemed unsatisfied with how Zhenge addressed her. This gesture made Zhenge feel closer to her. At least calling her Aunt felt more intimate. Hello, Aunt Christine, Zhenge called affectionately before asking. I wonder why you came to see me? By the way, May I ask how you have maintained your youthful appearance so well? You look just like a young person. As Johnny said this, he himself felt a bit awkward. Why would he suddenly ask such a question? Hearing Johnny call her aunt and compliment her beauty, Christine revealed an enchanting smile. She was originally a stunning beauty and, despite being nearly 50, still looked around 30. Whether this was due to her unique skincare secrets or because of studying water magic, only she knew. Mitchell, though she realized Johnny might be flattering her, she still felt delighted. After all, women always liked being told they were beautiful. Christine couldn't help feeling lightheaded. Aunt Christine, are you all right? Seeing Christine drift off in thought, Johnny asked. Realizing she had lost her composure, Christine quickly recovered and asked, did I lose my composure just now? Johnny hurriedly shook his head but secretly laughed inside. Women care about appearances at any time. Even someone as powerful as a great mage master like Christine is no exception. Even at her level, she can't escape this challenge. Being a woman is hard, and being a beautiful woman is even harder. Thinking about this, Johnny felt a bit sympathetic towards those beautiful women. Anyway, he didn't have any girls liking him, so what was the point of worrying so much? His thoughts made his face turn red. Mitchell, though Johnny tried to hide his emotions, Darrell noticed and teased. Johnny, why are you blushing? Could it be, perhaps? Hearing this, Giovanni also joined in with interest, saying, Johnny, your face is really red. Are you thinking about Princess Sharon again? She's beautiful and is the Emperor's daughter. Her status and appearance are unique, very fitting for you. You two would be better suited to her, Johnny retorted playfully, pretending to be angry. You two idiots, are your bones itching? Do you want to get moving? With that, he pretended to attack, scaring the two into begging for mercy. Only after countless pleas did Johnny let them off. After playing around for a while, Johnny shifted the topic back to why Christine had come. Christine now began speaking cryptically. This time I have two reasons for finding you, one official and one personal. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's start with the official matter. Johnny chose, curious to know what it was. Having a great mage master personally visit him certainly piqued his curiosity. Well, on behalf of King Jalen of the Iva Principality, I formally invite you to take Princess Sharon along to the Holy Magic School of Turin's Empire for further studies. I won't agree. Without hesitation, Johnny firmly rejected. He didn't want to be with such a whimsical and self-willed person. If he had to stay with her, he might be driven to death. Still young, he had no desire to leave this world of pleasures so soon. Why do you disagree? Isn't Sharon pretty enough to accompany you? Christine was puzzled. It's not about whether she's pretty. I just don't want to be with her. Irikriova, as her teacher, why do you need to go to Holy Magic with me? Johnny tried to find a reasonable excuse to evade the issue. Why do you insist on going to Holy Magic then? Both your teachers are remarkable people. If you can go, why can't Sharon? Well, speechless, huh? Then it means you've agreed. But don't worry, all expenses will be covered by the Principality Treasury. Realizing how thorny this matter was, Johnny changed the subject and said, Aunt Christine, let's put this aside for now. Could you tell me about the personal matter that brought you here? Christine calmly replied, actually, it's this personal matter that is my true purpose for seeking you out. Can you ask your two companions to leave for a moment? She glanced at Johnny's companions, Giovanni and Darrell, standing behind him. Understanding the hint, they went downstairs without further ado, no longer interrupting Johnny and Christine's private conversation. Once they were gone, Christine quickly retrieved a thick magic tome from her magic storage ring and handed it over to Johnny. Such rings were naturally owned by high-level mages. Johnny was not surprised. He looked down at what Christine had given him. It was indeed a water magic grimoire. At this moment, he heard Christine speak with deep meaning. This contains all my lifelong insights on magic, along with some of my philosophies on water magic. I now solemnly pass it to you, hoping it will help you in your studies. Aunt Christine, this item is too precious. I can't accept it. If I lose it, I won't be able to make restitution. You should take good care of it then. Don't refuse any longer. Your two teachers informed me through magical communication that you are a child with no elemental affinity, one who can learn any kind of magic. They believe you have the potential to become a full Johnny Mental Archmage. Thus, they asked me to share my knowledge, hoping it would assist you. You know, as great mages for many years, your teachers and I find it difficult to advance further in our magic. For someone like you, a future Archmage, I see great promise. You have the potential to elevate the continent's magic to new heights. Please don't disappoint us, Christine explained. Johnny understood the intentions of his teachers and Aunt Christine. Not achieving their ideal goals, they naturally placed their hopes on their students. Acknowledging everything, Johnny kept the water magic grimoire carefully and said to Christine, Aunt Christine, I'll return it to you intact after I've finished reading it. I will study diligently and not disappoint you, nor will I let teachers Abram and Dylan down. At this moment, Christine genuinely smiled, a heartfelt smile. Her hopes rested entirely on this child before her. An Archmage, the pinnacle of magic, would surely appear in this child, and more than that, a full Johnny Mental Archmage, an extremely rare existence on the continent. Chapter 18, Escaping Again. Before she left, Alice didn't forget to tell Johnny that it was because of the respect for his two teachers that Floyd treated him so kindly, which made Johnny depressed for a long time. I see. I can't figure out why an emperor would be so kind to me without reason. It turns out he was considering my two teachers. No, I can't grow under the sacred halo of my teachers. I have to work hard on my own. I want the world to know that everything I have achieved is by my own effort. Johnny vowed silently. In the future, I should be more reserved and not become complacent because of fleeting victories, attracting unnecessary enemies pointlessly. Aunt Alice was right. Only through constant trials will one achieve success, and only things earned through personal effort will be cherished. Once he comprehended this, Johnny felt much relieved. Now, only the matter of Princess Patty was troubling him. Alice's earnest request before leaving had put him in a dilemma, whether to heed or not. What should he do? Johnny was deep in thought, trying to find a solution that satisfies all parties. Humbertons he couldn't think of anything. He decided to consult Giovanni and Hendrix. Johnny shared his thoughts with them, and they pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, but finally shook their heads saying they didn't know. This infuriated Johnny, who scolded them for being unbrotherly and not helping when he was in trouble. Giovanni smiled apologetically and said, Johnny, going on the journey with Princess Patty is actually a good thing. Having a beauty as company all the way, and all expenses borne by the Emperor, where can you find such a deal? If it were me, I would have agreed. Hendrix chimed in agreement. Captain is right. You shouldn't be ungrateful. I envy you. Seeing the smug smiles on their faces, truly despicable ones, Johnny helplessly replied, there's nothing else to be done. Aunt Alice said we must set off in 3 days, so you two should prepare quickly. Let's slip away now. Even if I can't confront it, running away isn't bad either. At this point, Giovanni spoke to Johnny seriously. Johnny, I know you're heading to the Holy Divine Magic School to study, and I won't hold you back. You are the hope of our Earth mercenary Damanup. You must try your best. Do you mean you're not coming with me? Johnny was surprised. Yes, after discussing with Hendrix, we've decided to establish the headquarters of our Earth mercenary Damanup here. Don't blame us for taking the initiative. You know, our mercenary group has just been established, and there's a lot to do, personnel, funds, etc. So Hendrix and I decided to stay and manage it well. Rest assured, we'll wait for our deputy captain to return. When you come back, the Earth mercenary Damanup will surely stand tall on this continent. Giovanni spoke passionately, filled with ambition at that moment. Mitchell, though we've been together for only a few days, you've shown me that I'm not alone in this world. I have friends now, forever good partners, good brothers. Thank you. With these words, the three hugged tightly, tears of emotion and excitement streaming down their cheeks. It was a parting none of them wanted, perhaps brief separation leading to joy upon reunion. Johnny changed into ordinary mage robes and secretly set out with 1,000 gold coins. The rest naturally went to Giovanni for the use of the Earth mercenary Damanup, as he couldn't leave without showing some representation being the deputy captain. Yet Johnny did not forget to instruct Giovanni that if anyone from the palace asked about him, they should say he had gone traveling. Whether it was pitiful or otherwise, Johnny found himself fleeing again, this time to avoid a beautiful young girl. Imagine what people might think if this news spread. Johnny didn't dwell on it further, slipping out of Neutral City towards his destination. Mitchell, though Johnny could have used wind magic to fly, he chose to walk leisurely, enjoying the scenery along the way. However, soon a carriage raced up from behind and abruptly stopped in front of Johnny. Out jumped two familiar figures. It wasn't Princess Patty and Janice. Who else could it be? Johnny was dumbfounded. How did they catch up so quickly? Definitely those rascals Giovanni and Hendrix couldn't withstand interrogation and sold them out. Patty panted and said angrily, "You rotten thing. You left without even saying goodbye, making us chase you so hard. Am I that scary? Do you really need to hide from me? I never asked you to chase me. Besides, it's my choice to go. Do I need to report to you?" Johnny responded indifferently. At this moment, Janice tried to mediate. "Your Highness, please don't be angry. Johnny didn't mean it. Now that we've caught up with him, you shouldn't be upset anymore. If you damage your health, I won't be able to explain it to His Majesty. He bullied me. Why didn't you help?" Patty complained. Janice was at a loss for words and could only remain silent. "What do you mean not intentional? He obviously did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could he have slipped away without a word? This rotten thing." Patty remained unconvinced. She was fuming over his decision to leave them behind. If not for her father and teacher Alice's words, she wouldn't have agreed to accompany this boy to the Holy Divine Magic School at all. "Please show some respect when you speak. If I stink, then you should not have followed me. What exactly do you want?" Johnny said in a bad temper. "You need to apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't let it go. I admit I'm afraid of you. I'll apologize to you, okay?" Johnny reluctantly admitted. "Where's the sincerity in your apology? Apologize again properly." Patty seemed dissatisfied with Johnny's attitude. Janice couldn't help but shake his head, realizing the princess intended to make things difficult for Johnny. "Mitchell right. I, Johnny, sincerely apologize to Princess Patty for my mistake. I should have bid farewell to you. Please forgive me." Johnny finally gave in. "Now that's more like it." Patty smiled, looking truly beautiful when she laughed. After a while, Patty spoke again. "Mitchell, so, from now on, one calls me by my name, and the other can call me Mississippi. Don't keep calling me princess all the time. Got it?" Johnny and Janice exchanged glances, then nodded together in agreement. "Let's get going. It's already late." "Your Highness," Janice reminded her. "You forgot. Don't call me Your Highness. Call me Mississippi, remember that." "Yes, yes, miss." Janice quickly corrected himself. The three of them got into the carriage and set off towards the Turin Empire. Naturally, Johnny and Janice sat outside to drive the carriage. He didn't want to be stuck inside with Princess Patty. If she found fault with him, she might accuse him of disrespecting her, which wasn't worth the trouble. It was better to suffer a little inconvenience rather than invite trouble. Chapter 19 Super Enforcer. On the journey, Johnny and Elena couldn't help but bicker from time to time. Neither would yield to the other. Naturally, Johnny was the one who suffered more. After all, she was a beautiful young lady. Bullying a girl would be very embarrassing if it got out. Now Johnny was almost regretting himself blue, wishing he hadn't been soft-hearted and brought along this beautiful burden, making his own life difficult. Just as Johnny was watching the people on both sides of the road with interest, Janice suddenly pulled hard on the reins, startling the horse into rearing up while emitting a loud whinny. Both the carriage and its passengers were nearly overturned. Dead Johnny, you want to kill me? You don't say a word before stopping. Are you looking for trouble with me? Elena shouted fiercely from inside the carriage, thinking Johnny was deliberately tricking her. Hearing Elena in the carriage again venting inexplicably at him, Johnny simply said it wasn't him and ignored her. On this journey, Johnny realized that no matter what, he shouldn't respond too much to her, or else she'd keep pestering without end. If he couldn't avoid provoking her, he could still avoid her. Afraid Johnny might take the blame, Janice quickly explained. Sorry, miss, it's not Johnny's fault just now. Someone blocked our way, so I had to stop abruptly. Miss, are you hurt? Who dares block my path? Curiosity piqued upon hearing that someone blocked her path. Elena forgot about arguing with Johnny and quickly came out of the carriage. In front stood a youth around 30, ordinary looking yet exuding a lethal aura despite his faint smile. Johnny got off the carriage and walked forward, asking, "What do you need by blocking us?" "I'm here to earn money," the swordsman responded cryptically. Johnny countered, "Earn money? Do you mean you're causing trouble or you're hired to cause trouble?" "Neither. I'm asking if you'd hire me to resolve any trouble on your way from here to your destination. 30 gold coins per resolved issue. Fair price, no cheating. If not, 200 gold coins, and I'll leave." "Good deal. Don't flatter yourself. Why do you assume we'll encounter trouble?" Johnny chuckled. "Guesswork. So, do you hire me or not?" The swordsman grew impatient. "You really have an interesting business model. Maybe when I'm desperate for food, I'll join you. Johnny, your brother, you must look after me then." Johnny joked with the swordsman. "Kid, interested in this line of work?" The swordsman seemed to find a kindred spirit and started chatting with Johnny, perhaps because he seldom talked to anyone. "What if the people you approach refuse to hire you?" "I've already said, either hire me or pay 200 gold coins as fees. I can't come here for nothing." "What if we hire you and you can't handle the trouble?" "I trust my abilities enough to handle it," the swordsman replied confidently. "If we neither hire nor pay, what will you do?" "Humbertable. 2 words, rob. Kill." These simple words carried chilling intent from the swordsman's lips. Johnny wondered who such an intriguing person could be when Janice leaned in and whispered, "He is the infamous Baronly Troublemaker, known for being both an S-rank mercenary and sword saint. Once he attaches himself, you can't shake him unless you meet his demands or die by his sword. Even ghosts supposedly dread him, hence the name. Mitchell, though his strength is at the bottom rung among sword saints and S-rank mercenaries, never underestimate him." This guy sounds quite interesting, Johnny thought, amazed by someone so unique who sought employment this way. Johnny said to Baronly Troublemaker, "Mitchell, right, I decide to hire you. I'll give you 30 gold coins for each trouble you resolve. However, our carriage doesn't have enough space for you. You'll need to find your own means of transportation." In fact, Johnny had a hidden agenda by hiring Baronly Troublemaker so readily. If Elena caused trouble again, he could have Baronly Troublemaker deal with her. Plus, everything was on the house, so why not? He wondered who would be stronger between the two. He secretly hoped that Baronly Troublemaker could suppress the Jacqueline and thus save him from potential bullying. It thrilled him to hire one of the world's top S-rank mercenaries, a sword saint. No problem. Baronly Troublemaker scanned the passers-by, then without a word pulled a rider off his horse, threw him aside, jumped onto the horse, and smiled. "Now I have a horse. When our contract ends, this horse can still fetch some money. Isn't this highway robbery?" Johnny wanted to comment, but the horse's original owner beat him to it. "Who are you? You're robbing my horse in broad daylight. Give it back." Without lifting his head, Baronly Troublemaker coldly replied, "Get lost before I lose interest. You're lucky I'm in a good mood after getting this job. Another word, and I won't be so lenient. I never do business at a loss. One more word, and you'll be the exception." Onlookers stopped to watch the scene unfold. With more people around, the horse owner became more vocal. Baronly Troublemaker sighed as his sword flashed out, piercing the man's throat with lethal precision. Clearly, Baronly Troublemaker's prowess was no bluff. The horse owner left the world with an expression of disbelief. Johnny was both shocked and terrified by this display. Shocked by the strength and horrified by the ruthlessness over a horse. He felt pity for the dead man. Why couldn't he know when to stop? Only the living can seek revenge. Too late now, he died in vain. Hopefully, he'd learn this lesson in his next life. Seeing Baronly Troublemaker kill so effortlessly, the crowd scattered, none wanting to meet the same fate. No matter how exciting the show, none wished to be its star. Chapter 20, Trouble Arrives. They had been traveling for several days in a row, and Court's expression grew increasingly sullen. Surprisingly, the journey had been eerily peaceful with no one causing them any trouble at all. Without any troublemakers, he naturally hadn't earned any gold coins. Eyeing the imminent destination, he thought it would be unreasonable to have accompanied them on this trip in vain. Initially, he had presumed that their lavish carriage would surely attract attention on the road, but unexpectedly, no one did. The frustration. It was the constant bickering between Johnny and Elena that spiced up this otherwise monotonous journey. Throughout the journey, Johnny closed his eyes to meditate and enhance his mental power. After the incident at the Adventurers Guild, Johnny gained a fresh perspective on magic knowledge. Essentially, as long as your mental power is deep enough, you can mobilize more magical elements. In other words, one's mental power level determined their magic strength. Johnny also discovered that meditation was the best way to improve mental power, fully immersing oneself in it and forgetting the distractions around him. I wonder what level my mental power has reached. I should find an opportunity to test it, Johnny mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, through a series of events and meditation, Johnny had already transcended into the realm of Zhenge Magister, though he remained unaware. At this moment, they heard Court shout loudly, "Be on guard. Trouble is here." Trouble? Well, then you must be able to earn some money now, Brother Gue. Irrecriover. What kind of trouble can't Brother Gue handle? Johnny teased. Even Elena couldn't help but chuckle at being called Brother Gue. Becoming brothers with a ghost, haha. You are my employers, but respect me and don't call me Brother Gue. Otherwise, our employment relationship ends here, and don't blame me for not being polite, Court said indignantly. Soon, a large group of people descended from both sides of the mountains, numbering about 50. Among them were swordsmen, mages, and even archers. They appeared well prepared. Judging by the formation, they were none other than the infamous bandit mercenary corps known across the continent. Their leader, Holden, possessed strength comparable to a sword saint and excelled in fire magic. An extremely formidable opponent. This mercenary corps adhered to a brutal three-all policy: plunder everything, kill all, and burn all. Due to their formidable strength, various empires were powerless against them, ultimately allowing them to act with impunity. Under such indulgence, the bandit mercenary corps became increasingly reckless. Johnny and his 3 companions focused entirely on guarding their surroundings, fearing a sudden attack from the bandits. To ensure safety, Johnny cast a high-level light magic barrier, Aurora Wall, around the 4 of them. Inside, Court's thoughts churned tumultuously. The trouble before them was far more severe than he imagined, almost beyond his capabilities. Yet, since he was employed by Johnny, he needed to uphold his credibility. Even if he knew he wouldn't stand a chance, he could not retreat. When Johnny cast the protective spell on him, he felt a surge of gratitude and realized that Johnny and his companions weren't ordinary individuals, capable of instantly deploying high-level light magic barriers. Holden shouted loudly, "Listen up, the 4 of you. Leave your horses, vehicles, and gold coins behind. Michelso, leave the young girl. Everyone else, scram immediately, or we'll start attacking." As he spoke, a lecherous smile spread across his face. Possibly wary of Court, he hesitated to order his notorious 3-all tactics for fear of letting him escape and causing trouble later. Mitchell, though the bandit mercenary corps, didn't fear Court. Allowing him to escape during chaos could pose significant future threats. Elena was furious upon hearing their demands. Without holding back, she retorted, "What are you? Old coot like you. Do you deserve to keep me? Take a good look at yourself." The nearly 40-year-old Holden, instead of getting angry when called an old coot by Elena, chuckled lecherously. "This girl has some character. I like that," he laughed with his subordinates. To Elena, their laughter sounded revolting and terrifying, making her shudder involuntarily. After evaluating the strength disparity, Johnny made a decision. He turned to Court and said, "Brother Gue, handle Holden. I'll give you 300 gold coins." Court asked doubtfully, "Wasn't it 30 gold coins for each solved problem?" He didn't want to be labeled as untrustworthy for hiking prices during a crisis. Such rumors could ruin his reputation and livelihood. A person without credibility wouldn't get hired. He refused to engage in such dishonorable behavior. "Because this is a big fish, equivalent to dozens of his men. I assume it won't be easy for you to deal with him either, so I can't make it hard for you, Brother Gue." Johnny's words dispelled Court's doubts. If the employer didn't mind, why should he feel awkward? He patted his chest and said, "Your straightforward deal. What about the rest? How will you solve them?" Strangely, Court began to worry about Johnny. Perhaps Johnny's generosity and frankness had moved him. "The rest? I'll handle them. I also want to see how strong I've become," Johnny said casually. "My opponent. Don't snatch my opponent." Elena and Janice joined in for fun. Their bickering didn't matter much, but angered Holden and his men greatly. Did they think they were fish to be cut as they pleased? They would not let them off. They'd show them what underestimating bandits meant. One wrong choice, one wrong thought. And because of this thought, their bandit mercenary corps walked onto an irreversible path, a road to destruction. Court drew his long sword. What a beautiful sword. Its blade shimmered with cold light. It was undoubtedly a fine weapon. In comparison, Janice's sword looked far inferior. After all, their levels weren't on par. In an instant, the battle commenced. Court intercepted Holden's attack. A duel between 2 sword saints, incredibly thrilling. Janice also faced a swordsman of similar strength. As for Elena, just as she was about to find someone to spar with, Johnny pulled her behind and shielded her. He took on the attacks from the remaining enemies. Mitchell, though he didn't particularly like her, as a traveling companion, he couldn't let her get hurt. Among the bandits, there were powerful mages and swordsmen. A total of 18 mages and 31 swordsmen launched a combined attack on Johnny. Magic attacks came first, followed by sword strikes, each aiming for vital points, showing extreme ruthlessness. When the magic was about to hit Johnny and his group, the light magic barrier Aurora Shield came into play. After 49 experts managed to break through it, they were met with a deep blue water magic barrier, Water Curtain Chance. Then came the gray earth magic barrier, Earth Wall, and the red fire magic barrier, Fire Shield. Each type of protective magic appeared before them. Breaking one, another appeared. Before the enemy even made their move, they were already exhausted. If the defensive magic was already this formidable, how terrifying must the offensive spells be? Everyone shuddered at the thought. They realized they had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Several mages were nearly out of mental power, barely holding on. Johnny just wanted to test the extent of his defensive magic with these clowns. Thus, the various protective magics appeared one after another, thoroughly exhausting the elite fighters of the bandit mercenary corps. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for the bandits. But they stubbornly held on, pretending everything was fine when it wasn't, determined to fight to the end. Chapter 21: The Downfall of the Bandits. At this moment, apart from Safi Dutta, the leader of the bandit mercenary group who was barely holding his ground. After all, Safi Dutta and Gui Nanshan were evenly matched in strength. It was difficult to tell who would win. However, Oral had clearly taken the upper hand. This Oral was no longer the Oral from a year ago. He had already advanced to the rank of great swordsman and was just one step away from becoming a sword saint. The reason for his rapid progress was something only Oral himself understood. After being utterly defeated by Magister Edward last year, he returned to the capital city of the principality, dedicating his entire mind and effort to practice. 1 year of hard training had brought him to today's achievement. The two men unleashed their full fighting spirit, their attacks as relentless as a storm, and the clash of their martial energies filled the air with constant roars. Just then, Oral shouted furious gale thrust and became one with his sword. With an overwhelmingly powerful martial energy encircling it, his sword turned into a streak of light stabbing towards his enemy's vital point. Before his enemy could react, the sword had already pierced through his throat. The enemy great swordsman left this world with a look of disbelief on his face. Once again, Oral defeated his enemy with his signature move. Seeing that Oral had successfully dealt with the enemy and came over to help, Xavier waved his hand and said, "Brother Oral, go protect your master. I'm fine here. These guys aren't weak, so they're perfect for me to practice my magic on." Seeing how calm Xavier was, Oral did not waste words but walked straight to Elena's side, sword in hand, fully focused on the enemies around them. The people attacking Xavier were not fools. Realizing that the main player was about to launch an attack on them, they sped up their actions hoping to resolve the situation before he acted. But they were already half exhausted from trying to break through his protective spells earlier, and now that he was coming after them, they were no match. A few of the more cowardly ones attempted to flee at the last minute, only to be blocked by Xavier's magical attacks. Now that he was done playing around, Xavier showed no mercy, bombarding the evildoers with various advanced and low-level elemental attacks like wind and rain pouring down upon their heads. Under Xavier's terrifying magical assault, the bandit mercenaries fell one by one. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Once again, Xavier demonstrated his formidable magical power, proving to be a polymage of exceptional talent. Oral was stunned. He marveled at how Xavier had reached such a horrifying realm within just a year. When he first met Xavier, the boy couldn't even perform simple spells, yet now his strength was overwhelming, leaving anyone else no choice but to admit defeat. Calling Xavier a prodigy didn't seem sufficient. The word was inadequate. Elena was equally shocked. She never imagined that this unremarkable fellow who loved bickering with her actually possessed the might of an archmage. Relieved she hadn't provoked him, her eyes now shone with admiration and surprise. Gui Nanshan was also astonished. It was unthinkable that the employer he sought turned out to be a proficient, highly skilled archmage, someone far stronger than himself, and so young, just 17 years old. Secretly thankful he hadn't crossed swords with him, Gui Nanshan feared ending up like those bandits. Safi Dutta was equally shocked. His subordinates proved powerless against Xavier's magical onslaught. These elites he'd brought along were falling victim to Xavier one after another. Regretting deeply why he chose to antagonize these people, Safi Dutta cursed the miscalculation that led to the demise of his mercenary group. As 5 remaining swordsmen and 2 mages struggled desperately, Safi Dutta shouted, "We surrender. Stop this battle." Safi Dutta's expression was grim. He could not bear to watch his subordinates die one by one and lose all chances of turning the tide. You just decide to fight when you want to fight, and stop when you want to stop. Who do you think you are? You Vanda Han Sha when it's advantageous for you, and demand others to let go when it's not. There's no such easy thing in the world. It can't be ruled by you alone. Have you ever considered that your wickedness will one day bring you retribution? Not only did Xavier not stop his hands, but he also cast a fire spell, Meteor Firefall, which exploded the 7 people who had stopped fighting into pieces of flesh and blood. Now, the bandit mercenary group was left with only its leader, Safi Dutta, standing alone, virtually destroyed. "You demon, I'll fight you to the death." Safi Dutta's eyes were bloodshot, filled with killing intent. Like a roaring lion, he once commanded 50 men, and now only he remained. The once renowned bandit mercenary group vanished under his leadership due to a young mage named Xavier. He vowed to avenge his brothers and his mercenary group against this young mage named Xavier. "I'll make you bury my fallen brothers." Realizing that the bandit mercenary group was reduced to just him, Safi Dutta hardened his heart and crazily absorbed the surrounding fire elements. Sensing the movement of the magical elements, everyone understood that Safi Dutta intended to self-detonate. As a competent fire mage, if he succeeded, everything within a kilometer would be turned into cosmic dust. In response, Xavier quickly carried Elena and used the wind spell Levitate and Fly, pushing it to its limit to flee to a safe area. Gui Nanshan and Oral activated their full do cheat, closely following behind Xavier. The moment they reached the safe area, there was a deafening boom as Safi Dutta self-detonated, devouring everything within a kilometer with the energy produced. After the shockwave passed, what faced Xavier and the others was an enormous empty space where everything was gone, leaving only cosmic dust without a trace of life. The bandit mercenary group perished here because of a fleeting greed. They could only blame themselves. They should have paid for their wrongdoings with their lives. Originally, Xavier didn't intend to wipe them out entirely. Firstly, he despised the conduct of the bandit mercenaries, killing all, burning all, looting all, leaving nothing in the end. Secondly, he was enraged by how people treated him like a soft target, anyone thinking they could bully him. To avoid being bullied, he had to instill fear in others. Only then would they dare not to. A sharp slap snapped Xavier back from his thoughts. Only then did he realize Elena was still in his arms, her face flushed red with anger, glaring at him fiercely. Xavier quickly put down Elena, worried about the trouble this girl might bring again. Chapter 22. Never offend a woman. The sharp sound of slaps told everyone that Mitchell was in trouble, and it wasn't a small one. You pervert, you filthy thing. How dare you take advantage of me? Elena snatched Janice's longsword and slashed at Mitchell. She was livid. No man had ever held her like this from childhood until today, and now Mitchell thoroughly embraced her. Mitchell dodged Elena's attacks while yelling, I didn't do it on purpose. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been dead already. How could you be standing here talking now? You did it intentionally. You just wanted to take advantage of me. Elena wouldn't listen to Mitchell's explanations. She only wanted to kill this stinking rogue. Who wants to take advantage of you? You took advantage of me. Mitchell ran ahead while Elena chased him, their mouths filled with quarrels. Edgar and Janice laughed until tears welled up in their eyes. These two clowns had just escaped the danger of death, but were now bickering again, not having a moment's rest. Mitchell hurriedly hid behind Edgar and said, Brother Gouet, my troubles are coming. Whatever price you set, please help me. Edgar smiled and said, It's your own couple's business, solve it yourself. No matter how many gold coins you give me, I can't resolve this problem. You are the ones who are a couple. Elena approached Edgar, pointing her sword at his face and yelled, Stop making nonsense, or I'll chop you down. Elena's face turned bright red, embarrassed after being embraced by Mitchell and teased by Edgar. Edgar, scared, covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't want to provoke this young miss. Seeing Edgar unwilling to help him, Mitchell cursed Edgar as an ungrateful friend. Though cursing, he never stopped running. He didn't want to be stabbed by Elena. Elena seemed not willing to let go of Mitchell either, pursuing hard behind. Her mind was set on killing this stinking rogue who had taken advantage of her. If she couldn't kill him, she would certainly teach him a lesson. To take her advantage and deny it, then run away. In a panic, Mitchell even forgot about his wind magic and just dashed off with his legs. Before they knew it, the two had run for tens of miles. Panting heavily, Mitchell finally stopped, his clothes covered with dust. He was too exhausted to continue running, and his legs felt like lead. Just as he thought of resting, Elena arrived, sitting on the ground, dropping her sword carelessly. The princess' dignity was long gone. Her appearance was almost as bad as Mitchell's, disheveled and drenched in sweat. This chase really wore her out. From birth until now, she had never chased anyone so strenuously. Knowing it would be tiring, she should not have pursued him. After resting for a while, Elena angrily accused Mitchell. Why did you run so fast, trying to tire me to death? If you didn't chase me, would I run? Besides, I never asked you to chase me. I wouldn't have chased you so energetically if you didn't run. I'm not a fool to stand still for you to beat me up. You did take advantage of me, didn't you? What do you have to say about that? Miss, if I hadn't saved you, would you still be here talking to me? Please be reasonable. I didn't ask you to save me. How did you know I was definitely in danger? Can't I run away myself? Even if you wanted to save me, why did you hold me so tightly? And how did you know I couldn't escape? I am also a magician after all. You clearly just wanted to take advantage of me. Took advantage and denied it. Are you even a man? Elena berated Mitchell endlessly. What if I admit I wanted to take advantage of you? Mitchell decided to confess. He didn't want to entangle with her anymore. When would this end? She might not be tired, but he sure was. From now on, I'd rather offend a villain than a woman. This was Mitchell's innermost thought. Indeed, the saying that one would rather offend a villain than a woman is a profound truth. Mitchell's admission left Elena speechless. She didn't know how to respond. This was understandable, as Elena had grown up in the royal palace where everyone treated her with utmost respect, bowing and scraping or nodding obsequiously. Even her father, the emperor, dared not speak to her in a heavy tone. Only Mitchell dared to argue with her so boldly, which gave her unprecedented joy and excitement. She felt that this kind of life was more colorful and enriching. Thus, Elena often provoked Mitchell for amusement, quarreling and bantering with him intentionally. After quite some time, Janice and Edgar finally arrived. With their abilities, they could have arrived earlier than Mitchell and Elena, but they both understood it would be best not to interrupt this show. They preferred watching quietly without spoiling the fun. Feeling extremely tired after all the commotion, Elena simply went into the carriage to rest. She was exhausted, intending to deal with Mitchell later. Now, she just wanted a good rest. Janice dutifully guarded the carriage door. Seeing Mitchell's reproachful gaze, Edgar admired him and said, I never expected you to be a young mage proficient in all elements, with power comparable to the 7 great mages of the continent. I'm envious. Mitchell was unmoved by Edgar's praise and felt no pride, replying curtly, You unreliable guy, you refused to help me when I was in trouble. Don't think I'll hire you again in the future. Humph. Edgar realized Mitchell was still troubled by the previous incident and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, I really wanted to help, but my strength wasn't enough. So, I could only let you handle it yourself. Humph. Always making excuses. Mitchell's harsh tone startled Edgar, who feared Mitchell might take action against him. He had seen Mitchell's terrifying magical attacks, non-stop spells from various elements requiring immense mental power. Mitchell, though Edgar was also a sword saint, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Mitchell. Just as he began to worry about his fate, Mitchell got into the carriage and sped toward the capital of the Turin's empire. Edgar hurriedly followed on horseback, knowing he still had to protect Mitchell and company until their employment ended. Chapter 23. Enrollment Chaos. After a bumpy and tedious journey, Johnny and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the Turin's empire. The Turin's empire, the most prosperous country on this continent in terms of economy, military strength, land area, and population. The group first found an inn to settle in. After settling down, Johnny hurriedly went to look for the entrance of the sacred divine magic and martial school. When Johnny reached the school, he realized that the enrollment date listed on the announcement was still 3 days away. It turned out that Sacred Divine only held admissions twice a year, and this time they had to wait another 3 days. As long as one passed the admission test of Sacred Divine, a golden path to success would open up before them. One must know that Sacred Divine's graduates every year were highly sought after by various countries. If Johnny had not encountered so many events on the way, he could have arrived earlier. Seeing that there were still 3 days left, Johnny returned to the inn. "Don't you have a letter from Great Magus Sullivan addressed to the principal? Why don't you show it to them? Then you wouldn't have to wait here." Janice reminded Johnny upon seeing him return empty-handed. "I don't want to rely on my teacher's name. I wish to carve out a piece of sky with my own capabilities," Johnny explained, and after saying this, he took out the letter from his spatial ring and tore it to pieces. At this moment, with Johnny's strength, even becoming a teacher at the magic and martial school would be more than enough. He sometimes wondered why Old Man Sullivan asked him to come study at the Sacred Divine Magic and Martial School for no apparent reason. However, since the elder had instructed him to do so, he had to comply. After all, Old Man Sullivan was his teacher. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps the old man was somewhere laughing inwardly, evading this terrifying little plague. During these 3 days, Johnny, aside from eating, spent all his time meditating in his room, preparing to face the upcoming admission examination in peak mental condition. During this period, Elena visited several times, inviting him to go shopping with her, but she was mercilessly driven away each time, causing Elena to ignore him for days. Which also, Johnny's contract with Edgar Chan ended 3 days ago. Time flew by quickly, and the 3 days passed in a blink. When Elena came to find Johnny to go register, she discovered that the room was already empty. "You damn smelly Johnny, leaving so early without notifying us. What a stinky fellow you are," Elena muttered angrily. Despite her words, she hurried towards the enrollment office of the Magic and Martial School. Upon arrival, she was dumbfounded. There, Johnny was engaged in an argument with someone who appeared to be a responsible person for admissions. A large crowd had gathered around, watching intently. "What kind of school is this? You charge 10 gold coins just for registration and filling out a form. That's outrageous," Johnny said furiously. "Kid, don't spout nonsense here. If you think it's too expensive, you can leave. From your appearance, you look like a penniless wretch who can't afford the fees. Can't pay up? Then scram and don't obstruct our work," the official remarked coldly, noting Johnny's plain attire. "I hate people like you who judge others by their appearances and act as if you're superior. In reality, you amount to nothing. With scum like you in this magic and martial school, it won't be much better either. This rotten school isn't worth attending." Johnny spat, then threw the application form on the ground and stomped on it vigorously. "Are you trying to cause trouble at our school? Have you no idea what kind of place this is?" A few mage teachers approached, seemingly ready to teach the audacious kid a lesson. The crowd dispersed promptly, forming an empty space. Seeing the situation escalating, Elena hurried out from the crowd. Being raised in the palace, she was accustomed to dealing with situations like this and didn't want things to escalate into a conflict right when Johnny arrived. She said, "Teachers, I'm truly sorry. This is my friend's fault, and I apologize on his behalf. I'll pay his registration fee." Noticing Elena's luxurious attire, the official thought, "This girl must be a noble from some country. Even though princes and princesses are common in the school, we small fry can't afford to offend them." Considering this, the official told Johnny, "If it weren't for this young lady pleading for you, HMPF." Seeing Elena pleading for him and even offering to pay the registration fee, Johnny was not only ungrateful, but became even angrier. "I refuse to pay these 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins could support a family for a year. To have to pay 10 gold coins just for registration naturally upset Johnny, who had suffered much in his childhood. He could no longer submit to such power, not only for himself, but also for those poor children who couldn't afford schooling. Seeing Johnny speak to her like this, Elena scolded, "You ungrateful fool. I'm doing this for your own good, don't you understand? This is an important place. Can you just cause trouble here? Don't be ungrateful." At that moment, a ruddy-faced and vigorous old man emerged from the school gates, surrounded by a large crowd. The responsible teacher hurriedly greeted him. "Vice Principal, how did we disturb you? Why aren't you resting inside?" "Resting? How can I rest when it's the day of enrollment and there's so much noise outside? Do you want to drive me, old man, crazy? Don't talk like that. You are the Vice Principal, a famous Great Magus. We wouldn't dare trouble you no matter how bold we were." The teacher quickly flattered with a smile. "Why aren't you handling the admissions properly and causing such a commotion at the gate? If this gets out, what a terrible influence it will be. Well, a poor boy can't afford the registration fee, and I was just about to kick him out, which disturbed you. I'm truly sorry. Please go back and rest. I'll take care of this," the responsible teacher hastily explained. "A poor boy, where is he? I want to see him," the vice principal asked. To study at the Sacred Divine Magic and Martial School, students were usually from wealthy families or official households. It was the first time in its history that someone refused to pay the registration fee and caused a scene at the gate. Curiosity drove the vice principal to meet this person. "That's him." The responsible teacher pointed at Johnny through the crowd. The vice principal squinted and observed Johnny, a common teenager of around 16 or 17, dressed simply without any noble appearance. But his eyes showed an intimidating demeanor. His companion, the little girl, however, was beautifully dressed, radiating nobility, clearly from an official family. The vice principal spoke kindly. "Little boy, do you want to study here?" "No." Johnny's answer caught the vice principal off guard. Someone actually refused the invitation from the deputy principal of the most prestigious magic and martial school on the continent. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who you're talking to? The responsible teacher shouted. Johnny, already disappointed by what had happened, gave the teacher a cold look and walked away without a word, ignoring the many eyes watching him. Johnny, don't go. We haven't finished registering yet. Elena, seeing Johnny leave, rushed after him in panic. What did that little girl call him? The vice principal asked anxiously. She called him Johnny. What's up, vice principal? You. You. The vice principal sighed and told the responsible teacher. Go, bring that boy named Johnny back. If you fail, don't come back. I need to discuss something urgent with the principal. Remember, if you can't bring him back, don't return to see me. The responsible teacher was confused. Who was this little magician? But since the vice principal ordered it, he had no choice but to chase after Johnny. Chapter 24. It's easy to send a god away but hard to invite one in. Back at the inn, Johnny only brooded and completely ignored Amina and Janice's attempts to console him. Amina and Janice didn't give up, fearing that Johnny might do something rash out of anger. They had first-hand experience with Johnny's terrifying and bizarre magic. If he unleashed his full elemental power and fury, he could indeed cause serious chaos. But this was the capital of the Tolan's empire, and any trouble here would be hard to settle. Johnny, don't overthink it. The world is like this. You'll understand when you see more of it. Janice said. Dead Johnny, smelly Johnny. We've said so much. Did you even listen? We're all for your own good. Didn't I say I'd pay your registration fee? Amina was clearly displeased with Johnny's earlier behavior, getting so worked up over 10 gold coins. It was embarrassing. Her tone became rather harsh. But Johnny wasn't unaware of the dark side of human nature. He just couldn't stomach such practices, feeling uncomfortable with it. Johnny gave them both a scornful look and said, You, as a princess, and you, a noble's son, naturally don't care about those 10 gold coins. Raised in noble families, you've lived in luxury. Do you know what it feels like to be hungry and cold? Do you have any idea how many days of hard labor it takes for a poor family to earn 10 gold coins? Why are you being mean to me? How would I know about the life of poor people? I haven't lived like that, Amina said, looking aggrieved, her eyes welling up. She felt wronged. She had tried to help him, but instead of appreciating it, he was lashing out at her. If anyone else had spoken to her like this, she would have exploded. Among the people she interacted with, only Johnny dared speak to her so directly, which excited her in an unprecedented way. In fact, ever since they had clashed, a thread of affection had begun tying her heart to Johnny, deeply dependent on him, though she wouldn't admit it. Johnny paused, then continued. They want 10 gold coins just for enrollment. Without even considering other factors, how many poor children won't be able to attend school because of this? I can't stand their pretentiousness. I wouldn't go to such a snobbish school. If you won't go to St. Divine School, why did you come to the Tolan's Empire? Amina asked. Aye. Johnny couldn't answer her question. Not going to St. Divine. What was the point of coming here? And how would he fulfill the task given by Teacher Abram? It's okay, Johnny. What you said makes sense, and we understand. But we can't change the world situation. Let's not be upset over this. Leave the matter with the school to me, Janice said. Just as they were still arguing over what happened, the responsible teacher traced them back to the inn. Seeing the person, Johnny's temper flared again, and he spoke coldly. Who are you? Coming here to find trouble? Please don't misunderstand. The teacher quickly smiled apologetically. Forgive me for the earlier incident. I apologize sincerely. I don't know you. Leave now, or I'll really get angry, Johnny retorted, still seething from earlier and ready to vent. Seeing this, Janice interjected. Johnny, calm down. Let's hear what he has to say. The teacher gratefully looked at Janice and explained to Johnny. My name is Atlas. I'm a senior earth mage currently teaching at St. Divine Magic and Martial School. I didn't ask who you are or what you're doing. Cut the nonsense. Why are you here? Johnny was growing impatient. The vice dean invites you to visit our school, Atlas replied, feeling quite humiliated. He had never been reprimanded by a child before and had to talk politely. Who could blame him for offending the kid? The vice dean had warned him that if he couldn't bring Johnny back, he shouldn't return either. So, one humiliation led to another. I'm sorry, please go back. I won't go to your school. I'm just a poor boy. How dare I attend such a prestigious place? Johnny said lightly, while also using his words to subtly disparage St. Divine as a snobbish institution. You must come with me at least once. Otherwise, I can't return either. Atlas was almost kneeling to beg Johnny. I told you I won't go, and it's none of my business whether you can return or not. Stop nagging and leave now. If you don't, I will take action against you. As he spoke, stone pillars suddenly erupted from the ground where Atlas stood, their tips incredibly sharp, forcing Atlas to quickly retreat to the doorway in fright. A mage who could cast spells without incantation. This was the first thought that popped into Atlas's mind. He hadn't heard anyone chant a spell, yet an earth element attack magic had formed right beside him. To be able to cast spells without chanting, this was a feat only achieved by legendary archmages. Could this young boy really have such power? Atlas couldn't believe his ears and eyes, so he rubbed them and carefully examined everyone present. Janice was a sword master, so it couldn't be her. The young girl had a lower magic level than him, so it couldn't be her either. Could it really be him? Atlas didn't dare think further. If he did, he would lose his mind. Finally, he understood why the vice dean insisted on having him invite this young mage. He was likely a legendary archmage. If Atlas knew that Johnny was a full-spectrum mage, he might have truly gone mad. Johnny had released an earth magic, earth rock arrow, out of impatience, intending to scare Atlas. Since Atlas was an earth mage, it would be rude not to use earth magic in response. Fortunately, Johnny only scared him and did not harm him. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, Atlas would have been finished. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you really want to wait until I beat you unconscious and have people carry you back? To outsiders, Johnny's tone seemed arrogant and conceited, but he had every right to be given his strength. I'm leaving. Scared, Atlas tumbled out of the inn, realizing he couldn't persuade this great presence. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would indeed need to be carried back. Raphael, everyone has moments when they misjudge people. If he had known Johnny's identity earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Easily turning him away and then trying to invite him again, Atlas understood why the boy would act aloof. Now that he couldn't bring him back, he could only return and ask the school's 3 titans to intervene. These 3 titans were none other than 3 of the 7 great mages of the continent. Chapter 25. Your face really carries weight. When Atlas returned to the school empty-handed, the 3 powerhouses were discussing something important. Atlas knew it definitely had to do with that young mage named Johnny. The trio included Lemuel, the dean of the Magic Warrior School and a renowned Earth Grand Mage. Brinley, Johnny's seen Vice Dean and Wind Grand Mage. And Guido, the honorary dean of the school and a Light Grand Mage. Jed said, the person we've been waiting for has finally arrived. What are your thoughts on this matter? Of course, we should accept him as a student. A future holy mage teacher. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Mitchell weighs the impatient one. Blake blurted out his opinion first. At this point, Dean Lemuel said, you two shouldn't rush things. It's still uncertain if that boy could become a holy mage since we haven't met him yet. The top priority is to call the child over and see. As expected of a dean, he was rather cautious. He then asked, how did the boy leave in anger? Jed explained. He was unsatisfied with our school collecting 10 gold coins as an application fee and left. This child has quite a character. Over all these years, he's the first to object. Grand Mage Blake added, Dean, you don't believe what old Jackson and President Mario say? With their testimonies, there's no doubt about this matter. That's enough. Let's not make blind speculations here. Everything will be clear once the boy arrives. I've already sent Atlas to fetch him, Jed interrupted. Seeing the 3 deep in discussion, Atlas didn't dare enter rashly. If he upset them, he'd regret it forever. But Jed, ever observant, saw Atlas hesitating at the door and shouted, what are you dawdling for? Come in. Summoned by Vice Dean Jed, Atlas carefully stepped in, wary of angering him. Not only had he failed his mission, but also offending him now would mean trouble. After bowing to the 3, he quietly stood aside. Where's the boy? Why did you come alone? Jed noticed something amiss as Atlas entered without the boy. With nowhere to run, Atlas shakily reported. The young mage refused to follow me. No matter how I begged, he wouldn't budge and even attacked me. There was nothing else I could do but return and report. You couldn't handle such a simple task. Worthless, Jed reprimanded, telling Atlas to reflect on his actions. Turning to Lemuel, he awaited further instruction. Stroking his white beard, Lemuel calmly said, this boy seems very stubborn. We old bones must pay a personal visit. Why do you need to go yourselves? That gives him too much face, Atlas questioned, warning against lowering themselves for an unknown individual. Mind your own business, Jed rebuked, and all 3 exited, leaving Atlas behind with a stern order to follow. The sight of 3 grand mages together shocked the entire school. Students whispered and guessed about their mission. One person slipped away unnoticed. Upon reaching the inn, they found Johnny and others packing up. Atlas rushed forward, blocking their way. What do you want again? Johnny asked. Look behind me, Atlas replied. Johnny turned to see 3 elder magicians in purple robes. They must be from the Holy Magic Warrior School. Seeing 3 grand mages personally visit, though upset inside, Johnny respectfully greeted them. What brings you 3 honored ones here? So, you're the young mage named Johnny. Blake walked around Johnny 3 times, muttering, good, very good indeed. Your physique is certainly unattributed, Lemuel gently said to Johnny. Child, would you like to study at our school? No. Johnny didn't seem to think much of it, rejecting the invitation from the dean of the Holy Magic Warrior School, just as he had rejected Jed. Why not? Is there something wrong with our school? Lemuel was now puzzled. Someone actually rejected his offer openly. Anyone in the Turin's Empire, or even the entire Zhenge Continent, could make the heavens and earth change color if they stamped their feet. If he wanted to admit students, the queue could stretch all the way to the Eastern Sea. Now this guy named Johnny wasn't willing. That was interesting. Jed seemed to understand after thinking about what happened earlier. He said, are you unhappy because our school charges 10 gold coins for the application fee? I can tell you now, we've decided to cancel this practice. Would you be satisfied with that? Mitchell, though Jed was only a vice dean, some things he said still counted. Really? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Johnny was still somewhat skeptical. How could an old man like me lie to a child? If you don't believe me, you can ask the dean of our school, Jed said. At the same time, Lemuel nodded, indicating his agreement with what Jed had just said. I'm just an unknown kid. Why would the 3 of you cancel this rule for me? Johnny asked. Because it was unreasonable to begin with, so we canceled it, Lemuel replied. It seemed that these 3 old fellows would do anything for Johnny. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Atlas's eyes were wide open, witnessing another miracle. The 3 pillars of the school changed a system that had been in place for hundreds of years for a young mage named Johnny. Could it just be for this future holy mage teacher? I have 2 more requests, Johnny said. What are they? Speak up, Johnny said. 1. Since the application fee has been canceled, we should let more capable poor children study at the school. 2. I don't want any special treatment. I want to get in by my own ability. Humbert's their goal was the future holy mage teacher. It would be a waste not to use this opportunity. The first one, no problem. As for the second one, With your current strength, you're already qualified to be a teacher at our school. Even if you enter the school, several of us old bones will personally teach you, Lemuel said, appearing a bit puzzled about Johnny's second request. So, will you agree or not? Johnny asked. Fine, I agree. After we return, I'll delay the enrollment date by 3 days. Lemuel once again changed the school's rules for this future holy mage teacher. He was really generous with concessions. This all made Atlas witness yet another event. The matter was settled amicably, making everyone very happy, especially Aliana, who seemed more joyful than anyone else. Her beautiful smile was stunning. She simply said something no one opposed. Johnny, your face really carries weight. Atlas received an order to strictly keep everything that happened today a secret, not to reveal a single detail externally. Otherwise, severe punishment awaited him. Is there anything in this world that can be kept completely secret? That was impossible. Just then, someone in the imperial palace of the Turin's Empire was reporting to the emperor about the news he had obtained. Chapter 26. Investigating your origin. The Turin's Empire's council hall was unusually solemn. Emperor Han sat on his throne, his eyes gazing sternly down at the person reporting to him. This individual was none other than David, who had just slipped away from a crowd. David, I ordered you to keep an eye on those 3 old fellows every move. Why have you returned? Han said. It turned out that this David, ostensibly a student of the Holy Magic and Martial School, was actually a spy placed by Hans within the school to monitor the movements of the 3 Grand Mages. Humberter, I had urgent information that required immediate reporting, David respectfully replied. Urgent? Tell me what's so urgent. Well, today those 3 old fellows left together as if they were going for someone, David reported truthfully. You mean they all left for one person? Hans's expression was incredulous, his voice rising with excitement. He thought to himself, who could possibly be important enough to warrant the personal attention of 3 Grand Mages? Not even he had such influence. Yes, it seems they went for a young mage. A young mage, causing 3 Grand Mages to go personally? David, are you sure you're not making this up? Be careful, or you might lose your head if you lie to me. Your Majesty, I would never dare deceive you. I've already sent someone to track them down, and we'll soon know exactly who they met, David assured him. Hans had been closely monitoring these 3 elders for some time, sending numerous agents to watch their moves. They were thorns in his side in his ambition to dominate the continent. Without complete confidence, he dared not act rashly. If they united against him, his empire might fall before he could achieve his goal. 3 Grand Mages combined could destroy any nation, including Turin's. Soon after, David's subordinate returned and waited outside the hall for an audience. Bring him in quickly, Hans ordered, eager to learn the identity of the person the 3 elders visited. Upon hearing the report, Hans was stunned. He couldn't believe that the 3 elders had gone to meet a mere 17-year-old young mage. He wondered about the youth's background. David, immediately investigate everything about this young mage named Johnny. Gather all the information related to him, including anyone associated with him. Understood. Yes, Humberter. Yes. David exited with his men. As the First Empire, Turin's had a highly efficient intelligence network. Soon, comprehensive investigation files were laid before Hans. The documents detailed Johnny's background. Johnny, 17 years old, a multi-elemental mage with power nearly matching a Grand Mage, from Rafelsius Empire. Initially taken under the wing of Fire Grand Mage and Guildmaster Dylan, later sent to study at the Holy Magic and Martial School. Along the way, he formed a group called Earth Mercenary Team with a dwarf named Giovanni in Iva Principality. The number of mercenaries is currently unknown. Karina, 3rd Princess of Iva, 16 years old, disciple of Water Grand Mage Juliana, accompanied Johnny to the Holy Magic and Martial School for reasons yet to be determined. Dorian, 27, great swordsman, commander of the Royal Knights of Iva Principality. Major events, caused chaos at the Mercenary Guild and single-handedly dismantled a bandit mercenary group. Reviewing this detailed report, Hans's hands trembled. Now he understood why the elders treated Johnny with such importance. A multi-elemental mage, a potential saint mage, a title unseen for 3 centuries. The elders saw hope in Johnny. The difference between Grand Mages and Saint Mages was vast. Even the 7 Grand Mages combined might not defeat a single Saint Mage, especially a multi-elemental one. If a Saint Mage were to serve me, why should I fear those old fellows? Dominating the continent would be as easy as turning over my hand. Hans muttered to himself. When he saw the name Amina, a flash of barely perceptible malice crossed his eyes. That detestable Floyd actually dared to use the beauty trap to lure him. Mi-sang shi gungtong shishi, andili chi shangbar, tamen so dao yichit. Ku, shidai fu. Ni hui yong murinji, wei hui, dao shiho zhengzhan dalu, diiga shan mirlat, nina, adina gongol. In the harem, Hans was talking to a little girl. Belle, my dear daughter, you've always been clamoring to do something for your father. Now father has a mission for you. Do you want to accept it? This little girl was Hans's youngest daughter, named Belle, who was also 16 years old. She was an incredibly beautiful little girl currently studying in the magic class at the Magic and Martial School, excelling in wind magic and already reaching the level of a mid-level mage. Upon hearing that her father had a mission for her, Belle became excited, hopping up and down while urging, "What is it? Tell me quickly." The task sounds simple but can also be very difficult, Hans said enigmatically. Regardless of what the task is, as long as father gives it to me, I will complete it, Belle declared with firm determination. In your school, there will be a young mage named Johnny coming in a few days. Your mission is to get close to him and win his favor. Michelso, under no circumstances are you to reveal that you are the princess of the Turin's empire, Hans instructed. Upon realizing that her father's mission involved getting close to a strange man, Belle instantly grew displeased, pouting and saying, "What kind of task is this? I won't do it." After a moment, she began to plead, "Father, please give me a different task. There is only this one task. I won't do it, I won't do it." The idea of a young lady actively approaching a stranger was too embarrassing, causing Belle to cry and fuss. "You must do it, even if you don't want to." Hans left a harsh statement and turned to leave, leaving behind Belle's protests. To draw Johnny over, he was determined and willing to make sacrifices. Without making significant efforts, how could he hook anyone? For the unification of the continent, sacrifices were necessary. Chapter 27, The Examination Raffaelli. Time passed quickly, and the day of the entrance examination had arrived. When Johnny and his companions reached the school's admissions office, it was already teeming with people. The scene was even more spectacular than before. Even Elena and Janice, who were accustomed to grand spectacles, were amazed. Unbeknownst to them, it was because of Johnny's request to Zane to waive the 10 gold coin registration fee that this change occurred. It changed the history of Sacred Holy Academy. His single request allowed more capable children from impoverished families to enter a higher-level school for education. As a result of his request, the overall strength of Sacred Holy Academy took a leap forward. No longer was it a paradise for the children of nobility, and the name, Johnny, would be recorded in the annals of Sacred Holy. This time, Johnny made up his mind to apply for the martial arts class. He still remembered clearly how Elena chased him last time, leaving him exhausted and gasping for breath on the ground like a dead dog. No matter how powerful magic was, without a robust physique, it was all for naught. Next time if that girl chased him again, he would tire her out to death. With his mind set, Johnny pushed through the crowd toward the place where martial arts tests were being held. "Excuse me, may I ask you a question? Why is a mage like you taking the martial arts test? Shouldn't you be applying for the magic class?" A young swordsman asked. Johnny was stunned at first, then he replied, "Well, my magic skills aren't good, so I have no choice but to find another path." "I see. Good luck then," the young man said. "Thank you, I hope you pass too. I don't want you to fail because I was looking forward to having a classmate like you," Johnny said humorously. "To your words, my name is Sebastian, 18 years old, and I sincerely wish to make friends with you," Sebastian said as he extended both hands for an embrace. "My name is Bridget, 17 years old. I also hope we can become good friends." Saying this, Bridget embraced Sebastian deeply. This embrace symbolized their friendship. Though Johnny could genuinely befriend him, caution was necessary when meeting someone new. "Ha ha!" Both burst into hearty laughter, completely ignoring the astonished gazes around them. At that moment, Sebastian called out, "Bridget, Bridget, there's a beautiful girl coming over. She's so pretty, look back, she's staring at us." Bridget turned around to see none other than Elena. He thought, now this is troublesome. Leaving without saying goodbye this morning was wrong, but I didn't expect this little girl to chase after me here. I wonder what kind of torture she'll come up with now. Putting on a smile, he said, "Why did you come over? You still have the nerve to ask me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye this morning?" The girl looked very angry. "Why are you taking the martial arts test here? I searched everywhere for you. What do you mean by this? If you don't want to be with me, just say it straight instead of running away alone." "Bridget, do you know her? Looks like you two have a special relationship. I envy you." Sebastian interjected suddenly. Johnny chuckled bitterly and said, No, don't say nonsense." Elena huffed angrily. "If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I won't let this go." The little girl exploded. How dare he leave her behind and run around? Her uncle might endure it, but not her aunt. "You should know that my magic isn't that great. So, I had no choice but to take the martial arts test," Johnny hurriedly explained, daring not to admit that he was afraid of being chased by her. Before she could finish speaking, "You call yourself?" Johnny covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her aside, whispering, "Don't shout so loudly, or I'll expose myself." Elena pushed away Johnny's hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Why did you cover my mouth so tightly? Did you want to suffocate me? Why are you taking the martial arts test? Why does he call you Bridget?" "As for why I'm taking the martial arts test, let me explain later. As for why he calls me Bridget, it's because this is a new life, a new beginning. I don't want anyone to know about my past, so I temporarily named myself Bridget. Please keep it secret for me." Johnny tried to delay explaining, hoping to hide as long as possible. "What do I get for keeping it a secret?" the little girl threatened. "Indeed, too much talk will lead to mistakes. I shouldn't have told her so much," Johnny muttered dejectedly. Then he said, "Tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. This is what you asked for, don't go back on your word. However, I haven't thought of the favor yet. I'll tell you when I do," Elena deliberately teased. Poor Johnny was completely under her thumb. He could only give an exasperated smile. "You two are whispering there. Care to let me in on it?" Sebastian asked. Johnny hurriedly shook his head and said, Nothing. He didn't want Sebastian to know too much about him so soon. Seeing that Johnny wasn't willing to talk more, Sebastian didn't press further. He looked around and remarked, "This year is truly strange. There are more people taking the entrance exam at Sacred Holy than ever before, and a lot more children from poor families have come. Wasn't Sacred Holy always the paradise for noble children? How did things change now? Really weird. Right, Bridget, do you know why?" Johnny certainly wouldn't say it was his doing. Even if he told the truth, people might not believe him. Who would think that Zane would change the rules of Sacred Holy for him? Now faced with Sebastian's question, he ambiguously replied, "How would I know? I'm not the principal of Sacred Holy. But isn't this great now? It allows us children from poor families to enter higher level schools to study. In fact, Johnny felt very excited and moved inside. Seeing so many kids like him who could come to Sacred Holy, he was sincerely happy. Well, we shouldn't dawdle here. Let's head to the examination venue quickly. This is my third time applying to Sacred Holy. If I fail again, all my efforts will be wasted. Sebastian urged Johnny to hurry, fearing any delay. You've applied twice before? Your strength doesn't seem low. How did you fail? Johnny suddenly became interested in Sebastian's past attempts. He wanted to know more about Sebastian's previous exams. Hearing Johnny's words, Sebastian frowned and said, "To my shame, my family is poor. The first time, I managed to scrape together the 10 gold coins for the registration fee, but failed due to insufficient strength. What about the second time?" Johnny pressed on. "When I came back confidently for the second attempt, I couldn't afford the 10 gold coin fee and was turned away," Sebastian said wistfully, then brightened up. "Now it's better. Sacred Holy has abolished this rule, and I have more confidence in myself." Understanding Sebastian's feelings, Johnny didn't say anything more. He knew exactly how it felt. Humbrance he understood. He should empathize with others. With more empathy and tolerance, one can gain more honest friends. Chapter 28, Elena's Conditions. The three of them walked and talked along the way. Mitchell asked, "Sebastian, do you know how to take the martial arts test?" After a brief moment of thought, Sebastian replied, "Actually, it's quite simple. When the time comes, the examiner will place a power measuring stone in front of you. Mitchell, you need to do is channel your aura through your sword into the stone. Is it that simple? Then how do we know if we are accepted? This is even easier. If the power measuring stone emits a dazzling light, it means you're accepted. Otherwise, you're not," Sebastian said with ease, as if he was full of confidence. At this moment, Elena tugged at Mitchell's clothes from behind, signaling him to slow down with her eyes. Mitchell slowed his steps and continued walking a few paces behind Sebastian. He asked Elena in a complaining tone, "Why did you pull me? Just say what you want." Raphael Mitchell. Sensing something amiss, Elena immediately scolded, "You rotten thing, stinky thing. Why are you so mean to me?" As she spoke, Elena acted as if she had been wronged. Knowing very well that Elena was pretending to be wronged in front of him, Mitchell still felt at a loss for words. Helplessly, he said, "My lady, what do you want again? I have never seen anyone who is so hard to please. You always act like a victim for no reason. Do I owe you from my previous life? It's all because you bully me." Elena scolded, hitting Mitchell with her small hands as she spoke. Mitchell grabbed Elena's small hand and said, "I bully you? You should thank the heavens and the earth that I don't bully you back." Mitchell did not hold back in his tone. Thus, one sentence after another, the two began their smokeless war. "Aren't you two done yet? We've already argued twice in such a short time. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go ahead." Seeing Mitchell and Elena arguing again, Sebastian stopped and reminded them. "Brother Sebastian, you go first and wait for us at the examination place," Mitchell said to Sebastian. "You too." With that, Sebastian left on his own. "Now that nobody's around, what did you tug me for just now?" Mitchell asked Elena. "I just wanted to remind you that you don't know any aura at all. It would be better for you to give up now before you embarrass yourself later," Elena replied. "So that's it." Mitchell suddenly realized. "Isn't that it? What else could it be? I kindly reminded you, but you were so mean to me. You rotten, stinky thing." She started crying loudly, as if she was heartbroken. "Stop crying, please. It's all my fault. I apologize to you. I didn't mean to be mean to you." Seeing Elena's tears, Mitchell knew he had misunderstood her kindness and apologized hastily while defending himself. He feared seeing Elena cry. They had known each other for some time, but Mitchell was no longer as hateful toward Elena as before. However, he was unwilling to interact too much with her. In his mind, he was just a poor boy, while she was a high-ranking princess, and they belonged to different worlds. "You clearly did it on purpose. You thought I'm an easy target to bully." Elena tried to lecture Mitchell. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes turned, and she exclaimed excitedly, "I got an idea. I got an idea." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mitchell was puzzled by Elena's sudden change. "You're the crazy one," Elena pouted. "Then what are you shouting about? What condition are you talking about? Didn't you promise me before that if I gave you some perks, you'd keep secrets from me? Don't tell me you're going back on your word now. If you don't keep your promise, I'll reveal all your secrets." Humph. The little girl seemed to have caught Mitchell's guilt and used it to threaten him. "How can I not keep my word? If I promised you something, I'll do it. So what's your condition?" Mitchell forced a smile, appearing relaxed but inwardly cursing. A woman's heart is the most venomous. This saying couldn't be more true. This little girl isn't even a grown-up, yet she knows how to threaten me. Who knows what will happen when she grows up? No, I must guard against her from now on to prevent being tricked again. Elena said mysteriously, "My condition is that you mustn't be mean to me in the future. If I'm unhappy, you have to make me happy. If I get sick, you have to take care of me. And if anyone bullies me, you have to help me teach them a lesson." Elena went on and on, almost making Mitchell faint. This was clearly making him her caretaker, enforcer, and servant all in one, no different from selling himself to her. But since he had promised, there was nothing he could do but agree. "Mitchell, right, I promise. I guarantee I'll only be good to you for my entire life. Never hit you, never scold you, never be mean to you, and do whatever you ask me to do. Is this okay?" Mitchell pledged earnestly to Elena. "You're such a good boy now." Elena laughed happily. After laughing, she asked, "But how will you participate in the martial arts exam without knowing how to use aura?" "That's not your concern. Whenever difficulties come, there will naturally be ways to deal with them." Mitchell suddenly remembered that Janice hadn't come along and asked, "By the way, why didn't Janice come with you? Where is he?" "He received an order from my father and rushed back to Ivo Principality," Elena replied cheerfully, excited at having Mitchell's promise. With this, she could now bully him legitimately. This guy, leaving without even saying goodbye. Next time I see him, I'll definitely give him something to remember, Mitchell muttered to himself. However, his words were caught by Elena's keen ears, who giggled and rebuked him. Isn't this what you taught me? Every time you just leave without a word and then blame others for doing the same. Isn't that too domineering? I couldn't help it. Mitchell found another loophole in his statement and tried to justify himself with a rather lame excuse. What can't be helped? Exactly that. Elena wanted to say exactly abandoning people, but fearing Mitchell would laugh at her, she hesitated and didn't continue. Exactly what? Mitchell asked curiously. It's nothing. Let's hurry to the exam site. Sebastian is waiting for us. Elena quickly changed the subject, not wanting to talk about this anymore. Chapter 29 The Teacher's Doubt. When Johnny and Elena arrived at the martial arts examination hall, they found Sebastian dancing with joy. Naturally, Sebastian also saw Johnny and immediately ran over to excitedly say to Johnny, Emifa, I passed. I passed. Look, this is my student ID. As he spoke, he handed over his cherished treasure for Johnny to admire. Johnny said, Congratulations, Sebastian, and returned the student ID to Sebastian. Thanks. By the way, why haven't you gone for the test yet? Sebastian asked. I'm going right now. I don't know if I can pass. I have no confidence in myself at all. As Johnny spoke, he expressed deep worry about his abilities. In reality, Johnny was thinking about how to get in since he had never learned martial arts before. How could he possibly produce mana for the test? Don't lose heart. I believe you will pass. I have confidence in you. Sebastian encouraged Johnny. With your good wishes, I'll try hard, Johnny said casually. At this point, he had already thought of a way to sneak into the martial arts class, but of course he couldn't say it now. He'd talk when he got in. In fact, Elena was also quite worried. She knew Johnny's background, a mage without mana taking the martial arts exam. It sounded incredible. Despite her worries, she didn't feel right stopping him. This classmate, you should take the magic exam. Why did you come here? A teacher responsible for the exams asked. He was a middle-aged swordsmaster around 40 years old. His spirited and healthy appearance indicated that his strength was certainly not low. He had at least reached the mid-level swordmaster stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be teaching at Saint Divine. One must know that even the lowest-level martial arts teachers at Saint Divine were Zhenge swordmasters, let alone the 7 sword saints who were even stronger. At this moment, the teacher looked at Johnny dubiously, as if trying to see through him. Hearing the teacher's question, Johnny hurriedly replied, Hello, teacher, it's like this. I used to study magic, but there wasn't much progress. Considering I've made no remarkable achievements in magic, I decided to switch to martial arts, which would at least help me stay fit. The teacher believed Johnny's fabricated story, even admiring his own ability to lie effortlessly, calmly, and confidently, without hesitation. So, you are just starting to practice mana? The teacher asked curiously. Yes, you could say that. Is there any problem, teacher? No problem. Let's start the test now. The teacher took out a deep purple ability testing stone, a common material on Zhenge Continent used for testing students' mana due to its hardness. The teacher placed it in front of Johnny and said, Classmate, just try to use your sword to infuse all your mana into this energy stone. Teacher, it's that simple? Johnny asked, receiving a slight nod from the teacher. After getting an affirmative answer from the teacher, Johnny continued to ask, Teacher, I have a small request. I wonder if you could grant it. Is there anything else you want to ask, classmate? The teacher seemed quite reasonable and patient, allowing Johnny to ramble, making Johnny appreciate the teacher even more. Once again gaining the teacher's permission, Johnny boldly said, Teacher, can I do this without using a sword? What do you want to use then? The teacher asked in surprise. A mage taking the martial arts exam was already surprising enough, but saying he wouldn't use a sword for the test was even more astonishing. Mitchell, though many people didn't use swords during their tests, it was an extremely rare occurrence. Sebastian, who had just succeeded in his exam, chimed in. Emifa, everyone is eager to use a sword, and you don't want to. Isn't there something wrong? Johnny did not answer Sebastian's question, but instead looked hopefully at the teacher, hoping the teacher would agree to his small request. Mitchell, right. The teacher readily agreed to Johnny's request. Great, great. Now I can rest assured. What did you mean by rest assured, classmate? The teacher seemed to have caught on to something. Nothing. Teacher, let's start the test. Johnny hurriedly changed the subject. He didn't want the teacher to know his method. At this moment, more and more students gathered around, some who had passed, and some who hadn't. They all watched with curiosity, wondering how this little mage would pass the martial arts exam without a sword. Some people struggled to pass even with a sword, yet this young mage boldly claimed he wouldn't use one for the test. This group of onlookers was made up of those seeking amusement and those genuinely interested in learning. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Johnny extended his right hand and gripped the ability testing stone. Soon, the deep purple stone emitted a faint glow. The crowd buzzed in surprise, and what astonished them even more was that the stone's light grew brighter and stronger. In a short while, it shone with dazzling purple light, causing the surrounding air to whirl rapidly with increased brightness. With a loud bang, the ability testing stone could not withstand Johnny's immense energy and exploded. It was a thorough and complete explosion, leaving barely any fragments to collect. Amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, Johnny withdrew his hand. Fortunately, these were stones easily found everywhere. If they were crystals, even Saint Divine would be unable to bear such destruction from Johnny, as he had managed to destroy the stones so thoroughly during the test that no fragments remained. While the crowd still stood there dumbfounded, the teacher asked curiously, Are you really just starting to learn martial arts? Your strength rivals that of a sword saint. After saying this, he rubbed his eyes hard. He doubted his own eyes after what he had just witnessed. Even he couldn't achieve such ease in doing that. Yet, this beginner mage did it, displaying power rivaling a sword saint. Seeing someone of such strength come to take an entrance exam was indeed astonishing. Teacher, I'm sorry, I lost control just now. So, will you be angry? Johnny said cautiously. No problem, no problem. The teacher was elated beyond words, having discovered a gem right before him. A mere ordinary stone held no importance. So, teacher, have I passed the test? Johnny asked. Look at me. I've forgotten everything else in my joy. Now, I officially announce that you have successfully passed Saint Divine's entrance exam. As he spoke, he handed a card to Johnny. Johnny knew it was his student ID. Having successfully passed the entrance exam, Sebastian and Elena came over to congratulate him. Sebastian congratulated Johnny on passing the exam, and then said, Emifa, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. A person with power rivaling a sword saint. I'll need to ask for your guidance more often. Johnny smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Elena leaned close to Johnny's ear and whispered, Stinky Johnny, how did you do it just now? Tell me quickly. If you don't, I'll tell the teacher you cheated. Sweat dripped down Johnny's face. This girl was threatening him again. Mitchellwright. All right, I'll tell you when we get back, okay? Johnny was truly afraid of this girl who constantly either cried or threatened him. Can't you tell me now? Elena persisted. Only when she noticed Johnny glancing at Sebastian did she realize there were others around. She then stopped questioning and pulled Johnny off to celebrate, with the ever-present third wheel, Sebastian, following closely behind. Chapter 30. The secret behind the examination. A magician who could not manipulate Docheat actually passed the martial arts entrance test miraculously. This event spread quickly throughout the holy divine magic and martial school. Joniko had no idea that he had already become a celebrity in the school, becoming the subject of people's discussions. A 16-year-old little magician who couldn't perform any Docheat, but possessed strength comparable to a sword saint. It was unimaginable just thinking about it. Joniko and his companions did not care what others said or thought. They were now celebrating their successful passage through the martial arts entrance test at a hotel. They raised their cups in celebration, chatting merrily. Elena's face appeared even more charming under the influence of alcohol. Royce's eyes lingered on Elena's face for a long time. He stared blankly at her and said involuntarily, So beautiful. When Elena's gaze met Royce's, her cheeks turned even redder. Being stared at by a man made her feel extremely embarrassed, as if her heart was pounding like a drum, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Despite the embarrassment, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Which girl doesn't yearn for love or enjoy being praised for her beauty? Love and beauty are every woman's nature. Joniko did not care what they were saying or doing. He was engrossed in eating the delicious food in front of him on the table. He hadn't tasted such good food in a long time and regretted that his parents didn't give him an extra mouth. Suddenly hearing Royce say so beautiful out of nowhere, he couldn't help asking, Royce, what do you mean so beautiful? Realizing his indiscretion, Royce hurriedly came to his senses and replied wittily, Nothing, nothing. I'm just saying how beautiful these dishes look. Look, red and green. Isn't that pretty? He dared not reveal his true feelings and could only use the dishes on the table to evade Joniko. Fortunately, Joniko wasn't listening carefully and resumed eating after replying, as if he hadn't eaten anything for 300 years, and his eating manners were far from graceful. Elena couldn't help reminding him, Can't you eat slower? No one is competing with you. You look like a reincarnated starving ghost. Isn't this stuff delicious? Aren't you two eating? Joniko responded while eating, almost choking on the food he had just swallowed. Elena was momentarily speechless. Was this food really that delicious? Seeing Joniko wolfing down the food, she couldn't resist picking up a piece and putting it in her mouth to taste. It tasted the same as usual, nothing special. She couldn't understand why that guy found it so tasty. Halfway through the wine, Elena asked under the influence of alcohol, Should you tell me now? Tell you what. Joniko decided to play dumb. Angered, Elena grabbed Joniko's ear and yelled, You stinky thing, stop pretending. Let go, my ears are about to fall off. Joniko begged for mercy, inwardly cursing. This little girl is truly domineering. I can let go if you tell me how you managed to pass that entrance test. Elena finally brought up the topic. Royce also perked up his ears to listen attentively. He also wanted to know how Joniko had passed the entrance test. He had wanted to ask, but hadn't had the chance. Now, Elena had asked on his behalf, and he couldn't wait to hear the secret. Let go first. Speak first, then I'll let go. You won't let go, so I won't speak. If you don't speak, I'll tell the teacher. Elena threatened Joniko again. Joniko finally gave in. He couldn't defy the pain inflicted by this little girl. He had no choice but to confess. Actually, it's quite simple. It's just a transformation that converts magical elements into a form similar to Docheat. Initially, I tried it out of curiosity, and surprisingly, it worked. But why didn't I feel the fluctuation of magical elements back then? Are you tricking me again? Elena didn't believe Joniko's explanation. Docheat and magical elements were fundamentally different things. They couldn't be converted into each other. Did she look like a fool? It's true. Why would I lie to you? I just neutralized all kinds of magical elements together. Joniko almost cried out as Elena pinched his ear, his expression extremely painful and pitiful. Royce and Elena exclaimed simultaneously. Royce couldn't have imagined that Joniko was actually a magic expert, and moreover, a magician proficient in all branches of magic. Elena marveled at how this guy had improved so much in such a short time, capable of neutralizing all kinds of magic elements into one form. What kind of power would it take to achieve that? Would the magic elements not conflict with each other? Water and fire do not mix. Water elements and fire elements cannot be fused together. Yet Zhenge managed to fuse them, as well as other magical elements. This news was even more shocking to Elena than Zhenge's successful passage through the martial arts entrance test. She involuntarily released Zhenge's ear. Zhenge rubbed his red ear from Elena's pinch, saying in irritation, "You little girl, you're so fierce, like a she-tiger. If you keep acting like this, no one will want you. How will you get married? Why should I care about what you think?" Elena gave Zhenge a contemptuous look. Royce couldn't help asking curiously, "Are you really a magician proficient in all types of magic?" "Yes," Zhenge answered frankly. "Humbertons, you are a master of all sorts of magic. Then Bridget mustn't be your real name, right?" "Bridget is indeed not my real name. My real name is Zhenge. It's not that I deliberately concealed it from you. I had my reasons. Can you understand that?" Humbert's Royce already suspected his identity. Zhenge decided to admit it straightforwardly. Continuing the pretense when someone already suspects you only means you are dishonest. Royce was a reasonable person who understood propriety. Seeing that Zhenge didn't want to say more, he wouldn't pry further. Everyone has their secrets. With Zhenge revealing his astonishing strength to pass the martial arts test, the three felt relieved and uplifted. However, there were still people who didn't know the secret behind it. A person appeared at the door, peering at Zhenge's table. Zhenge noticed the newcomer, who looked like a steward in his 40s. Thinking he might be there to cause trouble, Zhenge said bluntly, "If you want to pick a fight, come over here instead of lurking around." The newcomer hurried inside, politely explaining, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble." "So why are you here?" Zhenge's tone implied a demand for an explanation. "I am here on behalf of our lord, inviting you to visit his residence." The newcomer revealed his purpose. "It seems I don't know your lord." Zhenge was a bit surprised. Another person was inviting him. He was just a nobody, so why did so many big shots invite him now? Previously, when he could do nothing, everyone looked down on him. Now that he had some skills, they were all inviting him. It truly was a world where only the strong were respected. "You don't know our lord?" Zhenge asked again. The newcomer hesitated and replied, "You will know once you arrive." He also mentioned someone you know. "Someone I know?" "Yes, you'll know once you get there." The newcomer kept giving the same answer. "Then lead the way." Zhenge thought he should find out who this big shot was and who this acquaintance might be. Originally, Elena wanted to advise Zhenge not to go, but the words couldn't leave her mouth. She could only follow along. Chapter 31, Sword Saint Joseph. After arriving at their destination, Sebastian was unceremoniously stopped outside, leaving him feeling quite depressed. He wished he hadn't come along. Being stopped at the door made for a rather embarrassing situation. He could only watch as Johnny and Elena entered. From the grandiose appearance of the entrance, it was evident that the household belonged to someone influential or wealthy. Once inside, a middle-aged man with a prosperous look came forward, smiling broadly as he greeted Johnny and Elena. "I presume you two must be Johnny and Elena. What an energetic young man, and such a beautiful young lady." Johnny felt somewhat puzzled. He had never met this middle-aged man before. How did he know their names? Perplexed, he asked, "Senior, how do you know our names?" "Don't give me any senior this or that. It sounds so formal. Just call me uncle." The middle-aged man replied in a cheerful tone. "But, uncle, I don't seem to know you. Not knowing me doesn't mean I can't be your uncle. Do you think I'm not qualified enough to be your uncle?" The middle-aged man then said, "Let me introduce someone to you too, and see if I qualify as your uncle." Johnny and Elena exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding what this middle-aged man intended to do. Then they heard him shout towards the back, "Come out already. The children are waiting for you." The light footsteps clearly belonged to a woman, and more specifically, a beautiful one. When the figure appeared, Elena darted towards her, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher, why did you come here? Sharon has missed you so much." It was indeed Water High Mage Augusta. She stroked Elena's hair, saying, "You miss your teacher, yet you don't even send a message. Well, who has the time, right? But my heart really misses you and father. If you don't believe me, ask that big rascal," Elena said, pointing at Johnny with a childish demeanor. Johnny also stepped forward to greet Augusta. "And Augusta, it's great to meet you here." "Johnny, tell me, did this one miss her teacher?" Elena interrogated Johnny. Yes, of course she did, and Augusta. "Elena misses you very much," Johnny replied with a bitter smile, fearing Elena's threats should he slip up. "Well, kids, let's go inside and talk," the middle-aged man said. Once inside, Johnny asked first, "And Augusta, why are you in the Turin's Empire, and how did you end up here? Why didn't you inform us so we could have picked you up?" Augusta replied, "Your concern is appreciated. Let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Joseph." "Sword Saint Joseph," Johnny blurted out, surprised to find that this middle-aged man was none other than the water sword Saint Joseph. Looking at his attire, he seemed more like a businessman than a formidable sword saint. Joseph laughed, turning to Johnny. "Now, do I have the qualifications to be your uncle?" Of course. "Uncle, greetings." Johnny hurriedly addressed him as uncle. Augusta continued, "Actually, Emperor Sherman was worried about Elena traveling alone to the Turin's Empire, so he requested me to come and check on her. And truthfully, I missed Elena too." "How is father?" Elena asked. "Well, your father nearly died from worrying about you. You've been out for so long without contacting him. He said all his affection was wasted." Augusta joked. "I haven't had the time, but I do always think about father and you." "Teacher," Elena defended herself hastily. "Or perhaps you've been too busy flirting with Johnny." Augusta teased Elena, making her cheeks turn red, stammering, "Teacher, don't tease Sharon like that. I hate it. I won't talk to you anymore." Even Johnny blushed down to his neck, wondering why the conversation had taken such a turn. After a moment of jesting, Johnny turned to Joseph and asked, "Uncle, may I ask why you invited us here? It couldn't just be to see Aunt Augusta, right?" "You're sharp, Johnny. Of course, there's more to it than that. Didn't you pass the Holy Divine Magic and Martial Academy's martial arts entrance exam? According to Augusta, although you are a powerful mage without any aura of battle chi, you passed that test with skills comparable to a sword saint. I was curious about someone who lacks battle chi yet possesses strength rivaling a sword saint, so I sent for you," Joseph explained calmly. Before Johnny could respond, Elena interjected, "How else could he pass the entrance exam if not by cheating?" Johnny shot her a look that clearly said, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute," scaring Elena into sticking out her tongue and retreating. Cheating. Joseph was a bit puzzled. Could the admission teacher be a fool or blind to let a candidate cheat right in front of him? Now even Augusta was curious, asking, "Johnny, tell us, what really happened?" Seeing both elders eager to know the secret, Johnny dared not hide it anymore and told them everything. The most shocked of all was Joseph. It was incredible that someone could convert magical energy into battle chi. What kind of strength was that? Wouldn't it mean that mages on the continent could all practice battle chi and martial skills in the future? If all those mages became experts in both magic and martial arts, where would there be room for pure swordsmen like them? Joseph did not dare to imagine further. In reality, he overestimated others. Only a mage with enough realm and strength could achieve such conversion. Johnny could only be considered an exception, or perhaps a mutation, proficient in various magics, yet able to convert magic power into battle chi at will. Even Augusta looked incredulous. How long had she not seen this boy? And now he could harmonize elements of all magic schools. She even doubted whether Johnny was human. It seemed he was getting closer to the legendary archmage. "Johnny, since you can turn magic power into battle chi, why bother taking the martial arts test? Wouldn't it be better to join the magic class? Irrecriover, given your current strength, probably few on the continent can match you. Even if you enter that magic martial school, who has the qualifications to teach you?" Joseph found Johnny increasingly enigmatic. "To go to the Holy Divine Magic and Martial Academy was my teacher's advice, which I must heed as a junior. They said studying at Holy Divine would allow me to learn more, so I came here. Why take the martial arts test? Because I realized my physical strength is lacking, and I fear running from enemies in the future. I want to improve. Even if I cannot win, I can still escape. Mitchell, though I can convert magic power into battle chi, it is superficial. Real strength comes from hard training." Johnny felt guilty. He dared not say he wanted to learn battle chi to escape Elena. Such an admission would surely make the little girl furious. So he rambled on, giving an ambiguous explanation that managed to impress Joseph, who nodded repeatedly. "Well, since everyone is here today, we should have a nice gathering. Let's have dinner here." With that, he called for preparations to be made. Chapter 32, Unhappy Memories. "You've spent so much time with Johnny. How do you find him?" Mildred asked Raffleton cautiously during a relaxed moment after having their fill of food and drink. Hearing her teacher's inquiry about what she thought of Johnny, Raffleton instantly felt her face turn red, warm to the touch as she lowered her head shyly, unsure of how to answer. Your teacher is asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Look at you. Your face is all red." "It couldn't be." Mildred teasingly poked fun at Raffleton. "Teacher, you're joking with me again. I don't like him at all. He has a bad temper, is stubborn, always thinks he knows everything, and worst of all, he always bullies me." Despite Raffleton's repeated denials, her expression betrayed her feelings. "If you don't like him, why would your face turn red? Isn't that just proving it?" "Teacher, when you mentioned Johnny, why did your little face turn so red? And besides, I didn't say anything about liking him. Look at your blushing face. Can't you even tell your own teacher?" In truth, Mildred's real purpose for coming to the Talon's Empire was at the behest of Rashad to ensure that Patty and Johnny ended up together. The current situation on the continent was too tense for the Eridina Principality to have enough time to prepare for war. War was imminent. Rashad had made up his mind. If only Patty and Johnny would fall in love, but if she refused, he would have to tie them together by force. For the sake of his people, he was willing to sacrifice his daughter. Such was politics. Some must always make sacrifices. Meanwhile, Johnny and Malcolmoy were also enjoying a lively conversation, chatting away merrily. Johnny rubbed his swollen belly and chuckled, saying, "Uncle, the food at your place is really delicious. Look at me, my stomach is bulging from eating too much today. These past few days in the capital have been better than being a celestial being, carefree and indulgent. Back then, I could only dream of such luxury. In the past, I was happy as long as I had enough to eat." "Oh, didn't you have enough food and clothes before? Could you tell Uncle more about it?" Malcolmoy showed a hint of surprise, his curiosity piqued. With Johnny's strength, there shouldn't have been a time when he lacked food or clothing. Any empire would snatch him up if he waved his hand. Past miseries were hard to recall. Johnny first thought of this phrase when reminiscing about his past, enduring hardships without proper meals or clothes, bullied and ridiculed by others. Whenever he thought about his former life, he felt indescribably bitter, forced to say helplessly, "Uncle, it's all in the past. Let's not bring it up anymore, all right?" Suddenly, a familiar name flashed through his mind, one that left a deep impression, hard to erase. Johnny earnestly requested of Malcolmoy, "Uncle, you're familiar with the capital. Could you help me find someone? What person could make you miss them so much? Tell me who they are." "Her name is Alexandria, 17 years old. Uncle, can you help me find her?" "If you can help me find her, I'll do whatever you ask," Johnny said. She was his only companion from childhood. Coming to the Talon's empire and not finding her would make him feel guilty. It was his fault. He had only just remembered his only childhood friend after so many days. It seems this girl means a lot to you. What about you, Ware? You can tell that little girl likes you, Malcolmoy remarked. Upon hearing Malcolmoy compare him to that girl, Johnny quickly replied, those are two different things. Uncle, you don't understand. Alexandria was my only friend in childhood. She helped me when I had nothing to eat or wear. She supported me when I was bullied and laughed at. Without her, I wouldn't be alive today. 1.5 years ago, we escaped our tormentors together. During our journey, she came to the Talon's empire to find her aunt, while I had the fortune to be taken in by Master Abram and Master Dylan to learn magic, which led to today's Johnny. I couldn't protect her back then because I was powerless. Now that I have the ability, I won't let harm come to my companion again. Rarely does one find such devotion. Leave this matter to your uncle. In this capital, I still have a few connections. Malcolmoy, never expecting Johnny's tragic past, readily agreed to Johnny's request. You stupid, smelly thing. Who is this Alexandria? Raffulfin glared fiercely at Johnny, with barely concealed tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered some great injustice. She is my dearest friend and companion. Is she as important as I am? Raffulfin gave him a threatening look, implying that if he didn't tell her, she would devour him. Talking about another girl so fondly in front of her was clearly not considering her feelings. No wonder she was upset. Johnny also had a puzzled look, thinking that Raffulfin was having another fit. What was she angry about this time for no reason? Whenever she acted up, she would always glare and yell at him. Unaware of Johnny's lack of emotional intelligence, or if he was pretending not to understand, Raffulfin was upset because she liked him, but he was talking fondly about another girl right in front of her, disregarding her feelings. No wonder she felt hurt. Answer me. Am I more important to you than Alexandria? Seeing Johnny unwilling to answer, Raffulfin grew anxious. She really wanted to know what position she held in Johnny's heart. Raffulfin, I don't understand what you mean. Who's more important? At this crucial moment, Johnny became confused, failing to notice that Raffulfin liked him. You heartless thing. With that, she cried and ran out, transforming her wishes and sorrow into endless tears from her heart to the world. Johnny, Raffulfin likes you, can't you feel it? Mildred reminded Johnny before chasing after Raffulfin. She didn't trust leaving Raffulfin alone as she feared the girl might do something foolish. Look at what you've done, spoiling such a good mood. Malcolmoy said regretfully, then turned to ask Johnny. Johnny, are you playing dumb or truly dense? Don't you like Raffulfin? It's not that I don't like her, but I'm afraid to like her. What do you mean by that? Is Raffulfin not beautiful, or it doesn't have status, thus not matching you? Malcolmoy got a little angry. Knowing that Malcolmoy misunderstood him, Johnny explained immediately. Uncle, you know Raffulfin is not only beautiful, but exceptionally so, and she is the Jacqueline of Eridina Principality. Her status, appearance, and rank are all far beyond me. You know I'm just a poor boy living at the bottom of society with no looks, money, or status. We come from completely different worlds. You fool, I wish I could beat some sense into you. How can you talk about not being matched in status and looks? Even I am not as old-fashioned as that, and certainly you should not be more so than your uncle. Listen up, if our Raffulfin likes you, you'd better treat her well. If you make her unhappy or upset, just see how I'll deal with you. Malcolmoy was genuinely angry and almost wanted to discipline Johnny for his blindness. Please, uncle, don't force me. Let me handle this on my own, Johnny pleaded. Mitchell right, I won't meddle, but let me make this clear. If you make our Raffulfin unhappy, think about the consequences yourself. With those words, Malcolmoy left after berating Johnny a bit. He found Johnny truly exasperating, rejecting such a beautiful princess who liked him. Chapter 33. Heroes find it hard to resist beauty. These past 2 days had been quite depressing for Mitchell. If not for the smooth passage of the martial arts entrance exam, which brought him a little comfort, he really would have gone crazy. He knew in his heart that after spending so much time with Elena, she had developed feelings for him. Mitchell, though he too felt something vague toward her, he didn't dare accept her affection and was even unable to face her sorrowful gaze. And Caterman's threats from the side only made matters more difficult. Whether accepting or rejecting made no difference. Mitchell could only hide in his room, quietly reflecting. At least, Elena was sulking somewhere out of sight, giving him some peace and quiet. Deadhead, stinky thing, what are you still doing in the room? The door was flung open by Elena with an unwelcome sound ringing in Mitchell's ears. He nearly jumped as he saw that the door had been shattered open by one of Elena's magic water balls. That poor door stood no chance under the attack of her magic water ball, completely beyond repair. What are you doing? Couldn't you just use your hands? Mitchell picked up a few splinters, feeling a natural sense of regret seeing the door ruined like that. Elena ignored Mitchell's lamentation over the door and advanced to interrogate him. Why did you shut the door so tight that I couldn't push it open? So, I had to use my magic. See how powerful I am. Mitchell right. Alright, stop fooling around. What do you need? Mitchell felt somewhat anxious, with Elena breaking the door, who knew what trouble she'd caused next. Upon hearing this, Elena's face fell slightly, but she said softly, Today is the entrance test for the magic class at the Sacred Divine Magic Martial School. You have to accompany me. No. Anyway, I'm not joining the magic class. Besides, don't you have Aunt Airlie with you? Mitchell rejected Elena without hesitation. Do you want to go or not? Not going. Mitchell insisted. You're really not accompanying me, right? Absolutely not. Well, then don't regret it later. With those words, Elena turned and left Mitchell's room. Oh no. Mitchell thought it strange. She usually tangled with him endlessly, yet today, she was unexpectedly agreeable, definitely up to something, and chased after her. Whether it was Elena intentionally walking slowly or Mitchell chasing eagerly, he soon caught up with her. Turning back to see Mitchell pursuing her, Elena coldly asked, "What are you chasing after me for?" "Elena, you're acting a bit odd today. I'm worried about you." Mitchell replied insincerely, thinking how unlikely it was for anything bad to happen to her. "Is that so? You also worry about me? Thanks. But mind your own business." Elena was still holding a grudge, and she didn't care if her words upset Mitchell. "And why are you rushing now? Can I not worry about you looking like that?" Mitchell asked concernedly. He feared that this girl might stir up some incident. "Nothing special. I'm going to discuss something with the martial arts teacher and chat a bit." A cunning glint flashed across Elena's eyes. Though the sentence seemed plain, to Mitchell it sounded like thunder. This girl must be threatening him again using the cheating scandal in his martial arts test. How annoying. "I give up on you. I'll come with you, just don't blabber about it." Mitchell was genuinely scared of this girl. He wondered whether he owed her something from a previous life, hence constantly repaying her through being threatened. Or maybe it was the other way round. Whatever it was, they were indeed destined to clash. "Of course it's your choice, I didn't force you." Elena's heart danced in delight, enjoying seeing Mitchell helpless before her. "Yes, I chose to come." Mitchell gritted his teeth and answered, "That's better. If you're mean to me again, I'll expose you. Let's see if you still dare to bully me." Elena pouted. "Okay, quit nagging. Nag any longer, and you'll miss your exam." With that, Mitchell pulled Elena's hand and walked toward school. The Sacred Divine Magic Martial School consisted of two main parts, the martial arts section located in the west and the magic section in the east. Each part occupied half the area of the whole school, an area vast enough to rival a small to medium-sized city, demonstrating how affluent the Sacred Divine Magic Martial School was. After a long detour, they finally arrived at the location for the magic class entrance exam. In front of the testing platform, there were 5 long tables lined up in a row. On the tables, nearly 30 crystal stones, about the size of a fist, were placed in a series. Mitchell felt a bit curious and asked a fellow student standing beside him, "Excuse me for interrupting you. Isn't this the entrance test for the magic class? What are those numerous crystals on the table for?" The student hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Mitchell was another young mage taking the exam, he replied amicably, "Those are the test questions for the magic class entrance exam. During the test, you input the magic elements you've studied into the crystals. If 8 or more of them light up, you've passed the entrance exam." "Oh, I see. Thanks. You're welcome." Not long after, the student returned with a rather dejected look, muttering something to himself continuously. "Student, what happened? You don't look very happy." Earlier, Mitchell had been chatting with Elena and hadn't paid attention to how that student performed during the test. Now, seeing his appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "I almost made it, but unfortunately, cough, all because I didn't work hard enough regularly. How many crystals did you light up? Your strength doesn't seem low. You should have passed smoothly." That student now appeared very agitated, grabbing Mitchell's hand and saying, "7. Just one short, and I could have passed this test. Just one." Mitchell's hands hurt from being tightly gripped by the student, so he could only say with a bitter smile, "Student, please calm down. I know a few leaders at Saint Divine. Perhaps I can speak to them on your behalf." "Really?" That student looked at Mitchell with disbelief, seemingly reigniting hope. "Yes, could you tell me your name?" Sorry. My name is Bear. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." The student quickly told Mitchell his name. His hopes were on Mitchell now, so how could he not be sincere? "Mitchell, right. Bear, my name is Mitchell. My partner needs to take the exam, so I have to go over there and watch." Mitchell saw Elena getting ready on the platform and hurriedly said goodbye to Bear, fearing she would cause trouble if he wasn't there. "Good luck to you." Bear watched as Mitchell walked away, sincerely wishing him well. Chapter 34, Dragging Me into the Water. After Elena went up on stage, she first paid her respects to the teacher in charge. Then, under the teacher's cue, she slowly infused water element magic into the crystal stone. 1, 2, 5, 9. When Elena's magic elements could no longer continue, the 14th crystal did not light up. By then, Elena was already drenched in sweat, indicating that she had just used all her might to light up 13 crystals. "This student, your strength is quite remarkable, lighting up 13 crystals. That's at par with a mid-level mage's capability. After entering school, work hard to enhance your strength as soon as possible." A supervising teacher praised Elena and encouraged her further. "Thank you for your praise and encouragement, teacher." With that said, she hopped down from the stage, heading over to Mitchell to claim credit. Seeing her pass the entrance test smoothly, Mitchell went up to congratulate her. "I didn't expect you to be so impressive, lighting up 13 crystals. That's not simple." Faced with Mitchell's compliment, Elena felt proud and even more excited, blurting out without restraint, "Just see if you dare bully me after this." "Humph, you stinky thing." Mitchell was annoyed. He came to congratulate Elena but got mocked by her instead. "I never provoked you. Why are you cursing me? I couldn't help it because I'm happy. This time it's my fault. Can you forgive me?" She stuck out her tongue and pouted before clinging to Mitchell coquettishly, leaving him in a bitter smile. "Mitchell, why don't you go up and take the test? I know your magic is terrifying. How many crystals can you light up?" Elena had an idea to make Mitchell participate. Knowing his formidable magical prowess, she wondered how many crystals he could light up, which would give her a goal to chase. Mitchell waved his hands continuously. No. I registered for martial skills, not the magic class. I won't go up there to risk embarrassment if I fail." "Teacher, my partner also wants to take the magic test. Is it possible? He's very powerful." Realizing she couldn't persuade Mitchell, Elena turned to the responsible teacher for help. Surely, Mitchell wouldn't escape the invitation from the official teacher. The responsible teacher believed Elena and said to Mitchell, "This student, please come up for a test too." let's see if you can pass the entrance test for the magic class. But teacher, I have already passed the martial skills entrance test. Participating in the magic test might be inappropriate. You should accept the invitation. Many people on the continent cultivate both magic and martial arts. Besides, your partner thinks highly of you, so come up for the test, the teacher insisted. Hurry up and go up. Without warning, Elena gave Mitchell a harsh kick from behind. As Mitchell cried out in pain, he was sent onto the stage, glaring angrily at Elena, who was smiling to herself. She wanted to find out how far the gap between her and Mitchell was, and this was the perfect opportunity. Under Elena's sly scheme and the enthusiastic invitation from the teacher, Mitchell reluctantly walked towards the testing platform. Initially, Mitchell intended to hide his true strength, thinking to let just a few crystals light up, avoiding unnecessary attention. However, Elena's insistence on him trying his best made Mitchell give up on the thought of slacking off. With everyone watching closely, Mitchell reluctantly channeled fire element magic into the crystals. He was furious, but kept working. Oh, looks like we have a fire mage here. Among the astonished voices below, a row of magic crystals rapidly lit up. When it reached the 28th one, the responsible teacher quickly added another 20. The lighting stopped after the 41st crystal shone brightly. Mitchell sighed deeply, feeling a bit tired. But the responsible teacher stared at him wide-eyed, speechless for a long moment. Teacher, is it okay now? If so, I'll go down, Mitchell asked. The teacher quickly recovered and said apologetically, sorry for my reaction. This student, you managed to light up 41 crystals, close to a high-ranking archmage strength. Teacher, you're flattering me. I just did it casually. What? You just did it casually. If you had tried your best, it would be. The responsible teacher was so surprised that he didn't know how to continue. Unbeknownst to him, Mitchell was proficient in all elemental magics. If known, lighting up 42 crystals would indicate the power of a high master mage. Lighting up 49 crystals would mean the strength of a grand master mage. In the history of Zhenge Continent, the most crystals lit were 53 by the Earth Grand Master Mage Damon 300 years ago, and that was when he was over 80 years old. Even now, the most powerful mage on the continent, the president of the Mages Guild Bede, could only light up 45 crystals. But this child before him was no more than 17 or 18 years old and could already light up a total of 41 crystals. It seemed that the world would ultimately belong to the younger generation. That magician is the student who passed the martial skills entrance test with near-sword saint strength a few days ago. I didn't expect his magical power to be equally terrifying, able to light up 41 crystals. I admire you so much. Someone in the crowd recognized Mitchell, and instantly Mitchell became the focus of everyone's attention. Regardless of gender, students squeezed forward to catch a good look at this young top-notch talent. Under everyone's influence, Mitchell became both an object of admiration and challenge for boys, and a target pursued by girls. Who wouldn't be moved by a young genius proficient in both magic and martial arts? Lenore was lost in excitement as each crystal lit up one after another. Seeing people gather around Mitchell, especially noticing some pretty girls pushing their way forward, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Without a second thought, she shoved the girls who were trying to get closer to Mitchell, almost causing them to team up against her. Seeing more and more students gathering around, the responsible teacher feared something might happen. Immediately, he cast a 10-meter-wide protective barrier around Mitchell. With the strength of a master mage, his barrier wasn't something these students could break through. As they pressed against the transparent barrier, the crowd could only gaze curiously at Mitchell inside the barrier, as if he were an unfamiliar magical beast. Mitchell felt extremely uncomfortable and regretted having put in his full effort. Students, please do not gather here. There will be plenty of time to chat once you pass the entrance test. Whoever still disobeys will have their application disqualified, the teacher shouted loudly. Faced with the threat, the students reluctantly stepped back. They all understood the severity of the situation. No one wanted to face consequences at a magic and martial school. Why rush when there's plenty of time ahead? Seeing a path cleared, Mitchell grabbed Lenore and quickly left. He did not want to be on display like a monkey in front of everyone. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 35, Adelaide's Purpose. As the saying goes, humans fear fame as pigs fear growing too fat. The more Mitchell didn't want to be famous, the greater his reputation grew, overshadowing even headmaster of the magic school, Lemuel, like a blazing sun at midday. He was a legend in the school's history, not only being a student who passed the martial arts entrance test with sword saint level prowess, but also someone who almost matched high magister strength in the magic entrance exam. A contemporary young prodigy with both magical and martial talents applying to study at Sacred Holy Magic and Martial School caused no less a sensation than each of the continent's major wars. His actions drew attention from the entire faculty and student body, as well as the upper echelons of every country on the continent. For someone with combined sword saint and high magister capabilities still to need to study at Sacred Holy, could it really be so strong? Intelligence agencies of various countries went into overdrive, especially those of the Tollens Empire. Mitchell, though this Sacred Holy Magic and Martial School was right under their noses, it was the first obstacle to conquering the entire continent, and the current situation made removing this obstacle increasingly difficult. Mitchell treated all this with derision and didn't take it seriously. Amina, meanwhile, watched Mitchell cheerfully and somewhat weirdly every day, her ambiguous gaze filled with adoration that left Mitchell uncomfortable. Can you stop staring at me like that? Do I have bugs on my face? Wiping his face awkwardly, Mitchell asked when he saw Amina staring at him like that. Amina, holding her cheeks, said with a playful smile, "There are no bugs on your face. It's just that I've found you getting more handsome. Forget it. I know myself better than you do. With how rare it is for you to praise me, You must be up to something. How could you think so poorly of me? Amina hopped up indignantly, pointing at Mitchell's nose with a pout. I'm praising you wholeheartedly. Why are you randomly complimenting me like this? I know what I'm worth. This sudden praise from you is a bit hard to get used to. You'll get used to it slowly. One day, you'll see I'm an outstanding girl, beautiful, charming, and graceful. Amina boasted shamelessly before Mitchell. This must be Mitchell, a fellow student. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl around 16 or 17 walked into Mitchell's room and greeted him. After successfully passing the martial arts entrance test, Mitchell had naturally been assigned his own room. Puzzled by how this girl knew his whereabouts and name since they'd never met, he was about to ask when she spoke again. My name is Adelaide. I am 16 years old and a second-year student at Sacred Holy Magic and Martial School, majoring in wind magic. We didn't ask your name or anything else. We just want to know why you're here. Ever since the girl stepped into Mitchell's room, Amina felt a deep sense of imbalance. What good could come from a beautiful girl visiting Mitchell? Thus, her words were decidedly unwelcoming. Hearing Amina's hostile remark, Adelaide wasn't offended but replied with a smile. It's like this. I heard Mitchell was the first person in Sacred Holy's history to pass both martial arts and magic entrance exams with abilities rivaling a sword saint and close to a high magister. Out of envy and curiosity, I wanted to see for myself. Then you've seen him. Now you can leave. Amina extended her hand, making a pleased gesture to show Adelaide the door. Amina, how can you be so impolite to guests? Mitchell reprimanded Amina, then turned to apologize to Adelaide. I'm truly sorry. My friend was out of line. Let me apologize on her behalf. It's nothing at all. Adelaide waved it off, reassuring them. Don't act so noble. She came alone as a girl to find you. Nothing good can come from that. Amina vented her frustration on Mitchell. This beautiful girl was Princess Belle, the youngest daughter of Emperor Hans of the Tollens Empire. Initially, Adelaide protested against accepting Hans's mission, but hearing that a young mage named Mitchell had managed to pass the martial and magical entrance exams with sword saint level skills and near high magister power intrigued her. She decided to meet this Mitchell herself. Having learned his address from the school, she came straight to see him. Initially disappointed by Mitchell's plain appearance and simple attire, she became competitive upon seeing another girl of equal beauty circling around him, resolving to compete with Amina. So, miss, what is your real purpose for coming here? Mitchell asked. Don't call me Mississippi. I'm not some noble's daughter. Just call me Adelaide. Adelaide replied with a smile. So, Adelaide, why did you come to see me? Mitchell's mind couldn't turn around fast enough to address Adelaide properly with her title. You, stinky thing. No calling her Adelaide. Amina strongly objected to Mitchell addressing Adelaide so intimately. She could not tolerate the idea of someone else being close to the one she liked. She glared at Adelaide jealously as if warning her not to have any designs on Mitchell. Adelaide disregarded Amina's harsh words and odd gaze, continuing to speak to Mitchell herself. May I call you Mitchell? Mitchell nodded in response, finding it hard to speak for fear that he might say something wrong inadvertently. Upon getting Mitchell's nod of agreement, Adelaide said satisfactorily, Mitchell, may I have a private chat with you? No. Amina beat Mitchell to answering Adelaide's question, leaving Mitchell staring helplessly. He is not your husband yet. Why do you need to interfere so much? After repeated tolerance, Adelaide finally burst out, arguing seriously with Amina. Mitchell, the royal dignity and decorum were cast aside. Now, she just wanted to argue with Amina. Even if he isn't my husband, I still won't allow you two to be alone. If he is not your husband, then I have every right to chat with Mitchell privately. Besides, what qualifies you to meddle in his life? I was the one who got to know Mitchell first. What does it matter who knew him first? As long as Mitchell agrees, that's all that matters. The two girls confronted each other verbally without backing down, and then they started wrestling. The conflict between the two escalated, leaving Mitchell no choice but to shake his head in exasperation and slip out of the room. He didn't want to get involved at this critical moment. Wind of flight. Reveal your noble anger to the world. Let mortals tremble and fear the death storm. O goddess of ice slumbering in the distant cold realms, heed my call. Freeze the foes before us. Turn all into snow with the ice annihilation array. Stalemate between Adelaide and Amina. Each unleashed their most powerful offensive magic. Snowflake-like wind blades danced wildly in Mitchell's room. In no time, under their magical attacks, the room turned into ruins. Realizing the trouble they caused, they immediately stopped, anxiously looking at Mitchell outside the door. My room, I've only stayed for 2 days. Mitchell lamented over his room, which was ruined in just a few moments by these two girls. Just get lost. Mitchell angrily shouted at Adelaide. Mitchell, it's all my fault, please don't be angry. Amina also came forward to apologize. Get out of here too. Mitchell yelled at Amina similarly. Humph, humph. Adelaide and Amina shot each other a disdainful look and left from opposite directions. Chapter 36, An Unprovoked Challenge. At this moment, Johnny's mood was at its worst as he gazed blankly at the already dilapidated room. He hated it so much that he wanted to kill someone, muttering curses against Elena and that girl named Samara, whose beautiful faces were wasted on their foul tempers, which had led to the destruction of his room. Excuse me, are you called Johnny? A pleasant voice like a silver bell came from behind Johnny. Turning around, Johnny saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl dressed as a mage standing behind him. Mitchell, though her appearance couldn't match the celestial beauty of Elena and Samara, she was very delicate, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Johnny asked politely, I am Johnny indeed. May I ask what you need, miss? Where are you from? What was your childhood like? The girl asked eagerly. Do you want to pick a quarrel with me too? If you want to make trouble, just go ahead. Johnny's temper flared up as he heard the girl asking him questions, and his tone turned icy cold. Frightened by Elena and Samara, he could not help but think the worst when another pretty girl started questioning him about his personal life after he had just lost his room to them. Don't misunderstand. I have a companion who is also named Johnny, whom I grew up with since childhood. We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, and I only came here to verify if you're my friend. Sweat. It seemed that time really changed a person. After 2 years, neither of them recognized the other. Even one's status and appearance could change over time. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. Now Johnny understood that the girl just wanted to confirm whether he was someone she knew, and said kindly, "My name is Johnny, an orphan from the Reflexiu Empire. I was raised by my aunt and uncle." "Big brother Johnny. You're really big brother Johnny." The girl rushed into Johnny's arms excitedly, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Johnny was taken aback and pushed her away in confusion. "Miss, who are you? Why do you call me Big Brother Johnny?" "I'm Alexandria." "Really, you're Alexandria?" "Yes." The girl nodded vigorously. "Alexandria, it's wonderful to meet you here." Johnny held Alexandria's small hand tightly, while she threw herself back into his arms. They were both so happy that even their voices were choked up. Finally, after waiting night after night, they were reunited again. "You pervert, I'll kill you." Cold sword energy accompanied by angry words surged towards Johnny from behind. Johnny hastily cast a light magic defensive spell, Aurora Wall, to block the furious sword energy. Though under such fierce attack, Aurora Wall soon developed a crack and crumbled. However, this gave Johnny enough time to follow up with Earth Wall. "Big brother Johnny, no." Alexandria shouted anxiously, stopping Johnny from launching a counterattack. Normally, Johnny would never forgive an ambush from behind, yet from the anxious tone of Alexandria's voice, it was clear she knew this attacker and they were not strangers. Not wanting to hurt Alexandria on their first meeting, Johnny reinforced himself with another defensive magic to withstand the assault. Alexandria angrily shouted at the intruder, "Victor, what are you doing? Do you know that you almost killed him with that strike just now? Why did you hug each other?" "I'll kill this pervert," Victor responded, his eyes burning with endless flames, ready to destroy everything before him. Alexandria stepped forward to shield Johnny and said firmly, "Victor, if you want to kill him, then kill me first." She did not back down. "You?" Victor helplessly dropped his long sword and could only glare at Johnny as if his gaze could kill. Seeing the intruder discard the sword, Johnny removed his defensive spell and approached him. "Humbert, may I ask where I offended you so much that you seek to take my life?" "Ask her." Victor pointed at Alexandria, and Johnny turned to ask her what was going on. Alexandria glanced at Johnny and then turned to Victor. "This is Big Brother Johnny, whom I often talk about. We've been through so much hardship to finally meet. Is that really necessary? Even if you're happy, you don't need to hug like that." Victor was still a bit doubtful. "If you don't believe me, so be it. What else do you think we were doing?" From their conversation and the unusual expressions on their faces, Johnny gradually understood that Alexandria and Victor were in a romantic relationship. He had embraced Alexandria in excitement and was seen by her boyfriend. Naturally, he wasn't pleased. Johnny stepped forward with a smile and said to Alexandria, "I never thought that after 2 years apart, Alexandria found a boyfriend. You must treat him well and not be too harsh on him." "Big brother Johnny, even you are teasing me now. I won't talk to you anymore." Alexandria blushed and hid behind Victor. Victor spoke awkwardly. "Johnny, I'm really sorry. I was too rash just now and acted without understanding the situation. I apologize to you." "It's okay. Was I at fault too?" "Big brother Victor, can I call you that?" "Of course you can." Johnny and Victor reconciled peacefully, and Alexandria was overjoyed. After chatting for a while, Johnny got a general idea of what had happened. The Victor before him, full name Victor Napleton, was 20 years old, an intermediate sword master, and the eldest son of Duke Napleton of the Tollens Empire, set to become the next duke. Alexandria had received his help when she drifted into the Tollens Empire and overcame difficulties thanks to his assistance. Under his help, she found her aunt and entered the Holy Divine Magic School to study magic. She had surprisingly achieved the level of High Mage and was on the verge of breaking through to Chunvaosher, although naturally, she couldn't compare to Johnny's freakish talent. Living closely together, they both fell in love with each other. One admired his honesty and kindness, which didn't have the airs of a nobleman, while the other appreciated his strength, bravery, and tenacity. After listening to Johnny's story, Alexandria empathized and said, "Big brother Johnny, your experiences seem even more legendary than mine." "Yes, our lives have changed so much. Just look at how we didn't recognize each other earlier," Johnny joked. "Johnny, I didn't expect you to be a full circle mage. No wonder you could easily pass the entrance test of the Holy Divine Magic School's magic class with near Grand Mage power," Victor said curiously. "Big brother Victor, it was all luck," Johnny replied modestly. "Johnny, stop being humble. Humberts, you're clearly a mage. How did you pass the martial arts class's entrance test with skills comparable to a sword saint? I want to spar with you." Victor grew increasingly interested in Johnny and suggested a match. Don't. Johnny hurriedly refused. "How could I be your match, Big brother Victor? If it weren't for my magic, your attack nearly took my life." "Still making fun of me? Big brother Johnny, just give him a chance. If you don't spar with him, he'll pester you endlessly," Alexandria teased and urged Johnny to accept. "First, I have to say this. Johnny, you're not allowed to use magic. Otherwise, you lose." Victor was clever enough to know he wouldn't stand a chance against Johnny's magic, so he laid down the terms beforehand. "I won't laugh at you if you lose," Johnny reluctantly agreed, planning how to deal with the situation as he went along. Chapter 37. A duel that cannot be avoided. When Mitchell was stunned by the aura of Deity emitted from all over Chance's body, he immediately regretted his decision. He inwardly scolded himself for agreeing to a duel when he clearly knew nothing about Deity. It was obvious that he was just asking for trouble after having a full meal. If it were a magic duel, he still had some skills. However, Chance was unaware of Mitchell's inner conflict. Mitchell he knew was that Mitchell had passed the Holy Divine Magic and Martial School's martial arts test with strength comparable to that of a sword saint. Becoming a sword saint had always been Chance's goal. Though Mitchell wasn't yet a sword saint, his power was on par with any sword saint of this era. Now, there was a chance to challenge someone with strength comparable to a sword saint, and naturally, Chance would not let this opportunity slip away. He was mustering all of his cheat. Stop, big brother Chance, I give up. Seizing the moment before the duel started, Mitchell quickly admitted defeat, bowing his hands. He did not want to admit defeat after being beaten, as losing face was a minor issue compared to the suffering he would endure. Chance asked in confusion upon hearing Mitchell give up even before the duel began. Mitchell, why are you giving up before we've even started? I can't agree to that. You must duel with me today. Mitchell said with a bitter smile. Big brother Chance, why are you making things difficult for me? I've already admitted defeat. What do you mean by making things difficult? Mitchell, I don't like what you're saying. You possess the strength of a sword saint. Why should you be afraid when even a mid-level sword master isn't? Chance replied seriously. Then can I use magic? Mitchell asked tentatively. No way. Chance left no room for Mitchell to bargain. He glanced at Mitchell's troubled expression and added, if you use magic, then I will also admit defeat. Big brother Mitchell, when did you become so cowardly? Even Chance isn't scared, so why are you? Alexandria chimed in from the side. Alexandria, now that you have a husband, you've forgotten your big brother Mitchell and only think of helping him. Mitchell teased, pointing at Chance beside him. Don't make fun of me. What husband? I don't have one. Although Alexandria denied it verbally, she felt sweet as honey inside. Mitchell, don't try to divert the topic to Alexandria. Today, you have to duel regardless. Chance firmly said. It seemed that there was no way out for Mitchell today. Once the words were spoken, how could they be taken back? Mitchell had hoped Alexandria might help him, but she was only thinking of her husband. Mitchell made up his mind for the worst. Being beaten up by Chance wouldn't be too bad since his magical healing skills were decent enough. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Alexandria handed the sword Chance had thrown on the ground earlier to Mitchell. Chance then drew a nearly inch-wide, 3-foot-long, deep blue soft sword from his waist. Clearly, this sword was not an ordinary one. Mitchell's mind was racing, hoping to find a perfect solution, a way that kept both his pride intact and prevented others from thinking he went back on his word. Soon, a brilliant idea struck him. Ready, Mitchell? I'm about to start attacking, Chance reminded him. Come on, Mitchell replied calmly. At that moment, he wasn't worried or scared at all. Thinking of his plan against Chance, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter, barely suppressing it to avoid giving away his strategy. Chance, facing Mitchell who possessed strength comparable to a sword saint, naturally did not dare to underestimate him. Raising his go-cheat to its peak, he lunged at Mitchell with his sword. Before the sword could touch Mitchell, he leaped dozens of feet into the air, landing gracefully behind Chance. Chance's powerful strike didn't even brush Mitchell's clothes. Immediately, Chance turned and slashed backward, again missing Mitchell's clothes. This time, Mitchell landed on Chance's right side. After more than 10 rounds of attacks and dodges, Mitchell kept evading without once clashing directly with Chance, leaving Chance utterly frustrated. But it wasn't easy for Mitchell either. Chance's seemingly simple moves contained enormous power, creating a strong sense of pressure on Mitchell. If not for his brilliant strategy to keep dodging, he might not have lasted a single move. Seeing Mitchell consistently evade instead of engaging in combat, Chance stopped and said, Mitchell, show some spirit as a swordsman. Don't keep dodging. Big brother Chance, you only mentioned testing martial skills, but didn't specify the rules. Irikri over, I haven't used magic, Mitchell replied. Chance realized that Mitchell was right. It was his fault for not setting clear rules at the beginning, allowing Mitchell to exploit this loophole. Helplessly, he shook his head. At this moment, Mitchell was overjoyed. He realized how smart he had been by converting the wind magic elements into a form of Gucci that allowed him to easily fly and jump, and Chance didn't see through it at all, letting him get away with it effortlessly. But just as he was basking in his own cleverness, Chance's long sword transformed into a series of flashing rings of light as he moved. Mitchell paused, pondering what Chance was doing with so many light rings. Mitchell had no time to figure out why, but he saw the light rings increasing in number and size until they enveloped Chance completely. As the light rings expanded outward, they mercilessly engulfed everything around them, carrying powerful cheat. Only then did Mitchell realize that Chance was using his ultimate technique, slash across the world, aiming to force Mitchell into a corner and ultimately engage him head-on. Mitchell couldn't help thinking, what an incredible sword skill, and how cunning of Chance to come up with such a ruthless move. Mitchell now had to be cautious. For every step back he took, the expanding light rings advanced one step closer. In a matter of moments, Mitchell had retreated more than 10 meters. If not for the continuous supply of wind magic elements transforming into energy to support him, he might have fallen from the sky long ago. Chance, on the other hand, was fully concentrating on generating his cheat to force Mitchell into direct confrontation as soon as possible. Within moments, Mitchell was pushed back another 10 meters. Focusing on the light rings created by Chance's cheat, Mitchell noticed something unusual. He suddenly thought, the power around the rings is incredibly strong, while the center of the ring seems less powerful. Could the weak point be right there in the middle? This realization brought him joy, but then he thought again, I don't know cheat, So even if I found the weakness, how can I attack? After a brief moment of contemplation, Mitchell had a plan. Suddenly, he and his sword turned into a streak of light, stabbing directly toward the center of the light rings. It was clearly Bradford's famous move, Gale Rush. With a loud clang, Chance stepped back 2 paces, putting away his sword. Instantly, all the light rings vanished. Looking at Chance's expression, which was filled with surprise and a hint of shame, he finally said after a pause, "Indeed, Mitchell has the strength of a sword saint. My ultimate move, Slash Across the World, has never failed before, but today you broke it with 1 strike. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Big brother Mitchell, you're really amazing." Alexandria came over to congratulate Mitchell. She had been worried about him when Chance used Slash Across the World earlier, but now she saw him triumph. Mitchell was also relieved that he managed to win by adapting Bradford's technique. Initially, he had only tried it out without much hope, yet it worked perfectly. Seeing Chance gracefully accept defeat, Mitchell felt he should not hide the truth anymore. "Chance, actually you didn't lose." "You didn't lose? How could you say that? You clearly broke my Slash Across the World. So how can you claim I didn't lose?" Chance was puzzled, convinced he had lost. "Do you want to know why?" Mitchell teased. "Of course I do. Just tell me already." Chance was getting impatient. "I want to know too." Alexandria chimed in, curious. "Then promise me you won't hit me after I tell you." "Fine, I promise. Now tell me," Chance urged, eager to understand why Mitchell claimed he hadn't lost. Chapter 38, Meeting of 2 Tigers. Carter looked at the 2 people's urgent expressions and eager gazes, then said mysteriously, "In fact, I don't know any combat techniques, or have any fighting spirit. Everything that happened just now, including the entrance exam test, was fake." "Fake?" the 2 exclaimed in unison, both suspecting whether their ears had deceived them. "Yes," Carter replied with a smile. "It's impossible. I clearly felt your overwhelming fighting spirit just now. How could it be fake?" Matt still couldn't believe his ears. Everything he saw and felt was real, yet to say it was fake, he simply couldn't believe it even if beaten. But Carter didn't seem to be joking. Could there really be a secret behind this? He quickly asked, "Then tell us, Carter, what exactly is going on?" "Carter Gidge, just spill the beans already." Alexandria was also intrigued by Carter's revelation. She shared Matt's thoughts. She had seen everything clearly, but the result was supposedly fake. In fact, all of this was achieved through the transformation of magical energy into something that mimicked combat skills. "Even for the Saint Divine Magic Warrior School's combat skills entrance test, I got through using this method." Carter finally revealed his secret. The pressure in his heart suddenly lifted, and he felt truly refreshed. "Even though I don't practice magic, I can't quite believe that magical energy can be converted into fighting spirit. You must understand, magical energy and fighting spirit are completely different things. They're like wind and horse, not related at all." Matt believed Carter somewhat, but still wasn't entirely convinced. To dispel the duo's doubts, Carter had no choice but to explain everything he knew. It's merely compressing and transforming one's own magical elements into a form similar to fighting spirit, allowing it to circulate within the body. "My dear Carter, you're amazing, just like the god in my heart." Matt was so excited that he picked up Carter and spun him around several times before putting him down, muttering happily to himself. His excitement seemed even stronger than Carter's. This made Alexandria laugh beside him. She hadn't expected Matt to have such cute moments. Carter looked at Matt and Alexandria seriously. "I hope you can keep this a secret for me, okay? I still want to continue studying here at St. Divine. If it were exposed, it would be a huge embarrassment." "Carter, with these abilities, why do you still need to study combat techniques at St. Divine? Even if you stayed, there might not be anyone qualified to teach you. With your terrifying magic, where can't you go on this OUN continent?" Matt questioned. "That's all theoretical. I want to learn practical skills. Plus, I have a specific purpose for learning combat techniques." Carter almost blurted out his true intentions due to his hasty mouth. If he really said it, who knows how these guys would laugh at him. "No problem." Alexandria promised to keep Carter Gidge's secret. In just a short time, the previously aggressive Matt and Carter became close friends who confided everything in each other. Seeing their intimate friendship, Alexandria felt relieved. "Let's go celebrate over drinks," Matt suggested. Without waiting for a response from the others, he grabbed Alexandria with his right hand and Carter with his left, dragging them along. He was too happy today, and a celebration was necessary. This year's enrollment at Saint Divine Magic Warrior School was the largest ever, taking 7 days to complete. With the school's leniency, Carter obtained a room for himself again. Under Carter's persuasion and subtle threats, the school officials also exceptionally admitted Abdurrahman as a student in the Saint Divine Magic class. Abdurrahman was so grateful that he shed tears and vowed to dedicate his life to Carter. Of course, the school issued a special permit, allowing Carter to attend any classes he wanted. Today was the first day of school, and Carter was in high spirits, ready to head to the magic class for learning. Michelohi already possessed some skills. Nobody is perfect, and there are always areas for improvement. "Carter, can I walk with you?" Juniper appeared unexpectedly. Carter widened his eyes looking at Juniper, trying to say something when another familiar, yet unwanted voice interrupted. "You bastard Carter, stinky Carter, how could you not tell me you were going to school?" It was none other than Patty. Carter gave a bitter smile and looked at the 2 girls. They seemed to have coordinated their appearances in front of him, especially since he hadn't seen either of them for 3 whole days. "Why are you here?" Patty just noticed Juniper standing nearby. "You can come but I can't." "I'm here to invite Carter to go to school together," Juniper said, grabbing Carter's left arm with both hands and leaning her head on his shoulder, looking very intimate. Seeing Juniper grab Carter, Patty wasn't going to be outdone either. She quickly grabbed Carter's right arm and pulled him toward her side, saying, "He has to go with me today. I got here first, he should go with me. I don't care who came first or last. He must go with me today." The two girls kept pulling Carter back and forth as if they were fighting over a treasure. Carter waved his hand, using strength to break free from their grasp, and said quite unkindly, "Ladies, are you done yet? You're making me tired just watching you. You meanie, yelling at people again, Patty resorted to her ultimate weapon, her tears. She didn't believe that Carter wouldn't give in under her teary-eyed assault. But before Carter could soften up and apologize, Juniper's ridicule arrived first. "Oh my, aren't you too old for this crying stuff? Aren't you ashamed?" Juniper's tone was filled with mockery. "Whether I cry or not is none of your business." Then she turned to Carter, acting coy. "Carter Gidge, my dear Carter Gidge, she's bullying me. Can you help teach her a lesson? She couldn't beat me and now wants Carter's help? He won't help you, you crybaby. He will definitely help the good girl like me," Juniper said proudly. Carter felt a bit dizzy, suddenly remembering that he was also a little girl. This Juniper was no simple character, trapping him with a few words and making it awkward for him to help Patty. When Patty started crying, his heart had already softened. Now that Juniper had openly framed him, he reluctantly told Patty, "I can't help with this. You'll have to resolve it yourself." "Humph, you heartless thing." Patty gave Carter a vicious kick to vent her anger. "You come here. Today I'll show you if I can win or not." Seeing Carter wouldn't help, Patty redirected her frustration towards Juniper. "I don't care if you two want to fight or argue, but please move far away," Carter said. He didn't want his room to be destroyed again by their fights. Unable to stop them, he only reminded them to go further away. Carter was genuinely afraid of these two girls and preferred to avoid them entirely. In the future, the prettier a girl, the further he should stay away from her. Seeing Carter walking off on his own, the two girls quickly forgot about fighting and rushed after him, neither wanting to fall behind the other. Chapter 39, Trivial Matters, En route. Mitchell, though being chased by a beauty was a very pleasant thing. Johnny faced two beauties chasing and shouting at him to stop. Not only did he not slow down but quicken his pace, running with all his might. He did not want to be involved with these two girls again. Seeing Preston and Alexandria walking hand in hand from afar, he immediately ran up to greet them. "Older brother Preston, Alexandria, hello." He hadn't finished speaking when he turned around to run, but unfortunately, he was firmly held by the quick-eyed Preston. Preston asked unhappily, "Johnny, why do you run away upon seeing us?" "It's not that, but there are two wild girls chasing me. Please help me stop them," Johnny explained while asking them to help him stop Elena and Alita. The two raised their eyes and indeed saw two girls chasing Johnny, both exceptionally beautiful. Preston teased, "Johnny, you have great luck in love. Two such pretty girls chase you at the same time, yet you run? Is your brain rusty?" "Big brother Preston, don't make fun of me. Stop them quickly, or I'm done for," Johnny replied with a bitter smile. "Why? Did you bully them or take advantage of them? Now they are both coming after you." Preston didn't seem inclined to help Johnny, but rather held him tighter, growing more interested in how Johnny would deal with those two beautiful girls. "I bullied them. It's enough that they aren't bullying me now. In any case, I'm afraid of seeing them," Johnny said, his face as long as a cucumber. He continued, "Let go of me quickly, big brother Preston, or it will be too late." This critical moment had Preston chit-chatting aimlessly with him. Johnny felt like kneeling down to beg Preston. "Johnny, dear brother Johnny is actually afraid sometimes," Alexandria giggled. Their brief pause allowed Alita and Elena to catch up. Before they could stand still, Preston respectfully knelt before Alita on one knee. "Preston pays homage to Princess Your Highness. Pardon my ignorance." "Rise," Alita sternly commanded. Only then did Johnny understand that this girl named Alita was the princess of Torrance Empire. No ordinary background at all. Why would a country's princess constantly pester him, poor and powerless as he was? "I am the princess of the Torrance Empire. Are you scared now?" Alita seemed mighty now, especially smug towards Elena, forgetting Hans's warning to not reveal her identity to Johnny. She was fixated on outdoing this little girl, Elena. "So what if you're a princess?" "I am one too," Elena retorted, ignoring consequences, revealing her own identity as well. She couldn't afford to be weak at this critical juncture. "You call yourself a princess? You don't look like one at all. Which country has a princess who cries all the time? Tell me which country's princess you are." Alita's words dripped with sarcasm. "If you don't believe me, I'll prove it." Elena pulled Johnny, pinched his arm hard, and shouted, "Dead thing, rotten thing. Tell her which country's princess I am." Painfully pinched, Johnny nearly screamed out but managed to say, "She is the third princess of Aritina Principality." "What? Aritina Principality?" Preston exclaimed, knowing well the status of Aritina Principality, symbolizing wealth. As the sole heir of Galanonic family, how could he not be informed of the current continental situation? "Preston, what's so special about an Aritina Principality?" Alita grumbled, believing only her country mattered. Facing Alita's question, Preston answered respectfully, "Your Highness, you must know that while our Torrance Empire claims to be the strongest on the continent, it is not the wealthiest nation." "So you mean Aritina Principality is the wealthiest country on the continent?" Alita said in surprise. As a girl, she had never been involved in politics from childhood. She only believed deep down that her country was the strongest on the continent. When Hans assigned her the task, he did not tell her about Elena's identity, nor did he mention the current events of the continent. Now, Preston's words clearly revealed that Aritina Principality was the wealthiest country on the continent. Alita felt a bit worried and anxious for herself. She originally wanted to leverage her status as the princess of the first strongest country on the continent to outshine this girl, Elena. She thought even if Elena was a princess, she would definitely be from a declining country, nothing to fear. but she never expected that this princess was from the wealthiest country on the continent. Though there was only a one-character difference between the first strongest country and the first wealthiest country, their power and influence could be considered equal. It seemed that it would be very difficult to outdo Elena easily from now on. Seeing Alita's proud eyes suddenly dimmed, Elena was not polite and said to Alita, "Don't take your lousy princess identity to pressure me anymore. Don't get too cocky, we'll see." Alita retorted, not willing to back down. She walked off angrily, deciding to ask her father why he didn't inform her about this matter, making her lose face in front of so many people today. Before leaving, she still remembered to say softly to Johnny, "Johnny, I'll come find you again next time." "Don't." Johnny almost blurted out, but Alita was already gone. He did not want Alita to come find him again. The first time she came looking for him, she teamed up with Elena and destroyed his room. The second time, they nearly fought again. Who knew what would happen if she came more times? Seeing Alita leave like that, Elena excitedly grabbed Johnny's hand and shouted joyfully, "Johnny, I won. I got that girl to storm off." Johnny couldn't feel happy. Alita wouldn't let this go easily, but seeing how delighted Elena was, he didn't have the heart to dampen her spirits. He smiled and said, "Now you should be happy, right?" "Yeah," Elena cooed. Alexandria admired her Johnny brother more and more. He had given her so many shocks. However, she knew Johnny was no longer the same Johnny as before. After she and Johnny parted ways, she studied hard because she wanted to help her Johnny brother someday. But now Johnny's status and strength had changed completely over these 2 years. Today, being pursued by the princesses of 2 major powers wasn't the best proof. She genuinely rejoiced for Johnny. "Johnny brother, I envy you so much," Alexandria said. "Envy me what?" Johnny asked, puzzled. "Envy that Johnny brother can win the favor of princesses from 2 countries, Alexandria teased. "Where did you get that idea? I'm barely managing to avoid them." Elena was already unhappy with Alita chasing after Johnny, and now another girl was calling him Johnny brother so affectionately. Her suppressed jealousy flared up again, and she immediately demanded of Johnny, "Dead thing, stinky thing. Who is she calling you so intimately? Can't you stop being so sensitive?" "She is Alexandria, whom I entrusted uncle to find. And the boy beside her is her boyfriend, Preston," Johnny calmly explained. Elena had been busy arguing with Alita earlier and hadn't paid attention to Preston. Now that she looked, she realized he was quite handsome. Seeing Alexandria leaning into him so affectionately, Elena was no longer upset. She ran up and greeted them warmly. "Hello, Humbertster Alexandria, brother Preston." Preston gave a perfunctory nod in greeting. "You are prettier, little sister," Alexandria complimented. Johnny turned to Elena and said, "Good. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, please don't shout or make trouble before understanding the facts. It depends on whether you bully me in the future or not." "HMPF," Elena retorted irritably. Her only rival now was Alita. Chapter 40. Secret plotting in the conference hall. Losing face in front of so many people, Adelaide was furious. Without allowing any subordinate to report her presence, she stormed directly into the conference hall. Along the way, a few people who didn't know any better were brought down by Adelaide's wind spells, and naturally, no one dared to stop Adelaide after seeing this. Hans was discussing state affairs with his civil and military ministers at that moment. Seeing Adelaide barge in without permission, he shouted loudly, "Adelaide, how dare you behave like this?" Though Adelaide was his most beloved daughter, Hans could not tolerate such unruly behavior while discussing matters with his ministers. It was not just about his dignity, but also the nation's prestige. Seeing Hans scolding her, Adelaide did not retract but instead yelled, "Father, I want to settle accounts with you. Don't make a scene here. If you continue, I'll have you locked up." Hans's face darkened. He was genuinely angry. His daughter was demanding a reckoning in front of all these ministers. The ministers below were taken aback. Everyone knew Princess Adelaide was fearless, and they had endured no shortage of her torment. But loudly questioning Hans in the conference hall was unprecedented. A few curious ministers secretly sized Adelaide up, but recoiled when Hans gave a heavy humph. "Father, why didn't you tell me about that girl's identity? You made me lose face in front of everyone," Adelaide insisted. Hans vaguely understood what was going on and dismissed court immediately, leaving only his trusted advisor Harold behind. Harold was a 70-year-old old man with a frail body, looking like a gust of wind might blow him away. However, this old man's outstanding wisdom and courage had helped Hans establish the now prosperous Turin's empire, earning him Hans's favor and reliance. His status in the empire was second only to Hans himself. Once, Hans said in front of his officials, "I can lose half my kingdom, but I cannot lose Harold." This showed how important Harold was to Hans. After everyone left, Adelaide impatiently rushed forward and asked coquettishly, "Father, why didn't you tell me that girl Elena is a princess of Aradina? How do you know she's a princess? And from Aradina specifically?" Hans countered, secretly pondering how to pacify Adelaide. "She told me herself." "If she told you herself, why would she be foolish enough to reveal such crucial information?" Hans deliberately asked sternly. "Because I saw that girl as a nuisance and wanted to scare her off by revealing my own identity as a princess. I never thought she would also be a princess, making me lose face," Adelaide blurted out. "Haven't I instructed you not to reveal your identity to her? But that girl kept opposing me and Zhou Chanjavire, clinging to Johnny. Besides, Matt from the Galenon family already revealed it. If others can reveal it, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't use it?" Adelaide reasoned, shifting the blame while appearing innocent. "Matt, from the Galenon family?" Adelaide nodded vigorously. Knowing the situation had reached this point, Hans could only let it be. He gently said, "Both of you are princesses. There's no need to lose face over this." That girl said I couldn't defeat her and used her princess identity to suppress me, saying I only rely on my power, Adelaide added dramatically. What do you plan to do about that girl? Speak up, and your father will help you. Hans tried to divert the conversation. How could Adelaide let him change the subject so easily? She huffed. Father, don't divert the topic. Why didn't you tell me this important information, making me embarrass myself in front of everyone? Hans's attempt failed, and he couldn't think of a way to pacify Adelaide. He looked to Harold for help. Understanding Hans's intent, Harold took over. Your Highness, please calm down. It was my decision not to tell your Majesty. Be reasonable. Before Hans could speak, Adelaide sent a wind blade towards Harold. The poor old man didn't manage to dodge in time and was injured, losing quite a bit of his white beard. Hans quickly called for healers and asked worriedly, Old Harold, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. This old minister is fine, Harold said. After the healers confirmed that Harold was all right, Hans finally relaxed. He then turned to face Adelaide with a stern expression and said, Adelaide, do you know the gravity of your actions? Fortunately, old Harold is unharmed, otherwise I would not forgive you. Apologize to him immediately. I will not apologize to this old man. If not for his misguided plan, I wouldn't have lost face in front of everyone, Adelaide retorted, refusing to apologize and still brooding over her embarrassment. Someone, escort Princess Adelaide back to her chambers and keep an eye on her. She's not allowed to leave for 3 days, Hans ordered as he dealt with his beloved daughter's tantrum by confining her as punishment. Mitchell, though unwilling, Adelaide was forcibly escorted back to her chambers. Given the revelation of Adelaide's identity, Hans had no choice but to rethink his strategy. Mitchell, though his plan encountered some unforeseen issues, he could not give up on attracting Zhenge. Even if he failed to gain his support, he had to ensure Zhenge remained neutral. Otherwise, his campaigns across the continent would lead only to failure. Seeing Hans's troubled expression, Harold said, Your Majesty need not worry. I believe revealing the princess's identity might not be a bad thing. On the contrary, it should make you happy. Really? A flicker of joy crossed Hans's eyes. Knowing Harold never spoke lightly, he quickly urged, Please explain further, so as to alleviate my concerns. Yes. Harold explained his thoughts. Firstly, Zhenge already knows that Elena is the princess of Aradina. Yet, he has not refused to interact with her. Conversely, now that he knows Adelaide's true identity, it can place him in a difficult position of choosing between them. Hans nodded and asked, What's the second point? Secondly, we can use Elena's status as the princess of Aradina to our advantage, though it may mean asking much from Princess Adelaide. Harold hesitated. Harold, speak freely. You are exempted from any blame. Thank you, Your Majesty. Harold continued. Have Adelaide share Zhenge with Elena. This can create a marital alliance with Aradina. Our Turin's empire may be considered the strongest kingdom on the continent, but our wealth pales in comparison to Aradina. Once the marriage alliance is successful, we can pretend to be allies with Aradina, using their resources to fund our future campaigns. In the end, we can eliminate Aradina. Harold, you live up to being my strategist. Your analysis enlightens me greatly. Hans laughed heartily. Under Harold's insightful breakdown, a bad situation turned into a positive one, making Hans extremely pleased. But our immediate priority is how to bring the three together. You know Adelaide clashed with Elena upon first meeting and even destroyed Zhenge's residence. Their relationship remains strained, Harold pointed out. That's right. Didn't Matt from the Galenon family have a close relationship with Zhenge? We can use that too. Hans suddenly remembered Matt. Excellent idea, Harold agreed. We can let Matt act as a mediator to help Adelaide build bridges. Mitchell, we need is to offer him some benefits. What's so difficult about that? Hans responded, bursting into laughter. Chapter 41, The Magic Conclave. Amina was so delighted that Zhenge had taken her side at the crucial moment. She practically lost herself in happiness. Mitchell, along the way to class, she tugged and pulled at Zhenge, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. It was already a headache having Amina around. Now, with Irene popping up as well, it was even more of a challenge for him. Both of them were not only incredibly beautiful girls who could die from being too gorgeous, but also princesses who stood high above others. He could neither scold nor hit them. If only they could get along. But instead, they either fought or quarreled every time they met as if they were mortal enemies. And the one most directly affected was Zhenge himself. Zhenge, walk faster. Why are you dragging your feet? Do I have to pull you? Amina complained while dragging Zhenge towards the classroom. Zhenge was practically dragged by her all the way. At this moment, a teacher-like magician walked over, saying, Student Zhenge, the dean wants to see you. What does the dean want with me? Zhenge asked curiously. He was also quite puzzled. On enrollment day, those old men who were usually reluctant to move a step actually all came out for him. But now, after 7 whole days, the fact that they only sent for him now intrigued him greatly. This is not something we lowly servants should know. Just hurry up, so as not to keep the deans waiting, the magician urged. Well then, please lead the way, teacher, Zhenge said politely. I'm coming too, Amina shouted. Okay, stop being naughty. I'll be back soon. If you continue acting up, I really won't pay attention to you in the future. Zhenge tried to soothe the misbehaving Amina. Humph, you ungrateful one. I hope the deans give you a beating. Amina glanced at him disdainfully and turned to chat with Alexandria. Humbertster Alexandria, let's go together. Let that ungrateful one walk on his own. Mitchell right. Don't be upset, little sister Amina. There must be important matters why the dean invited brother Zhenge. Please don't make things difficult for him. Alexandria helped to calm down Amina for Zhenge. The magic teacher led Zhenge to the entrance of the exclusive magic tower of Zane and then left. Zhenge gently knocked on the door, and upon hearing Zane say come in, he quietly entered the room. Glancing around the room, he was stunned. A total of 11 magicians sat inside, 6 of whom were great mages wearing purple robes. 5 of them were extremely familiar to Johnny. His chieftain teacher in fire magic, Soren Abram, and the president of the Mage Guild, Mark Mario, in light magic. Zainin, the head of the Sacred Divine School of Magic and Martial Arts. Deputy Dean Brinley, in wind magic. Blake Fenton, an honorary dean who specialized in light magic. And Kenna, in water magic. Standing next to Mario in a purple robe, it didn't take a guess to figure out it was Damien, in wind magic. The other 5 could be identified as senior mages through their magical insignias. With 11 mages present, any of them could cause earthquakes by stamping their foot outside. Even emperors would have to show reverence when meeting them normally. To have them gathered here would easily be regarded as the greatest wonder of Orvian Continent. When Johnny's gaze landed on Abram, he flew over with excitement, shouting all the while, "Teacher, I missed you so much. Don't be overly affectionate. Be mindful of the company." Abram reminded Johnny immediately, his eyes filled with kindness. After wiping away the tears of emotion from his eyes, Johnny greeted each teacher present one by one. "You brat, no word for so long. Have you forgotten this old man?" Mario said unhappily. He was very angry because although both he and Abram were mentors to Johnny, this heartless fellow rushed to hug Abram first, which infuriated him just thinking about it. Johnny smiled sheepishly and said, "How can I forget you, teacher? I miss you the most. Without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. I owe you my gratitude and would never forget you." Emphasizing the word most, making everyone believe Johnny cared the most about Mario. Seeing the admiring gazes of the others, Mario wasn't mad anymore and chuckled. "So you still have some conscience." Others found it amusing internally. After all, Mario was the president of the Mage Guild and was swayed by just a few words from a child. Some even chuckled softly. Zane said, "There will be plenty of time for your reunion later. Humbrance, everyone is here. Let's get down to business." Johnny asked, "Why are you only calling for me now, Dean? Back then, I thought you would come find me soon. I waited until the flowers almost withered." "Brat, stop mouthing off and listen to the dean properly," Abram said. Hearing his teacher's rebuke, Johnny obediently stood aside. Lemuel swept his gaze around the room before speaking to Johnny. "It's all because of you, this troublemaker, who we've been eagerly waiting for to come learn magic from us. Instead, you went off to study martial skills. We'll settle accounts on that matter later. The reason we old bones have gathered here is for you, the future archmage." For me, Johnny was taken aback. Though he knew he was highly regarded by these old men, it still shocked him that so many high mages had gathered for him. Probably in all of Orvian Continent, no one else had such influence. "Of course it's for you, you brat." Mario picked up Lemuel's words and said, "We were supposed to have 7 great mages gathered, but unfortunately, one has lost contact for nearly 30 years. Those present are all at the level of high mage." At this moment, Abram also spoke up. "You should know that while countless people in all of Orvian Continent study magic, few reach the realm of high mage. And for a high mage to advance further is incredibly difficult, akin to climbing to the heavens. You are the only one in 300 years on Orvian Continent who has the potential to surpass this realm and become an archmage, and perhaps even the first ever full-spectrum high mage in recorded history. So, we old bones who revere magical prowess place all our hopes on you." When Abram finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement. "We hope you won't let us down, Johnny. You must work hard to fulfill our wishes. Johnny, you must do your best." One after another, they came forward to encourage Johnny. They all pinned their hopes on him. "I will definitely not disappoint any of my teachers," Johnny said firmly. Not only for the aspirations of these contemporary masters, but also for his own vow to become strong and never be bullied again. "Johnny, during this period, we will take turns teaching you. However, as our time is limited, you must break through your current realm within 3 months, reaching at least the high mage level," Lemuel said. 3 months, might it be too short?" Johnny said anxiously. "What do you mean too short?" Abram asked. "Because I also need to learn martial skills. As long as you become an archmage soon enough, where can't you go in the world? But I've also heard that you passed the enrollment test with a strength comparable to a sword saint. What's that all about?" Jed, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Unwilling to hide the truth, Johnny explained why he needed to learn martial skills and how he managed to pass the martial skill test, much to the delight of the old men, who were nearly moved to tears. It was amusing that Johnny learned martial skills just to escape a girl's pursuit, but they were also surprised that he could transform magic elements into the unique battle aura of swordsman. Afterwards, Johnny returned to his dormitory with a large pile of magic texts. They contained the lifelong insights of various high mages. These old men tested Johnny's comprehension by having him study on his own first, and said they would evaluate his magical prowess after 7 days, pointing out his shortcomings. Chapter 42, Giving it their Mitchell. This group of old men had placed their aspirations and hopes entirely on Johnny. They had spent their entire lives but failed to reach the pinnacle of magic. Just as they were about to lose hope, Johnny, this child with no elemental affinity, appeared. His appearance reignited their pursuit for the pinnacle of magic. Mitchell, though they could not achieve it themselves, if their student had the opportunity, they would still find satisfaction. Perhaps there was only a 1% chance of success, but with that 1% of hope, it wasn't difficult to attain 99% success. People always chased after their own dreams relentlessly. If you chose to give up, you would never succeed. You wouldn't know if you could do something until you tried. All these old men had endured countless hardships to achieve what they have today. Johnny experienced warmth and coldness of human life and realized what power represented: position, wealth, honor. The world belonged to the strong. Mitchell, though what Johnny valued was not such fame and fortune. He wished to become strong so that he would never be bullied again or use his strength to help those in need. The old man gave Johnny 7 days for self-study. Johnny immersed himself in those magic classics, seizing every moment. However, Elena often came to ask him to go shopping with her, and later, even Veronica joined in. Helpless, Johnny hid in Lloyd's magic tower to avoid them. These magic notebooks instantly broadened Johnny's horizons, his comprehension and understanding of magic growing exponentially. He spent more than half of each day meditating to strengthen his mental power. No matter how powerful one's magic was, without sufficient control over the elements, it would be useless, especially for those beyond high-level spells like forbidden curses, which required immense mental power to cast. One day, after finishing meditation, an unusual idea sprouted in Johnny's mind. Though he could release various types of magic, it was always single-element casting. What if multiple types of magic could be combined into a compound spell? In that case, the attack power would definitely exceed simple additive effects. Determined, he set out to experiment, aiming to see some results as soon as possible. Everyone says water and fire do not mix, but Johnny did not believe this. He attempted to release fire and water elements, hoping they could fuse and break the rule of their incompatibility. However, the two elements repelled each other as if eternal foes, causing nearly disastrous backlash. Learning from the first attempt, Johnny cautiously tried combining the fire and water elements again, yet still failed after numerous trials. After dozens of attempts, Johnny stopped, lamenting that creating composite spells seemed unfeasible. He decided to consult the elders later since their experience far surpassed his. Time treats everyone fairly and won't halt just because someone lingers. 7 days quickly passed. On the last night, someone told Johnny to meet the old men at a secret location. When Johnny hurriedly arrived, the old men were already waiting at the destination, a nameless small mountain outside the city, 500 meters tall and only a mile wide. Brat, why are you so slow? Jeremiah saw Johnny first. After scolding, he asked, how well did you learn from the magic notes we gave you? You didn't give me any guidance, telling me to study alone. 7 days is nowhere enough. Johnny replied, still holding a grudge. These old men boasted about teaching him, but provided no real guidance. Well, Johnny, don't be angry. We were testing your insight and willpower, Aurora said gently. Lloyd added seriously, we called you here today to test your true strength, so we can provide appropriate guidance. How do you plan to test me? Don't come at me all at once. Johnny looked fearfully at the group. Any 2 magi masters here could destroy a country. 11 together could obliterate the entire Zhenge Continent. Brat, what nonsense. Jeremiah rapped Johnny's head twice, making Johnny retract immediately. Do you see that small mountain ahead? Lloyd said. Johnny nodded, then asked curiously, what does this have to do with my test? This small hill seems very ordinary. This small hill is your imaginary enemy. Use all the attack magic you know, hold nothing back, Lloyd said. Is it really that simple? Johnny looked at everyone in surprise. After getting nods of confirmation, he said, then I'll start. Johnny, hurry up. We teachers are eager to see how strong you've become. Dylan urged anxiously from the side. Arrow of light, holy light atlas, rafflesing annihilation of light, brightness unleashed, radiant heaven, arrow of dome light. Numerous light spells were cast in an instant. Johnny also took into account Dylan's feelings by starting with light magic. A dazzling light flew toward the mountaintop with a whistling sound. You brat, what about fire spells for me, old man? And mine wind spells. What about earth spells? After seeing Johnny's light magic, the others eagerly urged him to release their own specialty spells. Johnny did not dare to delay and immediately launched fire spells like Dragon Roar, Inferno Hell, Wrath of Fire God, Cleansing Flame of World, Red Fire Chance, Fiery Spirit Possession. Wind spells like Hurricane Blades, Storm of Death, Paradise of Rafflancers, Tornado. Earth spells like Grief of Earth, Earthquake Spell, Earth Fracture Atlas, Damanund Burst Spell, Forgotten Earth Chance. Water spells like Cold Current Storm, Ice Crystal Snow Refailance, Soul of Sea, Fog Slash of Annihilation, Ice Core Atlas, Water Arrow. Johnny Electricity spells like Johnny Electric Ice Storm, Magic Light of Johnny Electricity. Thunder spells like Soul Chasing Lightning, Mad Lightning from Chance, Lightning of Extinction. Even dark magic emerged. Humbert's Way Demonic Cannon, Recoil of Truth, Blood Dragon Roar, Hell, Dead Soul. After 3 minutes, Johnny stopped his attack. The all-out magic assault left him feeling incredibly satisfied. The continuous barrage of spells made the small mountain disappear under flying dust, rocks, and wood chips. When the dust settled, only the ravaged rocks could prove a small mountain once existed here. My treasure! Jeremiah was ecstatic. His student's terrifying power brought him immense pride. The other archmages stared at Johnny in shock. Johnny's strength far exceeded their understanding of magic or even human capacity. He cast spells without incantations or delays, unleashing attacks across various elements. At this moment, Dylan sternly said to Johnny, Johnny, why do you know dark attack spells? Only then did the group notice and question Johnny about his knowledge of dark magic. Rafolk magic was strictly forbidden on Zhenge Continent, symbolizing darkness and evil. Rafolk mages faced severe punishment as this bright world couldn't allow darkness to corrupt it. Didn't you say to go all out without holding back? Johnny said plaintively. Brat, stop playing with words, Jeremiah barked. In the name of the Magic Guild president, I request everyone present keep today's events strictly confidential, especially about Johnny knowing dark magic, Dylan declared loudly. Yes, President, everyone answered. Mitchell, though they were all archmages, Dylan held considerable authority as the president of the Magic Guild. Johnny's performance was nearly perfect, but these old men quickly identified his flaws and deficiencies, pointing them out one by one. Johnny accepted the advice sincerely and humbly. Chapter 43, Hans's Banquet. When Johnny returned to school, it was already the next morning. The bright sun slowly rose from the east, and birds chirped merrily on the branches, as if heralding another beautiful day. The cool breeze that greeted him made him feel refreshed and invigorated. However, Johnny couldn't help but yawn. Last night had really worn him out. Those old men kept bombarding him with questions, giving him a headache. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. Johnny carefully scanned his surroundings before slipping into his room like a cat. He didn't want anyone to disturb his rest at this moment, especially Elena, that girl. Afraid of what would come, it came. Before Johnny could close the door, Elena appeared at the doorway. Stinky thing, deadbeat, why did you hide so quickly when you saw me? What were you doing all night? Elena asked coquettishly. Elena, let me have a good sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Can't you see I keep yawning? I'll tell you everything after I wake up, Johnny said, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Seeing Johnny closing the door before finishing his sentence, Elena kicked the door angrily and shouted loudly, Deadbeat, rascal, open the door. Don't kick anymore, or you'll break it. Johnny stopped her violent actions and pleaded through the door. Miss, please, leave me alone. If you don't open it, I won't be nice. Elena got even angrier, intending to give Johnny a hard time. What do you want? Johnny was losing patience. Open the door. Elena ignored the sturdiness of the door and kicked it fiercely with both legs. The door creaked open, revealing Johnny's half-bitter face, only for him to slam it shut again. This made Elena furious. Just as she was about to bang on the door, Rosa's voice came from behind. Hey, you're being locked out, huh? Rosa looked at Elena mockingly. Elena retorted coldly. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. This isn't your place. If you can come, why can't I? Besides, my legs are on me. I go where I want, and it's none of your business. I'm not going to argue with you today. Elena turned away from Rosa and knocked on Johnny's door. Johnny, open the door, let me in. But there was no response after a long while. It looks like you won't get Johnny to open the door today, Rosa said. Just because I can't, doesn't mean you can either, Elena replied. Who said I can't? Stop boasting. Don't let the wind take your tongue on such a nice day. You're the one boasting. You're boasting. You're bragging. No, you're bragging. They argued, escalating the situation until Johnny showed up. My two princesses, can you please stop for a moment? You never stop quarreling. You didn't see how this girl bullied me. Elena pouted at Johnny. Johnny glanced at Elena and then asked Rosa, Princess, what brings you here today? Don't call me princess all the time. Just call me Rosa like before, Rosa smiled. You are the princess of Turin's empire, and I am just a poor boy. It's more appropriate to address you as princess. Johnny responded respectfully. In fact, Johnny had his own reasons for doing so. He wasn't interested in associating with noble children, especially beautiful princesses. After seeing Rosa visit him multiple times, he had already developed a headache. Today he was being polite, hoping she would recognize their difference in status and back off. Rosa pointed at Elena indignantly. Why do you call that girl by her name? Her eyes revealed her dissatisfaction. Both were princesses, yet Johnny called Elena by her name while referring to her as princess, which clearly showed the difference in closeness. How could she be happy about that? Actually, Rosa was wondering if she really liked this plain-looking poor boy Johnny, or if she was just competing with Elena out of vanity. That's because we have a close relationship. How can you compare? Elena remarked, making faces at Johnny. Why are you here today? Johnny asked. The purpose of my visit today is to invite you, on behalf of my father the Emperor, to be our guest at the palace, Rosa said. Johnny, you can't go. Be careful not to fall for that girl's tricks. Elena quickly warned. Who knows if it's a banquet with hidden danger? Johnny looked at Elena, whose eyes were filled with concern and tenderness. He felt something in his heart and turned back to Rosa. I'm sorry, I have many things to do and can't spare the time. Please convey my gratitude to your father. Aren't you listening to that little girl? A real man shouldn't be swayed by such words. It would be laughable if word got out. Besides, you are Johnny, who possesses power comparable to a sword saint and close to a great mage. Are you afraid of a mere royal palace of Turin's empire? Seeing Johnny had no interest in attending the banquet, Rosa tried to provoke him. Princess Rosa, please don't use reverse psychology on me. No matter what, I will not go. Johnny firmly declined. Yes, Johnny won't go. You should leave now. Elena had gained the upper hand again over Rosa, looking extremely pleased. Humph. Rosa stomped her foot and left in a huff. Seeing Rosa depart, Johnny turned to Elena. Elena, you should also go back. I really want to get some sleep now. Can't you see how tired I am? Mitchell, right then, sleep well. I'll come find you this afternoon. Seeing Johnny was truly yawning, and considering he had taken her side earlier, Elena decided not to trouble him further. Finally undisturbed, Johnny breathed a sigh of relief and went into the room to sleep. As noon approached, loud knocking woke Johnny. Why are you bothering me again? Johnny stretched lazily, assuming it was Elena, but outside came a man's voice. Johnny, hurry up and open the door. It's almost midday, and you're still sleeping. It's Brother Matt. Johnny quickly responded, opening the door and inviting Matt in. Before even entering, Matt pulled Johnny along. Johnny, after resting all morning, you must have slept enough. Now let's go. Brother Matt, where are you taking me? Johnny asked hurriedly. Our empire's beautiful little princess invited you to a banquet, but you refused her. So, His Majesty has asked me to bring you there. Hearing it was Hans's banquet again, Johnny immediately struggled free from Matt's grip. Brother Matt, please decline for me. I have no interest in attending any banquet. Johnny, are you trying to make things difficult for me? I promised His Majesty I'd bring you back. If I fail, I'll be in big trouble, Matt explained. How does this concern you? Johnny was puzzled. As you know, as the first heir to the Gallanonic family, Duke, and knowing my relationship with Alexandria, if I don't bring you back, the Emperor will order that I can't be with Alexandria. Do it for Alexandria, and come with me, Matt pleaded. Mitchell right. For Alexandria, I'll make an exception. Johnny agreed. Great. You're really my best brother. Matt happily pulled Johnny along. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Reward. Though the Turin's empire was hailed as the continent's mightiest nation, its palace paled in comparison to the resplendent grandeur of the Eridina Duchy's palace. Nevertheless, it still exuded the prestige befitting the foremost power, with numerous guards posted every few steps and royal patrols constantly crisscrossing various sections. The vigilance was such that even Johnny was taken aback, feeling as though a great enemy had arrived. Urgency and tension hung heavily in the air. The soldiers passing by would often nod in greeting to Matt, who ignored them and led Johnny straight inside. Johnny couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Matt, why are the guards so stringent here?" "Never mind that. Let's hurry up. His Majesty is waiting for you, and Sadie is waiting for you too," Matt urged anxiously. "Why did she come as well?" Johnny asked. As a princess of the Eridina Duchy, she was formally invited by His Majesty, representing his state, Matt replied. When the two reached the banquet hall, Sadie and Alexandria were already there waiting for them. They greeted Johnny and Matt eagerly as they approached. The vast hall held only one table, while many servants stood aside ready to serve, but the Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Johnny found this somewhat peculiar. "The respected guests, His Majesty will arrive shortly," said a steward-like person. After a while, a man in a yellow robe appeared, escorted by a crowd. He was middle-aged, dignified, and full of vigor. As soon as he entered, those around him knelt to greet him. It was none other than Emperor Hans of the Turin's Empire, with his young daughter Alice and advisor Ridge by his side. Johnny pays respects to His Majesty. Johnny bowed slightly towards Hans. Sadie pays respects to His Majesty. Sadie, as a foreign princess, also gave a slight bow. Insolent. A guard behind Hans roared when he saw Johnny didn't kneel, shouting, "Seeing the Emperor, why don't you kneel?" "Seize him," making as if to summon others to apprehend Johnny. Hans waved them off, saying, "Step back, do not offend our honored guest. He is not a subject of the Turin's Empire, and thus need not kneel." Johnny took a seat next to Matt, while Alice squeezed past Matt to sit beside Johnny on the left, giggling. "Johnny, may I sit here?" "Yes, you may," Johnny nodded. "In the morning, I went to invite you, but you wouldn't give me any face, insisting on having Brother Matt do it." Alice shifted the topic to the earlier incident. Johnny felt embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Of course, he wasn't giving face. Didn't you see how sleepy he was in the morning? Sadie spoke up to help Johnny out, not caring whether they were in the Imperial Palace or not, especially when Alice was present. "Why do you but in where you're not wanted?" Alice retorted. "Who asked you to keep bothering Johnny?" "That's enough, Alice. Our guests must be treated courteously," Hans interjected, addressing Johnny. "I apologize for the inconvenience." It's fine. Johnny waved off, leaning towards Sadie to whisper, "You'd better behave, don't lose your princessly composure." "I'll listen to you this time," Sadie complied, gently holding Johnny's right hand. Once everyone was seated, Hans announced loudly, "Please, feel at home. Eat whatever you like." Johnny wasn't the inexperienced country bumpkin he used to be, nor the trembling subordinate before authority. He felt calm and natural, drawing confidence from his strength and dignity. He engaged in light conversation and enjoyed the feast with those nearby. As drinks flowed, Johnny addressed Hans. "May I know what brings me here today, Your Majesty?" "Johnny, we have no rush. Let's discuss matters after we've eaten," Hans replied amicably. Humbert's the host had put it plainly. Johnny decided to wait until the banquet concluded for further inquiry, though the dishes before him now tasted bland. Finally, when the banquet ended, Johnny eagerly awaited the answer. Hans gave Ridge a meaningful look. Ridge then addressed Johnny warmly. "The reason we invited you here today is that we hope Johnny can serve His Majesty. A man of your caliber should not be buried in obscurity. If you were to serve under His Majesty, he would surely give you ample space to excel. Your future will be boundless, and achieving the rank of Duke won't be difficult at all. But Johnny hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I have never thought about these things, let alone being ennobled." Instinctively, Johnny wanted to refuse. He wished to live a peaceful life without getting entangled in political struggles. Ridge's brows furrowed slightly. Johnny's refusal was clearly unexpected. He had assumed that Johnny, coming from humble beginnings, would eagerly accept such an offer. Thinking that perhaps Johnny found their offer insufficient, Ridge quickly devised a plan and whispered into Hans's ear. Though Hans's expression remained unchanged, he inwardly agreed with Ridge's suggestion and announced loudly, "By imperial decree, Johnny shall be conferred the title of first-class Duke of the Turin's Empire, with the rank of pacifying heaven general. You are hereby specially permitted to appear at court without kneeling or paying obeisance." Johnny felt as if he was about to faint. Within moments, he had been inexplicably made an official. Stammering, he looked at Hans, saying, This. Matt urged Johnny. "Johnny, you should thank His Majesty. Where else can you find such good fortune? We'll even be working together in the future." Alexandria naturally leaned on Matt. Alice came over smiling and said, "Now you're no longer just some poor nobody." "In a daze," Johnny replied. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Thus, Johnny became the youngest duke and the youngest general in the history of the Turin's Empire. Seeing Johnny agree, everyone was thrilled, except Sadie, who glared angrily at him. Inside, Hans was greatly pleased. Overjoyed, he added, "Grant the pacifying heaven general a mansion, 100,000 gold coins, and 100 attendants." Johnny was astonished. His mouth nearly dropped open from shock. Having grown up in hardship, he had never seen such lavish rewards. The more generous the rewards, the more unbalanced Sadie felt. Pulling Johnny out of his stupor, she demanded, "You idiot, don't tell me you really accepted this. Our Duchy of Eridina can offer you everything they offered, and even more." She did not want Johnny to be easily bought off like this. Now Johnny was in a dilemma. He had just thanked the Emperor, and refusing now would cause a public embarrassment. Facing Sadie's question, he could only remain silent. Ridge, experienced in human nature, immediately sensed the situation. Walking over to Alice, he whispered, "Princess Alice, it all depends on you now. If you let that girl distract Johnny, your plan might fail." Realizing what Ridge meant, Alice blushed deeply and hurriedly walked to Johnny's side, saying, "Johnny, our imperial garden is very beautiful. Let me show you around." Without waiting for his response, she pulled him away, leaving Sadie to chase after them. Hans instructed Matt and Alexandria, "You two go as well." "Yes, Your Majesty." They replied in unison and followed. Hans dismissed everyone but kept Ridge back, asking, "What's next, old Ridge?" Ridge responded, "Your Majesty, we've only completed the first step, or perhaps just half of it." "What do you mean?" "It all depends on the next move, how we manage to arrange a marriage alliance with Princess Sadie of the Duchy of Eridina. As you saw earlier, there seems to be significant animosity between her and Alice. If she influences Johnny, he may leave, and all our efforts will be wasted. The pressing matter now is to address the relationship between those two girls." Hans sighed and said calmly, "Old Ridge, you must be tired. Rest for now. At least we've succeeded in the first step, and I believe you can solve this problem." "Thank you, Your Majesty. This old servant will retire." Ridge bowed respectfully and exited the hall. Chapter 45, Seeking Refuge. The group of 5 strolled through the imperial garden, touted as the crown jewel of the mightiest kingdom. Johnny was dragged along by Irene, who walked with enthusiasm, while Elena followed closely behind, fuming. Irene pointed out various features in her family's garden proudly to Johnny. "Isn't my family's garden beautiful? Look, isn't that artificial waterfall amazing?" Johnny glanced over and saw only a rather common artificial waterfall, but seeing Irene's joyful face, he agreed half-heartedly. "Yes, it is beautiful. You agree that it's beautiful, right? Did you know that this was specially built for me by my father?" Irene said with pride. "What's there to be proud of? This little scenery isn't worth getting so excited about. It's not even comparable to a corner of my home," Elena retorted disdainfully. She had long been impatient with Irene's enthusiastic introduction to the garden. "Why do you always contradict me?" Irene snapped. "What do you mean contradict? Your garden doesn't compare to just a corner of mine," asked Johnny. "He's seen it." Elena took every opportunity to belittle Irene. "Johnny, tell me, is what that girl says true?" Irene tugged at Johnny's hand, shaking it, hoping for an answer that would favor her. Johnny glanced at Elena, whose eyes fiercely warned him not to lie. Then he looked at Irene's expectant gaze. Trapped between 2 difficult situations, either choice could upset one of them. He truly couldn't win either way. Millie and Catherine burst into laughter from behind. "What are you laughing at?" Johnny asked. "Brother Johnny, you have all these great abilities but can't handle 2 girls," Millie giggled. "I just want to see how the mighty mage Johnny gets outsmarted by our lovely Princess Irene," Catherine added, gloating. "You 2 scoundrels, laughing at me and letting me sink without helping." Johnny spat, throwing every insult he could think of at Millie and Catherine. Even Irene and Elena couldn't help but laugh. Elena curiously asked, "When did you learn all those new words?" Now you're mocking me?" Johnny huffed irritably and immediately used his wind magic to flee before anyone else could notice. "Stop running." The 4 shouted together after Johnny, their voices echoing in the air. After escaping the palace, Johnny didn't return directly to his dormitory for fear of being chased by the 4. Instead, he headed straight for Zane's magic tower. Seeing Johnny rushing toward him, frequently glancing back, Zane asked, "Johnny, why are you in such a hurry? I've been looking for you everywhere." "Teacher Zane, I need your help," Johnny pleaded anxiously. "What kind of help do you need?" "If it's within my power, I'll definitely assist you." Zane smiled. He cherished this student deeply, given that Johnny had achieved something Zane had long dreamed of. Johnny shook his head helplessly. "Please find me a place to hide. I'm afraid of those 2 girls. The farther away from them, the better." "Johnny, are you really that cowardly? Can't handle 2 young girls?" Zane asked, puzzled. Johnny explained everything from beginning to end, which made Zane burst into laughter too. "Teacher Zane, if you're going to mock me, forget it. I'll ask another teacher for help," Johnny pouted. "Why don't you move into my magic tower? You can take this chance to study more with us old bones," Zane suggested. "Thank you, Teacher Zane. Oh, and please don't tell those 2 girls that I'm hiding here," Johnny requested cautiously. "Mitchellright, enough chit-chat from a kid like you. What more do you have to say than an old man like me?" Zane teased, barely holding back his laughter. Just then, Nuck rushed over. Johnny hurriedly greeted him. "Teacher Nuck, hello. There you are." "Actually, I came to find you for something," Nuck replied. "I wonder what you need, teacher. How did you become a Duke of the 1st rank and a General of Pacifying Heaven?" Nuck pointed at Johnny and asked, "What Duke of the 1st rank and General of Pacifying Heaven? Who are you talking about, old monster?" Zane asked. Nuck glanced at Johnny and said, "Who else? It's this little rascal, Johnny." Now it's all over the place that a young mage named Johnny has been unprecedentedly ennobled by Emperor Hans of Tulens as a Duke of the first rank with the title of General of Pacifying Heaven. They say he's granted permission to attend court without kneeling and paying respect without bowing. In a short while, this news will probably spread across the entire Aoyuan continent. Johnny, is this true? Zhenge turned to ask Johnny. Facing the inquiries of the two teachers, Johnny nodded his head in acknowledgement of everything Nuck had said. In fact, all of this was orchestrated by the sly old fox Ridge. As soon as Johnny left, Ridge spread the news that Johnny had been ennobled as a Duke of the first rank and given the rank of General of Pacifying Heaven, aiming to establish an undeniable fact before the public. Johnny, the future Archmage, is not only a Duke of the first rank, but also a General of Pacifying Heaven in Tulens. You rascal, you really give us a hard time, Nuck remarked. But Johnny didn't continue to argue further, standing quietly beside like a child who had done something wrong, listening to the teacher's reprimand. Zhenge spoke earnestly to Johnny. Johnny, it's not that we don't want you to involve in court power. We have placed all our hopes on you. Your teachers hope you can focus on learning magic and reach the pinnacle of magic as soon as possible, fulfilling our wishes. Only then will we not waste our efforts. Teacher, I'm sorry. I'll go and renounce it right away. Johnny turned around intending to leave. You little rascal, why are you in such a hurry? Teacher Zhenge hasn't finished speaking yet. Nuck held back Johnny who was about to leave. Zhenge paused and continued. Humbrance, it has been accepted. Just accept it. Johnny accepting Hans's bestowal is not a bad thing, but rather a good thing. Good thing? Old man Zhenge, have you gone crazy? Explain yourself, Nuck urged. Old monster, be patient. Let me explain slowly. Did you know Hans is an ambitious person? His goal is to unify the Aoyuan continent. He has repeatedly invited me out of retirement, but I sternly refused each time. We old bones became stumbling blocks for his campaign, which troubled him so much that he had to bear it silently. This time, Hans willingly gives so many favors to Johnny because he values the strength of the future Archmage Johnny, trying to win him over to lead his campaigns in the future. Teachers, rest assured, I will never do anything evil for him or help him against my teachers, Johnny hurriedly assured. Good boy, how could your teachers not trust you? Zhenge said kindly. Little rascal, you're still a decent one, Nuck shouted loudly. Zhenge went on. And now, since Johnny has accepted Hans's bestowal, he can take this opportunity to keep an eye on Hans's activities, helping us make correct judgments. Fortunately, Hans currently lacks the capability to start a war. For now, Johnny, stay in the magic tower and try to break through your current level as soon as possible. Your general's manor will be taken care of by the people I send. Thank you, teacher, Johnny replied respectfully. Old monster, things are urgent. Please go fetch them all for an emergency meeting, Zhenge told Nuck. The them Zhenge referred to were the other 9 archmages. After hearing this, Nuck rushed off. Chapter 46. Don't miss the great for the small. In Lemuel's magic tower, all the archmages had solemn expressions and furrowed brows. After scanning everyone, Lemuel said in a serious tone, I'm sure everyone has already heard about Hans trying to win over Johnny. Everyone nodded and began voicing their opinions on the matter. Lemuel gestured for silence before continuing. Given the current situation, we cannot stay here for an extended period. We must return to our respective countries as soon as possible to prevent Hans from suddenly launching an attack. Then what about Johnny? It took us great effort to gather all these archmages, precisely because he is the future Grand Mage, said Jed, one of the vice deans. Lemuel replied, that's exactly what I'm addressing next. Abram and I have discussed it and decided to shorten Johnny's training from 3 months to just 1. But won't Hans launch an attack within this month? A junior archmage asked. Mitchell, though Hans has grand ambitions, he is no fool and won't act rashly. In the coming month, I will officially inform him on behalf of all of us not to make any sudden moves. I say, old man Lemuel, why don't we give that kid a lesson right now? Teach him a thing or two so he won't dare play tricks behind our backs. Abram suggested. Lemuel glanced at Abram and said, Mitchell, these are my assessments based on the current situation. I've thought about what you proposed. If we act together, we could easily eliminate Hans, but doing so would be provocation without cause, and excessive bloodlust does not benefit our magical pursuits. None of us here care much about worldly fame, wealth, or status. We love peace and pursue the highest realm of magic. Besides, even if we eliminated Hans, it wouldn't serve any purpose and would only lead to more casualties among soldiers. So until Hans makes his next move, we should wait and see how events unfold before making decisions. Johnny's heart raced at hearing Lemuel use the word eliminate so casually. Anyone else saying such things would sound insane, but Lemuel and the elders present had the power to back up those words. Dean Lemuel truly has a compassionate heart, Kenna praised. Blushing slightly at Kenna's compliment, Lemuel said, You're too kind. But did anyone notice that someone seems to be monitoring us? No wonder I felt like there was a shadow following me. Seems it's that kid's spy. Let me go teach him a lesson. Abram impulsively moved to leave. Hold on, old monster. Wait for old man Lemuel to finish speaking. Mario held Abram back. Abram glared. Why don't you join me in teaching Hans a lesson? Or let go of me? You're always so impulsive even at your age, Mario commented. Lemuel turned to Abram. Old Abram, focus on how to intensify Johnny's guidance in this month and help him break through his current level. What about Hans? Johnny accepted his ennoblement. Should Johnny renounce it? Asked Kenna, concerned. Kenna, you don't need to worry about that. Johnny's acceptance gives us insight into Hans's moves. Let's discuss what we should do in the next month, Lemuel calmly responded. Fine, let's do it, everyone agreed. Nasty boy, did you hear what teacher Lemuel said? Abram yelled at Johnny. Yes, Teacher Abram, Johnny respectfully replied. The next few days, the Archmages and Johnny stayed in Lemuel's magic tower. Lemuel spread the word that they were researching a magic topic and kept the real purpose under wraps. During this time, Elena and Irene tried to inquire several times out of curiosity, but were convinced by Lemuel with a mix of flattery, deception, and threats. In the Turin's palace, Harriet was reporting to Hans, Your Majesty, they've been staying in Old Man Lemuel's magic tower for several days without coming out. Hans anxiously asked, Did you get any information from inside? It's my fault. Old Man Lemuel set powerful protective spells around the tower, and I couldn't get close enough to learn anything. Harriet replied apprehensively. What do you think those old fellows' intentions are? Hans asked pullingly. Fernand stroked his gray beard and said, Actually, those old fellows were within our surveillance range the first time they appeared. Johnny even Archmages gathered here, which is unprecedented. These old fellows usually look down on everyone else, but now they've appeared together, proving that our first step was right. What's the matter? Hans asked eagerly. It's about our choice to court Johnny. Based on the current situation, these 11 Archmages have come together for Johnny, the future Grand Mage. It looks like they'll be staying here for a while, Fernand analyzed. After hearing Fernand's analysis, excitement showed on Hans's face, and he said loudly, Truly, fortune favors me. With those old fellows absent, I will launch an attack to occupy those countries in one stroke. Absolutely not, Your Majesty, Fernand exclaimed. Hearing Fernand's objection, Hans asked in surprise, Why do you stop me, Master Pooh? Isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? Fernand replied, Your Majesty must not act rashly. First, our preparations are far from enough to start a large-scale war. If we can't conquer those countries in one fell swoop, our country will suffer heavy losses. Even worse, if the front line is extended, it will drag our country into a quagmire of war. Second, and most importantly, if those old fellows come to ask for compensation, our country will be doomed. So, before we have enough power to deal with them, we must not take any hasty action. Thanks to your timely reminder, Master Pooh, or I would make an unpardonable mistake, Hans said with a shiver down his spine, then continued after taking a deep breath. Then what should we do as per your advice? Our only option now is to wait patiently until young Johnny becomes a Grand Mage and sincerely stands by you, Fernand replied. But how long will it take? For my ambition of unifying the continent, I've been waiting for 20 years. Hans seemed unwilling to give up. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will assist you to fulfill this ambition. Fernand understood Hans's desire well. Unifying the continent was his lifelong wish and pursuit. To achieve his ambition, every step had to be perfect. Otherwise, it would lead to total failure, even at the cost of his life. In his twilight years, he couldn't afford to lose. Is there nothing we can do except wait? Hans gnashed his teeth. Fernand thought for a moment and said, We can change our approach. During this period, we should try to befriend the Duchy of Iva and form a strategic alliance if possible. Then I leave this matter to you, Master Pooh, Hans said, then gave orders to Harriet. Harriet, assign more personnel to closely monitor their every move, especially Johnny's. Report to me immediately once you get any news. Yes, Your Majesty, Harriet answered respectfully. Chapter 47, Conversation at the Palace Gate. To ensure everyone could fully dedicate themselves to their tasks for this month, Mario and Zane decided to personally visit Hans's palace. To create a greater and more effective deterrent, they went in their capacities as the Dean of Holy Magic Academy and the President of the Magic Guild. When Hans received the news that Mario and Zane were heading towards his palace, he nearly fell off his throne from fright. One visitor was already enough to give him trouble. Two were even more unnerving. Ridge noticed the fear and anxiety in Hans's eyes and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty need not panic. What must come will come. Let us first understand their intentions. Mr. Ridge, what should we do now? We cannot just sit here waiting for disaster. There has to be a solution. If those two elders get angry, Hans did not dare to imagine further, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Ridge had a vague inkling but could not draw any conclusion, so he said, Your Majesty, their visit must be related to your plan to unify the continent. Let's see how things play out and decide accordingly. There is no insurmountable obstacle. This old minister will handle everything. For now, please greet them at the palace gate with the highest imperial ceremony. At least, let's not give them an excuse on etiquette. So it all depends on you, Mr. Ridge. After this matter is settled, I shall appoint you as the father of the nation. That is within my duties. Hans loudly commanded. Summon the honor guard and musicians to form 2 lines outside the palace gate. Order all officials to accompany me to welcome our guests. Then he walked towards the palace gate with heavy steps. As Hans anxiously paced back and forth outside the palace gate, 2 familiar yet unwanted figures appeared, none other than Mark Mario and Zanin. As they arrived, the guards lined up, music played, cannons fired, and all ministers bowed deeply to the ground. It was an impressive welcoming scene. As the 2 figures approached, Ridge followed Hans to greet them respectfully. They bowed together, politely saying, Honorable seniors, it is truly an honor to have you grace us with your presence. A warm welcome for the honorable seniors, the officials shouted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the palace and lingering for a long time. Your Majesty Hans, there's no need for such elaborate formalities, Zane remarked, surprised by the grand welcome, thinking that even foreign emperors might not receive such treatment. However, both Zane and Mario had earned their status. As in the eyes of ordinary citizens, the president of the Magic Guild and the Dean of Holy Magic Academy held positions higher than any emperor. Hearing this, Hans quickly put on a smile. It is necessary. I would be honored to invite guests like you. Today, to have both seniors grace us, the highest protocol is the least we can offer. I am afraid of failing to properly host you. If there are any shortcomings, I hope for your forgiveness. Zhenge ignored Hans's flattery and whispered to Mario. Our arrival seems to have spread quickly. Looks like someone is keeping a close eye on us. Mario responded without changing expression. Put away these formalities. We find them uncomfortable. Michelso, how did you know we were coming? And why this grand welcome? Well, Hans was momentarily speechless. The crafty Ridge saw Hans's embarrassment and quickly interjected. Last night, His Majesty dreamed of 2 celestial beings descending upon our Torrens palace. Who would have thought the dream came true today with your honorable arrivals? Your capabilities probably surpass even celestial beings. Yes, I had such a dream last night, which is why I came here to welcome the seniors. Hans looked straight at Mario and Zhenge, giving Ridge an appreciative glance, as if saying, still, Mr. Ridge, your wisdom prevails. Mario naturally didn't believe Ridge's talk about celestial beings and coldly said, please dismiss all officials, guards, and subordinates. We have something important to discuss. Seniors, please come inside. Let's discuss matters inside rather than standing at the palace gate. Wouldn't that be more respectful? Hans nervously replied. We don't mind the inconvenience, and you're afraid of it? Let's just talk here. Zhenge's tone gradually became firmer. If His Majesty cannot order them to leave, then this old man will have to do it myself. If I, an old man, take action, well, Zhenge didn't continue but gave Hans a threatening smile. Yes. Hans had no choice but to obediently order everyone to retreat. If this old man Zhenge really took action, probably none of them would leave safely. Plus, Mario was still there. Soon, even the guards at the palace gate were all withdrawn. Of course, Ridge stayed behind because Zhenge knew he was Hans's trusted minister. Every decision made by Hans must have been plotted with him. Not retreating, there was nothing much that could be done. Seeing everyone gone, Mario immediately cast a light protection spell, World of Light, around the 4 of them. Anxious, Hans asked, what is this for, senior? Mario glanced at Hans disdainfully and said contemptuously, in this world of light, outsiders cannot hear our words or see what we are doing. It won't embarrass you. Hearing these words, Hans resolved to ask boldly, may I know why the 2 seniors have come? Then let's get straight to the point. Zhenge said, the purpose of our visit today is to advise you to abandon your arrogant ambitions and not to daydream about unifying the continent. It would be better to focus on how to manage your own Torrens empire well and make life easier for your people. Senior, this is quite a joke. Who has time to play jokes on you? Do not start a war out of selfish desires. Once the war starts, countless lives will be lost, throwing the entire continent into chaos and instability, Mario added. The 2 seniors shouldn't listen to those scoundrels outside who spout nonsense. I've never thought of unifying the continent, nor do I have the courage, Hans denied forcefully, though his forehead sweated profusely from nervousness, unsure if it was due to heat or fear, likely the latter. No, look at your forehead drenched in cold sweat, yet you claim otherwise. Has it hit close to home? Zhenge asked. No, it's because of the heat. Hans hastily wiped away his cold sweat with his sleeve. He cast a pleading glance towards Ridge. Ridge heard Zhenge and Mario's intentions matching his speculation, and he had already begun to think of solutions. Seeing Hans looking for help, he stepped forward and said, the 2 seniors overthink things. His Majesty has always diligently governed the country with care and attention to detail. With so many major and minor matters to handle, where would he find the time to think of unifying the continent? Besides, His Majesty is a peace-loving monarch. How can he easily wage war? These must be rumors spread by countries unsatisfied with our Torrens empire, aiming to defame and tarnish our reputation to achieve their purposes. Could the seniors inform us who has been disparaging our reputation? We should lodge a serious protest against them. One cannot cover the sky with one hand. Rumors do not arise without reason. Whether or not it's true, you know best. Only good governance can be your way out, Mario said seriously. Today, we specially inform you in the name of the Magic Guild and the Holy Magic Academy. Do not wage war recklessly, or we, the old ones, will not forgive your Torrens empire first, Zhenge warned angrily. You may rest assured, His Majesty will remember the senior's advice, Ridge respectfully said. Let's go. Mario dissolved the world of light, and Zhenge turned to leave. They're finally gone. Hans muttered to himself, watching their disappearing backs, relieved that he did not anger the 2 old men. He felt incredibly lucky. Chapter 48. Compound Magic. Lemuel knew his intimidation had worked the moment he saw Hans's uneasy and guilty expression. At least for the short term, Hans wouldn't dare to have those arrogant thoughts anymore. With his objective achieved, Lemuel, Roger, and the other 9 senior mages began a completely secluded life inside Lemuel's magic tower. Raffaellis passed by one after another. If it weren't for the ample space and numerous rooms in Lemuel's magic tower, not to mention Johnny's rapidly improving magical skills, these old men would have been stifled long ago. Especially old man Abram, who had tried dozens of times to slip out for some fresh air, but was always stopped by Lemuel, who preached about their tight schedule, sending him back with reasons that sounded quite convincing. Each time, old man Abram would vent his frustration on Johnny, only to end up being laughed at by others because Abram had several times ended up at Johnny's disadvantage. What a case of failing to steal the chicken and losing a handful of rice. Not this time. Abram was once again thwarted by Lemuel. Feeling downcast, he sought trouble with Johnny again. Seeing the opportunity coming, Johnny quickly hid behind Kenna, peering out from behind her with his bright eyes. Women are always gentler and kinder than men, so naturally, Abram couldn't bear to press on any further, could only glare fiercely at Johnny and curse. You little brat, come here now, don't hide behind her. Kenna watched this all unfold with an amused smile. I'm not going over there. I'm afraid you'll hit me, said Johnny, somewhat apprehensively. In truth, Johnny was deeply grateful to Old Man Abram. Without him, he might not be alive in this world, nor would he have his current status and identity. Despite Abram's sometimes irresponsible demeanor, he often cared for Johnny like a loving father, which gave Johnny unprecedented happiness. Mitchellwright, come out. I won't hit you, said Abram irritably. Really, you won't hit. Not hitting. Johnny cautiously emerged from behind Kenna, inching towards Abram. When Johnny saw the peculiar smile on Abram's face, it was already too late, and he was grabbed by Abram, calling himself foolish internally. You little thing, trying to outsmart me, you're too young for that, Abram said insidiously. So you, dead old man Abram, dared to trick me. Johnny shouted in anger as soon as he realized he was deceived. To his surprise, Abram wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. What if I did trick you? Anyway, I won. Can't you accept it? Saying this, he knocked Johnny hard on the head, causing Johnny to wail miserably. I just can't. Roger came over to tease. Johnny, remember this. Half of what old man Abram says is not trustworthy. Remember well, otherwise, you'll suffer again. Do I look like someone who goes back on his word? Abram shot a look at Roger. How should I know? To say that 9 out of 10 things I say can't be trusted? Aren't you belittling my character? Abram turned his attention to Roger. He had been cooped up and hadn't had a good banter in ages. Naturally, this resulted in everyone laughing out loud, no one attempting to stop them, but rather encouraging them until they reached a conclusion. Kenna also watched them quarreling with interest, thinking, they're both old enough yet love fooling around. Where's the image of mighty and deep mage masters? While Abram and Roger argued, an idea suddenly flashed through Johnny's mind, something he had attempted before but failed. With so many experienced seniors present, perhaps they might offer a solution. Immediately, Johnny shouted loudly, Dear and respected master mages, I have a question to ask you, and I wonder if any of you can answer. What is it? The group turned to surround Johnny, asking what his question was. Does anyone know the concept of compound magic? This stumped the elder mages, looking at each other without knowing how to respond. Magic elements mainly included water, fire, earth, wind, and light, along with the extended ice, lightning, and electricity systems. There were also the dark magic forbidden by the continent, and the mythical and theoretical space magic. Any of the elders here were more than capable in singular magic systems, but they had never heard of compound magic, let alone understood which category it belonged to. This was the first time they were hearing about it from Johnny. While everyone was still in a daze, Roger broke the silence first and asked, Johnny, although each magic system can extend to forbidden spells at its peak, can you explain what your concept of compound magic is? Because I always feel that the elemental magic particles seem to have life as they leap around in this space. I wonder if these single elemental particles can be combined into a new form of magic. If so, I think its power shouldn't just equal the sum of 1 + 1, 2, 3, or even all systems could fuse together. This left the old men speechless. Mitchell, though their individual magic skills had reached an unparalleled level, none of them had ever considered merging different elemental magics. Johnny's theory of composite magic challenged their current understanding of magic. If it were achieved, it would surely bring about a revolution in the field of magic, pushing magical strength to unprecedented heights, with Johnny being the instigator of this change. Johnny also detailed his past attempts and results to the old men. Given their vast experience, after discussion and deliberation, they identified the flaws in Johnny's efforts and agreed that Roger should analyze it. Roger said seriously, Johnny, the reason you cannot combine water elements with fire elements is because you are violating the natural laws of the 5 Johnnyments. The natural laws of the 5 Johnnyments? Johnny asked curiously. The 5 Johnnyments are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Generation means that metal generates water, water generates wood generates fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. Control means that metal controls wood controls earth controls water controls fire, and fire controls metal. Everything in the universe is within the changes and evolution of the 5 Johnnyments. Johnnymental magic is also governed by the principle of generation and control. Water and fire are inherently extremes. How can you combine them? Roger explained a lot about the 5 Johnnyments and systematically provided more details on their relationships. Johnny seemed to understand and nodded, asking, Teacher Roger, does that mean any 2 mutually supportive elements can potentially fuse? Theoretically, yes, but I am only a pure light element mage and do not know the specifics. You can try combining fire and earth elements to see if they can merge. Following Roger's instructions, Johnny tried to summon fire and earth elements. Despite his efforts to forcibly merge them, he failed repeatedly and kept trying over and over. Roger, sensing something, said, Johnny, since you understand that elemental magic has a lifelike existence, you should let them act according to nature rather than force them to fuse. Changing his approach, Johnny calmed his mind and gently coaxed the fire and earth elements to move closer. Miraculously, they started to absorb each other and eventually fused into one. Encouraged, Johnny summoned more fire and earth elements for fusion. As the 2 elemental forces increased and merged, a large reddish-brown orb formed before Johnny. The energy released became overwhelming, making everyone feel suffocated. Brat, stop now. You'll destroy my magic tower, Lemuel shouted anxiously. But by the time he spoke, the orb exploded violently, instantly destroying the entire magic tower. Had the mages not quickly used protective spells, the outcome would have been dire. They escaped injury but were covered in dust and dirt, especially Kinna, whose appearance was indescribable. Seeing the chaos he caused, Johnny hurriedly apologized. Teachers, I'm sorry. You really know how to cause trouble, Lemuel lamented, as his magic tower was utterly destroyed in a moment. You don't want to crush me to death, huh? Abram brushed off the dust, scolding angrily. At that moment, Roger exclaimed, Look out, there are people coming. Instantly, he cast a powerful light shield spell, World of Light, to protect everyone. If anyone saw their disheveled state, it would be extremely embarrassing. Chapter 49. There's no such thing as a free show. The explosion caused by the fusion of Johnny's earth and fire magic echoed across the entire academy. When people realized that the location of the explosion was none other than Dean Lemuel's magic tower at the Holy Divine Magic and Martial School, they were stunned. Coming to their senses, they began speculating what had happened over there. Curiosity is a strong driver for humans. Immediately after the explosion ceased, some people rushed toward the scene, with others following closely, not wanting to miss out on the spectacle. While many had come to investigate the cause of the incident, even more had gathered just to watch the commotion. Soon, over 1,000 people had gathered around the accident site, bustling like a market. Looking at their astonished expressions, their mouths were wide open enough to fit a fist. Lemuel's magic tower was always considered forbidden territory by students, and it was unimaginable that this revered tower had actually collapsed along with the explosion, leaving only scattered rubble. There was no sign of any person in sight. Inside the transparent magic barrier, the master mages watched as more and more teachers and students gathered outside. Each of them turned pale but felt secretly fortunate that Dylan had quickly cast World of Light, a protective spell that allowed them to see outside while blocking the outside view and sound, thus saving face. Otherwise, they would have been utterly humiliated, making it difficult to show their faces again. Johnny stood quietly to one side, his head lowered, saying nothing. Having made a mistake, he didn't dare utter another word, fearing that one wrong move might infuriate these elders further. Abram was still fuming. Ignoring the crowd outside, he yanked Johnny by his right ear and started scolding. You little brat, you tricked me in the magic tower, and now you want to get back at me? Even if you wanted to get back at me, did you have to blow up the magic tower? If I had been crushed alone, that would have been fine, but didn't you know there were so many other teachers here? What would you do if you injured them? Me. Johnny was at a loss for words under Abram's rebuke. What do you mean me? You still don't realize your mistake. Abram kept harping on. Mitchell right, old eccentric Abram. For someone who's supposed to be a teacher, you're really nagging without end. Aren't you afraid people will laugh? Besides, Johnny didn't do it on purpose. Fortunately, none of us are hurt. Juliana stepped forward, seeing Johnny's pained expression. She comforted him warmly. Come here, Johnny. Come to Auntie Juliana. Let's see if that old eccentric dares to bully you. Hearing Juliana stick up for him, Johnny thanked her profusely. Thank you, Auntie Juliana. He quickly hid behind her to avoid another attack from Abram. Seeing Juliana protect Johnny, Abram laughed bitterly. I wanted to teach this brat a lesson so he won't act recklessly again. Enough, old eccentric Abram. Say less and do more. Lemuel also chimed in Bumanda Sodal. Moafata Huila, Haiku Yi Chongjan, Yaosha Rodaver, Boroni Jurgalausha, Nani Taju Kaidala. He wouldn't dare. Abram gritted his teeth. Maybe not, but if you keep lying to me and hitting me, I might really disown you as my teacher. There are plenty of teachers here. One less of you doesn't matter much, Johnny said playfully from behind Juliana. Hey, you little rascal. Today I will make sure you learn your lesson. Abram lunged at Johnny, but was blocked by Dylan. Stop fooling around. We should focus on how to handle this embarrassing situation. Do you want everyone to see through once my protection spell fades? Dylan referred to them being hidden inside the World of Light, with thousands watching outside. As Abram and Johnny were bantering, more teachers and students gathered, including the royal guard of the Tolan's empire. The crowd outside had probably exceeded 5,000 now. Strangely, the crowd formed a vacuum zone around the collapsed magic tower, surrounded by intense light element magic. Those trying to approach closer felt as though an invisible wall pushed them back, preventing any advance. What a powerful magic aura, someone in the crowd marveled. This can't be the president of the Magic Guild's protective spell, World of Light. This is clearly World of Light. Someone in the crowd recognized Dylan's protective spell. Could they be inside this protective spell? What are they doing in there? You can't be serious. A few bold ones even cast offensive spells, trying to break through the protective magic to see what was happening inside. They are attacking your protective spell, old man Bar. I really admire those kids. They have the guts to attack your protective spell, Abram said with a smile to Dylan. Though the people outside couldn't know what was happening inside the protective barrier, their murmurs and speculations reached the ears of the master mages without fail. Every move of theirs was watched by the master mages. In his frustration, Dylan added more magic power to the protective spell, completely isolating the inside from the outside world. Jed, who had been silent all along, said to Lemuel, President, what do you think we should do now? We can't just wait here like this. Look at those audacious students outside. They are actually trying to attack the president's protective spell. Yes, President Lemuel, you need to think of something quickly. Juliana also felt uneasy. As a woman, especially a beautiful one, she found the situation increasingly unbearable. The other master mages also urged Lemuel to come up with a solution, treating him as their leader since he was the president of the Holy Divine School. It made sense. This was Lemuel's territory, so if he didn't take action, who would? The master mages were quite cunning, letting Lemuel figure it out while Dylan protected them, giving themselves an easy time. Lemuel was equally annoyed. He felt how futile it was being a grand mage at this moment. Normally, he commanded respect and awe, but now he was trapped inside a protective spell by his own student. If it weren't for saving face, he would have stormed out already. Even 10,000 people wouldn't be a match for him. Yet here he was enduring the humiliation inside this protective spell. When his gaze fell on Zhenge, he suddenly had an idea. He pulled Zhenge out from behind Juliana, saying irritably, "You caused this mess, so you should think of a way to get us out of here." "I've thought of a solution already," Zhenge said calmly. "What is it? Hurry up and tell us," the Master Mages said, almost desperately. "The solution is..." Zhenge then explained his plan, which the Master Mages all agreed on enthusiastically. "Students and teachers of the Holy Divine School and the Royal Guards, I, Lemuel, command you to leave this place immediately, or you will be punished according to school regulations." Lemuel's voice echoed outside through the protective spell, amplified by wind magic. Upon hearing the order, some people began to disperse. Lemuel repeated his command, this time more sternly, causing more to leave, but still, over 1,000 remained outside. Just as Lemuel was about to shout for the third time, Zhenge stopped him, saying, "Teacher Lemuel, don't bother. Those who want to leave would have left already. The ones who stayed are here for the show. They won't leave unless they get a taste of their own medicine. Zhenge, don't you dare cause trouble. There are many students out there," Lemuel warned anxiously, knowing Zhenge's strength. Now that Zhenge had mastered composite magic, if he really went all out, none of those people would survive. "Don't worry, teacher, I'll just scare them. I won't cause trouble," Zhenge reassured him lightly. "So what do you plan to do? Humbertons, they want to watch a show. Naturally, they should pay for it. There's no such thing as a free show. Humbertons, you let me handle this, you'll see," Zhenge said nonchalantly. To Lemuel, Zhenge's nonchalant words meant something else entirely. Humbertons, he had agreed to let Zhenge take charge. There was nothing he could do but let him go ahead. But deep down, he worried about his students and teachers. Chapter 50, Accidental Injury. Zhenge looked at the group of mages who were watching him with keen interest and merely smiled faintly. Just as people outside were concentrating on observing the changes in the scene, countless firestones, meteors, wind blades, and light arrows suddenly flew from all corners of the sky. Numerous stone spikes and ice spears emerged from the ground, and after a lightning strike, a heavy downpour ensued. Caught off guard, many people had not even begun to resist when they fell, not because they were injured, but because they were frightened by the sudden attack, which clearly contained spells from various elemental schools. Which bastard born to a father but without a mother is behind there trying to backstab? If you have the guts, come out so I can teach you how to be filial. Someone in the royal guard shouted curses. Zhenge had initially just wanted to scare those who were gathered around for entertainment, but upon hearing the born to a father but without a mother, he was instantly stunned, standing silently for a long time without speaking, his lips moving but no words coming out. "Zhenge, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Alice gently shook Zhenge's dazed body and asked with concern. However, she saw tears welling up in Zhenge's eyes and the expression of clenched teeth, immediately understanding why. That phrase had deeply pierced Zhenge's heart. Just as she was about to comfort him not to take it too hard, she saw Zhenge wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes and struck out in anger. A dozen thunderbolts and lightning strikes exploded among the guards. The guard who was cursing hadn't realized what was happening before leaving this world regretfully. Fortunately, he wasn't alone on his journey to the netherworld. The explosion carried several dozen comrades along with him. With lives lost, chaos immediately broke out among the crowd, who fled in panic. Though they enjoyed spectacles, none dared use their lives as tickets to one. "Want to run? No chance. When I tried to advise you, you wouldn't listen. Now that you've felt the pain, it's too late." The angry and grieving Zhenge muttered to himself, ready to unleash his full power to teach these people a lesson. They could only blame the unwise guard who cursed Zhenge by saying, "Born to a father, but without a mother," stirring up Zhenge's inner pain. Now, how could they expect any good outcome? Fortunately, Zhenge did not target the Holy Divine Academy students, but instead focused his venting on Turin's Empire's royal guards, unleashing continuous attacks from different elemental magic. One by one, Turin's Empire's royal guards fell, and Zhenge showed no signs of stopping. Later on, even Rafolk magic attacks appeared. At this moment, Zhenge's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, wanting nothing more than to eliminate those who hurt him. "This isn't good. Something serious will happen," Holt cried out in alarm. "What serious thing?" Lemuel vaguely sensed an ominous premonition, as if some major disaster was about to unfold. Ignoring Lemuel's question, Holt shouted loudly at Zhenge. "Zhenge, stop!" It seemed Zhenge hadn't heard Holt's words, still releasing spells towards the guards. "What's wrong with Zhenge?" Abram was also starting to worry. "You should feel the elements of various magic rapidly converging on Zhenge. Is it self-expansion?" Lemuel finally understood why Holt was so worried. Holt continued, "Yes, judging by Zhenge's current state, he has indeed entered the realm of self-expansion. You, as high-level mages, understand what self-expansion means. It's an irreversible path leading to mutual destruction with the enemy. Look at Zhenge's face. He is gradually losing his rationality, only crazily absorbing the magic elements from the sky. If this continues, the consequences are unimaginable. Once Zhenge's body can't withstand the endless influx of elements, he'll detonate. Not only will outsiders have no hope of survival, even we won't escape. The entire Holy Divine Academy may not survive the impact caused by Zhenge's rage-induced explosion." Upon hearing Holt's words, everyone understood the severity of the situation. In an instant, Holt's World of Light defensive spell was shattered by the influx of magical elements. "Holt, think of something quickly. What should we do? It might really be too late otherwise." Abram was truly anxious this time. Quick, all of us attack together to cut off the continuous flow of magic elements. And we must suppress Johnny's turbulent emotions, Holt shouted loudly. The other 10 high mages acted without a word, unleashing their powers simultaneously. Johnny even high mages acting together created an awe-inspiring scene. Those who had survived Johnny's attack were lucky enough to witness this once-in-a-millennium spectacle, momentarily forgetting they were on the brink of death, and watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss any moment of the incredible event. This collective action by the 11 high mages would surely be recorded in history. Under the joint efforts of the 11 high mages, the magic elements ceased converging and began to dissipate. A pure, milky white light magic healing spell from Holt enveloped Johnny's entire body. Gradually, Johnny stopped his near-mad actions, his eyes becoming blank, his face pale, his head tilted, and he collapsed. What's wrong with you, boy? Abram caught Johnny as he fell. Inside, Abram felt extremely distressed. Johnny was his first and only student, to whom he entrusted all his hopes. Seeing Johnny unconscious now caused Abram such pain that tears rolled down his old cheeks. Abram, stop grieving and carry him back quickly, Holt reminded. Holt glanced at the remaining onlookers and barked, still hanging around? Do you want these old men to send you off personally? The cold tone and furious glare frightened the remaining people away faster than rabbits. Having witnessed the drama, they didn't want to irritate the enraged high mages any further. These old masters, each powerful enough to shake the earth, were not to be trifled with. Really, pride is a dangerous thing, Lemuel muttered in self-reproach. If we hadn't cared about our pride just now, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The other high mages agreed deeply, reproaching themselves for their foolish behavior. Despite their age and immense power, they had still let pride get the better of them. Don't blame yourselves here. Let's focus on saving Johnny, Holt said. Inside the room, the high mages watched tensely as several light magic healing spells from Holt failed to bring any improvement to Johnny. He remained unconscious, and worse, his magical energy was gradually draining. If this continued, Johnny might become a powerless mage. After several more attempts, Holt stopped, shaking his head continually, making everyone's hearts sink even deeper. If Holt's healing magic couldn't save Johnny, who else in the world could? In his panic, Abram rushed forward and shook Johnny vigorously, sobbing. Boy, wake up. You can't leave me like this. Your teacher still wants to see you become a high mage. But Johnny was unresponsive except for his faint breathing, looking no different from a dead person. Abram, stop shaking him. You'll only worsen his condition. Let him rest, Holt said. Unexpectedly, Abram knelt before Holt and begged tearfully. Brother Ba, please, I've never asked anyone for help before, but I beg you today. Please do whatever it takes to heal Johnny. Abram, what are you doing? Get up. Holt quickly pulled Abram up. You're slapping my face. Of course I'll do everything I can. Johnny is my student too. Thank you, Abram said emotionally. Mitchellright, everyone's exhausted. Go rest. I'll take care of him here. Alice, the only female high mage, said. Thanks to you. The others thanked her before returning to their respective quarters. Chapter 51, The Mystery of Attributes. For several consecutive days, Johnny remained in a coma, and finally, even the ever-composed Dylan became anxious. If Johnny continued to remain unconscious, his condition would become extremely dire, possibly even reaching the brink of death. On the fourth day after Johnny was injured, the Master Mages gathered again to discuss Johnny's condition. Old man Ba, why hasn't Johnny woken up yet? It's been 3 whole days. If he doesn't wake up soon, I'll go crazy. Mitch also, there's no trace of magical fluctuations in Johnny's body. It's like he's just an ordinary person, Abram said with worry. Yes, President Ba, the healing magic on this continent is most potent with your light-based healing spells. If even you can't cure him, what else can we do? Vice Dean Jet added. Don't lose hope, Vice Dean. Don't say such discouraging words here. With so many Master Mages present, we will definitely find a solution. As long as we work together, we will come up with a way. There's always a way out, Dylan answered confidently. Lemuel, who had been thinking by himself all along, suddenly asked. Even if self-expansion is a suicidal method against enemies, it shouldn't result in prolonged unconsciousness after controlling and suppressing it. Mitch also, the gradual loss of magical energy in Johnny's body. Dylan replied. These past 3 days, I have carefully observed changes in Johnny's body. The reason his self-expansion led to a different outcome compared to other mages might be due to his physical attributes. You all know that Johnny is the only known person without any elemental affinity on the continent. That's why we value him so much. He can learn magic from all elements, and might even become the first all-elemental Grand Mage in history. Old man Ba, why are you talking about things so far ahead? Get to the point quickly. Can't you see how worried we are? Abram interrupted. Mitchellright, let me get straight to the point. Dylan glanced at Abram and continued. Everyone has different elemental attributes. For example, my body has a light attribute, making it much easier for me to absorb light elementals, which makes progress faster when learning light magic. Because of the light attribute, dark magic elements are naturally repelled. Hearing this, Lemuel suddenly understood and continued. Humberton's the absorption and control of elements depend on the predominant attribute in one's body. No matter how many magical elements a person contains, their greatest achievement will often be in the element they are strongest in. But what does this have to do with Johnny? He's a child without any elemental attribute, Abram asked. Old Abram, being a great mage and not understanding this. Lemuel sighed sarcastically. Just stop teasing him. Abram is too concerned about Johnny to think clearly, Dylan said. Let me continue. Due to Johnny having no elemental attribute, He can absorb any type of elemental magic from nature without conflict, coexisting peacefully. In other words, his body is integrated with nature, obtaining all his magic power from nature. His body is merely a medium for energy conversion. That's why Zhenge could achieve realms that others can't reach in just 2 years. Now Abram truly understood and said repeatedly, "No wonder this brat can instantly cast spells from all elements without chanting incantations. His energy comes from nature itself. Who can compete with that?" The other master mages knew that someone without an attribute could learn any type of magic, but it wasn't until today that they fully understood why. Dylan explained, "Zhenge remains unconscious because the backlash from his self-expansion caused a magical energy recoil. Such a backlash could disable or kill a mage. If not for Zhenge's attribute-less body helping him, he would have already died. One life lost, huh? Zhenge's got a big destiny. You're the one who should die first." Abram couldn't help but curse. "I take that back. You're wrong anyway. How can anything happen to Zhenge? You two stop fighting." "President Ba, you haven't explained why Zhenge is still unconscious." Juliana, who had been listening quietly, asked a critical question. Mario gave Abram a stern look and said, "This is precisely related to his body's attributes. When the backlash of self-expansion was about to harm him, his body naturally formed an invisible barrier to block the invasive magic force. This means that his body has been completely isolated from nature. It's like a pond with only an outlet, but no inlet. The water in it will eventually run out. This also explains why Zhenge's body can no longer absorb magical elements and instead shows signs of losing them. Because his body has been isolated from nature, magic power cannot circulate within him, as if it were suddenly cut off. Why is he still in a coma then?" Abram asked anxiously. "You old fool, haven't you figured this out yet?" Mario said. Abram pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "I get it. Zhenge is in a coma because his body couldn't endure the sudden severing of magic power." Seeing Abram's somewhat flushed face, everyone laughed, all smiling at him who had just realized the answer. Abram pretended to be furious. "What are you laughing at? I'm just too concerned about Zhenge, unlike you heartless ones." "I must say, Abram, your words don't sit well with me. How could we not care about Zhenge?" Lemuel teased, with other master mages echoing his sentiment. After the laughter subsided, Abram asked, "When will Zhenge wake up?" "It's already the 4th day. We can only wait and see," Mario said helplessly. His calm eyes showed worry and distress. After a while, he continued, "Humberton's Zhenge won't wake up soon. Everyone should return to their respective countries as quickly as possible. We shouldn't give Hans a chance to cause trouble, especially since we've been here for quite some time." "What about Zhenge?" Everyone chimed in. "Don't worry, we'll take good care of him," Lemuel assured. "I'll stay to look after the brat. Being alone, I have nothing to lose," Abram declared. "Hold on, Ms. Juliana." Lemuel seemed to recall something important. "Is there anything else you need?" "Well, when you return to Ivo Principality, please take little Lenore with you. She has been pestering me about Zhenge's whereabouts these past few days. To keep my peace of mind, I beg you to bring her back. Once Zhenge recovers a bit, she can come back later." "What about her studies?" Juliana asked, feigning hesitation. Lenore's relationship with Zhenge was deepening, and she wouldn't foolishly intervene at this point. Juliana came here not only at Mario's invitation, but also at Ozard's request to matchmake between Zhenge and Lenore. This situation would test whether Lenore's feelings for Zhenge were genuine. "Just tell her it's my special permission for her to leave school. Let the young people decide for themselves. We elders should not meddle too much." Juliana's tactful response surprised Lemuel. Noticing the peculiar gleam in her eyes, he knew better than to push further. Young people have their own world. Chapter 52, by the Humbert bed. Paper cannot wrap fire. Despite attempts to keep it hidden, news of Zhenge's injury eventually reached Amina through survivors from the day of the incident. The little girl was utterly terrified and, in her worry, barged straight toward Zhenge's room. Just as she was about to step inside, an invisible wall sent her bouncing back. Zane had cast a protective earth magic barrier around Zhenge's room to prevent any disturbance. It wasn't something Amina could breach. After several failed attempts, she grew angry and yelled, "Zane, you old coot, get out here now. If you don't, I'll burn this school to the ground." "Who's shouting so loudly? Daring enough to threaten my school?" Zane's deep voice echoed through the air, startling Amina into silence. Her bright eyes darted around until she saw Zane and Innes approaching from around the corner. Amina rushed forward and exclaimed loudly, "You stubborn old man, why did you put up this barrier and not let me in? Young miss, you must show some respect. If you continue being so loud, I'll ask you to leave," Zane warned sternly. Princes and princesses revered him, and he would not have tolerated such insolence if not for her relationship with Zhenge. Seeing his serious expression, Amina changed her tone to one of pleading. "Mr. Luo, Grandpa Luo, please open the barrier and let me see Zhenge. I beg you, I really miss him." She shook his arm earnestly, looking at him pitifully. "No more of this behavior," Zane grumbled, then released the protective barrier around Zhenge's room. "Thank you, old stubborn head." Amina stuck out her tongue playfully before rushing into Zhenge's room in a few quick strides. "Huh, you little brat," Zane muttered as he and Innes followed her into the room. "So, even you can be overpowered sometimes, huh?" Innes teased. Seeing Zhenge lying unconscious, Amina sobbed aloud. "Zhenge, what happened? Please wake up. Come and play with me. I promise not to bully you anymore. And I won't threaten you either, okay? Please wake up. No crying, little girl. Be strong. If Zhenge knew you were this upset, he'd be unhappy. Our Zhenge doesn't like seeing tears from anyone," Innes said compassionately. He too hoped Zhenge would awaken soon, but Mario's parting words haunted him. Zhenge's recovery depended on his willpower. Zane sat on the edge of the bed, checking Johnny's condition. Shaking his head, he sighed. There's no change. Professor Luo, you have to find a way to save him. If you do, I'll do anything you ask, Amina cried, clinging to his arm. Foolish child, it's not that the teacher won't help. Whether Johnny wakes up depends entirely on his own willpower, Zane explained painfully, each word seeming to cost him much effort. Noticing Ines' meaningful glance, Zane understood and gently left the room with him, giving the two some privacy. Amina continued to weep, holding Johnny's left hand tightly. Johnny, you're just pretending to sleep because you're tired of me pestering you, right? You'll be fine. I know you have a strong fate, and you promise to take care of me forever. Yet Johnny remained silent, offering no response to her heart-wrenching cries. Do you know, the time I spent with you was the happiest of my life. Mitchell, though, I am a princess high above others. Everyone I meet kowtows and respects me. Even my father doesn't dare to scold me loudly. But after meeting you, I finally understood how wonderful life can truly be. We would bicker without restraint, play and fight fearlessly. You gave me happiness that I have never experienced since childhood, a feeling so free and easy, unrestricted by court etiquette, oblivious to others' strange gazes, doing whatever we wanted. Amina spoke to the unconscious Johnny about all the beautiful memories they had from when they first met until now. I know your childhood was very hard, with no one caring for you, but I promise to treat you well from now on. I'll ask my father to give you countless gold coins, enough to last you a lifetime, okay? Please wake up. 2 hot tears fell on Johnny's pale face. Suddenly, Johnny's finger twitched slightly, and a tear rolled down from his eyes, as if he had sensed Amina's words. Excited, Amina shouted loudly. Johnny, are you awake? Is it you waking up? What happened? What's going on? Ines and Zane rushed in immediately. They hadn't left the room, staying outside to guard against any emergencies, listening word for word to Amina's words, deeply moved. Listening to Amina's tender words to Johnny, they finally understood that pure and sincere emotions were what people strive for, and their pursuit of the highest realm of magic had neglected this true love, leading to a solitary life. Teacher, just now Johnny moved his hand. Look, he is tearing up, at the corner of his eye, Amina said, almost incoherent from excitement. Zane quickly checked and exclaimed, Miracle! Johnny's body has shown clear signs of improvement. Old Luo, does this mean Johnny will recover? Ines' eyes sparkled with excitement. My meaning is that he is showing signs of improvement, but talking about recovery is still too early. It all depends on his willpower. Why is that? He clearly moved just now. Amina choked out her question. It's because your heartfelt words reached his inner world. He heard your tender words and forced his consciousness to stand up and resist bravely, Zane explained. Knowing Johnny was improving, Amina was both delighted and somewhat uneasy, fearing that everything she said might be used to tease her later on. She subconsciously touched her flushed cheeks. What do you mean by tender and touching? Teacher, you're talking nonsense. Amina blushed, appearing even more charmingly beautiful with tears in her eyes, yet feeling relieved knowing Johnny was slowly recovering. Well, stay here and keep talking to Johnny. Teachers have business to attend to. Zane rose to leave, but seeing Ines leaning over Johnny's bed carefully examining something, he dragged him away. Chapter 53, Battling for Love. Hans's informants were spread across the land, and naturally, news of Johnny's injury reached his ears. Hans immediately summoned Ridge for an urgent discussion. Esteemed Ridge, now that Johnny is injured and still hasn't regained consciousness, I can't tell if it's advantageous or detrimental to our country. Many officials in court have already advised me on the matter of granting Johnny the title of first-class Duke and General of Peace, expressing their great dissatisfaction and strongly urging me to revoke the order made that day, Hans said. Ridge replied, If I may be so bold as to ask, who weighs heavier in your majesty's heart? A holy mage proficient in all elements or those civil and military ministers? That goes without saying. Of course, it's a holy mage proficient in all elements who carries more weight. Such a mage is worth more than 1,000,000 of my soldiers and could help me conquer the entire continent effortlessly. But those old fellows only rely on their seniority to gain advantages and shirk responsibility when it comes to real battles. If not for their usefulness, I would have ordered strict measures long ago. Hans's anger was evident as he spoke about his court officials. Humberton's Your Majesty values Johnny so highly. You should show concern at this moment to let Johnny know of your sincerity. Even if it's just an act, it should make everyone believe in your Majesty's care and benevolence toward your subjects, Ridge suggested. Hans nodded and said, I've also heard that Johnny's injury has severe consequences, even to the point where some people are spreading rumors that Johnny cannot practice magic anymore. Your Majesty, since these are merely rumors, it suggests they might not be true. At least, the spies we sent haven't reported anything regarding this. Therefore, your Majesty should not take these rumors seriously. But where there's smoke, there's fire. Those old officials in the court are watching me closely. If the rumors prove true, dismissing Johnny from his post and revoking his dukedom to appease the ministers won't be too late. However, if the rumors are false and your Majesty acts prematurely, the loss will be immeasurable, and regret may come too late. If Johnny were to turn against us and aid another nation, your Majesty's plans for unifying the continent, or even maintaining the Turin's empire, would become uncertain. Please consider carefully and avoid losing sight of the bigger picture, Ridge said tactfully. Listening to Ridge's analysis, Hans naturally understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded and said, What Ridge says makes sense. I can't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. At least, I must leave myself an out. In the absence of concrete information, I must continue to show goodwill and send someone to visit him to express my concerns. Your Majesty is wise. Hans continued. Then please, esteemed Ridge, go to Johnny on my behalf. And keep an eye on Princess Renata's situation. May I ask what your majesty means by that? Oh Ridge, you're wise in all matters except love. How can you not see? Hans chuckled. Please enlighten me, your majesty. If Johnny truly cannot practice any magic anymore, how could I let Renata associate with him? That would be pushing her into a pit of flames. The old minister was momentarily confused. The two exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Meanwhile, at Johnny's place, Princess Renata and Elena were already arguing fiercely. After hearing about Johnny's injury, Renata rushed over to visit him but was blocked by Elena, leading to yet another argument. You don't belong here. Go away. Elena, small but standing resolute like a door god, refused to let Renata in. I came to see Johnny. Why shouldn't I enter? Renata tried to push past Elena, but Elena held her ground firmly. Annoyed, Renata scolded. Little brat, if you don't move, I'll. And what if I don't? This door isn't opening today. Elena gritted her teeth. If not for those Turin's imperial bastards, Johnny wouldn't have been injured this badly. And you, crazy girl, aren't any better. Overcome with anger, Elena forgot herself and cursed at Renata. How dare you call me a crazy girl? You're the crazy one. Renata, left hand on her hip, right hand pointing at Elena, retorted loudly. As they continued arguing, Elena's tone strangely softened, and she said almost pleadingly, Renata, I know you only want to compete with me, not that you truly like Johnny. Can I just admit defeat? Please don't come to bother Johnny anymore. If I've ever offended you, I sincerely apologize. Who says I don't like him? If I didn't, why would I have rushed here so urgently? Renata did not understand why such words came out when facing Elena. Did she really like the plain-looking Johnny? Renata seemed a bit melancholic. Since she had said it, she could only stick to her guns. You, stop your stammering. Not only do I like him, but I also insist on competing with you until you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Seeing Elena temporarily at a loss for words, Renata took advantage of the situation and pressed forward. For Johnny, I'm ready to fight you today. In my name, Elena, noble water elements, transform into an unstoppable blade and destroy this enemy before me. Elena launched her magic attack first. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Renata casually conjured up a tornado to neutralize Elena's attack. Seeing her blades easily countered by Renata, Elena was not angry, but instead launched another water-based attack spell, releasing an advanced water element spell, Water Fog. The primary function of Water Fog was to disorient the enemy under its attack, leaving them at her mercy. As the rapidly spinning water elements were about to envelop Renata, Renata unexpectedly cast the advanced spell Windstorm, with wildly swirling wind elements continuously canceling out the invading water elements. Some were dispersed, and more rushed in, each countering the other evenly. Looking at their expressions, both were already flushed from exertion, but neither willing to let go, clenching their teeth and maintaining their spells with all their might, afraid of losing even a moment's advantage. Their thoughts were clear. They could lose to anyone, but not to their rival in love. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, Renata started feeling slightly overmatched, yet suddenly sensed her windstorm gradually overpowering Elena's water fog. The strong winds continuously scattered the water elements formed fog, and Renata felt secretly delighted. But then she saw a peculiar smile flash across Elena's face and inwardly shouted, Not good. I fell for her trick. It was too late. Honorable water elements, you are the source of life. Endow me briefly with your boundless life force. Connect us, and unleash your anger, life pulse. Another advanced spell, Elena used all her strength. A deep blue aura emanated rapidly from Elena, spreading outward. The pulsating water elements twisted like whips following the spreading aura, striking toward Renata. Renata's heart sank as she regretted deeply. She thought she had the upper hand, but one mistake led her to fall for this young girl's trick. Seeing the twisting whips coming, she quickly set up a defensive magic barrier, but it was only a basic wind element defense spell, unable to withstand Elena's advanced attack. Within moments, Renata's protective spell shattered. Renata closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate. Just at this critical moment, a formidable force pressed down from above, making it hard to breathe, but she herself remained unharmed. Has that girl become so powerful? Renata wondered in her mind. No, that girl uses water elements, but this force is clearly made of pure earth elements. Renata opened her eyes and saw something that made her heart pound violently. It was the faces that even her father dared not easily offend. Saintly College Dean and Earth Great Mage Asa, along with Fire Great Mage Soren Abram, both glaring at her angrily. Beside them stood Elena obediently, looking like a mischievous child being reprimanded. Chapter 54 Awakening. Delaney, seeing the two old men glaring fiercely at her, felt a chill run down her spine. Without further thought, she tried to use her clumsy flight spell to escape, but was held back by a tremendous force, making it very difficult for her to move. Delaney knew that Lemuel must have done this, so she said with a smile, Mr. Luo, why won't you let me go? You want to leave? You did something wrong, and then you want to leave. Lemuel questioned bluntly. Mr. Luo, you can't frame me. I'm a brave girl who owns up to her mistakes. How could I just leave after doing something wrong? Delaney defended herself. I'm blushing on your behalf. Aren't you ashamed? Elena interjected. Don't interrupt. Children shouldn't, but in when adults are talking. Stand still and behave yourself, Edward scolded. Among all the magic teachers at Johnny's place, Elena was most afraid of Nuwa. Once, when Elena had upset him, he cast 2 fireballs after her for a long time, nearly burning off her black hair. Humbrance then, Elena never dared to be impolite before Nuwa again. Now, hearing Nuwa's reprimand, She stood aside obediently without saying more, her bright eyes watching Delaney as if waiting for her doom. How can I wrong you? Did you not do anything wrong just now? Lemuel asked unhappily. Seeing Elena's smug expression, Delaney was infuriated. It was clear that she was mocking her misfortune. Pointing at Elena, she said, that wretched girl bullied me, which forced me to act. Do not accuse someone without evidence, crazy girl, Elena cursed. Don't talk back. Nuwa interrupted. Elena pouted, saying, who told her to slander that I bullied her? She barged into Johnny's room, and when I stopped her, she started attacking me. I acted out of protecting Johnny. Elena looked innocent. So, you think you have done a good deed? Lemuel asked Elena. I didn't say that. I just don't want that girl disturbing Johnny, Elena said, pointing at Delaney. You two always cause trouble. Don't think that the dean is old and forgetful, leaving him unaware of anything. You fought on your first meeting and destroyed Johnny's room. If I hadn't arrived on time, would you have caused another incident here today? Lemuel rebuked them sternly. Sorry, Mr. Luo, it's all my fault. I will never do it again. Elena apologized with her head down, her little hands fidgeting nervously. Would there even be a next time? Lemuel's face remained stern as he turned to Delaney and asked, what about you? Do you know your mistake? People make mistakes. Please don't blame me anymore. If you dare to misbehave next time, even if the dean forgives you, I won't let you off, Nuwa threatened, casting 2 fist-sized fireballs to scare Delaney and Elena, causing both girls to scream loudly, terrified. Stop it. Come inside and see how Johnny is, Lemuel said as he walked into Johnny's room first. Johnny was still unconscious in bed, but his appearance brought some relief to Lemuel and others because his complexion was no longer ashen gray, with some color returning and breathing becoming steady, signs of gradual recovery. Lemuel, how is Johnny now? Nuwa asked. Lemuel didn't answer but said to the sleeping Johnny, Johnny, it's your teacher Lemuel. Can you hear me? You must stay strong and get up. Many people care about you, especially your teacher Nuwa, who humbled himself before your teacher Dylan to save you. So, you must not betray our efforts. But also, little Elena cries every day, begging me to save you. She misses you very much. For all these people who care for you, you must get up. Lemuel spoke a long speech to Johnny, hoping to stimulate Johnny's consciousness and thereby awaken him. Bridget's words to Johnny on that day had caused the unconscious Johnny to shed tears. Lemuel realized that auditory therapy could be very effective in stimulating Johnny's nerve awareness. As long as Johnny's consciousness was awakened, he would soon wake up. Teacher Luo, why isn't he waking up yet? Delaney couldn't help but ask. Be quiet. Give me some silence, Lemuel scolded. Delaney's heart at this moment was like an overturned spice box with all kinds of tastes. She kept questioning herself why she always lagged behind Elena when it came to caring for Johnny, even though she liked him. Teacher, look quick. Johnny moved his fingers. Elena exclaimed excitedly. Let's see. Lemuel and Edward immediately leaned over. Elena's exclamation also woke Delaney from her trance, and her bright eyes stared straight at Johnny. That's great, that's great. Edward clutched his hands tightly in excitement. Old man Edward, don't get too excited, Lemuel said. On the sickbed, Johnny first moved his fingers a few times, then increased the frequency of the movement, before finally managing to utter one word, water. I'll get you water. Excited, Elena hurried to the table, pouring a cup of water and handing it to Lemuel. After sipping several times, Johnny finally opened his heavy eyelids. He saw the faces he recognized well. Weakly, he greeted, Teacher Luo, hello? Teacher Nuku, hello? Upon seeing Elena's loving gaze, he continued laboriously. Are you okay? Elena held Johnny's hand and said, Fine. I'm fine, you dead thing. Do you know how worried I was about you? As she finished speaking, she actually hugged Johnny's hand and started crying. Okay, stop. Crying. Ew. It's all my fault. Johnny wiped away the tears from Elena's face while saying each word with difficulty, only subconsciously holding himself up. Why didn't you greet me when greeting everyone else? Delaney shouted, feeling ignored by Johnny who had woken up but didn't greet her. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that Johnny has just woken up? Edward roared angrily. Turning back to Johnny, he said affectionately, Kid, don't mind that brat. It's good that you're awake. It's worth worrying all our teachers. You're still very weak. Get plenty of rest. Lemuel agreed. Yes, what your teacher Edward said is right. Rest well, and think about nothing until you feel better. Thank you both, teachers. Noticing Delaney's pitiful appearance, Johnny forced out another sentence, and thank Princess Delaney for your concern. I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat? Johnny asked. I'll go and fetch it. I will get it for you. Delaney and Elena raced each other to fetch food for Johnny. This put Lemuel and Edward at ease. The fact that Johnny felt hungry meant that he was doing fine. Come on, we must inform the others. They're all concerned about Johnny, Lemuel said. Sure. Edward nodded in agreement, finally showing a genuine smile. Chapter 55. Was the dream shattered? Johnny looked at the food Elena had brought back for him. His head seemed to have grown significantly larger, and even his complexion changed. What Elena brought back was barely presentable. Just looking at it made one feel nauseous. It was dark, sticky, and gave off a strong burnt smell when sniffed. Yet Elena proudly called it nourishing broth. Johnny held this bowl of delicacy for a long time without taking a bite, wanting to see what kind of tasty food Juniper would bring back before making a decision. But it seemed Elena had guessed his thoughts. Pouting her lips, she scolded gently. Why aren't you eating? Didn't you say you were hungry? If you're hungry, then eat quickly. Johnny seemed not to hear, still staring blankly outside the house. Seeing Johnny's eyes glued to the door, Elena said angrily, Are you waiting for Juniper's food? You should know that this bowl of nourishing broth is something I made specially for you in the kitchen, and it's my first time cooking ever. It has great commemorative significance. Of course not. Johnny didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by Elena so quickly, and hurriedly denied it out of panic. He was also somewhat surprised that this dark, ugly-looking dish was Elena's first attempt at cooking. To avoid hurting Elena's feelings, he could only force a smile and say, "Delicious, delicious. Look at you, smiling more awkwardly than crying. You haven't even tasted it yet, and are saying it's delicious. I won't fall for that. If you say it's good, you must drink it all in front of me today, leaving nothing behind." The little girl started getting serious. Under Elena's insistence, Johnny closed his eyes, cautiously licking the soup with his tongue, finding it actually tolerable. He thought secretly, never thought Elena's cooking would taste decent despite looking awful. His stomach warned him again seriously, so he swallowed the entire bowl boldly and licked the bottom of the bowl enthusiastically. Seeing Johnny finish her creation, Elena revealed a sweet smile. She had thought Johnny wouldn't eat it because it looked so bad, but to her surprise, Johnny finished it all, leaving her feeling delighted. Just then, Juniper came back holding the food she had fetched. But seeing Johnny still holding the bowl Elena had given him, she felt angry and regretful. Angry because she was slower than Elena again, and regretful that she didn't just fetch something nearby like Elena did, but instead ran all the way back to the palace to get her royal chef to prepare food. Juniper turned to leave, but was spotted by the sharp-eyed Johnny. "Princess Juniper, what good things have you brought me?" Juniper walked in quietly and placed the food in front of Johnny, saying, "Nothing much. I saw you just woke up, so I asked our family chef to make some chicken soup to replenish your energy." "Great, let's take a look." Johnny lifted the lid off, and the aroma wafted up, boosting his appetite. Hurriedly, he ladled a spoonful and tasted it, exclaiming, "Delicious, really delicious. If it's good, then drink more," Juniper said happily. Johnny unintentionally glanced at Elena's sullen face and apologized. "Elena, this soup is really delicious. How about you try some too?" Saying this, he scooped another spoonful toward Elena's mouth. But Elena pushed it away, her eyes glaring angrily as she yelled, "Keep it for yourself." With a huff, she stormed out, leaving Johnny dumbfounded and mumbling to himself, "Not drinking it, fine. Why get so mad?" Johnny, who was truly hungry, missed the fact that Elena wasn't angry but jealous of Juniper. On the morning of Johnny's second day awake, Lemuel, Isaiah, along with two other Grand Magicians from the school, Brinley and Blake Fenton, hurried over to visit Johnny. While they claimed to visit, their true purpose was to verify if Johnny could continue learning magic after waking up, as his magical power had been completely depleted during his coma, causing them unease. "Good morning, teachers," Johnny greeted cheerfully. "Johnny, we have an important question for you today, and you must answer honestly," Lemuel said solemnly. "Teacher Lemuel, what kind of question is so serious?" "Young man, cut the chatter, listen to Teacher Lemuel," Isaiah reprimanded. "Johnny, since you've woken up, can you still absorb magical elements? Or can you still cast spells?" Lemuel asked. Lemuel's question struck Johnny like thunder on a clear day, leaving him standing motionless. Isaiah stepped forward, shaking Johnny's dazed body anxiously. "Boy, answer fast. Can you still cast spells?" "No, I can't." Johnny spoke so softly that it was almost inaudible. Though the words were simple, each one felt like a heavy burden to him, making it hard for him to breathe. But no matter how softly Johnny spoke, the Grand Magician still heard him. "You really can't cast magic anymore?" Isaiah gripped Johnny's hand tightly. He would rather believe his hearing was failing than accept that what Johnny said was true. But Johnny's next answer completely shattered his dream of becoming an all-element Saint Mage. Lemuel and the others were also stunned. They didn't want to believe it either. Johnny had given them hope of fulfilling their dreams, but now Johnny had utterly destroyed that hope. The four men looked incredibly dejected and lost. "The dream is broken. The dream is over." Isaiah walked out of Johnny's room in a daze, while Lemuel and the others left similarly in a trance. In truth, Johnny knew very well how much effort and hope the teachers had placed in him, hoping he would become the first all-element Saint Mage on the continent. However, the cold reality had crushed every teacher's dream. Humbrance the moment he awoke, Johnny hadn't stopped trying to absorb and gather magical elements, but none of the elements would gather around him. Without being able to gather any magic elements, he naturally couldn't cast any spells. Though Johnny appeared calm in front of others, his heart was filled with confusion. Anxiety, worry, fear, and sorrow constantly plagued him. Not being able to cast spells meant he couldn't protect his friends or fulfill the teacher's wishes. He might even return to being the Johnny who was mocked and bullied by everyone. In short, everything he had gained would disappear because he couldn't use magic. Though the news that Johnny could no longer cast spells was supposed to be kept secret, it leaked out, causing a significant stir. First, Hans issued an imperial decree revoking Johnny's title as Duke and his position as General of Peace. Though Lemuel, the headmaster of the Holy Divine Magic and Martial School, didn't expel Johnny, the way he looked at him had changed. Johnny was no longer as important to him. He became just another student who could be ignored, ridiculed, and gossiped about. The only person who stood firmly by Johnny's side was his mentor, Solon Abram. After that, Juniper never came to see Johnny again, as if she had vanished from the world. Instead, Elena often stayed by his side, chatting with him to alleviate his loneliness. Alexandria and Dodge disregarded their family's opposition and staunchly supported Johnny. Experiencing such highs and lows in life, Johnny went through periods of sadness, depression, and loss. He even cried sometimes. Fortunately, Johnny was resilient and managed to overcome his despair. He realized that he had lived without anything before and was still alive. At least now, Abram, Elena, Alexandria, and Dodge were still by his side, and he couldn't let down the people who loved and cared for him. Everything seemed like a dream with a beginning and an end. Finally, under the strange gazes of the holy divine faculty and students, Zhenge decisively left the school, ending his few months of academic life. He moved into the residence of Sword Saint Cadreman, starting a new chapter in his life. Zhenge was determined to start anew. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, success would eventually come. Naturally, Elena followed Zhenge to Cadreman's place, showing her unwavering support. Chapter 56, Officially Learning Swordsmanship. It had been 7 days since the move, and Hiroshi had always treated Zhenge well with food and drink. Zhenge felt embarrassed to continue like this. After tidying up, he decided to find Hiroshi to discuss finding something to do. However, before he could step out of the door, he looked up and saw Hiroshi and Elena walking over. He hurriedly greeted them. "Uncle, hello. Why did you come here? I can't come to check on you without reason. By the way, where were you going?" Hiroshi asked rather grumpily. "I was just about to go out and look for you, uncle." "Look for me? What for?" Hiroshi seemed surprised. Zhenge said, "For 7 consecutive days at your place, I've been eating well and drinking well without doing a single thing. I feel guilty inside, so I want uncle to find something for me to do." Hiroshi laughed upon hearing this and said, "You silly child, don't think uncle can't support you. Mitchell, though my family business is not very big, feeding you for several lifetimes would be no problem." "Uncle, you're overestimating it. When others looked down on me, you still took me in. I have always been grateful to uncle. But if I keep freeload here, I really feel uneasy," Zhenge said anxiously. "But speaking of which, uncle does have a request." Hiroshi finished intentionally, making a mysterious face. "Uncle, what's the request? As long as it's within my capability, I will definitely do it. It's very simple. Just treat our Elena well in the future." Zhenge never expected Hiroshi to make such a request. Looking at Elena, whose bright large eyes were gazing at him fondly, he recalled how she had stayed by his side and supported him silently during his toughest times. Overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement, he swore, "Uncle, I swear to the heavens, as long as I live for 1 day, I will not let anyone hurt Elena unless they step over my dead body." "This is what you said. No backing out later, or else uncle will give you a good spanking," Elena said with a charming laugh, becoming even more beautiful in her merriment. "Mitchell, right, you two can fool around later. Now it's time for me to talk business with Zhenge," Hiroshi said sternly, his expression turning serious. His eyes gleaming, he said to Zhenge, "Zhenge, as you know, though uncle has been devoted to business and rarely wielded a sword these years, I am still one of the 15 sword saints on the continent today. This martial skill may not be unparalleled, but no one dares to belittle it. Uncle has always wanted to find a satisfactory student within my lifetime and pass on this martial skill to him. When I examined your body accidentally, I found that although you cannot learn magic, you can still study martial skills. Why don't you seek breakthroughs in martial arts? With your intelligence and wisdom, uncle believes that you will certainly shine in the field of martial arts and become the youngest sword saint on the continent." "Uncle, Zhenge was too surprised to speak. "Just listen to uncle first." Hiroshi stopped Zhenge from speaking and continued, "Don't blame uncle for making a decision without your consent. I just don't want to take these skills to my grave. Besides, when you applied to Holy Divine Academy initially, wasn't it also for the martial arts class?" Hiroshi looked at Zhenge expectantly after finishing his words. "Uncle, I agree. For myself, I won't be bullied or ridiculed anymore. I will work twice as hard to master uncle's skills," Zhenge said resolutely. He understood this world. Without power, you would always be bullied. Back then, when he could learn any magic, those old men treated him so carefully. But now that he couldn't learn magic anymore, they didn't even look at him properly. "Uncle, I want to learn too," Elena cried out. "You little brat, you want to meddle in everything. Your magic level is already close to a Chuji Modaosher, Chuji meaning junior, but there seems to be an inconsistency as Naosher generally refers to a mage or high mage directly. If you start learning martial arts halfway, aren't you afraid of wasting your magic?" Hiroshi said. Elena pulled Hiroshi's arm and pouted. "I want to learn. If Zhenge can learn, why can't I? For magic, I'll spend more time. It won't be wasted. I give up on you, you naughty girl. You must study well and can't quit halfway through," Hiroshi warned. "Got it." Elena ran towards Zhenge and giggled. "Zhenge, let's have a contest to see who progresses faster. If you lose, you have to follow my orders." Zhenge tickled Elena's nose and laughed. "Fine. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He was influenced by Elena's innocent laughter and mischievous tone, feeling incredibly relieved and forgetting all the unhappy memories. "In order to make Zhenge the youngest sword saint on the continent, I can't wait any longer. Let's start now." Hiroshi was filled with excitement thinking about Zhenge's future. "Uncle, he just got better a few days ago. Can you wait a few days until he fully recovers?" Elena couldn't help worrying about Zhenge. "You silly girl, you said you try hard. Why are you already retreating?" Hiroshi pretended to be angry. Zhenge turned to Elena and said, "Elena, stop being troublesome. Uncle is doing this for my own good." Then he turned to Hiroshi respectfully and said, "Uncle, let's start. I want to get stronger as soon as possible." "Good boy," Hiroshi praised and continued. "First, let me explain the current situation of martial arts. There are currently 15 sword saints on the continent. In terms of strength, I rank 8th, while the annoying ghost you've met ranks last. As for the other 13 sword saints, their situations are too complicated to describe right now, but Uncle will give you detailed information about the other sword saints later." "Uncle, talk about practical things." The little girl Elena couldn't help interrupting. "You troublesome girl, what's the rush?" Hiroshi said. "Martial skills are essentially a force generated by one's own battle aura. The depth of battle aura determines the level of your strength. Every martial arts expert without exception possesses an immensely thick battle aura. Therefore, Johnny, your most important task right now is to learn how to gather your own battle aura. Johnny nodded heavily. Hiroshi continued. Battle aura is a flow of energy circulating within your body, moving through all your meridians. Cough, cough. Seeing that Hiroshi sighed for no apparent reason after his explanation, Johnny asked, Uncle, why did you sigh just now? Johnny, I sighed because I feel sorry for you. In the past, you could convert magic power into battle aura, but now, Hiroshi didn't continue, fearing that further words might stir up Johnny's painful memories, like rubbing salt into an open wound. Uncle, those are things of the past. We shouldn't dwell on them anymore. Mitchell, though I used to be able to convert magic power into battle aura, it was all superficial. Now, starting from scratch and learning genuine skills, isn't that better? Hearing this, Hiroshi was slightly taken aback and said, I'm ashamed. At my age, I should be more open-minded than you, Johnny. You can let go of the past, while I still can't. Uncle, you don't have to blame yourself so much. Everyone has different positions, so naturally, our perspectives differ. Even though I can't learn magic now, what's in my mind is still there. I can find a way to teach this method to Elena, Johnny said. Can I really convert magic power into battle aura? Elena looked at Johnny excitedly. If what Johnny said were true, she wouldn't need to put in any effort to learn martial skills. Johnny, seeing Elena's excited expression, worried that she might become lazy later, so he said, Elena, it's possible, but I haven't truly figured out the conversion method yet. When I converted magic power back then, it was a subconscious action, possibly due to my physical attributes at the time. So I haven't fully understood the method. Once I figure it out, I'll definitely tell you. But for now, we should focus on diligently learning Uncle's skills. After all, real skills are the most useful. I know. You always have so many principles, just like an old woman, Elena said with a charming laugh. Chapter 57, Slight Success. Keegan said, My elder brother, the martial art I practice is called Pre-Stonglong Decision, a family-inherited martial technique with water attributes. When used, it can harness the power of water elements to enhance the attack potency of martial force. Johnny nodded and asked, So, Johnny dear brother, does every martial force contain an attribute? Yes, all martial arts and magic in the world share a common path, none of which can be separated from the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Just like you were able to transform magic into martial force before, proving this point. However, magic focuses on long-range attacks with greater destructive power, while martial arts emphasize close combat with relatively less destructive force. Keegan said seriously. Isn't learning magic advantageous then? It allows one to strike enemies from afar and cause massive destruction. Elena interjected. You silly girl. Keegan said to her in annoyance and continued. Once your martial arts realm reaches the same level as equivalent magic proficiency, their attack power will be evenly matched. Besides, practicing martial force can also strengthen your body, which magic cannot achieve. Keegan paused for a moment and said, Well, let's talk about my Pre-Stonglong decision now. The Pre-Stonglong decision is an effective method of cultivating martial force, divided into 7 steps. Foundation laying, initiation, minor success, reversion, great smoothness, essence, and invincibility. Each step is further divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and advanced. Cultivating up to the first 3 steps can be achieved with adequate effort, but after reaching reversion, if you wish to advance, not only do you need several, or even tens of times more effort than ordinary people, but also exceptional insight. Your elder brother has spent his entire life and reached only the middle phase of great smoothness. Johnny dear brother, you have already reached the 8th rank among sword saints at the middle phase of great smoothness. So reaching the essence stage, well, haha, Johnny said with a laugh in admiration. Naive child, don't think cultivation is that easy. You must understand how arduous the path of cultivation truly is. In reality, reaching the great smoothness realm means you've entered the ranks of sword saints, and essence means possessing the strength of a sword god. A sword god and a sword saint are not on the same level. To put it simply, 10 sword saints may not defeat a single sword god. According to what your elder brother knows, until now, there have only been 2 sword gods on this continent, but that was 500 years ago. I have great hopes that you, Johnny, will become the only sword god in nearly 500 years. Johnny dear brother, whether I can become a sword god, I cannot say for sure, but I will definitely work hard to master your Pre-Stonglong decision, Johnny said. Hearing Johnny's words, Keegan was very pleased and turned to Elena, saying, Little girl, what about you? I will naturally work hard too and won't lose to this stinky Johnny, Elena giggled. Keegan added, as mentioned earlier, martial force and magic have many similarities. Magic emphasizes using one's mental power to control external magical elements, while martial force uses mental power to control the internal energy flowing within the body, unlocking latent human potential. Now, let us begin by learning the basic meditation techniques for cultivating martial force. Not only was Keegan a powerful sword saint, but he was also a very strict teacher. He arranged 2 months of rigorous training for Johnny. Under his strict supervision, Johnny had to wake up before dawn every day for running and physical training, and in the afternoon, he would meditate to cultivate his internal energy. Initially, Johnny found this routine extremely difficult. Just a few steps of running led to vomiting or dizziness, and he even considered giving up. But seeing Elena gritting her teeth and persevering, Johnny felt ashamed. Over time, Johnny eventually toughened up. Later on, No matter how exhausted he was from morning training, his physical fatigue would quickly recover during the afternoon meditations, and he felt incredibly refreshed mentally. As Johnny continued his practice, a current gradually condensed in his lower abdomen, which Keegan told him was martial force. This made Johnny so excited that he doubled his efforts in cultivation. After 2 months of grueling training, Keegan examined Johnny and discovered that he had reached the middle phase of minor success. Keegan found it unbelievable because it took him 3 years to reach the middle phase of minor success. Examining Elena, he found that she had also reached the advanced phase of foundation laying. Keegan's conclusion on Johnny and Elena was that they were both small freaks, and rather terrifying ones at that. More than 2 months had passed since Johnny moved to Keegan's house. During this period, Alexandria and Catherine visited Johnny several times, but there was no sign of old man Abram. Johnny became anxious and asked Keegan, "Uncle, it has been so long. Why hasn't my teacher Abram come to see me even once?" Though Johnny didn't expect the old guys like Zane to visit him, he thought that Abram had always stood by him. Keegan sighed deeply when faced with Johnny's inquiry about Abram's whereabouts and said, "Johnny, I should have told you this 2 months ago, but at that time, seeing you so engrossed in cultivating martial force, Uncle did not bring it up. Humberts, you ask now, let me tell you the truth. Before leaving, your teacher Abram entrusted me to tell you that to ensure you can continue learning magic, he set out to wander around Zhenge Continent. He said he would not come back until he finds a way to cure you." Abram, teacher. Upon knowing Abram still cared so much for him, Johnny's gratitude overflowed. Words couldn't describe his feelings. He could only silently vow in his heart, "For my beloved Abram, teacher, I must stay strong." One day, after finishing the sword practice Keegan taught, an idea popped into Johnny's head. He said to Elena, "Elena, I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" Elena panted, her beautiful sweat-drenched body a testament to their intense practice. Johnny spoke seriously. "Elena, try condensing your water element magic power and infuse it into the iron sword containing your martial force." "Humberts, I can't use magic power now. I can only turn to you." After hearing this, Elena slowly gathered a strand of water element magic power and injected it into the iron sword. Initially, the martial force and water element magic power acted independently, ignoring each other. Gradually, however, they began resonating, quickly merging to release tremendous energy. "Elena, don't point your sword at me," Johnny shouted nervously. As the energy released from the fusion expanded, Elena, in a panic, swung her sword towards a pavilion nearby. With a thunderous boom, the pavilion instantly turned to rubble. Excited, Elena threw down the long sword and grabbed Johnny's hand, shouting excitedly, "I succeeded! I succeeded!" Johnny, on the other hand, patted his chest, still feeling a bit scared. He said to Elena, "Your sword pointing at me nearly frightened me to death. If you had swung that sword at me, it would be all over for me." "Well, I didn't notice," Elena teased, then showed her boundless excitement. "Just now, I discovered that while I can't convert magic power to martial force like you, I found that infusing magic power into martial force enhances its power." "Really?" Johnny asked. "Yes. That's great. In this case, your strength has advanced another level. Right? How did you think of this? Injecting magic power into martial force." Though Johnny heard Elena's question, when he saw the shattered pavilion, he began worrying about how to explain it to Keegan. Noticing Johnny's silence, Elena playfully yelled, "Dead Johnny, stinky Johnny, why aren't you answering?" Johnny didn't respond, but pointed to the demolished pavilion. Following his gesture, Elena not only saw the collapsed pavilion, but also caught sight of a familiar face. It was the owner here, Keegan. Frightened, Elena immediately hid behind Johnny, yet watched the approaching figure with her bright eyes. Chapter 58, Troubles Incurred While Shopping. "Who has the guts to destroy my most beloved pavilion? It cost me thousands of gold coins." Thatcher's scolding voice echoed from afar before he even arrived. Elena, who had caused the trouble, hid behind Johnny without daring to breathe loudly. Suddenly, a black shadow blocked her view. Looking up, she saw Thatcher staring at her with a look that seemed to ask, "Did you do this?" Elena's heartbeat accelerated several times in an instant. She said with a grin, "Uncle, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting in your room?" "I should rest. If I keep resting, this little brat will probably dismantle my entire house," Thatcher replied angrily. "Uncle, come on, who would dare to tear down your house? If you tell me, I'll go teach them a lesson." As Elena spoke, her eyes swept around. "You naughty girl, still using your smart mouth. Your fighting skills haven't improved much, but your verbal skills have certainly strengthened." "Who says my skills haven't improved?" "I was just about to say." Elena wanted to mention that she had shattered the pavilion with one strike, but noticing Thatcher's cunning gaze, she immediately covered her mouth and stopped talking. "Ha ha ha." Thatcher burst into laughter. "You little brat, dare to play tricks on me? Now you have nothing to say, huh? Ha ha. I won't talk to you anymore." Feeling both ashamed and guilty, Elena walked to one side and didn't speak, pinching Johnny's arm so hard that it almost made him scream. With a glance from Elena, Johnny stepped forward to share the blame. "Uncle, please don't blame Elena. I also bear some responsibility for this." "Foolish child, do you think Uncle really cares about that pavilion? Life is too boring, so I intentionally teased that girl," Thatcher said with a smile. "Good, you rotten uncle. I won't talk to you again. Humph, you only like playing tricks on others." Elena's face turned red with anger. "Ha ha ha." Even Johnny couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, Elena kicked him hard and glared at him resentfully, clearly saying, "You dared to mock me. Kicking you once is already lenient." After laughing, Thatcher asked, "Johnny, can you tell Uncle what happened just now?" I clearly felt two kinds of forces, martial combat aura and magical power, but they were not entirely separate. Johnny then detailed the events to Thatcher. After listening, Thatcher's expression suddenly changed dramatically, transitioning from calmness to excitement, and finally he gave a thumbs up, praising, "Johnny, you truly did not disappoint, Uncle. From this, I can see that your future achievements will surpass mine. Uncle, you flatter me. I feel quite humbled. Why be so modest? Don't I get no credit? If I hadn't been his test subject, how would he know if his theory works?" Elena interjected, trying to take credit. Yes, you also deserve credit," Thatcher said with a smile. He was too excited today because ever since reaching the middle stage of great mastery, he had failed to improve for over a decade despite all efforts. The fusion of magic and martial combat might have incalculable benefits for his cultivation. Johnny hesitated to speak to Thatcher, his lips moving but no words coming out. Thatcher seemed to guess his thoughts and said, "Johnny, are you wondering how Uncle can fuse mana and martial combat energy without knowing magic?" Johnny nodded. "Well, while Uncle favors martial combat, I do know a bit of water element magic. But don't compare me to Aunt Tilda. She's a grand mage in water magic, while Uncle is only a junior grade mage. I just don't use magic in battle. So apart from Aunt Tilda, no one knows Uncle is also a mage." "Uncle, you made me suffer by hiding it from me," Johnny said plaintively. "Enough, let's celebrate. Uncle is too happy today." Time always passes ruthlessly. In a blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Johnny had already stayed at Kadramon's mansion for 5 months. Through his efforts, Johnny advanced the Pre-Stonglong spell at an incredible speed to the high stage of Return to Origin, meaning that he now possessed the strength of a great swordsman. The most unbelievable thing was that his mental power, through this period of cultivation, had grown to an unpredictable extent. Even a grand mage could not match it. Unfortunately, Johnny still could not cast any magic. The only explanation for all this was that everything about Johnny was closely related to his body attributes. Elena's magic had successfully advanced to the realm of junior grade sorcerer through cultivating a combination of mana and martial combat energy. In terms of combat skills, she had reached the middle stage of minor achievement, equivalent to a mid-level swordsman. As for Kadramon, he showed signs of breaking through the middle stage of grand mastery and entering the high stage. Mitchellway staying at home had suffocated little Elena long ago. Under her insistence, Johnny finally agreed to accompany her outside for a stroll and to relax himself as well. Walking on the broad streets, nothing had changed in the hustle and bustle of people going about their daily lives, maintaining the usual prosperity and liveliness. The only thing that had changed was human affairs. It was said that shopping with a girl was the deadliest task, especially when it was with one who loved beauty more. There, Elena went shopping crazily at the front while Johnny acted as the cash register and unpaid porter in the back. In no time, what he held in his arms was taller than his head, including food, utensils, and clothing. Frustrated, Johnny swore to himself, "I will never go shopping with girls again." While lost in thought, someone dashed from behind and knocked him down, scattering all the things he was holding, brushing off dust from his body. Just as Johnny wanted to scold the person a few words, he found that the person who knocked him down was a 14 to 15-year-old girl. Her hair was messy, and bruises covered her body as if she had just been severely beaten. Feeling sympathetic, Johnny asked with concern, "What happened to you?" The little girl grabbed Johnny's hand and cried, saying, "Brother, please save me." Just as Johnny was about to ask what was going on, he saw a group of city defense patrol team charging over. They were showing off their power, holding weapons without caring for the pedestrians. They stopped in front of Johnny. "You bitch, come back with us immediately," the leader coldly ordered, clearly the squad leader. The little girl looked pleadingly at Johnny and begged, "Brother, please save me. I don't want to go back. I'll die if I do." "I don't want to die." "Then tell us what happened so we can help you." Elena couldn't help but ask. "My name is Annabelle. Because my family was poor, they sold me to City Defense Master as a maid since I was young. Now he wants to make me his 16th wife. When I refused, they tortured and beat me." As she spoke, she pulled up her clothes to let Johnny and Elena see her injuries, then continued. "Today, I ran away when they weren't paying attention, but they caught up so soon." After finishing, the little girl knelt before Johnny and kept bowing to beg for help. Hearing this, anger surged in Johnny. Another person who had similar experiences to his own, another child who suffered from bullying. Johnny turned his head and glared at the patrol team, harshly saying, "You are truly despicable to rely on others' power. Where did you come from, you wild boy? How dare you speak to us like that? Have you lived too comfortably?" The squad leader arrogantly retorted, "This is how we speak. What do you want to do?" Elena responded indignantly after hearing Annabelle's story. Seeing Elena's elegant attire, the squad leader suspected she was the daughter of some duke or general, afraid to offend anyone unintentionally. After all, those people were best not offended. He then forced a smile and said, "Miss, please step aside. We are pursuing escapees under orders of the City Defense Master. Could you give us some convenience, please? The City Defense Master will apologize personally later." "We have decided to get involved in this matter today," Elena coldly replied. The squad leader suddenly fell into a dilemma, afraid of offending the powerful people behind Elena, yet fearful of failing the City Defense Master's command. At this moment, someone whispered beside him, "Boss, there's nothing to fear. That young man is Johnny, who has been stripped of all positions by His Majesty, and that little girl is not a citizen of our country. So, boss, we needn't worry about them." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the squad leader's face showed malicious intent. Chapter 59, Street Battle. The squad leader waved his hand, and the patrol soldiers quickly surrounded Johnny and his two companions. The passers-by were so frightened that they hurriedly detoured to avoid trouble. Even the shop doors on both sides of the road were silently closed. It was wise never to contend with the government. Even the strongest arm could not compete with a mightier leg. Rather than getting into unnecessary trouble, Annabelle's experience had touched a nerve deep inside Johnny. Johnny's wound was caused by the words, born by a mother but without a father, which struck at his heart's core, a lonely soul without support. In his sorrow, he fell into a bewildered state, almost self-destructing, which led to the outcome where he became unable to learn magic. You brat, if you kneel before me, beg for forgiveness, and kowtow more than 10 or 20 times, perhaps I will let you off, the squad leader said smugly. I can kneel to you naturally, Johnny said indifferently. Johnny, what are you saying? Elena snapped angrily. She was anxious when she heard Johnny's words of submission. The squad leader danced about upon hearing this and said to Johnny, Come, kneel and kowtow right now, and I'll let you off. Johnny felt nauseated by his triumphant smile and slowly said in a thought-provoking manner, After your death, have your subordinates erect a monument for you, and naturally, there will be people who kneel to you. At first, the squad leader did not understand, but once he did, he bellowed loudly, You damn brat, daring to mock me. Refusing kindness for severity, don't blame me for being ruthless. It seemed that the squad leader was thoroughly enraged. Johnny hastily warned Elena, Elena, be on guard, beware of their ambush. At this moment, the squad leader issued the order to attack. The brothers who can use magic surround the little girl, the others capture the runaway lass, while that brat is left to me personally. 8 mages surrounded Elena. Humberts breaking through to the Chuji Modaosur. Chuji should be replaced with apprentice, magician level. Elena hadn't truly fought anyone. Seeing 8 mages surrounding her, all of them at lower levels but not insignificant, made her excited and eager to fight. To prevent any mishap, Elena cast a water Johnny mental guardian spell on herself first. She then yelled arrogantly, Today, this young lady will use you clowns to hone my skills and show you how formidable I am. Her arrogant tone rivaled that of the squad leader. You damned lass, still boasting at death's door. The surrounding mages were half dead with rage as they started casting spells. Among these soldier mages were 3 earth Johnny mentals, 2 fire Johnny mentals, and 1 each of wind and water, with the highest ranking mage being a mid-level water mage. The combined power of the 8 mages unleashed a powerful assault. Wind blades, fire dragons, earth spears, and water spears converged on Elena like a storm. Excited, Elena cried out, Well done, well done. When the attack spells hit the dark blue water Johnny mental shield, a dazzling light erupted, and the force was neutralized entirely. This boosted Elena's confidence and courage. She hadn't expected that her guardian spell could easily withstand the combined attack of 8 mages. Mitchell, though the first wave of attacks was blocked, the second wave from the 8 mages came swiftly. Elena engaged them playfully, enjoying the battle. She didn't want to defeat them immediately, for it wouldn't be fun. Yet, she occasionally cast offensive spells to scare them, adding surprise elements with sword auras infused with the chi, replaced with mana, making the 8 mages flustered and helpless. Initially, Johnny was concerned about Elena, but the scene reassured him. He saw 4 city guards lunging at Annabelle and protected him in a flash. The squad leader leaped in front of Johnny and shouted, Brat, where do you think you're running? He attacked with a lightning-fast strike, only to have Johnny effortlessly deflected, returning a counter-strike that matched the force of the squad leader's blow. This seemingly ordinary sword strike left the squad leader in a state of shock. When did this brat learn to use a sword? And his strength isn't even below mine. He hastily blocked with his sword to fend off Johnny's fierce attack. In an instant, the two had already exchanged over a dozen moves, their mana intertwining at times and confronting each other at others, the force from their colliding mana creating air currents that slammed against the shops on both sides of the street. Faces filled with fear peeked out from behind the shops that were hit by the currents. It was Johnny's first time using a sword. Not only was it his first real battle, but it was also his first physical confrontation after losing the ability to cast magic. Naturally, he dared not be careless and pushed his Azure Dragon mana to its peak. As soon as one sword thrust went out, another quickly followed, the water elemental infused mana continuously attacking the city guard squad leader. After dozens of exchanges, the squad leader no longer just matched Johnny's strength head-on, but kept circling around Johnny unpredictably, dodging his sword energy while occasionally defending when necessary. His mana clearly carried attributes of the wind element, known for its speed. The squad leader was already considered an outstanding figure among his peers, with the strength of a mid-level swordmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as the squad leader at such a young age. Unfortunately, Johnny couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. His current level far exceeded that of the squad leader. It was only due to his lack of experience in swordsmanship that he hadn't defeated this much weaker opponent sooner. What a smart guy, Johnny praised inwardly, reminded of the time science forced him into a duel under similar circumstances. Unexpectedly, this squad leader also chose to harass him, exhausting his stamina. If things continued like this, Johnny would collapse from exhaustion before the enemy. Sensing the danger, Johnny thought quickly, "O noble and great light elements, my dearest friends, please let me borrow your gentle and holy light to purify all darkness before me." The purifying holy light. Johnny pretended to chant a magic incantation in front of the squad leader. This move indeed achieved an unexpected effect. As Johnny chanted, the squad leader retreated repeatedly, his face turning pale. Fear gripped his mind as he wondered, wasn't it rumored that this boy could no longer use magic after being injured? Yet, judging by his appearance now, he doesn't seem incapable at all. What's more terrifying is that Zhenge is supposedly a grand mage who can cast all elemental spells without chanting. If he does chant, how powerful would that spell be? The tense atmosphere froze momentarily. The squad leader, paralyzed by fear, forgot to resist and stood motionless, imagining his gruesome death under Zhenge's horrifying magic. But after Zhenge finished chanting, there was no devastating magical attack, only the swift point of Zhenge's sword piercing through the squad leader's chest. Fresh red blood gushed from the wound, staining the black, shiny armor crimson. As he fell, the squad leader let out a remark that made Zhenge want to laugh. "You brat, daring to bluff me. Turns out you can't cast magic at all." If Zhenge had intended to take his life, that sword thrust would have already ended him. Zhenge smiled and said, "Sorry, if I didn't do this, I wouldn't have won so easily." Zhenge felt relieved himself. It had been a desperate gamble. Had someone who knew his true capabilities faced him, they could have taken his life the moment he started chanting. Luckily, the squad leader was truly frightened, allowing Zhenge to catch him off guard. Seeing their leader injured, the 8 mages surrounding Elena stopped fighting her, and the 4 men who were trying to capture Annabelle halted their pursuit. Mitchell 12 turned to encircle Zhenge. It seemed that the squad leader treated his subordinates well in normal times, as they still cared about him in this critical moment. Chapter 60, Scolding the City Defense Officer. At this moment, Zhenge stood in the center with a long sword in his hand. Though the sword was not some divine weapon, under Zhenge's proud and confident demeanor, it shone brightly, as if challenging all around. The air around him carried an irresistible aura, making Zhenge look like a celestial god who had descended from heaven. Elena found herself mesmerized. It was the first time she noticed how handsome Zhenge could be. Zhenge let out a long roar toward the sky, then lowered his gaze to sneer at the group of city guards. "Will you all come at me together, or one by one? Don't delay our shopping time, or more importantly, don't keep Lord Yama waiting for his drink." After the battle just now, Zhenge's confidence soared, and he gained valuable insights into wielding his sword. Now, these mere soldiers meant nothing to him, his words dripping with ridicule and sarcasm. "I'll take him on." A soldier holding a sword stepped forward, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Coldly, he said, "What a presumptuous kid. Let's see if you really have the capital to be so arrogant." This soldier was the one who had been whispering to the corporal earlier. "Melvin, be careful," the seriously injured corporal warned. However, Melvin's willingness to step up reassured him somewhat, as Melvin's strength was comparable to his own. The corporal's concern for his subordinate also endeared him slightly to Zhenge. "Captain, rest assured, I will avenge you," Melvin replied gratefully to the corporal. "For your captain's sake, I'll spare you today." Zhenge couldn't bear to hurt these soldiers any further. "You damn brat, you're too cocky." Melvin's long sword lunged forward like a venomous snake, swift and unpredictable. Under the influence of his combat aura, a powerful force surged toward Zhenge's forehead with blinding speed. Zhenge had anticipated this move. With a calm mind, he poured his combat aura into his sword. As Melvin's blade struck, Zhenge easily deflected it upward, knocking Melvin back several steps and nearly disarming him. Only then did Melvin realize that Zhenge's strength far exceeded his own several times over. Though the corporal had been caught off guard due to Zhenge's deceit earlier, without sufficient skill, he wouldn't have taken such risks. But Melvin, having earned the corporal's favor, proved to be tenacious. Undeterred by the initial failure, he attacked again, this time aiming to cleave Zhenge in two with a downward strike. Yet once more, Zhenge effortlessly countered the blow. Supported by the ceaseless flow of Azure Dragon combat aura, Zhenge's sword became sharper and sharper, enveloping Melvin in a barrage of green light that made it seem like any movement would lead to fatal wounds. Under Zhenge's overwhelming attack, Melvin felt as if he were a small boat in a tempest-tossed sea, utterly defenseless against the storm. He could sense the approach of death, a mix of urgency, tension, helplessness, and despair. Mitchell Melvin could do was grit his teeth and resist. The clash of steel rang out incessantly, and soon Melvin's clothes were shredded by Zhenge's sword light, revealing patches of blood here and there. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Melvin flew backward several yards and fell flat on his back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The battle ended much faster than when the corporal was defeated. "Zhenge, you're so amazing. I admire you so much," Elena exclaimed in admiration. Sybil, seeing Zhenge easily defeat both the corporal and Melvin, felt her anxiety and worry ease considerably. Just then, a cacophony of galloping hooves grew louder. Another group approached. At their head was an old man around 50, thin and frail-looking, but dressed in elaborate attire that marked him as someone of high status. Behind him were 20 or so city guards, their shiny armor glaring in the sunlight. The 11 men surrounding Zhenge hurriedly greeted the newcomers. Even the wounded corporal and Melvin struggled to their feet to join them. Zhenge guessed that the elderly man must be the chief of the city defense, thinking darkly about the fate Sybil would face if she married him. "Bryant, what kind of work have you done? So long, and you still haven't captured anyone? Do I have to do everything myself?" The city defense official spat viciously. Bryant, the squad leader, hurriedly knelt before the city defense official and stammered in response. "It's all because of my incompetence that I failed to complete the task assigned by you, sir. Please punish me." Melvin, standing beside him, shivered and said, "Humbert, this matter cannot be blamed on Captain Bryant. Someone interfered and injured both him and me. Who dares to do such a thing, attacking my men?" The city defense official roared furiously. Casting his eyes over to Zhenge and Elena standing not far away, he instantly understood the situation. He rode up to Zhenge and shouted loudly, "You, rogue, How dare you interfere with Lord's affairs? Are you tired of living? Do I look like someone who's tired of living? Zhenge replied evenly. Why haven't you knelt before me? Don't try to intimidate me with your rank. I've always despised those who bully the weak, Zhenge said coolly, and then helped the wounded Sybil to stand, intending to leave. You brat, think you can walk away after offending an official? Do you think it's that easy? Without waiting for orders from the city defense official, the newly arrived soldiers brandished their weapons, blocking all escape routes for Zhenge. You old geezer, what are you trying to do? If you want to die, find a deserted place. Look at you. You probably won't live through this year. Elena snapped at the city defense official, utterly enraged by their relentless pursuit. She unleashed a barrage of profanities, which made Zhenge stare at her, as if she were a rare treasure. Elena felt extremely uneasy under his gaze and asked curiously, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there dirt on my face? With that, she grabbed Zhenge's sleeve and vigorously wiped her face, trying to remove any dirt. Zhenge chuckled. It's not that your face is dirty. I never knew you had such formidable cursing skills. What kind of skill is that? The skill of scolding people. It's way more powerful than your magic. Just look at how green his old face has turned. Zhenge burst into laughter at his own remark, even making Sybil giggle. Bad Zhenge, you're mocking me. Elena exclaimed, pounding Zhenge with her small fists while he begged for mercy in pain. You two are about to meet your end, yet you still have time for flirting. The city defense official flew into a rage, his intent to kill now firmly resolved. His name was Ericrad, who, despite appearing frail, possessed the strength of a great swordsman. He was notorious for his promiscuity, which led to his deteriorating health. What infuriated him most was being called an old man. Ericrad harbored a wicked plan after admiring Elena's stunning beauty and smirked, saying, Young girl, would you like to make a deal with me? What deal? Elena suddenly became interested. If you willingly come with me, I will set your lover free and give him lots of gold coins. Bah, you old pervert. Go home and find your old sow instead. 1 foot already in the grave. Don't you know it's time to prepare your funeral instead of causing trouble outside? Elena retorted with venom, furious at Ericrad's lewd suggestion. Afraid that Ericrad might attack Elena in his fury, Zhenge stood protectively in front of her, fully alert. Brat, consider my offer. Your woman or your life, what matters more? Ericrad was still unwilling to give up. Old fool, my Elena said it clearly. If you need a woman, go back to the old sow you raise at home. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. I'll make sure none of you die well. Ericrad seethed, his anger burning like a volcano ready to erupt. Elena and Zhenge had repeatedly touched upon his sore points, igniting a blazing fire within him. At this moment, Elena felt sweet inside, for Zhenge had said my Elena, which confirmed their relationship to outsiders, leaving her slightly dazed and happy. Chapter 61, First Defeat. The atmosphere in the area grew increasingly tense, filled with a sense of impending conflict, as if the air had turned solid. Every soldier guarding the city walls wore an anxious expression, their eyes wide open. Yet, Zhenge ignored the looming danger and continued chatting merrily with Elena. Suddenly, Zhenge felt a hissing sound by his ear, the sword chi piercing through the air, breaking the long-standing silence. It was wind elemental sword chi infused with a terrifying aura of killing intent, surging like a tide. Caught off guard, Zhenge knew it was too late to draw his sword for defense. He shoved Elena away hard but could not evade in time. The sword chi tore through the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his skin and streaks of crimson blood. Zhenge, are you alright? Why were you so careless? Elena hurriedly got up from the ground, her concern evident in her voice. Cameron had been at the great swordsman stage for nearly a decade, and the sneak attack he unleashed was far from ordinary. If Zhenge had been any slower, that strike would have been fatal. Zhenge said indifferently, Elena, I'm fine, don't worry. Then he glared angrily at Cameron and shouted, What a despicable fellow, daring to stab in the dark. But now he dared not be negligent again. Cameron replied arrogantly, What's wrong with being despicable? I only care about results, not the process. Too bad you managed to dodge that one, brat. Next time, I won't be so merciful. Another streak of sword chi flashed past, coming from a peculiar angle toward Zhenge's side ribs, moving faster than a meteor. Zhenge quickly swung his sword to meet the incoming sword chi, but just before they collided, Cameron's sword chi vanished suddenly, as if it were a mirage or an illusion. Cameron's next strike came from Zhenge's left front, neither speed nor power less potent than the previous ones, almost perfect in every way. Just as Zhenge was about to defend again, the sword chi vanished without a trace once more, leaving behind another phantom. Could this be the shadowless sword? Zhenge exclaimed. According to the compendium Alonso gave him, the shadowless sword, wielded by the third-ranked shadowless sword saint on the continent, and powered by shadowless aura, could be unpredictable and ghost-like. Zhenge felt completely overwhelmed, never imagining he'd face such an obstacle today. Recognizing his secret move, Cameron did not show a hint of nervousness, but laughed heartily. Brat, you sure know your stuff, even recognizing my master's ultimate technique. In truth, Cameron's comprehension ability was not shabby either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the great swordsman stage before 40. Unfortunately, indulgence in liquor and pleasure later hampered his progress. Otherwise, he would certainly have become the 16th sword saint on the continent. In the blink of an eye, Cameron launched over 10 strikes, each vicious and baffling, making it hard to determine whether they were real or illusory. Even though Zhenge managed to block several strikes while in a defensive position, he failed to clash with Cameron's sword tip, which repeatedly slashed through Zhenge's clothes. Worst of all, Cameron's choice of angles and force was meticulously calculated, leaving Zhenge unable to advance or retreat. Fending off each strike put immense pressure on Zhenge, affecting the agility and smoothness of his own swordsmanship. Every parry required his full strength. Though no clear winner emerged yet, it was obvious Zhenge was at a disadvantage. This battle was the most perilous Zhenge had ever faced. Each of Cameron's strikes was accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, whereas Zhenge's performance was comparatively lackluster. Despite being on the back foot, Zhenge still tried to turn the tide, but Cameron's swordplay was too tightly woven, offering no openings. Sometimes what seemed false turned out to be real, resulting in unavoidable injuries for Zhenge. From initial negligence to direct confrontation, Zhenge couldn't keep track of how many times Cameron's blade had pierced through his defenses, evidenced by the torn scraps of fabric around his body. "I'll help you, Zhenge," Elena offered, seeing Zhenge struggle. But Zhenge yelled, "Stay back, Elena." "You have no chance," Cameron bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike with all his might, like a thunderclap or lightning strike. With a clang, Zhenge's sword was knocked out of his hand, sending him flying backward like a kite whose string had been cut. Elena rushed forward to catch Zhenge midair, but both ended up falling to the ground due to the imbalance. Zhenge lost. From his debut to now, this was the first time Zhenge had tasted defeat. Mitchell, though it partly stemmed from carelessness, the primary reason was his insufficient strength. Under the assault of that sword strike, Zhenge suffered immense injuries. Fresh red blood seeped incessantly from the corner of his mouth, and his hands hung weakly on the ground. Elena cried out in anguish. "Zhenge, are you okay?" She was about to cast water element healing magic to treat the injured Zhenge, but was stopped by him. "Elena, no, don't waste your mental energy at this moment. Be careful of them. I don't care, I just want to heal you first." Elena's delicate face was drenched with tears. At this moment, her mind was filled only with the wounded Zhenge. She continuously chanted water element healing spells, treating Zhenge's injuries without regard for the danger surrounding her. "Come, dismember this brat. Then bring this girl and that hussy back to my mansion." Cameron's cold voice swept over everyone present, causing a shiver down their spines. Upon receiving Cameron's order, the city guard soldiers approached Zhenge with sharpened blades. Sibler had been frightened witless, but seeing her benefactor about to be hacked to pieces under the executioner's swords, she immediately knelt at Cameron's feet, clinging to his legs and pleading bitterly. "Humbert, please let them go. If you spare them, I will follow you back. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Please, let them go. Get out of my way, I'll deal with you later." Cameron kicked Sibler hard, but she clung tightly to Cameron's leg. At this critical moment, a voice came from afar. "Who is fighting here?" As the person drew closer, they were identified as a couple, Dodge and Alexandria. They rushed to Zhenge's side, and Dodge anxiously asked Elena, "Elena, what happened to Zhenge?" But Elena did not answer him. Dodge was about to ask again when Alexandria stopped him. "Dodge, Humbertster Elena is fully focused on healing brother Zhenge. She won't answer you now." Sibler seemed to have found her savior and hurriedly crawled to Dodge and Alexandria, pleading, "Please, young master and miss, save them." Alexandria softly said, "Little sister, rest assured." Dodge understood and walked up to Cameron, saying, "I wonder if Commander Cameron could do me a favor?" It appeared that Dodge knew Cameron. Cameron hesitated for a moment before responding with a respectful bow. "Please give us some convenience, Humbert or Dodge. I will visit you with gifts and apologies another day. They are my friends. I can't stand by and watch today. As a city defense commander, you have no right to decide others' lives. Besides, you must know my status and identity within the Gallanonic family." Dodge tried to suppress Cameron using his identity and the power behind him. "Why should I make things difficult for myself? How is this making things difficult? If you don't grant me this favor, I won't be pleased." Cameron showed his true colors. "This official has advised kindly, don't push your luck. Don't think I'm afraid of the Gallanonic family. Then are you afraid of me?" A silver bell-like voice came from behind, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful face, which looked even more stunning against her slim and graceful figure. Dodge, Cameron, and the group of guards all knelt before the newcomer, greeting, "Princess, may we wish you well." The arrival was none other than Princess Lorraine of the Turin's Empire. "Please rise." Lorraine waved her hand gracefully. At this point, with Elena's full efforts, Zhenge's injuries had improved significantly. Supported by Elena, he came forward to greet Dodge and Alexandria. Chapter 62. What a cold shoulder. Zhenge stumbled, almost falling, and Matt quickly held him up with both hands, asking urgently, "Zhenge, sit down and rest for a moment." Zhenge forced himself to say, "Brother Matt, I'm fine. Thanks to Elena today. Otherwise, I might not have been able to get up." He looked gratefully at Elena, who blushed and hid behind Alexandria without a word. "So Humbertster Elena also gets shy," Alexandria teased. "Alexandria, you're making fun of me too," Elena said. Matt helped Zhenge sit down and said, "Zhenge, rest for a moment." Then he shouted to Elena and Alexandria, "Come over and take care of Zhenge." Sybil also naturally came over to look after Zhenge. After all, Zhenge was injured by Gareth while saving her. Delaney knew that Zhenge glanced at her but never met her eyes directly, which made her stomp on the ground in anger. "What is Her Highness visit here for? Is there anything where this subject can help?" Gareth asked respectfully. "Can't I just stroll around? Do I need to ask permission from the city guard captain?" Delaney said angrily, "I dare not. The city guard captain can now lead your men away. Don't interfere with this princess's enjoyment. Otherwise, explain it to the emperor yourself." Delaney lashed out at Gareth. Hearing this, Gareth nearly lost his soul. Which official of Turin's empire didn't know Hans's cruel punishment methods? Catherine ending alive, slicing to death, drawing and quartering. Thinking about it makes one scared. Especially Delaney is Hans's most beloved daughter. If she adds some fuel to the fire before Hans, not only would his position as city guard captain be gone, but even his life could be at risk. Gareth wanted to retreat immediately, but felt somewhat unwilling, so he cautiously said, "Can Her Highness please allow this subject to bring those 3 prisoners back?" Saying this, he pointed at Zhenge and company. "If the city guard captain takes these 3 people away, perhaps your majesty will put you through torture," Matt interjected. "Prince Matt, what do you mean by that?" Gareth trembled hearing the word torture. "How can you not figure it out as a city guard captain? Shouldn't you be clear about their identities?" Gareth nodded as an answer. Seeing this, Matt continued mysteriously, "May I ask why the Emperor once valued Zhenge so much?" Without hesitation, Gareth answered, "The Emperor values him for his formidable magic power. But now that he can't use magic and only knows a few broken sword skills, how should we fear him? You still know he can wield a sword. So, I'll ask you more questions. How does Zhenge's strength compare to yours? How long has it been since Zhenge couldn't use magic anymore?" Being an old fox, Gareth soon understood the gist of Matt's words. Immediately, he bowed politely and thanked Matt. "Thank you, Prince Matt. One day, this humble official will come to thank you with rich gifts." Then he left with his men. "Matt, what did you mean by what you just said?" Delaney became curious because Matt had scared Gareth away with just a few sentences. "Yes, Matt, neither did I understand what you meant. Could you explain?" Alexandria also asked with a smile. Matt glanced at Alexandria and turned respectfully to Delaney. "Your Highness may not know that City Guard Captain Gareth took nearly 30 years to achieve the rank of Great Swordsman, while Zhenge is not far off despite being less powerful than Gareth. But I still don't get it." Delaney shook her head. "I understand," Alexandria excitedly explained, giggling. "Brother Zhenge gained the skill equivalent to a great swordsman in half a year since he lost his magic ability, the same as what Gareth achieved in 30 years. Brother Zhenge's achievements will soon surpass Gareth and reach unimaginable heights, like his once terrifying magic. Once the Emperor reuses Brother Zhenge, Gareth's good days will be over." Hearing Alexandria, Delaney finally understood. Zhenge reached the level of great swordsman in just half a year, a miracle similar to his previously terrifying magic. She began regretting herself. Since he lost his magic ability 6 months ago, she hadn't visited him during his period of sorrow and disappointment. If not for today's encounter, she might have forgotten about Zhenge. Now with Zhenge sitting right ahead, Delaney hesitated, debating whether she should speak to him. At that moment, Elena ran over and whispered into Matt's ear. Matt and Alexandria hurriedly rushed off. Delaney also wanted to follow and see what was going on, but her feet felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move a single step, leaving her with a feeling of complete helplessness. It turned out that Zhenge and company were preparing to return, after spending almost the entire afternoon and even letting Zhenge take some gifts back. Elena had seen Delaney's appearance earlier. When she passed by her, she cast an icy look at her, making Delaney want to challenge Elena to another battle in anger. When Hiroshi heard about the whole story, he first worried and fretted, then later burst into hearty laughter, laughing so hard that Zhenge and the others were all dumbfounded. Elena, with ill humor, said in a playful manner, "What do you mean, uncle? Zhenge is injured, yet you are still in the mood to laugh so hideously. Hey, you naughty girl, how can you talk like that?" Hiroshi scolded. "Why not? You're gloating at such a time." Mitchell right. "All right, it's uncle's fault. Don't be angry, Patty." Hiroshi coaxed her. Elena pouted, grumbling. "It's your fault anyway." She took advantage of the situation. "Uncle, just now you seemed very worried and anxious. Why did you laugh later?" Matt asked. Matt, Alexandria, and Elena addressed Hiroshi as uncle just like Zhenge. "You may not know, today was Zhenge's first time using a sword. Losing to a disciple of the Shadow Sword Saint is not embarrassing. Besides, from the start until now, whether magic or martial skills, Zhenge has never experienced failure. This could be a symbol of his strength, but for his future cultivation, it is extremely detrimental because it limits his deep understanding and insight. After all, there are always people better than you in this big world. As they say, tempered through trials one becomes fine steel. Without countless failures, where would success come from? Drawing lessons and experience from failure is the path to success. Besides, victory and defeat are common in military affairs. There's no need to dwell on a single setback." After hearing Hiroshi's explanation, they finally understood. Zhenge didn't care about losing his magical abilities, let alone a small failure. At this moment, a servant of the Kadri family rushed in to report. "Humbert, there's a young lady outside asking to see you. Please bring her in." "Yes, sir." The servant turned and exited. However, the person who entered left Zhenge and the others astounded. It was none other than Delaney. Elena stepped forward, blocking her way and demanded, "Why are you here? You're not welcome." "Patty, don't be rude to Princess Delaney," Hiroshi loudly reprimanded. "Uncle, she means no good coming here. Let me drive her away," Elena rudely said. "Patty, stop causing trouble and ask her intention first." "Thank you, uncle." Delaney expressed her gratitude, then walked up to Zhenge and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhenge responded with a cold face, "Thank Princess Delaney for your concern. I'm not dead yet." Delaney knew Zhenge was still upset, but she did not get angry and explained her purpose. "Zhenge, my father invites you to visit the palace and says there are important matters to discuss with you." "Sorry, Princess Delaney, I will never go back to your palace in this lifetime. Please leave." Zhenge issued a guest dismissal order. "Do you have to drive me away so soon?" Delaney seemed deeply aggrieved. "I'm sorry, it's inviting you to leave, not driving you away. Just leave. Zhenge doesn't welcome you." Elena waved her hands in a shooing gesture. Delaney turned to Matt with pleading eyes. Matt awkwardly replied, "Princess, Perhaps you should go back. Humph. Delaney turned and stormed off, tears clearly visible on her face. Hiroshi saw the tears on her cheeks, but did not intervene in their youthful affairs. He only shook his head helplessly. Chapter 63 The Beginning of a Conspiracy. Adelaide once forgot about Mitchell, but fate brought them together again. Only now did Adelaide realize she truly liked and cared for Mitchell. She had planned to use her father's influence to invite Mitchell to the palace for a heart-to-heart talk, and perhaps reconcile the relationship that had been absent for half a year. Unfortunately, Mitchell gave her no face at all. She regretted it. She cried, repenting for initially being with Mitchell only because of his terrifying magical prowess, and then never visiting or comforting him after he lost his magic during his most disheartened time. But there is no medicine for regrets in this world, and one can only bear the consequences of their mistakes. In the imperial palace of the Tollens Empire, Adelaide was sobbing in Hans's embrace, recounting her grievances. Her bright, charming eyes were red from crying, tears streaming down continuously. Hans gently stroked Adelaide's jet-black, beautiful hair, sympathetically asking, "Adelaide, my dear daughter, who bullied you? Tell father, I'll definitely have his skin." Adelaide didn't answer, still clinging to Hans's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing Adelaide's heartbreaking cries, Hans felt at a loss. Adelaide was his dearest daughter, whom he always doted on. He asked again, "Dear daughter, don't cry. Speak up. Father will stand up for you." "Who else? That wretched boy bullied me." Sob, sob. Adelaide cried even more sadly. "Which wretched boy?" Hans asked curiously. "Mitchell. It's him," Hans muttered to himself, never imagining that Mitchell, whom he had once favored but dismissed, would be the one making Adelaide suffer. In anger, he immediately ordered, "Bring Mitchell here swiftly." "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Listen to what this old minister has to say." Ridge stepped forward and said, "Does old Minister Ridge have something to say?" "Please proceed with caution, Your Majesty. This old minister feels this matter is not so simple. There might be hidden circumstances." "Old Ridge, you saw how upset Adelaide is. As her father, shouldn't I worry?" Hans said anxiously. Ridge replied, "This old minister has a bad feeling. Please reconsider this idea for the best." "To reconsider? You make it sound easy. Can anyone bully my daughter like this?" Hans raised his voice. "Your Majesty, your current task should be to plan for the future of the Tollens Empire. Don't let small matters hinder us now." Ridge paused and continued. "Half a year ago, Mitchell lost his magic due to an accident, which left those elders dispirited. Some retired, others vanished, and the remaining few were persuaded by your Majesty to no longer meddle in your plans for the continent. Just another month, and both your Majesty's and this old minister's long-held wishes will come true. By then, everything on this continent will belong to your Majesty." Ridge spoke excitedly as if already seeing the unification of Oyuan Continent under the Tollens Empire. "Old Ridge, I understand what you're saying, but..." Hans was still reluctant. "Your Majesty, great achievements require endurance. Please endure just one more month for the sake of the Tollens Empire. Mitchell, though the Holy Johniders no longer value Mitchell's existence, we must consider Enzo, Mario, and Tilda, the three great mages supporting him, along with the recent involvement of the Green Dragon Sword Saint Cadilliman. We must be cautious of these four powerful individuals. In just another month, great mages and sword saints will no longer be a threat, and we will have sufficient strength to deal with them." After hearing Ridge's words, Hans gently said to Adelaide, "Adelaide, you are the princess of our empire. For the sake of its future, I'm sorry to ask this of you. Tomorrow, father will find someone better for you. How could a waste like Mitchell match my daughter?" "He is not a waste," Adelaide unexpectedly shouted, quickly freeing herself from Hans's embrace, and said, "According to Dodge, he now has the strength of a grand swordsman." "What, a grand swordsman?" Hans thought his ears were deceiving him and asked again, not believing that Mitchell could reach such a level within half a year. Adelaide recounted everything she saw to Hans and insisted, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Marit." Hans ordered, "Summon Marit to the palace immediately to see me." Eric Leda held Hans's imperial edict, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and even his legs were shaking as if his end was near. He believed that Princess Adelaide had reported him to Hans, so he hurried to the palace without delay. If it is not a calamity, then it won't be. If it is, one cannot avoid it, Eric Leda consoled himself. Just as he stepped over the threshold of the grand hall, Eric Leda knelt before Hans in fear, saying, "This subject deserves death. I know my crimes. Please, your Majesty, spare me." This left Hans bewildered, questioning, "When did I say I would punish you? Is it not because I offended the princess?" Eric Leda glanced stealthily at Adelaide beside him, wondering, has the princess not reported me? Or is it about injuring Mitchell? Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he feared dying under Hans's wrath. "Lord City Defense, are you cold?" Adelaide asked curiously. No, Eric Leda quickly answered. Hans reprimanded, "Eric Leda, stand up and speak. There's something I need to ask you." "Thank you, your Majesty. How long did it take you to reach the great swordsman realm?" Hans, not asking about Mitchell yet, first inquired about Eric Leda's cultivation journey. Mitchell, though he couldn't practice magic, he was an accomplished swordsman and knew all the difficulties. "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. This subject reached the great swordsman realm at 40 years old, after 30 years and 7 months. You remember that clearly." Hans continued, "Tell me, if someone could go from knowing nothing to reaching the great swordsman realm in just half a year, do you think it's possible?" These words confirmed Eric Leda's suspicions. Hans indeed summoned him for Mitchell. Eric Leda felt an unbearable fear rise from within. To face death more gracefully, he bowed again, confessing, "I know my crimes, I should not have injured Mitchell. He began knocking his head on the ground with loud sounds. Hans's eyes flashed menacingly. Answer truthfully, Ericleda. If you hide anything, you know the consequences. Yes, yes, this subject will speak openly. Impatient, Hans said, stop the formality. Did Mitchell achieve the power of a great swordsman? While Mitchell's strength may not surpass mine, he indeed possesses the power of a great swordsman, practicing the green dragon decree taught by Sword Saint Cadilliman. Father, I didn't lie to you, Adelaide pouted. Confirming what he wanted to hear, Hans's thoughts swirled. He motioned everyone to leave except Ridge, who he stopped just as he was about to leave. Mitchell won with Ridge, Hans asked worriedly. Old Ridge, we never thought Mitchell could reach such heights in just half a year after losing his magic. Is there still a chance to win him back? Ridge replied without hesitation. The possibility is extremely slim. Hans pressed on. Do you think Mitchell can break through to an even higher realm within the next 3 months, possibly beyond a sword saint? With current circumstances, it's quite possible, Ridge responded. What then? You know what exceeding the sword saint realm means. Becoming a sword god. A sword saint and an archmage are on the same level. If he reaches that point. Ridge finished Hans's thought. Are you worried he might join another nation against us in those 3 months? After much consideration, Ridge suggested. Humberts, we can't persuade him. Why not act before he breaks through? He made a downward slashing motion with his right hand. Do as you say, old Ridge. A sinister smile appeared on Hans's face as he continued. But we must plan meticulously, making sure no one knows, especially those elders behind him. Leave it to this old minister. It shall be done flawlessly, your majesty. Rest assured. And so, a conspiracy to assassinate Mitchell was set in motion. Chapter 64, Going Home. The biggest winner in this matter was Elena. Johnny did not only give Rhea a bad face, but also mercilessly asked her to leave. It felt so satisfying for Elena, who considered Rhea as her greatest rival. Witnessing her enemy being humiliated and embarrassed, how could she be unhappy? After seeing Millie and Madoff, Elena even leaned in and kissed Johnny on the cheek, causing Johnny to blush. Elena, just give it a rest. You've been making noise for quite some time, Johnny said with a red face. Why should I listen to you? Elena pouted and said coquettishly. I'm happy. Can't you let me have my moment? You two are still at it? Hiroshi walked in holding a sword. Elena's eyes continuously sized up the long sword in Hiroshi's hand, then asked curiously, Uncle, what are you going to do with that sword? Surely you aren't going to kill someone. You little devil, there really is nothing you won't say. Murder, do you think your uncle looks like a terrifying person? Hiroshi scolded with a smile, pretending to go after Elena, which immediately made her hide behind Johnny for protection. Hiroshi walked up to Johnny, holding the sword in his hand. He said, Johnny, this is an ancient weapon your uncle once obtained. This sword is called Priestong Longsword. With the inherited Priestong Long technique, everyone refers to me as the Priestong Longsword Saint. Not only can this sword sever metal and jade, but it can also break all fire magic, excluding forbidden spells. Today, your uncle gives this to you. He then handed the Priestong Long sword over to Johnny. The Priestong Long sword was completely dark green, feeling icy cold upon touch, extremely light, and adorned with an imposing dragon coiled around the blade with Priestong Long clearly carved on its head. Holding this precious gift, Johnny uneasily said, Uncle, this gift is too valuable for me to accept. Saying this, he wanted to return the Priestong Long sword back to Hiroshi. Why are you such a fusspot? Can one reclaim gifts after giving them away? Hiroshi remarked crossly. Thank you, Uncle. I will definitely treasure this sword. Johnny, your uncle has another secret about this sword to tell you. When the Priestong Long sword breaks through fire magic, it also enhances the power of any water elemental aura, while your Priestong Long aura is water-based, so it would add strength when combating enemies. Hiroshi suddenly paused after speaking, furrowing his brows as if pondering something. What are you thinking, Uncle? Coming back to his senses, Hiroshi replied with a serious look. Johnny, the Priestong Long sword contains 3 secrets. You know about breaking fire magic and enhancing water combat prowess. But the third secret remains unsolved by me until today. Your uncle hopes you can solve the third mystery of this Priestong Long sword someday to fulfill an old man's wish. Indeed, Priestong Long sword was a divine weapon. Its known 2 features alone were enough to catch everyone's eye, not to mention the unsolved secret. Johnny carefully kept it and respectfully said to Hiroshi, Uncle, please rest assured, I will solve the third secret of Priestong Long sword and fulfill your wish. Hiroshi laughed satisfactorily but couldn't help advising again. Johnny, beware of ambitious people who might try to steal it from you. Mitchell ways be cautious in the future. Thanks for your concern, Uncle. Seeing Johnny received a gift, Elena pouted because she also wanted one, so she cried out loud. Uncle, why didn't you give me a gift? Favoring Johnny again, humph. Hiroshi smiled and said, You little girl, how could your uncle forget your gift? What is it? Show me quickly. Elena shouted eagerly, eager to find out what gift Hiroshi prepared for her. Hiroshi watched anxiously Elena and answered, Your father sent a message saying it's almost a year since you last visited home. He misses you and wants you to go back and see him. This isn't a gift, it's useless. Elena switched into a sweet smile and cooed. Uncle, get me a sword to protect myself, please. Do you think you're in an iron shop where swords are everywhere? Hiroshi said impatiently. My good uncle, my very good uncle. Elena insisted, looking rather adorable. Johnny could not help laughing. Elena, stop fooling around. How about I accompany you back to the Aretina Duchy to see your father and also avoid Rhea? Really? You are willing to accompany me back to the Aretina Duchy? Elena grabbed Johnny's hand and jumped excitedly. Her goal was to have Johnny agree to accompany her home, though she hadn't wanted to ask directly and instead caused a scene to let Johnny offer it himself. Mentioning Rhea made Elena worry that Rhea would Juchan entangle Johnny again. They were in the Turin's empire, on her turf, where anything could happen easily. It was best to leave sooner rather than later. Then let's leave right now. I can't wait to see my father. Elena gave herself a good reason as she pulled Johnny to go outside. Do you really miss your father so much? Or are you afraid of Princess Rhea entangling me? Hiroshi seemed to see through Elena's mind and teased. Of course, I miss my father. Elena pouted coquettishly. We should say goodbye to Millie and Matt before we leave, Johnny suggested. I want to leave now. Mitchell, right. Here's what we'll do. We'll invite Millie and Matt over tonight for a little gathering. We'll set out early tomorrow morning, Hiroshi proposed. The long night dragged on. After the banquet dispersed, people gathered to chat while Johnny stood not far away gazing at the boundless starry sky. The night was beautiful under the vast expanse, making one lost in thought. For Johnny, what intrigued him yet left him melancholic was the question of home. Millie had found a place with Matt, but where was his own home? Johnny knew he didn't have a home and couldn't experience the feeling of having one. His face was filled with endless sorrow as he suddenly shouted to the heavens. Home, where is my home? Elena had been standing beside him and softly said, Johnny, don't be sad. Our Aratina Duchy is your home, and I am your family. She leaned into his arms. Child, this is your home. Your uncle is also your family. Whenever you want to come, you're welcome to stay as long as you wish, Hiroshi said. And there's Duke Galen's residence where Matt and Millie are, Matt called out. Thank you all. Johnny expressed his gratitude. He politely thanked Elena. Elena, thank you. You silly goose, why are you thanking me? Elena laughed happily. After some time, Johnny softly said, Elena, go back to the room and get some sleep. We need to set out early tomorrow. No, I just want to stay in your arms like this. Seeing the cue, Hiroshi and others discreetly withdrew, leaving only Johnny and Elena under the night sky. Breathing in Elena's inviting scent and the maiden fragrance emanating from her body, Johnny embraced her tightly, saying, Elena, having you by my side for life is my greatest happiness. I will never let you suffer. If anyone dares to hurt you, I won't forgive them. Elena covered Johnny's mouth gently, whispering, Don't say such ominous words. As long as we can be together, we will surely have a happy life. Johnny held her even tighter, cherishing the happiness in his arms. This embrace lasted until dawn. They tidied up, bid farewell to family and friends, and Johnny accompanied Elena on the journey back home, the home she hadn't seen for a year. Annabelle stayed at Hiroshi's mansion naturally as a maid. Chapter 65, Miracle of Life. Not long after leaving Hiroshi's residence, Elena's eyes widened at the sight of the myriad goods on display in the bustling streets. Her shopping derwang once again welled up, and she insisted that Mitchell accompany her to buy things. In no time, the items Elena bought piled up like a small mountain, mostly snacks, drinks, and toys. Mitchell shook his head as he looked at the pile. How was he supposed to carry all this? Elena was still immersed in the joy of shopping and hadn't thought about carrying them. She didn't care about such matters anyway. With a tilted head and a smile, she said to Mitchell, Mitchell, these things are your responsibility now. You still have the nerve to say that. Just as he was feeling gloomy and worried, he suddenly remembered the storage ring on his hand, which was a gift from his mentor Dylan. There were quite a few things stored inside. If he could use this storage ring, then it wouldn't matter how much Elena bought. Ever since Mitchell lost his magic, he hadn't used it. Looking at the magic storage ring, Mitchell muttered to himself, I wonder if I can still use this magic storage ring. Mitchell, though I can't cast spells, my mental power is strong enough. Perhaps. Mitchell decided to give it a try, hoping for a miracle. To enhance the effect, Mitchell recited the incantation. This was only the second time in his life he had chanted an incantation. The first time was when tricking that squad leader Conway. Mighty and vibrant light elements, I am your most sincere friend. Please open this virtual space with your boundless power. As Mitchell finished the incantation, a dreamlike miracle occurred. A pure white light enveloped the magic ring on Mitchell's hand, and then it transformed into a vast virtual space where various items like magic staves and robes faintly appeared. Mitchell thought he was dreaming, so he quickly closed the virtual space and tried again without chanting, and succeeded again in opening the virtual space within the magic storage ring. Mitchell, what is? Elena exclaimed in surprise. She had witnessed Mitchell twice opening the magic storage ring, finding it hard to believe that Mitchell could use the magic ring, which meant he might have recovered his magic. Elena kept staring at this strange fellow Mitchell with her bright, clear eyes. Yesterday he couldn't use magic, but today he miraculously regained it. At this moment, Mitchell's expression changed rapidly. Ignoring the items Elena had bought, he grabbed her and ran wildly out of the city, stopping only in a deserted area. Elena pouted and wanted to ask why, but an unexpected scene made her silent. She felt various magic elements rapidly converging toward Mitchell. Accompanied by the gathering of magical elements, a powerful force emanated from Mitchell's body, almost suffocating. Elena involuntarily took several dozen steps back, but still couldn't escape the suffocating pressure, so she took another 20 or 30 steps back to feel somewhat relieved. Looking at Mitchell again, he was bathed in the swirling magical elements, as if in a magnificent and wondrous world. Mitchell's state of mind also underwent significant changes. Various types of magic elements rushed into his body, initially making him uncomfortable, forcing him to use his mental will to suppress the influx. But sensing that the magic elements seemed to cleanse him, he relaxed and accepted their integration calmly. Without the barrier of his will, the influx of magic elements accelerated dramatically, filling every cell in his body. Erixed incredibly. Just as Mitchell's body couldn't bear the intense energy and emitted painful cries, the magic elements fused and compressed into a transparent ball of pure energy. The absorption rate of this energy ball was much faster than before. At this moment, Mitchell felt like he was at the center of a storm, facing overwhelming and ruthless power, his entire body swelling like a balloon. This process lasted for a considerable amount of time. When the magic elements finally stopped converging, the energy ball had transformed into a purely transparent sphere. After circulating through his body once, Mitchell found that his Duchit had advanced further, breaking through from the high-level reversion stage to the initial stage of great connectivity, meaning he had officially entered the ranks of sword saints. At this moment, he felt as if his entire body was imbued with limitless power, not just the power contained within his Duchit, but also the power contained within magic. To vent this surge of energy, Mitchell began his frenzied attack. His target was the small mountain in front of him. Various attack spells and Azure Dragon Duchit were continuously unleashed. Dust flew up, and rocks scattered wildly. In less than 3 minutes, an 800-meter-tall hill was leveled by Mitchell. Poor little mountain, it once again became a test subject for Mitchell's strength. After the dust settled, Mitchell, ignoring the dirt on his face, ran excitedly to Elena and took her hand, saying, "Elena, I'm so happy. I've recovered my magic." But Elena just stared at him dumbfoundedly without speaking. It turned out that her thoughts were still caught up in Mitchell's earlier frenzied state. She witnessed Mitchell's terrifying power once more, which was several times stronger than what she saw before. Mitchell shook Elena gently and softly asked, "Elena, why are you dazed?" Only then did Elena come to her senses. She helped wipe the dust off Mitchell's face and exclaimed loudly, "Mitchell, you're truly amazing. What level is your magic now?" "Indeed, I've regained my magic, but I don't know exactly what level it is. Anyway, I feel like I've made great progress compared to before. I wonder what those people who look down on me will think now," Mitchell said resentfully. Just thinking about how Zane and others treated him filled him with anger. Even as a high mage, they were just as snobbish. "You, Mitchell, it's wonderful. You finally recovered your magic. I'm so happy," Elena said with tears of joy streaming down her face. She had been waiting for this day for countless nights, thinking Mitchell might never be able to use magic again. But today, a miracle happened. Not only did Mitchell recover his magic, but he had become even stronger. Elena asked curiously, "Mitchell, how did you regain your magic today? And how did you become even more powerful? This recovery is just too incredible." "It's all thanks to you," Mitchell said with a smile. "My contribution? I didn't help you at all," Elena replied, looking at Mitchell in confusion, seeking an answer. "Well, it's because you bought so many things that I couldn't carry them. At that moment, I remembered the storage ring given to me by Teacher Dylan. So I tried to gather magic elements, and it worked. Then I tried absorbing other magic elements and succeeded again. That's why I dragged you here to verify if my magic had really returned." In fact, after practicing Azure Dragon Duchit, his body had slowly started to heal under its nurturing influence. It was just that his subconscious hadn't driven him to try using magic until now. "Now that you've succeeded, I'm so happy," Elena said, her joy surpassing Mitchell's. Unable to contain his happiness, Mitchell cheerfully added, "By the way, my Duchit has also broken through from the high-level reversion stage to the initial stage of great connectivity, making me a sword saint as well." "Really?" Elena smiled even more beautifully, but after laughing for a while, she seemed to think of something important. "Mitchell, let's go back to Uncle's place and ask him for more gold coins. Look, the coins in the card are almost gone. How stingy can this uncle be, only giving us 2,000 gold coins?" Elena held the crystal card containing the gold coins regretfully as she spoke to Mitchell. "How many gold coins are left in the card?" Mitchell asked. "Probably about 200 or so." "What? Only 200? Did you spend that much so quickly?" Mitchell sighed helplessly. This girl sure could spend. In a short time, she spent more than he would in a lifetime. If she kept spending like this, they wouldn't have any coins left even before leaving the Torrens Empire, let alone returning to the Janiadina Principality. But Elena didn't give these matters much thought. When the gold coins in her hand ran out, she planned to go back to Hiroshi for more. Who made him give so few anyway? Grabbing Mitchell's hand, she prepared to return but was stopped by Mitchell. "Going back like this would be embarrassing. I have an idea to earn our own money." "What is it? Hurry up and tell me," Elena asked eagerly. She was intrigued by the idea of self-reliance that Mitchell had mentioned. "Last year, I registered with the Mercenary Guild branch in your Janiadina Principality and became a qualified mercenary. Why don't we earn the gold coins we need by completing mercenary missions? Let's check out the next town to see if there's a branch of the Mercenary Guild where we can find some missions. This way, we can travel while completing tasks. Isn't this a 2-for-1 deal?" Mitchell said lightly. "I want to be a mercenary too. How exciting it would be to become one right away." To Mitchell, it seemed like Elena was getting carried away again. He laughed and said, "Mercenary missions are very tough and dangerous. With you around, what do I have to fear? Anyway, you promised to protect me for life." Elena pouted and giggled. "Let's not just stand here. Let's head to the Mercenary Guild and get me registered as a mercenary too." Elena, now focused on earning money herself, couldn't wait to officially become a mercenary. Chapter 66, Seeking a Mission. "Carter, can't you walk a bit faster? If you keep dilly-dallying like this, when will we find the Mercenary Guild?" Elena stared at him with her bright eyes and urged Carter to hurry. She couldn't wait to become a mercenary and earn money on her own. But Carter was in no rush. He strolled leisurely and remarked, "Elena, why are you walking so fast? Look at the beautiful scenery by the roadside." With that, he pretended to admire the so-called beauty along the way. Elena instantly put on a sweet smile. Carter, please hurry up, okay? I really want to become a mercenary as soon as possible and taste what it's like to earn my own money. But we still have to take our time. Suddenly, Elena looked at Carter with a strange expression, making him feel uneasy. She suspiciously asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? Are you up to something again?" "Carter, haven't you already recovered your magic? Your magic is so powerful. Why don't you use the flying spell from wind magic to get us there quicker? We can save a lot of energy and arrive earlier," Elena said with a playful smile, gazing eagerly at Carter, hoping he would agree to this brilliant idea. "No way." Carter immediately turned down Elena's suggestion without any thought. He didn't want to draw attention to himself right after regaining his magical abilities, knowing it might cause unnecessary trouble. "You jerk, you're bullying me again. You said you'd always be good to me, humph." You're lying, Elena said, pretending to cry. Wah. She intended to use her tears as a weapon to force Carter to agree to use the flying spell. Carter looked at Elena but remained silent, just gazing at the sky with a long sigh. His expression was melancholic, indifferent, and occasionally showed signs of anger. Seeing Carter like this, Elena was frightened, thinking she had upset him with her antics. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me." Carter couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Elena, I'm not mad at you. I really am not. But you looked so scary just now. That's because I was thinking about some things. It made me realize how heartless people in this world can be." Carter spoke with deep meaning. "Back in Holy Divine, those old men and Hans once held me in high regard. But when I lost my magic, they cast me aside without hesitation. To them, I was just a tool, useful when I had value, discarded when I didn't. I don't care about status or identity. What I truly wanted was friendship and genuine concern between friends. I don't need that kind of superficial relationship built on self-interest. I crave real, sincere feelings. Now that I've regained my magic, I want to see who truly cares about me even when I had nothing." Elena understood Carter's inner turmoil and stopped fooling around. However, she timidly asked, "Do you mean I'm not one of those heartless people?" Realizing he had caused a misunderstanding, Carter quickly switched to a lighthearted smile and said, "You silly girl, you misunderstand me completely. I'm grateful to you, and I wouldn't blame you for anything. Besides, you're—" Carter stopped short, blushing deeply. "What am I to you?" Elena giggled, pressing for an answer. "Okay, let's stop joking around. No way, you have to tell me. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy the whole journey." Seeing Elena's persistent look, Carter leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You are the one I love the most." "You naughty thing, who do you love the most?" Elena teased with a red face, though she felt an indescribable joy. "Let's hurry up and continue our journey. If we don't reach the next town before noon, we'll go hungry." Carter pointed to his stomach, reminding her. As noon approached, the two finally arrived at a small town called Atia. After hurriedly eating some food to fill their stomachs, they asked for directions to the local branch of the mercenary guild. Elena rushed there excitedly, while Carter followed with a smile. Entering the office hall, Carter found that in this vast hall, only 3 people were working, 2 men and a woman. Humbert Satia was a small town with less than 1,000 residents. The mercenary guild had only assigned 3 people to handle all matters here. Carter brought Elena up to the counter and politely asked the service lady, "Could you help my friend apply for a mercenary certification?" The service lady glanced at Carter's average looks and rustic attire and dismissed him quickly. However, when she caught sight of Elena's beautiful face, she was stunned and took a while to recover. Without even acknowledging Carter's inquiry, she took out a small mirror and started putting on makeup as if no one else was around, probably stimulated by Elena's beauty. Carter had to ask again more firmly. To his surprise, the service lady casually tossed over an application form and arrogantly said, "Fill out the form yourself. The registration fee is 5 gold coins." After completing the form, paying the gold coins, and receiving the mercenary emblem, Elena officially became a mercenary, a lowly E-grade mercenary. Seeing how excited Elena was about becoming a mercenary, Carter couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had been a mercenary for over a year, but had never completed a single mission. I wonder how our Earth mercenary team is doing now. I hope it's progressing well. Carter thought of the team he and Giovanni had founded, feeling a bit ashamed. As the deputy leader of the Earth mercenary team, he had never contributed anything to the team and decided that upon returning to Erdenia Duchy, he would definitely do his best to contribute. The person responsible for assigning mercenary missions was a mid-30s Earth mage, wearing a grayish-brown robe, looking shrewd and capable. He ignored Carter's appearance and outfit, but when he saw Elena's charming face, his eyes nearly popped out, staring at her intently without moving. Annoyed, Elena huffed, "Hey, why are you staring at me? We're here for a mission." Hearing Elena's sweet scolding, the Earth mage snapped back to reality, smiling apologetically. "Beautiful lady, what can I do for you, miss? My name is Igor." Carter felt furious at the mage's flirtatious gaze. "We didn't ask your name. We just want to know what missions are available for us." Earth mage Igor ignored Carter's question, his lecherous eyes still glued to Elena's face. Enraged, Elena yelled, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyeballs." She then moved behind Carter to avoid the repulsive stare, secure in the knowledge that with Carter there, she had nothing to worry about. Igor noticed their intimate behavior and felt a pang of jealousy. He spoke condescendingly to Carter. "So you want to take a mission? What's your mercenary level? Are you applying as an individual or on behalf of a team?" Carter pulled Elena from behind him and replied, "We too wish to take a mission. We're both newly registered E-grade mercenaries applying as individuals." "I thought you were something impressive, but you're just E-grade mercenaries," Igor continued in a contemptuous tone, After you complete the mission, our guild will deduct 50% of the reward. Hearing about the 50% deduction, Elena angrily blurted out, 50%? That's practically robbery. Beautiful lady, our guild has strict rules. The commission varies depending on the mercenary grade. E grade gets 50% deducted, D grade gets 30%, C grade gets 20%, B grade gets 10%, A grade gets 5%. Igor explained politely when speaking to Elena. So, what about S-grade mercenaries? How much do they get deducted? Carter suddenly asked. S-grade mercenaries don't have any deductions from their rewards. Igor answered, then mockingly added, looking at you, I doubt you'll ever reach S-grade. Reaching B-grade would be an achievement for you. You arrogant dog. Elena couldn't resist hurling another insult. I meant that he has no chance, but I didn't say anything about a beautiful lady like you. With your strength, miss, not only reaching S-grade is possible, but surpassing it might be within reach. Igor was flattering Elena excessively, trying to pose in what he thought was a charming manner to win the beauty's favor. However, the more he did so, the more disgusted Elena felt. Goosebumps rose all over her body, and she nearly vomited up what she had just eaten. Finally, unable to bear it, she snapped with annoyance, cut the nonsense and show us the missions. In the end, Carter and Elena chose a mission suitable for mercenaries below C grade, a bounty of 300 gold coins for finding a missing person. They then fled the place as if flying. Watching Elena's receding graceful figure, Igor couldn't help but murmur, what a stunning beauty. He then muttered resentfully, such a pity, a fresh flower stuck on cow dung. How damn unfair. Chapter 67, An Outraged Patty. Patty took one glance at the missing person notice and tossed it to the ground, muttering, a general's son is only worth 300 gold coins. How stingy. Carter curiously picked up the notice. It read, seeking a young man named Shane Doric, 20 years old this year, son of the Southguarding General of the Crystal Wind Empire. After an argument with his father, he ran away from home. The general is extremely worried and asks anyone who sees this notice to bring him to the Crystal Wind Empire's embassy in any country or to local mercenary guilds. In return, a reward of 300 gold coins will be given. This task was initiated by Artemio Doric of the Crystal Wind Empire. Looking at an unsatisfied Patty, Carter laughed and said, don't complain about that. You must know that 300 gold coins are already quite substantial. Ordinary families couldn't earn that much in their entire lives. If my father were to do this, it wouldn't be just this much. At least 30,000. No, at least 300,000 gold coins. Otherwise, I would never go back. Patty pouted, her expression filled with pride, as if warning Carter of her importance. How can the Crystal Wind Empire be compared to your Eridan Principality? Your country is situated in the central part of the continent with convenient transportation and fertile land, making it very wealthy. But they are merely a small frontier nation in the north with barren land and sparse population. Offering 300 gold coins is already quite good. Be satisfied. We don't even know if we can earn these 300 coins, Carter smiled and said. At this moment, violent sounds of fighting came from the woods ahead. Being fond of watching the spectacle, Patty didn't care about the danger and rushed forward. Worried about Patty encountering trouble, Carter quickly followed her. Stopping about 30 meters away, they used a giant tree for cover and observed the scene, where a young mage was fighting against 3 other mages and 4 swordsmen. Using mental power to investigate, Carter found that the middle young mage was at a high-level mage stage, while the besieging group consisted of 2 high-level mages, an elementary magic guide, 3 elementary swordsmen, and 1 advanced swordsman, a not low-powered combination. Either because Carter and Patty arrived too late, or because the battle moved too fast, Patty missed the most exciting part. They only saw the young man on the ground, covered in blood and motionless like a dead man. Patty grumbled unhappily. If I had known, I should have come earlier. Mitchell, thanks to you, Mr. Odious. Dragging your feet on the road caused me to miss this great show. Humph. Patty gave Carter a fierce look, venting her anger on him for not getting to see the show. Carter cried out in protest, saying, Miss, aren't you being unreasonable? Blaming this on me. Do you still have a conscience? He made an especially aggrieved face. Patty was tickled by Carter's pitiful expression and giggled, her face blooming like peach blossoms. She teasingly said, not seeing a good show left me no choice but to play around with you. Look how anxious you got, ha ha ha. I'm not a toy. Who is sneaking around over there? Come out now, a cold, hostile voice called, throwing a fireball which exploded 1 meter before Carter and Patty, the dirt flying up and hitting the protective barrier Carter had set up, falling at their feet. If not for Carter's quick reaction to cast the protection spell as soon as the magic ball flew over, they would have been embarrassed, or worse, injured. Enraged at being ambushed, Patty lunged out, pointing at them and cursing. Who threw the magic ball just now? Come out here for your auntie. Catherine Eldon water magic, fire magic was exactly what she detested, remembering when old Abram chased her around with 2 fireballs, frightening her into hating all fire mages, though Carter was an exception since he was proficient in all elements. Yet today, someone dared to throw a fireball at her. The little girl's fiery temper flared up, longing to rush out and fight this person. Startled by Patty's outburst, the group was momentarily stunned, but they quickly recovered. One of them, holding a sword, pointed it at Patty and cursed. Where did you come from, wild girl? Are you tired of living? Do you want us to send you on your way? With a slap, the guy with the sword seemed to be struck by an invisible hand on his left cheek, leaving a clear palm print. As blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, a few slightly yellow teeth fell onto the ground. The man forgot about lecturing Patty and clutched his left cheek, squatting on the ground in pain. As the swordsman moaned, Carter calmly walked out from behind the tree, approaching Patty and staring at the group. Among them, the Chuji Vodosher in light gray robes stepped forward. He had sensed that huge surge of magical power just now, which contained powerful wind elements, indicating strength far beyond his own, at least at mid-mage level. This realization made him uneasy, knowing that he was the strongest among their 7 members. If even he felt scared, how much more would the others feel? Though he believed that someone like Carter could emit such power, he knew best the abilities of his companions. The little girl was a water mage, and no one else was around, so the only suspect was this unremarkable young man in front of them. I am Irvin from the Crystal Wind Empire. Might I ask if you were the one who acted just now? If we have offended you, please forgive us. The mage spoke politely to Carter. Are you people from the Crystal Wind Empire? Carter asked, puzzled. He didn't expect to encounter Crystal Wind Empire people so soon. Carter, you are really amazing. The little girl praised Carter loudly before the group. Carter smiled at Patty as a reply, then turned to the group in a cold voice that could chill the entire world. This time is just a lesson for him. Next time won't be so lenient. It doesn't matter where you're from. To Carter, insulting Patty was the same as insulting him. How could he allow anyone to insult his beloved Patty? The boy, don't be too arrogant. I'd like to see what you've got. Talking big here, beware of breaking your own tongue. A red-brown robed figure growled and lunged at Carter, but was stopped by Irvin. Eldon, step back. No attacking without my command. But, Eldon, under Irvin's stern gaze, reluctantly retreated. Patty still remembered the fireball thrown at her earlier. She loved stirring trouble and provoked them further. You 3 old things, who threw the magic ball, just now? The little girl wanted to find the culprit to give him a good lesson, knowing that Carter, the all-elemental mage, was there. With him, she had nothing to fear. Her provocative words infuriated the mages and made the swordsman almost unable to hold back. Honor finally lost his temper and jumped out, face red with rage. It was me. So what? So it was you. Patty said excitedly, her eyes gleaming as if she had found something she had long sought after. Honor, be careful. Do not harm this girl, Irvin said, though he thought Patty needed a lesson. However, he feared that Honor might hurt her, considering the superior wind mage standing next to her. Any injury to the girl could provoke unpredictable reactions from the young mage, especially after what happened to their swordsman. Patty pretended to hide behind Carter, whining. Carter, look at them. They're all bullying me. Why aren't you teaching them a lesson? She cleverly tried to get Carter involved. Carter teased her. Patty, where did your bravado go? Just now you were so threatening that even I was scared. They can't eat you. You pouted and complained coyly. You heartless thing. You don't even help me when others bully me, and now you mock me. I won't talk to you anymore. She finished with another indignant hum. Seeing you appear to give in, Eldon said arrogantly. Stinky girl, weren't you quite proud just now? Why are you retreating now? Weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Come on if you have the guts. He deliberately let out a loud laugh, clearly mocking you for chickening out at the last minute, calling her a coward. Unexpectedly, Eldon's taunting words only spurred you on. She stepped forward defiantly and snapped. Who's afraid of who? Today, I'll show you what this little grandma can do. Johnny could only watch Yu with both amusement and frustration. Humberton's Yu was much stronger than Eldon. He wasn't worried about any danger and let her carry on as she pleased. Chapter 68, Valiant Retreat. Johnny thought about it and still felt uneasy. If Elena got hurt by accident, the one who would be heartbroken would be himself. He took out the azure dragon sword that Eris had given him from his storage ring and handed it to Elena. He cast a wind element light body spell on her and then leaned close to her ear, saying earnestly, Elena, use this azure dragon sword against him. Your goal is to win. Don't worry about any rules. You can use both magic and combat skills at once. Don't be polite with him. The azure dragon sword not only boosted water element spells, but, most importantly, could counteract all fire element spells except for fire-based forbidden spells. It would be perfect to test its power against Eldon. It would also give Elena a better chance of winning. Elena giggled and replied, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then she turned to Eldon and shouted, Old geezer, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Do you really think you can teach me a lesson with just a broken sword? How presumptuous. Eldon was only in his 30s but was already seething after being called old geezer repeatedly by Elena. He cursed inwardly. What an impolite girl. Today I'll teach her how to respect elders. I can beat you without using the sword. Elena's stubbornness kicked in, and she handed the azure dragon sword back to Johnny without further ado. Johnny could only shake his head helplessly. This little girl couldn't take provocation. They stood off for quite a while before finally starting the attack. Irvin and the others were under Johnny's watchful eye. If they dared to launch a sneak attack, Johnny would ensure they faced dire consequences. Irvin was wary of Johnny, whose true strength remained unknown, so he didn't dare to play any tricks and instead focused entirely on the duel between Eldon and Elena. After Eldon recited a long string of incantations, a 5 to 6 meter long fire dragon formed above him. This was a mid-level fire element offensive spell, Rafflesing Fire Dragon. The fire dragon opened its large mouth and lunged at Elena with a roar, the heat intense enough to scorch the air. Elena giggled and said, Perfect timing. A mid-level water element defensive spell, Water Guard, easily deflected the fire dragon's attack. Despite both being mid-level spells, Elena was far more powerful than Eldon and handled the attack effortlessly. Instead of launching a counterattack immediately, Elena found amusement in playing with Eldon. Back at Eris's residence, Johnny had taught Elena many insights about magic, as well as ways to shorten the incantation time and accelerate the casting of spells. Otherwise, Elena wouldn't have advanced to Chuji Modaoshi, primary high mage, so quickly. Water and fire are opposites. The fire dragon composed of fire elements was evenly matched against the water guard, shield made of water elements, neither side gaining an advantage. As the water elements neutralized the flames, the fire dragon gradually shrank in size, and Elena's protective magic also began to thin and shrink, emitting steam due to the high temperature evaporating the water elements. Seeing his fire dragon shrinking, Eldon quickly gathered his fire element mana and launched a second attack. With fluctuations in the fire elements around Elena, a dark blue flame erupted into a blazing inferno centered on her location, the temperature far hotter than the previous fire dragon. Caught off guard, Elena's face paled with fright. Fortunately, Johnny had cast a light body spell on her earlier, allowing her to leap 20 meters away to safety in a hurry. However, the water guard lost its support and crumbled almost instantly, leaving Elena vulnerable. The nearly extinguished fire dragon roared as it flew toward her again, trying to engulf her, while the fiery field moved towards her with speed no slower than the fire dragon. Elena cast another water guard to ward off the fireball and fire dragon. Just now, a moment of carelessness almost cost her. She silently blamed herself for treating the life or death battle like a game and later received a stern lecture from Johnny. Having learned her lesson, the little girl started her formal counterattack. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to return kindness, and she should repay their warm hospitality properly. Elena gathered a large amount of mana, and instantly a huge dark cloud formed in the sky. Under the shadow of the dark clouds, the bright sky dimmed considerably, like the night under twilight. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, shooting out a lightning bolt from under the dark clouds. Unfortunately, it missed slightly and did not strike him directly, but hit near Eldon's feet, splashing mud everywhere. However, Eldon was not much better off, covered in mud. After the lightning passed, heavy rain started pouring down from the dark sky, covering a wide area with substantial rainfall. Even Irvin and the others nearby did not expect Elena to employ this tactic, and without proper defense, they were significantly affected. Poor Eldon, who had not even managed to brush off the mud on his body, was thoroughly drenched by the torrential rain, becoming a complete mud man. The impact of the heavy rain caused him to lose balance and fall on his bottom. The fire dragon and fireballs released by Eldon were extinguished by the rainstorm, turning into fire elements that returned to the world. The electrical attack, Chance Lightning, by Elena disrupted Eldon's offensive rhythm and also served as a deterrent. Her torrential Sharon spell created a humid environment around her, greatly weakening the power of Eldon's fire spells. Angered by the ridicule and mockery, Eldon shouted, "You damned brat, I'll teach you a lesson today." Realizing that Eldon was going to get serious, Johnny promptly reminded, "Elena, stop playing around and finish it quickly." Elena, who had just cast 3 spells, felt somewhat tired due to the mental strain. She snatched the Azure Dragon sword from Johnny and decided to use this divine weapon against Eldon. Despite being at the middle level, comparable to a mid-level swordmaster, she was more than capable of handling Eldon. Before Eldon could launch his ultimate attack, Elena channeled the Azure Dragon aura and amplified it with water elemental magic. With the Azure Dragon sword also enhancing her power, the combined strength far exceeded Johnny's expectations, matching the might of a sword saint. A bluish-green aura formed into a tangible, yet intangible sword about 10 zhang long in the air, emitting piercing cold energy. Irvin became anxious now, having seen Elena's magical prowess earlier and realizing that this young girl's strength rivaled his own or was even higher. If not for her playful nature and lack of combat experience, Eldon would have already been on the ground. Now witnessing her martial skills, Irvin was even more worried about Eldon's fate. He prepared himself to rescue Eldon if necessary, despite not being sure he could defeat Elena, unwilling to watch an ally die. Without any hesitation, Elena raised her sword and fiercely chopped down towards Eldon's head. In a hurry, Eldon set up a fire shield spell, Wall of Fire, hoping to delay Elena's attack to prepare himself, but it couldn't withstand her powerful strike and vanished instantly. Eldon closed his eyes in despair, enduring the overwhelming pressure, waiting for death. As Elena's blade was about to reach Eldon's head, he suddenly felt a force pushing him to the right, followed by many stone pillars sprouting beside him, growing taller and blocking Elena's blade. Though the pillars absorbed a significant portion of the energy, Eldon's left arm was still severed cleanly by the sword aura, creating a perfectly flat wound. With a scream of agony, Eldon fainted. Elena muttered, "Serves you right for throwing magic balls at me. Consider yourself lucky that I didn't take your life. Let's see if you dare do it again." Had Elena not reduced her aura to avoid too much bloodshed, Eldon would have been split into 2 halves. Putting away her sword, Elena happily ran to Johnny to claim her reward. "Johnny, I beat him. What do you have for me?" Johnny scolded. "Reward? I was worried sick about you. Next time don't play around during a fight. If you do this again, see how I punish you." Getting no rewards from Johnny, Elena glared at her and pouted. "But I did beat him, and nothing bad happened to me either. In the future, remember that you can only feel relieved when you truly defeat your enemy. Otherwise, you must be cautious," Johnny said solemnly, teaching Elena. Irvin was also frustrated and distressed, as 2 of their group had easily been defeated by a young girl. There was also a much stronger young man who hadn't even joined the fight. Even if they all attacked together, they might still not be a match. It seems times have really changed. The world belongs to these youngsters now. Just like the waves behind are pushed forward while the ones ahead die on the beach. Have we truly become outdated? Irvin kept asking himself. Elena, feeling unhappy for not getting any reward, turned to scan Irvin and his group, then flared up in anger. Who else here wants to challenge this young lady? Her tone was filled with arrogance, not taking them seriously at all. Beautiful miss, you've misunderstood. We're leaving right away. Irvin apologized fearfully. He knew when to quit. Knowing he couldn't win, why stay to court death? After saying this, he ordered his men to carry the unconscious Eldon away, along with the swordsman still howling with his hand over his cheek. Watching Irvin and the others leave, Johnny suddenly slapped his head and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot there's still a fainted magician lying on the ground." Chapter 69, The Son of a General. Amina circled around the young mage several times. This was a relatively burly mage. Amina curiously sized up this unconscious mage and would occasionally nudge him with her foot to see if he stirred, muttering to herself, "This guy isn't dead, is he? I kicked him so many times, and he didn't move at all." The young mage still did not move. The only change was that his blood had begun to coagulate, probably because he had lost quite a bit. Instinctively, Amina increased the force of her kicks, hoping to tick him awake. Johnny hurried to stop her. "Amina, you're still kicking? If you kick a few more times, you'll really kick him to death." "Not really. He's lying there motionless. I just wanted to see if I could kick him awake to save us from wasting our spiritual energy on healing him. Besides, we don't even know if he's good or bad," said Amina seriously. Johnny checked the mage's condition and found this burly water mage shared the same elemental affinity as Amina. Observing closely, Johnny noticed the blood that flowed from his sword-inflicted wounds had already coagulated. There were also numerous fire elements pulsing through his body, suppressing the water element within, causing him to fall into a coma from both internal and external pressures. Understanding the situation, Johnny had an idea. With his complete mastery over his spiritual energy, he cast a mid-level water-based healing spell, Water Revival, on the unconscious mage. Water Revival effectively restored one's injuries to their original state. Though it was just a mid-level healing spell, Johnny possessed immense spiritual power, making even this spell more effective than others casting a high-level healing spell. Water symbolized life, and under Water Revival, clots began to fall off the young mage's wounds, though he was still unconscious. Johnny, however, remained cautious. As Amina mentioned, saving a villain wouldn't be wise. One light magic, Holy Light Decree, would bring even the dead back to life, but he kept it for now in case something went wrong. After about 10 minutes, Amina cried out joyfully, "Johnny, look, he's waking up." The young mage moved slightly before astonishingly sitting up from the ground. His first sentence nearly made Amina and Johnny burst out laughing. "Where am I? This can't be hell, can it? Is there even sun in hell?" Amina laughed to Johnny. "This guy must have a screw loose. Talking about hell under the scorching sun, really laughable." Johnny walked forward with a smile and said, "Friend, you've finally awakened." The young mage hesitated for a moment before realizing he was alive, but seemed skeptical of everything happening before him. Finally, he asked, "Could it be you saved me?" as if doubting Johnny's ability to do so. "Who else if not us?" Amina felt highly dissatisfied by his impolite behavior. They saved him, yet he dared doubt their capabilities. She instantly regretted saving him. "Yes, we saved you," Johnny replied, nodding at the mage's question. Immediately, the young mage knelt before Johnny and knocked his head 3 times onto the ground, saying tearfully, "Mage Laxi thanks you for your kindness. Your grace I shall repay someday." Johnny waved a hand. "No need to thank me. You should thank my beautiful friend Amina." As he spoke, he gestured towards Amina, giving unexpected credit while praising her, which delighted her immensely. "Thank you, miss, for saving me." Again, the mage thanked Amina with 3 clear head knocks. "Oh, it's nothing." Amina hurriedly responded politely. Puzzled by Johnny's gesture of transferring credit, she dragged him aside and asked softly, "You obviously saved him. Why did you give me the credit?" Johnny laughed and explained, "I'm giving you a good name. Didn't you kick him several times when he was unconscious? Aren't you worried he might cause trouble when he learns about it? Now you are his savior. He'll thank you enough and won't dare to trouble you." Johnny's response was quite convincing, and Amina naturally believed what Johnny said. She beamed with delight and said, "I didn't think you would learn to care about others, knowing how to consider things for people. Hee. I've always been caring for you and thinking of you every moment." Johnny showed a seemingly aggrieved expression on the surface, but he was secretly overjoyed. He had easily convinced this young girl with just a few words. His true intention was not to expose too much of his strength until he found that pure friendship. Unless his or Amina's life was in danger, there was no need. Humbrance Amina was one of his own. Giving her this favor felt the same as keeping it for himself, and it at least made the little girl happy. "Johnny, I seem to remember him calling himself Mage Laxi just now." Amina suddenly recalled the name on the wanted poster also belonged to someone named Laxi. With Amina's reminder, Johnny also abruptly remembered the mage addressing himself as Mage Laxi earlier. Could it be him? Both of them blurted out the same question simultaneously. They both thought of the same issue. The pursuers were from the Jingfeng Empire, and this mage's name was Laxi. This conjured up a single name in both their minds, Aquila. After exchanging glances, they hurriedly rushed over to the young mage. Amina took the lead and asked, "Is your name Aquila, son of Jerome Doric, the general of the southern garrison of Jingfeng Empire?" Laxi was stunned first, then his eyes shot cold rays full of enmity, replying icily, "Are you working with them? Kill me if you wish. Laxi will not frown even once. You saved my life earlier. Consider it returned. Make your move." He finished and closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Amina laughed out loud, laughing so hard she bent over. Laxi stared at her furiously. "Are you going to mock me before you kill me?" Amina giggled. "You, bowing one moment and asking to die the next, are really amusing. When did we say we would kill you? But how did you know my name and identity?" And your looks were filled with joy. Weren't you planning to claim the reward for capturing me? Laxi replied disbelievingly. Johnny couldn't help laughing, but to confirm, he asked again regardless. You are indeed Aquila, 20 years old, son of Jerome Doric, the general of the southern garrison of Jingfeng Empire. As genuine as it can be. Then let me give you some bad news, Johnny said. What bad news? Laxi was dumbfounded by Johnny's statement. We are here to bring you in for the reward. Finished speaking, Johnny threw the wanted poster offering 300 gold coins to Laxi. Without even looking at it, Laxi cursed in anger. You two despicable brats. You even make fun of me after I'm already dead. At this point, he felt like killing himself. Dying was more honorable than living in ridicule. Hey, who are you calling a brat? Do you want me to hit you? Amina, irritated beyond words, really wanted to kick him a few more times to vent her anger. Being called a despicable brat was too much to bear. After having enough of the laughter and antics, Johnny turned serious and said, take a look at what it says on that. Seeing Johnny wasn't joking, Laxi opened the notice curiously. Its content sent shivers down his spine, and his face flushed red with embarrassment. Laxi realized he truly misunderstood Johnny and Amina. Not only had they helped him fight off his pursuers, but they had also saved his life. Hastily changing from sitting to kneeling, he begged. Earlier, I misunderstood the young master and miss, please forgive me. Finishing, he bowed deeply again. However, Amina didn't seem to mind his prostrations, whereas Johnny's expression changed significantly, shouting loudly, get up. Did I do something wrong? Laxi asked anxiously. You have not only done wrong, but gravely so. A man should never kneel lightly. His knees are worth their weight in gold. No one except one's parents has the right to make you kneel in this world. Johnny spoke, exuding an overpowering aura, one that was indomitable. Laxi felt a profound shock, whispering to himself, what a powerful aura. Realizing this was an aura he had never felt before. Even his teacher, a water elemental beginner high mage, might not possess such power. Yet, he could genuinely feel it radiating from this young man. Johnny, what's wrong with you? Amina called out anxiously, genuinely fearing that Johnny might inadvertently fall into a daze like last time. Fortunately, Johnny reined in his overwhelming aura steadily and then calmly said to Amina, Amina, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Thank you, young master, for your reminder, which has enlightened Laxi greatly. Laxi's gratitude towards Johnny had long turned into reverence and admiration. He blushed at the thought of himself as the son of a general being outshone by a young man in preserving one's dignity. Unbeknownst to him, Johnny's words would significantly influence his future magic practice. Considering Laxi had just recovered and was still weak, Johnny cast another water-based buff spell on him to speed up his physical recovery. After all, it wouldn't do to bring a half-dead person for the reward. People might mistake him for someone injured by them, which would complicate matters. With the help of the buff spell, Laxi recovered astonishingly fast, as if he hadn't been injured at all, except for his clothes which were now nothing but rags. Chapter 70. Selling clothes at a high price. Johnny looked at Shane's tattered clothes, which flapped in the wind and revealed his muscles underneath, feeling somewhat sorry for him. He kindly said, let me give you a set of clothes to change into first. Before Johnny could take out the clothes, the little girl pouted her lips and started to grumble. Johnny, we have already saved his life. If you give him clothes too, won't we lose out a lot? Johnny was stunned by Elena's words and curiously blurted out, why? Seeing that Shane was also staring at her, Elena quickly pulled Johnny aside and whispered, what if we can't claim the reward of 300 gold coins? If you give him clothes now, we'll still be at a loss, won't we? Johnny nearly fainted after hearing this. He hadn't expected this little girl to become so money-grubbing. He teased with a smile. You little girl, it hasn't been many days since when did you turn into such a miser? What do you mean, miser? I'm not. The little girl hurriedly defended herself and even justified with confidence. Think about how hard it is for us to earn money for the first time. We can't possibly pay from our own pockets before earning anything, right? You know money is hard to earn now. But where was this awareness before? You used to spend money extravagantly. Otherwise, the few gold coins given by Uncle wouldn't have run out so soon. The past is the past. Now I know how difficult it is to earn money, so I should save more, Elena complained. Johnny thought the little girl made some sense. He said, no matter what, let's still give him some clothes. Look at him. He looks like a beggar. If we take a beggar to claim the reward, they'll surely laugh at us. Fine, but not for free, said Elena. Johnny showed an expression as if asking why, wondering what she had up her sleeve. We'll sell this set of clothes to him for 50 gold coins. By then, we'll have received a total of 350 gold coins from him. There was excitement flickering in Elena's eyes. You're practically robbing him. 50 gold coins for what kind of clothes? And you still say it out loud. Do you know 50 gold coins can buy 100 pieces of similar clothes? So what? 50 gold coins is actually cheap considering we saved his life. His life must be worth more than 50 gold coins. Not demanding payment for saving his life is already giving him a discount, Elena insisted logically. Johnny didn't want to argue further on this issue. He just shook his head, amused and exasperated, then took out a light blue magic robe from his magic storage ring, walked over, and handed it to Shane, saying, put it on quickly. Wasn't that a magic storage ring you used just now? Shane looked at Johnny with disbelief, hoping to get an answer. Mitchell, though he hadn't heard their conversation, he clearly saw Johnny taking out the robe from seemingly nowhere, which was impossible without a magic storage ring. Johnny nodded in confirmation. Shane felt a wave of shock inside. As a mage, he knew all too well what owning a magic storage ring symbolized: status, position, and power. After space magic disappeared 1,000 years ago, There couldn't be more than 10 magic storage rings left in Zhenge Continent. Even his teacher didn't have one. This young man possessed something money couldn't buy. No wonder his aura was so overwhelming and frightening, far beyond his level. Perhaps even his teacher wasn't a match for this youth. It dawned on him to wonder who had actually saved him. Seeing Shane hesitating, Johnny urged, "Change quickly. We need to go." "Thank you," Shane said respectfully, glancing gratefully at Johnny before stepping aside to put on the robe, all the while pondering who this young man really was and why he appeared here. After Shane came back dressed, Elena declared, "This set of clothes cost you 50 gold coins. Don't try to renege later. Don't cause trouble." Johnny couldn't help but scold her, realizing the girl was really making a big fuss about selling the clothes. Shane was initially startled. Then he quickly said, "You two saved my life. How can I care about such a paltry sum of 50 gold coins?" "Not 50, it's a total of 350. Elena quickly corrected Shane's mistake. She couldn't easily let the reward of 300 gold coins disappear. Yes. Elena smiled satisfied, her smile as bright as sunshine. Shane then asked again, "May I ask the names of my two benefactors? So that I can repay you both in the future for saving my life." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "Don't keep calling us benefactors. It makes us uncomfortable. Humberts, you're older than us. Just call us by our names. I'm Johnny, and she's Elena. We'll address you as Brother Shane," Johnny said. "What? You are Johnny?" Shane exclaimed out loud. Johnny asked curiously, "I am called Johnny. Is there any problem with that?" No. I've heard the name Johnny somewhere before, but I can't recall where right now. I only vaguely remember that Johnny was the first all-attribute mage in the history of Zhenge Continent, who disappeared after losing his magic due to an accident." Shane rubbed his head, trying hard to recall Johnny's name. Looking at Johnny, something seemed to stir within him, and he continued, "I feel like you might be that person, but you seem different. You have magic, while that Johnny lost all his magic. There are plenty of people with the same name and gender in this world, Brother Shane. Don't overthink it. I'm just a sword master. Didn't you see the sword in my hand? My magic skills are mediocre at best. I can barely use a magic storage ring," Johnny said. "But the water Johnny mental recovery spell you cast on me just now isn't something an ordinary mage could do," Shane doubted. "Because the fighting chi I practice has water attributes, so it aids in recovery." Johnny naturally understood what Shane implied. To avoid further speculation, he changed the topic immediately. "Brother Shane, why did you run away in a huff, causing your father to post a reward notice to find you? And who were those people chasing you?" Yes, tell us quickly." Elena loved listening to stories. Seeing that Johnny didn't want to delve into that issue, Shane didn't press further. He sighed and explained, "It was for a girl I loved." Shane recounted the whole story from the beginning. It turned out that Shane and Alec, the grandson of the Prime Minister of Jingfeng Empire, fell in love with the daughter of Baron Amlas at the same time. The Baron set up a competition between them, promising to marry his daughter to whoever won. Sly and malicious, Alec knew he had little chance of winning, so he cheated during the contest, intending to kill Shane. Outraged, Shane severely injured Alec, leaving him crippled and bedridden. General Artemio Doric, Shane's father, feared retribution from the Prime Minister and insisted Shane cut off one arm as compensation. Shane argued against it, eventually fleeing the general's mansion in desperation. Those killers were sent by the Prime Minister, seeking vengeance for his injured grandson. "So that's how it is, Brother Shane. I support you," Elena said. Then she added, "Considering your strong argument, I'll give you the clothes for free, but we still need the 300 gold coins reward. I've evaded their assassinations many times. If not for meeting you both this time, I really would have met my end far from home," Shane said with lingering fear. Johnny seemed to realize something was amiss and hurriedly asked, "Then why does General Artemio still look for you and put up a reward notice? 300 gold coins seems awfully low, doesn't it?" "It's already quite generous to offer 300 gold coins," Shane replied, somewhat satisfied. But then he indignantly added, "He probably wants to hand me over to the Prime Minister to secure his position. To preserve his status, he doesn't care about his own son. I despise him. I cannot respect such a despicable man. I will never return to that general's mansion. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, yet here was a father willingly handing his son over to the wolves. No wonder Shane criticized his father like that." Incensed, Johnny remarked, "What kind of father is that? Is power more important than everything else?" Mitchell, though Johnny had been an official too, and quite a high-ranking one at that, it was just a nominal title. He had no real understanding of the intricacies of political power. As they say, how can someone understand the horrors of war if they've never been on the battlefield? Having saved Shane and given him the clothes, and now understanding the course of events, Elena urged them to set off quickly. She claimed to be tired and wanting to find an inn for a good rest, but her real intention was to get Shane to their destination as soon as possible so she could claim the reward of 300 gold coins. Then, they could go to the mercenary guild and take on another mission with a higher bounty. Elena felt this time the gold coins were too easy to earn. Although it was only 300 gold coins, it was still money. Just thinking about the money made the young girl feel delighted. Chapter 71, The Unclaimed Bounty. They hadn't even walked 10 miles when the little girl began to fuss and refused to go on. In the end, she sat down on a nearby stone with her hands supporting her chin, watching passers-by on the road, especially horse-drawn carriages that would pass by, causing her eyes to light up. "Krista, are you still coming? If we don't reach Tax City before nightfall, we'll have to camp out in the wilderness. Aren't you afraid that something like a magic wolf or a magic leopard might come out and eat you in the middle of the night?" Johnny chuckled teasingly. "I don't care. Even if I get eaten, I won't move." The stubbornness of the little girl came out. Johnny couldn't convince her otherwise. Then an idea struck him. Then you won't be able to claim your bounty, will you? If you don't go now, it will be too late. Krista thought for a moment and said, I can go, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Afterward, she looked at Zhenge with her bright and clear eyes twinkling. Fine, I agree. Zhenge agreed without hesitation. He wanted the little girl to leave as soon as possible. It wouldn't matter if she asked for 10 or 100 conditions. He would have agreed unhesitantly. You either carry me and use flight spell to travel, or you get a carriage for me. Don't you see how tired I am from walking? Anyway, if you don't agree to my condition, I won't go. Mitchell, right, I agree. Zhenge readily agreed. Krista happily leaned forward and gave Zhenge a big kiss on the cheek, giggling. I knew you were the best. You always know how to care about me. Carrot _ carrot. Caught off guard by Krista's sudden kiss and the praise that followed, Zhenge's cheeks flushed slightly. Mitchell, right. Rest here for a while. I'll go find a carriage. Krista pouted. No, you can't go. Who will protect me if you leave? Aren't you afraid I'll run into bad people? Then who should go? Zhenge was startled, his face filled with question marks as he stared at Krista. At this moment, Shane, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Zhenge, Krista, you two rest here. I'll take care of getting the carriage and we'll be back soon. With that, he turned and ran off. After a long time passed, and there was no sign of Shane returning, Krista became anxious. She thought the 300 gold coins would just fly away. She yelled at Zhenge. Zhenge, why hasn't Shane returned yet? Did he run off alone? He shouldn't have. Shane doesn't seem like that kind of person. Relax, let's wait a bit longer, Zhenge reassured her calmly. However, after much more waiting, he still hadn't returned. Krista couldn't sit still anymore. She started to complain to Zhenge. Mitchell, this is your fault for not going with him earlier. Now look, that guy ran off. This is such a huge loss for us. Zhenge couldn't help but laugh wryly. The little girl blamed him for everything again. Slightly irritated, he retorted. Do you have a heart? You're blaming me for this? Didn't you insist that I stay here with you? Of course it's your fault. If you had gone with him, would he have been able to run away? Krista was sharp-tongued, leaving Zhenge speechless. Though Zhenge felt that Krista had become unreasonable, it made her even cuter to him. If she didn't think so much of him, would she behave like this? After some thought, he said, Actually, you're really doing me a huge injustice. To me, you are the most important. If I went with Shane and left you alone, wouldn't I worry about what could happen to you? So even if Shane runs away, I need to stay to protect you. Even though Krista didn't fully believe what Zhenge said, her inherent nature as a girl made her feel happy inside. Which girl wouldn't want the person she likes to always think of her? Krista laughed coquettishly. Humbertons, you care so much about me. I'll forgive you today, Mitchell, right. Krista, we should get going. Otherwise, we really will be spending the night under the stars and moon. Then carry me. Without waiting for Zhenge's agreement, Krista climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispered softly into his ear, Humbertons, you're my boyfriend. You naturally have the duty to carry me when I'm tired. Breathing in the sweet fragrance of Krista and feeling her soft body pressed against him, Zhenge was lost in the moment, momentarily dazed by how wonderful it felt. Fool, what are you still standing there for? Do you really want to let someone sleep outdoors? Krista pinched Zhenge's stunned face hard with her delicate little hand. Awakened by the pain, Zhenge hurriedly said, Let's go, let's go. With that, he set off carrying his own happiness, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of passersby. Let others talk while he carried his happiness. The Krista on Zhenge's back was infinitely happy. She wished time would stop at this moment so she could stay with her beloved forever. The sky was gradually darkening. As they approached Tax City and saw the increasing number of people, Zhenge keenly noticed that the looks cast at them included envy, jealousy, and ridicule. He finally couldn't help but remind Krista, Look, there are more and more people. Should you get down? No, I want you to carry me. With the girl giving orders, Zhenge had no choice but to trudge forward with a steeled resolve. Just before crossing the moat, Krista slapped Zhenge's back and shouted, Quick, put me down. Before Zhenge even realized what was happening after putting Krista down, she dashed into the crowd and sprinted away. Without hesitation, Zhenge rushed after her. At the city gate, Krista was pulling on a young mage, scolding him coyly. Finally caught you. Now where will you run? Didn't you go to find us a carriage? Where is it? This young mage was none other than Shane, who had slipped away earlier. Now he stood like a naughty child receiving Krista's reprimand. Zhenge couldn't help feeling displeased and said, Why did you leave without a word, brother Shane? Shane struggled to say one word. Who do you think you are? We saved you out of kindness, yet you left without a word. Krista continued berating Shane sternly. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, I won't let you off. Zhenge reminded. We should enter the city first and find an inn. Entering the city is fine, but we must complete the task at the mercenary guild and claim the reward first. Otherwise, he might slip away again. Wouldn't we be wasting our efforts then? Krista bluntly responded. Hearing Krista would immediately turn him in, Shane's face turned pale. Trembling, he pleaded, Don't. Krista was truly furious. Shane had dared to follow someone else's lead and sneak away silently. She showed no mercy towards Shane. What don't. Your life was saved by us, so whatever we say goes. Zhenge sensed Shane seemed to have something difficult to speak about, and said to Krista, Stop making a fuss. Can't you see brother Shane has his reasons? Leave him alone. At this moment, a guard at the city gate shouted, If you're not entering the city, move along or you'll be punished, before turning arrogantly and walking away. After entering the city, Krista was immediately drawn to a nearby building labeled in golden letters, Mercenary Guild. The constant flow of mercenaries through its doors made it look extremely busy. Shane's eyes were filled with anxiety upon seeing those words. growing even more nervous when he saw the excitement in Krista's eyes. He begged, "Please don't take me to the guild." Curious, Johnny asked, "Brother Shane, why?" Shane knew he couldn't hide it anymore and explained, "Once you turn me into the mercenary guild, my father will send people to take me home. I don't want to go back. I don't want to see his sycophantic face." Johnny finally understood why Shane had sneaked away when looking for a carriage. He was afraid of being turned into the mercenary guild. "You thought we left, so you tried to sneak into the city alone, right?" Krista asked. Shane nodded and continued to beg. "I only ask that you don't turn me into the mercenary guild. How do we earn the 300 gold coins without turning you in?" Krista's mind was fixated on the reward, disregarding any reasons. "I'll give you the 300 gold coins," Shane said, handing Krista the only 20 gold coins he had. "I'll find a way to pay the rest." Johnny showed remarkable magnanimity, saying to both of them, "Brother Shane, don't take this to heart. And Krista, let's drop this. Brother Shane has his difficulties, don't make things hard for him." Seeing her first ever earned money about to go down the drain, Krista felt unwilling. She first gave Johnny a dirty look and then said to Shane, "You still owe me 280 gold coins, no cheating allowed. You can't regain your freedom until you pay off the debt." Finally, she shouted at Johnny, "I'm tired. Hurry up and find an inn for us to rest." "You only feel tired now." Johnny chuckled. The task of finding an inn naturally fell on Shane again, but a pair of bright eyes kept watching him closely. Chapter 72, Trouble Comes Isaiahing. Fortunately, this Warren was considerate enough to find them a relatively quiet inn. The onset of night indicated another day was about to end. After eating, Elena soon fell into a deep sleep, but not before assigning an important task to Johnny. Keep an eye on Warren, and under no circumstances let him slip away because he still owed her 280 gold coins. Johnny chuckled at how completely controlled he was by this young girl. Johnny said to Warren, "Brother Warren, you must be tired. Go back to your room and rest." "Do you not fear I might sneak off without paying back the gold?" Warren asked tentatively. "Brother Warren, what are you saying? I know you have your own difficulties. That little Elena is just being mischievous. Don't take it too seriously," Johnny said easily, adding, "If you really leave, Brother Warren, we won't stop you. We only ask that you say goodbye first." "Johnny, rest assured, I absolutely will not run away this time. I've decided to go with you all," Warren said. Afraid Johnny didn't believe him, he swore firmly. "I, Warren, swear to the heavens." "Brother Warren, there's no need for that. We welcome your stay. Rest well. We have to continue our journey tomorrow." Johnny yawned, appearing very tired. Just then, from downstairs came the sound of clattering bowls and overturned tables, followed by groans of pain from the inn's assistant and the innkeeper's pleading cries. "My lords, please have mercy. My humble inn can't withstand such turmoil. If there's anything you need, please command us." Johnny poked his head out and saw a group of ruffians causing trouble, people he particularly despised for their brutality and humiliation in the past. Just as he was thinking of teaching them a lesson, Warren stopped him. "Johnny, I think you should let it be. There are too many incidents like this, we can't deal with all of them. Besides, the innkeeper has his own way of handling things." Warren was right. The innkeeper had a small bag of gold brought up and handed it to the leader of the group with a smiling face. "My lords, here's some money for your drinks. Please spare my humble inn." Unexpectedly, the leading thug threw the gold coins to the ground and grabbed the innkeeper by the collar, shouting, "Boss, did 3 young guests check in here recently? 2 boys and 1 girl. My lord, so many people come and go every day in our small inn. Who are you looking for?" the innkeeper asked in a pitiful voice. "Look for yourself." The lead thug pulled out 3 portraits and threw them at the innkeeper's face. Picking them up, the innkeeper exclaimed, Yes, these 3 arrived in the afternoon. Let me show you where they are." Johnny and the others could clearly see from above that the portraits depicted none other than themselves. Johnny was puzzled as to why these men were after them. "It's someone making such a racket and disrupting my sleep. I'll chop off his head." Elena, drowsy from sleep, emerged from her room, likely awakened by the noise. "Princess? What princess?" Warren looked at Elena doubtfully. Before she could speak, Johnny hastily intervened. "She's no princess. This little girl always dreams of being a princess. I bet she hasn't woken up yet." Then, shaking Elena's shoulder, he added, "Wake up, little girl. Someone is coming to cause trouble." Hearing that, Elena quickly regained alertness and looked around. "Who wants to cause us trouble? I'll teach him a lesson for disturbing my sleep." Johnny pointed at the crowd climbing the stairs. "Look, they're here." The innkeeper said, "My lords, they are right there. This is none of your concern. Get lost." The leading thug fiercely ordered, shoving the innkeeper down the stairs. Elena screamed and stood at the top of the stairs. "Are you the ones causing trouble? Wow, what a beautiful lady. How about joining me tonight?" The leading thug grinned lecherously, reaching out to touch Elena's face. She dodged swiftly. "You have some skills indeed, managing to avoid my grab. I like that." The lead thug laughed arrogantly, his lustful eyes fixed on Elena's face. "Would you like to accompany me?" "It's not impossible. Come closer," Elena said with a sly smile. "How about it? Are you going to keep your promise?" The lead thug leered and slowly approached Elena's delicate body, sniffing the air as if deeply intoxicated by the fragrance. As he got close, Elena shouted, "Go dream your dreams. Look at yourself. You think I want to be with someone like you? Go dot." She then kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward in a perfect parabola before crashing hard on the ground. Elena's kick was infused with pure Azure Dragon battle chi, striking his chest directly, leaving him likely crippled or worse. Boss. The other thugs rushed downstairs, only to find their leader stumbling back up, barely scratched. The thug cursed. "Raphael, I didn't expect to fall for that little brat's trick. Elena couldn't resist taunting him. I've seen many fools, but never one as foolish as you. Johnny couldn't help but interject, addressing Elena. I've met so many clever people, but none as clever as you, Elena. Flushed from her successful sneak attack and Johnny's praise, Elena giggled. You finally realize how smart I am. Unable to bear the ridicule from Elena and Johnny, the thug roared. You two bastards, if I don't flay you alive today, I'll never rest. At this moment, Elena started counting aloud at the group. 1, 2, 3. Curious, Johnny asked. Little girl, what are you counting? I'm counting dogs. Elena didn't turn her head, continuing to count. After reaching 8, she looked at Warren and said, Big brother Warren, you still owe me 280 gold coins. How about paying some back now? Of course, so tell me how, Warren replied, intrigued. Elena pointed at the thugs. Big brother Warren, there are 8 dogs there. Each dog is worth 10 gold coins, so 8 dogs make 80 gold coins. If you beat them all, I'll consider that as 80 gold coins repaid. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? Ha ha. Johnny laughed heartily, realizing why the little girl was counting. She even involved Warren in her scheme. Warren eyed the 8 thugs, thinking that if he couldn't handle them, he shouldn't be walking this continent. Not only could he repay Johnny and the others, but also clear off 80 gold coins. A win-win situation. He agreed readily. Deal. Big brother Warren, don't kill them, just cripple them. Elena warned before turning to return to her room to sleep. But Johnny stopped her, asking, Elena, how did you come up with this plan? I'm tired, and I don't want to move. So I found someone else to punish them. Plus, I wanted you to do it, but you might have killed them. Besides, Big brother Warren owes me 280 gold coins. Who better to use? Elena added as she closed the door. Remember to protect me, or I won't sleep well. Johnny stood guard outside Elena's door, while the innkeeper and staff hid, fearing involvement. The inn could be rebuilt, but lives lost were irreplaceable. Meanwhile, Warren had already engaged the leading thug. From his earlier fall, it was evident this thug possessed significant strength, far beyond an ordinary ruffian. Deciding to finish quickly, Warren cast a water elemental spell, Ice Arrow, sending icy projectiles storming towards the 8 thugs. After the first volley, 5 fell. Warren cast another Ice Arrow, this time with enhanced power. By the second volley, the leading thug, though still standing, was in no better shape than the others. Johnny called out teasingly, Big brother Warren, you need to work so hard against a few thugs? Finish them quickly so we can drink. Warren laughed. I'll take care of him soon. Their tone treated the thugs as lambs awaiting slaughter, easy targets. Anger clouded the thug's mind, leading to more mistakes under repeated provocations and attacks. Ice Sword. Warren released an enhanced water elemental attack spell, Ice Sword, which stabbed swiftly toward the thugs. This time, the leading thug couldn't block it. The ice sword struck his thigh directly, blood gushing out as he fell to the ground. If Elena hadn't instructed not to kill them, this strike would have certainly taken the thug's life. In just a moment, those 8 thugs. Oh, the 8 dogs were all lying on the ground moaning in pain. Chapter 73 Extortion. After taking down 8 hooligans, Lai Shi ran to Johnny and asked, Johnny, I've already taken them all down. What should we do with them now? Johnny shook his head and said helplessly, Are you serious? You took them down, but come to ask me what to do next. Fine, let that little girl deal with them herself tomorrow. Suddenly noticing the hooligans on the ground trying to flee, he immediately flashed to the doorway, blocking their escape route, shouting loudly, Want to run without our permission? The 8 hooligans knelt on the ground in unison, begging for mercy. We are all scoundrels who lost our minds. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and spare us. Then they started knocking their heads on the ground like hammers striking garlic. Johnny squatted in front of the leading hooligan and said, Aren't you quite arrogant just now? You even wanted my Patty to entertain you. How about letting me entertain you now? Mitchell, this is my fault. My words were disrespectful. Please punish me. The leading hooligan answered while slapping himself, fearing Johnny's dissatisfaction. His cheeks quickly showed 2 clear handprints as if slapped by someone else. You did insult my Patty verbally just now, indeed deserving a beating. This time it will serve as a lesson for you. If you speak recklessly again next time, it won't be so easy. You'll have to pay with your life. Insulting me gives you a 99% chance of survival, but insulting Patty leaves you not even 1%, not a single word allowed. Understand? Actually, Johnny had wanted to act long ago, but Patty was enjoying herself, so he hadn't interrupted her. Feeling the icy tone of Johnny's voice for the first time, Lai Shi sensed a hint of fear, but he admired Johnny's caring attitude towards Patty. He would do anything for the one he loved. This made him recall the daughter of the Earl he liked, wondering how she was doing now. Johnny questioned coldly, Speak up. Who told you to cause trouble for us? This dash, the hooligan hesitated. Do you plan not to talk? I'll talk. The hooligan stammered. Everything was ordered by our mayor, Iggy. He only told us to create trouble for you, without explaining the reason. Mayor? Which city's mayor, and what's his name? Johnny pursued. The mayor of our city, Iggy, confessed the hooligan, unable to hide the truth anymore, continuing to beg. Please, Humbert, forgive us. It's all under the order of the mayor. Johnny muttered to himself. Iggy, I don't seem to have any conflict with this guy. Why send people to bother me? And such useless bullies at that. Just then, Patty came out of the room yawning, unfortunately missing Johnny's classic speech to the hooligans, or it would have delighted the young lady. Looking at the 8 kneeling hooligans and Lai Shi, Patty asked, Big brother Lai Shi, did you finish so soon? I thought it would take longer. Lai Shi smiled embarrassedly and replied, Not really. Johnny asked caringly, Why are you up? Why not sleep more in the room? I can't sleep. I wanted to see if these 8 dogs were beaten yet, Patty said, glancing at them. They confessed that Mayor Iggy sent them. What do you plan to do with these rascals? Johnny asked curiously, eager to see how this little girl would punish the ruffians. Lai Shi also watched eagerly to see how the pretty girl would react. Watch me. Patty's eyes sparkled with delight, but Johnny noticed a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Walking to the leading hooligan, she kicked him fiercely and then kindly asked, "Does it hurt?" "There's no pain, madam. If it makes you happy, feel free to kick me again." The hooligan forced a smile, closing his eyes awaiting more kicks from Patty. Pervert. Patty did not kick again but asked politely, "Do you want to live?" Yes, yes, yes. The hooligans answered hurriedly. Who wouldn't want to live? Do you know what you should do then? The leading hooligan immediately got the message and called to his brothers. Brothers, hand over all the gold coins you have. Soon, a pile of golden coins formed on the ground. Patty glanced at them and loudly said, "Only 120 gold coins? You guys are really poor. Do you think each of your lives is only worth 15 gold coins? Miss, living Buddha, that's all we have. You know us scoundrels, we never carry money when we go out. These few gold coins were begged for on the way here." Begged for? Patty was somewhat curious. Not begged for, we robbed them. Seeing Patty's expression change, the leading hooligan quickly corrected himself. "Boss," Patty called out loudly. Hearing someone calling, the innkeeper timidly emerged from hiding and asked nervously, "Miss, what do you need?" "These 120 gold coins are for the inn's damages. I wonder if it's enough." Enough, enough. Miss, is there anything else you need?" The innkeeper respectfully asked. "Could you please bring me paper and pen?" Yes, yes, yes. The innkeeper hurriedly responded and fetched the paper and pen. Once the innkeeper returned with the items, Patty placed them in front of the leading hooligan and said, "I just did some calculations. Forging 1 life costs 1,000 gold coins, so 8 lives cost 8,000 gold coins. Add another 2,000 gold coins as my fee, totaling 10,000 gold coins. So, you owe me 10,000 gold coins. So many." The hooligans began whispering among themselves. "Do you think it's too much? Then I'll just take your lives instead," Patty threatened. "Not too much, not too much," the leading hooligan hastily replied. He hated this little girl now. He who hunted geese was pecked by one. This girl dared to rob them, yet they couldn't do anything about it. "But we really don't have that much gold." Patty looked at the paper and pen, and the leading hooligan seemed to understand. He hesitantly asked, "You want me to write an IOU? It seems you're quite clever, progress indeed," Patty giggled. Seeing the leading hooligan still hesitant, she sternly added, "Hurry up and write it, or I might change my mind." "How should I write it, miss?" Patty slapped him and sneered, "You're smart again? Just write Mayor Iggy of Tarsk City as the borrower at the end." The leading hooligan hesitated, looking at his brothers who were signaling him to write fast. He finally signed the 10,000 gold coin IOU under Mayor Iggy's name. Patty didn't care if the IOU worked. She happily showed it to Johnny, boasting, "Johnny, isn't that impressive? I made us 10,000 gold coins so quickly." Johnny and Anise were stunned, mouths wide open in shock. They never expected her to handle it this way and even extort the mayor. Patty shook Johnny, pouting, "What are you gawking at? Aren't you happy I made 10,000 gold coins?" "Happy, happy, why wouldn't I be happy?" Johnny quickly answered after being shaken awake by Patty. Before Johnny could say more, Patty interrupted. "Wait a minute." She turned to the hooligans and shouted, "Now you can get lost. Thank you, miss, for sparing our lives." They stood up and left. "Get lost, don't walk away," Johnny said. "Yes, yes, yes." The hooligans crawled out of the inn in a hurry. "Curious," Johnny asked Patty. "How did you come up with this idea to deal with them?" Patty smiled and explained, "It's complicated. Think about it. They broke the inn's property without compensation. Anise used 80 gold coins to subdue them, so I can't lose money on this deal. And since they were sent by that detestable mayor of Tarsk, naturally, the bill goes to him." Johnny found her logic amusing and asked, "This IOU probably won't work. Mayor Iggy won't easily acknowledge it." "That's fine. We can make him acknowledge it." Johnny and Anise exclaimed in unison. "Of course. Who asked that bastard to send people to bother us? Besides, we can't let our efforts go unrewarded. We have to ask for some labor fees," Yu said with a grin. Johnny was utterly speechless. This little girl's current character. Who did she learn from? There was only one phrase to describe the present Yu, violent little miser. However, Yu's behavior reminded him of someone. Ghastly nuisance, the S-ranked mercenary at the bottom of the sword saint rankings, who used violent means to buy and sell without ever doing unprofitable business. Chapter 74, Debt Collection Encounter with a Beauty. It was not easy to wait until the next morning, when Elena pulled Johnny straight to the Tax City Lord's residence. Leland, who followed behind, kept shaking her head in bewilderment. She wondered about the background of these young people who dared to blackmail and extort from a city lord. Were their status and position exceptional? Doubtful. Was their strength enough to deal with everything? Quite possible. Either way, Leland's head ached more and more as she thought. As for Elena, after Johnny's magic recovered, she became even more audacious, knowing that with Johnny as her protector, there was no place she couldn't go. "Stop." 2 guards blocked their path, shouting loudly, "Begone at once. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the city lord's residence." "Johnny, look at them being mean to us. You won't help me teach them a lesson?" Elena turned to pull Johnny's hand and pouted. Johnny said to the 2 gate guards impolitely, "Tell Ivor inside that his creditor has come looking for him. Tell him to come out and greet us promptly." Audacious commoner, daring to call the city lord by name. Someone seized them. Immediately, a large crowd poured out from the main gate, each looking fierce and aggressive. "Humbert's Elena said yesterday. If he doesn't admit it, beat him until he does. Zhenge had been prepared to collect the debt through force. Now, with this group of lackeys blocking them, his thoughts turned toward Leland, eyeing him with ill intent. You're not planning to use me again, are you? Leland nervously said, sensing an ominous plot against himself in Zhenge's eyes. Zhenge smiled and said, Big brother Leland is indeed smart. There are 20 men over there. I'll give you 5 gold coins for each one, totaling 100 gold coins. Beat them down, and your debt will be halved. Yes, yes. Elena chimed in eagerly. Fine, agreed. Mitchell, though Leland remained expressionless on the surface, he cursed Zhenge inwardly. Last time helping Elena, it was 10 gold coins per person. Now assisting Zhenge saw the number tripled, but the price cut in half. How ruthless. Half debt is better than nothing, Leland consoled himself. Under this extreme dissatisfaction, Leland showed no mercy in his attack, and these guards were truly weak, collapsing on the ground crying within a few rounds. Who's yelling here? A man around 50, dressed like a steward, walked out from the gate. The 2 guards scrambled to the steward, saying, Lord Steward, those 3 tried to barge into the city lord's residence. We couldn't stop them because they seemed choked up, unable to continue, possibly embarrassed about how more than 20 of them were defeated by a young mage. The steward scanned them coldly and interrogated fiercely. Who are you? Raphael ring to intrude on the city lord's residence. Do you know this is a capital offense? Don't try to scare us with your official airs. Zhenge retorted coldly. We've come to collect a debt. Some dim-witted ones insisted on obstructing our path. We had no choice but to teach them a lesson. Debt collectors you are? The steward looked at them suspiciously before switching to a courteous smile. Please come in. The city lord has been waiting for you. You old coot, you were trying to stop us with violence just now. Are you now inviting us and so politely to play some tricks? Zhenge cautiously guarded against the steward. Though he wasn't afraid, if Elena got hurt, it would be another matter. Better to be vigilant. How can I dare to trick you? The steward maintained his smiling welcome. Zhenge and company didn't hold back and walked in boldly. They had come all this way and weren't leaving empty-handed. They still needed to ask why the city lord sent ruffians after them. Upon seeing Ivor, another idea popped into Zhenge's mind. Why are officials always fat and bloated? Surely they feast on the people's misfortune. Indeed, this city lord's body completely mismatched his height. Except for his eyeballs, every part of his body was excessively plump and thick. His robe could easily fit Zhenge, Elena, and Leland together with room to spare. Ivor greeted with a chuckle. This city lord has known you 3 would come and has been waiting for some time. It seems you learned about our intention to collect the debt from those thugs, Zhenge said without showing any emotion, his eyes fixed on Ivor. He maintained the highest level of alertness, ready to act at any moment. Humbertons this Ivor already knew they were coming. There might be a trap, and he could not let everyone be deceived by Ivor's smiling facade. Elena took out the promissory note and handed it over to Ivor. You owe us 10,000 gold coins in total. Hurry up and give them to us. Ivor moved his fat body slightly and said, To express my sincere apology, I have prepared those 10,000 gold coins for you long ago. Do you want cash or a purple crystal card? Elena hurriedly replied, Just give us the gold coins. After all, Zhenge's magic storage ring had plenty of space, and moreover, she could play with the coins when she was bored. Ivor looked troubled as he asked, I wonder what we can use to hold these 10,000 gold coins. You don't need to worry about that. We naturally have a way to take them away. Bring out the 10,000 gold coins prepared for the guests, Ivor ordered. 2 men carried out 2 large chests of gold coins. Ivor opened one of the chests and said, This chest contains 5,000 gold coins, making 2 chests in total. Please check and keep them. Then, in front of Zhenge and the others, he tore up the promissory note without even verifying its authenticity. Zhenge stared at the 2 glittering chests of gold coins, almost losing himself in their luster. This was the first time he had seen so many gold coins piled together. Mitchell, though Floyd had ostensibly compensated him with 100,000 gold coins last time, they were stored in a purple crystal card and given to Giovanni as startup funds for the mercenary group. There was no real feeling compared to now, and the debt collection went so smoothly. He had thought it would require some effort. The little girl, Elena, excitedly played with handfuls of gold coins. In contrast, Leland had a bitter expression because he wasn't entitled to any of the gold coins, but still owed Elena 100 gold coins. It made him quite frustrated to see others enjoy wealth, while he couldn't even smell the aroma of meat. Zhenge's joy vanished instantly as he turned to ask, We will accept these 10,000 gold coins, but I want to ask the city lord why you sent people to trouble us. It can't be because you had too much money and wanted to give it away. Elena glared at Ivor and retorted, If you think you have too many gold coins, feel free to give us another 10,000. Ivor's fat body retreated several steps, his face turning extremely ugly, yet he forced a smile, saying, You 2 really know how to make jokes. We are not joking. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, we'll have to take back some interest, Zhenge said coldly. You don't need to press him anymore. Everything was my doing. The silver bell-like voice indicated that it belonged to a maiden. Zhenge felt faintly familiar with the voice. Could it be her? Zhenge and Elena exclaimed simultaneously. When the graceful figure appeared before everyone, their guesses were confirmed. It was indeed Irene. Your Highness, please. Ivor bowed respectfully to Irene. Please step down. Yes. Leland leaned close to Zhenge and whispered, Zhenge, who is this beautiful princess? She seems to know you well. Zhenge gave him a disdainful look and snapped, Who knows her? If you dare say anything else, watch me force you to repay your debt. Hearing force you to repay, Leland shrank back in fear. Elena angrily questioned Irene. Brat, why did you send people to cause us trouble? May I ask, Princess, how have I offended you, Johnny? Ever since Irene appeared, Johnny knew that this girl must not have come with good intentions. Irene stared at Johnny blankly and finally lamented. Isn't it all for you? I sneaked out of the palace just for you. I don't care how you got out. I just want to know why you sent people to cause us trouble. How could you leave without a word, not even telling me? I knew you would pass through Tax City on your way home, so I rushed here as fast as I could to wait for you. Actually, I knew you had arrived in the city from the moment you entered, but I couldn't bring myself to find you. So, I had the city lord send some thugs to trouble you, so you would come looking for me. Irene revealed the entire story in one breath. Everything went according to her plan. Johnny indeed came knocking on her door. Upon realizing he had been tricked again by this girl, Johnny pulled Elena aside. Elena, we won't take those 10,000 gold coins. Let's go. With that, he strode toward the door, knowing that staying any longer would likely lead to being tricked again by this girl. Mitchell, though Elena was reluctant to give up the 10,000 gold coins, compared to Johnny, the coins meant nothing. Chapter 75, The Persistent Desire. In a panic, Adelaide hurriedly rushed forward and blocked the door, pleading pitifully. Why won't you let me say just one more word? I will apologize for any mistakes I made in the past. I'm sorry, but you did nothing wrong. There's nothing to talk about. You are a high and mighty princess, and I am just an ordinary poor boy, Johnny said indifferently. Why can she, another princess, be with you then? Adelaide pointed at Amina, quite buffoon-cheat, unwilling to admit defeat. It seems she was jealous of Amina. Johnny retorted without hesitation. That's completely different. When I was most in need and most downcast, all of you turned your backs on me. Did you ever visit me once during that time? Only Amina didn't look down on me, but stayed by my side without ever leaving me. My principle is simple. If someone treats me well, I will repay them 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. So, I swore that I would cherish and take care of her for life. If anyone wants to hurt her, they'll have to step over my dead body. Johnny, you are so good to her. Amina, feeling happy, leaned into Johnny's arms and hugged him tightly, showing a very intimate posture. She occasionally glanced at Adelaide's expression, partly because Johnny's words made her feel incredibly happy, and partly to tease this stubborn girl who always opposed her. Johnny, is Amina also a princess? Cameron seemed to have guessed something and felt somewhat buffoon-cheap, unwilling to accept it. This Johnny, who neither looked nor ranked as high as himself, had somehow won the favor of two such beautiful girls. Given the situation, Johnny could no longer hide the truth. He apologized. Brother Cameron, indeed I concealed some things from you last night at the inn. I'm really sorry. Yes, Amina is the third princess of Eridonia Principality, and Adelaide is the youngest princess of Torrance Empire. This information overwhelmed Cameron. One was the princess of the strongest country on the continent, the other was the wealthiest princess. And both had their eyes set on Johnny. His mood shifted from buffoon-cheap, resentment, to extreme imbalance. After all, he was the son of a general. Why didn't a beautiful princess like him? Johnny must have been hiding his true identity. Otherwise, these two princesses wouldn't have favored him. Cameron realized how wise his decision to follow Johnny was. As long as he stayed with Johnny, he could uncover Johnny's true identity. Princess Adelaide, could you please step aside? We need to continue our journey. Johnny became impatient. Amina chimed in. Brat, move out of the way now, or else I won't be nice. Confident in her current strength, especially after breaking through to the Chuji Mudaoshur, Chuji magic conductor, she had long wanted to challenge Adelaide. Unexpectedly, Adelaide responded calmly. Unlike her usual confrontational manner, she politely said to Amina, Humbertster Amina, it was all my fault in the past. Can you forgive me? Amina wasn't buying it, scolding sternly. Erupt aside immediately, or I will really have to use force. No, even if you beat me to death, I won't move, Adelaide answered resolutely. Seeing Adelaide's persistence, Johnny hardened his heart and turned to Cameron behind him. Brother Cameron, 500 gold coins for you to help us solve this trouble ahead. You want to use me as a weapon again? This time, even if you offer me 5,000 or 50,000 coins, I won't help you. Cameron firmly refused this lucrative task. How could he bring himself to fight a woman, especially a beautiful and charming princess? It might even spark a war between two countries. I've done wrong. Why won't you give me a chance to make amends? I swear I won't act that way again. Tears streamed down Adelaide's face, her lips quivering continuously, as sad as one could be. At the sight of a crying girl, Johnny panicked and begged, Lady, please don't cry. If you stop crying, I'll agree to anything you ask. Johnny found that beautiful girls could shed endless tears. Where did they get all those tears? Unless you agree to let me follow you. Adelaide covered her nose with her right hand while still sobbing, her watery eyes constantly sizing up Johnny. I agree. I won't allow it. The former response came from Johnny, while the latter was shouted by Amina, unwilling to keep her rival close. Don't go back on your word now. Adelaide finally broke into a smile, not caring whether Amina agreed or not. Mitchell, that mattered was Johnny's agreement. When Johnny glimpsed a fleeting expression of smugness on Adelaide's face, he finally realized he had been tricked by this girl again. Despite all his caution, she still managed to outsmart him. Her tears and cries were all acts to make him soften and agree to her request. Why did Adelaide and Amina seem so alike in using tears as their ultimate weapon against him? Knowing very well how weak he was when facing a crying girl, they both exploited this. Now you can't take it back. Adelaide finally broke into a smile, disregarding whether Amina agreed or not. Mitchell, that mattered was Johnny's agreement. Johnny felt frustrated. You're learning fast. Why are you blaming me again? Jerk, you're bullying me. Amina pounded Johnny, venting her dissatisfaction. Adelaide laughed. Humbertster Amina, don't be angry. I'm telling you, our rivalry isn't over. I will one day chase you away from Johnny. Amina fumed. Adelaide, asking her not to be angry, was clearly mocking her. Mitchellwright, stop arguing. Humberts, we're together now, let's get along. Johnny knew things couldn't be undone, hoping the two girls could peacefully coexist to extend his lifespan. Humph. Amina gave him a cold stare. Her eyes fell on the two large chests of gold coins again. She suddenly called out to Johnny, let's quickly pack up those gold coins. With Adelaide staying, Amina decided to take the 10,000 gold coins as compensation for her annoyance. They set off again, heading towards Iva Principality. However, the journey would be far more eventful with Amina and Adelaide constantly bickering and squabbling. Johnny regretted keeping Adelaide and wished he could split them up. Approaching Iva Principality, Johnny abruptly pulled the reins to a halt. A swordsman blocked their path, holding a long sword, coldly eyeing Johnny and company. Amina and Adelaide peeked out of the carriage, curiously inspecting the swordsman. Johnny, isn't that Court? Amina recognized the swordsman first. Johnny confirmed it was indeed the S-rank mercenary known as the Sword Saint. Adelaide and Cameron asked simultaneously, who is Court? Fool, Court is a famous S-rank mercenary sword saint on the continent, Amina proudly explained, showing off her knowledge to Adelaide. You must hire me today, the swordsman said coldly. There you go again. Johnny smiled as he stepped down from the carriage. Long time no see, Brother Guay. Who are you? Court warily observed Johnny, ready to draw his sword if anything went wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten me. Last time, you insisted on being our bodyguard for 30 gold coins. Upon closer inspection, Court exclaimed, You're Johnny. What are you doing here? Tollance wasn't working out, so I'm going back home. Johnny feigned a dejected look, teasing, Brother Guay, how's business? Stopping us again to earn some money. This is a misunderstanding. I'll be leaving now. Court prepared to leave. Wait, I need your help. Johnny hurriedly called him back. Before inquiring about Johnny's intention, Court asked, It's rumored you lost your magic? He still vividly remembered Johnny's terrifying omni-elemental magic. His presence must have a purpose. Do you believe the rumors on the continent, Brother Guay? But now I've switched to studying martial arts, cultivating to cheat, and practicing swordsmanship. Johnny decided not to tell Court the truth because he had an important purpose. Brother Guay, can you spar with me a bit? It would help me gain some experience. It's much better than me just practicing blindly, which is far less effective. Humbert's Johnny had reached the initial stage of Raphael Tong in swordsmanship through the help of mana while recovering his magic in the Sanjan. He hadn't truly tested his skills with anyone yet. Now, with such a good opponent present, how could he let this opportunity slip? I forfeit. Court surrendered without even engaging. But we haven't started sparring yet. Why are you forfeiting, Brother Guay? Johnny asked in confusion. I know your strength. Under your terrifying magic, I have no chance of winning. And now you're a combination of magic and martial arts, making it even more impossible for me to win. I never do anything without being certain. Isn't there a rumor that I lost my magic? Rumors are just rumors. They can be misleading. I only trust what I see, not rumors. I can sense that your current magical power has already surpassed the 7 great mages of our time. Court, living up to his reputation as a sword saint, was able to gauge Johnny's magical strength, not only recovered, but also became stronger through mere perception. Ericer commendably, Court always acted with great caution. Court's words utterly shocked Cameron and Adelaide, who were standing nearby. Chapter 76, Recruiting Mitchell Eyes. No wonder the momentum he forced out was so terrifying back then. Is he really the same he? Shane muttered to herself, then hastily asked Johnny, trying to verify her hypothesis. Johnny, what's going on? Didn't you say you only knew a little magic? Are you really that he? Johnny, have you truly regained your magic? There was a gleam in Rose's eyes as she gazed at Johnny adoringly. She longed to know if everything Curtis said was true. If Johnny had indeed recovered his magic, then her father would not force her to leave Johnny again. Back then, Hans strictly forbade Rosa from having any further contact with Johnny, making Rosa gradually forget Johnny and leading to a complicated entanglement of grievances. At this moment, Johnny feigned ignorance, chuckling and saying, Who are you talking about? You all believe what Brother Baron says. However, deep down, he regretted not controlling his magic fluctuations when Curtis appeared, which let him detect the truth. Johnny, although I rank at the bottom among sword saints, I still have some skill in observing people, Curtis said confidently. Seeing Johnny feigning ignorance, Shane's eyes darted around as he hatched a plan. He turned to ask Rosa, Princess Rosa, is this Johnny really that one and only omnimagus Johnny in the continent? Though Rosa did not understand why Shane asked this, she nodded and answered, Yes, he is the omnimagus Johnny from before, but due to an accident. She stopped speaking when she saw the melancholy look in Johnny's eyes. Perhaps Johnny was displeased that she revealed his identity, or maybe signaling her not to mention the unpleasant past anymore. Johnny, Princess Rosa has acknowledged your identity. Why are you hiding it? Don't you consider me, Shane, a friend? Shane decided to press for the truth until the end, determined to learn Johnny's true identity. It seemed there was no way for Johnny to deny it now, so he admitted, I'll tell you the truth. I am indeed that Johnny. I have indeed regained my magic, but I'm not yet an omnimagus. 3 exclamation marks represented 3 different people's reactions and their varied meanings. Shane's was for Johnny finally acknowledging his identity. Rose's was for Johnny regaining his magic. Curtis's was for Johnny claiming he wasn't an omnimagus yet. Among the 3, Curtis had the deepest impression of Johnny's magic. In the past, Johnny single-handedly wiped out the thief mercenary band and caused chaos at the mercenary guild. Those scenes were etched clearly in Curtis's memory like they happened yesterday. So, How could he not be astonished by Johnny saying he was not an omnimagus? Curiosity got the better of him as he asked, Johnny, you claim you're not an omnimagus. How is that possible? Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, thunder, and light. You can cast spells from all these elements. Mitchell, those elements, except for light, are essentially categorized under natural magic, Johnny explained, trying to dispel everyone's doubts. Actually, the understanding of omnimagus on the continent is too broad. The magic on the continent can be divided into 5 categories: Rathwork, light, space, spirit, and natural. Currently, I don't know how to cast space and spirit magic, so I cannot be considered an omnimagus yet. When did you learn Rathwork magic? A dark mage would be hunted down relentlessly by the Mage Guild, Curtis said worriedly. Others also watched Johnny anxiously, except for Aliana. Humberton's Johnny recovered his magic. The little girl had never been afraid. Johnny's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, his voice becoming agitated. What's wrong with knowing Rathwork magic? Though I haven't seen a Rathwork mage and don't know if they're good or evil, I do know that many self-proclaimed righteous mages aren't necessarily good, perhaps even worse than Rathwork mages. Why should they declare Rathwork mages as symbols of evil, and why should they be hunted down? In the end, it's all about power. Johnny, why do you hide your magical power? Why don't you let the world know it openly? Shane asked in puzzlement. After all, Johnny's strength could scare off enemies with just his name. Finding trouble with a grand mage proficient in 2 major schools was like asking for death. Johnny's lips moved, but he did not answer. He turned and walked away, staring blankly at the sky as he lost himself in thought. Shane and company had no choice but to turn their gazes towards Mandy, the only one who knew the real story, hoping to learn the truth from her. Mandy looked at their expectant gazes, hesitated, then said, Actually, Johnny has only recovered his magic for a few days. The reason he chose silence and hiding is that he wants to find true friendship, not to be revered because of his magic, only for people to leave him when he can't do anything. Unlike some people, Johnny doesn't cling to someone just because they have magic and leave them when they don't. As she spoke, Mandy's eyes shot daggers at Rosa, seemingly saying, You're exactly that kind of person. Feeling Mandy's accusation and resentful glare, Rosa felt uneasy and blushed. Mandy's words hit home. In the past, she hadn't visited Johnny after his injury once, yet now that he had regained his magic, she had come running back. Feeling thoroughly ashamed, she ran to Johnny and said, Johnny, it was my fault before. Can you forgive me? This time I came to you because I really like you, not because of your strength. Believe me, okay? Don't believe her, Johnny. Mandy shouted, following after them. Johnny simply listened to Rosa's candid admission and replied blandly, Let bygones be bygones. Then he walked up to Curtis and Shane and said, Please keep this matter confidential. No problem. Both agreed readily to Johnny's request. After composing himself, Johnny asked, Baron brother, do you remember what I told you initially? What did you tell me? Curtis asked curiously. Didn't I say that if I had nowhere to go or nothing to eat, I would join you? With 2 princesses supporting you, you won't starve. With your abilities, you'll never have to worry anywhere, Curtis teased. Who is supporting whom? We have to earn our own living. Mandy pouted, still bitter about not getting rewarded for her first mission. Do you agree, Baron brother? Johnny pressed on. Do you think I can refuse? Curtis answered, wondering to himself why he couldn't be tough around Johnny. It wasn't like a killer to lose composure and ruthlessness in front of Johnny. Seeing Curtis agree, Johnny suggested, Why don't you officially join our mercenary band? They were about to reach the Principality of Aradina, and Johnny was very concerned about the Earth mercenary band he and Giovanni established. He had been thinking of recruiting capable members along the way to compensate for not fulfilling his duties as deputy leader over the past year. Curtis was an ideal candidate. The prestige of a sword saint alone could greatly enhance the influence of the mercenary band. After a moment's consideration, Curtis said, I will join your mercenary band, but I have a condition. What is it? Just say it. Don't restrain me. Not a problem, as long as you help us when we're in trouble. You remain free the rest of the time, to go wherever you want, Johnny replied without hesitation, knowing that Curtis was accustomed to being independent and wouldn't easily subject himself to others. I want to join too. Both girls quickly volunteered to join the mercenary band Johnny mentioned. Shane intended to refuse, but gave in under Mandy's pressure, agreeing to join Johnny's mercenary band. Right, Johnny, you haven't told me which mercenary band you belong to. Surely not just a small group you guys formed, Curtis inquired. How could it be? The mercenary band I belong to is called the Earth Mercenary Band. What? You mean the Earth Mercenary Band? Curtis exclaimed in surprise. See you shouting and screaming. Is there something wrong? Johnny asked curiously. Your mercenary band is really called Earth Mercenary Band. You're not pretending, right? What's there to lie about? I'm even the vice leader of the Earth Mercenary Band, Johnny said indifferently. To prevent Troublemaker from thinking he was bluffing, he immediately took out the symbol of his position as the vice leader of the Earth Mercenary Band. It was a brown-yellow badge with an image of the Earth below and a giant standing on it. This symbolized that the Earth Mercenary Band should stand like a giant on this continent, unshakable. Troublemaker finally believed that Johnny was indeed the vice leader of the Earth Mercenary Band. He then said, Do you know, the Earth Mercenary Band is ranked 6th among the top 10 mercenary bands on the continent. Their leader expanded a small, unknown mercenary band into one ranking 6th on the continent within a year. You must know that each of the top 10 mercenary bands on the continent has no less than 50,000 mercenaries, comparable to the strength of a small country. I admire the capabilities of their leader very much. But I never thought that you, Johnny, are actually the vice leader of the Earth Mercenary Band. With a grand mage like you, the Earth Mercenary Band becoming the foremost mercenary band on the continent is just a matter of time. Troublemaker spoke at length about the Earth Mercenary Band, and also felt secretly fortunate that he had made the wise decision to join the Earth Mercenary Band. Mitchell, though he was an S-class mercenary, compared to the top 10 mercenary bands on the continent, he was still far behind. Shane was also greatly relieved after hearing Troublemaker speak, glad she hadn't insisted on refusing earlier. Johnny was also surprised and impressed by Giovanni's abilities. In just 1 year, he had achieved so much. He couldn't wait to return and see for himself. Chapter 77, Troubles Again. Johnny and his companions were getting closer to the Duchy of Aratina, feeling increasingly cheerful. However, one person's expression grew more and more gloomy, which was none other than Emperor Hans of the Tollens Empire. It had been 13 days since he and Harold planned the assassination of Johnny, yet there was no news at all. He urgently summoned the advisor Harold, saying, "Old Harold, it has been over 10 days. Why is there still no news? Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer," Harold replied respectfully. "How can I be reassured? Once they enter the Duchy of Aratina, it won't be so easy to assassinate them anymore," Hans said unhappily. "I plan to wait until they enter the territory of the Duchy of Aratina before taking action," Harold calmly answered. "Why is that?" Hans frowned. "Your Majesty, think about it. If they are killed or go missing in our country, even if it's not us, we still bear undeniable responsibility. But if they disappear or are killed in their own country, it has nothing to do with us." Hans slapped his dragon throne and shouted loudly, "What responsibility? Once Johnny is eliminated, I will launch troops immediately. Regardless of any condemnation from other countries, anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy." Seeing the icy gaze in Hans's eyes, Harold hurriedly advised, "Please calm down, Your Majesty. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Just wait for them to enter the Duchy of Aratina, and I will take immediate action." "Then please speed up," Hans said, paused for a while, and suddenly asked, "Old Harold, have you figured out the details of that small mountain outside the capital being leveled within a day? I vaguely feel that this is related to the incident where Johnny leveled a 500-meter-tall mountain using magic during the exam of the Archmages. Both mountains were leveled almost instantly. I always feel there's something strange behind this event, and every time I think of it, I get an ominous feeling." Harold answered, "I was just going to report on this matter, Your Majesty." "Tell me quickly," Hans asked anxiously. Noticing Harold seemed reluctant to speak, he further inquired, "Old Harold, are you hesitating about something?" "Please stay calm after hearing my report, Your Majesty," Harold uneasily replied. "Funny, as the Emperor of the Tollens Empire, having faced countless battles, how can I be afraid of some news? You underestimate me too much, Old Harold." Hans sneered. "I wouldn't dare." "Then please tell me what you found out," Harold tentatively asked. "What if the person who leveled that mountain is Johnny?" As soon as Harold finished speaking, Hans fell off the dragon throne in fright, his face pale, and stammered, "Old Harold, W?" Hans quickly regained his composure as an emperor and asked again, "Old Harold, you said the person who leveled that mountain is Johnny. How could it be possible? Isn't he unable to use magic?" Harold said, "Mitchell, though no one saw who did it. Based on the information I gathered, here are the points leading me to believe it was Johnny. First, that mountain was over 800 meters tall. Even powerful mages like Lemuel, Mario might not be able to level it instantly alone, making Johnny, who has such precedence, the only possibility. Second, when I investigated, the surrounding air was filled with residual magic energy from various elements, which only the former full-spectrum mage Johnny could achieve. Third, the mountain was leveled right after Johnny left the capital, which coincides with his arrival." Now Hans was completely baffled, anxiously saying, "That means we have less chance of killing him. It looks like my ambition of unifying will end up being nothing but a dream." Hans was lost and confused, feeling all his efforts would be in vain. The old fox Harold naturally detected Hans's disappointment and dejection from his eyes and words, and immediately said, "Your Majesty, although these things seem to be done only by Johnny on the surface, all this is currently just a guess. It might not necessarily be Johnny. At this moment, you are saying useless nonsense. In this continent, I have never heard of anyone else who can use full-spectrum magic. You should have taken action earlier, but refused. Now it's too late for regrets." Hans expressed dissatisfaction with his advisor for the first time. "Everything has two sides. The key is how we guide and utilize them." Harold said, "Please give this old minister 3 days, and in 3 days, I will definitely give Your Majesty a satisfactory answer." Harold assured earnestly. Even though it was an expedient measure, stabilizing Hans's anxiety was paramount. Helpless, Hans had to agree to give Harold 3 days to see what good news he would bring after 3 days. Speaking of Johnny, they also encountered an unexpected event. A group of people blocked their way. There were 28 of them. 1 was a mage, 18 were swordsmen. Leading them was a high-level earth mage, among whom were familiar faces, Eldon, Irvin, and the swordsman who lost his front teeth due to Johnny's wind spell. This group was clearly targeting Leacy. Eldon pointed at Johnny's group and said to the leading mage, "John Eater, the people who injured us last time are right there. Please avenge us." The leading mage looked disdainfully at Johnny, yet when he saw Edgarchon standing beside him, his arrogant face softened slightly, but still dismissed them offhandedly. "So, you have Edgarchon backing you. No wonder you dare to be so bold as to injure our Jingfeng Empire citizens. Russell, don't think I fear you just because you're a high-level mage. Listen well, I, Edgarchon, only serve as a bodyguard, never as someone's protector. If you dare to slander me again, Don't blame me for being impolite, Edgar-chan warned. Russell knew that dealing with Edgar-chan was quite challenging and thus tried to limit his actions verbally. We are looking for those young people. Please do not interfere today. John Eater will remember your kindness. Johnny was already disgusted with Russell's contemptuous and arrogant expression, so he laughed and said to Edgar-chan, Baron brother, it seems like the trouble is quite big this time. It's really a pity. Pity what? Pity that there's no gold to earn. I'm afraid you'll be lazy and unwilling to take action without gold. Johnny spread his hands, feigning innocence. Edgar-chan coldly replied, Mitchell, though there's no gold to be made, consider it a warm-up exercise for me. But why not earn some gold? Bridget, you called out unexpectedly. Looking at everyone's widened mouths, she explained, this group is brought by Liasi. After we beat them, we'll ask him for money. They're not my recruits. Liasi quickly defended himself. He was startled when he saw them appear earlier. That leading mage was Russell, a high-level mage and the Humbert's John Eater of the Mage Council of Jingfeng Empire, ranked 5th in terms of magical strength in their country. Mitch alongside Russell were mages and swordsmen with considerable skills. But thinking about having Edgar-chan, the Sword Saint, and Johnny, the terrifying dual major archmage, on their side, the unease vanished. Bridget, you didn't let Liasi defend himself and snapped. Big brother Liasi, these people are clearly after you. If you want us to help you solve the problem, you must pay us in gold. We mercenaries do not solve problems for free. If you don't want to pay, deal with them yourself. She finished by pulling Johnny as if to leave. Liasi smiled bitterly and said, I'll pay. His facial muscles nearly twisted together. Facing the crowd alone would mean bidding farewell to the world. Life was more precious than gold, which could always be earned again, while life had only one chance. Do you have that much money, big brother Liasi? Irene joined him playfully. Liasi silently lamented his own misery, first being hunted by others, then mocked by two beauties. Johnny also chimed in on Elena's behalf, saying to Liasi, Brother Liasi, what Elena said is right. That group of people indeed came for you. Humberts, you want us to help you resolve this trouble. You naturally have to pay a certain amount of remuneration. You're the one who kicks a man when he's down and burns the bridge after crossing it. Liasi said with a bad temper. You should know that I am a member of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. Can't you, as deputy leader, take care of me a little? Mitchell, though Liasi's mind worked fast, using his membership in the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup as a reason for Johnny to help. Unfortunately, Elena didn't agree. Then starting today, you are no longer a member of our mercenary group. Anyway, your strength is not high. Solve the problem in front of you by yourself. Remember that you still owe me 100 gold coins. The little girl couldn't forget about those 100 gold coins she hadn't received. Now, Liasi had no choice but to grit his teeth and painfully utter a few words. Isn't it enough if I pay? Chapter 78, Setting the Price. Alaire, emboldened by Minnow Harderchi's backing, had long been itching for a fight. His top target was Elena. If not for this annoying girl last time, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. He yelled at Elena and her group. Are you guys ever going to stop? We're not done yet. Elena glared at him, turned around, called Johnny and Edgarcio over, and continued. Let's set the price. Let's see how much these people are worth in gold coins. What kind of price? Alice curiously peeked in. She also very much wanted to join Johnny's conversation. Elena retorted sharply. This has nothing to do with you. With your high-level mage skills, just stand to the side. Alice shot back fiercely. My strength may be low, but how much higher can you be? Aren't you also only at the high-level mage stage? Why should you be allowed to participate while I cannot? Alice didn't know that Elena had already advanced to the beginner magic conductor level, and her martial arts were now equivalent to an intermediate swordsman, surpassing Alice on multiple fronts overall. My skill naturally far surpasses yours, stupid girl, said Elena smugly. Be careful not to hurt your tongue when boasting without blushing. Do you dare say I'm boasting? Don't believe me? Let's compare then. Elena taunted. She wished to punish this troublesome Alice. Compare, then compare, who's afraid of whom? Alice got ready as if to start the fight immediately. Just as they were about to engage, Johnny admonished them. At this time, you two still have the heart to fight? We haven't resolved the bigger trouble, and you two are already making trouble. Johnny, didn't you see she was bullying me? Alice appealed to Johnny first. Johnny, are you helping her or me? Elena wasn't one to lag behind. Eloise stood aside snickering, thinking it must be tough being a boy liked by two pretty girls. Eloise secretly thanked her stars for not getting involved with too many girls. Johnny glanced at Elena and told Alice. Alice, hope you can yield to Elena more in the future, okay? Though Johnny agreed to let Alice join them, she hadn't truly entered his heart. Comparatively, Elena was the most important person in Johnny's heart. After all, Elena had accompanied him through those dispiriting days. Alice pursed her lips and said nothing, realizing from Johnny's gaze that her place in his heart was still far less than Elena's. She stayed silent, staring dumbfoundedly at Johnny. Elena flashed Johnny a charming smile and resumed. I just thought, let's set a price for each of them. What do you think? 500 gold coins for the leader, 200 for Irvin, and 100 per person for the rest, totaling 3,300 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Johnny disagreed. The leader is only worth 1 gold coin. Why? Both Johnny and Edgarcio asked in unison. Johnny laughed and explained. He thinks too highly of himself and appears extremely worthless in my eyes. A gold coin is already giving him too much credit. Brother Goe, let that 1 gold go to you. Edgarcio intentionally cursed loudly. Brat, I don't want cheap stuff like that. Do you think I only pick what others discard? If I'm to take on someone, it better be the most expensive one. Edgarcio deliberately emphasized trash, clearly directed at Minnow Harderchi. I want it. I want it, Loxy shouted, volunteering for some troubles because he hoped to pay fewer gold coins later. After all, Johnny's team's compensation would all come out of his pocket, so every coin saved now was valuable. Who gets that cheap one then? Johnny furrowed his brow, pretending to ponder. Give it to the girl, Alice, said Elena, looking at Alice. Hearing this, Alice's face changed dramatically. Confronting a high-level earth mage seemed like a daunting task. She angrily snapped at Elena. You little devil, you want to get me into trouble again. Johnny noticed Alice's sudden unease and said, Humbertons, no one wants it. I'll take care of this garbage as a poor guy. Minnow Harderchi had heard Johnny's group conversation clearly, his old face turning the color of liver, finding it intolerable to be ignored and labeled as garbage. Fuming with anger, Minnow Harderchi loudly ordered, Don't let a single one of them escape, especially that stinky boy. I will flay him alive. Johnny secretly cast a wind-based Featherfall spell and respective energy accumulation spells on Elena and Alice. Elena pounced on the group first, seeing them not as enemies but as mines of gold to exploit. Soon enough, everyone was tangled up in battle. Edgarcio, being selfish, took over all 18 swordsmen by himself for more coins. Humbert Mylerly, Loxy seized 5 mages to save money without considering if he could handle them, while Alice and Elena each grabbed 2. Among them, Irvin and Alaire were taken by Elena, leaving 2 less powerful ones for Alice, who wished to show off her prowess before Alice. As for the worthless Minnow Harderchi, he was tightly watched by Johnny. Minnow Harderchi sneered at this ordinary-looking Johnny, saying, Young man, do you have the qualification to fight an elder like me? Johnny laughed aloud coldly and replied, I hate people like you the most, so full of yourselves, bullying others just because you have some power and status. It seems that valuing you at 1 gold coin earlier was already too generous. This time, I'll have to do a losing business. Ha ha ha. Minnow Harderchi laughed wildly and arrogantly, then said after the laughter died down, Boy, although your courage is commendable, to me, your life is more valuable than your bravery. I would love to give my life to you, but unfortunately, my friends won't agree. Minnow Harderchi glanced at the fiercely battling Edgarcio and said, You shouldn't rely on Edgarcio to help you. He assumed only Edgarcio among Johnny's group could potentially save him. Johnny slowly drew the Azure Dragon sword from his magic storage ring, eyes fixed straight ahead, saying, My friend is this longsword. Johnny prepared to test his combat skills on Minnow Harderchi, believing that reaching the Sword Saint realm should make handling an advanced high mage no problem. Just relying on a broken sword. You dare to brag. Minnow Harderchi laughed out loud, but when he saw the Azure Dragon coiling up the sword, he exclaimed, Azure Dragon sword. Who are you to wield the Azure Dragon sword? Holding the sword, Johnny chuckled. Seems you're not ignorant, recognizing my master's Azure Dragon sword. Azure Dragon Sword Saint is your master? Minnow Harderchi gasped. Though he didn't fear the lower-rank Sword Saint Edgarcio much, the 8th-ranked Azure Dragon Sword Saint was greatly feared by him. His heartbeat accelerated instantly, blood rushing to his head. Offending 2 Sword Saints within a day was no trivial matter. In hesitation, Minnow Harderchi's eyes revealed murderous intent, deciding to eliminate every trace of evidence, including Edgarcio the Sword Saint, leaving no survivors. Johnny suddenly felt a powerful magic wave, the ground under his feet splitting open into a large crack, which widened rapidly into a deep chasm stretching hundreds of meters. Immediately, massive rocks condensed from earth elements began raining down from the sky. Minnow Harderchi had secretly cast a high-level earth spell, Cataclysmic Rift, followed quickly by a mid-level spell, Sharon of Stones. His goal was simple, make Johnny fall into the chasm and bury him alive with falling rocks. However, he underestimated Johnny, thinking it impossible for Johnny to survive his combined attacks. This misjudgment stemmed from Johnny's perfect concealment of his magic power, making him appear like an ordinary beginner mage. Johnny had been prepared since sensing the magic waves. When the chasm opened, he leaped away swiftly, mocking Minnow Harderchi. Is this all an advanced high mage can do? Young punk, don't get cocky yet, the best is yet to come. Both sneak attacks by Minnow Harderchi missed Johnny, but he didn't admit Johnny's superiority, thinking Johnny just got lucky avoiding the attack. Johnny shouted, Old man, you'd better add a protective spell to yourself. I'm afraid I might hurt you if I lose control later. Faced with Johnny's sarcastic remarks, Minnow Harderchi flew into a rage. Brat, I will take your life today. When had he, Minnow Harderchi, ever suffered such humiliation? Being belittled by a mere boy to the point of being worth nothing, his anger had already consumed him entirely. With vengeance in his heart, he cast 3 advanced earth attack spells, Earth Spike, Rock Spear, and Spear of Puncturing. Countless spikes erupted from the ground, while numerous spears rained down from the sky. Johnny seemed to be engulfed in a hailstorm of sharp projectiles. Still not satisfied, Minnow Harderchi finally unleashed the supreme earth magic, the sorrow of Erichther Earth, causing the ground beneath Johnny's feet to shake violently. It was clear that Minnow Harderchi was putting all his effort into killing Johnny. Though Johnny considered these attacks child's play, he did not dare to be too careless, gathering the Azure Dragon aura throughout his body to fend off Minnow Harderchi's onslaught. Chapter 79, Sending Someone on Their Way. However, Ericamad ultimately possessed the strength of a high mage, so the magic he released was far from ordinary. Fortunately, Johnny had already achieved the power of a sword saint. Otherwise, he would have had difficulty withstanding Ericamad's near-frantic onslaughts. After attacking for quite some time, Ericamad saw that he hadn't even grazed Johnny, and his heart trembled inwardly. He thought to himself, this boy's martial arts are indeed formidable. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he has strength not inferior to a sword saint. No wonder I can't break through his defenses, and several times I almost fell at his hands. It seems this battle won't be easy today. Mitchell, though Ericamad didn't know that Zhenge had already reached the level of a sword saint, he was quite wary of Zhenge's Prestong longsword. He knew the sword could amplify water element magic as well as release water spells through it, which caused him great concern. As he pondered this, cold sweat started pouring down his forehead. Zhenge, seeing the sweat on his forehead, chuckled and said, "Old man, is it very hot? You're sweating. Would you like me to summon a shower to cool you off?" With that, he waved the Prestong longsword, and water elements rapidly gathered around Ericamad. Soon after, a torrential rain began, peculiarly following Ericamad's every step. No matter where he went, the rain followed him, drenching him thoroughly. To protect himself, Ericamad raised an earth shield composed of earth elements to ward off the relentless deluge. Another slash of sword energy flew toward Ericamad, who, caught off guard, hastily cast a City of Earth spell to block Zhenge's sharp attack. However, the earth shield above his head vanished, leaving him drenched in the storm, chilled to the bone. Zhenge asked mockingly, "Old man, are you feeling cooler now? Would you like more rain to extinguish your anger?" Despite his uncontrollable rage, Ericamad could say nothing but unleash spell after spell to vent his fury at Zhenge. Unfortunately, Ericamad was running out of tricks and could only repeatedly cast the few spells he had used before. Several rounds later, not only did he fail to defeat Zhenge, but his mental energy was nearing depletion. In the end, he abandoned all offense and used his remaining energy to maintain his defensive spells, trying to recover his strength. Zhenge was having the time of his life. He had never intended to take Ericamad's life, but merely wanted to teach him a lesson for his arrogant and self-important attitude. Otherwise, 10 Ericamads would be no match for Zhenge. Seeing Ericamad steadfastly holding his defensive spell City of Earth, Zhenge remarked sarcastically, "You truly disgrace the title of High Mage. Mitchell, you've done is use these few spells. With such mediocre skills approaching mine, you should have known better, Zhenge." At this moment, Ericamad could only gain verbal satisfaction. Every one of his magical attacks was effectively countered by Zhenge. Today's battle, while not the most dangerous since he started his career, was certainly the most embarrassing. As an esteemed elder of the Jingfeng Empire's Council of Zhengeiders, being unable to defeat a mere novice was something he couldn't afford to have spread around. Seizing the moment, Zhenge scanned the battlefield and noticed Elena was gradually losing ground. Mitchell armed, he rushed towards her to assist, unwilling to let her suffer any harm. Before he reached her, however, a wall of earth rose up in front of Zhenge, blocking his path. Ericamad, slightly recovered, saw Zhenge about to leave and tried to stop him with a wall of earth, taunting loudly, "Boy, you can't win, so you want to run? Not so easy." Zhenge was worried about Elena's situation, but was delayed by Ericamad's wall of earth. In that very instant, he heard Elena cry out in pain. It turned out that Elena had been injured in her right arm by Honor's fire spell, and her magnificent magic robe was partially burned black. Driven by the desire for revenge, Honor gave no quarter to Elena. On his own, Honor did not have the courage to face Elena, but with Irvin, a junior magus, fighting alongside him, Elena stood no chance. Elena's ostentatious behavior and desire to show off in front of Irene had led to this predicament. Despite not having been defeated yet, she was struck by Honor's sneak attack. Enraged, Zhenge shouted, "He who hurts Elena dies." As he spoke, he charged through Ericamad's earth wall with sheer physical force, powered by his pent-up energy, shattering it instantly. At the same moment, the Azure Dragon's sword slashed out in fury, sending a wave of dense sword energy toward Honor, like death come to collect. Honor, still unaware, was cleaved into two from head to toe by the sweeping air of sword energy. Mitchell that remained were his unblinking eyes, seemingly protesting his unwilling death. Irvin witnessed this horrific scene clearly beside him. While he knew Zhenge was formidable, he never imagined that one move could bisect the High Mage Honor. Shocked and enraged, Irvin spat, "You're too ruthless." Ignoring Irvin, Zhenge hurriedly supported Elena and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Elena smiled as if nothing had happened and said, "I knew you'd help me in a critical moment. Now, let me handle the rest. If not for his interference, I wouldn't have been hurt. So I need to pay him back for that. I should take care of him." Zhenge insisted. Though Elena's strength as a junior magus and middle-level swordsman was superior, Zhenge felt uneasy letting Elena fight Irvin, not because he doubted her ability, but because he didn't want her to take such a risk. But Elena insisted, saying coyly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely beat him." Respecting her insistence, Zhenge handed over the Azure Dragon's sword, warning her, "Be careful." He secretly cast a water-based energy-gathering spell on her to restore her lost mental power quickly. With the enhanced water elemental power of the Azure Dragon's sword and Zhenge's boost, Elena felt much more confident. Pointing her sword at Irvin, she yelled, "Old man, all because of your interference I got hurt. You will soon join your brother." Zhenge shook his head, sighing at Elena's audacity, wondering where she picked up such arrogance. Watching Elena steadily gain the upper hand over Irvin with the help of the Azure Dragon's sword, Zhenge felt relieved and turned his attention back to Ericamad, planning to settle accounts with him for delaying him. Ericamad had watched Zhenge cut down Honor and thought Zhenge indeed had the strength of a sword saint. Just as he was contemplating how to counter Zhenge, seeing Zhenge hand over the Azure Dragon's sword to Elena, he felt relieved. A sword saint without a sword was nothing to fear since everyone knew a swordsman without a sword was powerless. Facing Johnny's furious gaze, Iricamad laughed loudly. Without your sword, you stand no chance against this elder. Enraged, Johnny retorted. Old fool, you will pay for everything you've done. I swore if anyone harmed me, they'd have a 99% chance of survival, but if they harm Elena, their chances drop to 0. Now, it's time for you to pay. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are indeed wildly arrogant, willing to speak such grand words for a woman. Do you think you have the ability? Let this elder send you on your way first. Iricamad said disdainfully. Yet, he did not realize that one foot was already in the gates of hell, completely unaware that death was creeping closer and closer, its shadow enveloping his entire being, while he still bragged shamelessly, believing that a sword saint without a sword would be helpless. Unbeknownst to him, Johnny's true strength lay in his mastery of magic. Today, I'll show you what true magic is. Johnny had intended to unleash a small forbidden spell to finish it quickly, but feared harming his allies. So he cast a series of high-tier spells at Iricamad. Blizzard, World of Ice, Rafolk Ice Bomb, Meteor Fire Sharon, Meteor Flame Burst, Thunder God Spike, Lightning Sprint, Suffocation of the Earth, Eric Thur Earth Sorrow, Holy Light Slash, Refailance of Light, Flame War, Rafflencing Wind, Refailance of Wind Spirits. Each attack was either high-level or special-grade magic. Iricamad had never seen such a terrifying display. Just like Honor, he didn't even understand what happened before death took him. You are a grand master of all elements, now I understand. Iricamad left behind a thought-provoking remark. However, his fate was far more tragic than Honor's, as Johnny's spells reduced him to cosmic dust. But in one aspect, he was luckier than Honor. He witnessed the pinnacle of a mage's pursuit. Perhaps that was why he understood something. What exactly he understood, only Iricamad, now dispersed into the cosmos, would know. At this moment, everyone who was still fighting stopped their hands. They all stared at Johnny with wide eyes because they had witnessed something unforgettable in their lives. The shock Johnny gave them was indescribable. The expressions on everyone's faces told everything about their hearts. There were those filled with fear, envy, admiration, and longing. Each person was experiencing their own inner world. But there was one pair who did not stop. They continued to fight fiercely, Elena and Irvin. Chapter 80, Fragile Lives. Johnny swept his gaze across the area. There weren't many of the opposing sides still standing. Indeed, Edgar Chan was formidable. Out of the 18 swordsmen who fought against him, only one great swordsman remained barely holding on, but it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. The two mages who battled against Bell also lay on the ground, presumably due to their insufficient strength. The most pitiful scene, however, was Oryx. Despite using all his might to knock down 3 foes, he ended up honorably wounded himself, now releasing water magic to heal his injuries as he ceased fighting. Meanwhile, Elena, who had the upper hand from start, didn't rush to take down Irvin. Instead, she toyed with him like a monkey, intent on humiliating Irvin. Recalling how Colin's surprise attack injured Elena earlier, Johnny did not want her to risk any further harm and thus stepped in, casting several advanced spells which caught Irvin off guard and quickly subdued him. On the ground, Irvin could only glare at Johnny with eyes that seemed to be spitting flames. Having just witnessed Johnny cleave Colin and reduce Minoheart to ashes using various spells, he knew they had truly picked the wrong opponent. They were alive now only because of Johnny's mercy. Johnny's power was far beyond what he could comprehend, making it impossible for them to retaliate against him. If it weren't for Johnny wanting to interrogate him, those previous spells would have already sent him to join his brothers. Initially acting out of kindness, Johnny instead drew Elena's discontent, who pouted and complained. Johnny, you nasty guy, I was doing just fine. Why did you butt in and knock him down so easily? Humph. She tried to lash out at Johnny afterward, but couldn't quite hit him as Johnny evaded. Thus, Elena settled for kicking Irvin hard once more to vent her frustration, shouting loudly, "You're lucky." Having avoided Elena's strikes, Johnny retorted gruffly, Hey, my dear lady, I meant to help you, and if you're ungrateful, then why do you want to hit me?" He finished by feigning an innocent and aggrieved look. "Did I hit you? I didn't even touch you." Elena pouted, countering defiantly. "You think I can't handle him, don't you? Do you really see me as so helpless?" Faced with Elena's stubbornness, Johnny felt a headache brewing and finally replied, "Of course not. I feared you'd get hurt again and couldn't help but step in. In appreciation of your concern, I'll let you off today, but no more interference next time." Elena puffed out her lips before teasing with a tilted head. "AI, nothing makes Elena happier than what you said just now." She gazed at Johnny fondly, causing him some embarrassment, leading him to ask, "What did I say? How could you forget so soon? You heartless thing. But what exactly did I say? I've told you so many things. How can I remember each word? Remind me a bit, will you?" Johnny still felt confused, unsure of what Elena was referring to. "Think harder. If you can't figure it out, I'll ignore you from now on." The two bickered back and forth, drawing laughter from the others except for Belle, who fell into melancholy. Of course, she understood that Elena referred to Johnny's words, "Whoever harms Elena shall die." How she wished she could carve a similarly significant place in Johnny's heart, sharing carefree banter without barriers between them. She yearned to merge into his world. "Well, since we've completed our mission, let's settle the accounts." Elena loudly called for distributing rewards. Sure, let's split the money." Johnny joined in enthusiastically. Seeing these two playing along, Edgar Chan managed a rare smile, saying, "You two are indeed treasures." Elena shot him a glance and said, "Don't you want gold coins?" "Of course not at all. Throughout my life, I neither lust after women nor covet positions. Only gold coins appeal to me." Edgar-chan insisted rapidly. It was absurd to argue against money. He was no fool. Why else would he always insist on being hired as a bodyguard, but for those golden rounds? After figuring out the total amount, just as they were about to split the money, Elena said, the 1,800 gold coins owed to brother Edgar-chan should be claimed from brother Warren. The 200 gold coins of that stubborn girl can be considered as your fee for accompanying Johnny. Adding the 100 gold coins previously owed in this mission's reward, it totals up to 1,100 gold coins. Brother Warren, you took down 3 people, so let's consider those as repayment of 300 gold coins. Therefore, you still owe us 800 gold coins. Listening to Elena's muddled accounting, Warren was almost rolling his eyes. Elena couldn't help but taunt him further. Brother Warren, you must repay these 800 gold coins as soon as possible, otherwise, I will charge interest. If time goes on, I fear you won't even be able to pay the interest. Which also, if you don't repay the money, brother Edgar-chan will chase after you. Didn't you hear what he said earlier? He doesn't love women or positions, only gold coins. If you don't want him to chase you, repay the money early. Elena didn't forget to ask Edgar-chan, is what I say correct, brother Edgar-chan? Correct. For the sake of gold coins, I would do anything. Edgar-chan replied coldly, not realizing he had been manipulated by Elena and was now serving as a debt collector. Johnny laughed, admiring how Elena managed to transfer the task of debt collection to Edgar-chan in such a short time. She really had a clever mind. It was pitiful for Warren, who would likely have nowhere to hide if he was truly pursued by Edgar-chan. Johnny nodded forcefully at the moment. While settling accounts, Johnny instantly dealt with the remaining individuals and gathered them together. The difficult task of extracting confessions again fell on Warren while Johnny and others chatted aside. Warren was already furious, venting his anger on Irvin with fierce kicks and punches. After slightly relieving his anger, he questioned harshly, tell me, who sent you, and why did you deploy the Humberts John-Eater of the Council of John-Eaters against me? Knowing that mobilizing an elder from the council required someone of significant standing, not something within the Prime Minister's power alone, Warren wanted to find out exactly who was behind this operation. Indeed, Irvin was a man of character, gritting his teeth and refusing to betray a word no matter how much Warren kicked and beat him. In his current state, all hopes were extinguished. Death seemed the only release. With only 4 survivors out of 28, and Minohart's death most heartbreaking, how could he face the Empire? Catherine-eld mages were few in the Empire, and losing a high mage like Minohart would be a severe blow. Do you want to speak or not? Warren grabbed Irvin by the collar and asked fiercely, if you have the guts, kill me. Not a single word will I reveal, Irvin said without changing expression. Seeing Warren facing a resilient foe, Johnny gestured for Edgar-chan to assist, knowing that as an assassin sword saint, he surely had ways to handle this. Edgar-chan walked up to Irvin, gave him a cold look, and swiftly plunged his sword into the throat of one of the adjacent mages, killing him cleanly. Blood barely dripped as the sword was withdrawn, showcasing Edgar-chan's remarkable skill. As he raised his sword to stab the second mage, Irvin cried out in agony. Please, stop killing. I'll talk. You shouldn't have made things so hard on yourself. Edgar-chan sheathed his sword. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my companions. Unable to bear seeing his remaining comrades die, and tormented by guilt, Irvin chose to capitulate. We are all sent by the Prime Minister and the General of the Southern Garrison. You're lying. Incredulous, Warren unleashed another savage beating. Mitchell, though unloved by his father, he never thought his father would send men to hunt him down. Brother Warren, you'll kill him if you keep beating him. Hear what he has to say first. A transparent guardian spell blocked Warren's attacks mid-rage. Mitchell already seriously injured, Irvin was beaten even more brutally by Warren, leaving him nearly dead, breathing faintly despite surviving. Without gaining the information they needed, Johnny immediately cast a water healing spell on him, restoring some vitality under the water spell's influence. Irvin soon regained some strength and opened his eyes. Johnny asked again, speak, what's going on? Irvin said with great difficulty, we truly do not know the specifics. We were indeed dispatched by the Prime Minister and the General of the Southern Garrison. Before Irvin could finish his sentence, he lost his breath and followed his comrades into death. The last remaining greatsword master and intermediate mage also ended their lives without hesitation. Thus, the group of 28 led by Minohard all met their demise. Johnny looked at their extinguished lives and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Was life so fragile? Why were fragile lives often exploited by power? How many people lived truly for themselves? He asked himself. Now, he possessed abilities that ordinary people could never have. What was he going to use these abilities for? Why did people strive for happiness? Heaven's favor and his own diligence had made him what he was today, yet he and his companions had mercilessly ended others' lives. Was it cruel and heartless? It didn't seem entirely so. What was it then? Johnny remembered that phrase, survival of the fittest, and those who are unfit are eliminated. The world will always belong to the strong. Chapter 81, Greed Blinding the Heart. Warren knelt on the ground, his fists pounding it continuously as he wailed aloud. Why? Why is this happening? How could Johnny not understand his feelings at this moment? Being hunted by his own father's men, no one could remain calm in such a situation. So he stepped forward and patted Warren's shoulder, saying, Big brother Warren, don't be so upset. I can understand how you feel. Warren stood up, grabbing Johnny's wrist, and said, Why does he treat me like this? Just because I injured someone from the Chancellor's family? The Chancellor won't let me go, neither will he. Why did he send people to hunt me down? This is why. I am his biological son. Could his status be more important than his own son? Big brother Warren, please calm down. I will never return to that general's manor again, Even if it means death, I will never go back there. Warren made a decision that pained him deeply. The place that had nurtured him was about to disappear from his life, becoming history, a painful one. When Warren finally calmed down a bit, Zhenge used a fire magic spell to turn the remaining dozen bodies into ashes, which then vanished into the wind, with specks of red on the ground telling the tale of a battle that once occurred here. Looking at the scattered ashes, Warren anxiously said, "Zhenge, it's all because of me that you have killed so many people. I'm afraid Jingfeng Empire won't leave it at that." Zhenge replied indifferently, "Big brother Warren, you worry too much. You are concerned whether I can handle them. No, that's not what I mean, Zhenge. Your strength is indeed enough to stand out across the entire continent," Warren hastily said. "But killing 28 people, including 6 elders of the Council of John-Iders, Jingfeng Empire may well keep troubling you. It's easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. What has to come will eventually come. Why worry unnecessarily and invite trouble? Let's just take things as they come." Johnny's demeanor was calm. Looking at Elena's affectionate gaze, he added, "Anyone who harms the people close to me, I will repay them tenfold, hundredfold." With those loving gazes locked, Elena felt elated inside, giggling and saying, "Mitchellright. All right, let's get going. We're almost back to our country, and I really miss my emperor father. Well then, let's get on the road." While helping Elena onto the carriage, Zhenge urged everyone to hurry up, as they'd already been delayed by events along the way. Those who were getting in the carriage did so, and those mounting horses did likewise, but only Katrina stayed put, sulking at Zhenge. Zhenge approached her, urging, "Princess Katrina, why aren't you getting in the carriage? We're leaving now." Katrina lowered her head, speaking in barely audible whispers. "I have something to ask you. Why can't you ask after getting into the carriage?" Katrina shot a glance at Elena and others. Zhenge immediately understood. He turned around and shouted at the people in the carriage, "Wait for us for a while," then accompanied Katrina to the side and asked, "What else do you want to ask that can't be known by everyone?" Katrina blushed slightly, gripping her little fists tightly, and gathered her courage to ask, "Why didn't you help me into the carriage just now? What kind of position do I hold in your heart? Am I as important as Elena? If I get hurt, would you be anxious about me?" Katrina asked several questions in one breath. Zhenge wasn't a fool. He knew Katrina's sulking was jealousy over Elena. However, it wasn't easy to answer Katrina's questions. "Answer me quickly. Don't dawdle." Katrina kept urging Zhenge. Sometimes, Zhenge found himself really at a loss when facing Rhea. He didn't know where exactly Rhea stood in his heart. To be frank, from the time they met until now, he hadn't truly placed Rhea in a significant position in his heart. Especially after he was injured unexpectedly last time, many people distanced themselves from him, including Rhea, who never came to visit even once, making him rather disgusted with her. If it weren't for being cornered by Rhea's words at the City Lord's mansion, he wouldn't have agreed to let her come along. After these past few days, if Zhenge said he had no feelings for Rhea at all, it would be a lie. Now that Rhea asked such an outright question, how could Zhenge answer? Should he say yes or no? If he compared Rhea to Elena, she certainly couldn't stand on equal footing. Looking into Rhea's expectant eyes, Zhenge feigned confusion. "Didn't I say that nobody should hurt anyone close to me? And you are included, of course. But why did you look at Elena when you said that?" Rhea wasn't going to let Zhenge get away easily. "Your gaze tells me that my place in your heart is far less important than Elena's." Caught out, Zhenge's cheeks turned red. At this moment, Court shouted loudly, "Are you two done whispering yet? We're leaving if you don't get in soon." Zhenge hurriedly changed the subject. "Mitchellright, stop overthinking it. Let's go. Didn't you hear them urging us?" Once in the carriage, Elena and Rhea exchanged a glance and then each turned away, lost in their own thoughts. Zhenge couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, why aren't you talking?" But Elena only shot him a disapproving glance, not giving him a good response, clearly still upset over the conversation he had with Rhea. The carriage wheels finally rolled onto the land of the Janaditna Principality. Elena felt a sense of long-lost familiarity and cheered loudly. "I'm back." "Not good. There's a large group coming up ahead." Court immediately became alert as he drew his sword. "Someone's causing trouble again?" Elena asked anxiously, forgetting her previous anger. She jumped off the carriage, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhenge curiously asked as he caught up, "Why are you so excited about someone causing trouble?" Elena whispered in Zhenge's ear, "If someone causes trouble, we'll earn gold coins." Zhenge broke out in a cold sweat, amazed that she was thinking about earning money. He chuckled, "You're such a little miser, obsessed with money." Elena retorted immediately, "What are you talking about? You're the miser. As a mercenary, I haven't earned a single gold coin yet. Humberts were mercenaries, we naturally charge for solving other people's troubles. What's the point otherwise?" Elena is right. Mercenaries take money to solve problems. Court chimed in, clearly agreeing with her. He added a jab at Zhenge. "You may have great skills, but you're not cut out to be a mercenary, not even understanding as much as Elena." They spoke casually, but Warren looked nervous, watching the road with anxiety. Among them, he was most worried about whether this group was after him. If the target was him, it wouldn't bode well. With Elena's current character, he'd have to spend a large sum again. Warren clasped his hands together and silently prayed, "Great Creator, please protect me. Please don't let them come after me." Seeing their banter, Zhenge sighed irritably. "Gold coins are nice, but I'm worried this little girl can't handle collecting them." Elena smiled sweetly at Zhenge. "Don't worry, there's always you and Big Brother Court. Together, we can beat anyone. You treat us like henchmen?" Zhenge and Court exclaimed simultaneously, especially Zhenge, who stared at Elena curiously. Feeling self-conscious under Zhenge's gaze, Elena asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It makes me feel uncomfortable." Zhenge laughed. "No reason, You're just thinking of ways to make money. Months later, the approaching group appeared before them. Seeing the familiar faces of the Jonadidna royal guard led by Janice, Elena's face fell in disappointment. They must have received word and come to escort her. The royal guard saluted Elena in unison, and Janice said, "Welcome back, Your Highness." Seeing that the newcomers were not after her, Warren was completely reassured, his tensed nerves relaxed. How could he not be happy to save a large sum of money? After all, he still owed a huge debt. Unable to earn gold coins, Elena pouted and said angrily, "Why did you come here?" Janice respectfully replied, "His Majesty learned that the princess would return home, so he dispatched me early to wait for the princess. We just got word that the princess's carriage had entered the principality. Out of concern for the princess's safety, I rushed over immediately. You all can go back. I don't need so many people to protect me." Elena didn't want so many people following her. How could she make gold coins then? With this huge entourage marching along, who would dare cause trouble? If she wanted to earn gold coins, she had to send them back. But the princess's safety is of utmost importance. I have Johnny and Big Brother Court to protect me. There will be no problem. Johnny also smiled and walked forward teasingly. Big Brother Janice, just listen to what Elena says and take your men back. If a group really followed behind, Johnny would also feel uncomfortable. Court remained silent, his gaze still cold, giving an impression of being hard to approach. If you don't leave, I won't be polite to you. Elena put on her princess airs and rebuked. Janice had no choice but to comply, thinking that with Johnny and Court around, it was safe enough. He dismissed all his subordinates, but lingered himself, insisting it was for Elena's safety. Chapter 82, Slipping Away with a Plan. From leaving the Tuluan Empire to entering the territory of the Jonadidna Principality, from just being two people, himself and Elena, to now a group of 6, Linus found it almost comical how his entourage grew. However, indeed, more people brought much joy along the way. Especially, Linus had learned a lot about swordsmanship and cultivating one's chi from Edgar Chuan, which had greatly benefited him. On this particular day, taking advantage of everyone's idleness, Linus sought a secluded place and sat cross-legged, preparing to review what he had missed in his studies. To prevent any disturbance, he cast 5 protective barriers around himself. Once everything was set, Linus immersed himself in meditation. The magic energy sphere within his body spun rapidly, guiding the magic elements in the space around him into even more activity. They swiftly gathered toward him as if they had a life of their own, reveling happily around him. The dark magic elements, usually considered symbols of evil by humans, were no longer shunned by other elements, but merged harmoniously into the collective, so much so that Linus felt himself become part of them, rejoicing alongside his elemental companions, feeling as though his life had fused with theirs. He and the elements had become one. At that moment, Linus suddenly remembered his early experiments with compound magic, which had only briefly worked. Seeing that conditions were favorable now, he tried to blend the elements with his unparalleled mental power. A miracle occurred. The lively elements, driven by Linus's intent, began fusing in pairs into a new type of compound magic element. Excitedly, Linus thought, could these be the primal forces of compound magic? He planned to find an open area after concluding his session to test out his compound magic. Watching those exuberant magic elements, Linus decided to put off further thoughts until later. While frolicking with the elements, the green dragon martial aura in his dantian could no longer hold back and began stirring. Deciding to let it flow in, Linus opened the floodgates. Initially, the elements resisted the intruding martial aura fiercely, but under Linus's influence, they welcomed it warmly, surprising him with their enthusiastic acceptance. Erixed astonishingly, the green dragon martial aura, which seemed unrelated, blended seamlessly with the elements. Previously, Linus had forced his magical abilities to transform into visible, yet insubstantial martial aura to deceive others, knowing it would reveal its true nature when encountering real masters. But now, the green dragon martial aura could merge with the magic energy sphere, a development Linus hadn't anticipated. The infusion of the green dragon martial aura caused the magic energy sphere to grow more than twice its original size. When Linus tried to investigate this phenomenon, the magic energy sphere magically transformed into a thick stream of martial aura circulating rapidly inside his body, containing both martial and magical energies. After several cycles through his veins, Linus noticed that his green dragon martial aura had significantly strengthened, advancing from the initial great accomplishment stage to the intermediate stage, elevating his sword saint abilities further. Meanwhile, the magic energy sphere had shrunk considerably, but its contained energy became surprisingly immense. What thrilled Linus most was the realization that he could cultivate both magic and martial arts simultaneously, achieving synergy and mutual enhancement. Refreshed and energized, Linus felt like he had inexhaustible power, and all travel fatigue vanished without a trace. Upon dissolving the protective barriers, he noticed Edgar Chuan standing 50 meters away, while Elena and Bradford were 70 meters away. Rosa and Cameron stood at 100 meters distance. Mitchell of them gazed at him with widened eyes filled with astonishment. Approaching Edgar Chuan, Linus asked, "Brother Goe, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" Edgar Chuan was the first to regain his composure, saying, "Linus, were you meditating just now? Your strength seems to have improved significantly. The aura you emitted even forced me to retreat dozens of meters." At this point, Cameron and the others quickly ran over, and Elena loudly demanded, "What did you do back there, pushing us back so far? Are you trying to embarrass us?" Cameron's face, however, radiated admiration. He felt that following Linus was the right choice. With Linus around, He never feared anyone causing trouble. Bradford was also very curious. Johnny, just now when we tried to get closer to you, it felt like there was an invisible wall blocking us. The more we tried to get through, the more we were forced back. What was that all about? Johnny rubbed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I'm really sorry. I was meditating just now and got so absorbed that I lost control for a moment. Rosa, with sparkling eyes, asked curiously, Johnny, has your magic improved even further? Everyone immediately perked up their ears, not wanting to miss a single word. They all wanted to know how far Johnny had progressed. His emitted aura had been enough to force them back quite a distance. Johnny took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. I don't know exactly what level my magic has reached, but I do know that my martial skills have broken through to the mid-stage of great accomplishment. What? Mid-stage of great accomplishment? That means you're as strong as Priest-Onglong Sword Saint Joseph, Gui Nanchuan exclaimed, being a fellow sword saint familiar with the 8th-ranked Priest-Onglong Sword Saint. Johnny, I didn't expect you to break through so easily again. Bradford thought the world was so unfair. No matter how diligently he practiced, he might not achieve a breakthrough. Yet Johnny's meditation resulted in an improvement in martial skills. Really? Elena pulled on Johnny's arm, her joy evident. Rosa also gazed at Johnny with bright eyes. She felt lucky to be by Johnny's side, a young man whose martial prowess alone could traverse the entire continent. With both magic and martial arts under his belt, Johnny had no need to fear anyone, even an empire. Johnny met everyone's gaze with a steady look and then focused intently on Gui Nanchuan, who suddenly felt uneasy, asking nervously, what are you planning this time? Without a word, Johnny swiftly drew the Priest-Onglong sword. Mistaking it for a threat, Gui Nanchuan shouted while drawing his own sword. What are you trying to do? Seeing Gui Nanchuan's worried expression, Johnny explained, Brother Gui, don't misunderstand. With your sword drawn like that, how could I not misunderstand? Gui Nanchuan grumbled. What exactly do you want? Why point a sword at me for nothing? Johnny slowly explained. Last time I wanted to spar with you, but you refused because you thought my strength was too low. Humbrance then, listening to Brother Gui's guidance has greatly benefited me. Now that I've made a breakthrough, I want to spar with you again. Johnny's seemingly casual words sent chills down Gui Nanchuan's spine. What was worse was Johnny's claim that Gui Nanchuan had refused him due to Johnny's supposed lack of skill. If Johnny lacked skill, who in the world could be considered strong? And then there was Elena, stirring things up. Come on, place your bets on who wins between Brother Baron Nuisance and Johnny. Bets? Johnny looked puzzled at Elena. Yes, betting makes the match more interesting. Loser pays up. I've bet 1,000 gold coins on you, so don't let me down. Everyone, hurry and place your bets. Elena enthusiastically encouraged everyone, making Johnny shake his head. When did the little girl become so money-driven? Once someone started, others joined in. In no time, bets were placed on Johnny's victory, amounting to 2,500 gold coins. Johnny felt the heavy responsibility of so many hopes. Gui Nanchuan, looking miserable, said, Johnny, are you trying to embarrass me? Not only do they not have confidence in me, but I don't believe in myself either. Johnny tried to persuade him. Brother Gui, as a sword saint, aren't you afraid of challenges? If this gets out, people will laugh at Baron Nuisance the sword saint who doesn't accept challenges. And if you win, you'll earn 2,500 gold coins. Don't try to goad me. I never do things without assurance. It's those arrogant fools who take unnecessary risks. Gui Nanchuan wouldn't be swayed by a few words from Johnny. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Brother Gui, you can't back out. Elena shouted, eager to collect the shiny gold coins from Baron Nuisance's defeat. Johnny cocked his head and said, Baron brother, it seems that everyone won't agree if you don't spar with me today. Yes, yes, urged the crowd, who were now egging on by Johnny's reminder, making it seem as if Baron Nuisance had no choice but to accept. Especially Elena, who was eagerly hoping for the duel between Johnny and Baron Nuisance to start right away. Ouch, ouch. Baron Nuisance clutched his stomach in pain, crouching down with a contorted expression of suffering. Johnny hurriedly asked, Baron brother, what happened? Baron Nuisance replied in agony. I might have eaten something bad. I need to relieve myself first. With that, he darted into the nearby woods and disappeared among the trees. Elena grumbled, this brother Baron Nuisance, why does his stomach ache right when we are about to duel? After waiting for quite some time, Baron Nuisance still didn't return. Elena quickly sent Bradford to urge him. When Bradford approached where Baron Nuisance vanished, he called out loudly, come here and see this. Hearing Bradford shout, Johnny and the others rushed over immediately. But there was no sign of Baron Nuisance in the woods. In the spot where Baron Nuisance had disappeared, they found a note which read, had no choice, had to slip away first. Meet you in the next city. Furious, Elena stamped her little feet on the ground and cursed vehemently. You tricky Baron Nuisance, dare to trick us like this? Next time I see you, watch out. Johnny never imagined that Baron Nuisance, a sword saint, would resort to such a tactic to avoid sparring with him. Humbert's Baron Nuisance had fled. There was nothing Johnny could do but call everyone to continue their journey. Chapter 83, The Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. Even though Johnny had managed to slip away from Baron Nanchuan, Elena didn't spare him any trouble. The little girl constantly nagged at Johnny for being too careless, having let Baron Nanchuan get away without knowing. As for Johnny, he simply played deaf and dumb as if nothing had happened, letting the little girl complain all she wanted. It was Rosa who stood up for Johnny, accusing Elena of her complaints. This accusation was like pouring oil on a fire. Both started arguing fiercely until Johnny finally pulled his face and gave them a stern scolding that calmed them down. Camilla and Janice, who were watching the spectacle, complained loudly about it not being enough of a show and blamed Johnny. In the end, all the blame fell on poor Johnny, who could only turn his head to gaze at the scenery outside. Johnny, I have something to ask you, Elena said, pulling on Johnny's arm with coquettish charm. Johnny turned his head back and asked, my dear grandmother, what do you want now? Elena held up her mercenary card and said, when we reach the next town, can we go to the mercenary guild first? She kept tugging on Johnny's arm with girlish insistence. I thought becoming a mercenary would earn me gold coins, but I haven't earned a single one yet. Rosa also chimed in. Johnny, I also want to be a mercenary and earn gold coins. Hearing this, Johnny thought of how he was about to arrive in the neutral city and that it was the headquarters location for the continent's mercenary guild. Humberton's, this Iva principality was incredibly prosperous. Branches of the mercenary guild were surely spread throughout. Completing some tasks there would make for some entertaining diversion on their journey, and perhaps they would even run into members of his own mercenary group. Considering this, he nodded and said, Mitchellwright, I agree, but you must behave on the way. No more quarreling, okay? I know, treating us like kids, Elena replied with a pout. I'll listen to. The upcoming town was named Huzhong, which symbolized protecting the neutral city. Once past Huzhong, it was the neutral city of the Iva Principality. Despite its population of less than 10,000, this town was home to the largest military force of the four main armies of Iva, the Western Army, with 80,000 troops. This army was led by Prince Iolo Tena, brother of King Osetin, also Elena's uncle. His strength wasn't particularly impressive, but he leveraged his status as the royal prince to command the largest army. Upon entering Huzhong, after Janice handled the carriage and horses, the five of them began scanning the street for their quarry, the local branch of the mercenary guild. Suddenly, a crowd rushed towards a specific place. Out of curiosity, Johnny stopped a magician-dressed person and asked, Humbert, where are you all going? Seeing you all running so fast. The magician paused before replying. Looking at your attire, you're outsiders. Today is when the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup openly recruits new members. We're all heading over to sign up. Anyway, I can't chat much, or I'll miss my chance. And with that, he hurried off. Hearing the familiar name, Johnny gazed at the surging crowd, astonished. Humbertons, when did the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup become so popular that people are rushing to sign up? Janice knew Johnny's identity and smiled to alleviate his confusion. Imagine you as the vice leader of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, not knowing this. On the continent, the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup ranks 6th among the top 10 mercenary groups. Erica, importantly, its welfare and mercenaries' pay are the best in the whole land. Eric's mercenaries live on the edge of danger. Once an accident happens, they naturally want to leave enough substantial pension funds for their families. This explanation sparked Elena's interest. Without complaining about finding the guild branch first, she pulled Johnny along to see the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup's recruitment scene. After all, she was part of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup herself, the deputy leader at that, her cheeks blushing slightly at the thought. Eventually, everyone agreed to check out the recruitment event first. The local branch of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup was situated in the busiest downtown area. They arrived quickly. At the entrance, there was a platform roughly a meter high with 3 seats placed upon it. Below it gathered no fewer than 1,000 people. Johnny and his party greeted the people there, nodding and smiling, eventually pushing forward to the front of the crowd. At this moment, the crowd fell silent immediately. 3 people with considerable strength walked up on the platform. One should be novice or removed, novice high mage, and 2 senior sword masters. Among them, the swordsman in a gray sword master outfit loudly said to the crowd below, Welcome everyone for supporting our mercenary group. For this occasion, we specially invited the 3rd Hall Master of Magic Hall from headquarters to act as the judge for today's recruitment. Everyone, please give them a warm welcome. As soon as his words ended, applause erupted among the crowd, and the mage on the platform gave a faint smile in response. The swordsman waved his hands twice to signal for silence and continued. Next, let's invite the president of the Huzhong branch of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup to give a speech. Let's give him a round of applause. Another wave of enthusiastic clapping followed in the crowd. The swordsman in a green sword master outfit stepped forward and said, As everyone knows, our Great Earth Mercenary Damonup offers the best welfare benefits and compensation among all mercenary groups on the continent. However, we are also very selective when recruiting members. This time, we aim to recruit 100 mages and 100 sword masters through elimination contests, ultimately selecting only 200 candidates. If you're not yet a mercenary, don't worry. After being admitted, our group will assist you with all necessary procedures. Please come over here now to fill out registration forms and pay an entry fee of 5 gold coins. Registration is in the morning, and trials are in the afternoon. As soon as the branch president finished speaking, the gray-clothed swordsman hurriedly guided everyone to fill out forms and pay, while the branch president led the so-called 3rd Hall Master inside for arrest. How outrageous! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the crowd, stunning everyone present. People turned their heads toward the source of the voice. Even the 3rd Hall Master couldn't help but look back to see who had the audacity to interfere with their affairs. The people around Johnny wisely backed away to avoid any trouble that might spill over onto them, quickly clearing a space. The branch president instantly understood that this outcry came from Johnny. Putting on an authoritative air, he shouted, Where do you come from, wild boy? How dare you meddle in our Great Earth Mercenary Damonup's business? He then signaled his subordinates to capture Johnny and his companions. Johnny leaped onto the platform step by step towards the branch president. When did Giovanni give you the authority to collect an entry fee from applicants? As he spoke, Elena and others also jumped up onto the platform. You have no right to call our leader by name. The third hall master roared furiously. Take them into custody. Before Johnny could move, Janice and the other four immediately blocked the approaching members of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. Johnny glared angrily. Not only am I calling your leader by name, but if he were here, I would discipline him as well. Janice turned back and said, Third hall master, if you arrest him, you may find yourself in trouble. Your leader won't be pleased when he hears about it. Wait, hold your actions. The third hall master immediately halted his men, feeling an ominous premonition. If what Janice said was true, taking action against Johnny today could indeed spell trouble for him. Changing his expression to a smile, he asked, May I ask who this friend is? You aren't worthy to know my name, Johnny coldly replied. Third hall master, he insulted our respected leader and showed such disdain towards you. Why haven't you ordered his arrest yet? We can't tolerate this, the branch president complained. The decision lies with me. There's no need for your input, the third hall master impatiently retorted. Johnny said, If you cancel the entry fee today, everything will be fine. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Giovanni. Rude brat, how dare you repeatedly insult our leader, the branch president shouted. Suddenly, his body lifted into the air several feet and hung suspended, unable to move an inch as if restrained. Facing this restrained branch president, the third hall master felt chills down his spine. This was clearly a binding magic attack, yet he, a novice high mage, hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations. He realized he had finally encountered a true expert. Humbertons, this young man in front of him was the only one who offended him. It must have been him. Erica, shockingly, this young man hadn't even recited a spell incantation. He immediately approached and humbly begged, Young mage, please show mercy and release him. Considering the third hall master had intervened on his behalf, Johnny disbanded the magic, causing the branch president to crash heavily onto the platform with a miserable cry. As an advanced sword master, he had no means of resistance and only gained relief when the third hall master pleaded for mercy, which filled him with profound shame as he glared at Johnny with eyes that could kill. Johnny did not wish to seriously injure or kill a member of his own mercenary group upon meeting him. He simply disciplined him to prevent him from becoming overly arrogant and disrespectful. Under normal circumstances, this branch president would have long met his end due to such insolence. The branch president, unaware of the gravity of the situation, still complained to the third hall master. Third hall master, why are you being so courteous to this brat? The third hall master loudly reprimanded. Isn't your disgrace enough? After saying this, he ignored the branch president and said to Johnny, Please tell us your name, and we will personally visit you to apologize. Johnny didn't want to elaborate and took out the badge that represented his status in the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, handing it over to the third hall master. Upon seeing it, the third hall master's face changed drastically, trembling as he knelt down before Johnny with a thud. Chapter 84, Re-encountering an Old Friend. The branch guild master thought his third hall master had gone mad, actually bowing so deeply to a young magician. He was greatly surprised and asked in astonishment, Third hall master, what are you doing? Not only do you not capture him, but you kneel to him. The third hall master ignored this question and knelt before Johnny, hands touching the ground, saying with utmost respect, Oswald, the third hall master of Magic Hall in the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, pays respects to the vice leader. Indeed, when he saw that token just now, it nearly scared the life out of him. He couldn't imagine that this unassuming young magician would be their vice leader, Johnny, who had left for studies at Holy Divine Magic Academy and never returned. What Johnny held in his hand was far more than just any token. Others might not know its significance, but as the third hall master of Magic Hall in the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, he knew well enough. The group's facade was managed by Giovanni, but the true leader who owned this token was none other than Johnny. It was only due to his pursuit of education at the Holy Divine Magic Academy that Johnny handed all affairs over to Giovanni, merely retaining the title of vice leader. The words of the third hall master sounded like thunder on a clear day, immediately causing an uproar among the crowd. People began discussing this so-called vice leader of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. The third hall master's statement also terrified those mercenary members who had intended to capture Johnny. They fell to the ground in reverence, respectfully offering their greetings, including the ever-heckling branch guild master. His face paled, realizing how much trouble he had gotten into with the vice leader. Once Johnny blamed him, even the third hall master couldn't speak up for him. Johnny despised people kneeling at every turn. He shouted at the prostrate crowd, Get up! Anyone who doesn't get up will be expelled from the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. Oswald and others had no choice but to stand up respectfully before Johnny and return the token symbolizing the group's authority to Johnny. The branch guild master nervously walked up to Johnny and smacked himself several times, saying, I am blind, having offended the vice leader. Please deal with me as you see fit. Johnny waved his hand and said, We can set today's incident aside for now. If something similar happens again, I will not spare you. Thank you, vice leader. Thank you, leader. The branch guild master thanked repeatedly. Johnny continued, It is good that our Great Earth Mercenary Damonup recruits new members. Humbertons, it has been beneficial. We shall continue with it. However, the rule about registration fees should be abolished immediately, and any money already collected must be returned immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of thunderous applause from the crowd. Mitchell, though 5 gold coins weren't much, they meant a lot to ordinary people. Invisibly, the status and reputation of Johnny, the vice leader, were elevated further. Yes, yes, I will do it right away. The branch guild master and the gray-clothed swordsman followed Johnny's order immediately, leaving only the third hall master beside Johnny, awaiting orders. Amina giggled and said, Johnny, you really have influence. Just one token made them all kneel. Can you lend me the token sometime? Johnny tossed the token to Amina and said, if you like it, you can keep it. Wearing it feels heavy to me. Vice leader, that cannot be done. This token is a sacred emblem of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. How can it be given to others frivolously? Oswald said nervously. Johnny became unhappy and frowned. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Do you have any objections? No. How dare I have opinions about Vice leader? Oswald replied obediently. Good. I don't want to hear any, Johnny said unhappily and added. A few of my friends want to join the mercenary group. Arrange their membership. Vice leader, are these 4 individuals your friends? Oswald looked at Johnny's companions and found that their strength was indeed remarkable. Especially the girl who clamored for the token and the sword-wielding swordsman. Both were stronger than him. The 2 mages also possessed the strength of senior mages. Though he couldn't gauge Johnny's power, judging from the means he used to bind the branch guild master earlier, Johnny undoubtedly was the strongest among them. Johnny nodded and continued. Michelso arranged membership for Brother Edgar Chan. You mean the Sword Saint Court, that S-rank mercenary? Samaya said excitedly as he looked at Johnny. Johnny's companions were already quite powerful, and if Barony indeed joined their mercenary group as Johnny had said, along with the return of their unfathomably strong vice leader, this would greatly enhance the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup's overall strength. With these changes, it was likely that the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup would rank among the top 3 mercenary groups on the continent. Johnny thought Samaya didn't believe him, so he repeated himself. There was a tinge of regret in his expression. He sighed and said, it's such a pity we don't know where Brother Gue is now. Amina pouted and said, he's probably hiding because he's afraid people will come looking for trouble. Then she loudly shouted at the crowd below, coward. Barony is right. Why else would he hide if not for being a coward? Johnny agreed. When have I ever been a coward? When did I hide? A figure leaped from the crowd, landing gracefully on stage, looking at Johnny and company with dissatisfaction. This person was none other than Barony, who had been hiding in the crowd for a while. Brother Gue, you finally decided to show yourself. Johnny smiled as he went up to greet him. In fact, he had noticed Barony in the crowd earlier and had conspired with Amina to coax Barony out. Amina huffed and said, coward, last time you dared to trick us and run away. Barony showed no signs of annoyance at Amina's teasing and calmly replied, this was all you're doing. If not for this plan, who knows how much more trouble I would have faced. Seeing Barony appear, Samaya was thoroughly convinced. He said to Johnny, Vice leader, please come inside quickly. Rest well today. I've already sent someone to notify the leader. The leader will most likely arrive tomorrow morning. With the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup already having a reputation, and now with the S-rank mercenary court joining them, the enthusiasm of those wishing to join the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup reached unprecedented heights. During the tests, everyone gave superlative performances, resulting in an exception being made to accept 200 more members. The next morning, the leader of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup arrived at the branch office in Huazhong City with a large group. Upon receiving news, Johnny hurried to welcome them at the door. Looking at the familiar faces of Giovanni and Knox, memories of when they first formed the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup came flooding back. He rushed forward to embrace them, choking with emotion. Giovanni, I'm back. I'm finally back. I missed you guys so much. Giovanni lightly punched Johnny and said, it's good you're back. Knox and I have been waiting for you. Knox, one of the vice leaders, couldn't hide his joy. Holding Johnny's hand, he said, Johnny, you little rascal, it's about time you returned. We missed you so much. At this moment, the 5 mages and 5 swordsmen behind Giovanni, including Samaya, greeted Johnny in unison. Greeting Vice Leader Johnny, welcome back. Curious, Johnny asked, who are these? Knox hurriedly explained. Look at me. I almost forgot to introduce them. These 10 people are the backbone of our mercenary group. Knox pointed respectively to the 5 mages and 5 swordsmen. These 5 are the masters of the magic hall of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, and the other 5 are the masters of the martial arts hall. Johnny used detection and found that they were indeed very powerful. The least powerful master of the magic hall was an initiate high mage, and the weakest swordsmen were senior sword masters. With these individuals around, it was no wonder the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup had entered the top 6 mercenary groups on the continent. Giovanni excitedly told Johnny, Johnny, I heard the esteemed Sword Saint, Court, also joined our mercenary group. Don't call me senior or anything like that. I'm not much older than you. Barony, appearing from somewhere, said unhappily at how Giovanni addressed him. Yes, let's just call you Brother Court then. Giovanni corrected himself before continuing. Johnny, I heard you've experienced many changes over the past year. Johnny nodded, responding with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, I've gone through a lot, joys and sorrows alike. He then recounted his experiences over the past year in detail. After hearing Johnny's story, Giovanni said, the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup is your home. Now that you're back, I will officially return the position of leader to you. No. Johnny hurriedly refused and joked. Giovanni, you should remain as the leader. I hate being bogged down by trivial matters. Besides, you've always been in this position. I can't come back and seize power like that. It wouldn't sit well with everyone. But, before Giovanni could continue, Johnny interrupted. That's settled then. You stay as the leader. But as a member of the group, whenever there's something important, I will definitely stand up for the group without hesitation. Giovanni pondered for a moment and reluctantly agreed. Mitchell right then. Johnny encouraged. We must make the Great Earth Mercenary Daemon up the largest and the strongest mercenary group on the continent. Yes, Johnny is right. Let's strive for our ideals and goals, Knox said, also moved. The three embraced tightly once again. Chapter 85, Stormy Weather Approaching. Others, seeing their joy to the point of tears, also expressed heartfelt happiness from within. Johnny asked, Giovanni, how did you develop in this past year? To have developed the mercenary group into such a scale is simply miraculous. You truly surprise me. You are truly a miracle. Miracle? You are a miracle as well. Reaching this realm in just over a year, probably no one on the entire continent can match you, Giovanni said with a chuckle. Chief, Vice Chief, what exactly is your realm? The subordinates of the mercenary group each felt curiosity and wanted to know what level their young Vice Chief was at. Giovanni deliberately spoke mysteriously. Does everyone know who the person on the continent is that can learn any magic? With these words out, even fools would know whom Chief was referring to. Everyone cheered loudly, shouting Johnny's name. After Giovanni waved his hands for silence, he continued. I also have a huge piece of good news to tell you all. Our Vice Chief Johnny is not only a high mage, but also an expert of the Sword Saint level. I hope everyone under his leadership will strive together to develop our mercenary group into the largest mercenary group on the continent. Do we all have the confidence? First in the continent. Everyone excitedly shouted the slogan of being first. Even Court and others couldn't help joining in the wave of excitement, raising their hands and shouting along. Finally, Giovanni declared loudly, the 10 Hall Masters, the 2 Vice Chiefs, Lady Elena, and Brother Edgar Chan, Brother Bradford, stay behind. The rest of you may withdraw. Mitchell's subordinates understood that the chief definitely had big matters to discuss with the core members and tactfully withdrew to do their respective work. Abelardo was in a hurry and shouted at Johnny, why can't I join in? I want to join too. Even Odessa pulled Johnny's arm, showing a pleading look. Johnny looked at Giovanni, hoping he could agree for them to join as well. Giovanni reluctantly shook his head and still firmly rejected. Johnny didn't want to make things too difficult for Giovanni either, so he said to Odessa and Abelardo, then wait outside for a moment, please. We will be done soon. A total of 16 people entered a relatively spacious room, and those 5 Magic Hall Masters very consciously joined hands to cast a soundproofing protective barrier. After everyone was seated, Giovanni first bowed respectfully to Elena. Elena asked in surprise, Chief, what are you doing? Giovanni answered, you are the Princess of Eridina Principality, and it's natural for Giovanni to pay respect. Just now there were too many people around. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Johnny reminded, Chief, don't call her Your Highness. Just call her Elena. Elena clapped her small hands and said, yes, just call me Elena. Calling me Your Highness makes it seem too formal. Besides, I am also a part of the Great Earth Mercenary Daemon Up. Johnny asked, Chief, what exactly do you need to announce? Giovanni smiled and said, you're still as impatient as ever. Let Dane explain everything below. Dane stood up and took over from Giovanni, saying, Johnny, do you know that our Great Earth Mercenary Daemon Up has grown from a mere handful of people to over 50,000 in just a year? All this because of support from the Eridina Principality. Oh, Johnny let out a cry of surprise. Dane continued, ever since you left last year, the 10,000 gold coins you left us as startup capital were very helpful initially. Later, someone came on behalf of the Principality to provide sponsorship, which set our Great Earth Mercenary Daemon Up on a proper path and started expanding wildly. Do you know that among the 50,000 strong mercenary group, at least half belong to the royal troops of the Principality? Even 7 of the 10 elders are elders from the Magic and Martial Arts Association of the Principality, pointing them out one by one. Johnny suddenly thought of something critical and immediately pointed out, Dane, why is the Principality sponsoring us? What are their intentions, and who is that representative? Dane smiled and said, your 2 questions are best answered by the representative himself. Johnny scanned the crowd but didn't understand who might be the mysterious representative. Mitchellwright, no more beating around the bush. Bradford walked forward with a smile. It couldn't be you, Brother Bradford. Johnny opened his mouth wide again and complained, Brother Bradford, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Yes, the Principality representative is indeed me. I had no choice but to keep it a secret from you at that time. I'm really sorry. Bradford admitted readily and continued, Johnny, do you remember when we first arrived in Turin's Empire? I returned halfway because I was ordered by His Majesty to handle this matter. The reason why His Majesty sponsored the Great Earth Mercenary Daemon Up was entirely for you. For me? Johnny asked with confusion. Yes, the situation on the continent changes rapidly. According to the information obtained by the Principality's Intelligence Department, Turin's Empire has been stockpiling war supplies and mobilizing troops in large numbers over the past year, likely indicating an impending outbreak of war. Mitchell, though our Principality is wealthy, we lack manpower. To protect the citizens of the Principality, His Majesty pinned his hopes on you as a high mage. In case of full-scale war, he hopes that your mercenary group will defend Eridina Principality with all its might. This is the reason why His Majesty has been sponsoring the development of the mercenary group. To facilitate faster and better growth, His Majesty secretly dispatched nearly 20,000 royal guards to join the Great Earth Mercenary Daemon Up under the guise of mercenaries. They serve as mercenaries when needed and perform their duties as royal guards otherwise. Bradford almost blurted out that the Emperor was afraid that Elena's charm strategy would fail, so he came up with the plan of sponsoring the mercenary group. Dane then added, Erikri over. The wages of these 20,000 men are entirely covered by the principality, giving our mercenary group more room for development. And as the commander of this mercenary group, Bradford joined the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup as an honorary vice chief. After hearing both of them, Johnny finally understood the true reason behind the rapid development of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. He said, regardless, anyone who belongs to the mercenary group must contribute their best efforts. At this moment, Bradford knelt on one knee, hand on his chest, and said to Johnny, on behalf of all the people of Eridina Principality, I earnestly ask for your help if the Principality is in danger. After saying this, he gave the most reverent salute and gestured for Elena to say a few words. Elena understood immediately and pleaded, will you help our Principality? Remember, I am the princess of the Principality. Johnny poked Elena's forehead with his finger and laughed, saying, rest assured, I hereby promise you that whoever dares to harm you or your country, I will take action. You're so good. Johnny, Eridina Principality thanks you, Bradford said. Mitchellwright, what are you all doing? Making me feel like some great man. It makes me very uncomfortable, Johnny said. Giovanni stepped forward again and said, I also want to announce that the Emperor will secretly visit here this afternoon. Giovanni's words were like thunderbolt on a clear day. Even the ruler of a nation was coming, showing how much faith Johnny had. Giovanni reiterated necessary security measures and announced, to ensure the continuous development of our Great Earth Mercenary Damonup, I now declare everyone's positions. The 10 elders shall continue with their respective duties. Bradford remains the honorary chief, responsible for commanding the 20,000 royal guards and maintaining communication between the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup and the Principality. Dane remains the deputy chief responsible for liaison with the Principality. Johnny and Brother Court will be in charge of martial arts and magic training within the mercenary group, serving as deputy chiefs. After Giovanni finished his announcement, Elena noticed she wasn't assigned any position and immediately called out, why don't I have a position? Giovanni paused, then smiled. I forgot about Elena. I'm really sorry. How about being the inspector, responsible for handling disciplinary issues within the group? Good. Now I can deal with whoever I want. Elena looked slyly at Johnny, thinking that Johnny's days would be harder from now on. Originally already controlled tightly by this girl, now she could use her position to further dominate him. Johnny couldn't help but feel afraid and said, little girl, you can't act recklessly. You must be fair. I know. Do I need you to teach me that? Humph. Elena replied unsatisfied. Everyone agreed with this arrangement. After the meeting, Loretta and Abelardo immediately pestered Johnny outside the door, asking what happened and complaining that the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup didn't treat them like members. Johnny said, Abelardo brother, Loretta, I'm really sorry. It's a matter of the group's confidentiality. Once you get promoted, you will naturally be able to participate. Loretta pointed at Elena and said, then why can she participate? I have a lot of faith, Elena said with satisfaction. Johnny was afraid they would start quarreling again, so he said to John who was behind him, Brother John, since you're free now, could you please take them for a walk? Why don't you take us? Ria and Elena said in unison. Johnny first pulled Ria aside and whispered, sweetie, it's your first time in this country. Go out and relax. Don't let that girl upset you all the time. Then he dragged Elena to the side and whispered, isn't your father coming this afternoon? You should hurry and buy some gifts for him to make him happy after not seeing him for a year. What are you going to do? Both girls asked in unison again. Johnny was at a loss. Giovanni quickly intervened. Johnny and I still have matters to discuss, so we can't accompany you. Have fun this morning. Johnny added. Brother Abelardo, why don't you go as well? I'm not interested, Abelardo said and walked away alone, probably still upset about not being included in the meeting despite being the son of Jinfeng Empire's commander of the Southern Army. Ria and Elena reluctantly left with John for their outing. Around noon, John hurried back, surprisingly with several new injuries on his body. Johnny quickly supported him, anxiously asking, Brother John, what happened? How did you get injured? Where are Elena and the others? Why didn't they come back with you? Johnny saved the princess. Brother John, explain clearly. What happened to Elena and the others? Johnny pressed wildly, but before John could speak another word, he fainted. Chapter 86, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. After receiving the news, everyone came out to ask what had happened. Each face was filled with a heavy expression, watching Janice, who was unconscious, with unease. As people were still in anxiety, Raphaelvina stumbled back, her delicate pink face already bruised and bloodstained at the corner of her mouth. She tripped and fell, and Johnny immediately rushed forward, supporting Raphaelvina's body and cast the light-based supreme healing magic, Holy Light Healing, without a word. The soft glow enveloped everyone present, making them feel comfortable and refreshed. Surrounded by the holy light, Raphaelvina quickly regained her vigor, standing up and about to speak, but was stopped by Johnny. Raphaelvina, don't say anything now, rest for a while. Because Janice was still unconscious, Johnny used another holy light healing. Thankfully his mental power was strong enough. If it were anyone else, casting 2 supreme healing magics consecutively would drain one's mental energy greatly. Yet Johnny remained unaffected, staring at Janice, still not awake, with his thoughts like surging waves ceaselessly impacting him. He never thought such a huge event would occur in just a short time. Even Janice, as a great sword master, couldn't get away unscathed. What exactly did they encounter? Johnny asked himself repeatedly, but he could only know once Janice woke up. Beside him, Raphaelvina also stared blankly at Johnny, unsure of how to speak. She was still immersed in the fear from earlier. Saint Light Healing lived up to its reputation as a supreme light healing magic. In no time, the heavily injured person woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw those urgent and anxious gazes all around. Johnny asked almost simultaneously as Janice opened her eyes. Brother Janice, what on earth happened? Everything was fine just moments ago. Where's Bridget? Janice, regaining some strength, fell kneeling before Johnny. Johnny, I'm useless, failing to protect Princess Bridget. The princess. Just tell me, what happened to Bridget? Johnny shook Janice fiercely. He was almost mad. To him, Bridget meant everything. Without her, there wouldn't be his present self. He swore that if anyone dared to harm Bridget, they'd have to step over his dead body first. Now, with Bridget in trouble, how could he not be driven mad? Giovanni patted the nearly deranged Johnny gently and consoled. Johnny, calm down. Humbrance has happened. We need to understand what exactly occurred to make a rescue plan. Janice said, It's Crystal Wind Empire's men who kidnapped Bridget. What? Crystal Wind Empire? Why would they kidnap Bridget? Johnny demanded. Brother Janice is right. It was Crystal Wind Empire's men who captured Princess Bridget, Raphaelvina continued. A group of masked black-clothed mages blocked our way, attacking us without a word. Brother Janice and I were no match and got injured. And Princess Bridget was taken away. Crystal Wind Empire, Crystal Wind Empire. Johnny kept repeating these 4 words. Cameron stepped forward after being silent for a long time. To be able to injure Brother Janice and successfully capture Bridget, it can only be the few elders of Crystal Wind Empire Mages Guild. Janice looked at Cameron and said immediately, Crystal Wind Empire took the princess because of this, Cameron. They also gave me a letter to deliver to you. Saying so, he fished out a bloody letter from his bosom. Johnny shot an extremely angry glance at Cameron, as if blaming him for all this. Cameron was shocked, stepping aside not to provoke Johnny further. Under everyone's gaze, Johnny opened the letter which read, Boy, you have repeatedly obstructed Crystal Wind Empire from capturing fugitive Cameron Doric, and even killed 28 of our elites, including the 6th elder of Crystal Wind Empire Mages Guild. If you want your woman back, bring Cameron here for exchange, or prepare to bury her. There was no signature at the end. Johnny finished reading, shouting, If you dare to hurt my Bridget, I will destroy your Crystal Wind Empire. His killing intent was obvious, his eyes showing deep coldness. Take Brother Janice and Miss Raphaelvina back to rest first. Giovanni instructed his subordinates and asked Johnny, What do you intend to do now? I must rush to the Crystal Wind Empire immediately to rescue my Bridget. I fear that every moment we delay, she will be in greater danger. At this moment, Corrit ran in from outside, whispering into Giovanni's ear before turning and walking out again. Giovanni walked up to Johnny and said, Johnny, now that things have come to this, you should first meet with His Majesty of the Duchy before doing anything else. Let's see what he decides. It won't be simple for the Crystal Wind Empire to have taken Princess Bridget. As he spoke, a dignified elder entered accompanied by 2 men and a woman. The beautiful woman turned out to be Great Mage Kafia, while the other 2 were the Fire Sword Saint Bert and Wind Sword Saint Nakoba of the Duchy. With 3 powerful figures as escort, no wonder Osindon dared to travel simply and visit the Earth Mercenary Damanup's Zhongqing branch. Greetings, Your Majesty and the 3 venerables. The members of the Earth Mercenary Damanup bowed to greet Osindon and the others. We're not in the palace now, so there's no need to be so formal, Osindon said kindly, while the other 3 nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Johnny also gave a slight bow as a greeting. After all, Osindon was his future father-in-law, so he couldn't be too impolite. However, Kafia stepped forward and said to Johnny, Johnny, your aunt has missed you dearly. I never thought you would really recover your magic. You truly haven't disappointed me or your 2 teachers. Kafia understood very well that when Johnny had encountered difficulties back then, only she, Jeremiah, and Mario had still held on to a sliver of hope. Even more so, Jeremiah had searched the entire continent to find a way for Johnny to recover his magic, yet there was no news at all. Now that Johnny's magic had been restored, and even advanced further, those who had once distanced themselves from him would probably regret it bitterly. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Kafia. How are my other 2 teachers? Johnny asked. Your teacher Mario is fine, but Jeremiah hasn't returned. Kafia noticed that something seemed off about Johnny's tone and saw tears welling in his eyes, quickly asking, Johnny, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Johnny, where is Yue? Didn't she go with you? This little girl, her father is here, and she doesn't even come out to greet him. Osindon smiled as he came over. He hadn't spotted his daughter after scanning the room, as Yue was his beloved daughter, and he was puzzled by her absence. So he asked Johnny, the person involved. Yes, why isn't Yue with you? Kafia also noticed that her lively student, Yue, wasn't present. Johnny twitched his nose but remained silent, not because he didn't want to speak, but because he couldn't predict how the father would react upon hearing about his daughter's disappearance. Seeing no one was speaking, Giovanni thought they had to explain eventually, and hiding it wasn't a long-term solution. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is what happened. Just before your arrival, Princess Bridget was unfortunately kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Osindon staggered, nearly falling down, hardly believing it. What did you say? Say it again. What happened to Yue? Your Majesty, it's true as Captain said. Before you arrived, Princess Bridget was abducted by the Crystal Wind Empire. Johnny briefly recounted the events. Osindon trembled. His vision went dark, stunned. He had come today partly for Johnny, his future son-in-law who had become a high mage, but mostly for his precious daughter he hadn't seen for over a year. Hearing now that his daughter had been abducted nearly broke his heart. Johnny immediately moved to support him, saying, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to protect Bridget. Osindin pushed him away and shouted, "What good is an apology? I entrusted Yuera to you with complete trust, and you lost her. What did you do? Aren't you supposed to be a high mage? How could you not protect her?" Osindin's voice was filled with agitation, and his eyes almost blazed with anger. Johnny could only listen obediently to Osindin's scolding. He felt deeply regretful and wished he had gone with her. If he had, this might not have happened. But now it was too late to change anything. Kafia realized the severity of the situation and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. It's pointless to blame each other now. Let's think about how to rescue Yuera." Sword Saint of Fire Bert bent down and said, "Your Majesty, I don't think it's simple that the Crystal Wind Empire abducted Princess Bridget. I have a feeling something is amiss, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Sword Saint of Wind Nakoba also said, "What Sword Saint Bert said is correct. This matter is significant. One misstep could lead to war between the two countries, or even spark another continental war. Therefore, we must handle this situation with caution." Chapter 87, Current Affairs Analysis. Cade, as the monarch, quickly regained his composure and loudly announced, "Key personnel are to join the meeting immediately. All others shall step down at once." Following the order, everyone not among the 10 hall masters of the Earth Bandits Guild, the 4 chief and deputy guild leaders, or those who came with Cade tactfully withdrew. At this moment, Cade was still seething, and no one would foolishly provoke him. Once everyone had gathered, Cade suddenly noticed a missing person and asked, "Xavier, where is Bradford?" Xavier promptly answered, "Brother Bradford was severely injured by their mage and is resting inside." Xavier turned to go fetch Bradford, but was stopped by Cade. "If he's hurt, let him rest inside. Now, please share your thoughts on why Jingfeng Empire kidnapped Yuera." Fire Sword Saint Bert, after careful consideration, spoke first. On the surface, they abducted Elena because of General Artemio Doric's son in Jingfeng Empire. Intelligence reports suggest that Jingfeng has been making significant moves recently. Mass recruiting soldiers, secretly training troops, stockpiling provisions, all indicating they're gearing up for war. Wind Sword Saint Dalen followed. Jingfeng lies in the desolate north, with barren lands and poor living conditions. Aside from trading magic stones, it has little income. They've long eyed the inland territories to improve their situation. Could capturing the princess be their ploy to gain leverage in future negotiations against us? Cade nodded. Both of you make sense. Humbrance, they have such ambitions. Our dukedom cannot appear weak. The defense planning falls to you too. He then turned to Juliana and asked, "What do you think, Lady Juliana?" Juliana replied, "Your Majesty, I know little about continental affairs and can't speculate on Jingfeng's intentions regarding Yuera. But please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save her." Cade understood that as a woman, Juliana rarely concerned herself with continental matters. Still, having this great magician's support was better than nothing. Finally, he coldly turned to Xavier and said, "Speak now. What's your plan?" Xavier replied, "Your Majesty, I swear I will bring Elena back, dead or alive. If Jingfeng Empire harms her in any way, I will make their entire empire pay." His eyes burned with anger and terror, striking fear into everyone present. Such words from anyone else would label them as crazy, but coming from Xavier, they were believable. As both a great magician and a sword saint, few countries could afford to offend him. Mitchell, though Cade berated Xavier verbally, he inwardly rejoiced to have Xavier on his side. Otherwise, it would be his country in peril. Hearing Xavier's care for his daughter, he remarked, "At least you have some decency." Xavier said, "Your Majesty, I wish to leave for Jingfeng Empire immediately to rescue Elena without delay." The usually silent Gast finally spoke up. "Xavier, how could you go without me? I'll accompany you. I want to see what gave Jingfeng the guts to kidnap your woman." "Thank you, Brother Baron," Xavier declined, explaining, "Humberts, they're targeting me. More people might complicate things. I'll take Auric with me. Please stay here to guide the guild members. Your expertise will surely be needed soon." Cade added, "Xavier, to ensure your success, I hereby appoint you as the Protector General of Iva Dukedom, commanding the Northern Army. You have full authority. Upon your return, we'll officially honor you." Giovanni added, "Xavier, you have full command over the Earth Bandits Guild's northern branch." Then Fire Sword Saint Tracio continued, "Your Majesty, our dukedom must issue a formal letter demanding Jingfeng explain itself. If they don't release Princess Elena, we will go to war and denounce Jingfeng across the continent for this act of kidnapping." "Mitchellright, everyone focus on your tasks," Cade said, finally addressing Xavier. "Xavier, you must bring Yuera back safely. Consider it as a plea from her father." A few words conveyed deep paternal love. Xavier nodded firmly and said, "I will definitely bring Elena back safely." Xavier took Auric and headed straight for Jingfeng Empire. However, a beautiful tale followed behind Delania. Though she was somewhat saddened by Elena's disappearance, it also gave her an opportunity to get closer to Xavier. She refused to let this chance slip away, so she insisted on following him. Unable to refuse her persistence, Xavier reluctantly agreed to take her along. Mitchell most simultaneously with Xavier's departure, Iva Dukedom officially issued letters to all empires of the continent, particularly to Jingfeng Empire, in extremely harsh terms. Meanwhile, several sword saints and great magician Juliana jointly announced Xavier's true strength, being both a great magician and a sword saint of the current young generation, on behalf of the Swordsman Guild and Magic Guild, aiming to create psychological pressure on Jingfeng Empire. When the letter reached Turin's Empire's Emperor Hans, he excitedly shouted, "Good, good, good. I want them to fight each other until they are both exhausted." He praised his advisor Pruny highly. "Pruny, You do not disappoint as my advisor. With just one small conspiracy, you've set two countries against each other. If Iva Dukedom, aided by that troublesome boy, confronts Jingfeng Empire is bound to fall. I am unworthy of such praise, Pruny humbly replied. Why should you be modest? It only made me wait for 2 more days. Hans suddenly thought about his daughter being part of this chess game and said with displeasure, Pruny, why did you hurt Dilania as well? What does this mean? Facing Hans's questioning, Pruny answered with great righteousness. If the princess isn't injured, they might suspect something. Irikri over, with that mage Xavier around, Princess Dilania will be fine. Besides, every child of the Empire should always be ready to make sacrifices for the Empire's cause, especially Princess Dilania. So what's your next move? What should we do with that girl from Iva Dukedom? Pruny replied, Humbertons, we are acting, let's complete the act. I will secretly send that girl into Jingfeng Empire at the right time, leaving Jingfeng Empire speechless. When Jingfeng Empire and Iva Dukedom start fighting, it will be the best time for our empire to launch a major offensive. Why? Jingfeng Empire is located in the desolate north and is far inferior to Iva Dukedom in military and financial aspects. However, Jingfeng Empire produces magical crystals needed by mages and has a very close relationship with Rafelxio Empire, a powerful magic nation. Once Jingfeng Empire and Iva Dukedom clash, Rafelxio Empire will likely support Jingfeng Empire, balancing the power between the two. Other smaller nations will also take advantage of this chaos to strengthen themselves. Hans nodded happily, eager to see other nations plunge into war. Pruny continued, to hasten their conflict, our empire can play the role of the good guy and add fuel to the fire. We can strongly support Iva Dukedom's condemnation of Jingfeng Empire under the name of Turin's Empire and dispatch people to pose as Jingfeng spies within Iva Dukedom to spread rumors that their princess has been killed. Hans laughed joyfully and said, what a brilliant plan. Let's follow Pruny's suggestion as soon as possible. Finally, they returned to the crucial topic of Xavier. Hans still showed significant concern, anxiously asking, Pruny, I fear Xavier might be the toughest to deal with. Who would have thought he could recover his magic and break through his martial skills so quickly? Now, being both a sword saint and a great magician, there may be no one on this continent who can match him. I truly worry that my efforts might be ruined by this boy. Pruny replied, Your Majesty need not worry. Once I invite out the senior master, you won't need to worry about Xavier. Upon hearing that someone could handle Xavier, Hans's eyes lit up as he pressed for more information. Pruny, who exactly is this senior master? Bring him here for me to meet. I will reward him handsomely. Unexpectedly, Pruny started playing hard to get, only saying, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Please be patient. Hans could only console himself by carefully reading the letter of state several more times. On the journey, Xavier did not care whether his spiritual power would be exhausted. He continuously used flight, without rest. He only wished to reach Jingfeng Empire as quickly as possible to rescue Elena. If not for the 2 burdens he carried, he would have arrived at Jingfeng Empire much earlier. 2 days later, their footsteps finally set foot on the territory belonging to Jingfeng Empire. Everywhere was so barren and desolate, and Xavier could not foresee what would happen to him within Jingfeng Empire. Chapter 88, Border Massacre. Anyone else would have collapsed long ago from the grueling journey. Mitchell though Adelaide had been carried along by Einar, this pampered young lady could hardly endure such continuous travel discomforts. She couldn't help but urge Einar. Einar, let's take a rest. We've already entered the territory of the Crystal Wind Empire. We can afford to spend a little more time on our way. Meanwhile, she cast glances towards Shane, urging him to add his voice. Getting the hint, Shane stepped forward and said, Einar, just listen to Adelaide. We shouldn't exhaust ourselves before we even arrive. Einar glanced at them coldly and said, If you want to rest, do so. If you don't wish to continue, return on your own. I don't want to be slowed down by you. Adelaide and Shane had no choice but to follow closely behind Einar for fear of being left behind. Being abandoned here would be equivalent to courting death. After taking only a few steps, Einar turned around and asked Shane, Isn't your father the Southern Pacification General? The Southern military matters should fall under his jurisdiction. Let's go find your father first. Shane, terrified upon hearing that Einar intended to find his father, retreated 3 steps hastily. Given Einar's present mood, visiting his father was tantamount to signing his father's death warrant. Despite hating what his father had done, sacrificing principles for position, and sending people to assassinate his own son, blood was thicker than water. He quivered and asked, What do you intend to do with him? Your father is involved in Amina's kidnapping, Einar said casually. However, this seemingly light-hearted statement sent chills down Shane's spine. Caring for his father implied ending his life. Seeing Shane's color drain away, Einar added, Do you still protect him at this moment? Don't forget that it was your father who ordered men to relentlessly pursue you and colluded with the Chancellor to bring about your downfall. Should anything happen to Amina, the entire Crystal Wind Empire will be erased from the map. Audacious indeed, claiming that you can wipe out the Crystal Wind Empire. I'd like to see what makes you qualified to make such arrogant remarks. Suddenly, a swordsman appeared. Soon after came thundering hooves as over 1,000 cavalrymen emerged around Einar's party. They wielded weapons confidently, their calm and assured gazes showing that they were seasoned veterans. Upon seeing this, Shane hurriedly whispered to Einar, This is one of my father's 4 direct subordinates, the Tiger General Hollis. Einar raised an eyebrow and detected through mental probing that the opponent was only at the great swordsman level. Stepping forward calmly, he declared, I made that statement. The swordsman sized up Einar, then burst into laughter, saying derisively, "You dare to boast like that? This general wants to see what skills you possess that allow you to speak so arrogantly." Noticing Shane standing beside Einar, the swordsman loudly called out, "Young master has finally returned. Why are you associating with such a reckless man? Won't it damage your noble image? Come over here quickly. I assure you that Shane won't be going anywhere with you." "I brought him back because I have a score to settle with your commander, Zhenge Doric," retorted Einar. Infuriated at hearing Einar address his superior directly by name, the swordsman shouted, "Raphael Ring villager, how dare you address the Southern Pacification General by name? Surround them." In an instant, the cavalrymen surrounded Einar and the others tightly. It was a scene that Adelaide had never seen in her life. Startled, she clutched onto Einar's arm anxiously, now depending entirely on him for protection. He had become her guardian angel. Einar gently patted her slightly trembling white hands and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Everything is under control." Looking at Einar deeply, Adelaide said resolutely, "As long as I'm with you, I am not afraid of anything." Shane feared that Einar might lose his temper and kill Hollis, so he pleaded urgently, "Einar, I know I may not mean much to you, but I beg you to spare Tiger General Hollis. After all, he watched me grow up." Einar said coldly, "As long as he leads his men to retreat immediately, I won't make things difficult for them. Otherwise, I can only disappoint you, Shane. Those who obstruct me must die." His icy tone was like that of a god of death, ready to take lives at any moment. "Brat, I, Hollis, have roamed the battlefield for decades and have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Do you choose to end your own life, or let my subordinates trample you to death?" Hollis laughed out loud, confident that his 1,000 cavalrymen could turn this arrogant boy into minced meat. Seeing Hollis constantly threatening Einar's life, Shane could only pray silently for this Tiger General. He hoped Einar would show mercy on these people. Handing Adelaide over to Shane, Einar said, "Brother Shane, please protect Adelaide. Humberts, they insist on blocking my path. I will show them the consequence, death." "No." Before Shane could shout it out, Einar had already plunged into the crowd. Shane tried to pull him back, but found himself unable to move beyond a 3-meter radius around him. It turned out that before Einar rushed out, he cast a supreme guardian spell of the light element to prevent them from being affected by the chaos. Adelaide didn't mind much, but Shane could only watch helplessly as Einar slaughtered the cavalry, knowing they were all citizens of the Crystal Wind Empire like himself. Einar, who had long been intolerant, now showed no mercy. His original intention was to destroy the entire Crystal Wind Empire, so how could he care about these mere 1,000 cavalrymen? With his Azure Dragon sword in hand and magic spells from various elements casting non-stop, colorful and dazzling magic swallowed life after life. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, nearly 80% of the cavalry fell. Faced with this scene, Shane screamed painfully, "Einar, stop, don't kill anymore." Shane wanted to persuade Einar to halt the violent act, but he knew he had no weight to do so. Not even Adelaide beside him could sway Einar's decision. The only one who might could have been Amina, if she hadn't been kidnapped. Adelaide felt numb. This was the first time she witnessed Einar's terrifying strength. Mitchell, though she did not approve of Einar's endless slaughter, she cared deeply about the concern he displayed by doing such bloody acts for his woman. She longed for the day when Einar would do the same for her, a concern and genuine affection willing to sacrifice everything for her. Ignoring Shane's shouts and the gory scene before him, Einar continued to slash the cavalry with his sword as if slicing radishes. To him, Amina was the most important thing, even more precious than his own life. Anyone who blocked his path to save Amina would pay with their life. Despite the formidable combat power of Hollis cavalry, they had no choice but to accept their bad luck in encountering Einar. One after another, they reported to the underworld. Initially doubting Einar's strength, Hollis realized the severity when his subordinates kept falling before him. When he finally wanted to retreat, it was too late. All his 1,000 cavalrymen became souls under Einar's sword. Irixed frightening was how each of Einar's spells resulted in the death of half of his men, and these spells came uninterrupted from various elements. Hollis fell off his horse, but was spared by Einar at Shane's plea earlier. Gazing at the corpses of his subordinates scattered everywhere, Hollis shouted angrily, "You are not human, you are a demon." Einar stepped forward with his sword and said, "Yes, I am a demon. Whoever obstructs me must die. Don't say you're just a minor Tiger General. I came here to destroy your Crystal Wind Empire. What enmity does our Crystal Wind Empire have with you? Why are you doing this? Who exactly are you? Why am I doing this?" "Because your Crystal Wind Empire wronged me first," Einar said angrily, then spelled out slowly, "Listen carefully. My name is Einar. If your empire wants to confront me, come ahead. You are the Einar who is both a sword saint and a grand master of all elemental magics." At this point, Hollis no longer thought Einar's words were arrogant. Considering his terrifying strength and the powerful forces behind him, the Crystal Wind Empire couldn't easily offend him. "Weren't you going to trample me to death? How come you're not talking tough now?" Einar fiercely kicked the fallen Hollis and asked, "Tell me, where is Zhenge Doric? Kill me if you will. I will not reveal the general's whereabouts." Hollis closed his eyes. "Don't think I dare not kill you." Einar's expression turned deadly serious, and he was clearly about to end Hollis' life. With the end of the battle, the protective magic Einar had cast had already dissipated. Shane rushed in front of Hollis to plead, "Flying Tiger General, please tell us where my father is." Hollis burst into anger. "What are you saying? The pacifying South General is your biological father. How can you say such things? Do you really intend to take this demon to kill your own father?" His agitated tone made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Shane said, I know he is my father, but I am also his real son. I just want to ask him why he ordered people to hunt me down. Einar interrupted. Brother Shane, even if he doesn't speak, I will find your father. Let me send him to join his men now. Shane stood in front of Einar and pleaded, no, please, spare the flying tiger general. To everyone's surprise, Hollis started cursing. To the victor goes the spoils, act if you dare. It would be an honor to die at the hands of an all-element Grand Master. At least I have been loyal to the Empire. Shane turned back and said, Flying Tiger General, please don't be so stubborn. Tell me where my father is. Faced with Shane's earnest pleas, Hollis hesitated, then sighed and said, your father went to the capital yesterday. Let's go. Einar took Shane and Phelan and immediately used wind magic to head for the Crystal Wind Empire's capital, leaving the half-dead Hollis in the wilderness to fend for himself. Chapter 89. The Great Battle Against the Crowd of Demons. As dusk approached, the three of them finally arrived at Salmantora, the capital city of the Jingfeng Empire. Passers-by on the road saw the menacing and murderous aura surrounding Johnny, and they could not avoid giving way to him. Even the guards at the city gates did not conduct their usual checks. Under Johnny's furious gaze, they let him enter the city without question. It wasn't that they didn't want to check. He was emitting such a powerful aura that they feared offending this deity of death might cost them more than just their jobs. It could be their lives. After all, people who worked at the city gate were no strangers to experience and discernment. As soon as Johnny and company disappeared from sight, the guards immediately reported to their superiors to avoid being charged with dereliction of duty. After entering the city gate, Johnny hastily asked Franklin, where's the Magic Council located? I need to find them right now and settle the score. Johnny couldn't wait for even a second because he knew every minute of delay would mean another minute of torment for Elena. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Delaney said, Johnny, look at how dark it has become. Why don't we find an inn to rest tonight and go there tomorrow? Humberts, they managed to capture Elena. They would have anticipated your arrival to rescue her. They must have taken precautions. Rushing in like this would make you vulnerable to their ambush. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge bullets but hard to defend against hidden arrows. We should carefully plan our next move. She even pretended to yawn, looking very tired. Delaney always felt a pang in her heart whenever she saw Johnny fretting and raging over Elena. She wished she had been the one kidnapped instead. Franklin also urged, Johnny, Delaney is right. We should think things through. Their words only made Johnny angrier, and he took a step closer to them, his face filled with resentment. Think things through? How can you still suggest this at a time like this? I, Johnny, have never desired to be great or immensely wealthy in my life. Mitchell, I wanted was to protect the person I love. Without Elena, there wouldn't be me today. I'm willing to do anything for her. Defying the Jingfeng Empire is nothing compared to losing her, even if it means going against the entire Aoyuan continent. If you two are not coming, you may stay here at an inn. I'm not waiting. With that, he turned around and sped off, leaving a stunned Franklin and Delaney behind. By the time they recovered, Johnny was nowhere to be seen. Brother Franklin, lead the way. We must catch up quickly, Delaney urgently called. Under Franklin's guidance, they reached the Magic Council. There they found dozens of corpses lying haphazardly outside the entrance, each dead from a single sword thrust to the throat. The lanterns hung by the main door had been knocked down to the ground, indicating that Johnny had already gotten there first. Without hesitation, they rushed inside. Inside the well-lit hall, they saw over 100 mages of the Magic Council surrounding Johnny. Johnny stood in the middle, holding the Azure Dragon sword. His eyes were sharp and ruthless, emitting an icy cold energy. How dare you barge into the Magic Council and slaughter so many of our mages, shouted the leading mage, who appeared to be the strongest among them, but was only at the intermediate level of mage conjurer. Johnny wouldn't even need to lift a finger to destroy him. Johnny said, call out your council elders. Our elders would not meet someone of your caliber. Surrender quietly instead. If you insist on playing the coward, don't blame me for being merciless. Johnny sheathed his sword and coldly declared, Humberts, you are all mages. I will give you one chance. If you can harm me within one move, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, the extermination of the Jingfeng Empire will start from your Magic Council. You arrogant brat. You dare to boast about annihilating our Jingfeng Empire. Today, you won't leave the Magic Council alive. To defeat you, I alone am enough, said the intermediate-level mage conjurer as he stepped forward. Humberts, you are so eager to die. I'll send you on your way first, Johnny said calmly. Mitchell, most as soon as he spoke, his attack spell was already cast. The intermediate-level mage conjurer didn't even have the time to launch a counterattack or defend himself before being enveloped by Johnny's fire-based grand magic. The scorching heat incinerated the mage, who writhed and screamed as his face twisted, turned black, and charred, emitting an odor of roasting flesh. If the process was quick, it was only a blink of an eye for the others. By the time they came to their senses, their intermediate-level mage conjurer had already turned into cosmic dust, disappearing into the air, leaving behind only fear, terror, and shock. They couldn't believe that a seemingly unremarkable minor mage could instantly end the life of an intermediate-level mage conjurer. Even their senior elder from the Magic Council couldn't achieve this. Some of the more cowardly mages had already considered fleeing, but unfortunately, Johnny had set up a powerful magic barrier around the entire Magic Council, and no one could escape. Johnny's plan was simple, kill whoever stood in his way. Under the influence of fear, the 100+ mages took several steps back. Johnny scanned them with a deathly tone. Mitchell, right, now it's your turn. You will soon be joining him. Johnny, stop. Franklin fell to his knees in front of Johnny, pleading painfully. Johnny, I beg you, please don't kill any more. You've already killed so many people. Johnny ignored his pleas, kicked him aside with his right foot charged with aura, and glared at him fiercely, saying, "I said anyone who stands in my way of saving Elena dies. I call you Brother Franklin one last time. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you too. So it's you, traitor, daring to collude with outsiders to harm your own kind." One of the mages recognized Franklin and shouted. The mages began to converge on him. Johnny finished off the first few mages who rushed forward with a few spells, temporarily easing Franklin's danger. Using wind magic to amplify his voice, Johnny loudly declared, "Call out your council elders now, or when I count to 3, you'll bear the consequences." He began counting without waiting for a response. 1, 2. As the word 3 faded, the group of mages collectively shouted, "We of the Magic Council are not cowards. Brothers, he is only one man. Let's unite and finish this brat once and for all. Avenge our fallen comrades." The mages responded en masse, launching their attacks. Johniments of all kinds of magic converged rapidly from the heavens and earth toward the Magic Council, filling this confined space. The mages here encompassed all types of magic from the continent. Mitchell, though individually their power was insignificant compared to Johnny, collectively they were equivalent to a full-spectrum mage or even a magical formation. As the saying goes, even a mighty tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. Despite being a high mage, Johnny struggled somewhat against these hundreds of mages. His inner magic energy sphere and aura energy sphere spun rapidly, intermingling and supplying the energy needed for his attacks. Despite the challenge, he maintained the upper hand. On the other hand, the hundreds of mages weren't so fortunate. They barely held off Johnny's waves of attacks through combined efforts. One slip-up meant certain death. Despite strict defense, many mages still perished under Johnny's hands, either blown apart or split in two. Some didn't even leave behind identifiable remains. Rhea, having witnessed such a scene before, did not show the same anxiety and unease as last time. Her eyes fixed intently on the battle, silently praying for Johnny's safety, hoping nothing untoward would happen. This battle could arguably be the most arduous one in Johnny's life, facing more than 100 formidable mages with his own strength. He used almost all types of magic he knew. Even the dark magic and composite magic, which were strictly prohibited by the continent and formed from the fusion of different elemental magics, had been utilized several times. Yet, he had only managed to bring down 2/3 of the opposing mages. Johnny's mental power was extraordinarily potent, but had been significantly depleted. He realized that if this continued, it would turn against him. After all, this was their territory, and should reinforcements arrive, his situation would become dire indeed. At this moment, Johnny recalled a forbidden spell he had never attempted before. Mitchell, though he knew that such a spell transcended the limits of grand magic and was 10 times more powerful than any grand magic, its exact might was unknown even to him. But time did not allow for further contemplation, and he started to channel magical elements for the final assault. Glancing sideways, he saw Rhea outside the battlefield. She had opened an exit through a barrier near the door and shouted loudly to Franklin, "Brother Franklin, take Rhea away quickly." Franklin, also a high mage, immediately understood what Johnny was about to do and promptly rushed to Rhea, pulling her and fleeing at top speed. Rhea screamed, "I won't leave. I want to stay with Johnny." Franklin responded, "Rhea, staying here will only harm him. We must go." Ignoring her struggles, he dragged her towards safety outside. Seeing them depart, Johnny felt reassured. The various elemental magics began to converge faster. However, as he pondered which forbidden spell to use, he struggled to decide. Ultimately, he resolved to unleash whatever came to mind. Due to Johnny's indecision, none of the mages present survived the aftermath, and many surrounding civilians and buildings were also affected by the massive impact. Chapter 90. 5 Johnnyman's Forbidden Spells. First, Johnny used the floating spell to rise about 20 meters, then released 5 forbidden spells with all his gathered mental power at once. They were Brilliant Glory of the Light Element, Heaven Falls Earth Collapses of the Earth Element, Meteor Shower of the Fire Element, Flying Snow Connecting Cities of the Water Element, and Wind King Barrier of the Wind Element. The mages of the Magic Guild utterly despaired. Their widened pupils revealed their inner fear. Mitchell they could do was struggle in vain. The more they struggled, the more chaotic it became. Johnny did not show mercy due to their fear. In an instant after he cast the forbidden spells, a brown-yellow barrier with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on the Magic Guild formed. Everything was enveloped in shadow and darkness. The magical power contained within this barrier could not be quantified by data. Everywhere inside were attack spells composed of the 5 elements. It was almost impossible for the mages inside to break through this barrier. Several tried but died from magic backlash, a miserable end indeed. When the mages saw their companions perish attempting to breach the barrier, they stood back to back, watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, the earth beneath them shook violently, opening gaping chasms. Caught off guard, many fell into these crevices where spikes awaited them. At nearly the same time, blazing meteorites rained down like a dense shower. Many mages were instantly buried underground. But this was just the beginning of their misery. Torrential rain transformed into slicing blades filled the entire barrier, leaving the mages covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. The temperature within the barrier plummeted drastically, turning torrential rain into solid snowflakes. Crystal clear snowflakes filled the air, beautiful yet corrosive. Upon contact with flesh, they immediately began corroding, eliciting screams of pain akin to hell on earth. Blinding light accompanied the falling snow, preventing the mages from observing the situation, leaving them to respond only by instinct. For them, life seemed worse than death. They had no choice in living or dying. In this brown-yellow barrier, Johnny was the god controlling their fate. both their god of life and their god of death. Yet in his fury, Zhenge, feared even by death itself, had no intention of sparing these mages. They should blame themselves for blocking his path to save others. Attack spells composed of the 5 elements continuously intertwined within the barrier. Michelas, Zhenge's forbidden spells were just the start. By the end, all mages inside the barrier were dead, none with intact bodies, and none recognizable. The scene inside the barrier resembled a living hell. Buildings collapsed, and the ground sank. Finally, the entire barrier began to compress, shrinking from large to small, sparse to dense. When it contracted into an energy sphere about 10 meters in diameter, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The blast wave rapidly spread in all directions, covering an area 30 kilometers in radius, destroying everything in its path with the force of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves until the energy finally dissipated. Speaking of the young Emperor Arvid of the Jingfeng Empire, since his enthronement at the age of 20, he was ambitious and eager to make great achievements. He reformed internal systems, rectified military discipline, centralized power, and nationalized crystal mines. Such extensive reforms enabled the Jingfeng Empire to flourish, and he was viewed as a decent emperor by the people. However, a letter from the Erdetina Principality left him completely dumbstruck. The principality strongly condemned the empire for allegedly kidnapping their princess and demanded her immediate release. Otherwise, they were willing to go to war. Along with this came widespread condemnation from other nations on the continent, accusing the empire of violating diplomatic norms by kidnapping the princess. Before the Jingfeng Empire could respond, news came that over 1,000 border defense troops had been massacred. Irixed frighteningly, the Omni-Magician declared that if Jingfeng did not release his woman, he would unite all possible forces to destroy the Jingfeng Empire. An Omni-Magician alone already sent shivers down everyone's spine in the Jingfeng Empire, not to mention his allies. These events plunged the once peaceful country into panic and chaos, with numerous citizens preparing to flee. Arvid and his ministers held countless emergency meetings to handle the situation. At this moment, the loud explosions from the Magic Guild naturally reached the ears of Arvid in the palace. Arvid, whose nerves were already on edge, suddenly stood up, looking at the dark night anxiously, and asked, "What happened?" At that moment, a soldier rushed in, fell to his knees, and reported with trepidation, "Your Majesty, bad news. The Magic Guild was destroyed in an instant. 135 magicians present died instantly without a trace. Over 860 houses collapsed due to the explosion, killing over 2,000 civilians." "What?" Arvid took 3 steps back, collapsing on the ground, his face deathly pale. He stammered, 135 magicians dead? They are the elite of our empire. Arvid knew deeply that magic was one of the strongest parts of their empire and an important bargaining chip in foreign negotiations. Losing so many magicians felt like losing half of their strength, which pained him greatly. This news also shocked all the officials and the remaining 5 elders of the Magic Guild present, especially the 5 elder magicians. Their faces showed just how ugly their expressions were. A fire John Eater angrily shouted, "Who has such great power to kill so many magicians?" "Second John Eater, come back," said an old man in light purple robes. "Where are you rushing off to?" "Chief John Eater, we lost so many magicians. I want to find out who's responsible and avenge my fallen comrades." The third John Eater replied, anger and murderous intent filling his voice. The Chief John Eater said, "Haven't you guessed yet? Only the Sword Saint and Omni-Magician Johnny could have done it. Going after someone like him is suicide. Even if we 5 elders acted together, we might not be a match for him. Have you forgotten what happened to the Humberth John Eater?" "You mean Johnny, who slaughtered nearly 1,000 of our border guards single-handedly?" "Yes," the Chief John Eater responded. "I didn't expect him to arrive in the capital by now, only a few hours after being at the border. His power is truly formidable. So what do you suggest? We can't just sit here and do nothing," Arvid asked. "Third John Eater, please calm down," said a plump-looking old man bowing to Arvid. "Your Majesty, given the urgency, we should reinforce the palace guard to prevent him from storming the palace." This elderly man was Charlton, the Prime Minister of the Jingfeng Empire. Arvid steadied his emotions and replied, "The Prime Minister is right. General Andon, immediately mobilize the Royal Guard and the City Defense Department to secure all entrances and exits to the palace. Ensure the palace's safety." "Yes," answered a burly middle-aged man, who then hurried out to execute the order. "Chief John Eater, any thoughts?" Arvid asked. "Your Majesty, the Erdetina Principality first accused us of kidnapping their princess, and now sent the Omni-Magician to attack our country. I have a feeling that things are not as simple as they seem." "Your meaning is that the ultimate goal of the Erdetina Principality is to annihilate our country," Arvid said anxiously. "I dare not speak recklessly, Your Majesty. The continent knows that the Erdetina Principality is a peaceful country that has always maintained good relations with its neighbors. If they really wanted to destroy our country, they would simply cut off all trade, which would lead to our downfall. The fact that they've gone to such lengths this time suggests there might be some misunderstanding. I also find it strange. Out of nowhere, the Erdetina Principality would come after us. But now that they have attacked us directly, we cannot just sit here and take it." Arvid turned to Charlton and asked, "Prime Minister, as my advisor, what do you think?" Charlton bowed and said, "Humbert's the incident was initiated by General Andon's son, and his son cannot be found at present. Why don't we hand over General Andon to calm their anger and assess the situation further?" "You old fool. I want you to solve the crisis, not scheme against your political rivals," Arvid swore angrily. I know my offense. Charlton, frightened, immediately knelt and said, I will follow your majesty's instructions entirely. Please make a decision promptly. Mitchell, though he spoke humbly, he had already planned how to escape with his family, knowing from years of experience in politics that this disaster was inevitable. Life was more important than the position of prime minister. Any fool could see that. Useless good for nothing. What do I feed you for? Showing off and bickering every day, but when it comes down to it, you just push everything onto me. Arvid shouted, then gave a high command. Mitchell commanders must perform their duties. We must send a letter to the Erdetina Principality clarifying the truth while immediately sending someone to the Rafelxio Empire for support. And thirdly, investigate the origin of this incident thoroughly. After saying this, he added, if anyone spots the Omni-Magician within the capital, report it immediately. No one should offend him under any circumstances or for any reason. Otherwise, they will face severe legal punishment. Let him do whatever he wants. Chapter 91. Hard for the little devil. Mitchell, though the generals and officials were somewhat stunned by King Archie's order, royal commands were not to be disobeyed, and they each went their separate ways. Just as Charlton was about to exit the Grand Hall, Archie called him back. Charlton asked anxiously, Your Majesty, what else do you wish to instruct this old minister? Archie said, Prime Minister, there's still one matter I need you to handle. Humbertons, that omnipotent Saint Mage is already within our territory. The task of finding him falls upon you. Remember, bring him to the palace respectfully without the slightest disrespect. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences. Charlton wanted to find an excuse to wriggle out, but retreated immediately upon seeing the piercing gaze in Archie's eyes. He cursed silently. You cunning brat, you've just secured your throne and are now trying to wield power over your ministers. Asking me to invite him is clearly a death sentence. A flicker of barely concealed resentment flashed across his eyes, yet he showed immense pleasure. This old minister will dedicate my life until the very end. Don't be so formal. The task I've assigned you must be accomplished. Otherwise, you might lose your position as prime minister. Archie said nonchalantly. Without my life, what use would this broken prime minister position be? Charlton mumbled angrily to himself. After bowing to Archie, he exited the hall. Watching him leave, Archie revealed a look of deep-seated animosity, cursing silently. Old man, if it weren't for your usefulness right now, you'd be the first to go. Once this matter is settled, I'll settle all old accounts with you. Meanwhile, the explosion caused by Xavier's release of 5 elemental forbidden spells affected an area of 30 kilometers centered around the Mage Association. Only 3 people survived within that area. Xavier, along with Irene and Auric, whom Xavier had protected before the explosion. As the explosion subsided, Irene and Auric's expressions of astonishment and admiration were beyond description. Auric, gripping Xavier's arm with reverence, exclaimed, My God, you're truly a god. How can anyone be so powerful? Please teach me. May I become your disciple? Ignoring whether Xavier agreed or not, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, shouting, Master. Auric pays his respects. Beside him, Irene noticed something different about Xavier. Pale-faced, his eyes vacant, his movements sluggish, she asked anxiously, Xavier, what's wrong with you? What happened? Xavier, with little energy left, gasped, Hurry. Hurry and find the local branch of the Earth Mercenary Damonup. Auric also noticed Xavier's condition and urged Irene. Xavier has overexhausted his mental energy. We need to find the Earth Mercenary Damonup's branch here to give him a quiet place to meditate and recover his mental strength. Xavier, having never cast a forbidden spell before, had almost drained all his mental energy from releasing 5 at once, nearly suffering magical backlash. It wasn't until a minute before the energy ball exploded that he remembered Irene and Auric were still within the blast radius. Fortunately, he managed to shield them with the remaining magic just before the explosion. Afterward, due to the exhaustion of mental energy, Xavier showed obvious discomfort. Fortunately, they had Auric, who knew the city well, leading them quickly to the Earth Mercenary Damonup's branch in Salmondora City, the capital of the Crystal Wind Empire. The more urgent Xavier's condition became, the more obstacles appeared. Even before entering the mercenary group's branch, 2 men blocked their way. Get lost, we're not a healing center. Take him somewhere else. Irene, worried about Xavier's condition, shouted fiercely, Get out of the way, or you'll regret it. She and Auric tried to push past while supporting Xavier's arms, but were stopped by the 2 guards, one of whom leered shamelessly. This little lady is quite attractive. How about joining us for some fun? Get lost. Xavier flew a kick, hitting the man squarely in the groin, and looked at the 2 of them with an incredibly fierce, murderous gaze. The man who was kicked by Xavier clutched his crotch and howled, probably signaling the end of his family line. The other guy immediately shouted loudly, Help! Someone is challenging us here. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 people rushed out from inside, holding weapons, looking like thugs, and quickly surrounded Xavier and the others. Alfie shouted loudly, Call your guild master out quickly. If he doesn't come out, tell him his days as the guild master are numbered. Good boy, who do you think you are? You don't know what our Earth Mercenary Damonup is all about. Do you know who our powerful patron is? One of the guys said, with a face full of scar tissue. Xavier feigned curiosity and asked, Who is your powerful patron? Boy, listen up. The only omnibus mage master on the continent, Xavier, is one of the vice leaders of our Earth Mercenary Damonup. Today, you offended our Earth Mercenary Damonup. That guy sneered and continued. You offended our Earth Mercenary Damonup, so prepare to die. When he mentioned Xavier, he showed infinite respect and deference, which indicated that the group had done its job promoting Xavier well. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that the person standing right in front of him was their vice leader, Xavier. Who's making such a fuss outside? A middle-aged mage in a red magic robe led a group of people out from inside. The thugs bowed to the mage, greeting him respectfully. "Greetings, Guildmaster." "Oh, Ricky, it's late. Instead of patrolling, you're causing a ruckus here with a bunch of people," the Guildmaster scolded. Seeing the authority figure emerge, Irene pushed aside the others and addressed the mage who just came out. "You're in charge here. You arrived just in time." The mage was initially stunned but then asked, "Yes, I am the Guildmaster of the Earth Mercenary Damonups branch in the Crystal Wind Empire. May I ask what the young lady needs?" The mage could tell from Irene's splendid attire and noble demeanor that she must be someone from an aristocratic family, so he dared not offend her easily. At this moment, the guard whom Xavier had kicked in the groin approached the mage and said, "Guildmaster, these 3 people came to challenge us. Please stand up for us." Upon seeing someone dare to challenge the Earth Mercenary Damonup, the Guildmaster's expression changed instantly, and his subordinates tightened the circle around Xavier and the others. Xavier nearly fell over due to a sudden loss of balance. Fortunately, Irene and Alfie held him tightly. Irene knew that they couldn't delay any longer, so she told the mage, "The person standing next to me is one of your Earth Mercenary Damonup's vice leaders, Xavier. Why don't you come down and welcome him properly?" "Miss, without proof, how can we believe that the little mage beside you is our vice leader?" "Irikri, our vice leader Xavier is a renowned omnibus mage master on the continent. How could he look so ill?" the Guildmaster replied cautiously. "Catch this." Xavier pulled out a badge from his chest, infused it with wind magic while using martial energy, and shot it forcefully towards the Guildmaster. Thinking that catching a badge would be easy, the deputy Guildmaster casually tried to catch it, only to realize he was wrong when he felt the powerful force behind it. It contained hundreds of times more energy than he possessed. He dared not catch it carelessly, but the badge stopped in midair 10 centimeters in front of his eyes. That badge representing the identity of a vice leader of the Earth Mercenary Damonup revealed itself fully to him. The Guildmaster's face turned pale, and he trembled as he knelt down, shouting, "Yusef welcomes vice leader Xavier's visit. Forgive us for any offense." Seeing their Guildmaster kneeling, the others naturally followed suit, shouting words of welcome, while the man who had mocked them earlier almost forgot his pain and crawled over to Xavier begging for forgiveness. "Vice leader, please forgive me. It's all my fault for failing to recognize your greatness." Xavier ignored his plea for mercy and directly instructed the deputy Guildmaster, "Find me a quiet room immediately. No one should disturb me." Yes, Yusef bowed deeply. As the Guildmaster, his efficiency was indeed commendable, quickly preparing a secluded room for Xavier. To show his loyalty and protect Xavier's safety, he even allocated half of the branch personnel to guard him. However, Irene blocked them firmly, saying, "Guildmaster, go tend to your business. We can guard here." Yusef wore a troubled expression and said hesitantly, "As a member of the Earth Mercenary Damonup, I should contribute to the safety of our vice leader." Alfie also knew he wouldn't leave easily, so he immediately said, "Humber to Guildmaster. Just now there was an unwise person at the gate who verbally teased this young lady. Do you know, this young lady is someone very dear to vice leader Xavier. What do you think should be done with him?" Irene's face flushed red at Alfie's words, and she gave him a shy glare. Yusef bowed deeply to Irene and said, "I will certainly give you a satisfactory response." With that, he hurriedly left with his men, fury already bubbling up inside him. How dare one of his subordinates offend the woman of the vice leader? He would not let this insolent person off lightly. Meanwhile, outside Johnny's room, Irene and Alfie stood on either side like 2 mighty guardians watching over his safety. Chapter 92, Fusion into One. Johnny quickly entered a state of meditation, with the 2 energy spheres inside his body rapidly revolving. At the same time, Johnny also soon fell deep in thought, recalling the massive explosion produced when he cast the forbidden spell. Not a single thing within 30 kilometers had survived. It was evident how terrifying the power of a forbidden spell could be. Johnny decided to use them as little as possible in the future since that level of destruction was too powerful. But Johnny was more acutely aware than anyone else that the forbidden spell he had released back then was only a basic one. He shuddered at the thought of what an ultimate forbidden spell would look like. It might lead to the end of days, mountains collapsing, and earth shaking. Terrifying phenomena that Johnny could only imagine. Just as Johnny was envisioning these scenes, the magic energy sphere and the martial spirit energy sphere located in his dantian gradually moved towards each other. Upon converging, the 2 spheres began to merge miraculously, fusing into a complete single sphere, though reduced to half its original size. There were no traces of magic or martial spirit energies from this unremarkable energy, which made Johnny break out in a cold sweat, fearing that he had lost his abilities after casting the forbidden spell again. Hastily, he circulated his martial spirit energy and found the energy sphere instantly transforming into immensely thick martial spirit energy, 10 times stronger than before. Following this surge of energy throughout his body, he discovered that he had advanced from peak grand passage to early essence realm. Reassured that his martial spirit energy hadn't disappeared but improved, Johnny felt a wave of joy. Under his will, the energy sphere transformed into various forms of magical energies required for different spells, indicating that his magic power had significantly increased far beyond the capabilities of a great mage. Both martial spirit energy and magic power now followed Johnny's intentions immediately, almost indiscernible by the naked eye due to their speed. Is this what Teacher Mario described as the Sage Mage realm? Johnny said to himself excitedly. Another strange phenomenon drew Johnny's attention. The energy sphere seemingly vanished from his abdomen and reappeared in his dantian area. This reminded him of the lost spatial magic on the continent, where concentrated control over energy allowed for instantaneous transfer from one place to another. After repeating the process, Johnny confirmed his theory. Breakthroughs in strength and understanding the theory of spatial magic brought Johnny immense joy, as he silently said to himself. It seems releasing the 5-element forbidden spell wasn't a bad thing after all. Mitchell, though I nearly suffered backlash from the spell's power, there wouldn't be any rewards without taking risks. This risk was worth it. With a smile on his face, Johnny continued meditating. When Johnny awoke from his meditation, he found that it was already bright outside. Stretching deeply, he felt exceptionally refreshed, filled with energy and vigor. Facing the rising sun, he murmured to himself, another day has passed. Getting up and opening the door, he saw Raphaelvina leaning against it, asleep. Her stunning face, emitting the fragrance of blooming flowers, couldn't hide her tiredness. Johnny gently woke her up, softly saying, Raphaelvina, wake up, go rest on the bed. Upon hearing someone calling her name, Raphaelvina slowly opened her eyes, catching sight of a familiar face through her squinted lids. Suddenly wide awake, she grasped Johnny's hand and cheered. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You're finally awake. Hearing Raphaelvina's cries, Shane and the branch guild master rushed over. Seeing Johnny unharmed, the branch guild master said, Deputy leader, you're finally awake. What do you mean finally? It's just been one night. It feels like I've been asleep for much longer, said the lively Johnny jokingly. Just one night. Shane's expression turned into a huge question mark. Aren't you telling me it wasn't just one night? Johnny became curious as well, having only felt like he was in meditation for a single night. Shane said, You've been in meditation for 3 whole days and nights. She pointed at Raphaelvina, adding, Look at Miss Raphaelvina. For 3 days and nights, she hasn't left your room door once. No matter how we tried to persuade her, she wouldn't budge. When she ate, it was what we sent in, and when she was exhausted, she rested by leaning against the door. Johnny, don't listen to Brother Shane's nonsense. It's all right as long as you're awake, Raphaelvina said. Man is not made of wood or grass. Who could be without feelings? Johnny knew Raphaelvina had deep affection for him, but due to past grievances, he had never accepted her feelings. Yet she always stayed by his side, and this time, to protect his safety, she hadn't left the door for 3 days and nights. Such devotion couldn't fail to touch him. Seeing that Raphaelvina's body was almost in a circle from leaning against the door and noticing her constant yawning, Johnny felt a pang of guilt and gently said, Raphaelvina, thank you. Go back to your room and rest well. No, I want to follow you wherever you go, Raphaelvina pouted like a child, leaving Johnny with no choice but to coax her. Good girl, go and rest. But still, she refused to leave, her drowsy eyes fixed on his. From her concerned and worried gaze, Johnny understood her meaning. She feared that to save Lenore, he might recklessly barge ahead once more. Johnny then said, Humbertly girl, I promise not to rashly rush into anything again. Don't worry. Satisfied with Johnny's assurance, Raphaelvina nodded. At that moment, Johnny suddenly vanished on the spot, frightening Raphaelvina so much that she called out wildly, Johnny, Johnny, where are you? Everyone frantically searched, but could not find Johnny. Just as they were getting anxious like ants on a hot griddle, Johnny reappeared miraculously 20 meters away in the garden, smiling at the crowd and shouting, No need to search anymore. I'm here. Hearing his voice, everyone turned their heads. Indeed, it was Johnny standing in the garden. Raphaelvina ran over first, grabbing his hand, and asked curiously, How did you get here? You were clearly at the door just now. Those who followed also couldn't help but ask, driven by curiosity. Johnny tapped Raphaelvina's forehead with his index finger and chuckled, saying, Because you've been guarding the door so diligently, I'll tell you the biggest good news. What good news? Tell me quickly, Raphaelvina eagerly demanded. Her fatigue and sleepiness vanished entirely, driven away by Johnny's actions and words. Everyone else perked up their ears as well. Some even cupped their hands around their ears to act as makeshift megaphones, all eager to hear what good news their deputy leader had to share. I have broken through to the Sage Mage realm and have grasped the principle of spatial magic, Johnny said slowly, making everyone's hearts pound. Johnny, you truly grasped spatial magic? It has been lost for nearly 1,000 years, Shane asked, still not quite believing what he heard and saw. Johnny replied somewhat annoyed. Didn't you see just now? I call it spatial teleportation. Mitchell, though I've only just grasped it, the distance I can travel isn't far, currently only about 100 meters. Long live the deputy leader. Long live the deputy leader. Under Eric's lead, all the team members cheered. Raphaelvina, too, couldn't hide her joy and stammered. Hish, that's great. Johnny said. Mitchell right, silly girl, go back to your room and rest. Otherwise, I won't talk to you later. If you rest well, I'll teach you spatial teleportation. Really? Raphaelvina looked at Johnny dubiously. After receiving his firm confirmation again, she gave him a sweet smile and obediently went back to her room under others' guidance. She indeed needed rest after 3 days and nights, especially for a princess who grew up in luxury. However, Shane tightly held Johnny's hands, shamelessly pleading, Johnny, teach me spatial teleportation too. I'll do anything you ask. This made the other members jealous. They all wanted Johnny to teach them spatial magic. Everyone wished to learn this millennium-lost magic from their deputy leader. With spatial magic alone, one could pride themselves across the continent. Nothing could be more tempting than this. Anyone who mastered spatial magic would gain whatever they desired. Seeing his subordinates behaving like love-struck fools, Johnny smiled and said, I'm not saying I won't teach you. Deliberately leaving the sentence half-finished. Johnny enjoyed watching them squirm in anticipation and scratch their heads in frustration. Deputy Leader, please just say what you need. As long as I can manage it, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. At this moment, everyone wanted to show their loyalty to Johnny. Johnny said unhurriedly, now, all of you just do your best in your own duties. When your contributions are great enough, you can learn spatial teleportation. Johnny knew that he still needed his subordinates' help to save Lenore, but was worried they might not be wholeheartedly devoted. Therefore, he used the lost magic of spatial teleportation as a reward to stimulate their enthusiasm. We will dedicate ourselves entirely to the Earth mercenary Damming, serving tirelessly until death. Including Shane, all the team members expressed their loyalty. Chapter 93, Confrontation. Mitchell looked at his subordinates with a satisfied smile. After the laughter subsided, he said to Hemlock, how many members do we have in the Crystal Wind Empire? Hemlock replied, in the entire Crystal Wind Empire, our great Earth mercenary Damming has a total of 3,400 members. In Salamantala City alone, there are 1,600 members. What orders do you have, Vice Leader? I will give you one day to gather as many members as possible from across the Crystal Wind Empire. I have very important matters for you all to undertake, Mitchell said. Yes, Vice Leader. By the way, I have another order. All members of the Great Earth Mercenary Damming should call me by my name, not Vice Leader. It makes me feel uncomfortable. But how can this be? We cannot disregard our hierarchical positions. Hemlock and others showed signs of difficulty. I say it is fine, then it is fine, Mitchell insisted firmly. Then he called over Nick, a burly man, and asked, do you wish to help me with something? I am willing. Whatever you, Vice Leader, ask, I, Nick, will never say no. If I fail, I will come back with my head. Nick patted his chest confidently, but noticing Mitchell's expression turn serious, hastily changed his words. As long as Brother Mitchell says a word, I will complete it. He found it uneasy calling Mitchell just by his name, so he added the word brother, making it sound more friendly. Mitchell handed Nick a completely gold-plated token and said solemnly, with this token, immediately go and meet General Ephraim, the commander of the Northern Army of the Eridina Duchy. Command him to move the Northern Army to the border between the Eridina Duchy and the Crystal Wind Empire immediately. I only give you 2 days. By the end of the second day, I must hear news of the army stationed at the border. Guaranteed completion of the mission, Nick said. Actually, Hemlock and others understood their vice leader's intentions to rescue Princess Elena. News had already spread from headquarters that their vice leader was planning to reach Salamantala City within 7 days. However, they were unexpectedly greeted by Mitchell and company after only 3 days. Not only had he managed to defeat the Crystal Wind Empire's magic guild on his own, but his true strength had remained undisclosed even after he rejoined the Great Earth Mercenary Damming. Seeing Mitchell's exceptional abilities and unwavering commitment to rescuing his love, every member felt immense admiration and pride. Oh yes, Brother Mitchell, I have some good news for you, Hemlock happily announced. What good news? Mitchell asked curiously. The Emperor of the Crystal Wind Empire, Flint, recently ordered everyone in the Empire not to offend you in any way. So, this bodes well for our rescue operation of Princess Elena. Oh, Mitchell pondered curiously, ultimately still unable to figure out why. Therefore, he concluded, no matter what, let's split up now and get things done. With these words, everyone went off to accomplish their tasks. Mitchell called out to D. Brother D, now let's find your father. Yu's disappearance involves him too. D agreed readily. Okay, I'll take you to see my father right away. I also want to ask him why he sent people to chase after me. Soon, they arrived at the residence of General Ariest, the Grand General of the South, located in Salamantala City. The gate was closed with no guards around. Only 2 towering stone lions guarding the premises. D wanted to knock on the door, but Mitchell stopped him with a look and hurled a water ball formed from water elements at the gate, producing a loud knocking sound. At this moment, the door swung open, and more than 10 spear-wielding soldiers ran out swiftly, followed by a middle-aged man resembling a butler who shouted arrogantly, "Who dares crash into the general's gate like that?" D immediately stepped forward. "Butler, is my father here?" "It's you, young master. You've finally returned." The butler warmly grabbed D's arms. "My father, where is he? I need to talk to him." D brought Mitchell inside while speaking. The butler darted forward to block D, saying anxiously, "Young master, the general is discussing military affairs with his subordinates at this moment. You should wait in the hall for a while before talking to him. Otherwise, if you anger the general, there will be no good end for you." D glanced awkwardly at Mitchell. Mitchell seized the butler's hand fiercely and growled, "Old man, lead the way now. I don't care if he's having a meeting or not. If he doesn't come out soon, don't blame me for being impolite. You brat, who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble at the general's residence?" The butler yelled, trying to break free from Mitchell's grip and calling on many of his men to apprehend Mitchell. But no matter how hard he tried, Mitchell remained unmoved. By this point, Mitchell had complete control over the power inside his body and appeared as an ordinary person without any magic. This ordinary butler couldn't possibly sense Mitchell's immense strength. Otherwise, even with 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. Mitchell tightened his grip, making the butler beg, "Young master, please spare me. I'll take you to see General Ariest immediately." Mitchell said, "Good for you. Otherwise, they would have been your role models." As he spoke, a 20-meter-high rockery nearby exploded into dust instantly. Seeing this, the butler finally realized that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually someone with hidden depths. The butler shakily moved his legs, leading Mitchell and his party toward where Orist was holding the meeting. The explosion also startled Orist and his attendees. A formidable middle-aged man wearing blue armor sat in the center, evidently the Grand General of the South of the Crystal Wind Empire and Dee's father, General Orist Doric. Four other generals dressed in armor were seated below. Among them was Hollis, the Flying Tiger general whom Mitchell had almost killed at the border, indicating these four must be Orist's famous four great generals: Hollis, Gaspard, Bob, and Rafflemont. Orist rose and said to Hollis, "Hollis, go out and see what's happening immediately." "Yes, General." Hollis stood up to investigate the situation. At that moment, the door of the conference room exploded open with a loud bang, revealing Mitchell's furious face leading the group. "It's you again." Hollis was so frightened by Mitchell's appearance that he stepped back several steps immediately. That scene at the border had left a deep scar on him, haunting his dreams, making it impossible for him to forget how Mitchell had single-handedly wiped out over 1,000 elite soldiers. Seeing Hollis' nervous expression, Orist was greatly puzzled. He could not understand why his favorite Flying Tiger general was showing fear at the sight of a young mage. So he asked curiously, "General Hollis, do you know him?" "Report to the general. This man slaughtered over 1,000 of my troops at the border," Hollis replied. "What? You're saying it's him?" Orist stammered. Though he had heard news about the incident from Hollis and the border reports, he hadn't met Mitchell personally. Recalling the Emperor's command, anyone in the Empire must not offend this man, and seeing Mitchell standing before him with blazing anger, he knew something significant was about to happen. Looking simultaneously at Dee behind Mitchell, he roared, "You're back." "Father," Dee shouted from behind. Mitchell looked at Orist, surprised that he possessed sword sync capabilities. Thinking about Dee made him chuckle. He's studying martial arts, yet his son studies magic. Laughing coldly, Mitchell said, "Orist, don't put on your general airs here. This time, I've brought Dee back to settle accounts with you." "Settle accounts? What accounts can you have with this general?" Despite adhering to the Emperor's order, Orist's pride still showed. Mitchell pushed Dee forward and said, "I've brought Dee back now. Give us back Elena immediately, or not only will you die, but the entire Crystal Wind Empire will perish. Don't be afraid. I've already sent someone to mobilize the troops, ready to launch an attack on the Crystal Wind Empire anytime soon." And what? Orist's heartbeat suddenly increased drastically. He knew each word from Mitchell concerned the fate of the Crystal Wind Empire, and any slip-up might enrage him. "If a full-spectrum Saint Mage were to make a move, do you think your Crystal Wind Empire would stand a chance?" Mitchell said with an unperturbed expression. "What? A full-spectrum Saint Mage?" Orist looked at Mitchell in disbelief. A few days ago, the reports indicated that he was only a full-spectrum High Mage. How could he become a full-spectrum Saint Mage in just a few days? If this were true, there would be no need for the Gianniatina Principality to launch a nationwide attack. This young mage alone would suffice to bring the Crystal Wind Empire to its knees. The Empire had assumed he was merely a High Mage and believed they might have some leeway if they sought aid from the Rafelxiu Empire. But against a full-spectrum Saint Mage, even the combined forces of the entire continent might not be enough to prevail. Chapter 94. Explanation given. I, Ferris, originally just wanted to be a carefree and leisurely person in this world. The grievances and rights and wrongs of the continent had nothing to do with me as long as no one provoked me. But you, for your own interests, repeatedly provoked me. Irikriover, you recklessly kidnapped my Elena. Then you should have known what kind of outcome would await you. Quickly hand over Elena. My patience has its limits. If you still don't hand her over before I get angry, then I will really have to take action, Ferris said. Don't be angry first. We will definitely give you an explanation about this matter. Jamie, who was usually domineering, was now obsequious towards Linus, which made his four generals extremely dissatisfied. Among them, the general known as the Flying Dragon General, Gaspard, stepped forward and said, "General, he's alone. A mighty tiger can't resist a pack of wolves. Let's take him together." Bang! Gaspard was slapped hard by someone, spinning around on the spot several times before stopping, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth staining his clothes. On the ground were two white, blood-stained objects, Gaspard's two front teeth, undoubtedly another deed done by Linus. Jamie shouted loudly, "Whoever dares to speak out of turn will be punished according to military law. Have you forgotten?" His Majesty ordered that no one could offend him for any reason. Turning back to Linus, he apologized repeatedly. "Sorry, it's because of my subordinates' ignorance. Please don't be angry. I apologize on their behalf here." Linus first said to Gaspard, "If you say another word, I'll kill you immediately." His cold tone and icy gaze sent chills through everyone present. He then turned to Jerome and said, "I don't need any explanations. I only ask that you hand over Elena immediately. As long as you hand over Elena, everything that happened before can be considered not to have happened." At this moment, a figure quietly crept toward the door, lifting his leg to step over the threshold, only to find an invisible transparent wall blocking him. Soon afterward, a powerful force from the wall threw the figure back, slamming heavily onto the ground. Flying Lion General. The other three generals rushed over and lifted the figure up, finding that this person was already pale and weak. He was breathing more in than out. You. The three generals approached Linus step by step with anger in their eyes. Linus scoffed loudly. "Want to call for reinforcements? It's not that easy. I set a barrier before entering. Without my permission, no one can leave this room. Do you also want to meet the same fate as him? I can make that happen. Don't move rashly." Jamie quickly stopped his subordinates. Just now, the opponent used only a barrier to cause one of his major generals to perish, and their side kept provoking Linus time and again. It was like holding a torch approaching a powder keg, ready to explode at any time. Orders are orders. Upon receiving Jamie's command, the three retreated, not daring to make another move or even exhale too loudly. At this time, Elwin looked at Linus pitifully, his lips twitching non-stop, as if begging Linus not to harm his father. Linus could naturally see their father-son affection in his eyes. Mitchell, though he was anxious about Elena's situation, he couldn't bear to ignore their familial bond. So he said, Elwin, given the time we spent together, I will let you resolve matters with your father first. Thank you. Elwin looked gratefully at Linus and then asked his father, am I your son? Jamie was baffled by Elwin's question. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're not my son, whose son would you be? If I'm your son, then why did you send people to chase me down multiple times? If it wasn't for Linus saving me, I would have been dead long ago. This time I came back just to ask you why you sent people to chase down your own son, Elwin said earnestly. You brat. When have I ever sent anyone to chase after you? Jamie was thoroughly confused, with his son accusing him of such actions in front of so many subordinates. Humbercher, is there some misunderstanding here? The general has never sent anyone to chase after you. The butler beside him couldn't help but explain. Linus glared at him angrily. Who asked you to speak? Yes, I dare not anymore. The butler, scared, obediently retreated to the side. Jamie said, tell me in detail what this is all about. Elwin hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the entire process to Jamie. He finished with anger. The old fellows of the Mage Association only take orders from His Majesty. If it wasn't for you and Chancellor Charlton's joint recommendation to His Majesty, how could those old things have been sent to chase after me? Remember, I am your own flesh and blood son. Could you really bear to do this? As Elwin spoke, Jamie gradually understood the whole incident and vaguely figured out why the Kingdom of Eridina had accused his country of kidnapping their princess. It seemed that everything was orchestrated by Charlton, the cunning old fox. Despite understanding, Jamie's resentment did not dissipate. Being scolded by his own son, he slapped Elwin across the face while shouting, listen carefully, you brat. I, Jamie, have always conducted myself with integrity and would never resort to despicable actions like hiring assassins against my own son. Really? Elwin looked at his father uncertainly. I've always spoken the truth. There's no need to deceive you, Jamie said solemnly. Linus pulled Elwin aside and coldly faced Jamie. Mitchellwright, now that you've had your heart-to-heart, it's time to account for the abduction of my Elena. The kidnapping of Princess Elena was not my doing. It was all the work of Chancellor Charlton. Don't push all the blame onto him just because you're on your deathbed. Fail to hand over Elena, and I'll claim your life as recompense. Rest assured, Charlton will soon join you, Linus said as he took a step closer, staring down at Jamie with stern eyes. The life of the great General Jamie of the Jingfeng Empire hung by a thread, and everyone present held their breath, feeling extremely dejected. Mitchell, though Jamie possessed the strength of a sword saint and was highly esteemed in Jingfeng as the Grand General, he was no match for a multi-elemental archmage who could easily annihilate him with a wave of his hand. I'm telling the truth. Go ahead if you don't believe me, Jamie said with dignity. No, Elwin cried out in fear, stepping between them with pleading eyes. He had been thinking about his father's words and remembered his usual character, just and unbending, not someone who would commit such despicable acts. Though misunderstandings had occurred between them, familial bonds were stronger than water. He couldn't bear to see his father die. Linus growled, Elwin, get out of the way. Don't think I won't kill you. Johnner, I believe my father. I believe he didn't send anyone to kidnap Elena. If you must take his life, then take mine instead. Elwin knelt before Linus. We are also willing to die for the general, the three remaining generals said unanimously, kneeling before Linus with resolute voices, showing their determination to protect their master and face death without hesitation. Jamie tried to help them up. What are you doing? Get up. General, you've been our pillar of support. We're willing to die for you, they echoed. Jamie forcefully helped the three men and his son to their feet and said, if so, let's stand united and never bow to the enemy. As you command, General. Jamie nodded and turned to Linus. His Majesty once gave an order that no one should offend you. Besides, we aren't your match. So go ahead, we won't resist. Everyone closed their eyes. Linus saw their resolute, unyielding expressions, which didn't seem false. After some thought, he said, fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Now, I'm giving you a chance to explain. If your reasons fail to convince me, I will still kill you. Thank you, Johnner, Elwin said gratefully. As long as Linus gave them a chance to explain, there might be hope for resolution. Jamie paused and began his explanation. The root of the matter stems from the discord between Chancellor Charlton and me at court. Over the years, Charlton and I have been locked in both overt and covert struggles, gradually forming two opposing factions. As the head of the military, I lead the war faction, while Charlton, leading the court nobles, stands for the peace faction. The situation on the continent is constantly changing. I have always advised His Majesty that waging war to counteract war is the only way to protect our Jingfeng Empire. This inevitably affects the interests of the peace faction, causing them to continuously strike against us. Unfortunately, our war faction's strength has never matched theirs, and Charlton has repeatedly accused and marginalized me before His Majesty, eager to remove me once and for all. But I have always been cautious, never giving him any handles. Even the contest between Elwin and his grandson Alec over the daughter of Corey was prearranged by them. They hoped Alec would kill Elwin, driving me to madness with grief. However, what they didn't expect was for Elwin to cripple Alec in a fit of rage. After investigating, I found out that Corey was working closely with Charlton. Clearly, this wasn't just coincidence. Sure enough, Charlton then advised His Majesty to severely punish Elwin and me. To preserve our power and prevent the peace faction from becoming too dominant, I decided to have Elwyn sever his own arm as an act of atonement. The general speaks the truth, the three flying generals said in unison. By now, Elwyn was already in tears, his towering and imposing figure unable to hide his inner guilt. He realized he had misunderstood his father, shamefully believing that his father would yield to Charlton's threats just to keep his position. Instead, his father endured immense humiliation for the safety of their country. Choked with emotion, Elwyn said, "Father, it's my fault. Please punish me." Chapter 95. Someone from headquarters. Artemio said, "I was also at fault for not explaining it to you beforehand, which led to your misunderstanding and running away from home. Your departure gave Ephraim an excellent pretext for retaliation. Fortunately, His Majesty wisely and sternly ordered Ephraim not to pursue the matter. I deliberately advised His Majesty that I should be dispatched to defend the southern region in order to avoid direct confrontation with him. In secret, I contacted various pro-war generals, preparing for a future opportunity to eliminate Ephraim's pro-peace faction once and for all. Though I left the capital, I clearly knew that Ephraim would not easily give up. While being cautious, I also posted a wanted notice at the Mercenary Guild to find your whereabouts. Later on, amidst dealing with numerous trivial matters, I neglected the search." Artemio did not forget to thank Zhenge. "Thank you very much. I owe you for rescuing my son, Leland. This favor will always be remembered. If there is anything you need in the future, please send someone to inform me, and I will do my best to assist." Upon hearing this, Zhenge understood the course of events. Ephraim must have sent people repeatedly to chase after Leland because he wanted to avenge his grandson and mentally torment Artemio. As the saying goes, castles are easiest to conquer from within. Once Artemio fell, those under his leadership would surely scatter. It was truly a two birds with one stone scheme. However, Zhenge saved Leland multiple times, disrupting Ephraim's plans. Enraged, Ephraim resorted to kidnapping Patty to threaten Zhenge in exchange for Leland. Despite the Magic Guild elders supposedly obeying only the Emperor, Ephraim, as Prime Minister, had ways to manipulate them. Zhenge conceded, "I provisionally believe what you say, but I will verify everything with Ephraim. By the way, since you were guarding the south, why are you in the capital?" Artemio replied, "I returned due to an urgent imperial edict." Leland asked, "What happened? Could it be Ephraim's doing again?" Artemio responded, "Not this time. It's all about Saint Magus, Zhenge, who is by your side." "For me?" Zhenge curiously asked, his angry expression and cold tone softening slightly as Artemio explained, alleviating the tense atmosphere in the hall. "Yes, the Iva Duchy accuses us of kidnapping their princess, condemning us across the continent, and threatening war to rescue her. Even worse, the only Mitchell element Grand Mage, no, the only Saint Magus on the continent, Zhenge, came in anger. Our country suddenly plunged into chaos. To stabilize the nation and its people, His Majesty urgently summoned me back." Artemio then pleaded, "Respected Saint Magus, please consider our Jinfeng Empire citizens and avoid unnecessary conflict to prevent unnecessary suffering. Mitchell, though I advocate warfare, peace should be prioritized when possible. Please, Saint Magus, for the sake of the people, refrain from conflict." Three flying generals chorused. "I can't comply." Zhenge firmly refused. "Why?" Artemio was perplexed. "Would you really watch as both nations' people suffer from war?" "Why? It's simple, this is for Patty. Even if it means offending the entire Oyuan continent, I will do whatever it takes until she is safe. Your Jinfeng Empire remains my enemy. If I find any lies in your words, rest assured that the downfall of the Jinfeng Empire starts here. In short, until Patty is rescued, I will continuously pressure your empire. We will do everything to rescue Princess Patty," Artemio reassured. "Mitchell, right, I'll take my leave now. Remember what I said." Zhenge vanished into thin air with a spatial teleportation. With his disappearance, the restrictions around the hall also dissipated, making everyone present feel instantly refreshed. Seeing Zhenge disappear right before him, Artemio was lost in thought, gazing at the spot where Zhenge had been. Seeing his father standing motionless, Leland mistakenly thought that Zhenge had harmed him and immediately rushed forward to shake his body and shout, "Father, what's wrong? Son, could it be that what he just used is the long-lost spatial teleportation that hasn't been seen for nearly 1,000 years?" Artemio was still incredibly excited. "Yes," Leland replied softly. His answer made Artemio even more thrilled. Mitchell, though he was only a swordsman, he had long heard of spatial teleportation. No matter how fast one's combat movements were, they couldn't compare to the unmatched speed of spatial teleportation, which could make anyone victorious. However, today he had the good fortune to witness this technique, and it came from a young mage who was also the continent's only Mitchell element Grand Mage and Saint Magus. With spatial teleportation, this mage was almost like a god to other mages. The excitement was soon overshadowed by frustration, as this powerful figure was currently on their opposing side. Looking at his father's envious yet disappointed expression, Leland said, "Father, don't worry. I have a chance to learn his spatial teleportation." "What? You mean you also have the opportunity to learn his spatial teleportation? How could he possibly teach such a lost art to you?" Artemio wouldn't easily believe there was someone foolish enough to do that. "Yes, because I've joined the Earth Mercenary Guild, and he promised all members that if they serve wholeheartedly, they will have the chance to learn spatial teleportation," Leland said proudly. "The Earth Mercenary Guild? Are you talking about the Earth Mercenary Guild ranked 6th on the continent?" Artemio asked. Leland nodded in response. Artemio said meaningfully, "Leland, whether or not you can learn spatial teleportation, you must build a good relationship with him. As long as he stands on our side, we have nothing to fear from Ephraim. With him, the Earth Mercenary Guild will eventually become the greatest guild on the continent. So seize this opportunity, understand? Yes, father. Everyone felt sorrow upon seeing the Flying Lion General's unexpected death. As soldiers, they should honor dying in battle rather than this unfortunate end. Yet they could not seek revenge. Despite the tragedy, Artemio still ordered, properly bury the Flying Lion General. He served the Empire faithfully. After leaving the general's residence, Johnny returned directly to the Mercenary Guild. Hemlock immediately reported to him, "Brother Johnny, I gathered 2,000 members. The others are on missions outside and couldn't return. They're already assembled outside, ready to act at your command." Johnny thought Hemlock was quite efficient, gathering 2,000 members in just the morning. Recognizing such talent, Johnny nodded approvingly and asked, "How are these members' abilities?" Hemlock replied, "These 2,000 members consist of 1,600 swordsmen and 400 mages, all elite individuals. But compared to you, Brother Johnny, they're nothing." Hemlock didn't forget to flatter Johnny. "Good. Have them train intensively and remain on standby." "Understood. I have something to attend to now. Don't make any rash moves until I return." Just as Johnny was about to leave, he was blocked by Irene at the door. Johnny gently said, "Why did you get up? Why don't you rest a bit more? I'm worried about you." Irene pouted and grabbed Johnny's arm tightly, saying, "No matter where you go, I want to go with you. The place I'm going is very dangerous. Please wait for me at home. I'll return soon." Johnny comforted her, patting her hand. Irene held Johnny's arm even tighter, afraid he would vanish again. That morning, Johnny's solo trip to the Southern General's residence made her worry so much that she couldn't rest properly. She waited by the door for Johnny to return, relieved when he did. Now she wouldn't let him go alone again, her eyes full of genuine affection. "No matter how dangerous it is, I won't be afraid as long as I'm with you." Johnny was well aware that the place he was about to go, the Chancellor's residence, was 10 times more perilous than the Southern General's residence. He himself had nothing to fear across the entire continent, but if he brought Irene along, it would be hard to predict what could happen. To this day, his failure to rescue Aliana made him feel extremely guilty. If he failed to save Aliana and also harmed Irene in the process, he doubted he would ever smile again. Aliana's dire situation couldn't allow him to delay any longer. Johnny wished he could immediately appear at the Chancellor's residence and create chaos until they handed Aliana over. After all, he had come to the Crystal Wind Empire prepared for the worst outcome, even considering destroying the Empire as retribution for harming Aliana. However, with Irene insisting on following him, Johnny found himself quite troubled and could only try to persuade her repeatedly. At this moment, Hemlock came in with excitement to report, "Brother Johnny, headquarters has sent someone over." "Who is it?" Johnny looked toward the entrance. Chapter 96, Apprehending the Chancellor. "Have you forgotten your old friends?" A rough yet cold voice called out as two familiar faces appeared at the doorway. It was Janice and Andre. Johnny immediately greeted them, saying, "Why have you come?" "His Majesty was worried about you being alone, and we just couldn't sit still, so we decided to come here and find you," Janice said. "Which part is more enjoyable for a guy like me than being able to fight outside? Leaving me with that bunch of waste inside the unit almost drove me crazy, so Janice and I decided to come and look for you." Andre laughed and continued, "As soon as we entered this Crystal Wind Empire, we heard that you had some major actions, killing over 1,000 border guards on the border and wiping out the Magic Guild in one stroke. Your fame has reached its peak. I bet there's not a single person on the continent who doesn't know you." Johnny smiled awkwardly and welcomed them into the hall. Janice asked, "Johnny, do you have any news about the princess?" As soon as Patty was mentioned, Johnny's face darkened instantly. Janice hurried to apologize. "I'm sorry. This can't be blamed on you. It's all because I'm too useless. Despite my abilities, I can't rescue Patty." "Johnny, rest assured, to rescue the princess, His Majesty has dispatched another 20,000 troops, and accompanying them are elite units from the Great Earth Mercenary Daminap gathered from all over the continent, totaling around 10,000 people, making up an army of 30,000 led by Commander Giovanni, who set off secretly and will soon arrive at the border between the two countries. "We will certainly get a satisfactory answer from the Crystal Wind Empire this time," Janice said. Andre chimed in. "With such a large force backing us up, we can disrupt things there without worries. Besides, my sword hasn't tasted blood for a long time, and this time I'll make sure it gets plenty." Belle couldn't help but remind Johnny, "Humbert's the army is arriving shortly. Perhaps you should wait until they come. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks again. You almost gave me a heart attack last time." Johnny comforted her with a bitter smile. "I'm fine, right? It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. You should be happy for me. What new adventure did you have this time? Tell me quickly." Andre couldn't resist asking due to his curiosity. Every time he met Johnny, he always experienced tremendous amazement. Johnny didn't hide anything and replied, "It's nothing much, just that I've advanced to become a Saint Mage Master." "What? You left Neutral City only for a few days, and how did you break through so quickly? You're really moving too fast." Andre was utterly shocked and couldn't help praising him. "If we had known this earlier, sending so many troops wouldn't have been necessary. You alone would be enough to make the Crystal Wind Empire submit." "Did your martial arts also advance?" Knowing Johnny was proficient in both magic and martial arts, Janice guessed that if his magic had advanced, his martial skills wouldn't stay stagnant. Johnny nodded and said, "Yes. Johnny, you are truly a miracle. Compared to you, we seem insignificant. Tell us, what other miracles happened?" Andre pressed further. Before Johnny could reply, Belle answered everyone's curiosity first. He also mastered spatial teleportation. She looked happier than if she had learned it herself. Andre slapped Johnny on the shoulder and said, How do I even describe you? You've even mastered the nearly 1,000-year-old lost art of spatial teleportation. From now on, this Avalon continent will belong to you. Zhenge replied coldly. So what if I'm a Saint Mage master or can do spatial teleportation? I still can't save Patty. If she could return safely, I'd rather give up everything I have. Janice patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, we'll definitely rescue Princess Patty. Andre suddenly asked, By the way, Zhenge, what were you in such a hurry to do just now? If you're going to make money, you have to call me. My assassin business has been inactive for a while, and it's becoming unbearable. Count me in too. Naturally, Janice didn't want to fall behind either. And neither could the beautiful Belle be left out. At this moment, one of the subordinate members guarding the gate came in to report to Zhenge. Deputy leader, the Crystal Wind Empire has sent someone. Should we send them away or let them in? Who is it? General Jerome of Crystal Wind Empire's southern region and his son. Let them in. Yes. Zhenge was puzzled. Why did Jerome come to find him? He had been courteous enough not to cause trouble for him. Soon, Jerome and Cameron entered the hall. Cameron first greeted Zhenge as a subordinate member before standing obediently behind her father. Zhenge asked, Why have you come? Jerome replied, His Majesty orders me to invite you to the palace for important discussions. Zhenge said, Go back and tell Chandler that if he wants to talk, he should come here in person. Otherwise, we will not discuss anything face to face. Jerome hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Are you not going quickly? Tell him to think about what is more important, his life or his dignity. If we come to him, his throne will be at its end. Andre didn't care whether Jerome was a general or a sword saint. Zhenge continued, Let me give you some information. The Iva Principality has already dispatched an army of 100,000 to station at the border. And this Samantora city also has 10,000 elite members from our Great Earth Mercenary Damonup. Among them are many sword saints like Brother Baron. They only await my command to launch attacks both inside and outside. Can you imagine the outcome? Zhenge intentionally exaggerated the numbers to create psychological pressure on Crystal Wind Empire. But the more Jerome listened, the more anxious he felt. The cold sweat streaming down his forehead had already soaked through his clothes. 100,000 troops, 10,000 mercenaries, and most frightening of all were killers like Andre. These types of experts often valued results over process, making it impossible to guard against them. If they met face to face, anyone other than someone as exceptional as Zhenge would be no match for them. Yes, I'll report immediately, Jerome said. Jerome felt like he was being treated like a servant, feeling extremely humiliated, but he knew very well that no matter who you were, whether a southern general or a royal noble, you had to lower your head in front of Zhenge. Hold on. Zhenge stopped Jerome, who was about to leave. Do you have anything else for me to convey? Tell Chandler not to play any tricks. I'm giving you only 1 hour. If he doesn't arrive within an hour, don't blame me for unleashing slaughter. Michelso, tell him to bring Pissman and the bunch from the Magic Guild together, so I don't have to go after them one by one. Zhenge warned. Yes, I will certainly report your words accurately to His Majesty. Please wait for us for a moment. Jerome hurriedly returned to the palace to relay the message. Back in the Imperial Council Hall, Jerome faithfully recounted Zhenge's words to Chandler. After hearing it, Chandler immediately ordered the gathering of everyone to discuss a response. The 4 generals, the 5 Johniders of the Magic Guild, and other civil and military officials arrived quickly, but Pissman was nowhere to be seen. Chandler held back his anger and loudly asked, Who summoned the Chancellor? Why isn't he here yet? At this moment, the son of the Chancellor, DeLong Pissman, commander of the Imperial Guard Corps of Crystal Wind Empire, stepped forward and knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, my father is bedridden with illness, so he could not come. Please forgive him. Chandler knew that the old man was pretending to be ill to avoid the situation. He thought to himself, no wonder every time I ask him about the omni-continuous Archmage, he either says he doesn't know or is still searching. If not for the Southern General revealing the truth today, I would have been kept in the dark forever. Humbertons, you feign illness and refuse to come. Let's see how calm you can remain when I start with your son. It's better to offend Pissman who hinders my matters than Zhenge who can lead to the destruction of my country. Knowing that Zhenge was targeting Pissman, Chandler loudly ordered, Come, immediately dismiss DeLong as commander of the Imperial Guard Corps and imprison him awaiting judgment. Transfer the Imperial Guard Corps under the Southern General's command. DeLong collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I beg you to rescind the order. I beg you to rescind the order. Nearly 2/3 of the officials present knelt down to plead for DeLong, clearly the faction led by Pissman advocating for peace. Chandler slammed his hand on the table, raging, Whoever dares to plead for DeLong will be treated as a co-conspirator. No minister dared to speak up for DeLong after that. Chandler continued, Which of you loyal subjects is willing to lead the Imperial Guard Corps to apprehend Pissman and bring him here? The ministers all looked at each other, not daring to say a word, for none of them wanted to take on this hot potato. If Chandler was now bold enough to cut down the deeply entrenched Chancellor, it must mean he had made ample preparations. At this moment, everyone was thinking about how to protect themselves, leaving their leader to his own devices. Seeing no one respond, Chandler angrily said, You used to get along well with Pissman, didn't you? Why does nobody dare to arrest him? At this moment, the 3rd John Eater of the Magic Guild volunteered, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead men to arrest Chancellor Pissman. Chandler was greatly pleased, saying, With you, 3rd John Eater, taking care of this, I can rest easy. Use any means necessary to bring Pissman to me. For this purpose, I hereby grant you the authority to act as you see fit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing that no agreement had been reached in the discussion but time was being wasted, Chandler called out to the third John Eater who was about to leave. Third John Eater, immediately escort Pissman to the negotiation site after capturing him. Mitchell, other members of the Chancellor's family are to be imprisoned. Yes. The third John Eater immediately set off with the Imperial Guard Corps to arrest Chancellor Pissman. Chandler could no longer afford to delay. He gave the order to set out with civil and military officials toward the negotiation site. He, Chandler, was an extremely wise and intelligent emperor, also one who adapted to circumstances. Knowing full well that he couldn't match Johnny, he naturally wouldn't foolishly provoke him. His concern wasn't that he didn't want to negotiate, but that Johnny might refuse. Now that Johnny had agreed to talks, there was hope for turning things around. With Johnny giving them only 1 hour, Chandler intended to arrive within that hour to show sincerity. Chapter 97, Subversion. Carl, who was feigning illness as an excuse, had no idea that a great calamity was about to befall him. He was still at home, drinking leisurely, when suddenly the steward rushed in with a panicked look to report. Your Excellency, something's wrong. Why all the commotion? As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Slap yourself, Carl reprimanded. The poor steward could only reluctantly slap himself twice. Only then did Carl ask, what's going on? News from the palace says that John Eater III of the Mage Guild, along with a large contingent of the Royal Guard, is heading towards our residence. What does this Colm want, bringing such a large force? Carl's worry quickly vanished. In his heart, he thought, even if I feigned illness and didn't attend court, Emperor Flint wouldn't send the Royal Guard just to invite me. What can this young brat do to me, a chancellor? At most, he might rebuke me in front of the courtiers to vent his frustration. The steward, seeing Carl's indifferent demeanor, hurriedly continued, but Humbert or Kareem has been imprisoned by His Majesty. What? Kareem has been thrown into prison. Carl was now completely alarmed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He urgently asked, what happened? Because you were absent from court, His Majesty took it out on Humbert or Kareem. It seems His Majesty has already taken the civil and military officials to negotiate with the people of the Iva Principality. This damned brat again. Ever since he came to our Jingfeng Empire, I haven't had a single day of peace, Carl cursed angrily. At this moment, John Eater III Colm, along with the Royal Guard, had surrounded the Chancellor's residence. Strangely, Colm didn't immediately rush in to arrest anyone but left the guards outside and walked alone into the residence. No one among the guards or servants dared to stop him as he strode straight into the inner courtyard. Welcome, John Eater III, to my humble abode. Carl forced a smile and came out to greet him. Chancellor, you can't be unaware of why I'm here, John Eater III Colm said. Just as Carl was about to respond, he noticed Colm winking at him repeatedly. Instantly, Carl understood and dismissed all the servants before respectfully inviting Colm inside. Before Carl could ask, Colm spoke first. Do you know why the Emperor wants to apprehend you? Mitchell, though Carl knew the answer in his heart, he feigned ignorance. This subject has no clue. Please enlighten me, John Eater III. Colm said something that puzzled Carl. Do you want to live or die? I don't understand what you mean, John Eater. Isn't it clear? You are a pillar of the state, and I wish to let you off the hook. After saying this, Colm probed further. Do you know why the Emperor is so eager to take action against you? Carl retorted bitterly. Isn't it because my influence in the court affects his plan for centralizing power? He has long wanted to strike at me, but he hesitated due to the considerable forces behind me. That's not the critical issue. Surprised, Carl asked. Please enlighten me, John Eater. I'll ask you this. Compared to your current influence in the court and that of Archmage Irvin and the Iva Principality's 10,000 troops, which side is stronger? Carl replied with a bitter smile. John Eater, you really know how to joke. Of course, their strength far outweighs mine. My influence can at most suppress the war faction led by Artemio. You understand well. Artemio has accused you of kidnapping the princess of the Iva Principality before the Emperor. To appease them, the Emperor naturally needs to take action against you. How dare you, Artemio, slander me like this? While cursing Artemio inwardly, Carl tried to defend himself. John Eater, believe me, this is purely a false accusation by Artemio. I did order the pursuit of his son, but I never kidnapped the princess of the Iva Principality. Chancellor, there's no need to be anxious. I know it wasn't you who kidnapped her, because it was we who did, Colm answered unexpectedly, making even the usually composed Carl exclaim loudly. What? You kidnapped her? Colm shushed Carl and calmly asked. Chancellor, do you know my name? Aren't you Colm, the third John Eater of the Mage Guild? Everyone in Quinfeng Empire knows your name, Carl said. Think harder. Carl silently repeated Colm to himself. As a seasoned veteran, he soon figured out the meaning behind it, and said, Colm, undercover Jingfeng. Not bad for a chancellor. You caught on quickly, Colm praised. Who are you really? Carl's voice began to tremble as he couldn't imagine that an elder of the Mage Guild could be an undercover agent planted by another country in Jingfeng, hidden so deeply. If not for his own confession, no one might have discovered his espionage identity. Colm took out a dark green plaque from his robes and handed it to Carl, saying, Take a look. It will all make sense. Carl examined the plaque and said, You're actually. Understood is enough. No need to say it aloud, Colm responded. Carl called out loudly for servants, but none came. Colm smiled and said, Chancellor, don't bother shouting. Even if you shout until you're hoarse, it won't help. I cast a soundproof barrier around this room before coming in. Carl probed and indeed found strong magic energy surrounding the room. Terrified, he shouted, What do you want? We hope the Chancellor can cooperate with us willingly, Colm replied. Gaspardate. How? Don't you want to be Emperor? Follow our lead, and one day this Quinfeng Empire will belong to you. Do you think I'll willingly cooperate only to betray you once we get out? Your power is formidable, but you may not be able to compete with Irvin. Besides, I never kidnapped their princess. If I just say it was you, you would be in deep trouble too, Carl argued. You're too naive. Would we do this without a foolproof plan? Let me tell you, Princess Patty has already been secretly escorted to Salmantala City. If they find her here, you'll have a hard time explaining. Iva Principality wants you, Flint wants you, and so do we. You have 3 minutes to decide. Be pursued or become an emperor. Carl, also a shrewd fox, made his decision after some contemplation. I will cooperate. Humbert's there after my life. I might as well rebel. What should I do now? Good choice. Working with someone like you is refreshing. Enough nonsense. What exactly do you want me to do? Carl demanded impatiently. It's simple. I'll let you escape quietly, then gather your troops and launch a coup when we give the signal. No problem. But how will you explain to Cabela? Aren't you afraid he will punish you? Humbert, you're the mastermind who escaped. Using your family as scapegoats is inevitable. No. Chancellor, you're in hot water yourself. A man mustn't be petty over trifles. For the throne, sacrifices must be made. After more secret discussions, Colm left. Carl watched his back and thought, never expected Turin's influence to stretch this far. I don't know if my decision is right, but I have no way back now. Based on current trends, a continent-wide war looms. Turin's probably planned this kidnapping to incite war between Jingfeng and Iva, dragging Rafelxiu into it to reap benefits. They plan to use me as a puppet, but I'm not that stupid. Carl decided to use them as much as they used him. They were all conspirators driven by mutual interests, whether intentional or not. He had to prepare for the future. Unaware of Carl's thoughts, Colm believed he successfully turned Carl. However, Flint awaited his report. Reaching the door, Colm ordered the royal guard to arrest everyone except Carl. When Colm hurriedly arrived at the negotiation site, the talks had already begun. Flint, seeing Colm return alone to report, got an immediate sense that something was wrong. He asked anxiously, "Third John Eater, did you manage to bring that old thing, Carl, over?" Colm fell to his knees before Flint and said, "Your servant is incompetent and failed to complete the task entrusted by your majesty. When I went with people, Carl was already gone. I could only arrest his entire family in hopes of luring him out. What do I need his family for? I want that old thing, Carl," Flint exclaimed as he jumped up from his seat, furious. He yelled at Colm, "How did you mess this up? Tell me, how did that old thing escape?" Chapter 98, held as a hostage. Arlo pretended to kowtow frantically, pleading for mercy incessantly. "This humble servant is incompetent. Please, your majesty, punish me." "Get up." Guilherme could only shake his head helplessly. This was precisely a time when talents were desperately needed. Even if he wanted to reprimand Arlo, it wasn't appropriate now. Arlo appeared to be extremely frightened on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel delighted. He wanted to see the restless expression on Guilherme's face, preferably causing Johnny to misunderstand, escalating conflicts between them, thus achieving his goal. Johnny didn't know that Arlo's previous actions were an act. He had already believed Guilherme, Jamie, and the old men from the Council of Magic John Eater's explanation. Elena's kidnapping was entirely planned privately by Charlton. However, the mission Arlo returned alone. Arlo was a high-level thunder mage, and even 10 Charltons wouldn't be able to escape him unless he deliberately let him go. And Arlo was under the command of Guilherme, implying that Guilherme staged this act for himself. Thinking of this, the nameless fire that Johnny had just suppressed surged up again, glaring coldly, and slowly stepping closer to Guilherme, wanting to see how Guilherme would justify himself and give him an explanation. Seeing Johnny's anger rising, Janice, Brant, Erek, and others naturally drew their weapons, ready to attack at Johnny's command. They didn't care about what so-called emperor or generals they were facing. As long as their vice leader was here, the entire Crystal Wind Empire could not intimidate them. In their hearts, Johnny was their emperor. Guilherme looked anxiously at Johnny. Johnny glared angrily at Guilherme, eyes burning with rage as if to consume the entire world, loudly rebuking. "The negotiations end here. Go back. To avoid accusations of bullying you, I will give you the afternoon to prepare. Tomorrow at sunrise, it will be the fall of your Crystal Wind Empire." Hearing Johnny's words, everyone from the Crystal Wind Empire was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone present knew that Johnny was not joking nor bragging. Johnny had the strength to make such boasts and the power to achieve what he said. Mitchell felt uneasy, fearing the fate of the Crystal Wind Empire might be destroyed on their watch. They dared not think further, all shifting their gazes to Guilherme, hoping their emperor could stand up at this moment to save the nation's destiny. But Guilherme also knew well that he meant nothing in Johnny's eyes. Yet, for the sake of the Crystal Wind Empire, he bravely said to Johnny, "We will certainly give you an answer." "An answer? What can you offer?" Johnny roared in fury. "TT this." Guilherme hesitated, unsure how to respond. Brant couldn't hold back and shouted, "Didn't you hear him? At sunrise tomorrow is your empire's downfall. Quickly go back and prepare. My sword has long thirsted for enemy blood. Tomorrow, you'll be the first to satisfy it." "Brat, based on you?" Jamie sneered, drawing his weapon. As fellow sword saints, Jamie was unafraid of Brant. "General Andon, step back." Guilherme immediately stopped Jamie and then pleaded with Johnny. "Can you give us 3 more days? By then we will surely provide a satisfactory answer." "No." Johnny rejected without hesitation. At this moment, Arlo whispered something into Guilherme's ear. Focusing, Johnny overheard Arlo saying, "Your Majesty, that guy firmly believes his woman is in our hands. Humberts, they think so. Let's use her as leverage to force him into submission." Before Arlo could finish speaking, a thunderbolt suddenly split the sky, striking the ground in front of them, creating a huge crater and terrifying Guilherme into retreating 6 steps before stumbling to the ground. Zhenge sternly warned, "This is a warning to you all. If any of you dare harm Elena, you have seen the outcome yourselves." As a thunder mage, Arlo showed a look of fear at Zhenge's earlier thunderbolt. He only sensed the fluctuations of the thunder elements contained within it when it struck in front of him. The energy contained within was beyond his wildest imagination. If it had struck him, he would probably have been reduced to cosmic dust by now. However, as a spy planted by the Torrens Empire within the Crystal Wind Empire, Arlo came with a mission to incite conflict between Zhenge and the Crystal Wind Empire. Puffing out his chest, he said, "Your strength is formidable, unmatched across the continent. But don't forget, your woman is in our Crystal Wind Empire's hands. Aren't you afraid we might?" He finished his sentence by making a slashing gesture with his right palm. "Referee?" Zhenge shouted in alarm. Arlo retorted, "The destruction of our Crystal Wind Empire by you is inevitable. Whether or not it falls, we can make you regret." With a bang, a wind blade heavily struck Arlo's face, leaving dozens of deep bloodstains on his slightly aged face and knocking out half his teeth. At this moment, speaking seemed impossible for him. Watching Zhenge's expression grow increasingly grim, Guilherme was also very confused. He did not understand why Arlo would provoke the already enraged Zhenge. His words were like pouring oil on fire. To avoid an irreparable situation, Guilherme loudly ordered Arlo, "Step back or you will face the law." Just as Zhenge was about to lose control again, Janice urgently pulled him aside, calming and comforting him, then said, "Zhenge, for Princess Elena's safety, you must bear with it. Once she is safe, we can deal with them properly." Zhenge had thought through the entire situation. With Elena in their hands, he truly feared what the Crystal Wind Empire might do. If things went as Arlo said and ended up worse, what good would destroying the Crystal Wind Empire do? It couldn't bring Elena back. Losing her would make his future life unbearable. Realizing all this, Zhenge yelled to the crowd from the Crystal Wind Empire, "Except for Guilherme, the rest of you get lost. By tomorrow sundown, hand over Elena or oomph." Hearing that Zhenge intended to hold Guilherme hostage, the ministers and generals of the Crystal Wind Empire immediately surrounded their emperor, each displaying a fervent loyalty to protect him. But unknown to them, Zhenge was a Saint Magic master with spatial teleportation abilities, easily capturing someone. Suddenly, a strange magic fluctuation rippled through the area. When they snapped back to reality, Guilherme had already vanished and reappeared in Zhenge's possession. No one could fathom how he got there. Seeing everyone except Zhenge looking at Guilherme oddly, especially Janice and Brant who seemed ready to devour him. Janice and Brant felt a sourness rise within them. Spatial teleportation was something they longed for, a skill lost for nearly 1,000 years. Even if they couldn't learn it, experiencing its unparalleled speed once would be a dream come true. Yet it was Guilherme who experienced it first, causing envy and jealousy among them. Jamie shouted, "Release our emperor." Other ministers echoed, "Release our emperor," including Arlo, though a flicker of something different passed across his face, which Zhenge noticed. Zhenge realized something was amiss with Arlo, and it was a serious matter. Unwilling to waste more time on them, Zhenge waved his hand and said, "You'd better scram. Remember my words, tomorrow sundown. Return Elena to me." But the people from the Crystal Wind Empire didn't move. Guilherme, however, remained calm, telling his ministers, "Return and do your best for the future of our Crystal Wind Empire. But your majesty's safety. If he intended to harm me, he could have done so just now. There would be no need to Duyan until now," Guilherme said to his ministers. "Take Guilherme away and watch over him carefully. Remember, do not make things difficult for him." Janice instructed her subordinates as they led Guilherme inside. Of course, Zhenge had already placed a restriction on Guilherme that only he could chew. With no choice, the rest had to turn back. After Arlo walked out, Zhenge called Hemlock over and whispered a few words to him. Hemlock then followed with a look of pleasure on his face. Chapter 99. Unsuccessful Negotiation. Mitchell this was witnessed by the others, who were puzzled by Zhenge's actions. Why would he pay such close attention to a mere tie? They gathered around, eager to ask him what was going on. Zhenge simply smiled at their confused faces without replying and walked straight into the room. The crowd, already baffled, became even more perplexed by his expression and followed under Janice's lead. Forced by circumstances, Zhenge signaled with his eyes for Janice and Court to enter his room. The crowd outside leaned against the window trying to eavesdrop, but heard nothing, realizing only then that the moment Tu Tuanzhang closed the door, he had cast a soundproof barrier around the room. With their abilities, how could they possibly overhear? They shook their heads and left. Janice couldn't wait to ask, "Zhenge, can you finally tell us now?" Zhenge didn't rush to answer. Instead, he looked at Court and asked in puzzlement, "Brother Gui, don't you want to know what my intention was? I noticed that you didn't ask me why just now." Court said indifferently, "If you wanted to tell us, you would have done so already. If you don't, we could talk our throats raw, and you still wouldn't speak. I have no interest in doing something that won't work." "Zhenge, did you notice something?" Janice asked. "Brother Janice, did you notice any unusual behavior from the Magic John Council's third elder Tai?" Zhenge asked. "Unusual behavior." Janice murmured these 4 words but couldn't recall anything, and said helplessly, "I was too focused on those ministers and officials. I really didn't pay attention to Tai's actions." "What about you, Brother Gui?" Zhenge shifted his gaze to Court again. Court said, "Now that you mention it, I remember. Tai's behavior was indeed out of the ordinary. Logically speaking, when their leader is in danger or an awkward situation, as a minister, he should look worried and anxious. Yet I saw joy in his eyes. almost hoping that you would deal with Second Emperor Elmwood. Johnny said seriously, I see you noticed as well. Therefore, I suspect Ty's true identity. Perhaps Prime Minister Charlton relies heavily on him. Given his status and strength as the Magic John-Eater Council's third elder, how could a Charlton escape him? A high-level lightning mage isn't easy to deal with. The only possibility is that Ty deliberately let Charlton go. No wonder you had Vilt follow him. It makes sense now, Janice realized. So, what do you plan to do next? Janice asked. I'll decide after Vilt returns, Johnny said. And why did you detain the Second Emperor Elmwood? Aren't you afraid the Jingfeng Empire will take drastic action, especially since the princess is still in their hands? Janice asked anxiously. I understand, but aimless searching isn't the solution. Detaining the Second Emperor Elmwood may not be useful, but it does make them think twice before acting rashly, Johnny explained. Someone is coming, Court abruptly said, readying his sword. Johnny laughed and said, Brother Gouet, relax, it's just Colleen. It's her. I thought someone else was coming, Court replied. Soon, there came a knock 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 at the door. Johnny opened it, letting Colleen in, softly saying, Why aren't you resting in your room? Why did you come here? Colleen cooed. I can't stop worrying about you. Then she winked at Johnny mischievously. At that moment, Janice and Court gave Colleen a cursory bow, which they wouldn't have bothered with if not for Johnny's sake. Colleen didn't mind, smiling back at them. She then asked Johnny, What are you all discussing? Can you tell me? Mitchell, though my strength isn't great, I want to help you. Before Johnny could reply, Janice interjected. Princess Colleen, we are discussing the future direction of the Earth mercenary Damonup in the Jingfeng Empire. Is that so? Colleen looked at Johnny as if disbelieving. Of course, what else could it be? Johnny said. But I heard you detained Emperor Guilherme of the Jingfeng Empire. I thought you must have something hidden from me. Are you still treating me as an outsider at this critical moment? Colleen said. No, not at all. I naturally consider you one of us. Not at all. Then why did you stutter when answering me? You definitely do. Colleen pressed on, unwilling to let it go. Princess Colleen, Johnny really has nothing hidden from you. Janice quickly interjected to smooth things over. Johnny's heart was already in turmoil, and after some consideration, he finally spoke. Let me be honest with you. We suspect Tai, the third elder of the Magic John-Eater Council of Jingfeng Empire. I suspect he is behind the kidnapping of Patty and the release of Charlton. That's why we were discussing how to approach him. At that moment, a subordinate came in to report. Deputy Leader, Emperor Guilherme says he has urgent matters to see you. What should we do? He wants to see me? What urgent matters? Johnny asked curiously. I don't know either. He said he would only speak after seeing you. Mitchellwright, lead the way. Johnny said. Hold on. Colleen unexpectedly stopped Johnny and said to the subordinate. You go bring Emperor Guilherme here. After getting Johnny's nod, the subordinate quickly left. Johnny soon understood Colleen's intentions. As his captive, if he personally went to meet Guilherme, it would show weakness. He looked at Colleen gratefully and gave her a gentle smile. Colleen became enchanted by this smile, wrapped her arms around Johnny's right arm, and rested her head on it. Johnny hurriedly said, We're being watched. Aren't you afraid others will laugh? I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Colleen replied sweetly. We didn't see anything. Court and Janice responded in unison, though their expressions were quite unnatural as they turned away. Soon, Guilherme was brought to Johnny's room by the subordinate. The subordinate wisely closed the door and left, while Colleen also tactfully released her hold on Johnny and stood respectfully aside. What do you want? Johnny said coldly. Guilherme asked. Could I ask the revered High Mage to dismiss your subordinates? This statement caused immediate trouble. Court swept him with a glare, drew his sword, and pointed it at Guilherme's face, saying coldly, Boy, do you still think this is your royal palace? How dare you give orders and act like an emperor here? Do you believe I won't slice you up now? That's right. Now you are our prisoner. Why should we negotiate with you? Janice chimed in. Enough. They are my close friends. Speak your business quickly, Johnny said, slightly irritated. Yes, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, revered High Mage, Guilherme said humbly. Cut the High Mage nonsense. Call me by my name. We're about the same age, Johnny said. Yes, Guilherme agreed repeatedly. Now, tell me, what do you want? Johnny, growing impatient, urged. I want to make a deal with you, Guilherme said. A deal? You are a prisoner. What kind of deal can you possibly offer? Johnny said with disdain. Just let our Jingfeng Empire be. Just let our people be. My life is yours to do with as you please, Guilherme said, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, Johnny replied. What I want is Patty. Your life means nothing to me, and neither does your Jingfeng Empire. If Patty is safe and healthy, none of the world's grudges matter to me. But let me be clear. If Patty is harmed in any way, not just your life, but your entire Jingfeng Empire cannot compensate for it. So you mean to say, if Princess Patty is harmed in any way, you will destroy our entire Jingfeng Empire? Johnny said angrily. Indeed, I only care about my Patty. You know very well that with my current strength, it's easy for me to destroy your Jingfeng Empire. The reason I haven't acted yet is that I wanted to give you a chance to return Patty safely. Otherwise, your Jingfeng Empire will end up like this chair. As soon as Johnny finished speaking, a redwood chair beside him was shattered into pieces by his magic. Kaiser too was so startled that he took several steps back. What Johnny said is true. You have only one way out, which is to return Princess Patty to us. Our patience is not endless, Janice added. Take him away. Johnny didn't want to talk anymore with Guilherme and ordered his subordinates to take him down. However, Guilherme left a good impression on Johnny because of his willingness to sacrifice himself for his people, a quality not every monarch possessed. Chapter 100, Spatial Teleportation Again. As dusk fell, Jarrett returned. Before Johnny could ask, Jarrett spoke up. Deputy Leader, your guess was spot on. This Bernard indeed had issues. Instead of rushing to find Princess Krista like the others after leaving here, he secretly slipped out of the city alone and entered a courtyard called Zhenge Manor. I waited outside for over 3 hours, but never saw him come out. Why didn't you follow him in? Janice couldn't help but ask. As the honorary leader of Earth Mercenary Damonup, hearing this made Janice feel compelled to speak. Jarrett dared not be negligent and replied humbly. Leader, you should know that a protective barrier has been set around Zhenge Manor. No matter how hard I tried, from 100 meters away, I couldn't cross it. As Jarrett spoke, his old face turned slightly red, and sweat beaded on his forehead. So that's how it is, Janice murmured. Did you see Bernard come out when you returned? Johnny asked. No. You can rest now. When I have time, I'll guide your magic practice, Johnny said. Thank you, Deputy Leader, for cultivating me. Jarrett bowed respectfully to Johnny, and then turned to leave. After Jarrett departed, Janice asked. Johnny, what do you plan to do now? I want to investigate Zhenge Manor at night. I'm curious about Bernard's background and what's so peculiar about this Zhenge Manor, Johnny explained. Johnny, I naturally have to join you for this nighttime investigation of Zhenge Manor. I'll go with you, Baron Tangler, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke up. And me. Janice quickly chimed in, fearful of being left out. This stirred Irene as well, who refused to be left behind, insisting Johnny take him along too. Johnny sighed. What's gotten into all of you? You're acting like we're on a treasure hunt. We don't know our way around here. Aren't you afraid of danger? Besides, we know nothing about Zhenge Manor, and I have no idea what might happen. Irene gazed at Johnny with a touchingly beautiful expression and gently said, even if it means death, I want to die with you. Baron Tangler added, Johnny, you might not know this, but I fear nothing in life except death itself. How can I miss out on such a good opportunity? Janice joined in. No matter how dangerous it gets, isn't there still you, a full-circle holy magic master, by our side? What challenge could stand in our way? Johnny shook his head and said, Mitchellwright, you can come, but you must all listen to me. No problem. The trio responded in unison. For figures leapt off the branch of the mercenary guild under the cover of darkness, making their way swiftly without any pause towards the outskirts of the city. Zhenge Manor lay 60 miles north of the city, but with Johnny's group's capabilities, they soon arrived within 10 miles of the manor. Indeed, there's a protective barrier guarding Zhenge Manor, Johnny muttered to himself. Johnny, you sensed it from so far? Why did we detect no magical fluctuations? Janice wondered. Johnny scratched his head and said sheepishly. Actually, I sensed it from 20 miles away, but it wasn't as obvious then. I think once we get closer, you all will sense it too. Johnny, according to you, what kind of protection magic is this? Baron Tangler asked. A high-level wind magic, refaillance of wind spirits, yet different from the typical refaillance of wind spirits. Strictly speaking, this refaillance of wind spirits cannot be considered a high-level magic anymore. It should be classified as a specialty magic. The one who cast this protective barrier around Zhenge Manor must be at least an intermediate magic master, indicating that someone of that caliber resides here. Irrecriover, this wave of magic feels vaguely familiar, though I can't quite place it at the moment, Johnny told Janice and the others. The four moved forward another 3 miles when Baron Tangler also detected the strong magical fluctuation, followed closely by Janice and Irene. If Irene weren't also a wind mage, her current strength would not have allowed her to sense it even after advancing further. Their destination grew nearer, and each heartbeat accelerated as the danger and challenge of this mission became more palpable. But everyone felt the same. This journey must bear fruit. As they proceeded, there were no tall trees on either side to conceal them. They could only hide behind the large rocks scattered along the road. Soon, under the moonlight, the 4 huge characters of Zhenge Manor became vaguely visible. Unfortunately, Irene, who had the lowest strength, could no longer advance further due to the magical barrier's resistance. She was breathing heavily under the pressure as if she had just undergone a fierce battle. Johnny held Irene's delicate white hand, instantly transferring a powerful wind magic force into her. The wind magic Johnny sent was hundreds of times stronger than the one protecting Zhenge Manor, immediately alleviating Irene's discomfort. When they reached 50 meters away from Zhenge Manor, Johnny stopped them. Janice turned and asked in a low voice, Johnny, why did you stop us? Johnny explained, if we take another step forward, this refaillance of wind spirits will trigger an alarm, alerting those inside. Johnny, why don't you just dispel this refaillance of wind spirits so we won't suffer its oppression anymore? Irene suggested. Johnny responded impatiently. It's not that I can't dispel it, but now is not the time. If I forcefully dispelled it, it would certainly raise suspicion among the people inside. Once they know, our mission here will be pointless. Janice asked anxiously. Then what should we do? You can't possibly go in alone. Turning back, Janice saw Baron Tangler calmly watching everyone without any signs of tension. She couldn't help but scold. Baron Tangler, you don't seem at all nervous. Don't you have any ideas? In response to Janice's reproach, Baron Tangler remained unperturbed and said, with Johnny, a holy magic master here, why should I be nervous? It's shameful for you, the captain of the Royal Guard and honorary leader of Earth Mercenary Damonop, to not think of a solution. Johnny must have thought of another way to enter. After pondering, Janice suddenly understood and exclaimed, you mean Johnny is going to use spa? Good. Before Janice could say spatial teleportation, Baron Tangler interrupted. This left Irene puzzled. She hurriedly asked, what space are you talking about? Tell me. Baron Tangler and Janice smiled at Irene but didn't respond, infuriating Irene, who shot them a glare and turned to Johnny. Johnny, please tell me. What method are you going to use? Johnny glanced approvingly at Baron Tangler, then said slowly, spatial teleportation. What? Spatial teleportation? Irene exclaimed, startling Johnny, who quickly covered her mouth and whispered, please keep your voice down. Do you want others to hear? Sorry, Irene apologized. Johnny continued, spatial teleportation can bypass any elemental interference. To enter quietly, spatial teleportation is our only viable option. I calculated that from here to Hongu Manor is at most 60 meters. Irikri, since I learned spatial teleportation recently and need to bring 3 of you, I'm not sure if it will succeed. But with a glimmer of hope, we must try. Johnny, feel free to attempt it. Even if it fails, we'll just have a fight. My sword needs some blood or it might rust, Baron Tangler said. In moments, they agreed. Standing together, the surroundings turned dark and bright again, which they assumed was part of the process. Then Johnny laughed. Are you all still sleeping? Johnny's laughter snapped them out of their daze. They found themselves surrounded by vibrant scenery, indicating that the spatial teleportation was successful and they were now inside Hongu Manor. Johnny, that was amazing. Janice, holding Johnny's hand, couldn't contain her excitement. Baron Tangler also marveled at the unmatched speed of spatial teleportation. From outside to inside, it took merely the blink of an eye, a speed unmatched by any flight spell. In battle, speed could determine life or death. He yearned inwardly. If my movement could be this fast, who could be my match? The sweet smile at the corner of Irene's mouth reflected her inner joy. This was her first time experiencing the unparalleled speed of spatial teleportation. She was well aware that with this skill alone, Johnny could be proud throughout the entire continent. And the owner of spatial teleportation was the one she would rely on for her whole life. How could this not make her proud and happy? Everyone hide. Someone is coming, Johnny cautiously reminded them. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures swiftly disappeared into the nearby artificial hills. At this moment, under the moonlight, 2 figures walked by, muttering to themselves. After the 2 people left, Johnny couldn't help but say, it turns out it's him. No wonder he could set up this refailance of wind spirits. Who is he? The 3 asked in unison. Chapter 101, An Unexpected Surprise. Faced with the questions from everyone, Xavier stood staring blankly at the sky, a look of confusion, loss, and loathing on his face. Out of concern, Oral asked, Xavier, could it be that you know the old man we just saw? After bowing his head to think for a moment, Xavier finally replied, Brother Oral, don't you recognize that old man? You've met him before. I have met him, but I don't recall him at all. I just saw him wearing a purple magic robe. Oral curiously asked himself. That old man is none other than Eric, the great wind mage master, and also the vice principal of the Holy Magic and Martial School, Xavier said. So it's him. Oral finally remembered that Eric had once been one of Xavier's magic teachers, but was surprised by his appearance here. So he said, how did he end up here? He should be at the Holy Magic and Martial School. How would I know why that old man appeared here? By the way, Xavier, no matter what, he was once your teacher. Why didn't you go up and greet him? Oral asked. Greet him? Why should I? Xavier angrily retorted. When I'm useful, I'm a treasure. When I'm not, I'm just grass. Long before my magic was restored, I said that my only teachers were Teacher Dylan and Teacher Abram. The others are unworthy, and I won't acknowledge them as my teachers anymore. Which also, I will make those who don't cherish me regret their choices. Whether they're great mage masters or commoners, if they do wrong, they must pay the price. In fact, Eric's appearance brought back countless memories to Xavier. The coldness of the world and human relationships flooded his mind, making his words sound somewhat radical. However, no one blamed Xavier. If this happened to anyone, especially someone who had suffered hardship since childhood, they might feel the same. At this moment, Xavier noticed that Rosa beside him looked extremely uneasy. Xavier's words clearly struck a nerve with her. Hadn't she done something similar back then? When Xavier lost his magic, he hadn't visited her for 6 months and almost forgot about her. Thinking of this, Rosa didn't dare to think any further. She felt her cheeks flush red. Everyone else knew well that Rosa's rosy face wasn't out of embarrassment, but rather out of guilt. Rosa opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated and looked at Xavier with wide eyes. Xavier realized that his words might have been too extreme, so he anxiously said, Rosa, did my words upset you? No, Rosa lied defensively. Don't overthink it. I don't hold any grudges against you for what happened in the past. Let bygones be bygones. We just need to live in the present and look forward to tomorrow, okay? I understand, Xavier. Thank you, Rosa said tenderly. Mitchellwright, let's not waste time here. We should follow quickly to see why Oka appeared here. It can't be a coincidence, Xavier reminded. With Xavier, the Holy Mage Master, protecting them, no one could sense their presence. Irikri, Xavier could instantly teleport to wherever he wanted. The 4 followed Oka silently, like ghosts. They saw Oka enter a council hall located west against the mountain. Only a few people guarded the entrance. After using his mental power to investigate, Xavier realized that while the hall seemed to have only a few guards, many experts were hiding inside. After some thought, Xavier said, Baron Brother Oral, Rosa, wait for me here. I'll go check first. Be careful, Xavier, Rosa said worriedly. Xavier patted her small hand, signaling her to relax. But Baron couldn't bear it. He, unwilling to be left behind, glared and said, Xavier, how can you keep all the fun to yourself? If we're going, we all go together. He even pulled Oral, asking him to speak up. Oral understood Xavier's intentions and said, there must be a reason why Xavier wants to do this alone. Let's wait for him here. Why do you always take his side? Baron complained loudly. Oral, not wanting to argue further, turned away and remained vigilant. Baron brother, haven't you sensed it yet? There are many powerful assassins lurking around us. If they all attack at once, I won't be able to defend us. So, you Baron brother have to stay here and guard us, Xavier explained. Don't talk nonsense. They're not even enough for you to warm up. Baron was about to say more, but Xavier had already disappeared in front of him. Helplessly, he had to pay attention to the council hall around them. Inside the council hall, 5 people were seated. In the center sat Eric, the great wind mage master who had just entered. At his left sat Wajin, followed by a 70-something old man, while at his right were 2 swordsmen, both seemingly great sword masters. At this moment, Oka said, Furuei, how did things go? Hidden in the dark, Xavier was wondering who Furuei was when he saw Wajin stand up and respectfully say to Oka, report to the 4th head, everything is settled. That boy has given Jingfeng Empire until tomorrow's sunset to hand over Princess Zhenge of the Zhenge Principality. Otherwise, he will massacre the entire Jingfeng Empire. Even if it were the day after tomorrow, Jingfeng can't deliver her. Now Xavier understood that Wajin's real name was Furuei, an undercover agent from Turan Empire within Jingfeng Empire. However, he was also very puzzled. When did the vice principal of the Holy Magic and Martial School become the 4th head? And what kind of organization was this? Good. Oka nodded contentedly and continued. No matter how difficult it is, your mission is to incite conflict between them. You know that the strength of that boy is equivalent to the might of 10,000 lions. With the Zhenge Principality eliminating Jingfeng Empire for us, we will save a lot of trouble. Michelso, you have done well with this task. Once we return to the Empire, the position of 3rd Hall Master will be yours. Thank you, 4th head, for nurturing me. For the sake of unifying the Empire, I will risk my life without hesitation, Wajin replied. Pissman, how is your preparation? Oka asked the old man below Wajin. So, he is Pissman. Xavier was almost surprised to shout out loud. The Prime Minister of Jingfeng Empire, Pissman, whom he had been searching for, was actually with Wajin in this Honggu villa. How could he not be astonished? After all, Pissman was the culprit behind kidnapping Elena. Only by finding him could he possibly learn Elena's whereabouts. But in order not to alert them, Xavier suppressed his inner excitement and anger and listened carefully to their conversation. Pissman stood up and reported to Oka. Report to the 4th head. I have gathered about 20,000 direct subordinates and my family guard, making a total of 23,000 troops, awaiting your orders. Oka raised his hand and said, that's unnecessary. Let the Prime Minister command them directly. Remember, we are partners, not subordinates. Of course, to increase the Prime Minister's chances, our head will provide you with a significant advantage. A significant advantage? Pissman looked at Oka doubtfully, not understanding his meaning. Oka signaled to the 2 swordsmen on his right, and they brought in a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. The girl was facing away from Xavier, so he couldn't see her face, but her graceful figure and glossy black hair suggested a stunning appearance. Oka pointed to the girl and said to Pissman, Prime Minister, this girl is the significant advantage I promised. With her, you'll have no problem dealing with that boy. Curious, Pissman asked, 4th head, who is this girl? He saw the girl glaring at him with fury burning in her eyes as if trying to burn him, moving her lips but unable to speak. Oka said, Prime Minister, who is causing such a stir on the continent these days? Of course, it's Xavier, the rumored full-element Saint Mage, Pissman replied. And why does this full-element Saint Mage do such things? What? She is Princess Elena of the Zhenge Principality. No matter how calm Pissman usually was, he couldn't remain composed now. He never imagined that this girl in front of him was the Princess of Zhenge, the beloved of the full-element Saint Mage, the person who had made him take the blame and rebel. Of course, Charlton's startled cry made Xavier, who was hiding in the dark, realize that this girl was none other than Elena, whom he had been thinking about day and night. How could he possibly hide any longer? Without caring about the danger ahead, he teleported next to Elena, using spatial movement, reached out with his right hand to embrace her shoulders, and glared angrily at everyone in the council hall, his eyes full of murderous intent and fury. His sudden appearance frightened everyone present. They couldn't believe a person had just appeared out of thin air. When they saw who it was, cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, for standing before them was not just anyone. It was Xavier, the only full-element Saint Mage on the continent in centuries. Chapter 102. The Great Mage Who Self-Detonated. Carter first effortlessly released Elena from the restriction on her body and infused her with a stream of pure water elemental magic to help her recover her strength quickly. Carter said excitedly, Elena, I finally found you. Do you know how worried and scared I was during the time you were missing? I was deeply afraid that I would never see you again in my life. Now everything is fine, it's all good. At this moment, Elena also clearly saw that the one holding her was Carter, the very person she thought about day and night. She pushed herself into his embrace without hesitation, her hands pounding Carter's chest continuously as tears streamed down her eyes uncontrollably. Sobbing, she said, You bad guy, stinky guy, I've been through so much hardship before you came to save me. You heartless person, woo-woo. Mitchell, her pent-up longing turned into these scalding tears. Carter let Elena pound on him as he hugged her tightly, softly saying, It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I made you suffer. I promise you, whoever has hurt you will not be spared. While speaking, Carter's extremely piercing gaze swiftly swept over everyone present. From their eyes, one could see they were now filled with fear and regret. Even Christian, the great mage, couldn't hide the fear in his heart. But it was too late now, because they had offended someone they should not have offended. Carter helped Elena sit aside, and after consoling her for a few moments, he asked, "Elena, tell me, which bastard kidnapped you?" Elena pointed at Christian and others and cursed. "Apart from the old man in red gold clothes, all the others are culprits. Carter, can you punish him for me?" As she spoke, her bright eyes looked pitifully at Carter. Carter glanced back and immediately understood. Of the 5 people present, apart from Cole, the other 4 were the kidnappers of Elena. After knowing the situation, he turned around and told Elena, "Watch well and see how I deal with those old things." Elena replied softly. She was well aware of Carter's strength. Not just Cristobal, but even if all 5 of them combined wouldn't be a match for Carter. What she didn't know was that during her absence, Carter, by chance, had comprehended the lost space magic, spatial movement, that hadn't been seen for nearly 1,000 years. With spatial movement alone, Carter could easily defeat each of his opponents in front of him. Carter approached Christian and others step by step, cursing angrily. "My dear teacher, you are indeed my great teacher." Christian's face had long turned unbearably ugly as he asked, "How did you get in here? My refailance of the wind spirits isn't useless." "Christian, you old thing. Now I don't ask you why you kidnapped my Elena, nor do I care why you're here. Here's the question. Will you handle yourselves, or shall I do it? You arrogant brat, don't let your big words choke you. If you have guts, come and spar with me." A swordsman dressed in gray swordsmanship robes jumped out and began swearing loudly. However, his loud curse only hastened his journey to the netherworld. Carter showed him no courtesy, casting numerous advanced attack spells like lightning and earth spells on him. Before the others could react, this mouthy guy had already turned into cosmic dust. Carter showed not a hint of regret, brushing off the dust on his clothes as he continued talking to Christian. "Now it's your turn, my patience is limited. Carter, you know, your teacher really misses you. Come here, let me take a good look at you." Christian tried, fully aware that based on their strength, they couldn't possibly stand up to Carter. Fighting hard wouldn't end well either. It would only increase the humiliation. So he attempted to appeal to Carter using their past teacher-student relationship in hopes of calming Carter's killing intent. "Old thing, stop pretending here. You were indeed my teacher before, but since the day you abandoned me, you ceased to be my teacher. Originally, I didn't blame you, but kidnapping my Elena was the last thing you should have done. Humbrance, you dared to kidnap my Elena. You should have anticipated today's outcome," Carter said viciously. "Aren't you afraid that others might say you're disobedient and disrespectful to your teacher?" Christian retorted, "Pa, what respect for teachers? You have no right to be my teacher anymore. I don't care what others say. I'll repay those who treat me well with even more kindness, and if anyone dares to harm my loved ones, I will take their life as the price. Even you, a great wind mage master, are no exception. President Humbert, we shouldn't fear him. So what if he is a full-range Saint Mage master? He's alone, while we are 4. With our best efforts, we may not lose," Cristobal said. Christian scolded, "You know nothing, stand aside." Carter turned to Cristobal, "Old man, don't worry, it's your turn soon. If you say one more word, I'll kill you now." Upon hearing this, Christian had completely lost hope. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but no matter how hard he tried, it would be futile because Carter never intended to spare them. Still, there was something he couldn't comprehend. "How did you escape my refailance of the wind spirits?" No mage in the entire Zhenge Continent could escape it. Not even a Saint Mage master could remain undetected. "Old man, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You're simply ignorant." Being called ignorant by a child made Christian's face burn with shame. He used to receive only respect and reverence wherever he went as a great mage master. Now his former student mocked him without mercy. How could he not be ashamed? Seeing Christian's desperate curiosity, Carter said calmly, "Old thing, you consider yourself so knowledgeable. Can't you guess what magic could let someone evade your refailance of the wind spirits?" Christian lowered his head and pondered, then shouted, "Impossible, impossible. Spatial magic has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. It can't appear on this continent again." Upon hearing this, Cristobal, Cole, and the blue-clothed swordsman's eyes widened to the extreme. How could they not know about spatial magic? It had always been the ultimate goal pursued by all mages, and it had appeared in the hands of a young mage. Carter's own strength already left them hopeless. Now add spatial magic. Their chances of survival were 0. Carter said, "Considering you once were my teacher, I'll make your death clear." In an instant, Carter vanished from their sight, and soon reappeared with Edgarchon and others standing in front of them. Realizing the severity of the situation, Cole fell to his knees before Carter, begging loudly, "Saint Mage Master, please spare me. They forced me into this. As you see, I didn't kidnap your Princess Elena. If you let me go, I will do anything for you, even be your slave." Such humiliating behavior from a dignified prime minister disgusted Carter. He quietly gathered the Azure Dragon combat aura, lifted his leg, and kicked Cole aside, leaving him gasping for breath. At the same time, Cristobal and the blue-clothed swordsman slowly moved closer to Christian, unsure of their intentions. In a split second, Carter sensed 2 streams of magical elements and 1 stream of combat aura rapidly converging toward Christian and the others. The most massive and swift was wind element, undoubtedly from Jed Christian, followed by the blue-clothed swordsman's combat aura, and finally, Cristobal's fire element. Realizing this, Carter understood Christian was planning to self-detonate and take everyone down with him. The self-detonation of a great mage master, a high mage, and a grand swordsman was no joke. The explosion could destroy everything within 100 miles radius. Knowing the severity, fleeing was out of the question. Even if possible, It would obliterate everything within the range, including the Crystal Wind Empire branch of his Earthland mercenary guild. With no time to flee, the only option was to stop the detonation, but no power could prevent a determined Great Mage Master from self-destructing. Johnny quickly racked his brain, trying to figure out a way to stop Christian and the others from self-detonating. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he had an idea. Johnny led Janice and the others to rapidly move outside the conference hall. Centered on this conference hall, a transparent spatial barrier gradually formed, slowly expanding and thickening until it completely enveloped the entire conference hall. Most simultaneously, an incredibly violent explosion occurred within this barrier. The blast waves surged around within the barrier, filling every corner of it, consuming everything inside. Not until dawn did the energy within the barrier finally settle down. Johnny's body collapsed at that moment, causing Janice and the others to rush to support him, fearing something might have happened to him. Especially, Irene and Elena were infinitely worried, both shouting in unison, "Johnny, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Johnny said only that much before fainting. Chapter 103. Acknowledge the mistake and correct it. When Johnny opened his eyes again, he saw Elena and the others looking at him with expectant gazes. Johnny sat up, grasped Elena's little hand, and hurriedly asked, "Elena, are you okay? Did I hurt you just now?" No. Elena repeatedly said, her bright eyes revealing boundless concern and tenderness. "Do you know how scared I was just now? I thought. I'm sorry for making you worry. I knew it. This boy has a great destiny and would be fine. After all, he's a full-circle Saint Magic mentor, with a tough fate that can't easily end." Baron Difficult to Please said. Hearing Baron Difficult to Please ridicule Johnny, Elena angrily shouted, "Stop babbling nonsense, or I'll hit you." Scared by this little madam's imminent outburst, Baron Difficult to Please immediately retreated. "Johnny, it's good that you're all right." Irene held Johnny's arms gently, showing deep affection. Johnny only glanced at Irene before freeing himself from her grip. Irene didn't understand Johnny's actions, thinking she had somehow displeased him again. Feeling extremely anxious, she asked uneasily, "Johnny, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong again? Can you tell me?" Johnny ignored Irene's questions but looked at her coldly, his gaze filled with resentment and anger. When his gaze shifted to Elena, it softened into warmth and care. Anxious, Irene grabbed Johnny's right arm and said, "Johnny, tell me why you're treating me like this. We were just fine a moment ago, yet your attitude toward me has completely changed." She appeared aggrieved in front of Johnny. Seeing Irene's touching appearance, Johnny felt a pang of conscience and wanted to speak, but unexpectedly, Elena angrily shouted, "Why are you holding his hand? Let go, or I won't be nice to you." Seeing Johnny and Irene together earlier had made her somewhat upset, and if not for Johnny, Elena might have already confronted Irene. Irene didn't care about Elena's outburst and retorted, "Why are you so aggressive? Johnny doesn't belong to you alone. Why shouldn't I hold him?" She tightened her grip on Johnny's arm even more. Janice and Baron Difficult to Please knew they couldn't interfere and wisely stepped back, cautious of potential hidden assassins. Humbert's Johnny had fainted until now. No assassin had shown up, likely having been frightened off by Johnny's earlier display of stopping a great mage's self-destruction with just his strength. Johnny reproached Irene bitterly. "Why did you do that? If I've done anything wrong, you could have come to me directly. Why involve others? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. What do you mean by doing this or that?" Irene rebutted, confused by Johnny's tone and expression, staring blankly at him. "Don't you recognize the great mage who self-destructed inside just now?" Recalling the scene, Irene replied after some thought, "Wasn't that Jed Christian, the deputy dean of Holy Divine Magic Academy, and a wind great mage? Why would he be here?" "Certainly, ask yourself, Princess Irene of the Turin's Empire." Hearing Johnny's sarcastic words, Irene felt deeply uncomfortable, tears welling up in her eyes. Realizing quickly, as an intelligent girl, why Johnny acted this way, she knew that in Johnny's heart, Elena always came first. Everyone also knew the tension between Princess Irene and Princess Elena. Given that Turin's Empire people were involved in Elena's kidnapping, people naturally associated it with Irene, believing she was jealous and had secretly ordered the abduction to gain advantage over Elena. Being a young, full-circle Saint Magic mentor, who wouldn't want to be with someone like Johnny? "It's not what you think, not what you think," Irene repeated, unable to contain her sadness as clear tears dripped onto Johnny's hand. Feeling the warm, crystalline tears, Johnny's mind suddenly paused as if he had remembered something. He slowly pondered in his mind. Suddenly, he vividly recalled Christian's words to Zhenge. "No matter how difficult it is, your mission is to incite disputes between them. You have to know that that boy's strength can match the might of 10,000 lions of the Empire. And with the presence of the Eridina Principality, having them destroy the Crystal Wind Empire will save us a lot of trouble. Michelso, you did well in this matter. After returning to the Empire, the position of Grandmaster will be yours." Considering all these, Johnny realized Irene had been with them the entire time and never left. Even if she wanted to send someone to kidnap Elena, her status as a princess wouldn't enable her to command Christian and others. After comprehending everything, Johnny realized he truly misunderstood Irene and hurriedly apologized. "Irene, I'm sorry. I was too careless, only seeing the surface without delving into the root cause of things. Can you forgive me?" Irene, who had felt wronged, embraced Johnny tightly upon receiving his apology and choked out, "Thank you, Johnny." At this moment, Elena couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "You stinky girl, stop crying here. What are you plotting now?" Johnny pulled Elena close, embracing both girls gently, and said softly, "Elena, Irene, No matter how many grievances or misunderstandings you may have had in the past, from today on, you must reconcile and live harmoniously, okay? No. The two girls replied in unison. Are you disobeying me now? Johnny pretended to push them away, displaying a very angry look on his face while scolding. If you continue to act like this, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Seeing Johnny's serious expression, the two girls were terrified that he might really ignore them. Elena grinned at Johnny and said, Okay, I'll be good. I'll listen to you from now on. Johnny nodded contentedly and turned to Irene. What about you, Irene? I will also listen to you. Whatever you ask, I'll do it, Irene responded. Johnny inwardly chuckled and then said, That's what I want to hear. If you two can live harmoniously, I will teach you something good. What is it? Tell me quickly, please. Elena couldn't wait to know what good things Johnny would teach. Johnny beckoned the two girls closer and whispered, If you two can get along peacefully, I will teach you spatial arithmetic. What? Spatial arithmetic? Elena was so astonished that she nearly yelled. Johnny, you're so biased. Why do you only think of those two girls? How can you forget about us? It's true. Men are heartless when there's the opposite sex around. Baron difficult to please teased as he walked over. Janice also joked. Johnny, you're being too partial. What are you secretly planning to teach them? With these words, the two girls blushed deeply but looked more adorable. Look at Janice, see how red their faces are. Ha ha ha. Even the usually unsmiling Baron difficult to please laughed teasingly, resulting in some eye rolling from the two beautiful eyes. Johnny smiled and said, Big brother Janice, I want to teach them some magic so they can protect themselves. Too bad you're a swordsman. Otherwise, I could also teach you some magic. Don't worry. Aren't you already a sword saint? Even nearing the realm of sword god? Your guidance would be better than my self-study. At the least, you can teach me your Azure Dragon battle aura. Janice seemed to have taken it for granted. And me? Baron difficult to please chimed in, afraid Johnny might leave him behind. After all, reaching this level, every step forward was incredibly difficult. Guidance from a sword god level expert would have immeasurable benefits for his cultivation. Mitchellwright, when we have the chance, I will definitely teach you all, Johnny promised generously. Johnny has always been generous to his friends. Receiving Johnny's confirmation, everyone was genuinely delighted and started laughing together. After a bit of laughter, Janice asked, Johnny, why did you faint just now? Can you tell us in detail? For a full circle Saint Magic mentor like you to faint, it sounds unbelievable. Johnny smiled bitterly and said, Brother Janice, this was my first time facing a great magic mentor's self-explosion. If not for the fusion of my mana and battle aura, I really wouldn't have been able to withstand that energy surge. In short, the energy from the self-explosion was just too powerful. This answer doesn't tell us much. We know the energy was strong, but we want to know what happened before that. Why was Christian here, and why did he choose to self-destruct? Baron difficult to please asked from the side. Let's put the past behind us. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's head back to the mercenary group first. I have important news to announce, Johnny said solemnly. Chapter 104. Calculations of Curtis. At this moment, the east was already turning the color of fishbelly white, bathed in the morning light. Before everyone appeared a square covering nearly 1,000 square meters. The morning breeze stirred up dust from time to time. No one could imagine that a magnificent and grand building had once stood on this square. But now everything had become a thing of the past. Under human destruction, all became nothingness, turned into cosmic dust. At this time, Janice couldn't help but yawn several times, but saw that Johnny and Elena were still whispering affectionately. She said with some irritation, Johnny, if you two want to be all mushy, continue being all mushy. Turning her head to Curtis, she said, Brother, let's go back and rest. Curtis gave a sidelong glance and caught her drift. He immediately said, Yeah, we've been messing around all night, indeed feeling quite sleepy. Not like certain people who still have so much energy here for lovey-dovey talk. Only after these words came out did Curtis realize he had made a mistake, and a big one at that. It was too late for regrets. Indeed, at this moment, Elena came over with her beautiful large eyes glaring, scolding Curtis. What are you saying behind my back? And nothing. Curtis nervously denied it. He knew very well this little girl was troublesome, and under heaven only Johnny could control her. Though he was called Curtis, this pretty young girl was even more trouble than him. Thinking of this, Curtis put on an incoherent, pitiful appearance to seek forgiveness from Elena. Though Curtis's pitiful expression was extremely vivid, unfortunately, his eyes betrayed him with those threads of peculiar gaze. Elena stomped her foot and ran over, grabbing Johnny's arm coquettishly. Johnny, you see, Curtis bullies me as soon as we meet. Why don't you help me teach him a lesson? Johnny laughed and said, Naughty girl, Baron brother was just joking with you. What kind of joke? He clearly spoke ill of me behind my back, insisted Elena with a mischievous look. Upon hearing that Elena wouldn't let him off, Curtis hurriedly apologized. Elena, I apologize to you. An adult doesn't hold grudges against petty offenses. Can you please forgive me? How can a mere sorry do? That's too easy for you. I want you to promise me something. Elena looked slyly at Curtis. Seeing his slightly uneasy expression, Elena smiled inwardly. She already had her plan set. The legendary sword saint, Curtis, seemed at a loss in front of a little girl, which made everyone watching burst out laughing. Unaware of her scheme, Curtis blushed, yet bravely asked Elena, Elena, what exactly do you want me to do? As long as I can manage it, I will not frown once. Even Rosa, who was far away, couldn't help but become interested in what Elena wanted Curtis to do. Elena didn't rush to say what she wanted him to do, but instead mysteriously asked Johnny, Johnny, do you have money on you? Now Johnny was also confused, not knowing what this little girl wanted the money for. However, having just been rescued, Johnny would follow Elena's wishes without hesitation, no matter how absurd they might seem. He asked, "How much do you need?" 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins? Johnny exclaimed in surprise, not knowing what the little girl needed such a sum for. "Just give it to her. Don't ask questions," Elena urged. Following her instructions, Johnny took out a blue crystal card and handed it over to Elena, saying, "There are 3,000 gold coins here. Let me know if it's not enough." Making a funny face at Johnny, Elena turned her head to look at Curtis. She watched him until he felt a chill run from his feet to his head, unsure what this girl intended to do with these gold coins. Giving 3,000 gold coins to Curtis? Unless the sun rose from the south, it would be too cheap, considering he was a sword saint. While Curtis was deep in thought, Elena gently said, "Brother Baron, what I want you to do is simple. Have a duel with Johnny. Last time you tried to escape when we proposed a match. This time, you must duel with Johnny. The stakes last time were 1,000 gold coins. This time, the stakes are 3,000 gold coins." Elena couldn't resist adding, "Imagine how many tasks you'd have to do to earn 3,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Curtis's head felt as if it had swollen to an enormous size. He never expected this little girl to ask him to do this. He would rather give up the 3,000 gold coins than duel with Johnny. Dueling Johnny might as well mean suicide for him. Johnny couldn't help but burst into laughter as a party involved. He really couldn't understand how Elena could still remember this after going through so much hardship. Without waiting for Johnny to speak, Elena urged others on. "Janice, Rosa, today I, the princess, will be the banker. Hurry up and place your bets. The minimum is 1,000 gold coins, no upper limit." Janice said, "Mitchell, right, as you say, I'll bet 1,500 gold coins." "I'll bet 2,000 gold coins," Rosa said. A total of 6,500 gold coins were bet, and naturally, Johnny was the favored winner. Seeing everyone place their bets, Johnny could only go along with them, walking up to Curtis and saying, "Baron brother, looks like we can't avoid a match now. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Elena." "Johnny, if you dare to hold back during the match, I won't talk to you anymore," Elena reminded him. Just when everyone thought Curtis would grit his teeth and agree to the match, they saw something disappointing. Instead of drawing his weapon, he smiled apologetically at Elena, saying, I surrender. There are 7,000 gold coins in here." With that, he took out several red and blue crystal cards from his pocket and handed them over to Elena. Elena didn't care whether he surrendered or not. All she cared about was the money in her hands. As she turned away, she muttered furiously to Curtis, "You got off easy this time. See if you dare badmouth me again behind my back." She then ran happily to Johnny, returning the black crystal card she had taken from him earlier, waving the crystal cards she won from Curtis, saying, "I made money again. How exciting." Seeing Elena dancing around joyfully, Curtis could only sigh in frustration. Swallowing the loss without a word, he learned a lesson from this. Whenever that girl was around, it was best to keep his mouth shut. However, he didn't know that even if he kept silent, Elena still had ways to get him. To be continued. Mitchell, though Janice also placed a bet as a subordinate, she didn't have the audacity to ask Elena for the gold coins. But Rosa was different. Walking up to Elena, she said, "Elena, I also bet 2,000 gold coins. Please give me those 2,000 gold coins." Initially stunned, Elena then generously gave Rosa her share of 2,000 gold coins and followed up by giving Janice her 1,500 gold coins. Elena remarked self-satisfactorily, "Our princess always settles debts clearly. What belongs to someone is theirs, and I don't embezzle anyone's gold coins." Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but chuckle. Who was she kidding? These gold coins were more extorted than one, and the victim of this extortion was none other than the renowned sword saint Curtis. Little did he know if this incident would become a famous anecdote across the continent. Seeing Johnny's playful grin, Elena kicked him lightly, pouting, "You laugh at me after I win money. How unkind of you." Just as Elena was about to lose her temper again, Johnny turned around, holding her close gently, and whispered, "Sorry, I'm actually happy for you because my sweet Elena can earn money for me. Whatever reward you want, I'll give it to you. I want your spatial teleportation. Mitchell, right? I'll teach you once we're back, alright?" "Why not now?" Elena asked, puzzled. Johnny explained, "Here, there's someone who probably wouldn't let me teach you. Look around." Elena looked around but saw no one, shouting, "Johnny, you're teasing me again. Look closer." At this moment, both Janice and Curtis coincidentally said, "They're coming." Indeed, a large cavalry unit soon rushed towards them, followed by a dense infantry force. There were at least 3,000 men in total. Leading them was one of the 4 flying generals under General Artemio Doric of the South, General Bob, a powerful great sword master. The moment Bob caught sight of Johnny, he fell off his horse in fright, scrambling to crawl before Johnny with utmost respect, saying, "It's you, esteemed High Mage Humberter. If I've offended you, please pardon me. Is there anything you need?" Without raising an eyebrow, Johnny responded, "There's nothing. What are you doing here?" "I received a report from my subordinate that there was a fight here, so I brought men to check it out. If I had known you were here, Humberter, I wouldn't have needed to make this trip. Humberts, everything is fine with you. High Mage Humberter, we will take our leave." Johnny nodded, giving them permission to leave. With Johnny's approval, Bob quickly left the area with his troops, kicking up a cloud of dust as they passed. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, but rather he couldn't. His superior had repeatedly warned him not to offend Johnny for 2 reasons. Their emperor was in Johnny's hands, and more importantly, they feared his earth-shattering power. He still vividly remembered the death of General Rafflemot, who was merely killed by a simple guardian spell cast by Johnny despite being a great sword master. "Johnny, why was he so polite to you?" Elena asked curiously, leaning her head forward. Johnny deliberately spoke slowly, pretending to be mysterious. Because what? You're driving me crazy. Elena urged impatiently. Because I'm stronger than they are, Johnny said ambiguously. Continuing, he added, Mitchell right, everyone, let's get back to the guild. They're all waiting for us. Look how bright it is already. Indeed. Weren't you going to announce something important to us when we return to the guild? Let's hurry back, Janice remarked. Big brother Janice, Baron brother, take your time. I'll go ahead. Johnny put his right arm around Elena and his left arm around Rosa, then vanished with a spatial teleportation from the ruins. Chapter 105, Don't try to trick me. Janice and Hoyt exchanged glances and smiled gently. Janice said, Brother, we can't compete with that freak. Let's have a race instead and see who reaches the mercenary group first. The loser will treat the winner to drinks. Both men unleashed their full martial aura and dashed out like arrows released from a bowstring. Passers-by were astonished and stopped to watch the two men race. Ultimately, Hoyt, being more skilled, arrived at the mercenary group entrance first, with Janice following shortly after by only one body length. They both smiled at each other. Janice said, Brother, I lost. I'll buy you drinks. What struck them as peculiar was that everything at the mercenary group's gate remained the same as usual, except for a few guards and some members casually cleaning up near the gate. Janice walked over and asked a cleaning member, Is Johnny back yet? The cleaning member, upon seeing it was honorary leader Janice, respectfully replied, Humber to leader, deputy leader Johnny has not returned yet. Weren't they with you? That's none of your business. Janice reprimanded his bold subordinate, muttering to himself. That's odd. Given his spatial movement speed, he should have been here before us. How could he be later? Despite this, Janice remained confident in Johnny's abilities. How many people in the world could stand against a multi-classed holy mage? Thinking this, Janice ordered, Go fetch Fergus, tell him I need to see him. The cleaning member quickly left. Shortly after, Fergus rushed over with others. He prepared to salute, but was stopped by Janice. After a short conversation with Fergus and his companions immediately left. Hoyt didn't care what Janice instructed, teasing Janice instead. Brother, you still owe me a drink, right? You're not planning on cheating, are you? Janice laughed heartily. How could I forget my big brother's drinks? Come, let's go and get some drinks. No need to worry about that kid. Both men forgot their fatigue and headed off to drink. By noon, Johnny, Sadie, and Lauren appeared at the mercenary group entrance. What they saw was rather odd. The gate area was eerily quiet and devoid of people, unlike its usually bustling atmosphere. Johnny, why is there no one at the gate? Is something wrong? Lauren asked. Don't speak nonsense. Johnny immediately interrupted Lauren. Yet when he saw this scene, he had similar concerns as Lauren, assuming the mercenary group might have been attacked while he was away. After probing the area with his mental power, Johnny understood and smiled inwardly, forming a plan. Unbeknownst to why this was happening, Sadie paid no heed to potential dangers and barged in directly, trusting Johnny would keep her safe in any situation. Sadie, wait. Johnny immediately stopped her from barging in. Why did you stop me? Sadie pouted unhappily. Are you scared? This is your territory, remember? Faced with Sadie's ridicule, Johnny replied bitterly, I'm not scared. Then what's your excuse? You're obviously afraid. Yes, I'm scared. I'm scared you might get into trouble, Johnny admitted. Hearing this, Sadie felt warmth in her heart and stopped teasing Johnny. Johnny gestured with his hands, inviting both women closer. After whispering to them for a while, both girls couldn't help but smile and nod eagerly. Before leaving, Sadie added, Johnny, I didn't think you'd be so devious. Johnny gently embraced both women and whispered, Being devious with others is fine, as long as I'm good to you too. Hearing these words made the two women feel incredibly blissful, even sweeter than honey. Then Johnny embraced them both, activating spatial movement, disappearing into thin air without anyone knowing where they went. As the sun began to set, another day quickly passed. Janice could no longer sit idly by, still not seeing Johnny and the others return. He was deeply afraid that something might have happened to them and kept sending his subordinates out to inquire about their whereabouts. After all, Johnny was crucial to the entire Earth mercenary Damonup, even to the whole Eridana Principality and the Zhenge Continent's future. If anything happened to him, Janice would be hard-pressed to escape blame. Initially, he had planned a grand welcome for Johnny, intending to give him a surprise, but now the main person hadn't even shown up. The sky had completely darkened, yet people were bustling in and out of the mercenary group's base, creating a lively scene. However, everyone's face carried not joy, but heaviness and anxiety, their footsteps unusually hurried and disordered. Janice grabbed Fergus as he walked by and asked, Any news on Johnny? Fergus replied nervously, I've sent everyone I can, searched every corner of Samantora City, but there's still no word from Vice Leader Johnny. Do we have any sign of them at the border? No. Refalment, where's that kid? It's been almost a day. The usually composed Janice couldn't suppress his worries anymore and even let loose some curses. Why are you so anxious, little brother? Johnny will be fine. Nothing will happen to him, Hoyt remarked, remaining very calm, not at all worried about Johnny. Janice said, You don't understand. Leader Giovanni and the others are arriving in Samantora City tomorrow morning. If Johnny goes missing at this critical moment, how do I explain it to them? Hoyt responded, Tomorrow morning, that's still early. I bet that kid is hiding somewhere fooling around. We shouldn't worry. Perhaps he'll appear before Giovanni arrives. I hope so. That was all Janice could say to comfort himself. Just then, a subordinate ran up to Fergus and whispered something to him. Fergus's expression changed immediately. He promptly told Janice, Leader, According to reports, my men heard voices inside Vice Leader Johnny's room while patrolling. Janice's first reaction was that Johnny must have returned. He shouted, "Quick, take us there." Following orders, Fergus led everyone straight to Johnny's room. Indeed, they heard faint conversation from within. Everyone pressed against the door, trying to listen to what was being said inside. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from within. "Big brother Janice, Baron brother, stop eavesdropping. The door is open, come in." "It's really you, you brat," Janice exclaimed as he forcefully pushed the door open, followed by Hoyt, Fergus, and several other leaders of the mercenary group. There they saw Johnny and the others sitting on the bed, grinning at them with an expression as if they had been tricked. Janice yelled, "Good you brat, you've been back all along. Didn't tell us, made us look for you everywhere." "Wait, wrong, with all our layers of defense. How did you sneak in without being noticed?" Hoyt interjected, "Little brother, haven't you forgotten? He has spatial magic. How could anyone notice him? Even you, or I wouldn't be able to track his movements. I bet this time, if he hadn't deliberately revealed himself, we wouldn't have noticed he was here." After hearing Hoyt, Janice snapped back to reality and slapped his head. "I got too worried and forgot about that." Johnny nodded at Hoyt's words and laughed. "Big brother Janice, it wasn't our fault. You wanted to surprise us, so we had no choice. But seeing how worried you all were, I didn't play tricks any longer and deliberately let someone discover our presence." Janice's plot was seen through by Johnny, causing him to blush. He forced a smile. "What plot? How could I trick you? I don't have the mind or courage for that." Carly giggled and said, "Janice, don't bother explaining. If you didn't mean to trick us, why did you hide so many people? If Johnny hadn't discovered it early, we would have been caught off guard. Princess, please don't believe his nonsense. It was just a welcoming ceremony for you. We saved you from Hungu Manor, such a joyous occasion. So I took the initiative to arrange this welcome, hoping to make you happy. Unfortunately, it backfired," Janice explained. "No need to welcome us with such a stealthy approach," Elena said indignantly. Perhaps the experience of being kidnapped had left her with some lingering trauma. Now, Janice was speechless, standing beside her like a child who had done something wrong, accepting Elena's scolding. Johnny interjected, "Mitchellright, everyone stop fussing. We're at fault too for making you worry. Let's call it even, and no one is to mention this again. Fergus, recall all the members who are out searching immediately." "Yes, sir." Fergus took his orders and walked out. After Fergus and the others left, Janice asked, "Johnny, what did you do all day?" "We were genuinely worried about you for an entire day," Johnny replied. "We originally wanted to come back and rest after leaving Hungu Manor, but Elena wanted to go shopping, so I had to accompany her." As he spoke, he pulled out a huge pile of items from his spatial ring: food, drinks, daily necessities, toys, a wide variety of everything that could easily stock a department store. Janice knew that Johnny was withholding some information, but did not press further. At that moment, Fergus came back in and reported to Johnny. "Johnny, Nick has returned." Johnny responded, "Bring him in quickly." Chapter 106, Announcement of Important Matters. Soon, Nick, with a gloomy face, ran in and threw himself at Devon's feet, repeatedly kowtowing. This left Devon utterly bewildered, wondering what had happened. He secretly circulated his O-Chi, martial chi, using a gentle force to lift Nick's upper body. He asked curiously, "Nick, what are you doing? Speak up." "I have sinned. I failed to complete the task you entrusted me with, Vice Captain." After banging his head a few more times, Nick continued, "I've come back specifically to atone before you, Vice Captain." "To atone? For what?" Now thoroughly confused, Devon wondered if Nick had gone mad, asking for atonement for no reason. He said, perplexed, "I don't know what you did wrong, so why should you atone?" Nick replied, "Didn't you give me 2 days to deliver your order to General Ephraim of the Northern Army of Jonatadina Principality? But it took me 3 days to inform General Ephraim. I have wasted your time, Vice Captain, which is why I came here to accept my punishment." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Devon, burst out laughing. Devon said, "Mitchellright, Nick, that's too much to ask of you, making you travel 2,000 miles within 3 days. As long as you tried your best, it's fine. How is the situation on the border now? Tell me in detail." "Yes, Vice Captain." Seeing that Devon was not going to blame him, Nick felt greatly relieved and promptly answered, "After receiving your order, General Ephraim immediately led an army of 40,000 troops towards the border and camped 30 miles away from Jingfeng Empire's border at Priestongmo Town. Irikri Captain Giovanni's 30,000-strong forces have also joined the Northern Army. We now have 80,000 troops stationed at the border, among whom 8,000 are mages. We await only your command to launch an attack." "Giovanni is coming? I knew he would come, but I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly," Devon asked excitedly. "Why aren't they here with you?" Nick explained, "It was on Captain's orders that I rushed back to report to you. However, Captain has many matters to discuss with General Ephraim, hence the delay. Nevertheless, they should arrive within 1 or 2 days." At this point, Oral said, "Devon, we already received word at noon today that Captain Giovanni will reach Salmantora City tomorrow morning. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such important news?" Devon was slightly annoyed. Giovanni, as one of the founders of Earth Mercenary Damonup, held great significance to Devon. Oral retorted without any politeness, "Who made you hide away? Where could we find you to deliver this message? We even worried for a while, and now you have the nerve to blame us." Devon blushed slightly, spreading his hands. "Mitchellright, I admit it's my fault." Turning back to Nick, he continued, "Please go on." Nick carried on. "Captain told me to reassure you, vowing not to rest until Princess Elena is rescued. Vice Captain, for the sake of rescuing Princess Elena, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and be willing to die trying. He's quite something. Princess Elena giggled beside them. Yet her expression was full of pride and joy. Humberton's last night, when she was saved, she had heard numerous accounts of efforts to rescue her. To save her, Devon had stirred up the entire continent. Rumors spread that he was willing to destroy the Jingfeng Empire to save her, and her own father risked war between the two countries by sending troops to coerce Jingfeng. Incredibly, Devon even held Emperor Cabrera II hostage in exchange for her freedom. Who in this world had such courage and strength? Only the renowned omniscient sage mage Devon, all because of her, the Elena princess of Zhenge Principality. At this moment, she realized just how important she was to Devon. She smiled happily, smiling sweetly. Nick stared at this girl whose beauty rivaled that of Princess Rhea, stammering, "Vice Captain, who is she?" Devon replied, "She is Princess Elena, whom I swore to rescue at any cost." "What? This is Princess Elena? Vice Captain, how did you manage to rescue her?" Nick looked at Devon in disbelief. He couldn't believe that after just 3 days, Devon had accomplished something almost impossible, rescuing Princess Elena within this short period of time. At this moment, Eric stepped forward and said, "Nick, this isn't your place to ask. Step aside." Yes. Nick swallowed his remaining words and respectfully moved to the side. Devon surveyed everyone present: Oral, Edgar Che, Eric, Rhea, Elena, and the heads of the branch. Then he said, "Mitchellwright, let's head to the council chamber. I have an announcement to make." "What? Can't you say it here?" Elena asked irritably. "You little girl, don't you see where we are? Is this a place for serious matters?" Devon poked her crystal-white forehead with his finger. Elena finally realized this was their resting area and not a place for business discussions. She stuck out her tongue at Devon and pulled him towards the council chamber. The others followed suit, heading towards the council chamber one by one. Once everyone had taken their seats, Elena could hardly contain her curiosity about what Devon was going to announce and asked eagerly, "Devon, hurry up and tell us. What do you need to announce?" Seeing everyone's eager faces, Devon cleared his throat and said, "I've gathered everyone here for some important announcements. There are a few tasks that need attention." Everyone perked up their ears and opened their eyes wide, wondering what these tasks might be. First, Devon turned his gaze to Oral. "Brother Oral, I need you to make a trip to Zhenge Principality to inform them that Princess Elena has been rescued safely. I don't want them to worry any longer." "No problem, I'll leave early tomorrow morning." Oral immediately agreed. "I hope you can depart right away because I've already delayed this news by a day. I don't want to delay it any further. Every extra day will mean more worry for them," Devon explained. "Come on, Devon. It's so late now. You want me to travel in the dark? That's too heartless. At least let me rest before setting off," Oral protested loudly. "Brother Oral, of course, I won't send you on a fruitless errand. Once I return to Neutral City, I'll help you enhance your martial chi so you can break through to Sword Saint as soon as possible. Isn't reaching Sword Saint your lifelong dream? If you're not willing to go, I'll find someone else," Devon announced loudly to the others. "Who wants to undertake this task for me? I'll assist them in enhancing their strength." Edgar Che teased, "Little brother, this is a rare opportunity. If you're unwilling, I'll take it. Though I'm already a Sword Saint, my martial chi hasn't improved in a long time. I've been hoping for Devon's assistance." "Who said I wasn't willing?" Oral panicked, afraid that Edgar Che would snatch the task. He also shouted at the others, "No one is to compete with me for this task, or I'll get upset." This was such a good opportunity that he wouldn't let it slip away. His goal in learning martial arts was to reach the Sword Saint realm, and now that opportunity was at hand. Naturally, no one would contest with Oral. Devon said, "Brother Oral, prepare yourself and set off immediately." "Devon, remember what you said today. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy," Oral said excitedly and left. Next, Devon turned to Nick, who had just returned. "Nick, please run another errand to Pristongmo town at the border. Inform General Ephraim they're not to launch an attack for now and avoid any provocative actions. We can't easily contain the consequences of a war between the two countries. My goal is to rescue Princess Elena, not provoke a war. Vice Captain, there's no need to be so polite. Any task you give me, I'll gladly accept even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of boiling oil," Nick replied. "Good. Time is critical. Set off immediately, and upon your return, I'll help you enhance your strength as well," Devon instructed. "Thank you, Vice Captain." Nick was about to leave after receiving his orders when he was stopped by Linus once again. Linus grabbed Nick's right palm and slowly infused a stream of gentle force into him, making Nick feel incredibly comfortable. The exhaustion from consecutive days of travel vanished without a trace, replaced by a soothing energy in his dantian. Upon checking his strength, he found that he had instantly advanced from a Chuji Jinshi to a Dongji Jinshi realm. After completing this, Linus said, "You may go now." Nick looked at Linus gratefully and quickly left. What Linus didn't know was that this act would make Nick one of his most reliable helpers in the future. Edgar Che asked Linus teasingly, "Linus, why don't you give me a task?" Linus smiled and said, "Baron brother, your task will not be lacking. I'll definitely assign you one tomorrow." After announcing all the matters, he turned to Eric and asked, "How is Archie?" Eric replied, "As you instructed, we've been treating him well, with no mistreatment whatsoever. However, he keeps demanding to see you." Linus nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. Take good care of him. As for his request to see me, let him wait until tomorrow night. Now, everyone, go back and rest." Chapter 107, Giovanni arrives. Johnny slept hugging both girls that night, feeling unusually secure and reassured. Ever since Elena was kidnapped, he had been in a torment of conscience, having spent countless sleepless nights with no appetite or rest, deeply fearing that she would encounter any slight mishap or misfortune. He couldn't forgive himself if he didn't safely rescue Elena. His attempts to save Elena even caused a stir across the entire Zhenge Continent. Yet, events unfolded more smoothly than expected. Elena was rescued unharmed, and Zhenge felt more at ease sleeping than ever before, all his worries swept away, replaced by joy and contentment. He knew that everything from the past was behind them now, and they could start anew. The morning sunlight was especially gentle, streaming into the room through the windows, and creating an incredibly comfortable warmth on the skin. Upon opening his eyes, Zhenge noticed two figures quickly approaching from outside. He immediately woke the two girls up, saying, "Get up, you two sleepyheads, the sun is already shining on our backsides." Elena, who was still drowsy, opened her half-lidded eyes and complained, "I'm still so sleepy. Why are you waking me up so early?" She ignored Johnny's urging and hugged his neck, snuggling closer to him. To her, Mitchell's embrace was the safest and most comforting place in the world. On the other hand, Belle was more sensible and didn't cling to Zhenge like Elena did. After getting up obediently and tidying herself up, she said, "Zhenge, it seems someone has come to the door." Zhenge replied, "You noticed too, huh?" "Yes," Belle murmured softly. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Zhenge, you lazy bum. What time do you think it is? If you don't get up soon, I'll kick the door down." "It's Giovanni. It's really Giovanni." Zhenge jumped off the bed excitedly, startling Elena. Pouting, she sat up and grumbled, "You big oaf, what are you doing? Did you want to kill me just now? That fall hurt." Zhenge held Elena's shoulders and gently said, "Sorry, Elena, I was a bit too rough. Let me apologize. Do you know, Giovanni has arrived. I'm so happy, Giovanni is finally here." "Zhenge, aren't you going to open the door? Are you really waiting for us to break it down before you get up?" Giovanni urged again loudly, as if afraid Zhenge wouldn't hear. Zhenge responded loudly, "Coming, coming." At this point, Elena lazily dressed and got out of bed. After the two girls were ready, Zhenge opened the door to let Giovanni in. As the door opened, a short figure rushed in. Zhenge spread his arms wide and embraced this short figure tightly, remaining silent for a long while. The two men melted all their longing into this embrace. Old friends, united by a common goal, had met again in a foreign land. How could this not be touching? "Are you two men going to hug each other like that? Aren't you embarrassed?" Elena, pouting with a hint of jealousy, taunted. With her words, the two men, feeling embarrassed, finally parted. Giovanni, adhering to etiquette, bowed respectfully to Elena and said, "Giovanni greets Princess. May you be blessed. Your Highness, you're looking more beautiful every day." With Giovanni's compliment, Elena's face flushed red, burying her head in Johnny's chest without another word, only occasionally peeking at Zhenge with bright eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhenge teased, "Giovanni, don't flatter her so much, or her tail will go sky high." This comment irked Elena. She lifted her right foot and stomped hard on Zhenge, shouting angrily, "Who has a tail that goes sky high? Explain yourself clearly. When have I ever had a tail that went sky high? If you don't explain today, I won't talk to you for a month. No, 10 days. Oh, make it 3 days. Humph, you bad guy, embarrassing me in front of others. And when we get back, I'll tell father, and have him punish you." Zhenge secretly admired Elena's performance. One wrong word from him, and she had unleashed a torrent of responses. Feeling speechless, he rubbed his left leg, which Elena had kicked, and pretended to be in great pain to gain her sympathy, causing Belle and the others to burst into laughter. Ignoring the laughter around her, Elena continued yelling at Zhenge, "Tell me, where do I have a tail that goes sky high?" Zhenge smiled bitterly as he apologized. "I was at fault just now. I spoke carelessly." As he spoke, he slapped his own face and showered Elena with compliments. "Elena, you are the kindest, most beautiful, and gentlest girl in the world." Girls could not withstand the flattery of their loved ones. Indeed, after a few words of praise from Zhenge, Elena stopped being unreasonable and giggled sweetly and happily. Zhenge also laughed, and everyone present was amused by Elena's expression. It was a genuine, heartfelt smile. After the laughter subsided, Zhenge asked Giovanni, "Giovanni, I knew you were coming, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Giovanni replied, "Since you left Neutral City, I really couldn't rest easy. I handed all matters within the troop over to and obtained His Majesty's approval to come here immediately with some men. Upon arriving, I learned that Princess Elena had already been rescued. I was originally thinking of launching a major operation here in Crystal Wind Empire. By the way, Giovanni, did you meet Nick who was sent to inform you on your way last night?" Zhenge asked. "No. What about the troops under your command?" Zhenge began to feel that something wasn't quite right. Logically, Nick and Giovanni should have met last night. Could something have gone wrong? Only Nick could provide the answers when he returned. Giovanni also sensed that something was amiss from Zhenge's words, but he was still in the dark. He continued, "I initially planned to hand over my troops to General Brent for unified command, but worried that you might be outmatched. So, I ordered the troops to disguise themselves and infiltrate the territory of Crystal Wind Empire in batches. By now, at least 10,000 should have infiltrated. By noon tomorrow, the entire 30,000-strong force will be gathered outside Salamento La City, awaiting my orders. They will all arrive by noon tomorrow." Zhenge opened his mouth wide. He knew things were off. His aim was to rescue Elena, and dispatching the army was to pressure Crystal Wind Empire, not to start a war. Now, with Elena safely rescued and his 30,000-strong army already infiltrated, it seemed impossible to end this easily. "Yes, they will definitely all arrive by noon tomorrow. Belle couldn't help but ask, with the situation so tense, can the border guards allow so many people in? Giovanni said, Princess Belle, you don't know this. At our northern border, the 50,000-strong northern army of the Zhenge Principality is pressing forward. Plus, the great battle Johnny had at the border earlier has already caused widespread panic. Those defending soldiers have no heart for defense. Staying instead of fleeing is already them doing their duty. Besides, we have an important trick up our sleeve. A trick? What kind of trick? Belle asked curiously, eyes wide open. Giovanni, stop teasing us. Just tell us what the trick is that can make the border guards turn a blind eye. Elena's curiosity was also piqued. What does the Zhenge Principality have in abundance? Giovanni said mysteriously. Belle and Elena furrowed their brows, trying to figure out what the Zhenge Principality had in abundance. After much thought, they still couldn't come up with an answer. Elena turned her pleading gaze to Johnny, shaking his arm and asking coyly, tell me, what is it? Johnny laughed and said, as a princess of the Zhenge Principality, you shouldn't be unaware of this. The principality has plenty of gold coins. Think about it. How many people can resist the lure of gold coins? With enough gold, those soldiers would do anything, even risking their lives, let alone letting some unrelated people through. You mean gold coins? Elena and Belle exclaimed in realization, finally understanding. Greed would lead anyone to do anything for gold coins, even in the face of danger. Giovanni continued, Johnny is right. With generous bribes of gold coins, the border guards naturally turned a blind eye. Accompanying me into Salamento La City this time are 3 elders from the Magic Hall and 6 elders from the Marshal Catherinel's Hall. They are currently waiting in the main hall. Giovanni, you must be exhausted after such a long journey. Why don't you go rest? Johnny suggested. Johnny, you underestimate me too much. I'm a great swordsman now. This little bit of fatigue means nothing. If I'm not mistaken, you have something important to discuss, right? From our conversation, I can sense that it's not a small matter and is related to the troops entering. You know me well, Giovanni. Indeed, I have something important to discuss, and it is related to the troops entering. Humbrance, that's the case. Let's head to the main hall. Johnny finished speaking and then gave orders to Finley behind him. Finley, relay my command. All division presidents of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonop are to convene immediately in the main hall. Michelso, bring Archie here right away and send someone to fetch Artemio. Hurry back. Yes, deputy leader. Finley hurried off to carry out Johnny's instructions, while Johnny and Giovanni walked toward the main hall, chatting as they went. Chapter 108, 7 Major Events. When Mitchell and his companions arrived at the hall, everything was already arranged neatly. Mitchell key members of the Mercenary Guild's branch were waiting in the hall, including Emperor Flint of the Crystal Wind Empire. Seeing Mitchell and Giovanni arrive, they bowed together under Fergus's lead. This is Fergus leading all members of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild stationed in Samana City, greeting the leader and deputy leader. Giovanni waved his hand and said, everyone please rise. In unison, everyone replied loudly, yes. Giovanni made a gesture inviting Mitchell to sit, and said, Mitchell, please take the seat. Today, you are the main character, so this chief seat is yours. Mitchell replied, Mitchell right, I won't be shy then. He walked toward the main seat boldly, while Belle and Celia sat beside him on either side. The rest found their own seats. Only Emperor Flint stood in the middle without a seat. It might have been because Fergus thought that as a prisoner, he had no right to sit down. To Fergus, Mitchell was the supreme ruler in his heart. Emperor Flint did not feel odd about not having a seat but instead looked at Mitchell with astonishment and confusion. He didn't understand why Mitchell summoned him today, and from the atmosphere on site, something seemed to be going on. Uneasily, he asked, what do you want with me? Fergus shouted loudly on one side. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve our vice leader to summon you personally? Don't flatter yourself. Remember, you are our prisoner here. At least I am an emperor of a country. You can't treat me like this. Emperor Flint bellowed, trying to assert his authority. Who cares if you are an emperor or whatever? I only know that you're now our captive. If you dare act imperially again, I will not be polite, Fergus said bluntly. Fergus, behave yourself. Mitchell stopped Fergus from further actions and instructed, prepare a seat for him. Realizing what Mitchell had ordered, Fergus could only comply, angrily ordering subordinates to bring a chair for Emperor Flint. In return, the emperor cast a grateful look at Mitchell. Soon a member came in and reported that General Artemio Doric and his 3 flying captains were waiting outside. Mitchell declared, let Artemio in and keep others outside. Any forceful entry will be met with lethal force. Yes, the member responded excitedly, indicating he relished the prospect of battle. Artemio entered quickly, stepping just over the threshold of the hall when suddenly his body went numb. Surprised, he tried to muster some power but realized his combat energy could not flow. Shocked, he scanned the room and noticed Mitchell watching him with a smile. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Mitchell must have done something to restrict his powers. It was evident how powerful Mitchell was, reaching a level far beyond his capacity. He decided not to think further. If Mitchell truly meant harm, he would have done so with the earlier move. Seeing his emperor sitting nearby, he hurried forward to greet him. General Artemio, seize your majesty. Trying to kneel, he was stopped by Flint who replied, General, this isn't the court. There's no need for such formalities. From the side, Fergus called out loudly, why don't you greet our deputy leader yet? Mitchell raised his hand, signaling Fergus to be silent, and then said calmly to Artemio, General, you've arrived quickly. Artemio responded, as a subject, my first concern is the safety of his majesty. What is your purpose calling me here? And when will you release our emperor? Artemio, despite being in danger, was preoccupied with Flint's safety, which earned him a new respect for Mitchell. Unbeknownst to Mitchell, during Emperor Flint's detention, rumors had spread wildly across the Crystal Wind Empire, claiming that the Emperor was held captive and officials had rebelled. Mitchell smiled and said, "There's no need for you to worry so much. When the time comes, I will naturally let him go. Honorable High Mage, I, Artemio, am willing to trade my life for His Majesty's. If you can release our Emperor, you may do with me as you wish," Artemio pleaded, prepared to die for his Emperor. General you. Emperor Flint looked at Artemio speechlessly, moved by his loyalty. He felt profoundly touched that Artemio was willing to die for him, such a loyal minister. Artemio turned back and said, "Your Majesty, you don't know what has happened during your absence. The entire empire is in turmoil due to rumors spreading like wildfire. Even worse, several rebellious forces are eager to take action. The country cannot be without its ruler." Mitchell whispered something to Giovanni beside him, and then used the voice amplification spell of Phoenix magic to project his voice across the hall. "Everyone, please stop arguing. Now, I, as the leader of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild and the Grand General of the Eredin Principality, will announce several important matters concerning the current situation. Before I do so, anyone present can voice opinions or suggestions. After the announcement, anyone who dares to oppose will not be spared. In short, my words will be orders, and they must be executed precisely. Understood?" "Yes." Everyone stood up and answered, including Giovanni. Privately, they were curious about their vice leader's unusually serious expression and stern tone. However, even without this tone, every member of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild would follow Mitchell's orders faithfully. First, regarding this incident where Elena was kidnapped, both the Tullence Empire and the Crystal Wind Empire are involved. However, since Elena is now safe, I no longer wish to trouble these two empires. This matter is closed, and it should never be mentioned again. Second, from today onward, I formally declare my relationship with Princess Elena of Eredin Principality and Princess Belle of Tullence Empire. If anyone dares to harm them or those close to me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Third, Giovanni, gather the 30,000 troops who infiltrated here and return to the Principality by noon tomorrow. If anyone tries to block us, show no mercy. Fourth, inform General Brent to command the Northern Army to return to base and secure the northern borders of the Principality. Fifth, I hereby announce to the whole continent that any conflict involving other countries does not concern me. However, if any nation or organization threatens Eredin Principality, I, Mitchell, will not let them off easily. Humberts, considering Emperor Flint's dedication to his people, I will release him. However, the Crystal Wind Empire must treat the Great Earth Mercenary Guild members stationed in Samana City well and assist them whenever necessary. Our members will also abide by local laws and regulations. Any violators will face disciplinary action within the guild. Seventh, Baron Brother, please travel to the Tullence Empire and inquire about my sister Alexandria's situation. Upon hearing Mitchell's announcements, everyone had different reactions. Emperor Flint and Artemio felt fear and worry, realizing the gravity of having 30,000 troops silently infiltrate their border. But when they heard Mitchell's intention to release them, relief washed over their faces, vowing secretly to punish the incompetent guards upon their return. Elena and Belle felt a mixture of joy and shyness, overwhelmed with sweetness inside. The rest of the members seemed somewhat reluctant, likely disappointed that they didn't get to fight on the battlefield after marching an army toward the Crystal Wind Empire. Everyone, you must carry out the 7 tasks I have announced without any compromise. Those who perform well will be rewarded generously, Mitchell repeated. Giovanni also loudly proclaimed, "Understood?" The vice leader said there will be great rewards for those who perform well. You all know how valuable his rewards are. They cannot be exchanged for anything. Now, everyone return to your duties. As the members left one by one, Artemio and Emperor Flint remained, looking at Mitchell with pleading eyes. Artemio asked, "Honorable High Mage, the restrictions on us?" Mitchell replied, "The restrictions will automatically disappear once you return home. Oh, tell Laxi to come see me immediately. I need to speak with him." Artemio escorted Emperor Flint away, both of them feeling quite grateful to Mitchell. He wasn't as bloodthirsty as the rumors suggested. Mitchell, though he had slaughtered thousands of Imperial soldiers at the border and many elite mages at the Mage Council, in critical moments, he still thought about the people of Crystal Wind Empire. Giovanni said, "Mitchell, since there's nothing else here, I'll lead the men back to the guild headquarters this afternoon. There are still a lot of important matters waiting for me to handle. What about you? Will you come back with me?" Mitchell replied, "I won't be going back for now. Giovanni, you go ahead first. I'll return to headquarters in a few days." Then he turned to Baron and said, "Brother Baron, you must be extra careful on your journey to Tullence Empire. I have a bad feeling that something has happened to my sister Alexandria. Since I left Tullence Empire until now, I haven't heard any news from her." "Brother Baron, everything is up to you," Baron replied. "Mitchell, do we even need to talk about it? You can trust me to get things done. Just remember what you promised yesterday." Baron couldn't forget Mitchell's promise to help him enhance his strength. Mitchell sighed in relief and said, "Mitchell, right. Everyone, carry out your tasks. We'll meet again at Neutral City headquarters." Seeing Mitchell assign tasks to everyone else, Elena, who hadn't spoken all along, started to protest, saying, "Mitchell, why don't you give me any tasks? I'm a mercenary too, you know." "You silly girl, do you think this is about earning commission by completing tasks? Isn't the money in your hands enough?" Mitchell teased with a smile, noticing Belle looking somewhat disappointed. He asked immediately, "Belle, what's wrong?" Nothing, Belle quickly answered. "You two little girls come inside with me." I have very important matters to discuss with you, Mitchell said mysteriously. Both of them followed Mitchell into the house as instructed. Baron and Giovanni exchanged glances and also left. Chapter 109 Breakthrough 1. The two girls followed Johnny into the house. Though they kept their heads low, their faces were flushed red with embarrassment, mistakenly thinking Johnny intended to be intimate with them in broad daylight. Aliana would occasionally glance at Johnny furtively. Seeing the expressions on the two girls' faces, Johnny knew they had misunderstood him and said, "What are you two thinking? What do you think I'm going to do?" Aliana, blushing coyly, murmured almost inaudibly, "What else would a bad guy like you do? You haven't forgotten what you did to us last night, right?" Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and beside her, Raphaelvina buried her head low, afraid Johnny would see and tease her. "Last night, I merely held you two while we slept. What's there to make such a fuss about?" "I didn't do anything," Johnny replied indifferently. "You should know, it was our first time being held by a man while sleeping," Aliana said loudly, venting her frustration. She then asked, "Don't you want us anymore?" Johnny pointed his finger at Aliana's forehead and said, "Little girl, what nonsense are you thinking? Do you know why I called you here?" At the same time, he asked Raphaelvina, "You don't think that way too, do you?" Raphaelvina shook her head vigorously like a spinning top, saying, "I didn't think like that." But her face betrayed her true thoughts. She felt the same as Aliana, but hadn't voiced it outright. Aliana asked curiously, "If not for that, why did you call us here?" Johnny looked at the two girls meaningfully and said, "Last night, I thought about many things and recalled everything that has happened. I'm worried about what might happen if I'm not around one day." The two girls simultaneously covered Johnny's mouth with their delicate hands and chorused, "We want to be with you forever. You must never leave us." Johnny gently grabbed their wrists and said, "I mean if something happens and I'm not around, and you can't protect yourselves from those who come after you." During Aliana's kidnapping, every day I was filled with worry and anxiety. To prevent this from happening again, I've brought you here today to help you strengthen your abilities within a short period of time. Additionally, I will teach you the space magic I recently comprehended so that you'll have enough strength to protect yourselves. Aliana's nose tingled, and she threw herself into Johnny's arms, sobbing, "I don't care about any space magic. I just want to be with you all the time." Johnny stroked Aliana's shoulders and said, "Why are you crying, little girl? Look, I'm fine, and I'm with you. No more tears, or you won't look pretty anymore." As he spoke, he wiped away the tears on Aliana's cheeks. Johnny continued, "Mitchellwright, both of you release your mental energy without holding back. I'll be right here to protect you. Just release it freely. I need to know how much mental energy each of you can unleash." Hearing Johnny's words, the two girls let go and released their mental energy completely. Aliana, a water mage, had already achieved the rank of Chuji Junior High Mage, before her abduction and had also learned the Azure Dragon aura taught by Sword Saint Hiroshi. Mitchell, though she couldn't fuse her magic power and aura like Johnny could, with the assistance of the Azure Dragon aura, her actual strength had long surpassed that of a Dongji Intermediate High Mage. Had she not been restricted during her abduction, she would probably have already reached the Intermediate High Mage level. In comparison, Raphaelvina, a Wind Mage, still lingered between Gajiva, Senior Mage, and Junior High Mage. Despite her efforts, her mental energy remained insufficient to reach the standard of a Junior High Mage. Fortunately, Aliana had reconciled with her. Otherwise, Raphaelvina wouldn't have lasted 10 rounds against Aliana. "Mitchellwright, stop releasing your mental energy." Johnny's voice came to their ears. After the two girls retracted their mental energies, Johnny said, "Now I will help enhance your capabilities. Don't worry about anything. Just give me your hands." The two girls extended their fair, delicate hands. Mandy suddenly felt a tremendous flow of water elemental power emanate from Johnny's left hand. This elemental power was a pure energy of compressed water elements, hundreds of times stronger than her own water magic. The elemental power flowed through the palms and combined with her water magic, forming a more potent and purer water magic. Irrecriover, this power did not cause Mandy any pain or risk of self-destruction, but instead obeyed her will obediently. Curiosity arose in Mandy. She wanted to release a spell to check if her magic power had indeed increased. Unexpectedly, Johnny's rebuke came. "Little girl, no fooling around. Do you want to explode?" Scared, Mandy stuck out her tongue and stopped being naughty, continuing to accept Johnny's help to enhance her strength. After this stream of magic was transferred, another force followed, but this time it wasn't magic, but pure Azure Dragon aura. The Azure Dragon aura quickly integrated with Mandy's existing aura, becoming even more powerful. A blend of magic and aura within her caused no harm to Mandy. On the contrary, she felt more vigorous and as comfortable as never before. Humbert Millerly, Raphaelvina sensed the phoenix-based magic energy coming from Johnny's right hand. She silently accepted Johnny's energy transfer, knowing everything Johnny did was for their benefit. Unlike Mandy, Raphaelvina only received pure phoenix magic energy without any aura because she was a pure mage. Meanwhile, during her stay at Hiroshi's mansion, Mandy insisted on learning the Azure Dragon aura, thus leading to her current ability to combine both magic and martial skills. In fact, apart from the Azure Dragon aura Johnny provided to Mandy, the magic he gave could not be retained as magic depends on one's mental energy. With higher mental energy, one can control more magic power. Johnny aimed to enhance their control over this energy, thereby improving their mental strength indirectly. Forcibly retaining this power inside would be counterproductive and could lead to self-destruction, a scenario Johnny wanted to avoid. After about an hour, Johnny withdrew his hands and eagerly asked the two girls, "How do you feel?" Mandy happily replied. Johnny, I feel like I have endless strength, and I really want to find someone to fight. Her bright eyes scanned around, especially focusing on Raphaelvina, which frightened Raphaelvina enough to hide behind Johnny, fearing Mandy would challenge her again. Johnny knew the girls often quarreled before, so he sternly told Mandy, "Little girl, you're going to be naughty again, aren't you?" Mandy stuck out her tongue and coquettishly laughed. "Of course not. I just want to see how much my strength has improved." "Good. That's good." Johnny turned to ask Raphaelvina. "Raphaelvina, how do you feel now?" Raphaelvina replied, "I feel very comfortable and surprisingly able to control more pure Phoenix elemental energy. The speed at which Phoenix elements gather is several times faster than before, even faster than what my teachers at the Magic Academy taught." Johnny said, "That's correct. Raphaelvina, you now possess the strength of a high Phoenix mage. What about me?" Mandy swayed Johnny's arm and asked. Johnny teased, You want to know?" Seeing the impatient look on Mandy's face. "Of course, tell me quickly." Mandy looked at Johnny with wide eyes. Actually, Mandy cared less about how much her realm had advanced, but couldn't bear to be inferior to Raphaelvina. If Raphaelvina were already a high Phoenix mage while her power lagged behind, it would be a loss of face. What if they fought later? Wouldn't she suffer greatly? "I'll tell you if you promise me one thing," Johnny said. "Even 10 or 100 things, I'll agree," Mandy exclaimed recklessly. "Just don't be naughty anymore, got it?" "No problem. You can ask me to do anything in the future, and I will never be naughty again." Yo-Yo agreed without any hesitation, eager to know from Johnny just what realm she had reached. After getting Yo-Yo's promise, Johnny finally said, "Little girl, your strength is much greater than Raphaelvina's now. You have become a Chuji Water Mage Master." "Really? Am I really a Chuji Water Mage Master?" Upon receiving this answer, Yo-Yo was excitedly jumping up and down. "I haven't finished speaking yet," Johnny continued. "Little girl, not only have you become a senior Water Mage Master, but you are also a Grand Swordsman of Water attributes." This made the little girl even more excited and proud. A junior Water Mage Master plus a Grand Swordsman of Water attributes. Such power was incredible. Even the way she looked at Raphaelvina had completely changed. Just a moment ago, she was worried about being inferior, but now her strength was far beyond Raphaelvina's. How could this not excite the little girl? Johnny said, "Little girl, although your current strength is higher than Raphaelvina's, you mustn't bully her." Then he turned to Raphaelvina and said, "Raphaelvina, you should work hard too." Raphaelvina nodded firmly and said, "I will." Yo-Yo asked curiously, "Why can't Raphaelvina be promoted to the realm of Junior Mage Master?" Johnny looked at the two girls and said, "Do you think improving strength is that easy? I want to enhance your strength to be even higher and stronger, but your current condition can only reach this level. Forcing further improvement would only bring negative effects. If you want to progress further, you need to work hard. When the time comes, I will help you improve again." Chapter 110 Breakthrough 2. Elena giggled and said, "Then why have you improved so quickly?" "Irikriover, you can learn every type of magic. Even the old fellows in the Magic Academy aren't a match for you." Johnny was taken aback, unsure how to answer Elena's question. Seeing her urging him on, he could only reply, "I don't know either. The teacher told me this might be related to my physical attributes." At this point, Johnny let out a long sigh to the sky and murmured, "I wonder how Teacher Mario and Teacher Abram are doing." Johnny was deeply concerned about his teacher Abram. Humberton's he was injured last time. Abram had been searching the entire continent for a cure, but still there was no news from him. Even though Johnny had caused quite a stir in Aoyuan Continent, there was still no word about Abram, as if he had vanished. Seeing Johnny's expression, Elena felt a stir in her heart. She was actually a very smart and clever girl. How could she not sense Johnny's thoughts from his words and expression? Thus, she held Johnny's hand gently and said softly, "Johnny, don't be sad. After we return to Neutral City and see my parents, will you let us accompany you in looking for Teacher Abram?" At the same time, Samara also held Johnny's hand and said softly, "Johnny, don't worry. I'll go with you to find your teacher." Johnny returned the grip on both girls' hands and said, "Thank you. Thank you for being so good to me." "Foolish, between us, what does it matter who thanks whom?" the two girls said in unison. Before leaving, Elena added with a smile, "You belong to me. If not with you, then who?" "Mitchellwright, now everything is over. We should be happy instead. Let me take you somewhere to test your current realm and at the same time, solve any problems you may have," Johnny suggested. This thrilled Elena beyond measure, and she exclaimed, "Good, good. I've long wanted to find someone to compete with. Johnny, take me there quickly." Johnny's face turned serious, and he said, "Girl, are you thinking of causing trouble again? I helped you enhance your strength not for you to fight others, but to prevent you from being bullied." Okay, I get it," Elena replied. Johnny said earnestly to the two girls, "I just want to live peacefully with you. To me, you are the only ones that matter in my life. Compared to you, others are insignificant. I just don't want to endure so many troubles, nor do I want to live in an environment full of fighting and killing. Do you understand?" Johnny's words filled the two girls' hearts with sweetness, each leaning into Johnny's chest, the foundation of their lifelong happiness. Then, Johnny took the two girls away with a spatial movement, disappearing inside the house. Unexpectedly, this time Johnny's spatial movement covered a distance of 30 kilometers, moving directly from the city to outside. He thought it would require 2 moves to reach the outskirts. Johnny smiled inwardly. "It seems my spatial movement has improved." This was the farthest distance he had moved since mastering spatial magic. When the three appeared out of thin air outside the city, all passers-by were scared half to death. Some even shouted, "Emergence are coming," and fled for their lives. Street vendors abandoned their stalls and ran too. Soon, the bustling outskirts became completely deserted. Johnny sighed bitterly to the two girls. Seems like we appeared in the wrong place. Look, they think we're monsters. Elena giggled. That's because they are ignorant and don't know that you, a grand mage, can use spatial movement. If I didn't know better, I would have considered you a monster too. Asterisk caret underscore underscore caret asterisk. Samara agreed. After all, spatial magic has been lost in Zhenge Continent for nearly a millennium. How many people would still know? Besides, they are street vendors. How could they have seen such wondrous spatial magic? You know so much, Samara. Facing Johnny's praise, Samara laughed happily. However, it offended Elena, who grabbed Johnny's arm angrily. So, you mean I don't know anything? Johnny endured the pain from being pinched and exclaimed loudly. Both of you are so smart. You're the smartest and prettiest in the world. I, Johnny, am the clumsiest. Ow. Let go. Missy, you're going to pinch me to death. As he said this, he put on an exaggeratedly pained expression, which made the two girls burst into delicate laughter, their beauty like blooming flowers or buds about to open. After the girls' laughter subsided, Johnny said, We can't stay here for long. The soldiers will probably be here soon. Let's leave this place quickly. Elena pouted her lips and said, You promised to teach us spatial movement. Don't you dare back out. Johnny replied, How could I go back on my word? I said I'd teach you, and I will definitely teach you. When the three appeared again, they were deep in a secluded, desolate mountain. There were no dense forests or wildlife. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be called a mountain. At most, it was just a large mound of earth, albeit a high and wide one. Johnny didn't know where they were. He had simply moved to the most remote area possible. It took him 7 consecutive spatial movements to reach here. Even though each movement covered 30 kilometers, after 7 moves, they had traveled 210 kilometers. That meant this mountain was already 210 kilometers away from Cementala, the capital of Jingfeng Empire. If not for carrying the two girls, Johnny could have moved much farther and more times. However, this series of spatial movements allowed the two girls to truly experience the unmatched speed of spatial travel, something that even the fastest wind magic couldn't match. No wonder the loss of spatial magic became the sole regret of the continent. Little did they know, a mage who mastered spatial movement alone was enough to look down upon the entire continent. Therefore, their resolve to learn spatial movement grew even stronger. Chapter 111. Strange Occurrences in the Irikantans. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Even the occasional sightings of rare magic beasts did not catch the attention of the three people. Instead, 2 small hills of similar height and breadth attracted Johnny's attention. They were approximately 100 meters high. To ordinary people, these hills might be short but insurmountable, not just because they were too steep, but more importantly, there was nothing for a person to hold on to. For Johnny, however, these 2 hills that seemed useless to others were precious finds. He needed such steep and relatively narrow hills surrounded by desolation. After boosting the 2 women's strength, Johnny also wanted to see what level their current strength had reached. Recalling how his teacher used to test him like this, he decided to apply the same method on them. But compared to what he endured when he was tested, these 2 hills were like dwarfs. Luckily, these 2 hills were meant for the 2 women, so Johnny thought inwardly, Woodus, for the sake of my Blythe and Roxy, you'll have to make do as punching bags. Johnny kept staring at the 2 hills, his slightly pleased yet odd gaze naturally catching Blythe's attention. She followed his gaze and saw 2 barren hills with nothing on them. Poking her head forward curiously, she asked, What's so interesting about those 2 bald mountains that you're looking at so intently? It will come in handy very soon, Johnny said mysteriously. Roxy also didn't understand Johnny's intention and asked, Johnny, why are you staring at those 2 hills? And why did you bring us here? The surroundings are so quiet it's creepy. Let's go back early, Johnny said to the 2 women. We finally found such a good place. How can we just leave? Deadbeat, why did you bring us here? Blythe began to lose her temper. Johnny stopped beating around the bush and directly said, Blythe, weren't you always looking for someone to spar with? The hill right in front of you is your opponent this time, and the other one is Roxy's. In short, these 2 hills are your imaginary enemies. Spare nothing, give it your all. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me think so much, Blythe complained after positioning herself as if ready for a bout. It wasn't that she intended to show off in front of Johnny, but rather she wanted to outshine Roxy in his eyes. Mitchell, though the 2 women seemed friendly on the surface, deep down they were competitive, spurred on by jealousy. Roxy felt the same way internally, but at this moment, she was uneasy and pulled Johnny's arm, saying, Johnny, I'm scared. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of you. Don't be scared. You're a senior mage of the Phoenix type. Not many people in the entire continent can match you, let alone an immovable hill. After encouraging Roxy, Johnny added, Don't think about anything, or be afraid of anything. Just do your best. I will protect you. Roxy nodded softly and walked toward her designated hill while Blythe, who had been waiting impatiently on the other side, took action immediately. Johnny looked at the hills and then at the 2 women. Feeling a bit concerned, he cast a light protection on each of them to prevent any injury from falling rocks during their competition. Finally, he emphasized, You 2 must spare nothing. Let's see who can reduce their hill first. After they were set, Blythe told Roxy, Roxy, remember to go easy on me later. Who are you calling Roxy? I'm your big sister. Roxy retorted and threw back. And you should be the one going easy, considering you're only a junior water mage. In response to Roxy's sarcastic remark, Blythe insisted loudly, I'm the older sister. I'm the older sister. I'm the older sister. You're the younger sister. Roxy wouldn't back down. The two began arguing with each other, causing Johnny to shake his head in frustration. He thought to himself, before they even sparred with the hills, they started a verbal spat, truly troublesome. When he saw that their argument escalated with potential physical confrontation, he quickly intervened with a hint of reprimand. Did I bring you here to fight? Elena pulled on Johnny's arm coquettishly. Johnny, you decide who is older. I am obviously older than her, so she has to call me sister. Roxy was not going to let Elena get away with such mockery and shot back instantly. Who says you're older? I should be the elder one, which means you have to call me sister. Johnny interjected. This bickering over who is older, you two girls really like finding trouble. Just tell me your birthdays, then we will know who's older. Why make such a fuss? Upon realizing this was the only and most effective way, after some hesitation on who would speak first, they eventually decided to write down their birth dates on paper for Johnny to see. In the end, Johnny found identical answers on both pieces of paper. Year 3564, Emergence 13, Raphael 8. Note, the continent of Orion has 15 months in a year. This meant that both girls were exactly the same age, turning 17 this year. Johnny laughed and said, Mitchellwright, no need to fight over being the elder sister anymore since you are the same age. Impossible. Both girls stared at Johnny with wide eyes, disbelieving him. It wasn't that they didn't trust Johnny. It was just hard to accept not becoming a big sister. Seeing they didn't believe him, Johnny had no choice but to show them the two papers, saying, Don't believe me? Look for yourselves. The two stretched their necks to see, and indeed, the answer was as Johnny said. They were speechless but inwardly regretted not writing a bigger age, even by a day. Johnny hugged the two girls' shoulders and said, Come on, stop sulking. This way is better. Call each other by name from now on, okay? Remember what I told you before? Live harmoniously and don't squabble over every little thing. We should help each other and unite against outsiders, alright? 3 consecutive okay. Convinced the two girls to nod in agreement. Johnny continued, Mitchellwright, go vent your frustrations on your hills. Later, I'll explain the theory of spatial movement to you. At the mention of spatial movement, the two girls lit up immediately and cheerfully headed toward their targets. Under Johnny's supervision, they began their attacks. Elena couldn't wait to launch her assault. This was her first time casting magic since becoming a junior sorcerer. She found that the water elements converged faster and more abundantly than ever before. Chanting spells was much quicker and smoother. A few lower-level attack spells could be cast without incantations: water arrow, water spear, shining ice spear. They came naturally and in quantities beyond estimation. Erica impressively, it consumed none of her spiritual energy. But when Elena saw her series of low-level attack spells did little damage to the hill, she felt challenged. She thought of an attack spell she had never used before. Water spirit, I wish to stand with you. Please lay aside your noble form. Gather in numbers from 1 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. Turn into sharp swords to assist me in eliminating the enemy. Countless blades instantly formed in front of Elena. This was an ultimate level attack spell in the water magic repertoire. If it weren't for Elena's new status as a junior sorcerer, she wouldn't have been able to cast it. Soon, countless ice blades continuously assaulted the hill, replenishing as they diminished, endlessly wearing the mountain down. Roxy, on the other hand, appeared more composed and did not rush for quick success. Rafflesing wind spirits in the atmosphere. Grant me transparent wings to freely soar through the sky. Roxy first cast a wind gliding wings to rise 20 meters, then launched her attack at the hill. Wind gathers into shape, sharpened by impact. Under the shining cross light, the god of wind shall command. Swing forth, crossblade. This was an intermediate attack spell from the wind Johnny mental magic, wind cross slash. Roxy hoped that the blades made of wind elements would gradually erode the hill. However, she noticed that her wind cross slash barely made a dent. Just as she was pondering this, she caught a glimpse of Elena's hill rapidly diminishing. Without caring whether she had the capability or not, she took the risk. Scattered in every corner of the world, 12 spirits that honor me as king. In the name of the supreme and honored Archmage, I summon you to lend me the power of all creation, to restore the brilliance of sun, moon, and stars, to create a realm of endless destruction and ruin. Power, rage forth. She unleashed the only superclass attack magic she knew, Ether Storm, which assaulted the hill with fierce winds akin to tearing apart space itself. The hill's rate of descent became much faster than before. As Johnny watched the two girls unleash their attack spells, an incredible phenomenon occurred. A tangerine orange sphere formed between the two hills. Johnny could clearly sense that this sphere contained an overwhelmingly powerful force, so formidable that it sent chills down his spine. Not only did the attack spells from Elena and Roxy not affect this sphere, but their magical energies were completely absorbed by it. Johnny instinctively shouted, Elena, Roxy, stop attacking immediately and return to my side. But Johnny's warning came too late. Chapter 112. A deal with only profits and no losses. Johnny, come quickly and give me a hand, Elena called out loudly. Her brows were knitted tightly, showing an expression of struggling desperately, while beside her, Veronica seemed even more strained, her entire delicate body appearing to be on the verge of being sucked into that sphere. Without any hesitation, Johnny flew in front of the two women. The closer proximity made the sphere's gravitational pull stronger. Even Johnny felt himself leaning forward as if forced. The situation was urgent, so Johnny immediately used supreme-level magic, even unleashing forbidden spells along with several enhanced versions. The Radiant Glend, Earthquake-shattering Irricantanes, Chance-filling Fire Sharon, and Miles-long Ice. It was well known that no one across the entire continent could withstand such an attack from Zhenge. Yet, Zhenge knew within his heart that when his beloved ones were in danger, he would unleash all his power without any reservation, regardless of who or what stood in his way. Under Zhenge's relentless attacks, the sphere unexpectedly stopped absorbing energy and instead began emitting it outward continuously. It resembled a mage launching an attack, its power absolutely no less formidable than Zhenge's. Two forces intertwined incessantly, sometimes entangled in combat, other times standing face to face in confrontation. After a long while, fearing any accidents, Zhenge intensified his assault with a thought. His internal magic energy and Priestonglong aura rapidly merged into one, and with the unsheathing of his Priestonglong sword, the sword, enveloped by this combined energy, produced a destructive force capable of annihilating heaven and earth, sweeping towards the sphere overwhelmingly. Even the two women beside him felt the incredible strength Zhenge emitted, which could be described as monstrously terrifying, almost as if the end of the world was imminent. Under Zhenge's absolute offensive, the sphere could not endure the collision of energies and exploded violently in an instant. The thunderous explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, its shockwaves destroying everything around. The two hills also collapsed under this impact wave. Not only that, the shockwave continued unendingly toward the distance. Wherever it went, mountains crumbled and the ground split, dust filling the sky, obscuring everything from view. Just before the explosion, Veronica and Elena had been protected by more than 10 defensive spells cast by Zhenge, so they were not affected by the impact wave. However, 6 out of the 10 protective spells were destroyed by the powerful shockwave. This left Zhenge sweating cold sweat, glad he had added extra protections for the two women. By nightfall, the shockwave finally subsided slowly. Looking at the collapsed area, Zhenge murmured to himself, "How could there be such a massive energy sphere here?" Saying this, he intended to go and investigate. But just then, Elena held onto him tightly, saying, "Zhenge, let's return quickly. This place is so eerie and scary. Please don't bother about why that sphere is here." Veronica also felt chills down her spine. She said to Zhenge, "Zhenge, let's get back as soon as possible." Seeing both women wanted to return early, Zhenge did not insist on investigating further. Using spatial travel, he disappeared from the mountain, yet he firmly resolved to come back someday to explore further. The occurrences in the mountain aroused boundless curiosity in him. Perhaps there was some shocking secret hidden in the mountain. Upon returning to Samatoro City, Finley was already waiting at the main gate. As soon as he saw Zhenge appear, he stepped forward to report, "Deputy Leader, the second Emperor Cabela of Jingfeng Empire is waiting for you inside." Curiously, Zhenge asked, "Why is he looking for me?" "I don't know. He says he will speak only after seeing you," Finley replied. At this moment, Zhenge suddenly thought of someone and asked, "Has Prieston Rui returned yet?" "No. This boy has been gone for many days without any news," Finley answered. "Finley, issue orders in my name to the whole team, instructing members stationed everywhere to search diligently for Prieston Rui's whereabouts. Live or dead, we need to find him, understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now take me to see Emperor Cabela." Finley stepped aside, waving his hand. "Deputy Leader, please. Princesses, please." Inside the hall, Flint was pacing back and forth. His anxiousness and unease were evident in his steps. Upon seeing Zhenge, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and he welcomed Zhenge joyfully. "Esteemed Archmage, you have finally returned. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Don't call me Archmage all the time, just call me Zhenge." Zhenge felt uncomfortable every time someone called him esteemed Archmage. What made him even more curious was that Emperor Flint came alone this time, without a single soldier, leaving one to wonder how his ministers could let their emperor come here unprotected. Yes, I'll address you as Brother Zhenge." Zhenge nodded in agreement and asked without lifting his head, "Why are you visiting me so late at night?" Flint glanced at the people beside Zhenge, as if suggesting that Zhenge should ask them to leave. Seeing this, Zhenge became slightly angry but remained composed, saying, "They are my closest ones. If you have something to say, speak. If not, leave." Then he loudly called out, "Finley, escort our guest out." No, you misunderstood me." Flint quickly apologized with a smile. "Enough small talk. Speak your business quickly, or we need to rest." As he said this, Zhenge put an arm around the two women, pretending to be ready to leave. Urgently, Flint responded, "I'd like to make a deal with you, Brother Zhenge." At the mention of a deal, Elena became more excited than Zhenge, loudly asking, "What kind of deal is it? Is there a lot of gold to earn?" Flint replied, "Of course. What kind of deal is it? Let's do it." Elena joyfully said, deciding inside that if Zhenge did not agree to this deal, she would take it on herself. "Brat, don't cause trouble," Zhenge warned, then turned to Flint and said, "We seem to have no mutual interests. Without such interests, where's the deal?" Flint asked, "May I inquire whether Brother Zhenge is from Rafelxiu Empire?" "So what if I am, and what if I'm not? If you're not from Rafelxiu Empire, I ask for your help to repel Rafelxiu's troops. The reward will be 1/3 of Jingfeng Empire's territory. If you are from Rafelxiu Empire, please do not stand against us. The reward will be 3 million gold coins annually." "This seems like a good deal. Only profits, no losses," Zhenge remarked. Elena shouted, "Zhenge, agree to him now. We can get 3 million gold coins a year without doing anything. It would take us countless tasks to earn that much. As long as Brother Zhenge fulfills your part, my country will keep its promise. Here's 1 million gold coins as a token of my sincerity." Flint handed a golden crystal card to Zhenge and continued, "I came alone to show my sincerity. Please help us for the sake of my people." Without any hesitation, Johnny accepted the golden card and passed it to Elena, saying, "Little miser, this 1 million is now yours." Grinning, Elena held the card and said, "I will spend it wisely." Johnny asked, "Isn't Jingfeng already mobilized its resources and troops? Why do you need my help? Besides, weren't Rafelxiu and you supposed to be strategic partners?" "That damned Leonard, Emperor of Rafelxiu, betrayed us and launched an attack," Flint angrily muttered, then added seriously, "Brother Johnny, you might not know, mobilizing troops and preparing supplies were to protect our nation. Initially inviting Rafelxiu was..." He stopped mid-sentence. Johnny bluntly continued, "Initially inviting Rafelxiu was to counter me. Unexpectedly, Rafelxiu seized the opportunity to launch a war on Jingfeng for our crystal resources, right?" Caught off guard, Flint blushed and nervously replied, "Brother Johnny, don't be upset." Johnny reassured him. "I said, as long as Elena is safe, I don't care about other matters." "I'm glad you're not upset." Flint sighed in relief, fearing that Johnny would blame him over Elena, which would spell doom for Jingfeng. Johnny reminded him, "Didn't I tell you before, as long as other empires don't target Erdetina Duchy, their conflicts mean nothing to me. I won't meddle in them. I used to be from Rafelxiu, but now I'm from Erdetina Duchy. Instead of fighting senselessly, focus on defending against Turin's empire. Don't wait until they strike before realizing it." Johnny's words clearly indicated that he would neither help Jingfeng Empire fight against Rafelxiu Empire nor assist Rafelxiu Empire to bully Jingfeng Empire. How could Flint not understand Johnny's meaning? He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Brother Johnny. Our people will forever remember your kindness. I'll go back and make arrangements right away." Johnny had no intention of stopping him and let him leave. However, Elena flashed in front of him, blocking his way. "Leaving so soon? Haven't you forgotten something?" Flint paused, hesitated for a moment, then slapped his head and said, "It's all because I was too excited. The remaining 2 million gold coins will be delivered tomorrow." Elena remarked, "Remember what you've said. Deliver 3 million gold coins annually from now on." "Yes, yes, yes, I will definitely keep my word." "You, don't trouble him anymore," Johnny reminded. Flint glanced gratefully at Johnny once more before swiftly departing. Elena held up the golden crystal card and said to Johnny, "Johnny, we're really amazing. Without doing anything, we managed to get Jingfeng Empire to give us 3 million gold coins every year. It feels great to have money." Johnny smiled and said, "Mitchellright, let's rest. We're all tired after such a long day." At this moment, Johnny failed to notice that Rose's eyes were filled with an almost imperceptible sadness and disappointment. Chapter 113: The Origin of Dylan's Arrival. The next morning, Johnny waited for a long time but still did not see Carrie appear, and he could not help but feel a bit strange. He thought to himself, usually Carrie gets up earlier than anyone else, but now it's so late and she hasn't gotten up yet, and she is unusually quiet. He couldn't help pulling Elena aside and asking, "Elena, do you know where Carrie is? It's so late and I haven't seen her. You didn't ask me to watch her. How would I know where she is?" Elena said very unhappily. After hearing Elena's words, Johnny shook his head and walked straight to Carrie's room. Elena also knew what he was going to do and followed him closely. Arriving at Carrie's door, they saw that the door was tightly shut. Johnny shouted loudly several times, but still got no reply from Carrie. Checking the entire room with his mental power, he was greatly surprised, saying, "That girl is actually not in her room." He immediately kicked the door open, only to find neatly arranged quilts and an untouched tea table as usual. "Johnny, look quickly, there is a letter on the table," Elena shouted. Hearing this, Johnny hurriedly ran over, picked up the letter, and saw that it read "For Johnny only" on the cover. Johnny eagerly tore open the envelope and carefully read the note. Several neat lines told Johnny where Carrie had gone. The contents of the letter were as follows. "Johnny, I am leaving. Please forgive me for leaving without notice. Mitchell, these days, I have been tormented by my conscience. This kidnapping incident concerning Elena has something to do with my country, and the spearhead of the continental disputes points directly at our Tolan's empire. Mitchell, though you act as if you don't care, I know, as the princess of Tolan's, I feel guilty towards you. Even when I am with you, I can't face you. So I have to go back and ask my father why he did this. After I get everything clear, I will come back to find you. Besides, I will take care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Thank you for taking care of Carrie during this period. Love, Carrie." After reading the content of the letter, Johnny's mood became very depressed. He muttered to himself, "Humbertley girl, why did you leave like this? You haven't done anything wrong to me, and I didn't blame you. Why did you leave without telling me?" Lost, Johnny slammed a fist into the ground fiercely. A powerful blow filled with azure dragon aura formed a deep pit on the ground. Elena comforted Johnny by gently rubbing his back. "Johnny, don't be sad. Once we solve everything, we will go to Tolan's to find her. Anyway, Humbertster Alexandria is still waiting for me there." Johnny nodded hard in agreement. At this moment, Vert came running in to report, "Deputy Leader, there is an old man outside who wants to see you. No matter how we coax him, he won't leave and insists on seeing you by name." Johnny said, "Tell him I'm not in the mood now and don't want to meet anyone. If he has something, let him come another day." But, Vert hesitated and didn't continue. "What's wrong?" Johnny was a little angry. He was already upset due to Carrie's departure, and now an annoying old man came along. Luckily, Johnny wasn't someone who would easily cause trouble. Otherwise, this old man might be in big trouble. That old man said that if he doesn't see you today, he will dismantle the sign of our great earth mercenary Daminup, and then, and what? Just spit it out. The old man also said that after dismantling the sign, He will beat up any member of our great Earth mercenary Daminup he sees. Who is so daring to dare dismantle our sign and fight people? I'll deal with him. Elena could hardly contain her eagerness. To her, only 3 things mattered most now. First, Johnny's safety. Second, earning enough gold coins. Third, fighting. Humbrance breaking through to the Chudinoso Junior Magic Master level. She hadn't truly fought anyone yet, and for this, she had complained to Johnny many times. Johnny gave Elena a severe look, signaling her not to act rashly. Then he used Phoenix magic to project his voice above the main gate. The senior outside. Forgive me, Johnny, as I am in a poor mood and cannot entertain guests now. Please let me off this time, and I will surely come to apologize in person another day. Though Johnny didn't know who the person outside was, from the faint magical fluctuations around, he had begun to suspect a familiar person he hadn't seen for a long time. Brat, you've grown a pair of hard wings, even ignoring an old man like me. Do you think I won't dismantle your temple and beat up all your subordinates? The old man outside actually mimicked Johnny's way to transmit his voice inside, boasting that he would dismantle the mercenary group's building. Teacher, it's really you. Johnny ran joyfully towards the main gate, which made Fergus flabbergasted. Just now, he still looked dejected, but now he was extremely delighted. Fergus asked Elena hastily. Princess Elena, what's wrong with Vice Leader? Why is he so happy when the old man says he will dismantle our place? Elena smiled merrily, saying, there's something you don't know. Do you know who the visitor is? Who? Fergus asked curiously. The old man outside is the president of the Mage Guild, the renowned light magic Grand Master Mark Dillon. After saying this, Elena also rushed to the main gate, leaving Fergus, who was already scared stiff, behind. Outside the main gate, Johnny had already knelt down before Dillon, exclaiming hoarsely, Teacher, I miss you so much. Why did you come to see me only now? Foolish child, get up. Have you grown up so big and yet still cry? Shame on you. Haven't I come to see you? Dillon said affectionately. Following closely, Elena hurriedly greeted Dillon. Princess Elena pays respects to teacher. Dillon said in surprise. Hey, where is she alone? What about the girl from Turlin's Empire? Elena replied. Carrie has returned to Turlin's Empire for some reason. Teacher, please come inside quickly. Johnny urged Dillon into the building hastily. Mitchell, the guards at the gate, were still prostrate on the ground, not because they couldn't move, but they didn't dare. Earlier, they were aggressive towards the old man, trying to drive him away, never expecting their vice leader would kneel to the old man and show such respect, calling him teacher. They were terrified, thinking they were going to be fired instead of driving away the old man. Even the stupidest member of the Great Earth mercenary Daminup could guess who the old man was. Johnny had once said that his teacher was none other than light magic Grand Master Mark Dillon or fire magic Grand Master Abram. And Abram had been out of contact for a long time. Who else could it be standing in front of them? Realizing his mistake, Fergus came rushing over, kowtowing at Dillon's feet, continuously asking for forgiveness. Dillon said, Get up. Do you think I'm the type to take advantage of my position and bully others? How can I blame my student's subordinate? Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Dillon hit Fergus's head fiercely, advising him. I'm doing this so you remember not to disrespect the elderly. Fergus touched his aching head, saying rather indeed, complaining. If you had worn the purple robe exclusive to Grand Mages, this wouldn't have happened. Unbeknownst to Fergus, Dillon hit him another knock on the head, cautioning again. Boy, don't you look down on others just because of their appearance. Remember, many remarkable people don't care about dressing up. Who are you to judge by clothes? Just like your vice leader, dressed so simply, can you see through his true strength? Fergus looked at Johnny and realized that indeed, Johnny's clothes were extremely simple compared to him, the branch president, almost appearing poor. Yet, under this simplicity lay incomparable power, strength that could make anyone in the continent bow down. Fergus then understood a truth. Never look down on anyone, for it might be you who suffer the loss. He told Dillon sincerely. I will always remember your teachings, President. Worth teaching. Dillon smiled rarely. Teacher, let's not stand here, come inside quickly. I have so much to talk about with you. Johnny said. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. There were endless things to say. They chatted for several hours without showing any signs of stopping. Elena, feeling bored, shouted. Johnny, you heartless guy, you even forget whether I'm bored or not. Johnny laughed foolishly, saying, Sorry, I got too engrossed talking to teacher and ignored you. You actually realized you ignored me? Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. The little girl huffed and walked to Dillon's side, pouting at him. Teacher, look, he bullied me. Dillon teased with a smile. You are even jealous of your teacher, little girl? You bully me too. I don't want to talk to either of you. Elena rolled her eyes at the two and moved aside. Teacher, why did you suddenly think of coming to Samantala City to find me this time? Of course, it's for you, the omniscient Saint Magister. For me? Johnny looked at his teacher in puzzlement. Dillon stroked his white beard and said, This time, I came to find you upon the request of Emperor Leonard of Rafelxiu Empire. Everyone on the continent knows that you, Johnny, the omniscient Saint Magister, are from our Rafelxiu Empire. This time, I personally came to seek you because I hope that when Rafelxiu Empire is in trouble, you can lend a hand. Teacher, haven't I already announced to the whole continent that except for the Iva Duchy, I have nothing to do with any other country's matters? Whether Rafelxiu Empire is destroyed by others or destroys others, it has nothing to do with me, Johnny said. Actually, I have no intention of involving myself in the disputes of any country on the continent. I just want to study magical skills well and hope to promote them through my own efforts. Due to war, how many magical skills have vanished from the world? It's all the harm brought by war. But this time, it concerns the safety of the entire continent, so I can't remain silent. Teacher, there's no need to say more. I won't get involved in such trivial matters, nor will I help one country attack another. I just want to live a peaceful life with the person I love. How can you call human safety a trivial matter? Do you still consider me as your teacher? Yes, of course. You will always be my teacher, Johnny said firmly. Chapter 114, Factional Division. Mario said meaningfully, Child, your teacher, I have been a Grand Mage for over 30 years and have been in charge of the Magic Guild for 20 years. I have always taken the well-being of the world as my responsibility and cannot remain aloof like the other old men. Can you understand my heart? Johnny nodded and asked, Teacher, there is something I do not understand. Based on the information I currently know, all current affairs on the continent are instigated by the Tollance Empire behind the scenes, and I also know that several small countries have already joined the Tollance Empire's camp. So why does the Raffleshire Empire want to attack the Jingfeng Empire now instead of joining forces with other empires to fight against the Tollance Empire together? Isn't it giving advantage to the Tollance Empire by fighting among themselves? Mario explained, Child, you don't know about this. As you know, the Raffleshire Empire is a magic kingdom where almost everyone learns magic, and for a mage to improve their strength through self-effort is very difficult. However, by absorbing the energy from magic crystals, not only can the speed of cultivation be rapidly increased, but the strength of the mage can also be enhanced. Therefore, Raffleshire Empire's annual crystal consumption accounts for 70% of the entire continent, while the domestically produced crystals far fail to meet the needs. Hence, they set their eyes on the Jingfeng Empire, which has the largest reserve of crystals. They provide us with crystals at low prices, and in return, we help train their mages. For a long time, both countries have coexisted peacefully without any disputes or minor frictions. But in recent years, the Jingfeng Empire raised the price of crystals tenfold without informing us. This led to the depletion of our national treasury, nearly plunging our country into panic and chaos. Emperor Leonard of the Raffleshire Empire has been preoccupied with finding an outlet for this grievance, especially since this issue with the kidnapping of Elena drew the Jingfeng Empire to our doorstep seeking rescue. Emperor Leonard seized this opportunity to send a force of 50,000 troops, including 2,000 mages, officially named for rescue, but actually to use military pressure to force the Jingfeng Empire to reduce the price of crystals back to its original level. So that's how it is. No wonder the Raffleshire Empire would suddenly make things difficult for the Jingfeng Empire, Johnny said. He then asked again, then why did it involve me? I am not entangled with anyone's interests. As the saying goes, tall trees catch much wind. Because of your formidable power, there are people who wish to take advantage of you, tempting you. With just your strength, the whole land of Orin can tremble. If misused, it will bring calamity to the continent. If used rightly, the continent will turn anew. In short, you are the most critical part affecting the entire continent, and it is no exaggeration to say that you can sway the entire continental pattern. Whichever side you stand on will have a sure victory. Johnny smiled and said, Teacher, you're really flattering me. Be it important or not, I am just a common person, never thought of harming others with my magic, merely thinking of self-preservation, let alone getting involved in those vendettas. Elena echoed Johnny, saying, Teacher, please don't force him anymore. We only want to live peacefully. Is this called forcing him? As a mage, one should think about the safety of the continent rather than retreat in fear. Mario was slightly angry, his white beard trembling with anger. He regretted teaching this child magic, because even if he had not taught him, with Johnny's physique attributes, he would have eventually mastered magic himself. Teacher, don't get angry. Even if I don't take action, with your status and strength as a teacher, along with the other Grand Mages, which empire would dare to refuse you? After all, there are only a few mages on the whole continent, representing great power. If you all work together, the entire Orin continent will be yours. Johnny refused and didn't forget to flatter. Mario said, Johnny, don't flatter your teacher. Mitchell, though the few old men on the continent can indeed control wind and rain, you only know one side of it. The empires outwardly show great respect to us, but in their hearts, driven by interests, they are always thinking about how to deal with us. Michelso, what you said is not wrong. If we old men unite, we can indeed influence the entire continental situation. But what's most puzzling is that apart from the missing Fire Grand Mage Abram, the remaining Grand Mages on the continent have actually divided into two factions. Two factions? Johnny seemed very curious. Yes, the Grand Mages are divided into a pro-war faction and a pro-peace faction. The pro-war faction is led by the Dean of Sacred Divine School, Earth Grand Mage Lemuel, under whom there are 8 Grand Mages and 15 Junior Grand Mages. The pro-peace faction is led by your teacher me and Water Grand Mage Clarissa, under whom there are 3 Grand Mages and 5 Junior Grand Mages. Humbert's Grand Mages? Didn't you say there were only 7 Grand Mages on the entire continent? Now you mention more than 10 Grand Mages, plus the Junior Grand Mages. It's even more. When did so many Grand Mages appear on the continent? Johnny asked curiously. I'm also puzzled and cannot understand when so many Grand Mages suddenly emerged on the continent, and all their strengths are no less than my own, Mario replied. Didn't Lemuel and always advocate peace? Why would he form a pro-war faction? Johnny couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. Mario said, your teacher is also confused. I've known Lemuel for over 60 or 70 years. I understand his character best. He loves peace and has stopped the Turin's empire from expanding several times. Yet this time, he stands on the side of the Turin's empire, shouting to help unify the entire Orin continent. Oh, right. Teacher, speaking of the sacred divine, it reminds me of someone. Is Oka part of the pro-war faction? Johnny asked. Of course, Oka is one of the 6 Grand Mages in the pro-war faction. However, there's been no news about him for days, and I fear he might be up to something sinister. Mario replied. Hearing this, Johnny laughed a few times and said, Teacher, he will never appear again because he is dead. What dead? Even as steady as Mario was, he couldn't help but exclaim. A Grand Mage had died, yet the president of the Magic Guild hadn't heard any news. Yes, he is dead. I killed him, Johnny said calmly, without feeling any significance in killing a Grand Mage. How did he die? Mario pressed further. Johnny dared not hide anything and told Mario everything that happened at Zhenge Manor. Mario's expression changed drastically, not because he was sad about Oka's death, but because he marveled that Johnny could withstand a Grand Mage's self-detonation. Even Mario himself would only be able to die obediently facing Oka's self-detonation. For Johnny to withstand it, compressing the explosion energy required an unimaginable level of strength, perhaps even that of a deity, who alone would not be harmed by any forces. After Johnny finished, Mario indignantly said, It turns out the Turin's Empire was indeed meddling behind the scenes, sending people to impersonate Jingfeng Empire kidnappers, causing misunderstanding between the Iva Duchy and Jingfeng Empire, thus dragging the Raffleshire Empire into it. This led to a major conflict among these 3 countries for their own gain, a truly insidious plan. Fortunately, you safely rescued Elena. Oka deserved his fate, and now the opposing camp has lost some strength. Mario continued praising. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you could resist the energy generated by a Grand Mage's self-detonation. It seems even if your teacher studied for 1,000 years, I still couldn't surpass you. Teacher, you're making fun of me. Johnny showed a trace of difficulty. Why would your teacher joke about this? You don't know. He even grasped spatial magic. Elena happily reported on Johnny's behalf, adding boastfully. The speed of spatial movement is truly amazing. So fast it's unimaginable. What? Spatial magic? Mario was shocked again. As the president of the Magic Guild, how could he not know about spatial magic, the nearly 1,000-year lost magic? He regretted being born 1,000 years too late and not learning spatial magic. Even unable to learn it, just witnessing it in his lifetime would be worth dying for, leaving Mario with regrets throughout his life. Yes, teacher, Johnny said, but fearing that Mario wouldn't believe him, he added immediately, If you don't believe me, teacher, I can demonstrate it for you. Foolish child, how could your teacher not believe you? There's no need for a demonstration. However, your teacher has a question. Humbert's the Tulin's Empire meticulously planned this conspiracy. How could they let you rescue Elena so easily? Isn't that self-destructive? Irrecriover, they even took a roundabout way to let people know it was the Tulin's Empire that kidnapped Elena. I've thought about this problem too. I tried several hypotheses but couldn't figure it out. But what I care most about is that Elena was rescued safely. As for the intentions of the Tulin's Empire, I don't really care, Johnny said. Seeing that Johnny didn't want to talk more about it, Mario didn't press further and changed the subject. Johnny, now you know the situation on the continent. If you don't stand up to help your teacher, peace on the continent will cease to exist. I'm sorry, teacher, I can't do it. Johnny refused Mario again without any sentiment. Chapter 115, Setting Off for Home. Mario glared fiercely at Johnny with his aged eyes. As the venerable president of the Mage Guild, he was actually unable to persuade a mere child. If it had been anyone else, their status would have crushed them already. But this Johnny was as obstinate as a rock. Nothing could move him. Even if Mario were to beat him up, 10 Marios wouldn't be a match for him in this state. Unable to persuade or subdue him, Mario felt helpless and hopeless, aging decades within moments. Johnny said, Teacher, don't force me anymore. I know you're in a difficult position, and it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. It's just that I don't want to get entangled in the quagmire of the continent's power struggles. Once I get involved, it won't be easy to pull out. I just want to spend more time with Patty to make up for her suffering during my absence. As he spoke, he hugged Patty tenderly, showing her deep affection. Patty felt a warmth in her heart and buried her head deeply into Johnny's chest. Mario shook his head and said helplessly, Humbert's you're set on this decision, I won't force you. Teacher must immediately rush to the border to prevent conflicts between Jingfeng Empire and Rafelxiu Empire. Otherwise, once the chaos starts, the sly plan of Turin's Empire will succeed. Teacher, why don't you stay here longer so I can take good care of you? Johnny tried to persuade earnestly. You damn brat. What kind of situation do we have now? How can teacher have the heart to stay here? Remember, after you finish your own matters, come find me in Rafelxiu Empire. Teacher has something very important for you. Mario finished and turned away, vanishing instantly, revealing how anxious and worried he was. Watching Mario leave, Johnny's mind flooded with thoughts. He knew his teacher felt regret and disappointment. Memories of Mario's care and teachings flashed through his mind. Without Mario, there wouldn't be the Johnny of today. After realizing all this, Johnny used spatial movement to vanish into thin air while still holding Patty. Mario, filled with anger, didn't slow down a bit. Just as he stepped out of the guild, he sensed an unfamiliar magical fluctuation, a strange energy unlike anything he had seen before. He instinctively mobilized his light magic defenses, but the mysterious power quickly vanished. In front of Mario appeared Johnny's mischievous figure and Patty's graceful body. They both looked at him with amusement. As a high mage, Mario quickly concluded from their appearance. Wasn't that space magic? Yes, teacher, that's spatial teleportation, Johnny confirmed. Space teleportation. Finally, I've seen space magic. Mario felt overjoyed inside, not only for himself, but because he witnessed the reappearance of space magic in his lifetime. Despite his excitement, He remained outwardly composed, saying, "Why did you follow me? Did you change your mind and want to help me?" Johnny replied, "Teacher, you misunderstood. I came to talk to you about something. If it's not to help, then why chase me?" Mario started to lose patience. This damn kid wasn't helping him and was now bothering him. "Teacher, please let me finish," Johnny urged anxiously. "Fine, go ahead. I grew up lonely and dependent on no one. You taught me so many things, and without you, there wouldn't be the Johnny of today. For this, I am extremely grateful to you." Interrupting impatiently, Mario scolded, "You fool, stop wasting time with such nonsense. Focus on the point." Johnny paused and continued, "Teacher, even though I don't wish to intervene in the continental disputes, I don't want to see you frowning every day. So I've decided to help you deal with those mages." "What? You agree?" Mario embraced Johnny excitedly, fearing he might have misheard. He asked again, just to be sure. Johnny repeated, "I promise to help you against the war proponents among the high mages." "Wonderful, wonderful." Mario's furrowed brows immediately smoothed out. He knew that with Johnny's help, victory would surely belong to their peace faction. Mario said excitedly, "You brat, as long as you're willing to help, that high mage from the war faction is nothing to fear." "Teacher, I don't know if I can win, but I'll do my best." Mario knew this was Johnny's modesty and asked immediately, "Brat, how do you plan to deal with them?" "Well, I have my ways, but I can't tell you now," Johnny deliberately teased. Mario did not get angry at Johnny's teasing. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What are your plans now?" "Tomorrow you and I will return to the Iva Duchy first, to settle her affairs properly. Then we'll see what happens." "You brat, why not do this? After you finish all your business in the duchy, come straight to the headquarters of the Mage Guild to see me. I have something very important for you." "Teacher, what is it? Can't you give it to me now?" "You brat, just come when I call." "Why so many questions?" Mario said. "Teacher, could you help me with 2 things? You actually need my help?" "Speak up," Mario joked. Johnny organized his thoughts before saying, "This is the situation. One of our guild members named Rookie went missing while delivering a message some time ago. I suspect it was the Reflexiu Empire who did it. So I ask you to inquire when you visit the Raphael Long army. If they indeed abducted my guild member, please make them release him immediately, and I won't hold any grudges." "That's it. No problem. I can handle that easily." "And what about the second thing?" Mario continued. "Teacher, I want you to help find out where Teacher Edward is. I've been trying to locate Teacher Edward myself. So far, no news." Mario, usually calm, showed great distress and bewilderment at the mention of Edward. Finally, he added, "Time is short. I must go. Teacher, be careful on your way. I'll find you in Reflexiu Empire once I'm done here," Johnny said. After Mario left, Yu couldn't wait to pull Johnny by the hand and say, "Johnny, let's go back today. I miss father so much." Johnny laughed. "Why not stay and play a few more days?" Yu pouted. "There's nothing fun here. It's nowhere near as lively as our neutral city." Seeing Johnny still hesitating, she resorted to her ultimate weapon. "Johnny, please, I know you love me most. Let's go back today, okay?" Hearing Yu's coquettish voice, Johnny gave in. "Mitchellright, we'll go back today. You really have me beat." Pleased to see her trick work, Yu laughed happily. When Vice Leader Johnny announced he was leaving, Eric wanted to gather all branch members for a send-off, but was stopped by Johnny. "Eric, there's no need for such a fuss. I'm only returning to headquarters. I'll come back whenever I have the time. Take good care of things here. Don't worry, Vice Leader. I won't let you down. Before I leave, there's one last thing I need you to do." Johnny quickly set up a brown soundproof barrier around himself and Eric, even excluding Yu. This made Yu stomp her feet in frustration outside the barrier and mutter angrily, "You bad guy, keeping secrets from me. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Inside the barrier, Johnny spoke solemnly. "Eric, 210 kilometers north of the city, there's a mountain." Johnny then recounted everything that happened there to Eric and concluded, "In short, something's very off there. Keep a close watch and report any news through our special communication channel immediately." "Got it. Yes, Vice Leader. I promise not to disappoint you. And keep this strictly confidential. Don't tell anyone." "Understood." Michelso, this book contains my insights into magical skills and martial skills. You can study it with others, and I hope it will be helpful to you. "Thank you, Vice Leader." After all matters were settled, Johnny canceled the ochre barrier and called out to Patty, "Little girl, it's time for us to set off." But the little girl ignored him, so he had to raise his voice and repeat, "Little girl, don't you want to go back to see your father?" Patty still ignored him, at most giving him a few sideways glances. Finally, Johnny said in exasperation, "Little girl, if you don't come now, I'll leave by myself." "You dare." Patty turned around angrily and complained, "Why do you need to hide things from me? Why did you put up a barrier that stops me from seeing and hearing?" Johnny finally understood why Patty was ignoring him, but couldn't reveal the truth. Thinking quickly, he replied, "I was helping Branch President Eric enhance his strength. To protect you from any possible harm, I had to put up a barrier. Is that really so?" Patty looked at Johnny doubtfully. "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" Vert also caught on and stepped forward, saying, "Vice Leader is telling the truth. I was indeed receiving strength enhancement just now." Johnny nodded approvingly at Vert. "That's fine then." Patty's anger vanished instantly as she grabbed Johnny's arm and exclaimed, "Let's go home. Let's go home." Watching them leave, Vert chuckled secretly, thinking, Vice Leader is quite an expert at lying too, able to make it up without preparation, leaving the little girl completely fooled. Chapter 116. Obstacles to Good Fortune. After receiving the remaining 2 million gold coins from the Crystal Wind Empire, Johnny chose a southern route toward the Iva Duchy. As he walked out of the city, it felt as if everything that had happened was like a dream. The pain of Elena's kidnapping and the lengths he went to in order to save her, stirring up the entire continent, were almost unbelievable. Even the Iva Duchy mobilized 800,000 troops against the Crystal Wind Empire, only for all of this to come to an end so easily and unexpectedly. No large-scale war broke out between the two countries, not even minor skirmishes. Other countries' actions were all thunder with little rain. It seemed as though they played a joke on one another. Zhenge did not dwell too much on these thoughts. Subconsciously, he believed that as long as he and his beloved could live happily together, all other matters of the world could be left aside. However, there would never be a path of endless ease. Indeed, the south gate was tightly closed with many soldiers guarding the exit. Just as Zhenge and company approached, they were stopped by the guards. Elena paid no mind to these formalities, striding forward with wide eyes, scolding the guards. "Are you blind fools? How dare you stop us? Clear the way quickly, or my anger will rise." Hearing the roar at the city gate, a leading soldier emerged, shouting loudly, "Who is this mad girl? Do you not know His Majesty has decreed a state of martial law, prohibiting anyone from leaving Samantra City without a token? If you continue to act wildly, you will be imprisoned." Elena smiled slyly. "Sure, I've stayed in many kinds of rooms, but never in jail. If you dare, go ahead and arrest me." "Come, seize her," ordered the leader. Instantly, dozens of armed soldiers surrounded Elena, which caused quite a shock among the onlookers. They muttered amongst themselves, wondering which family's young lady dared provoke the city guard. This was a crucial moment when the gate officers held power to execute anyone who disobeyed. Anyone causing displeasure could be killed without repercussions. Seeing Elena enjoying herself, Zhenge decided not to interrupt. Standing nearby, he watched amusedly since her capabilities as a novice mage far surpassed these common soldiers. Therefore, he let her have her fun without worry. The leader, unaware of the identity of the famous couple before him, treated them like ordinary wealthy youth, showing no respect. Seeing his men surround the young lady, he didn't even look up and said, "Brat, surrender now, and you may still get leniency. Or you'll regret it once I lay hands on you." For some reason, the leader started howling while clutching his cheeks, blood trickling through his fingers. When he opened his hand, two slightly yellowed front teeth fell into his palm. With his gaping mouth, he bellowed, "Who hit me just now? Come out if you dare." But the crowd remained silent, only offering hushed laughter. Seeing no response, the leader became furious, assuming it was Elena's doing. He roared at her, "Brat, was it you who?" But before he could finish, he received several hard slaps on both cheeks again. This time, it was much harder than before, causing him to spin around multiple times, ultimately falling to the ground. His mouth was now nearly toothless. Just as he intended to curse, the remaining bit of clarity in his mind stopped him. He realized that he hadn't seen who struck him and knew better than to challenge them. Of course, Elena understood that Zhenge was behind it all. He wouldn't tolerate insults directed at her. Not killing the man earlier was already mercy. Unaware of this, the leader thought Elena had done it and now looked at her with fear. The surrounding city guards, seeing their superior receive two inexplicable slaps that left him in such a state, were too frightened to help him up. Instead, they involuntarily took several steps back. Elena clutched her belly and burst into laughter, but seeing the leading officer retreating, she flashed over in front of him and mocked, "Humberter, weren't you going to arrest this girl and throw me into jail? Why are you trying to run away now? I'm waiting for you to come and arrest me." Just as the leading officer was about to beg for mercy, a loud clatter of horse hooves approached from afar. Soon, a cavalry unit of around 100 soldiers arrived at the city gate. Seeing reinforcements, the leading officer was overjoyed. He stumbled in front of the cavalry, fell to his knees with a thud, and cried out, "General Brandon, you have come just in time." Two unruly civilians tried to force their way through the gate. "I didn't allow it, so they beat me like this." With that, he opened his mouth wide, revealing the gaps where his teeth had been knocked out. General Brandon covered his nose and loudly scolded, "Shut your stinking mouth and stand up to answer me." "Yes, yes, yes." The leading officer immediately stood up respectfully on the side. "Where are those who forced their way?" The leading officer quickly pointed at Elena and the others. Brandon cast a cold glance, causing the onlookers to scatter like birds and beasts, leaving only Zhenge and Elena standing there. Brandon spurred his horse forward and said coldly, "Are you two the ones trying to leave the city? Do you have an imperial pass?" Zhenge asked, "Who are you?" Brandon replied, "I am General Brandon, a first-class commander under Hollis, one of the 4 flying generals serving under the great general of the Crystal Wind Empire's southern garrison." Zhenge smiled. "Oh, it's General Brandon. Pleased to meet you. But you two must answer my questions if you wish to leave the city. What are your names?" Brandon demanded. With Zhenge present, Elena feared nothing. She shouted at Brandon, "Why should we answer you just because you say so? Besides, we can go wherever we want without needing any pass, let alone answering a minor general like you." Brandon carefully observed Elena and said unperturbed, "Humbertons, you do not have an imperial pass. Please return. It would not be too late for you to get the pass and then leave the city, which will also save me from being put in a difficult position." Seeing Elena's lavish attire and confident demeanor, Brandon guessed she must be someone important and dared not press too hard, choosing instead to persuade her politely. Elena showed no gratitude and loudly said, "We don't have time to chat with you. Open the gate immediately. We want to leave the city." Brandon responded, "I am speaking kindly to you. Miss, please do not refuse the offer. I do whatever I want. No one has ever stopped me before, not even you." Elena answered rudely, her tone filled with challenge and hostility. "If you don't want to be beaten down by me, scram." Now Brandon grew angry and shouted, "If that's how it is, don't blame me for being impolite. You being impolite is fine with me. I'm waiting for you to show some impoliteness." The leading officer joined in. "General Brandon, please teach this girl a lesson for me." Elena glared at him, scaring him back into hiding. At this point, Johnny couldn't stay out of it anymore. He stepped forward, and just as he was about to speak, Brandon preempted him. "How dare you, servant, to act disrespectfully too?" Brandon saw Johnny dressed simply and assumed he was Elena's servant, which made Elena burst into laughter again. Elena pulled Johnny close and laughed teasingly. "They think you're my servant. Humberts, that's the case. Let me, the master, teach them a lesson." Johnny followed suit. "Then miss, don't embarrass yourself. Teach these blind fools a good lesson." Meanwhile, he cast a light-based protective spell, Light Guard, on Elena, knowing her playful nature might lead to trouble. He reminded her, "Don't play too much. Take them down first, then play all you want." Elena nodded and walked toward Brandon, shouting, "Get off your horse. It's unfair for you to sit so high up." Brandon coldly replied, "I am a cavalryman and always fight mounted during battle. Therefore, I will respond while on horseback." Elena shouted, "Regardless of whether you're on a horse or not, this girl wants you down, so you must come down obediently." She immediately cast a water element attack spell, Water Dragon Wave, towards Brandon. The water dragon, composed of water elements, roared as it pounced towards Brandon. Mitchell, though Water Dragon Wave is an elementary magic spell learned by apprentice mages, when cast by Elena, a junior high mage, its power rivaled that of an advanced spell. Brandon, caught off guard, fell off his horse as the Water Dragon Wave struck him, drenching him thoroughly. The cavalryman quickly moved forward to try and help, but a thunderous voice rang from the sky. "Whoever takes a step forward will have the same end." At the same time, not far from the cavalry, a chunk of earth about 100 feet in diameter and dozens of feet high rose from the ground. It ascended into the air only to be instantly blown to smithereens, with dust and fragments raining down on the cavalryman. On the ground was left a hole 100 feet in diameter. Brandon and his men were dumbfounded, realizing they had encountered a formidable force. Though no actual combat had taken place, the strength of the young girl before them already made him wary. He knew he was only at the level of a senior swordsman, especially that person hidden in the dark, whose terrifying power he had never even witnessed in his life. However, at this moment, he had vaguely guessed who it was, the omniscient Saint Mage Johnny, who once made the Empire bow its head. Yet with matters already at this point, there was no turning back. Even knowing it might mean death, he had no choice but to face it head on. Chapter 117, Sword Duel. Upon hearing that someone dared to challenge the official, the crowd that had initially dispersed quickly gathered again, now even more numerous. However, they all watched from a distance, afraid to get too close for fear of attracting trouble. Amina did not rush into action. Instead, she circled around Zion, occasionally examining him as if he were a rare animal. The more Amina acted this way, the more uneasy Zion felt. After circling him 3 times, he could not help but rebuke her. "What do you want?" Amina ignored him completely and walked straight up to Xavier, saying, "Give me the Azure Dragon Sword." "What do you need the Azure Dragon Sword for?" Xavier's eyes filled with doubt, constantly guessing what this young girl was planning. Instead of using magic, which she excelled at, she wanted to use martial skills she was less proficient in. "Just give it to me, you'll know soon." Without further questioning, Xavier retrieved the long and used Azure Dragon Sword from his storage ring. Amina snatched the sword and walked toward Zion, declaring, "Today, I will use this sword to duel with you." Zion, furious, retorted, "Are you mocking me, General?" Amina snapped back, "Where have I disrespected you? Just because I want to duel swords with you means I'm looking down on you? What an odd fellow you are. You're clearly a water mage yet insist on dueling swords with me. If not to mock me, then why else?" The proud nature of a swordsman made Zion blurt out his dissatisfaction. He originally thought this girl would challenge him with magic, but unexpectedly, she wielded a sword, clearly showing disdain. Anger surged in him. As a swordsman, how could he let himself be belittled? Little did he know that this young girl was actually a grand swordsman, far beyond being just a water mage. Amina, holding the Azure Dragon Sword, said, "I'll duel however I see fit. There's no need for you to meddle. It's not that I don't want to use magic. It's just that I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you with magic. Seeing that you're somewhat interesting, I don't wish to kill you like this." "You?" Zion glared fiercely at Amina, as if flames could erupt from his eyes. When had he ever been so ridiculed by a mere girl? How could he quench this anger burning in his heart? In anger, he shouted, "Then don't blame me for being merciless." Zion had decided, willing to offend hidden powers just to defeat the girl before him, preferring death over humiliation. The reason Amina chose to act this way was twofold. First, she followed Xavier's advice that a person engulfed in rage would weaken by a third when facing enemies. Second, she found it amusing to infuriate Zion. Humberts following the Azure Dragon Sword Saint armed with Xavier until now, Amina had never dueled with a sword before. Today, she intended to try it out. Mitchell, though Xavier didn't understand her intention, he watched her confidently, knowing she now possessed the strength of a grand swordsman, surpassing Zion by a level. As Xavier imagined how Amina would display her power, one sentence from Amina nearly choked him. Amina suggested to Zion, "A pure duel is too boring. Why don't we play some bets? How do you want to bet?" Zion managed to suppress his anger. "If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. If you lose, give me 20,000. Amina grinned deviously. "Why should I pay 20,000 if I lose while you only pay 10,000 if you lose?" "Because I'm a little girl." "Where would a little girl get so many coins? Are you in or not?" Amina showed no shame in her bandit-like behavior, waiting gleefully for Zion to fall into her trap. I'm in, but we are dueling swords. No magic allowed during the duel, or you automatically lose. No problem. Amina agreed to Zion's condition without hesitation. After both parties agreed, they commenced their attack. The Azure Dragon Sword, imbued with water attributes and capable of enhancing water magic, was unfortunately not allowed to be used with magic as per their agreement. Thus, Amina relied on her own Azure Dragon aura, infusing it into the sword, and engaged Zion. Zion felt extremely pleased inside, secretly rejoicing. As long as you don't use magic, this general is bound to win. However, when Amina's casual sword attack came, Zion realized he had made a huge mistake. The little girl before him wasn't so simple after all. He hadn't anticipated that the girl was a water attribute swordsman, precisely the bane of his fire attribute. Not only that, but he could sense from her sword that the combat aura energy it carried was immensely powerful. Now he fully understood that the little girl hadn't looked down on him. Her martial skills were far superior to his, at least at the level of a grand swordsman. Zion was bewildered. He couldn't believe that the little girl not only possessed terrifying magical power, but was also a swordsman with the strength of a grand swordsman. In the current Zhenge Continent, how many people could integrate magic and martial arts to such a realm? And she was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Zion exerted all his effort to barely avoid Amina's sharp sword strike. Mitchell, though he managed to evade, his sleeve was still torn by Amina's sword aura. Now, Zion no longer dared to underestimate her, focusing his mind entirely. Mitchell most simultaneously, Amina launched her second attack. With preparation, Zion easily avoided the second sword strike. Through her second attack, Zion discerned a flaw. She lacked experience in battling. Otherwise, just one previous sword strike would have been enough to take his life. Seeing this, Zion used his agile body to dodge Amina's attacks, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Amina was unaware of the flaws in her continuous attacks. She thought she was full of combat aura, and the Azure Dragon Sword enhanced its power even further. She simply hacked and slashed wildly without any strategy. After swinging her sword 20 to 30 times, she was already panting. She stood there holding the sword, trying to catch her breath. But Zion, who had moved behind her, seized this opportunity and unleashed a sudden, silent strike from behind. A loud, "Ah!" echoed as Xavier let out a piercing scream nearby. He was ready to act, prepared to kill Zion if Amina was hurt. At that moment, Amina heard the hiss of the approaching sword behind her and turned to face it with the Azure Dragon Sword. But with a thud, Zion's sword pierced Amina's chest. Unexpectedly, a cry of "Ah!" followed as Zion's sword fell to the ground, broken into two pieces. Amina slashed with her sword, and Zion skillfully evaded it. Xavier rushed over to check on Amina, but she seemed completely fine, smiling at Xavier and saying, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry." It turned out that when Zion's sword struck, the light guard spell Xavier had cast on Amina naturally blocked it. Zion's sword hit the magical barrier, unable to injure Amina. Instead, it couldn't withstand the backlash of the light guard, breaking into two pieces. If not for Zion dropping the sword quickly, he might have been injured by the magic power. Xavier had been overly concerned about Amina's well-being. After all, with the light guard, Zion wouldn't be able to harm Amina even if he tried to slash her while she stood still. A spell cast by a high mage wasn't something an ordinary person, let alone Zion, could break through. Only after confirming Amina was unharmed did Xavier relax. However, since the match wasn't over, Xavier added another protective layer, a polar light shield. With these two light-based defensive spells, even Dylan would take a long time to breach them. Xavier said, "Don't be reckless, okay?" Amina stuck out her tongue at Xavier and laughed. "Don't worry. This time I'll definitely knock him down." The breaking of his long sword left Zion heartbroken, but the shock within him made cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He clearly struck Amina, yet she was unharmed while his sword was broken. Unbeknownst to him, this was all due to Xavier's light guard spell, and he mistakenly believed it was because Amina's combat aura had reached an impervious level. Thinking about this, under everyone's gaze, Zion retrieved something from his chest that was a few inches long. He held it in both hands, closed his eyes slightly, and began muttering a spell. Indeed, as Zion chanted the spell, the object grew larger and longer, transforming into a spear over 10 feet long in an instant. Xavier could clearly feel that this was also a spear with fire attributes. The spear body was as red as the scorching sun, radiating waves of heat outward, while the spearhead gleamed brightly, incredibly sharp. Xavier looked at this spear with furrowed brows. The spear gave him an ominous feeling, as if something significant was about to happen. Zion pointed the tip of his spear and said coldly, "This general rarely uses the rocket spear. Since I have decided to use it today, you are allowed to use magic. So this spear is called the rocket spear," Xavier thought to himself, unable to resist warning Amina. "Little girl, this spear is very peculiar. Be extra careful later." Amina paid no attention to Xavier's warning. Instead, she secretly resolved to defeat Zion and take his rocket spear for herself. The transformation of the rocket spear from small to large had already piqued her curiosity. Chapter 118, The Demon-Breaking Spear. Zion sneakily observed Amina, inwardly delighted. "As long as you use magic, General will make sure you fall into eternal damnation." Zion was so generous, allowing Amina to use magic, because he had a well-calculated plan. Others might not know about the rocket spear in his hand, but he knew it all too well. It was also known as the Demon-Breaking Spear. As the name suggested, the Demon-Breaking Spear could dispel any attack or defensive magic except for spatial and mental magic. In other words, no magic would be effective against the demon-breaking spear. However, what Zhenge didn't expect was that Amina did not immediately launch a magical attack, but instead swung the Azure Dragon Sword, fueled by her Azure Dragon aura, entangling with Zhenge's rocket spear. Having learned from her earlier lesson, and with the immense power of her Azure Dragon aura, within a few moves, Amina had forced Zhenge into the large pit behind him. Now Zhenge was at the end of his strength, barely holding on. Amina needed just a few more moves to defeat him. The crowd watching had gathered around the edge of the pit, their eyes fixed on the changes within. Just as everyone watched with bated breath to see how Zhenge would be defeated, Amina suddenly stopped attacking and began chanting an incantation loudly. Instantly, centered around Zhenge, within the area of the pit, water elements gathered wildly. Raffle clouds covered the sky above the pit. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and then torrential rain poured down, drenching Zhenge completely. This was a high-level water magic spell Torrent Sharon cast by Amina. She intended to make the pit muddy, perhaps even a quagmire where one step could cover someone head to toe in mud. This way, the damp environment would weaken fire magic. Eric's astonishingly, despite its small range, the Torrent Sharon was intense. In moments, the water level, composed of water elements, had risen up to Zhenge's knees. Zhenge immediately cast a levitation spell on himself, tapped the ground with the tip of his spear, and soared into the air. With rapid circulation of his inner aura, he remained suspended in midair while the rainwater below rose steadily, keeping pace with him as if determined to reach higher. Caught off guard by Amina, Zhenge was left in a very awkward position. When he regained his composure, he started wielding the rocket spear. Finally, the rocket spear exerted its magic-breaking ability. A faint, almost invisible light emitted from the spear's tip, causing the heavy rain to abruptly stop and the dark clouds to disperse. Without further input of rainwater, the water level inside the pit stabilized 3 meters below the rim, now a large pond spanning tens of meters in diameter and depth. The gentle breeze rippled across the water surface, creating a scene of unique beauty. Seeing her torrential rain nullified, having only drenched Zhenge, Amina was not willing to back down. She followed up with another advanced water attack, Arctic Ice Spike. Above Zhenge, countless ice spikes, thick at the base and sharp at the tip, rained down from the sky. Zhenge paid them no attention and continued to parry them effortlessly with his rocket spear. Amina was stunned. The ice spikes she released dissolved and vanished before reaching within 3 meters of him. Determined, she summoned more powerful ice spikes this time. The speed, quantity, and size were significantly increased compared to before. Despite the heightened attack, Zhenge remained calm, the only change being the increasingly visible glow emanating from the tip of his spear. Witnessing this, Anson's mind raced. He couldn't fathom how Zhenge could so easily counter all of Amina's magical attacks with just the rocket spear. After all, Amina was a Chuji Wodaosu, a junior master mage. Could Zhenge be a hidden magician? But judging from his actions, it seemed unlikely. Perhaps the secret lay in the rocket spear in Zhenge's hands. Anson secretly cast a minor offensive spell towards the rocket spear, which dissipated immediately upon approaching it. Even when he increased his magic power, the result was the same. It became clear to Anson that the rocket spear had anti-magic properties, explaining why Amina's spells were ineffective against Zhenge. Realizing this, Anson immediately sent a telepathic message to Amina. Amina, his spear can dispel magic. Don't use magic anymore. Fight him with the Azure Dragon Sword. Amina blinked at Anson, clearly very confused, and said, No, I must defeat him using magic. In fact, she was still puzzled as to why her spells weren't working, completely unaware that Zhenge's spear could counteract magic. Seeing Amina's obstinacy, Anson pulled a stern face and yelled, Girl, if you keep fooling around, I'll get angry. Realizing Anson was genuinely upset, Amina dared not act foolishly anymore. She immediately ceased using magic and resorted to the sword. Amina, being an intelligent and quick-witted girl, instantly understood Anson's meaning and began channeling her aura, making the Azure Dragon Sword unleash its power once again. Waves of azure light swept across the lake's surface, forcing Zhenge into disarray within a few moves. One misstep sent his body plummeting into the water. Seizing the opportunity, Amina unleashed a blizzard followed by an ice freeze. Stubborn by nature, she aimed to defeat Zhenge with magic. As the blizzard spread, the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply while ice freeze turned the entire lake's surface into ice. Through the translucent ice layer, one could faintly see Zhenge buried beneath, motionless. Glinting on the icy surface, Amina wanted to check Zhenge's condition. However, she saw Zhenge swinging his rocket spear, emitting circles of light. These light circles thinned the ice until the spear tip broke through first, pulling Zhenge out of the ice entirely. Glinting beside her, Zhenge, despite his disheveled appearance, chuckled and said, So you didn't freeze me to death. Let's continue. I don't believe magic can't beat you. Zhenge only glared angrily at Amina, thinking deeply about how to win. Mitchell, though the rocket spear had anti-magic properties, it wouldn't help if Amina stopped using magic and switched to combat skills. The best strategy now was to provoke her into continuing with only magic. Being experienced in battle, Zhenge quickly came up with an idea. He sat cross-legged, holding the spear, and said to Amina, I am no match for you. If you want to kill or mutilate me, do it. Amina retracted the Azure Dragon Sword, walked up to Zhenge, and stretched out her hand, saying, Hand it over. What? Don't pretend to be confused. We agreed before. You owe me 20,000 gold coins. Don't go back on your word, Amina said. As Amina eagerly awaited payment, Zion suddenly leaped from his spot. Before she could react, Zion's spear was already pressing against her chest. He laughed wildly. Stupid girl, you dare ask this general for money. Do you still want it now? Amina cursed loudly. You liar. Whether a liar or not, war does not disdain deceit. Blame yourself for being too naive, Zion mocked, laughing. Even Anson hadn't anticipated Zion's despicable and cunning nature. Seeing Amina in his grasp, he immediately roared, let her go. His voice was so cold that it felt colder than the ice-freeze spell, sending shivers down anyone's spine who heard it. Zion knew that the Real player was finally stepping in. He had previously thought it was just an ordinary servant. Feeling ashamed and regretful for his ignorance, he blamed himself for pretending to be important, leading to risking his life. Despite knowing he was no match against the opponent, having Amina as a hostage would prevent any rash actions. Though so, as Anson approached step by step, Zion's heart still panicked, and his hands trembled. Zion shouted, if you come any closer, I'll kill her instantly. He tightened his grip, pushing the spear tip against Amina's collar. Even though Anson had cast 2 protective light spells on Amina, they were useless against Zion's magic-dispelling weapon. Anson first sent a telepathic message to Amina, telling her not to worry. Then he coldly said to Zion, release her, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will make sure you suffer eternal damnation. Do you think I believe your lies? When have I ever been insulted like this? Even if I'm not your match, I'll take your woman with me to the grave. I'll make you regret forever. Zion's eyes were red with determination. Humbertons, that's the case, don't blame me. As Anson spoke, he vanished on the spot. Zion looked shockingly at where Anson disappeared. When he reappeared, Anson held Amina in his left arm and clutched the rocket spear in his right. Mitchell most simultaneously, Zion let out a painful groan, falling to the ground with his right arm severed at the shoulder, blood spurting onto the ice, staining a large area red. You're not human, you're a devil. Kill me. Please, the pain is unbearable, just kill me. Zion howled in agony, his words incoherent. Now, he couldn't even attempt suicide as Anson had restricted all his movements. Seeing their commander in trouble, the cavalry accompanying them was about to launch an attack. With a wave of Anson's hand, the group of cavalry fell backward like grass being cut down, with the majority already dead. No one dared to approach now, fearing they would be next. Anson asked Amina, Amina, are you alright? Amina laughed and said, I'm fine. As long as you're here, how could anything happen to me? Anson tapped Amina's forehead and pretended to be angry. If you keep fooling around next time, I won't care for you. You wouldn't ignore me. I know you care for me the most, Amina pouted. This made Anson utterly helpless. Anson said, Amina, since he hurt you, do whatever you want with him. Zion closed his eyes helplessly, preparing for death. Amina walked up and unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks on Zion, turning him black and blue, leaving only moans to indicate he was still alive. Amina, wait, I have something to ask him. Anson stopped Amina from further violence. Chapter 119, Death with Closed Eyes. When Elena heard Devon's shout, she immediately stopped her violent behavior, but, still aggrieved, she didn't forget to kick Ely one more time for relief. Devon walked up to Ely with a rocket launcher in hand, and nearly burst out laughing at the sight of Ely's expression. At this moment, Ely was far from his previous majestic appearance. After a beating by Elena, he lay limp on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, especially his lips, which looked like 2 hanging pieces of fatty sausage. Holding back laughter, Devon coldly asked, where did you get this gun from? How can you possess this gun with your strength and identity? Is there anything special about this gun? Can you give it to me? Elena came over and asked. Without waiting for Devon's reply, she snatched it and pretended to appraise it. Devon indulged her playfulness and continued questioning Ely. Why don't you want to tell the truth even now? Seeing only some muffled groans coming from Ely's lips, Devon immediately understood that Elena had beaten Ely so badly that he couldn't even speak. Then, a soft red glow emerged from Devon's palm and gathered towards Ely's head. Ely closed his eyes, knowing the other party was going to deal the final blow. But as the soft light enveloped him, a hard-to-describe comfort followed. This soft light not only shared fire attributes with his body, but also gradually repaired the damaged scalp tissue. Once certain the soft light was harmless, Ely fully immersed himself in it. After the soft light dissipated, Ely felt all pain vanish, as if he had never been injured. Calculating the time, the entire healing process took only a few seconds. Was there really such rapid and powerful healing magic in this world? He looked at Devon in disbelief. He knew this continent had healing magic, but he had never seen such quick, miraculous healing magic. Now can you talk? Devon's voice pulled Ely's wandering thoughts back. Coming to his senses, Ely roared angrily. Kill me if you must. I won't utter a single word. I appreciate your courage greatly, but not your stubbornness. If you just tell us, perhaps in a good mood, I'll let you go, Devon said slowly. The victor is the king, the loser is the outlaw. Humbertons have fallen into your hands. Spare me the useless words. Be a man and finish me off quickly, Ely shouted hoarsely. I gave you an opportunity, yet you pushed it away. Don't blame me for what happens next. Devon coldly said, then shouted. Elena, I have a great deal for you. Hearing there was a good deal, Elena's eyes gleamed, and she hurried over, asking nonstop, what kind of deal is it? How many gold coins can we earn? Devon pointed to Ely and said to Elena, this guy isn't sensible. Go ahead and beat him up mercilessly. As for payment for hurting him, we'll ask Kabila for it later. We are helping him discipline subordinates, so he can't withhold any labor fees, or else he would dare not. With a grin, Elena replied, indeed, a great deal. I'll take it no matter how many. Otherwise, being a mercenary is meaningless. Finished talking, she approached Ely with a wicked smile. While it appeared radiant to Devon, it was undoubtedly the most venomous and hideous smile in the world to Ely. Remember, only hit the head, Devon reminded. Elena nodded seriously. This time, Elena raised her aura of Priestonglong infused in both fists and feet and started attacking Ely's head. Poor Ely suffered only a few blows before his head resembled its earlier state, and he fainted shortly thereafter. Unsatisfied, Elena fiercely attacked his body, turning Ely into a ghastly figure under the relentless barrage. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, Ely's right shin bone was broken, the bone piercing through the flesh, blood gushing out, and staining the ice beneath, making the lake water below turn red, sending shivers down one's spine. That's enough. Keep hitting and you'll kill him. Devon quickly signaled Elena to stop. Unhappy, Elena complained. I haven't played enough yet. You're telling me to stop? How annoying. I told you not to hit his head, but you didn't listen. Look at him now. He looks no different from a dead man, Linus said, pretending to be angry. It was you who told me to hit him, and now you're blaming me. Humph, annoying guy. I won't talk to you anymore. Elena pouted and turned her head away in anger. Seeing Elena upset, Linus had to coax her like a child. If you kill him, I won't get the answers I need. How about we let you hit him again later? Inwardly, he thought. This little girl has really gotten addicted to hitting people and treats it like a game. He reminded himself never to offend Elena in the future. You better not lie to me. I want to continue playing later, Elena said with a mischievous smile. Linus approached Ely and emitted a pure white light towards him, which quickly surrounded his entire body. As the light passed over, Ely's wounds stopped bleeding and formed scabs. Finally, the light concentrated on Ely's head, repairing the damaged tissue faster than before. When the light disappeared, Ely opened his eyes, surprised to find that his remaining left hand could move. He instinctively tried to stand up using his palm, but found his legs still immobilized by the opponent. Humbertons, we've been through so much, will you speak now? Linus asked. Ely stared at Linus in terror, though his eyes burned with rage. Linus sighed and said, life is truly precious. If he still refuses to speak, let me beat him again. Beat him, heal him, and repeat until he agrees to talk, Elena suggested. My Elena has become so clever, guessing my thoughts. You've made great progress, Linus praised with a chuckle. I've always been smart. You just didn't know it, Elena replied, pouting unsatisfied. Listening to their banter, Ely felt utterly hopeless. If only he could die peacefully, instead of being trapped in this miserable state. After some thought, he finally said dejectedly, I'll tell you. Upon hearing Ely agree to speak, Linus said, it would have saved you a lot of trouble if you'd agreed earlier. The gun only has one known ability. It can counter magic. Originally it had no name, but since its attribute matches mine, I named it Rocket Launcher. I found it in an abandoned mountain gorge. A mountain gorge? Where exactly is it? Linus pressed. The gorge is located 210 kilometers north of Samana City, deep in a desolate mountain range. Is there a pair of hills about 100 meters tall, standing opposite each other? How did you know that? Ely asked, astonished. That's none of your concern. Continue. Internally, Linus was convinced that place was far from ordinary. Ely nodded and continued. At the time, I was leading 20 subordinates on patrol when I saw a red light shining in the gorge. Out of curiosity, I went to check and found the rocket launcher lying there. Initially, I didn't know it could counter magic. Later, while patrolling with it, I tripped over a stone, causing blood from my arm to spill onto the gun. A few lines of text appeared. What did it say? It explained that the gun contains fire attributes, can break magic, enhance fire energy, and change size through a spell. You're lying. I examined it closely. There was no writing on it, Elena accused. I already explained. The writing appears only after being stained with blood and disappears soon after. Linus asked further. Why didn't you report the discovery to the Empire? Surely none of your subordinates spoke out. Ely hesitated, reluctant to speak, but under Linus's glare, he confessed, I intended to report it to His Majesty, but then I realized how powerful it was. So, I killed all 20 subordinates who were with me that day, leaving their bodies in the mountains. Back in the Empire, I lied that we were attacked by monsters, and only I survived. That's how I secretly kept the rocket launcher. This is only the second time I've used it. Vile and despicable, Linus coldly rebuked, then added, no doubt the first time you used it on your own subordinates. Hearing this, Ely hung his head in shame. Linus, let me kill him. He's too evil, even killing his own subordinates. Elena cursed angrily. I'm telling you all this because I hope you can give me a quick death without further torture. Ely pleaded, then shouted suddenly. Before I die, can you tell me why you are not affected by the rocket launcher, respected omnibus Saint Magus? How do you know who I am? Linus asked curiously. Ely nodded heavily and said, you are the first omnibus Saint Magus in nearly 1,000 years on this continent, Linus. Linus, don't tell him. He is too evil. He should die unrepentant. Elena could no longer hold back her anger, rushing forward to punch and kick again. This time she held nothing back, turning her anger into vengeance until Ely was barely alive. Linus looked at Elena helplessly and shook his head. Please, please. Ely begged feebly, lying in a pool of blood. Seeing Ely's eager look, Linus was moved. He said, Mitchell Wright, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The real name of the rocket launcher is Flame Cloud Gun. You already know its functions. It breaks magic and enhances fire attribute energy. However, what you don't know is that while it claims to break magic, it cannot break spatial or mental magic. Just now, I used spatial teleportation, so the Flame Cloud Gun poses no threat to me. only to ordinary mages. I understand, everything is clear now. Ely closed his eyes contentedly and passed away, a peaceful smile on his face as he left without regrets. Chapter 120. The Humbert's Great Demon Exorcising Weapons. Elena, holding Johnny's hand, asked, Humbert's, you know this spear is called the Fire Cloud Spear. You must also know other secrets about it. Can you tell me? Johnny said, Actually, I only have a general idea. Back when I was in the Holy Divine Institute, I came across a book by chance which documented some vague legends of our continent. According to the tales, many years ago, 6 weapons that could dispel magic appeared on Zhenge Continent. Fire Cloud Spear from the fire element, Wind Sprite Bow from the wind element, Earth God Hammer from the earth element, Water Archon Azure Dragon Sword from the water element, Thunder God's Wrath from the lightning element, and Light Wave Slash from the light element. Not only can these weapons amplify the corresponding elemental power of their wielder, but they can also nullify any magical attacks from enemies except for space and mind magics. Initially, I believed these were just unreliable legends, so I did not pay much attention. Yet, it turns out the legend is true. With Fire Cloud Spear appearing, the other demon exorcising weapons should also emerge soon. Elena asked, Why can Fire Cloud Spear change its size? Do you know if other weapons can do the same? Johnny replied, Didn't I mention it before? It's possible through incantations for the Fire Cloud Spear to alter its size at will. As for whether other weapons can do the same, I'm not sure since the records in the book are scarce. Otherwise, we wouldn't be guessing here. Elena abruptly stuffed the Fire Cloud Spear into Johnny's hands, saying, Johnny, give me the Azure Dragon Sword. Johnny hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the Azure Dragon Sword to Elena. He saw her meticulously examine it, as though looking for something specific. Out of curiosity, he asked, How many times have you looked at the Azure Dragon Sword? Haven't you had enough yet? Pouting, Elena replied, Remember, Uncle once mentioned that the Azure Dragon Sword could dispel all fire-based spells apart from curses and also enhance water element energy. I am wondering if this sword is the legendary Water Archon Azure Dragon Sword. Additionally, Uncle always claimed there was a mystery surrounding this sword that he couldn't solve, so I want to research it. Her words undoubtedly stirred a nerve with Johnny. After some thought, he realized the 2 known secrets of the Azure Dragon Sword matched those of the Water Archon Azure Dragon Sword. Could it really be the Water Archon Azure Dragon Sword? But why could the Azure Dragon Sword not dispel non-water spells? The 6 divine weapons could dispel all magic aside from spatial and mental magic. By this logic, the Azure Dragon Sword didn't match the description of the Water Archon Azure Dragon Sword. What exactly was going on? Johnny racked his brain, but found no answer. Oh no, what a disaster. Elena suddenly cried out loud. What happened? Johnny hurriedly asked. Elena looked at Eric Ergant, who had long been dead, with pity and regretted deeply. He still owes me a lot of gold coins. Now that he's dead, who should I go to for repayment? Johnny laughed. Humbertly girl, don't worry. Listen carefully. Someone is bringing you money. Really? Doubtful. Elena glanced around. Indeed, the sound of hooves grew louder, and figures approached. A large troop of cavalry headed their way. Realizing that he and Elena were still in the pit, Johnny scooped her up and flew them both to the ground. Upon landing, the troop arrived. Recognizing the leading officer as General Hollis under the Southern Pacifying General, Johnny greeted him. General, you've arrived just in time. Seeing Johnny, Hollis felt his legs turn to jelly. He'd received reports of someone forcibly breaking through the checkpoint and severely injuring his subordinate Zion. Rushing here to investigate, he hadn't expected the troublemaker to be someone even the Empire feared. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Nevertheless, it would be rude not to show respect, so Hollis dismounted clumsily and bowed deeply. I did not realize you were here, Sacred Mage. Please forgive my rudeness. Johnny waved his hand dismissively. You have done nothing to offend me. However, your subordinate has. Deliberately leaving his sentence unfinished, Johnny watched as the already trembling Hollis became even more frightened, too scared to look into the pit where Zion lay. Apologetically, Hollis kept bowing and apologizing. My military management has been lax. Please forgive me, Sacred Mage. You think mentioning lax military discipline absolves you? Johnny said coldly. Startled, Hollis looked at Johnny with a hint of unease in his eyes and suddenly realized that this fellow was about to bargain again. Without hesitation, he immediately replied. To express our apology, no matter what condition you propose, Sacred Mage, we will agree unconditionally. The reason Hollis was so generous was also because it aligned with the wishes of Flint. The Emperor had already warned all his subordinates that no one should offend him, and any demands made by Johnny would be met by the Empire. Now that the Empire was at a deadlock with Rafelxiu Empire, if Johnny were to attack from behind, his Jingfeng Empire would be in grave danger. Only by ensuring Johnny's satisfaction could the Jingfeng Empire hope to turn the tide. Johnny turned his gaze to Elena, who understood his intentions and promptly stepped forward, extending her hand toward Hollis. We are not unreasonable people or ones who make exorbitant demands. Earlier, I made a bet with someone called Zion. The loser pays gold coins. Humbert's he's dead now. You as his direct superior must pay up. It's not much, just 20,000 gold coins. Though Elena's words seemed casual, Hollis felt as if struck by thunder. His heart churned with a mixture of emotions, silently lamenting, not much? 20,000 gold coins is several years' worth of my salary. Yet, he dared not show any dissatisfaction on his face, replying with a smile. Not much, not much, we will provide it. Hold on, there's more, Elena continued. Didn't you say your military management was lax? We helped educate your subordinates, so some compensation for labor would be fair. Let's say 10,000 gold coins for that, totaling 30,000. Upon hearing this, Hollis inwardly cursed. You little brat, despite your beauty, you're nothing but a money grubber. Didn't the Empire just give you 3 million gold coins? Now you're demanding 30,000. What difference is there between you and a bandit? What are you thinking? Elena stared at Hollis and asked bluntly. Are you cursing me in your heart? No. Hollis hurriedly denied it. If anyone found out his true thoughts, he'd end up worse than Zion. Even the entire Empire dared not easily offend such a person, let alone a minor general like himself. Humbrance you aren't. Then quickly give the gold coins. We still have to go home, and you've wasted enough of our time, Elena complained. Yes. Hollis quickly ordered his men to fetch a crystal card containing 30,000 gold coins and presented it respectfully to Elena, much to her delight. At this moment, Hollis noticed Johnny's eyes sweeping towards the city gate. Quickly catching on, he summoned the gatekeeper, gave him a severe scolding, and concluded with, hurry up and open the city gates for the sacred mage to leave. Well, the gatekeeper stammered. Well what? Open the gate now. But sir, the Emperor has decreed that no one may leave without his personal order. I'm afraid of repercussions. Idiot. Do you know who he is, yet you dare to hesitate here? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Do you want him to break down the gate? Useless fool. Hurry up and open it. If you delay the matter, I will have you executed immediately. Hollis roared these last few sentences in fury. Terrified, the gatekeeper rushed off to open the gates personally. Johnny smiled approvingly at Hollis, acknowledging his prudence. Otherwise, he truly had considered breaking down the gate to leave. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. How is Cameron? I asked him to see me, but he hasn't shown up yet, Johnny inquired. Refelra not to hide anything, Hollis replied honestly. Young master is currently learning magic and cannot come to see you in the short term. I see. Then tell him to meet me in the Ivo Principality when you return. I will convey your message to young master. Hollis bowed and pleaded. Could you fill in this lake? As it is near the city gate, it might inconvenience our citizens. As for this, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. If you can't fill it, just leave it as a scenic spot. Laughing heartily, Johnny did not even turn his head as he and Elena headed toward the city gate, not forgetting to acquire 2 fine horses from Hollis for their journey. Hollis watched the 2 figures depart, finally feeling the weight lift off his chest. He knew that the greatest threat to the Empire had left. Otherwise, the Empire would fear each day Johnny remained. Mitchell, though Johnny had promised not to make things difficult for the Empire, anything could happen, and there was no guarantee Johnny wouldn't change his mind. There was nothing he could do, after all, with such overwhelming power that could make the entire Empire bow down. Once the 2 figures disappeared from his sight, Hollis immediately summoned numerous earth mages to try to fill the pit using their combined power. It was said that these mages labored for half a month without raising the ground by even a foot. The earth elements gathered were mercilessly dispersed before they could take form, no matter how hard the earth mages tried. No one knew whether it was due to Johnny deliberately leaving a trick or if the earth mages were simply ineffective. In the end, Jingfeng Empire left the large lake untouched, naming it the Sacred Mage Lake. Whether it was the good name, or because it was created by Johnny, Jingfeng Empire later profited handsomely from tourists who came to admire the lake, leaving their gold coins behind. Chapter 121, Rejection of Enfeoffment. As the towering walls of Zhongli City, the capital of the Principality of Iva, came into view closer and closer, Johnny suddenly noticed a red carpet about 10 feet wide and seemingly endless in length laid on the ground. Crowds thronged along both sides of this carpet all the way to the city gate where Adin had already led civil and military officials and the welcoming crowd to wait. There were also many members of the Great Earth Mercenary Daminap among the people, all filled with joy. Only their leader Giovanni was absent, which couldn't help but make Johnny have an ominous premonition. He knew that Giovanni wouldn't miss such an occasion unless something held him back. Johnny comforted himself in his heart. Upon seeing Johnny and Elena, Adin forgot his imperial dignity and ran over. Patty. Father, Patty missed you so much, Elena said, rushing into Adin's arms. Holding Elena lovingly, Adin said, Child, it's good that you're back. Elena didn't speak but clung tightly to her father's broad arms. Adin turned to Johnny and said, Johnny, you really haven't let me down. You've brought Patty back to me safely. Thank you. At this moment, the ministers and the public behind Adin knelt down on one knee and welcomed them with a thunderous applause. Welcome back, Your Highness Princess. Welcome back, the great general of the state. Long live the Principality of Iva. Then all the members of the Great Earth Mercenary Daminap held their right fists to their chests and shouted loudly as well. Welcome back, Deputy Leader. The cheers, cannon salvos, and music blended together in an unparalleled grand welcome scene. Adin lowered himself humbly and led the officials to greet Johnny at the city gate precisely because of Johnny's declaration in the Crystal Wind Empire that no country or organization on Aoyuan continent should trouble the Principality of Iva. Adin wasn't stupid. He understood that Johnny's statement provided double insurance for his principality. Though Johnny was no longer nervous or shy in such a scene, he still felt uncomfortable and used the amplification spell from the Phoenix School, shouting, Everyone, please rise. After saying these words, Johnny couldn't help but say to Adin, Your Majesty, you didn't need to go to such lengths. Elena's disappearance was due to my negligence, and everything I did was to make up for it. Johnny then pointed behind him and added, I'm just an ordinary person. When did I become the great general of the state? Mitchell, I did was rescue Elena. Adin laughed and said, Rescuing my Princess Elena makes you the greatest hero of our principality. Do you remember the promise I made to you before you left? If you brought Elena back safely, I would enfeoff you as the great general of the state. Immediately, he announced loudly to the officials and the public, by royal decree, I hereby confer the title of Great General of the State and First-Class Duke on Zhenge, a hereditary rank. Furthermore, I will betroth Princess Elena, the third princess of the principality, to him. Therefore, the whole nation will celebrate for 3 days. Long live your majesty. Long live the principality. The crowd burst out into another thunderous cheer. Leaning in Adin's arms, Elena felt extremely sweet, but knew her little face had turned bright red with shyness. Your majesty, I have something to say, Zhenge said. What? Are you still calling me your majesty at this time? Adin asked in surprise. Even Elena, who was hiding in Adin's arms, couldn't help but scold Zhenge affectionately. You stinky guy, silly guy, bad guy. Ignoring these, Zhenge bowed respectfully to Adin and said, Your majesty, I don't want to be any general or duke. I just want a peaceful life. Don't you also not want me to marry Elena off to you? Adin asked angrily. No, Zhenge explained hastily. Of course, I hope your majesty would betroth Elena to me. Adin spoke with an unyielding tone. Humbertons, that's not it. Then you shall accept my imperial decree obediently. Otherwise, don't expect me to marry Sharon to you. Zhenge was one who responded to soft approaches rather than hard pressures, but seeing that Adin was pushing him so hard, he felt anger rise within him. He burst forth with a suffocating aura that forced Adin to retreat several steps. Zhenge's eyes were filled with indignation. No one in this world can separate me from Elena, not even the creator. If there is anyone who can, it's only Elena herself. If she wishes to leave me of her own will, I won't stop her. Adin, don't think you can do as you please just because you are an emperor. If you dare to forcibly separate us, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Elena came out of Adin's arms and walked over to face Zhenge, saying firmly, I won't leave you. I want to be with you forever. Adin glared angrily at his daughter. He never expected that his wishful thinking would provoke Zhenge into such anger. After all, others tried their hardest to gain titles and positions, while Zhenge was rejecting them. However, Adin deeply regretted his actions. He did not want Zhenge to become his opponent due to his rashness, for then he, Adin, would become a target of criticism, a sinner of the principality. Adin knew that Zhenge was so courteous to him solely because of respect for his daughter, so he immediately said, It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too hasty. Humbertons, you have no intention of accepting an official position. Let's discuss it another day. In fact, Elena had been very anxious. On one side was her beloved lover. On the other side was her blood-related emperor father. If the two sides were to clash, she truly wouldn't know what to do. But seeing Adin take a step back, she quickly changed the subject. Father, why haven't I seen my teacher? I really want to see her. Adin replied. Madame Colette has been invited by the great mage Holt to Raphael's show Empire, but she should return these days. Oh, disappointed, Elena then said. Father, surely you won't keep us standing here talking to you all the time? Adin paused, then said, My momentary joy made me forget this. Come, prepare a pavilion for the future prince consort. Turning to Elena, he added, would you like to ride in a carriage with your father? No, I want to be with Zhenge. Elena tightly hugged Zhenge's arm. Zhenge said, Mitchellwright, silly girl, your father hasn't seen you for so long. Surely he has much to talk about with you. Be good. No, I want to be with you. Elena coaxed, shaking Zhenge's arm. Suddenly, Zhenge caught sight of Oral kneeling among the crowd and called out loudly, Big brother Oral, come over here. Oral heard Zhenge call him and immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Does the great general have any orders for me? Hearing Oral speak this way, Zhenge was so angry he almost wanted to punch him, but finally held back his anger and said, You're mistaken. No generals here. I said I don't want to be a general. If you call me that again, watch out, or we might not get along anymore. Oral looked puzzled and glanced at Adin, receiving a nod before reverting to his usual self. You little brat, coming back so late and making us worry so much. What do you need now? Just tell me. Zhenge laughed. This is more like my big brother Oral. I am your big brother Oral. Zhenge asked, Big brother Oral, although many members of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonup are present, why haven't I seen Giovanni and Avon? Upon hearing Zhenge's question, Oral hesitated, reluctant to answer. Impatient, Elena shouted, Oral, what are you mumbling for? Speak up. Oral's expression turned grave, yet he still said nothing. Zhenge became anxious and shouted, Big brother Oral, are you hiding something from me? Has something happened to the mercenary group? No, nothing has happened to the mercenary group. If nothing happened to the mercenary group, then why haven't I seen Giovanni and Avon? At this moment, Adin interjected, Zhenge, don't interrogate Oral anymore. Let me tell you the truth. 3 nights ago, leader Giovanni was ambushed by a group of mysterious people and suffered severe injuries, remaining unconscious to this day. Deputy leader Avon has been leading all the experts in the group to guard Giovanni night and day. How could this happen? As soon as Zhenge spoke, his figure vanished from the spot. His sudden disappearance stunned everyone watching. Those in the know didn't react much, while the rest stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Especially Adin, who kept searching around and muttering, Where is he? Where is he? Elena laughed heartily. Father, don't bother looking anymore. He's already gone. What? He's already gone? When did he leave? Why didn't I see him? Adin, with a look of disbelief, still searched around for Zhenge's whereabouts. Oral also said, Your Majesty, Zhenge indeed left. This made Adin believe it a little more, but his questions remained. How did he leave? Father, in the continent, which type of magic is the fastest? Elena asked with a smile. Adin immediately fell into deep thought. You mean spatial magic? Realization dawned on Adin as he suddenly remembered the nearly 1,000-year-old lost spatial magic of the continent. That's right. What he just used was spatial travel from spatial magic. By now, he should be at the Great Earth Mercenary Daminup, Elena explained. Elena was right. At this moment, Johnny was already at the Great Earth Mercenary Daminup, meticulously examining Giovanni's injuries. Around him were the key members of the mercenary group. Chapter 122, Vow to Defend. Giovanni lay motionless on the bed, which puzzled Mitchell Bay greatly. Surprisingly, Giovanni's unconscious body bore not a single scar, no external injuries, and no internal wounds either. His breathing was steady, just like someone in deep sleep, showing no sign of discomfort whatsoever. Yet why had Giovanni been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights without any sign of waking? Mitchell had asked himself this question countless times. Regardless, Mitchell tried treating Giovanni with water element healing magic first, but when the deep blue water elements around Giovanni dissolved, there was no change in him. He remained still. Thus, Mitchell gathered the purest light elements around Giovanni's body, the soft golden light bathing over him constantly. As time ticked by, the golden light gathering on Giovanni grew stronger, but the result remained the same. There was no improvement in Giovanni. In this situation, Mitchell disregarded whether he would be affected by backlash from his mana and significantly increased the intensity of the light energy. Meanwhile, Giovanni lying bathed in golden light seemed like an awe-inspiring deity, exalted and untouchable. Too bad this god was lying down, seeing no improvement in Giovanni for so long, and couldn't help but ask, "Mitchell, can Giovanni really wake up?" As soon as these words were out, and realized it was a grave and elementary mistake. A mage could suffer different degrees of magical backlash if they were interrupted while casting a healing spell. If Mitchell, as a sage sorcerer proficient in all elemental magics, was subjected to magical backlash, it would have catastrophic consequences. Mitchell could die instantly at best, or at worst, everything within 500 miles around him would cease to exist. I don't know. Mitchell's uncertainty pulled, and from despair back to hope. Actually, and didn't know that mages needn't worry about being disturbed as long as their mental control was intact, and they didn't slip into chaos or madness. But seeing Mitchell maintain this flow of light energy while explaining, Giovanni's condition is more complex than I thought, and I cannot be certain if he will awaken anytime soon. What should we do then? If even Mitchell can't save Giovanni, who else in this world can? And asked anxiously. It was understandable that he was worried. Across the entire Zhenge Continent, Mitchell's healing magic was widely known for its quick effectiveness. If even Mitchell couldn't manage it, who could? Just as everyone felt despondent, Mitchell surprisingly noticed a slight change in Giovanni. He found that Giovanni's spirit was struggling against some sort of restraint. Though it was futile, it could not break free no matter how hard it tried. Mitchell instinctively wanted to lend a hand, but this restraining force was like a powerful magnetic field. Once his spiritual power approached, it immediately triggered a strong suction force. Mitchell quickly withdrew his mental power in shock, unwilling to get close again. He muttered to himself, could the reason for Giovanni's coma lie in this constraining force? Upon realizing this problem, Mitchell immediately withdrew the light healing spell and dared not take risks until a practical solution was found. After recovering somewhat, Mitchell asked, "And, can you tell me exactly what happened that day?" And immediately responded, "After our discussion that day, I was already back in my room when I heard unusual noises coming from Giovanni's place. I rushed over immediately only to find Giovanni lying on the ground in his current state." "Didn't you see anything at all?" Mitchell probed further. "Not entirely. Just as I arrived, I saw 5 people in black clothing jumping over the wall and fleeing. One of them turned back and glanced at us, giving off a frighteningly sinister feeling. His eyes emitted flashes of blue light, as if they possessed a soul-penetrating power," and recounted. "The deputy leader is right. Our spirits felt tugged at when we met the black-clothed man's gaze, leaving us with an indistinct sensation of being restrained. Fortunately, that person left quickly," the hall masters added fearfully. "How could a mere look turn someone into this? What kind of look was it? And who possesses such immense power?" Mitchell murmured to himself. Leroy pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out, so he bluntly asked, "Did anything happen to our mercenary group before this? I know Giovanni's character. He's not the kind of person who would easily offend others. Our mercenary group has always maintained good relations with everyone. We've never held grudges against anyone," and replied. Leroy turned to the other hall masters and said, "Think carefully about whether anything unusual happened before this. Don't limit your thoughts to just these few days. Extend it back to 1 or 2 months ago, or even longer. I always feel that Giovanni's injury isn't that simple." After Leroy reminded him, and suddenly exclaimed loudly, "I recall something now. About more than a month ago, which was when you rushed to Jingfeng Empire to rescue Princess Elena, Prince Iolo once came to see Giovanni. As for why the prince came, I have no idea. Mitchell, I know is that the prince brought many precious gifts when he arrived, but left in anger, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. I asked Giovanni several times what the prince's intention was, but he always smiled and wouldn't tell me the truth. Prince Iolo, the uncle of Elena, commander of the largest army, the Western Army, in Zhenge Principality, was someone Leroy knew well. Could Giovanni's injury be due to Prince Iolo sending people? But why would he do this? The Great Earth Mercenary Daminup is officially a civilian organization, yet every high-ranking member knows it can also be called the most elite royal force in Zhenge Principality. This fact wouldn't escape Prince Iolo. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing, unless he had some hidden motives or greater ambitions, leading him to take action against Giovanni and his group. Mitchell, though suspecting Prince Iolo, Leroy didn't want to jump to conclusions. He asked, if that's the case, has Prince Iolo made any unusual moves recently? Not really. After that incident, His Highness returned to Warden City and was extremely strict with himself and devoted to his duties, and replied. When and saw Micheli's unusual expression, he hurriedly explained, His Highness has always supported the development of our mercenary group. It can't be him who did this to Giovanni. Mitchell, of this is hard to say. Until we get to the bottom of things, anyone could be suspicious. For now, since Giovanni remains unconscious, everything will have to wait until he wakes up, Leroy stated. Mitchell, what should we do then? Should we sit here and wait for something to happen, or should we actively go after the murderer? And asked. Leroy replied, without knowing who the murderer is, how can we act proactively? But I believe the murderer will make a move again. We'll watch and see. Oh, by the way, and the mercenary group can't be leaderless. For now, you'll temporarily take on the role of leader, fully handling all matters big and small within the group. How can that be? And refused without hesitation and explained, you should be the leader. This position was always meant for you. I'm an eccentric man who doesn't like to be tied down by too many things. Besides, you're more experienced in managing the mercenary group. Which also, I have many things to deal with. Stop refusing, Leroy persuaded. Since that's the case, I accept my duty without hesitation. I swear to find the murderer and get justice for Giovanni, and vowed resolutely. At this moment, someone reported that Devin and others had already arrived at the mercenary group headquarters. Not wanting to be rude to his future father-in-law, Leroy immediately cast a super complex protective magic around Giovanni's room as soon as everyone exited. Various energies continuously flowed around the room, accompanied by glowing lights, illustrating its immense power. After completing this, Leroy grabbed Anne's hand and instantly delivered a thread of pure energy into Anne's body, leaving Anne completely puzzled. Before he could ask, Leroy explained, I placed protective magic around Giovanni's room. The energy I just conveyed to you is the key to enter this protective magic. That means only you and I can enter it. By the way, tell the others that nobody except you is allowed to come within 10 meters of this protective magic, otherwise they will suffer magical backlash. Hearing this from Leroy, the other hall masters were almost frightened into a cold sweat and instinctively moved backward. Magical backlash was no laughing matter. It could result in a terrible death. Leroy naturally noticed the hall master's concerns and said, now I'm controlling this energy, so you don't need to worry. Then, he continued to, and, before Giovanni wakes up, his safety is in your hands. Mitchell, though Leroy hadn't spent much time with Giovanni, he was the kind of person who, if someone treated him well, would repay them 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. When Giovanni risked his life to help him at the mercenary guild, it had been deeply buried in Leroy's heart, and Leroy was also very grateful for Giovanni's righteous assistance. Don't worry, Leroy. As long as I, and still have a breath left, no one will harm Giovanni, and said firmly. We swear to protect the safety of our leader with our lives. The hall masters responded wisely. Leroy nodded in satisfaction and then went out with everyone to meet Devin. Chapter 123, Misunderstanding. Only a few people had come with Floyd, apart from Elena Janus. There were only the 2 sword saints of the duchy. It was estimated that the others had been persuaded to return by Floyd. When Elena saw Johnny appear, she put on an angry face and playfully scolded. You bad guy, you left me behind and ran away. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. But she secretly laughed at herself for breaking her promise, as she couldn't wait for a few minutes before happily finding Johnny to show her affection. Johnny quickly apologized for his actions. I'm sorry, I was just too worried about Giovanni's safety. At this moment, Johnny noticed that Floyd was staring at him with wide eyes and couldn't help but ask curiously, Your Majesty, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? He even rubbed his face vigorously while speaking. No. Floyd quickly regained his composure, but then asked, What did you just call me? I called you Your Majesty. Is there a problem with that? As Johnny said this, he saw Janus looking at him with an unusual gaze, as if saying, How could someone so smart not understand such a simple matter? Finally, it was Janus who stepped forward and said, Johnny, His Majesty has betrothed the princess to you, so you should naturally call him father. Father. Johnny silently repeated these 2 words in his heart, but still didn't say them aloud. It doesn't matter, you can call me whatever you like, Floyd said. Then he praised Johnny again. Johnny, I didn't expect that someone so young like you could master the space magic lost for nearly 1,000 years on the continent. Truly remarkable. As they say, the waves behind push the waves ahead onto the shore. Seems we old fellows should retire. With that, he laughed wholeheartedly, and the 2 sword saints beside him also smiled sincerely. Isn't that obvious? He's already unmatched in the world. Elena pulled Johnny's arm and praised him in front of Floyd. After all, the unmatched one was her beloved husband-to-be. How could the little girl not be pleased? Johnny was indifferent to Floyd's praise and asked calmly, Your Majesty, may I ask what brings you here? I want to know how Captain Giovanni is doing. Has he woken up yet? I would like to see him. It was clear that Floyd cared deeply for the captain of the Earth mercenary Daminup. Johnny lowered his head and said dejectedly, Your Majesty, Giovanni hasn't woken up yet. Johnny spoke in a way that seemed ashamed and uneasy, as if blaming himself for his incapability. What? Still not awake? Floyd opened his eyes wide, hardly believing what he heard. Thinking he might have misunderstood, he repeated his question, but received the same answer. Giovanni hadn't woken up. Finally, Floyd accepted this fact and said, You're an all-elemental archmage. If even you can't wake Captain Giovanni, who else could? Floyd looked up at the sky with a heavy heart. Others might not know, but he understood well that the Earth mercenary Daminup was a pillar of stability for the duchy. Don't worry, your majesty. I will do my utmost to save Giovanni. Not for anything else, but because he is my comrade, Johnny said, his eyes full of determination and confidence. Humberterra said, your majesty, don't be sad. Irikriover, Johnny is only human, not a god. Even gods sometimes find themselves helpless. For a long time, no one spoke. Finally, it was Johnny who broke the silence. Your majesty, is there anything else you need from me this time? Floyd replied, of course I have good news for you. When Floyd mentioned good news, Johnny immediately thought of being bestowed official positions and said immediately, your majesty, I've already said that I don't want to be any guardian general or first-class duke. I only wish to live happily with my beloved. Other things mean nothing to me. Speaking softly, he glanced lovingly at Elena. Floyd naturally saw Johnny's sincere feelings for his daughter, but pretended mysteriously, I know you don't want to get involved in politics, and I won't force you. But are you really not curious why I came to find you? Janice kept winking at Johnny from the side, and Elena blushed and buried herself in Floyd's embrace, occasionally stealing glances at Johnny. Johnny asked, your majesty, please just tell me what you need. For Elena's sake, I'll do it for you. Floyd laughed and said, Johnny, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Let me be honest with you. I've decided to choose a good day for you and Patty to get married. Isn't this good news? It turned out that Floyd and his companions had already discussed it on the way to the mercenary group, agreeing to marry Johnny and Elena as soon as possible, hoping that this way Johnny would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the duchy. After hearing this, Elena, whose cheeks were already flushed, turned even redder, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I'm sorry, your majesty, but I cannot marry Elena now. Johnny's inexplicable statement was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, stunning everyone present. It was as if the air froze instantly. Everyone gaped at Johnny, not understanding why he refused this marriage proposal. Everyone knew how deeply Johnny loved Princess Elena. People all over the continent knew that Johnny had risked destroying an empire and offending the entire Ouen continent just to rescue Elena. Yet now he rejected Floyd's goodwill, which left everyone puzzled. Floyd was already very upset because Johnny didn't want to take up any official positions, and now Johnny's refusal of the marriage pushed his anger to the extreme. Enraged, Floyd roared, say that again. If it weren't for Johnny's formidable strength, Floyd would have ordered the two sword saints to seize him long ago. Johnny repeated word by word, I'm sorry, your majesty, but I cannot marry Elena now. Janice exclaimed, Johnny, are you crazy? Saying such nonsense at a time like this. Look at how much pain you're causing the princess. Even the two sword saints couldn't hold back, both drawing their weapons. The wind-type sword saint Nakbu sneered, Mitchell, though I'm not your match, I can't stand seeing our princess treated like this. Prepare yourself. Either you die or we do today. The fire-type sword saint Tresini said, look behind you at the princess. See how deeply you've hurt her. Without a reasonable explanation today, don't expect to leave alive. Senior Masters, what are you doing? Johnny spread his hands and asked. Senior Masters, step back for now. I'd like to see how this brat explains himself. Floyd stopped the two sword saints and said to Johnny, turn around and look. See how much Sharon has suffered because of you. Unable to resist, Johnny turned and saw tears streaming down Elena's face, silently looking at him without a word before running out. From her disordered steps and silent sobs, Johnny understood that he indeed had hurt Elena deeply. Go after her quickly. Janice immediately reminded Johnny loudly. Realizing this, Johnny gave Janice a grateful glance and used spatial movement to chase after Elena. No matter how fast Elena ran, she couldn't outrun Johnny, who possessed spatial movement. Before reaching the door, she was caught up by Johnny. Elena didn't even look at him, sobbing. Why did you come after me? Go away, I don't want to see you. Elena, please listen to my explanation, Johnny pleaded. I don't want to hear your explanations. What am I to you? Why should I listen? If you don't move, I won't be polite anymore. Johnny declared firmly. Even if you kill me today, I won't let you go. Elena cast a water dragon wave tentatively, but Johnny didn't budge. As a result, the water dragon wave hit Johnny squarely. Unable to hold back any longer, Elena burst into tears, her cries breaking Johnny's heart. Seeing Johnny wouldn't leave, Elena ran in another direction, but hadn't taken a few steps when she was hugged tightly by Johnny. Struggling desperately, she shouted hoarsely, let me go, release me, you dirty hooligan. You didn't want to marry me, so why chase after me? Leave, leave, I never want to see you again. She clenched her fists and pummeled Johnny's chest repeatedly, shouting, bad guy, nasty guy. No, I won't let go, Johnny declared decisively, tightening his embrace. After struggling fiercely in Johnny's arms for a while, Elena finally calmed down. Johnny explained hurriedly, Elena, I'm sorry. The reason I can't marry you now is because of Rafaelvina. You know that you and she are my only loves in this life. I can't marry you without her, nor can I marry her without you. Both of you are my beloved ones, and I can't wrong either of you. I don't know how Rafaelvina is now. Do you understand what I mean? I was wrong earlier, can you forgive me? Elena nodded vigorously and choked out, sorry Johnny, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have doubted you. Humbertly girl, why are you saying sorry? The one who should apologize is me. It's all because I didn't explain clearly just now and made you misunderstand. Why don't you hit me to vent your anger? As he spoke, Johnny lifted Yu's tear-streaked face and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. In the future, if you really do something that hurts me, I'll definitely give you a good beating, Yu said coyly, then suddenly remembered that she had cast Water Dragon Wave squarely on Johnny's body. She touched his chest anxiously and asked, does it still hurt? Johnny said, It doesn't matter. As long as it makes you feel better, you can cast 1,000 more water dragon waves on me, or even ice soul sword, or frost arrow Sharon. It's all fine. The two of them laughed and embraced again, all misunderstandings disappearing instantly. It's good that you've reconciled. It's good that you've reconciled. Floyd and the others walked out laughing at some point. Floyd said, Johnny, we saw what happened just now. You don't need to explain anything. I trust you won't let down my Sharon. Well, I'm tired now and won't disturb your moment together any longer. Remember to take good care of my Sharon. Floyd knew that Yu wouldn't return to the palace with him, so he was happy to do a favor and let Yu stay with Johnny. Father, you're teasing Sharon again, Yu pouted. Chapter 124 Another Sword Saint. Seeing that Seamus was about to leave, Johnny immediately said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I want to ask you something. Is there anything else? As long as I know it, I will definitely tell you. Seamus replied with a sigh of relief. Johnny asked, I wonder how Your Majesty views your younger brother, Prince Iolo. Why would you ask about him at this time? Your Majesty, don't ask too much for now. I will tell you when the time is right. Everything is for the safety of the duchy, Johnny said. Seamus pondered and was just about to speak when he saw Johnny instantly cast an enormous soundproofing protection spell, enveloping the key figures within it. The purpose of doing so was to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. Seamus was not displeased by this and said, My father had 8 sons. Only Iolo and I were born of the same mother. 6 of my brothers died young, leaving only Iolo alive. Mitchell, though he does nothing all day and accomplishes little, he has never done anything wrong. Considering he is my own brother, I granted him the exceptional authority to lead the largest Western Legion of the duchy, guarding Zhenge City, hoping he would make achievements in the military. Do you find any unusual activities from the prince recently? Johnny asked. Unusual activities. Seamus was puzzled but then explained, Mitchell, though Iolo is my younger brother, like other generals, his every move is closely monitored by the duchy. Iolo has always stayed in Zhenge City without any irregular behavior. The duchy did this to prevent powerful generals from harboring rebellious intentions, and they were not allowed to leave their posts without the emperor's order. Johnny reminded, Your Majesty, please think carefully, don't limit yourself to these few days. At this point, Dorian prompted, Your Majesty, you forgot that more than a month ago, His Royal Highness the Prince came to the capital without your orders. Seamus suddenly remembered, Yes, more than a month ago, Iolo did come to the capital and stayed for one day. I severely reprimanded him and ordered him back to Zhenge City. He solemnly swore to me that he would never enter the capital again unless summoned and vowed to strictly discipline himself. Later, reports from the army confirmed that he indeed did as he promised. What made me curious was that the one who usually didn't take military training seriously started rectifying the military discipline and training. Knowing that the Western Legion is the largest in the duchy, this improvement was necessary for its combat readiness. So, I felt quite reassured and paid no more attention to it. Upon hearing military training, Johnny knew things weren't simple, but chose not to reveal his thoughts immediately. He asked, Humberton's His Royal Highness stayed in the capital for one day. Did he remain under your watch the entire time? He did disappear for 2 hours during that time, and I had no idea what he was up to. When I questioned him afterward, he told me he went shopping. Knowing that Zhenge City is very prosperous and that he enjoys bustling places, going shopping wasn't a big deal, Seamus said. Indeed, those 2 hours must have been when Iolo was with the mercenaries. This Iolo certainly has issues, Johnny thought to himself. On the surface, he remained unperturbed and said to Seamus, Thank you, Your Majesty, for telling me all this. He then lifted the protective spell. After some time, Elena couldn't help but ask, tilting her head to look at Johnny. Johnny, why did you bring up my uncle out of nowhere today? Even Seamus wore the same puzzled expression. Johnny shrugged. It's nothing. Well, I should be heading back to the palace now. Commander Giovanni's safety is entrusted to you. If you need anything, just ask Dorian. Father, wait for me. I want to return to the palace with you. It's been so long since I left the palace. I really miss it, Elena called out. Seamus teased, half disbelieving. Are you actually wants to go home? Haha. Elena stuck out her tongue at Seamus and pulled on Johnny's arm, saying, Johnny, will you come back with me? The little girl clearly hadn't intended to go back alone and wanted to drag Johnny along too. She had her private agenda. Johnny gently said, Mitchell, right, little girl, you go back to the palace obediently with your father. I won't come with you. You've been away from home for so long. You should return and take a look. No way. I want you to come with me. Elena pouted and started coquettishly again. Even Seamus and the 2 sword saints invited Johnny along. Unwilling to refuse their invitations, Johnny finally agreed. Okay, Elena, you go back first, and once I finish things here, I'll find you in the evening, all right? Elena, with bright and clear eyes, said, Don't you dare trick me, or I'll hit you. She glanced at Johnny mischievously, making everyone present laugh. Thus, the 2 sword saints escorted Seamus and Elena to the palace on either side, while Johnny kept Janice behind. After Seamus and others left, Janice asked, Johnny, you didn't leave me behind just for fun, did you? And why were you so serious? Tell me, what do you need help with? Johnny smiled and said, Janice, you indeed know my mind. Yes, I have something important to discuss with you. Let's move inside. This place isn't suitable for conversation. With that, he walked in, followed by Janice and the rest. Inside, Johnny loudly declared, Janice and stay here. The rest of you return to your posts. The hall master and others immediately left upon receiving the order. Janice quickly asked, Johnny, what's up? Why so mysterious and serious? Johnny replied, It's about Giovanni's injury. I suspect it might be caused by that old fox Iolo. If not for his being Elena's uncle, I would have acted already, regardless of whether he is a prince or an emperor. Irikri he has changed, intensifying military training, which definitely doesn't seem simple. Perhaps the method to heal Giovanni lies with him. As you are the commander of the duchy's royal guards and the honorary leader of Earth Mercenary Damonup, I'd like you to accompany me tonight to scout Prince Iolo's mansion. What? Scout Prince Iolo's mansion? Janice exclaimed. Johnny teased. Are you scared, Janice? If you're afraid, I can go alone. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not scared of anything, not even death. I'm only worried about how to explain it to the princess since you just promised her you'd visit tonight. If you break your word, no one can stop her temper. You don't remember what happened when she was 11 years old. Before Janice could finish, Johnny interrupted mercilessly. Stop mentioning that brat's history. And don't say bad things about her behind her back, or she'll make you answer for it. Don't blame me if I don't speak up for you then. Aren't we brothers? No loyalty at all, Janice grumbled. They laughed together for a moment. Then Johnny said, I'll have someone inform the princess. He turned and gave a naughty look. Don't count on me. There's still much work in the mercenary group waiting for me, and quickly protested. Johnny replied, Brother, you're the best person for this task. By seniority and status, you're now the top in the mercenary group. Seeing he couldn't wriggle out and negotiated, Fine, I'll deliver the message, but you must promise one thing. What's your condition? Cast more protective spells on me. I fear Princess Elena as much as you do. In case she loses her temper, I don't want to walk in and be carried out. With your protective spells, I won't worry. Ha ha ha, got it. Not a problem. I'll cast plenty of protective spells on you, Johnny responded. But secretly, he cast only ornamental and useless ones. Wanting to see Elena enraged because everyone feared it, Johnny made sure and experienced Elena's wrath firsthand. Fortunately, Johnny was an excellent healer who ensured any injuries and sustained would heal instantly. Johnny told Janice, Brother Janice, I've always appreciated your help. Now, I'm troubling you again. Humbertons, I can't repay you properly. I will try my best to enhance your strength. Brat, you're just beating around the bush to insult me. I, Janice, have always been loyal to the duchy and his majesty. Even for friends, I never seek rewards, Janice said, but hearing Johnny's offer to enhance his strength, he quickly put on a smile. As for helping me improve my strength, I've fantasized about it for a long time. Hurry up and help me. I can hardly wait. It was no wonder. For a swordsman, advancing in strength not only requires sweat, but also extraordinary talent. Especially for someone like Janice, the effort he put in was hundreds of times more than ordinary people, yet he had stagnated at the great swordmaster level. He had always aimed to reach the sword saint level in his life, and with Johnny, who was nearly a sword god, helping him, breaking through to sword saint would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Indeed, after that, Johnny successfully enhanced Janice's strength to the sword saint level, and thus another sword saint appeared on Zhenge Continent. Chapter 125, Night Visit to Prince Iolo's Manor. After nightfall, Johnny and Janice immediately headed for Prince Iolo's manor, located in the Central Guard City. Despite the nearly 30 kilometers between the two locations, a single spatial leap by Johnny had them already within the walls of the Central Guard City. The Central Guard City housed the largest military unit of the Eridan Grand Duchy. Thus, it was quite different from other places. The number of patrolling troops was more than 10 times that of Neutral City, and among them were no shortage of highly skilled soldiers. Johnny paid these no mind, instead turning directly to ask Janice, Johnny, dear brother Janice, you should know where Iolo lives, right? Janice replied, I've been to the prince's manor several times before, of course I know its location. Follow me. Under Janice's lead, they soon arrived at the western part of the city where Prince Iolo's manor was located. As expected, Iolo's manor was magnificent, not just for the two stone lions towering over 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, guarding the gate, but also the nearly 100 soldiers standing guard on either side of the main entrance. Johnny extended his mental energy, probing the entire manor, which made him even more astonished. Guards were stationed almost every 3 paces with sentinels every 5 paces inside the prince's manor, including many hidden posts, and countless soldiers patrolled back and forth. Even a mosquito trying to sneak in would find it harder than climbing to heaven. Such vigilance surpassed even the palace of Ostend. However, after searching the entire manor, Johnny and Janice did not see any trace of Iolo. Eventually, the two landed in a secluded spot near the back gate of the manor, visibly disappointed. Johnny muttered, with such tight security, yet no sign of Iolo. He then asked Janice, Johnny, dear brother Janice, do you know where Iolo is? We searched the whole manor, but found nothing. Isn't it strange given the heavy security? Janice scratched his head and said, if he's not in the manor, perhaps he's with the army. After all, Iolo is the supreme commander of the Western Army Corps, especially now when the continent's situation is far from stable. Mitchellwright, let's go find Iolo at the military camp. Johnny turned to leave, but was halted by Janice. Wait. Johnny stopped and turned to ask, Johnny, dear brother Janice, did you think of something? Janice replied, I suddenly remembered that Iolo has many residences here in Central Guard City, and he never stays in the same place for more than 2 nights. This includes the heavily guarded prince's manor. Only his most trusted confidants know his whereabouts. Johnny snapped, that's as good as saying nothing. Janice retorted, you're usually so clever. Why are you not getting it now? Can't we just capture someone and ask them? Upon hearing this, Johnny's eyes lit up, and he smirked. Johnny, dear brother Janice, you just said only his confidants know his whereabouts, and I don't know who they are. So, the task of capturing someone falls to you. Once Johnny laid out his plan, Janice inwardly regretted it bitterly. Who asked him to come up with such an idea? Now, he'd have to reap what he sowed. Capturing someone, especially one of Iolo's trusted aides, was no simple matter. They were just as elusive as their master. But it was too late for regrets now. Done was done. Just as Janice was lost in self-pity, Johnny whispered, "Be quiet. Someone's coming out." "General Woody, greetings." The guards saluted in unison as a middle-aged man exited. "You must stay vigilant and never slack off. This is the prince's manner, understood?" General Woody barked authoritatively at the guards. "Yes." Woody glanced around cautiously, then disappeared into the darkness. "Johnny, let's follow him," Janice urged, dashing off in the direction Woody had gone. Mitchell, though puzzled, Johnny quickly followed. Keeping a safe distance, they eventually reached a place called Zhenge Pavilion. Woody surveyed the area once more before slipping inside. "Curious," Johnny asked. "Johnny, dear brother Janice, we're looking for Iolo. Why are we following him? Do you know who just went in?" Janice asked mysteriously. "Just some minor general. Why make such a fuss?" Johnny dismissed nonchalantly. "You don't know this. The person who just went in is named Woody, one of Iolo's most trusted generals. If we capture him, we will surely find out where Iolo is." Upon hearing that capturing Woody could reveal Iolo's whereabouts, Johnny immediately rushed inside. But Janice remained unmoved and looked at Johnny with a strange gaze. Johnny curiously asked, "Why are you looking at me like this? Is something wrong?" Janice replied, "There's nothing wrong with you. Do you know what Zhenge Pavilion is?" "It's just some inn or restaurant," Johnny said indifferently. "Ha ha ha." Janice burst out laughing, still chuckling as he continued. "Inn or restaurant? Can you even think that? This place is where men seek pleasure with courtesans. It's a brothel. Now you know." Janice couldn't help but warn, "Should we really go in? The duchy has an explicit rule prohibiting all military leaders and officials from entering such places. Which also, if Princess finds out you've been here, you won't have an easy day." Johnny fumed. "If you're not going in, I'll go alone. As long as I don't have any filthy thoughts, it should be fine." With that, he ignored Janice and used spatial movement to enter Zhenge Pavilion. As expected, Zhenge Pavilion was indeed a haven for men, full of scenes of intimate embraces that were unsuitable for eyes. However, Johnny had no interest in these. He extended his mental energy to search for Woody. Strange. Woody came to Zhenge Pavilion but didn't seek a girl. Instead, he walked towards the back garden. Johnny followed closely. "General Woody, you finally came. We've been waiting for you," a butler-like figure said to Woody. Woody scanned the courtyard before politely replying, "Please lead the way, sir." From Woody's respectful demeanor, it was clear that this butler held a position of considerable status, perhaps even higher than Woody. "Don't worry too much, General Woody. Protective magic has been set up here already. Outsiders cannot break through." "Better safe than sorry," Woody cautiously responded, following the butler inside. A blue light flashed as they passed through the protective magic barrier. In fact, when Johnny first entered Zhenge Pavilion, he sensed a powerful protective magic field there, extensive and wind-based. It was a top-tier protection spell called Wind Veil Raphaeli and Night. Casting such a spell required the power of a Grand Mage, and only a few mages in the entire Zhenge Continent could accomplish it. Not only did it consume enormous mental energy, but there was also a risk of magical backlash. Even the renowned multi-element Saint Magus Johnny would not easily cast such a spell. But once established, even thousands of troops couldn't breach the barrier, hence its nickname as the Unbreakable Protective Spell. Realizing the significance of this, Johnny became cautious. After Woody disappeared into the building, Johnny slipped past the protective magic effortlessly. While Wind Veil Raphaeli and Night was supposedly unbreakable to others, it was virtually non-existent to Johnny, whose power had long surpassed the known limits of the continent. Irrecoverable, his skill in concealing his presence was unparalleled, and with assistance from space magic, Woody and company never noticed Johnny's close pursuit. Initially, Johnny intended to capture Woody right away, but he felt that Woody's purpose wasn't so simple, so he changed his mind, wanting to see what Woody was up to. Frankly, if Johnny wanted, he could end Woody's life with a mere gesture. The butler led Woody through winding corridors and finally into an unremarkable house. After both entered, Johnny hid nearby and extended his mental energy to eavesdrop. "Greetings, Your Highness," voices inside greeted. "Prince, so Iolo must be here." Johnny rejoiced inwardly. Through a gap in the house, he glimpsed a face resembling that of Ostend but somewhat thinner, exuding an air of nobility and sanctity. This was none other than Iolo Tyner. Johnny recognized Iolo from their previous encounter in Neutral City. Just as Johnny was about to move closer, Iolo's voice came from inside. "Saint Magus Johnny, since you're here, please come in." With those words, the door opened, inviting him in. Could it be that they have discovered my whereabouts? Johnny asked himself, his mind debating whether he should reveal himself. Iolo spoke again. "Saint Magus Johnny, this king knows you are outside. Come in." At this point, Johnny felt there was no need to hide anymore. He revealed himself and walked in. Chapter 126. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Seeing Butler enter the room, all the generals inside rose to greet him, and even Iolo put aside his princely airs to welcome him. "It is a rare honor for your holiness, the Saint Demon Master, to grace us with your presence. It is truly an honor for me. Please, take the seat of honor." Iolo beckoned Butler to sit in his exclusive spot and called out loudly, "Come now, bring tea for the Saint Demon Master." "No need." Butler waved his hand, bluntly rejecting Iolo's offer, and said impatiently, "I'll just sit here." Immediately, a smooth jade-like stone stool emerged from the ground, radiating green light and exuding an earthy fragrance. This was a seat Butler conjured using earth magic elements. At this moment, Butler no longer cared about revealing his prowess in front of others. Indeed, it befits a Saint Demon Master to accomplish such feats so effortlessly and devise such ingenious methods like gathering earth into stone. It is marvelous indeed, Iolo praised with a smile. Well, let's cut the nonsense. You should know why I came today, right? Butler went straight to the point. John smiled apologetically and said, Please forgive my ignorance, Saint Demon Master. I have no idea why you are here. Seeing that Iolo was still feigning ignorance, Butler felt a surge of anger, almost wishing to immediately extinguish Iolo and his people. But to avoid jeopardizing his plans, he forcefully suppressed his rage and remained outwardly calm, saying, If you don't know why I'm here, how could you possibly know I was outside? Not to brag, but if I conceal my aura, few in this world could detect my whereabouts. And without anyone's help, how could you set up such a top-grade protective magic, wind-shielding sun and Ericon? Bring that hidden person out. If I have to invite them myself, I cannot guarantee what might happen. Upon entering, Butler had detected another world-class expert lurking besides the visible generals, likely the one responsible for casting wind-shielding sun and Ericon. The magical aura was oddly familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall who it was. Saint Demon Master, your words puzzle me. What hidden person? Mitchell, my subordinates are here. As for the wind-shielding sun and Ericon you mentioned, I hired the renowned Wind Master Erich from the Holy Divine Magic Academy with great expense. Though Iolo spoke casually, Butler was convinced the hidden person was Erich. He muttered to himself, Sure enough, it's him. No wonder his aura feels so familiar. What is he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the Holy Divine Magic Academy? But when he tried to sense ochre again, the magic fluctuations had vanished, presumably having left after Butler requested Iolo to reveal him. With the person gone and Iolo firmly denying, Butler had no choice but to drop the matter. Iolo continued, As you know, as the commander of the Western Army of the Principality, especially during these tumultuous times, I am constantly a target for enemy assassins. You may wonder why I live in this residence rather than the heavily fortified military camp. Though the army boasts thousands of soldiers, it offers little protection against someone like you. This place, on the other hand, is inconspicuous and unlikely to attract enemies. My life is too precious not to take precautions. Aren't you afraid Floyd will punish you? Butler probed. Better punished than dead. Besides, I haven't done anything disgraceful, merely used this place for its advantages. Even if His Majesty finds out, he won't hold it against me. Butler sensed no deceit in Iolo's words, but was still troubled by how they discovered him so easily. Then how did you know I was outside? Don't tell me you can predict the future. How could I have such power? You overestimate me, Saint Demon Master. Hold it, stop calling me Saint Demon Master. It sounds strange. Just use my name, and quit parading your title before me, Butler said, slightly displeased. Yes, I will keep that in mind, Iolo apologized, then added. As for how I knew you were outside, I can't disclose that. It's my secret. Seeing that Iolo was unwilling to speak, Butler said in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? To intimidate him, Butler raised his hand and immediately immobilized one of the generals beside Iolo. With his right hand infused with Azure Dragon aura clinching the general's vital point, he made the general emit a pig-like scream, terrifying the other generals who instinctively took several steps back, fearful of becoming the next target. Everyone feared death. Even seasoned warriors like them were no exception. Fear of death is an innate human trait, a hurdle few could overcome. Impatiently, Butler said, I don't want to waste words with you. If you don't say, it doesn't matter. I'll send your men off one by one, then the servants in your princely residence, and finally your Western Army Corps. Don't think I'm joking. If someone else had spoken in such a brazen tone, they would either be considered mad or arrogant, but when Butler said it, it carried weight. Unable to endure the pain, the general helplessly shouted at Iolo, Your Highness, save me. Stop. Iolo hastily begged for mercy and explained, The reason I know you're outside is because of this. He instructed his subordinates to fetch a small snake, roughly 3 inches long, entirely white, radiating a cold light, a sign of its extraordinary nature. Holding the snake, Iolo explained, This little snake is called the 1,000-mile tracking snake, originating from the frigid northern region of Crystal Wind Empire. Despite its name implying great range, its sensing area is very limited, about 50 meters around. But its unique quality is that it can react when any living being comes within its sensing distance. Just now, the snake showed a very obvious change, so I knew it was you, Butler. Even if this snake can sense living beings, how do you know it's me and not someone else? Butler asked. You yourself just mentioned that the magic cast outside is wind-shielding sun and Ericon. To break through it without triggering the defensive magic in Ivo Principality, only Saint Demon Master Butler you can achieve it. Feeling nauseous by Iolo's intentional flattery, Butler scowled and said, You don't need to praise me so much. This isn't flattery, it's the truth, Iolo replied, then asked, Butler, did you come here at midnight for tea and chat? Has Captain Giovanni woken up yet? I came here specifically because of Giovanni. It was your people who injured Captain Giovanni. If you dare to conceal anything, you won't be a prince for long, Butler threatened. In his mind, not even Floyd mattered compared to this situation. If not for Iolo being Elena's uncle, Butler wouldn't have spoken to him so politely. Butler, I'm also saddened by Captain Giovanni's injury, but I cannot admit it's my doing. Perhaps others don't know, but I am clear that the Earth Mercenary Damming Up appears to be a civilian organization on the surface, but it's actually an elite force of our principality. As the prince of this principality, why would I foolishly harm their captain? That would be digging my own grave. Iolo denied outright. Butler had anticipated this response, but couldn't find a counterargument instantly. He changed the subject. What did you go to see Giovanni for over a month ago? You were the last person to see him before the incident. Don't tell me you were visiting casually. Over. The principality has explicit regulations that station commanders mustn't leave their posts without imperial order. Your visit to the capital was unauthorized. How do you explain this? Iolo's expression changed abruptly, but quickly returned to normal. Having been experienced in politics, he was adept at smooth talk. After a moment, he feigned a thoughtful expression, waiting until Butler showed impatience. Then slowly, he replied, Earlier than a month ago, I indeed visited Giovanni. I did it for our principality and to help Butler you. Help me? We're not that close friends, are we? Butler said lightly. Iolo said, Earlier than a month ago, when the news of Elena being kidnapped reached me, I was so furious that I slammed my desk. To rescue Elena, you not only went to Crystal Wind Empire in person, Butler, but His Majesty also assigned the Northern Army Corps under your command. Even more, the Earth mercenary Daminup dispatched its elite forces, including Captain Giovanni, to the Crystal Wind Empire. So I wanted to contribute to saving Elena as well. But without His Majesty's decree, I could not leave my post or enter the capital. Therefore, I secretly came to the capital to ask Captain Giovanni for help. Mitchell, though I brought many gifts, Captain Giovanni still refused my offer politely. That's why I left disappointed. I hope you're telling the truth, Butler said. Why would I lie to you? We are going to be family eventually. Rest assured, whenever you need any help, just let me know. Arachne or manpower, it's all yours. Iolo said generously. No need. Butler replied, and then vanished with a spatial arrangement. Though everyone knew Butler had mastered the nearly 1,000-year lost spatial magic, witnessing his spatial arrangement firsthand still shocked Iolo and his men. After confirming Butler had left, Air spoke up. Your Highness, why did you lie to him? Aren't you afraid he will come after us if he discovers the truth? You should know he is a full-spectrum Saint Demon Master who can cast spatial magic. Iolo replied, Spatial magic is formidable, but there is someone he cannot defeat. Who? Mitchell the generals asked in unison. In their eyes, Butler was like a god, an undefeated legend. Yet, hearing their prince say that there might be someone who could defeat Butler made them wonder how powerful such a person must be. Iolo looked at his subordinates' eager expressions and deliberately remained mysterious, saying, Heaven's secret cannot be revealed. Chapter 127, The Willful Elena. After coming out of the Tsiun Pavilion, Johnny couldn't find Janice anywhere. He cursed under his breath. This damned guy runs faster than a rabbit. He's vanished in no time. Who said I ran? Here I am, just fine. Unbeknownst to Johnny, Janice had silently appeared beside him. Worried that Johnny might make an issue of it, Janice quickly changed the subject. How did it go? Johnny glanced at Janice a few times and said unhappily, If you really want to know, why don't you go in and check for yourself? Don't be like that, brother. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Janice pleaded, pretending to look aggrieved. Johnny found his expression quite amusing but still couldn't resist getting a dig in. Hurley can enter, Iolo can enter, but you can't. What logic is that? What? The prince is inside too. Janice gaped incredulously at Johnny, half afraid he was pulling his leg. With a smile, he said, Johnny, you aren't fooling me, are you? Why would the prince come to such a place? Doesn't he know it's forbidden by the principality? Who says everything must be so rigid and unchanging? Besides, if you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself whether I'm lying, Johnny replied. Janice's feet moved toward the entrance of the Tsiun Pavilion, but immediately drew back. He laughed ingratiatingly at Johnny. Brother, don't be angry. I believe you. Of course I do. Could you tell me what happened then? This isn't the right place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Johnny took Janice to a secluded spot and recounted all that had transpired in detail. When he finished, Johnny said, Brother Janice, although what Iolo said makes sense, I feel Iolo isn't as simple as he seems. For one, he doesn't have the clout to have a Grand Wind Mage set up the wind barrier. As Grand Mages, wealth, status, and power no longer hold any allure for them. Secondly, from the aura that disappeared earlier, it was undoubtedly Brinley. Why would he hide in the shadows and help Iolo? From these 2 points alone, we can conclude that Iolo is concealing a lot. But what exactly, I can't guess. I also find it strange that the prince, who usually doesn't concern himself with military training, has taken up some military exercises. Suddenly, Janice added, Could it be that the prince is having second thoughts about the principality? No, I need to rush back to the capital and inform His Majesty to guard against the prince. Brother Janice, all this is just our speculation. If it weren't for Elena, I would have dealt with Iolo long ago. But let me tell you, I don't care whether Iolo has ulterior motives or not. Mitchell, I want is to find a way to cure Giovanni through him. Janice exclaimed, Johnny, as a man, you should stand by your words. You promised to safeguard the Arathena Principality, and its people will remember your kindness. Johnny replied, Don't worry about that. Of course, I'll keep my word, but all of this is based on Elena's sake. If you want to express gratitude, thank her. Right. Brother Janice, there's something I need your help with, Johnny said. No problem. Janice slapped his chest confidently. Johnny shared his thoughts. Brother Janice, I'd like you to monitor Iolo day and night. A fox, no matter how cunning, will eventually show its tail. With a sword saint watching over here, I feel more at ease. I won't disappoint you, Johnny warned. Brother Janice, under no circumstances should you enter the rear garden of the Tsiun Pavilion. Otherwise, you might trigger that restriction. Even though you're a sword saint, you're no match for the wind barrier. If you suffer magical backlash, it won't be good. After instructing him, Johnny added, I'm heading back now. Inform me immediately if you get any news. With that, he disappeared in a flash. When Johnny returned to Neutral City, dawn was breaking. Stretching lazily, he thought of returning to his room to rest when he noticed that all the guards and members of his group were looking at him with unusual expressions. Curious, he asked, why are you all looking at me like that? But no one answered him, continuing to stare in astonishment. Johnny pulled the nearest member aside and asked, tell me, why are you all staring at me like that? The member hurriedly replied, Vice Captain, the matter is this. Princess Elena came, looking very angry. Several people in the troop were injured by her, especially Vice Captain Humberterra, who was almost killed by Princess Elena. Irrecriover, she forbade others from saving him. Otherwise, those who tried would suffer the same fate as Humberterra. I didn't expect Princess Elena to be so powerful, and more surprisingly, she is a master of both magic and martial arts. To say that you are no match for her is an understatement. Even High Mage Augusta might not be able to stand against her. The subordinate member wore an admiring expression. At this moment, a silver bell-like voice echoed from inside. Run, I told you to run. If I catch any of you, they'll be held to pay for lying to me. Johnny didn't need to see who it was. Just hearing the voice told him who had arrived. However, his fellow members were more nervous than he was, all scrambling to run away. The member who had just spoken to Johnny said, Vice Captain, Princess Elena has lost her temper again. We must hide, and I think you should hide too, before running off faster than he ever had before. Curious, Johnny turned to look and saw Elena chasing several members with the Azure Dragon sword. Those who couldn't escape in time were now injured. With the intention to hide for a while, Johnny also turned to leave, but was too late. Hearing Elena's loud cry, stop, and seeing a beautiful arc land before him, Johnny saw her face flushed with anger. Johnny smiled and greeted, Elena, you're here. Elena shouted loudly, Stinky guy, where have you been? Confess everything you did last night without telling me. Were you seeing other girls? Johnny responded, of course not. Why would I do anything bad behind your back? You're my beloved. How could I do such things behind your back? No. Elena examined the weary Johnny, adding sarcastically, if you weren't doing anything wrong, why do you look so tired? And why did you send that little dwarf to tell me you wouldn't come to the palace, making me wait all night for nothing? Speaking of Humberterra reminded Johnny that he was coming out, leaning on some members. Seeing Johnny, Humberterra felt as if he'd seen salvation and hope. He immediately limped over to Johnny's side. Brother Johnny, you're finally back. Johnny glanced at Humberterra, wrapped entirely in bandages like a white dumpling with only one pair of helpless eyes peeking out. Johnny knew this must be Elena's handiwork and expressed deep sympathy for Humberterra. Brother, take heart. Cut the pleasantries, help me treat my wounds, or I'll be done for soon. Humberterra pleaded pitifully. Hearing this, Elena let out a stern humph, glaring at Johnny menacingly as if daring him to defy her. Scared, Johnny withdrew and pretended to be aggrieved. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't. Man without conscience. Humberterra cursed. Ignoring Humberterra's anger, Elena grabbed Johnny's ear and demanded, now tell me what you did last night. She looked like a fierce tigress, pulling until Johnny's ears turned red. He covered his ears, complaining, you're hurting me. My ear is almost off. You left me for another woman, Elena insisted. By now, Johnny doubted whether Humberterra had relayed his message accurately. Didn't Humberterra tell you where I went? Before Elena could answer, Humberterra interrupted. I didn't get the chance to explain fully. As soon as I mentioned you weren't going to the palace, she attacked me, not letting me explain further. Serves you right for deceiving me, Elena scolded, pointing at the other members. No one saves him unless I say so. She waved the Azure Dragon sword threateningly, frightening the members into compliance. At this moment, Elena was acting every bit the unreasonable and willful princess, a powerful and beautiful princess at that. Johnny couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, yet he didn't want Humberterra to continue suffering. He intended to heal Humberterra but was surprised when Elena darted between them and said, don't you dare save him unless you tell me what you did tonight. Johnny hesitated for a moment, then conveyed his whereabouts and actions of the night using a technique akin to secret sound transmission. Elena gasped in shock. What? You said on. Before she could finish shouting the word, uncle, Johnny quickly covered Elena's small mouth with his hand and whispered, don't shout so loud. Do you want everyone to know? Elena's bright eyes blinked, as if realizing something, and she clamped her mouth shut tightly. After a long while, she finally said, the task of saving him is up to you. I'm sleepy. I'll go back to my room to sleep. Remember to come back early to rest. With that, she left Johnny alone and returned to her room. Humberterra had been injured by Elena's water magic and Azure Dragon aura. Johnny naturally cast a water healing spell on him. After the water elements circulated through Humberterra's body a few times, Johnny removed the healing spell and said, quickly help your vice captain back to rest. After giving his instructions, he also moved back to his room, as Elena was waiting for him. Chapter 128, The Demon Race Appears. It took great effort for everyone to finally reach the next morning. Ferris opened his eyes reluctantly, not having woken up naturally but instead being disturbed by a series of noisy commotions outside. He cursed under his breath. Can't even get a proper sleep. Looking at Elena, who was still sound asleep, he leaned in close to her ear and softly called, little girl, it's time to get up. The sun is on your bottom. Hearing Ferris's voice, Elena begrudgingly opened her eyes, pouted, and complained, why are you waking me up so early? I don't care. I want to sleep more. She then continued sleeping. Helpless, Ferris got up alone, walking out into the morning sunlight. There, he saw a familiar face. It was Clarissa, one of the 7 great magic masters specializing in water magic. Clarissa seemed much younger than before, with calm eyes, a striking face, and a graceful figure. She looked like a fairy from the heavens. Ferris could sense that her magic power had improved significantly. Ferris greeted her with a smile. "Aunt Clarissa, I finally see you again. I didn't expect you to look so young and beautiful, just like a celestial fairy." "Kyre, don't tease Auntie. I'm old, not as beautiful as you say," Clarissa replied modestly, yet feeling delighted inside after being complimented. "Auntie, I can feel that your strength has made great strides. Probably the next Saint Magic Master on the continent will be you," Ferris said. "Mitchell, this is thanks to you. If it weren't for your discovery that water combat Preston and water magic can complement each other, which you told me, and considering Hiroshi and I share a common source, I wouldn't have understood how to use water combat Preston to enhance my water magic," Clarissa said. "Teacher, you finally came to see where I missed you so much." Suddenly, Elena dashed from somewhere and jumped into Clarissa's arms, causing Clarissa to hug her tightly while gently saying, "Humbertly child, your teacher is here to see you now." "Oh yes, Auntie, didn't you go to the Reflexiu Empire? How's Teacher Holt doing?" Ferris asked. Clarissa explained the purpose and details of her visit to the Reflexiu Empire, concluding seriously, "Ferris, Holt wants you to visit him immediately if you're free. He has something important to tell you. He originally intended to come himself, but matters within the guild won't let him leave, especially with those warlike greater magic masters from Turin's hindering him. President Holt urgently hopes you can go help him." At this moment, Daryl rushed in hurriedly, shouting before even reaching them, "Ferris, people from the northern branch have arrived, and Senior Gunyankin is back too. They're all waiting for you in the main hall." "What senior? Am I really that old?" "Shorty, talk respectfully, or else," spoke Gunyankin, who couldn't wait any longer and entered right behind Daryl. "Brother Goe, you're finally back," Ferris said, immediately grabbing Gunyankin's arm. "Ferris, there's trouble," Gunyankin replied anxiously. "Deputy Commander, there's been an anomaly in the north." White emerged as well, saluting Ferris as a standard mercenary greeting. Judging by their tones, Ferris knew this was serious and asked, "What happened exactly? Why are you both so worried?" "At this point, let's move to the main hall to discuss." "Standing here won't solve anything," Clarissa suggested. Everyone agreed and headed for the main hall. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Daryl dismissed unimportant members once they arrived, including heads of the magic and swordsman halls, leaving only White, Gunyankin, Clarissa, and others who had just returned. Seeing Daryl about to leave, Ferris stopped him. "Daryl, stay." "Yes," Daryl responded, turning to the outside and commanding, "Without my order, no one is allowed in. Violators will be punished according to guild rules." "Everything's settled," Ferris instructed. "White, tell us what anomalies occurred in the north that required you, as branch president, to report back to headquarters." White said, "Deputy Commander, this is what happened. Since you left, many strange things have occurred in the Jingfeng Empire. Many mages went missing for no reason. The Imperial Investigation Department has been investigating for a long time, but found no traces of these missing mages, which caused unrest throughout the Jingfeng Empire. But it was unimaginable that a few days later, their bodies were discovered in a valley over 200 kilometers north of the city, at the place you asked me to monitor. When they were found, their bodies were intact, showing no signs of being mauled by monsters. Yet, strangely, these mages were all emaciated, as if all their essence and spirit had been drained." Linus pursued, "Did you find anything else?" White replied, "Right between those two hills, numerous mysterious creatures emerged out of the invisible air as if they also practiced spatial magic. They were tall with pairs of wings made from energy sprouting from their backs. 1 pair, 2 pairs, even up to 3 pairs. "You mean they walked out from the invisible air between the hills?" Linus asked. From White's description, Linus already sensed that the situation was more complicated than he had thought. "You said they had wings made of energy," Clarissa asked anxiously. "Teacher, what's so strange about that? Those with wings are just elves," Elena said. "Elena, don't be ridiculous. Mitchell, though elves do have wings, they live deep within the heart of the enchanted forest and never interact with outsiders, let alone appear in the cold northern lands. Furthermore, elves are small and have innate wings," Linus finished before turning to Clarissa. "Auntie, could it be you know the origin of these races? Could they really practice spatial magic?" Hearing someone else might possess spatial magic moved Linus. After all, he was the first in over 1,000 years to understand spatial magic on the continent. Clarissa did not directly answer Linus's question, but continued to press White. "You mean their wings are formed from condensed energy?" "Yes, their wings are not only formed from condensed energy, but also from the dark elements banned on the continent," White explained. Upon hearing dark elements, Clarissa then said, "If I'm not mistaken, those races are the demon race that has been dormant for 1,000 years. The reason they can walk through invisible air isn't because they possess spatial magic, but because they emerged from an invisible barrier. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, Oyuan Continent witnessed a war that swept across the entire land. One side was the human dwarf coalition, and the other was the powerful demon race. Humans have always revered peace and freedom, while demons have venerated power and darkness, eventually leading to the outbreak of that war. Though I'm not quite sure of the details of that war, I do know that after the demons' defeat, human space mages pooled their strength to create a space where the remaining demons were sealed away. Afterward, spatial magic disappeared from Oyuan Continent, as did some advanced magics. Ultimately, President Holt knows more about that war. There are still some records within the Magic Guild regarding the war 1,000 years ago. What's most puzzling is how the demons could muster such force to break this barrier. Even the Demon King didn't have this capability. At that moment, Elena looked at Linus with bright eyes, seemingly implying he was in for trouble. Deliberately avoiding Elena's gaze, Linus turned to ask, "Why did the war from 1,000 years ago leave no trace in the histories of various countries?" Clarissa replied, "For that, you need to ask your teacher. He might know why the history of that war isn't recorded." Seeing that Clarissa only knew half of the story, Linus decided not to inquire further and instead said to White, "What happened next?" There wasn't much after that. It was strange that after they appeared, they just lingered around the hills without doing anything. "I ordered my subordinates to keep watch day and night, and immediately reported back to you." At this moment, Linus noticed Elena's eyes gleaming with curiosity and asked, "Little girl, what are you thinking?" Elena replied, "I'm wondering when we can fight these demons and see who's stronger." "You err, don't be silly," Clarissa scolded, adding, "Do you know that one demon with 3 pairs of wings equals a high-level archmage in humans, while one with 4 pairs equals a grand mage? Irrecriover, the number of wings on a demon increases with their strength. How many pairs of wings does that old devil king have?" Elena asked playfully. Everyone was amused by her manner. Clarissa said, "According to legend, the devil king has 8 pairs of wings, possessing godlike strength." Linus knew Clarissa was telling the truth and said to White, "White, after we return, strictly prohibit anyone from provoking those demons. Michelso, inform Flint to issue an order designating that place as off-limits, so no one goes there to meet their doom." "Yes, I will remember and ensure the deputy commander's orders are conveyed," White replied. "Mitchellright, let's put this aside for now. Next, let's hear about Baron Brother." Linus turned his head toward court. Chapter 129, Blessing in Disguise. Baron Trouble said, "Johnny, you must remain calm after hearing this, okay?" From the slightly anxious and tense expression on Baron Trouble's face, Johnny could sense that what he was about to say was definitely not good news. Still, he kept up his smile and joked, "Brother Baron, look at all the ups and downs I've been through. Would I be afraid of whatever you're going to tell me? Come on, what happened in the Tolan's Empire?" After hearing Johnny's firm assurance, Baron Trouble then spoke, "Princess Leela and your younger sister Alexandria, along with her boyfriend Humberkey Napo, have all been placed under house arrest. Even Langston's family has been confined without any charges." "What? You mean they're under house arrest?" Johnny could no longer contain himself and shouted out loud. But he soon regained his composure and asked, "Why were they placed under house arrest? Where are they being detained?" "Why they were placed under house arrest is something I can't figure out yet. At this moment, Saint Green Dragon Swordsmaster is investigating it in detail. I originally intended to join him in rescuing the 3 people, but unfortunately we don't know where they are imprisoned. The situation is urgent, so I came back to inform you first and see how you decide." After hearing Baron Trouble finish speaking, Johnny sighed inwardly at his own bad luck. In the east, Professor Mario was urging him to meet him as soon as possible for unknown reasons. To the north, the demon race showed signs of revival, seriously threatening the peace of the entire continent. To the west, his beloved and relatives were put under house arrest by Hans. Originally, Johnny wanted to live a peaceful life, wanting nothing to do with the various disputes across the continent. However, the more he didn't want to get involved, the more things came knocking on his door one after another. This time, 3 issues at once made Johnny's mind almost explode. "No, I must immediately head to the Tolan's Empire. I can't let Leela and the others suffer. I promised Yuyo and Leela that I would never allow anyone to harm them, even if it's their emperor." Johnny finally chose what was most important to him between the 3 matters. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes emitting cold glares, and fiercely looked up at the sky, saying, "Hans, I don't care if you're the emperor of the strongest country on the continent. If you dare to hurt them in any way, your Tolan's Empire will pay a 10-fold or 100-fold price." Yuyo was startled by Johnny's expression, mistakenly thinking he had sunk into self-induced madness from excessive sorrow. Without considering whether she was in danger, she grabbed Johnny's arm and loudly shouted, "Johnny, what's wrong with you? Answer me quickly." Hearing Yuyo's shouts, Johnny immediately regained his senses and gently said, "I'm sorry, Yuyo. I made you worry again. As long as you're fine, I feel relieved." Yuyo timidly said, "I understand what you're thinking. How about asking my father, the emperor, to send troops to rescue them from the Tolan's Empire? I don't believe the Tolan's Empire would dare not release them." "Naive girl, the Tolan's Empire isn't like the Jingfeng Empire. No matter how many soldiers our dukedom sends, it wouldn't make a difference. Didn't Professor Mario say those old devils of the Holy Church willingly became pawns for the Tolan's Empire's conquest of the continent? And there are many magicians in the Tolan's Empire who possess similar power to those old devils. If they join forces, our dukedom's armies would have no chance of returning. Irrecriover, sending troops from our dukedom would essentially declare war on the Tolan's Empire. The situation on the continent is already tense enough. If we do this, the Tolan's Empire might use it as an excuse to start the war early. Then, our dukedom will be in real trouble. This time I only want to sneak in and rescue them quietly without making too much noise. As long as I can save Leela and the others, I don't care about the war on the continent." Actually, Johnny was also concerned. He always wondered why the Tolan's Empire allowed Yuyo to be easily rescued in the Jingfeng Empire while now putting Leela under house arrest. It seems unlikely that the Tolan's Empire did this just for fun. There must be some plot waiting for him. Yuyo blinked her eyes and said, "Then we won't send our soldiers on such a risky mission." Johnny turned to Korit and said, "Korit, there are a few things I need your help with." "Don't talk about help. Anytime, anything you need is what the mercenary group needs. What do you want me to do?" "First, All matters of the mercenary group from now on will be fully entrusted to you until Giovanni wakes up. Of course, Giovanni's safety also falls within your responsibility. I would have done this anyway since Giovanni and I are best partners and comrades in arms, Court said. Second, although I have already asked Brother Bradford to monitor Iolo's every move day and night, our mercenary group cannot just sit back and watch. Choose a few people you trust to keep an eye on Iolo. Third, intensify the investigation of our internal personnel. I suspect there might be a mole among us for Iolo. Apart from everyone present here, investigate everyone one by one. Even the 10 hall masters of the Magic Hall and Martial Arts Hall must not be spared. Mitchell, this should be carried out discreetly. Fourth, when Brother Bradford returns, let him directly inform Floyd about the situation he has detected. Then ask him to come immediately to the Toland's Empire to meet me. After giving these instructions to Corit, Johnny turned to Alice and said, Aunt Alice, I need your help with something. When did you become so formal, Johnny? Speak up. What kind of help do you need from Aunt? Johnny said, during my trip to Neutral City last night, I discovered signs that Jed Aka is colluding with Iolo. As a key member of the war faction, his presence in the duchy must serve some purpose. Please pay close attention to him and take action if necessary. Don't worry, Johnny. There's one more thing. While I'm in the Toland's Empire, please take care of Yuyo for me. Johnny sincerely requested. What? You want to leave her behind again? No way. Wherever you go, I go. Don't even think of leaving me behind. Yuyo angrily shouted. Johnny spoke earnestly. Foolish girl. This time I am going to the Toland's Empire to rescue people, not for a leisure trip. I can't predict what will happen. My gut feeling tells me it won't end well. I don't want you to take the risk with me. Something has already happened to Leela. I can't afford anything happening to you. Stay obediently in Neutral City. No, I must go with you. At least I'm a Chuji Magus and a great swordsman. I can still help you a bit, Yuyo insisted stubbornly. Alice said, Johnny, let Yuer go with you. Otherwise, this girl will throw a fit, and no one can stop her. Yuyo looked gratefully at her teacher, and then pleadingly at Johnny. Mitchell right then. Johnny reluctantly agreed to let Yuyo join him on the trip to the Toland's Empire but warned her sternly. Remember, little girl, during this trip to the Toland's Empire, you must behave and follow orders. Otherwise, I won't let you come along. Yes, Yuyo nodded vigorously, saying, I promise to be good. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do, and I absolutely won't cause any trouble. At this moment, Fergus stepped forward and said, Deputy Leader, is there anything I can help you with? Oh right, Fergus. I almost forgot. You mentioned that the mage's body was found at a place that definitely has ties with the demon race. After you return, you must thoroughly investigate this, Johnny explained. There was another reason for his concern. One of the 6 demon-breaking divine weapons, the Fiery Cloud Spear, was also discovered there. Understood. After assigning all tasks, Johnny sighed deeply and said, Time is pressing, Brother Baron. Yuyo, let's head to the Toland's Empire immediately. Hold on. Yuyo called out loudly. Now what, little girl? Why do you always startle us? You didn't want my father to send troops, but at least go and inform him first. Otherwise, he will be worried, Yuyo pouted. Go with peace of mind. I will explain everything to His Majesty for you. Aunt will wait for your good news in Neutral City, Alice reassured them. Brother Baron, I know you just returned, but I need you to head back immediately. It's really putting you through a lot. Johnny apologized to Guizhuang. Brat, do you think you're underestimating me? This much hardship means nothing, Guizhuang retorted. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled as he added, as long as you haven't forgotten the promise you once made. Brother Baron, I always keep my word. Let's set out immediately, Johnny said. With Johnny's indication, Corit immediately went out to prepare the fastest means of transportation for their journey to the Toland's Empire. Johnny could have used spatial movement to bring the two of them to the Toland's Empire in the shortest time. However, using spatial movement consumes a great deal of mental energy, which wouldn't be conducive for Johnny helping Baron and Yuyo enhance their strength further. Unpredictably, Johnny was also unable to gauge how dangerous this trip to the Toland's Empire would be. He could only feel reassured if Baron and Yuyo's abilities were improved. Assisting both of them simultaneously, though, would undoubtedly drain Johnny's mental energy significantly. Using spatial movement while helping the two of them improve would put him at a disadvantage when rescuing people. On the way to the Toland's Empire, not only did Johnny help Baron break through his current bottleneck, but he also advanced his strength by several levels. Irikri with Johnny's full assistance, Yuyo not only became the duchy's second water archmage, but also became the 4th sword saint after Bradford in the duchy. After Johnny recovered his mental strength, he then performed spatial movement to rush to the Toland's Empire as fast as possible. He didn't want to delay even for a moment. Mitchell he wanted was to rescue his beloved Leela and her only relative Alexandria as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Bestowing Divine Weapons. The journey that would normally take more than a month for the average person only took Mitchell and his companions 3 days. Instead of rashly rushing to Hansa's palace, Mitchell first visited the residence of the Azure Dragon Sword Saint, wanting to gather some information from Pierre. Knowing one's own and the enemy's strength was essential for winning without fail. Upon learning of Mitchell's arrival, Pierre immediately welcomed him. You sure have arrived fast. I thought it would still take you over 10 days. Didn't expect you to come so soon. That's because we missed Uncle so much that we rushed day and night, Mitchell said with a smile. You've become quite sweet-tongued, flattering your old uncle now, Pierre teased. What? We just missed Uncle. Patty stood up for Mitchell right away, clearly displeased with Pierre's attitude. Pouting slightly, she added, if Uncle doesn't want us to visit, we'll leave. She then grabbed Mitchell to go. This made Pierre hastily apologize. Uncle was wrong. Surely a little girl won't hold a grudge against her uncle. Hee. Patty giggled in response, letting the matter drop. By then, Edgar-chan also greeted Pierre. Uncle, it seems like you're about to break through to the level of a sword saint soon. By then, none of us will be a match for you anymore, Mitchell remarked. Are you mocking your old uncle again? Everyone knows you're the most exceptional young talent on the continent. At such a tender age, you've already reached an unmatched realm. Even if I've achieved this level, it's mostly thanks to you. Otherwise, I'd probably still be stuck at the same level. Pierre couldn't hide his pride. Mitchell, I heard you've even mastered spatial magic. Looks like this world will belong to you sooner or later. Uncle, all that talk about my world or your world, I haven't given any of that a thought. Mitchell, I want is to rescue Raphaelvina as soon as possible. The rest doesn't concern me. Mitchell cut straight to the point, no longer lingering on casual chat. Pierre promptly gestured them inside. Mitchell, right, let's go inside and talk properly. We can't stand here forever. Once they were seated inside, Pierre instructed his subordinates not to disturb them. He then continued, so far, I've only managed to trace Raphaelvina's whereabouts. As for your sister Alexandria, she remains unaccounted for. Where is Raphaelvina being held? Mitchell blurted out, his tense expression revealing just how anxious he was. Mitchell, calm down and listen to what your uncle has to say, Pierre reassured him, adding, I went to the palace hoping to capture Hans and use him as leverage, but found that he was protected by 6 high mages. Frustrated, I had to try another approach. After spending a fortune on bribes, I learned that Hans has Raphaelvina under house arrest in the West Garden of the palace. The West Garden is protected by a powerful barrier, and Lemuelin, the former principal of the Holy Academy, personally guards the place. Mitchell muttered to himself, why would he deign to guard a barrier personally? That doesn't make sense. Then he explained to Pierre, back in Samantora City, Teacher Mario once told me that the top mages on the continent are divided into 2 factions, the pacifists and the war faction, led by Lemuelin. They advocate for the unification of the continent by force. It's rumored they command 8 high mages and 15 lesser mages, among whom there are quite a few sword saints. Mitchell, not only do I not understand, but I'm equally puzzled. The old folks from the Holy Academy suddenly threw their support behind Hans, helping him conquer the continent. Over, many powerful individuals comparable to high mages appeared in the capital out of nowhere. Pierre replied helplessly. Has Uncle looked into their origins? Mitchell asked. No leads. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, with no signs beforehand. Each one is incredibly strong, Pierre answered regretfully. Whatever the case, I'm going to confront Lemuelin tonight and bring Raphaelvina back safely, Mitchell declared. Mitchell, I'm worried about you going alone. Let me accompany you, Pierre offered in concern. This triggered Patty and Edgar-chan to exclaim simultaneously, we're coming too. Pierre knew that Court was a sword saint and should not be underestimated, but he was still concerned about Yu. He said, little girl, what are you getting yourself into? Stay at home obediently. If you come along, you'll only make us worry more. Uncle, don't underestimate me, Yu retorted indignantly. I'm both an archmage and a sword saint level expert. How could I possibly be a bother? What? Little girl, did you just say you're an archmage and a sword saint combined? Pierre looked at Yu incredulously, unable to believe her words. It seemed implausible that this young girl had achieved such high levels. Seeing Pierre's disbelief, Yu drew the azure dragon sword with a smile and said, Uncle, why don't we spar? You'll see if I'm telling the truth. Yu, no fooling around. How dare you be so disrespectful to your uncle? Mitchell reprimanded her. He respected his elder, Pierre, and couldn't let Yu act out of line. Yu pouted, I won't talk to you anymore. Mitchell quickly smoothed things over. Uncle, don't get upset. This little one is just mischievous. Azure Dragon Sword Saint, everything Yu said is true. She is indeed an archmage and a sword saint. And through Johnny's help, my strength has also improved significantly. Court stepped forward to vouch for Yu, earning a grateful smile from her. Pierre had sensed Court's increased power long ago, clearly due to external assistance from Johnny. Given Court's endorsement, it was evident that Yu's abilities were genuine. He sighed. How is everyone who stays with Johnny able to advance so easily? Perhaps Uncle should stick around with you too. That would be great, Uncle. I can ask for more guidance from you. Johnny responded with a smile. Now, let's get back to the matter at hand and discuss the rescue plan. Pierre reminded them. Uncle, Goe brother. Yu, while I know all of you have formidable skills, I can't bring you along this time. Lemuelin isn't someone you can easily deal with, and we don't know how many hidden experts there might be. Over, having too many people increases the risk of exposure. Please don't argue. Tonight, I'll go alone. With my current strength, I'll be fine. Even if I can't win, I have spatial magic. I can always escape. Don't worry, Mitchell declared resolutely. Seeing Mitchell's determination, they decided not to press him further. Yu gazed lovingly at him, saying, You must return safely, all right? We're waiting for you. Johnny pulled Yu into his arms and gently replied, Don't worry, little one. For you, I won't let anything happen to me. Then Pierre turned to Court and said, Little Baron, since Johnny doesn't need our help for the rescue, we shouldn't sit idly by. Let's split up and find Alexandria and Duke Galenon's family. No problem. I'd rather do something than sit around getting bored. I want to test my skills. Court laughed heartily, dismissing any thoughts of danger. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Mitchell felt deeply moved by their loyalty and camaraderie. Such friends willing to face danger for him were rare and precious. He took out the Fire Cloud Atlas and the Azure Dragon Sword, once belonging to Ely, and said to Court and Pierre, Uncle, Goe brother, as you may know, there used to be 6 demon-breaking divine weapons on the continent. Pierre nodded. Yes, those 6 divine weapons are the Fire Cloud Atlas, the Bow of Wind Spirits, the Earth God Hammer, the Water Ericon Azure Dragon Sword, the Wrath of the Thunder God, and the Light Wave Slash. You're correct, Uncle. These weapons not only amplify the powers of users with matching attributes, but can also nullify all types of magic except spatial and mental magic, Johnny explained. At this point, Court and Pierre suspected that the 2 weapons in Johnny's hands were among the 6 legendary weapons. Johnny confirmed their guess when he handed the Azure Dragon Sword to Pierre and said, "Uncle, remember when you gave us this sword? It helped us immensely. Now, I formally return it to you. We've discovered its 3rd secret. The Azure Dragon Sword is the Water Ericon Azure Dragon Sword from the 6 demon-breaking divine weapons." On the journey, Johnny had already verified that the Azure Dragon Sword was indeed one of the 6 legendary weapons. "Johnny, what are you doing? How can you take back something that has been given away?" Pierre tried to refuse. "Uncle, don't refuse anymore. Both you and I have reached the Archmage and Sword Saint levels. With or without the Azure Dragon Sword makes no difference to us. But for you, Uncle, with the Azure Dragon Sword in hand, it would be like adding wings to a tiger," Johnny persuaded. "Well, if that's the case, I won't insist further," Pierre said. Johnny then handed the Fire Cloud Atlas to Court and said, "Go away, brother. I really appreciate your help. I don't know how to repay you. You are a fire attribute, and this Fire Cloud Atlas is also a fire attribute. Consider this lance as my token of gratitude. I hope you won't mind." Court waved his hands. "How can I accept such a precious gift? Johnny, please keep it." If it were before, Court would have definitely tried to snatch it. However, since he met Johnny, the killer instinct had gradually faded from his subconscious. Johnny's inherent kindness had long made Court regard him as a close brother, and helping a brother was an unquestionable duty. Therefore, Court firmly refused when Johnny talked about gratitude and giving gifts. "Go away, brother, stop insisting. If you do, it means you don't consider me as a brother," Johnny said. "Mitchell, right. Then I will temporarily keep this Fire Cloud Atlas. Whenever you need it, just come and take it back," Court replied. Seeing Court accepting it, Johnny briefly explained its usage. With Court's experience and knowledge, understanding how to use the Fire Cloud Atlas was not difficult. Johnny took a deep breath and said, "These 2 divine weapons in your hands will surely unleash their full power." Chapter 131 Eastern Mitch Alliance. Mitchell, though he had given away 2 priceless weapons, to Johnny, the friendship between them was invaluable. Besides, with his current strength, whether or not he possessed demon-breaking divine weapons made no difference. Plus, there were still 4 other divine weapons, and it wouldn't be impossible to snatch a few more then. Suddenly, Johnny caught a glimpse of Elena staring at him with big eyes and her mouth curled up high. It wasn't hard to see that this little girl was mad at Johnny, and quite seriously so. Johnny went over and asked, "Little girl, why are you pouting? Who made you unhappy?" "It can only be you, this big bad guy bullying me," Elena said. "Me?" Johnny looked at Elena, confused, and after some thought, he still didn't understand what she meant. He immediately asked, "Elena, I haven't offended you, have I?" Not knowing if Johnny was truly confused or pretending not to understand, Elena didn't bother wasting time with him and grabbed his arm, pinching it fiercely until Johnny begged for mercy, which made Hiroshi and Edgar-chan laugh out loud. Elena glared at them viciously and whispered into Johnny's ear, "You wasteful thing. How could you give all the good stuff away? Even if you don't want them, we could sell them for money. Those 2 divine weapons must be worth countless gold coins." Johnny almost fainted upon hearing this, completely baffled about when this little girl had become obsessed with money again. He said, "Little girl, you're really a miser. Don't we have enough gold coins for you?" "What do you mean? Who complains about having too much money? Besides, we are mercenaries. Mercenaries aim to earn money, of course. By the way, Johnny, when are we going to take on more tasks? I haven't taken any mercenary jobs in a long time. With our current strength, what kind of task can't we accomplish?" The little girl started to get lost in her own fantasies as she spoke. Johnny felt his head getting bigger the more he listened, and immediately interrupted Elena before she strayed even further. "Mitchell, right, little girl, stop it. This is not the time to think about making money. Be careful you don't fall into the money pit and never come out." At this moment, Hiroshi's butler rushed in to report, "Humberter, there are several magicians who claim to be members of the Earth Mercenary Daemon up outside wanting to meet Johnny." Hiroshi replied, "Let them in." Following the order, the butler left and returned shortly after, bringing in those magicians who claimed to be members of the Earth Mercenary Daemon up. There were 5 of them in total, led by a magician with mid-level high mage strength, while the rest were also formidable, all reaching the level of Chugenhauser, junior high mage, including various schools of natural magic. When they saw Johnny, the leading magician immediately knelt before him, bowing, and said, "Albin, president of the Torrens Empire branch of the Earth Mercenary Daemon up, along with my subordinates, pays respect to deputy leader." At the same time, he handed over the identity token to Johnny and greeted Hiroshi and the others. Johnny examined the token in his hand, confirming it was indeed the symbol representing the branch president of the Earth Mercenary Daemon up. He promptly returned it to Albin and suddenly realized that his visit to the Torrens Empire was highly confidential, known only to himself, and not even to the 10 Hall Masters of headquarters. So how did this branch president know? And how precisely timed it was? Despite his suspicions, he maintained a poker face and coldly asked, "Branch president, my trip here is highly classified. Even the 10 Hall Masters at headquarters are unaware. How did you find out, and who else knows about my visit?" At this moment, a gray-robed Earth Junior High Mage standing next to Albin stepped forward and said, "I saw your figure at the city gate and immediately reported it to the president, who then brought us here. Only the 5 of us know about your arrival. I didn't ask you. I'm asking your president. Johnny snapped coldly. Johnny had intended to test Albin, to see what his reaction would be. If he showed any signs of tension or discomfort, it would indicate a problem. Otherwise, it would be his own suspicious mind causing unnecessary trouble. But Johnny found himself wrong. Albin did not show any hint of nervousness. Upon hearing Johnny's question, he immediately replied, "This is how it is. After you left Neutral City, the acting leader Dane from headquarters sent us an order, instructing me to be at your disposal at all times, and all members in Turin's empire are fully under your command. Headquarters also informed us that the deputy leader would arrive within 5 days. To ensure we didn't miss your arrival, additional brothers were stationed along the necessary routes into Turin's empire. As soon as your figure appeared, I was informed and came immediately. This matter was handled urgently, and only the 5 of us know about the deputy leader's arrival." "So, that's how it is," said Johnny. Albin then reaffirmed his loyalty. "Deputy leader, please give us a mission. We will complete whatever task you assign with no reservations." The other accompanying members also pledged their allegiance and swore to fulfill their duties. Johnny paused for a moment and asked, "President, do you know how many of our Earth mercenary Daminut members are in Turin's empire? And how many are in the capital?" "Deputy leader, there are a total of 12,100 members of the Earth mercenary Daminut in Turin's empire, and 3,600 in the capital," Albin answered truthfully. "That's quite a number," Johnny mused to himself. He then thought of a more serious issue. If some members of the main combat faction had infiltrated the headquarters, it was possible that there were spies and moles among these thousands of members. To proceed cautiously, Johnny asked, "Where are you from, President? And where are your companions from?" Albin was initially taken aback, unable to understand why Johnny was asking this, but he had to answer truthfully. "Mitchell, 5 of us hail from the Eastern Mitchell Alliance. I was reassigned as president of the Turin's Empire branch just 6 months ago. The so-called Eastern Mitchell Alliance was a military alliance of minor states and independent tribes situated between the Raphael Show Empire and the Eridina Principality in the eastern part of Zhenge Continent. Initially formed for mutual benefit and security, it later evolved into a well-organized and disciplined alliance. Mitchell, though it was a military alliance, its strength was still far inferior to that of major countries, even less than one province of Turin's empire. Thus, the Eastern and Western Mitchell alliances held almost negligible influence and status on the continent. Johnny hadn't expected that all 5 of them were from the so-called Eastern Mitchell Alliance. Humbert Dane had entrusted him with this information. Albin must be a trustworthy person. Johnny then said, "President, I have a task for you. I will undertake whatever you command, even at the cost of my life." Albin replied resolutely, adding hastily, "With over 10,000 brothers in Turin's empire, we will definitely accomplish the tasks you assign." "But I don't trust you," Johnny coldly remarked. Shocked by this, Albin and his men trembled and knelt down, thinking they had offended the deputy leader in some way. They repeatedly apologized, saying, "Please forgive us, deputy leader, for any offense we may have caused." "Stand up. Don't kneel every time you make a mistake," Johnny barked sternly. Only then did Albin and his men stand up, still trembling, fearing that a single misstep might lead to irreparable consequences. Johnny explained, "You don't need to be so nervous. When I say I don't trust you, it's not directed at you." He then voiced his concerns and finally instructed, "President, rally all the brothers you can trust to find out where Duke Demon and his family are being held captive. Time is of the essence." "Yes, sir." "Mitchellright, go ahead." Johnny waved them off. After Albin and his men left, Hiroshi exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of getting the mercenaries to help?" He then added, "Unfortunately, I'm not a member of the Earth Mercenary Daminut, so I can't command them." Johnny's eyes twinkled, and he said, "How about this, uncle? Why don't you join our mercenary group? Then you can command them whenever you want." Hiroshi laughed. "I'd rather not command these people, but joining your mercenary group isn't out of the question. However, I have one condition." "What's your condition?" "I don't want to be constrained. Your uncle hates being restricted." "No problem," Johnny agreed readily. "From now on, you can do whatever you like, just like Baron Brother." Amina giggled and said, "Great, great uncle, joining our mercenary group means we have one more sword saint in our team. Let me count how many sword saints we have now." She began counting on her fingers with a smile. 1, 2. Finally, she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, our mercenary group has 5 sword saints now." "What? 5 sword saints? Little girl, are you teasing your great uncle? Don't think I don't know anything about the Earth mercenary Daminut. Aren't all the sword saints of the mercenary group here? Who is the 5th one?" Hiroshi asked. Amina replied, "The 5th one is Oral." With Johnny's help, he also broke through to the realm of sword saint. Johnny again, Hiroshi realized. Why does everyone who's with Johnny rapidly break through in strength? Especially you, little girl. Your strength makes your great uncle quite envious. Does Johnny give you special treatment? Great uncle, you're making fun of me again. I'm not talking to you anymore. Amina blushed and turned to the side, lowering her head to fiddle with her hands. But inside, she was thrilled. Without Johnny, she might never have reached the realms of High Mage and Sword Saint in her lifetime. Chapter 132, Returning to Nature, Part 1. Johnny laughed happily at Elena's shy appearance, thinking how wonderful life was. How much he wished he could embrace his beloved and live a carefree life forever. But things were not as one wished. Even if you wanted to avoid troubles, they would still come knocking, involving the women in your life. Mitchell, though Elena had achieved a realm that common people could never reach, she had never experienced great trials and tribulations, thus her strength still needed polish. For Elena's future, Johnny decided to let her train more, only resorting to action himself when absolutely necessary. Only this way could her competitive spirit be awakened, breaking free from dependency on him. Johnny found it amusing when he thought of his own growth since learning magic. His power surged like a rocket with no signs of stopping. Eric's puzzlingly. The recent signs of harmony between his internal magical power and martial chi were uncertain to be good or bad. He planned to organize these energies today. Johnny, what are you doing? Standing there like a wooden pole. Elena's clear voice brought Johnny back from his daze, staring at him with a mischievous expression. Nothing. Johnny hastily replied, then continued. Mitchellwright, everyone get busy with your own tasks. I have something to do. Elena, fearing Johnny would leave alone again, quickly yelled. Dead guy, where are you going now? You can't run off by yourself again. You must take me along, otherwise, new and old accounts will settle together. Great, seems this little girl still remembers what happened in Neutral City. It looks like Brother Gouet should pass his name of tough to deal with to this little girl. Johnny chuckled to himself, with a face full of amusement and frustration. You little girl, I really admire you for sticking to everything. I need to do some work. Didn't say I was going out. I just want to recover my spiritual power so I can face challenges tonight with the best condition. Little girl, go chat with Uncle. Don't disturb me halfway through. No, I want to stay with you. Elena pouted, showing an unyielding attitude until Johnny agreed. Johnny couldn't help but yield. Fine, I agree, but you must behave. Hearing Johnny's promise, Elena giggled and said, No problem, I've always been good. Having solved the troublemaking little girl, Johnny turned to Baron Troublesome. Brother Gouet, you haven't rested properly for many days. Why not take this opportunity to rest indoors and regain energy for big plans? Yes, resting well makes tasks easier. Humberts, you gave me this fire cloud spear. I intend to test it out too. Wouldn't want such a legendary weapon like demon-breaking weapon to lose its prestige because of me. Baron Troublesome stroked the red-hot fire cloud spear proudly. A swordsman's skill would significantly increase with a perfect match of weapon. Mitchellwright, little ghost, if you don't want to rest, let's go drink. Don't disturb their training. Izar said with a smile to Baron Troublesome. Wonderful, since I haven't felt tired or sleepy for days. Since you're interested, I'll accompany you all the way, Baron Troublesome responded. Stop with this senior business. Do I look that old? How about this? I'm a few years older than you. Just call me brother, Izar suggested. Before Baron Troublesome could respond, Elena interrupted, pointing at him. Uncle, if you two become brothers, aren't we supposed to call him uncle? That's one generation lower. We don't agree. Izar first stunned, then burst into laughter, causing Elena to blush in confusion. He tapped Elena's forehead and said, Little girl, we deal with our relationship. You deal with yours. The children of Zhenge don't need to follow these constraints. Gentlemen should act as freely as running clouds and flowing water. To be able to do as one pleases, Johnny said excitedly. He wondered how many people in this world were constrained by conventions and became melancholic, and how many could break free from these constraints. Seeing Izar speak like this, how could Johnny not be excited? He said to Elena, Little girl, they will handle their relationship. We will still call him Brother Gouet. Only then did Baron Troublesome awkwardly bow to Izar, saying, Johnny dear brother, please accept my respect. He knelt on one knee and gave a standard salute of a swordsman. Izar held out both hands to lift Baron Troublesome up, saying, No need for such formality. The two of us will go have a drink. Today I am particularly happy, and we won't return until we're drunk. Let's go have a drink. Baron Troublesome laughed heartily. The two walked off together, and from their hearty laughter, one could feel it came from deep within, a truly genuine smile between brothers. After the two left, Johnny patted Elena on the shoulder and said, Mitchellwright, little girl, stop looking. We should practice too. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Elena towards the room. Chapter 133, Return to Nature, Part 2. After Johnny instructed Elena about some critical matters, a tawny yellow barrier immediately enveloped the house they were in. Mitchell, though this was Noel's residence, it was not guaranteed that no one would come to disturb them. To ensure they could meditate and cultivate without interruption, Johnny had set up this defensive barrier with a magic backlash feature. If any irrelevant person approached or launched an attack, this protective barrier would automatically unleash magical attacks, unless the intruder also entered their respective spiritual worlds. As Johnny focused his will, various magical elements rapidly converged on him. Even the magic and Duki, forces within his body began moving at an unprecedented speed, circling around him dozens of times faster than usual. But what troubled Johnny most was the significant change in the two energy streams inside him after his return from the Crystal Wind Empire. Instead of being compressed as before, these streams acted oppositely, gradually dissipating over time until they seemed on the verge of disappearing completely. This genuinely alarmed Johnny. The loss of magic power would mean he would lose his magical abilities again. Knowing how people treated him once before, Johnny could well imagine what they might do if he lost his powers again. He didn't care much about what would happen to the continent of Aoyuan. What mattered was using his abilities to protect himself and his loved ones. At this moment, the worst happened. The rapidly converging magical elements did not help stabilize the energy spheres, but instead accelerated their dissipation. An endless stream of magical elements surged into his body like merciless devourers, quickly eroding the magic and Duki spheres until they vanished entirely. Still, those magical elements showed no signs of stopping and continued pouring in, almost as if they were trying to burst Johnny's body. Johnny instinctively thought, I'm doomed. However, the expected catastrophe did not occur. Those magical elements behaved like fleeting visitors, merely circulating through his body before leaving without any attachment. Johnny watched the floating magical elements dejectedly, wishing he could ask them why they refused to stay and only pass through him like transient guests. These magical elements danced joyfully around him, making him feel as though they were very fond of him. The disappearance of the magic and Dookie spheres left Johnny uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet, he instinctively wanted to test if he could still command these mischievous magical elements. With a thought, those elements merged into a force beyond Johnny's imagination, a force hundreds of times stronger than anything he had previously experienced. It felt as though this power had the ability to destroy everything or recreate the world anew. Johnny couldn't find the words to describe its magnitude. Only nature itself, the creator of all things, could match such power. For some reason, Johnny suddenly found himself in a strange place where birds chirped and flowers bloomed, surrounded by mountains and flowing water, a paradise no less beautiful than any utopia. Johnny mused, how did I end up here? Is this the edge of Zhenge Continent? It doesn't seem right. The edge of Zhenge is just ocean. If it's not the edge of the continent, then where am I? Despite his curiosity, Johnny decided to explore further by releasing his spiritual energy. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not determine the boundaries of this place. After half an hour of shouting using Wind Magic's amplification spell, he grew hoarse, but saw no one appear. Concluding that this area was unclaimed and undeveloped, Johnny hoped it wasn't too troublesome. Given its vastness, he reassured himself that it must be far larger than he imagined. Since this place was unclaimed, Johnny decided to test the power of the new energy he had just experienced. He needed to see just how powerful it truly was. Without any need for words, a thought crossed Johnny's mind, and the various energies floating in the air transformed into elemental attack magics as they circulated through his body. At this moment, all the attack spells Johnny released were top tier. Even more so, many of them were classified by mages as forbidden curse magic. Watching the beautiful surroundings around him gradually disappear under his relentless assault, Johnny instinctively wanted to stop, but it was already too late. What was once a paradise now resembled an apocalyptic wasteland, a desert filled with endless sand where mountains crumbled, streams dried up, and all traces of flora vanished. Everything was reduced to desolation, preserved only in the faint memories of his mind. Such a waste. Johnny silently blamed himself. Most simultaneously, Johnny realized that if he willed it, the space in front of him could be compressed by his spiritual control. As soon as he moved, the space before him began contracting, with various energies intertwining and filling the void. Observing this phenomenon, Johnny immediately recalled spatial compression from spatial magic. Could this truly be spatial compression? He quietly asked himself. After all, spatial compression is the most formidable offensive spell in spatial magic. Anything caught within it would turn into cosmic dust. Upon confirming that his actions indeed caused spatial compression, Johnny instantly withdrew his spiritual power. He dared not risk experimenting recklessly. There was no point in risking his life. If he had to test it, he would use those who underestimated him as guinea pigs. Despite this, Johnny felt a deep sense of relief. He understood that his spatial magic had reached a new height, though he couldn't quite pinpoint exactly how high. Perhaps one day, he could ask Teacher Mario for insight. However, the ability to perform spatial compression suggested that his advancement in spatial magic was significant. Since he had come to this place, Johnny used the flight spell to ascend into the air, slowly appreciating the vast desert landscape he had created. But suddenly, a woman's weeping echoed through the air. This sobbing carried an overwhelmingly powerful allure, pulling at Johnny's heartstrings so intensely that he promptly disappeared without a trace. Johnny was so anxious because the woman's sobs came from Elena. Conway down, nothing mattered more to him than her. When Johnny slowly opened his eyes, he found Elena gazing at him tearfully, her sobbing continuing unabated. Gently embracing Elena, Johnny consoled her. Little girl, why are you crying? No more tears now, or you won't be pretty anymore. Hearing this, Elena plunged even deeper into Johnny's embrace, crying even harder. Johnny held her tighter and asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll deal with them. With that, he lifted her tear-streaked face tenderly, wiping away her tears. Elena said, it's all your fault, you naughty bad guy. You left without telling me. Where did you go? I waited for hours after meditating, and you never showed up. I wanted to find Uncle, but I was afraid you'd return and not find me. So, anyway, I was really worried about you. You big bad guy. Sob sob. Hearing this, Johnny realized she was crying because she hadn't seen him for so long. Touched, he confessed. You're so kind to me, it's all my fault. I should have told you before leaving. Mitchell, though he knew he wasn't entirely to blame, he took responsibility for everything, feeling remorseful. To punish himself, he lifted his right hand and tapped his head several times. Scared, Elena quickly grabbed his hand and pleaded, stop it. Why are you hitting yourself? I've forgiven you, okay? Thank you, Elena, Johnny replied. Then he added, actually, I didn't know where I went either. That place originally had mountains and rivers, but after I was there, everything vanished. Why didn't you take me with you? Elena pouted, expressing her extreme dissatisfaction. It's not that I didn't want to take you. I just didn't understand how I got there. If I hadn't heard your cries, I might still be wandering around, Johnny explained. If you don't know how to get there, how do you know how to come back? Elena stared at him doubtfully. I just thought of you, and then I returned, Johnny replied. Really? Of course I swear. Mitchell, right then. This time I'll believe you for now. If you dare to lie to me again, I really won't speak to you anymore. Johnny tightened his embrace around Elena. holding her delicate and tender body close as he softly said, I, Johnny, might deceive gods or spirits, but never my own woman. As he spoke, Elena buried her head deeply into Johnny's chest, hugging him even tighter than he did her. After an unknown amount of time passed, Elena suddenly pulled away from Johnny's embrace, a look of displeasure on her face. Fearing that Elena was about to misinterpret the situation again, Johnny asked immediately, what's wrong? Elena stared at Johnny with her bright eyes and shouted, liar, big liar. Chapter 134, Troublemaker Elena. Johnny was stunned by Elena's incessant accusations of being a liar, his face full of endless wish and bewilderment as he asked, my little granddaughter, why are you acting so abruptly? In what way have I deceived you? Elena raised her right leg and gave him a harsh kick, making Johnny wince in pain before she said, you scoundrel, you clearly promised to teach me spatial teleportation. You've promised 8 times, but not once have you kept your word. If that isn't being a big liar, what is it? Johnny thought about it. Elena's complaints weren't unfounded. He indeed had promised to teach her spatial teleportation, but always forgot due to unforeseen events. It wasn't until today that he realized he was a man who didn't keep his word. But were there really 8 times as Elena claimed? Johnny frowned. Elena continued, don't deny it. I remember every single time clearly. Should I recount them for you? No. Johnny quickly stopped her. Even though the number of broken promises wasn't as many as Elena claimed, the fact remained he did break his promises. If Elena started fabricating all the times and places where he broke his promises, it would only make him more embarrassed. Johnny continued, I'm really afraid of you. Elena smirked and said, today, you must teach me spatial teleportation. I've been looking forward to it for so long. If you don't teach me today, I won't let you off. Mitchellwright, I'll teach you today. Johnny readily agreed to Elena's demand. Then tell me, how do I achieve spatial teleportation? Elena asked eagerly. She couldn't help but imagine herself using spatial teleportation, going wherever she wanted, pranking whoever she wished, and all without any restrictions from protective magic spells. The idea was exhilarating. Johnny hesitated and said, honestly, I don't know how to teach you spatial teleportation. I just know how to do it myself, but explaining how exactly is difficult. I don't care. You have to teach me. At this moment, Elena was like an extremely eager student. Then tell me how you use it. I first concentrate my mental energy, imagine the place I want to go, then I feel the magical elements around me start moving rapidly. Next, I find myself in the place I wanted to be. Before Johnny finished, he noticed Elena had closed her eyes, focusing intently on something. He stopped to avoid disturbing her. After a while, Elena opened her eyes and scanned the surroundings, finally fixing her gaze on Johnny, shouting loudly, why am I still here? I should be on the street. Johnny realized that after listening to his explanation on spatial teleportation, Elena had attempted to try it out herself, but failed. Johnny chuckled uncontrollably, though the laughter quickly faded. His unintended laugh soon invited another harsh kick from Elena, this time with her left leg. She also grumbled, you big bad guy, you lied to me again. You said concentrating mental energy and imagining where you're going would work, but I concentrated even more than usual and still ended up here. I'm so angry, feeling incredibly wronged, Johnny said. How did I lie to you? Everything I told you is true. Or would you like me to demonstrate? Given how serious and sincere Johnny was, Elena had no reason not to believe him. But the playful side of her nature resurfaced, and she teased, okay, now I want to eat some fruit from the south of the city. Go get me some. Before Elena finished speaking, Johnny vanished in an instant, leaving her exclaiming in surprise, hey you. Mitchell. Most immediately, Johnny reappeared in front of her, holding all sorts of fruits. His speed was so incredible that it seemed as if he had never left the room, but the pile of fruits on the floor proved otherwise. Smiling warmly, Johnny said, here you go, little girl. Enjoy yourself. However, instead of taking the fruits, Elena pushed them away with both hands. The fruits scattered on the ground, and she did not even glance at them. Her interest had never been in the fruits. She just wanted to understand how Johnny performed spatial teleportation. Elena asked, why can you perform spatial teleportation by concentrating your mental energy, while I can't? I really concentrated very hard just now. Johnny was puzzled too. Elena had followed his theory, yet she couldn't achieve spatial teleportation. So he silently recalled what happened when he teleported this time, trying to identify any reasons for the difference. Eventually, Johnny discovered something. When he teleported, it felt as if his body merged with nature, transforming into various elements and blending with the elemental spirits that floated in nature. It was as if nature and he were one. When his consciousness appeared at the destination, the transformed elements reassembled into his body there. He also remembered the place he visited during his meditation, where he released space compression that contained various elemental forces. Under his mental control, those elements kept compressing until he stopped, then they once again blended into nature. Could the principle of spatial teleportation lie here, requiring mastery of all elemental magics? Johnny wondered. Experimenting quietly, Johnny tried performing spatial teleportation using only one type of elemental magic, which failed. He then used 2 types, but still failed. Only when he utilized all elemental magics did he feel a slight sign of success. Johnny thought to himself happily, so that's the case. Have you figured it out yet? Elena asked again. Johnny hesitated slightly, then apologized with a tinge of regret. Sorry, Elena. It might be impossible for you to learn spatial teleportation in your lifetime. Why? Elena's mouth opened wide in shock. If someone else had said she could never learn spatial teleportation, she might have believed it. But hearing it from Johnny, she refused to believe it even under threat of death. Spatial teleportation was something she had longed for a long time. The more she thought about it, the stranger her expression became, almost as if she was about to go crazy, which alarmed Johnny greatly. He quickly grabbed her hands and asked, "Elena, what's wrong?" At the same time, he sent a refreshing force into her body, instantly soothing her tense demeanor. Even after calming down, Elena still didn't believe Johnny. She asked again, "Why can't I learn spatial teleportation?" Johnny explained, "Elena, it's not that I'm unwilling to teach you, but learning spatial teleportation has a prerequisite: mastering all elemental magics. Humbrance, you only know water magic, you." Johnny was about to say she wouldn't be able to learn spatial teleportation, but he swallowed the words back. He didn't want to see her disappointment again. At that moment, Elena's eyes sparkled as she smiled and tugged on Johnny's arm, saying, "Johnny, will you promise me something?" "Sure." Without hesitation, Johnny agreed to Elena's request without even asking what it was, whether it was good or bad. In Johnny's heart, as long as it was Elena's request, he would never refuse her, not even for 1,000 or 10,000 requests. After getting Johnny's approval, Elena said slowly, "From today onward, will you teach me all elemental magics? I must learn spatial teleportation." Hearing this, Johnny almost fell over. He took a deep breath and asked, "What? You want to learn all elemental magics? This isn't a joke." "Yes," Elena nodded confidently. Johnny said, "Learning all elemental magics is very dangerous. You need to know that different elemental magics have attribute differences, and mishandling them can cause mana backlash. For example, water and fire elements are mortal enemies. As a water magic practitioner, learning fire magic would just be asking for trouble. But how can you manage it then?" Elena retorted, unconvinced. "I can do it because my body attributes allow me to. I am unattributed, so any elemental magic will not affect me. I don't care. I want to learn all elemental magics. For the sake of spatial teleportation, I'm not afraid of any difficulties." Elena was determined to master spatial teleportation. "Mitchell, right then. I can teach you all elemental magics, but before I find a practical and safe method, you cannot learn them on your own." Johnny conceded, unable to resist Elena's stubbornness. "Don't worry, as long as you teach me all elemental magics, I'll do whatever you ask," Elena replied calmly. In reality, she had already made up her mind. "If you don't let me learn, I'll learn anyway." This defiance almost led Elena to make an irreversible mistake. Chapter 135, Family Bond Priceless. Joniko would not easily believe Elena's words, but was also afraid that the little girl would act rashly behind his back. Knowing that Zhenge would be ineffective, Joniko came up with a good idea. Well, it was something he had to do. Joniko suddenly took Elena's small hand and started walking out. "What are you dragging me for?" Elena couldn't help but ask. "I'm going to find you a magic teacher so you won't act recklessly." "Find what kind of teacher? Do I even need one now?" Elena said disdainfully while boasting. "I'm already a great water mage and a water sword saint. In this godforsaken place, who's qualified enough to teach me?" Joniko stopped in his tracks and turned to Elena, saying, "Little girl, do you know where we are? This is the Turin's Empire. Mitchell, though you have the strength of a water mage and water sword saint, there are many people here far stronger than you. Irrecriover, I have a feeling that I'll face unprecedented challenges in Turin's." Elena paid no heed to Joniko's worries and replied playfully, "Even if I can't handle them, they're still you, right? Didn't you say you'd protect me forever? But what if I'm not around?" Joniko was a bit angry now. Under his doting care, this little girl was nearly uncontrollable, indifferent to all difficulties and dangers. It seems he really needed to reflect on himself, lest she make mistakes one after another. A single misstep can cause eternal regret. Meanwhile, as dusk fell and only a lingering twilight illuminated the western sky, Jerson came before Joniko under the guidance of Court. "Joniko, he has something important to discuss with you," Court said. Joniko couldn't help but ask, "Have you found Duke Demon's family yet?" Jerson shook his head repeatedly. "No." Upon hearing it wasn't about that, Joniko frowned and said, "If not, why aren't you searching harder? What are you doing here? Time is pressing." After scolding him, Joniko asked again, "How many members did you mobilize?" 300. Only 300. Joniko was shocked. There were over 10,000 members of the Earth Guild in Turin's Empire, yet only 300 could be trusted. How could he believe that? Seeing Joniko slightly angered, cold sweat ran down Jerson's back. He stood there, unsure how to explain. Just then, Pierre rushed over after getting the news and asked, "What happened?" Jerson looked at Pierre and then Joniko, feeling tongue-tied. At that moment, Court stepped in, understanding the situation, and explained, "Brother Joniko, it's like this. You asked the guild members to look for Duke Demon's family, but only 300 or so are trustworthy," which made Joniko doubt. Jerson glanced gratefully at Court for the explanation. Joniko coldly remarked, "With such a small number, why aren't you looking for more?" Jerson hesitated. "Vice Captain, that's exactly why I'm here." "Then what is it? Speak up." "The matter is this. After returning this morning, I immediately summoned my direct subordinates. Through thorough investigation, I found that among the more than 10,000 guild members in Turin's Empire, nearly 6,000 are from Turin's. Many others have connections with Turin's as well. Out of caution, I secretly investigated again and again, excluding anyone who had any ties to Turin's. Ultimately, I chose these 300 members who are neither from Turin's nor related in any way. They are waiting outside. Please dispatch them accordingly," Jerson explained. Joniko realized he had misunderstood Jerson and apologized. "President Jerson, I was hasty and wrong to accuse you. Please forgive me." No. Jerson waved his hands hurriedly. "Vice Captain, you flattered me too much. Janiko said unhappily. If you're wrong, you should apologize no matter who's at fault. With that, he apologized formally to Jerson in front of everyone. Jerson was stunned for a long time before he recovered. However, Janiko's willingness to admit his mistakes and not put on airs left a very good impression on Jerson. Jerson said emotionally, Deputy Team Leader, I am Earth Mercenary Guild's person as long as I live, and it's ghost if I die. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask. Janiko waved his hand and said, That's enough. You don't need to pledge loyalty to me, but the Earth Mercenary Guild. But speaking of which, many members have ties with Torin's empire, so don't jump to conclusions that they would betray us. Got it. I understand. Jerson nodded heavily and then asked, What about those 300 outside? Janiko thought for a moment and replied, Humbertons, I asked you to find Duke Demon's family. You mustn't stop midway. Hand over the task to them, and remember to meet their demands in finding people. Let them work freely without interference. Remember, everything needs to be done secretly. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Deputy Team Leader, I will remember your instruction. Michelso, tell them that whoever finds Duke Demon's family first will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and one promise from me. Upon hearing this, even Court and Pierre felt the urge to join the search. While most might choose the 100,000 gold coins, as it could make one worry-free for several lifetimes, money couldn't arouse interest or desire in Court and others. Only Janiko's promise could stir their curiosity and desire. A full-element Archmage's promise wasn't comparable to mere 100,000 gold coins. It could turn one into an unrivaled power or a regional overlord. Anything was possible. Jerson knew Janiko meant what he said and replied gratefully. Deputy Team Leader, rest assured, we will complete the task. Go ahead, Janiko said. After Jerson left, Court teased. Brother, the reward you offered is really tempting. 100,000 gold coins and a promise are far more lucrative than my assassin fee. I feel like abandoning everything to go look for them. Janiko laughed. I will honor the reward if you find them, Brother Baron. At this moment, Elena, having been holding her grudge, unleashed it all on Janiko, pouting and complaining. You bum, you throw out 100,000 gold coins so easily. How many tasks do we need to complete to earn that much? At this rate, we'll go bankrupt. Janiko spoke earnestly. Little girl, you know finding Duke Demon's family may help me find Alexandria, my only family. 100,000 gold coins mean nothing compared to finding her. Elena was a bright girl and could sense Janiko's thoughts from his words. She had long known that Alexandria was Janiko's only family since childhood. Thinking of this, Elena lowered her head like a child accepting scolding. Then Janiko added, No matter how strong you become or how much gold you have, none is as important as family. You are all my family. As long as I breathe, no one can hurt you. This is my promise to all of you. Hearing this, Elena's beautiful face was streaked with scalding tears. Even Court, who was always cold and ruthless, had moist eyes. Perhaps others did not know, but he was well aware of his own past. He had grown up alone, suffering all kinds of abuse, enduring countless hardships, and as a result, became incomparably cold and ruthless, no longer lingering in joy or interacting with people. Humbert's becoming a sword saint and an assassin, he grew even more ruthless, killing as if it were a daily chore, robbing without end, turning his childhood humiliations into his sword, and taking revenge on the world. It was only after meeting Janiko that he began to temper himself, not out of fear of Janiko's power, but moved by his genuine heart. Especially just now, Janiko's words undoubtedly made him part of the family. How could Court not be moved? Even a man of stone would be touched, let alone a living person. Court stepped forward, gripping Janiko's hand tightly, and said with tears in his eyes, Janiko, I, Court, have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first and the last person I admire. Janiko said, Brother Baron, what's a big man like you crying for? It doesn't suit your character at all. Don't be like a woman. Court retorted, What? You're mocking me, huh? Do you want a beating? But he immediately realized his mistake and corrected himself, saying, I wouldn't dare fight you. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Beside them, Pierre also stood up and said, Humbert's Janiko treats us like family. We should treat him like family too. The bond between family is priceless. Right? Family is priceless, Court said emotionally. To be honest, he hadn't felt family love for a long time. Elena was even more emotional. Growing up in a royal household, she rarely experienced genuine and pure family love. At this moment, Janiko suddenly pushed Elena towards Pierre and said, Uncle, can I ask you for a favor? Pierre laughed and replied, We're family now. What's this talk about favors? Whatever you need, I'll do it. And me too. Court added, Help me find a magic teacher for Elena. What? Court and Pierre exclaimed in unison, stunned by Janiko's words. Ignoring Janiko's own freakishness aside, just with Elena being a grand mage in water magic and a water sword saint, there were few who could match her. And Janiko actually wanted to find a magic teacher for this young lady. If anyone qualified to be Elena's teacher, it would only be Janiko himself. Chapter 136, A Reluctant Farewell. Eugene asked irritably, Johnny, is there something wrong with your brain? Asking me to find a magic teacher for this little girl is just making things difficult for you, Uncle. Johnny laughed and said, How could I dare to make things difficult for you, Uncle? I am genuinely asking you to help Elena find a magic teacher. Other than you, who else has the qualification to be this girl's magic teacher? I'm too busy these days and can't spare the time to teach Elena. Though Eugene was puzzled, he could see from Johnny's eyes that Johnny was not joking. He then said seriously, Given my connections here, it should not be a problem to find a water mage as her teacher. I just don't know if this little girl will be obedient. Johnny hurriedly interrupted, Uncle, I don't want you to find a water mage, but an earth mage. An earth mage? Eugene became even more confused. Even Court beside him asked curiously, Johnny, Elena is clearly a water archmage. Why are you looking for an earth mage as her teacher? You know well that it isn't a good thing for a mage to learn 2 schools of magic simultaneously. Having too many skills without mastering any is detrimental, except for someone like you. Eugene continued. In the Yuan continent, many mages study 2 or 3 types of magic, but few have achieved much success. This is due to the limitations of their own attributes and the dispersion of their focus, which prevent them from reaching higher levels. Johnny chuckled softly and explained, I don't know what got into this little girl either. She suddenly said she had reached her limit in water magic and wanted to switch to learning other types of magic. As you all mentioned earlier, it is extremely dangerous for a water mage to learn another school of magic. Normally, I wouldn't agree, but she pestered me so much that I had no choice but to allow her. Based on the theory of mutual generation among the 5 elements, Elena, being a water mage, can also learn earth magic. I intended to teach her myself, but unfortunately, I have something tonight, and this girl is impatient. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Uncle, to find an earth mage to teach her first, so she doesn't cause trouble by acting rashly. Johnny did not dare to mention that Elena wanted to learn various schools of magic to master spatial movement at this time. It wasn't that Johnny didn't trust Eugene and others. He himself wasn't sure if this method would work. Who caused trouble? Elena scolded coquettishly. Johnny replied, Of course it was you. I am a good girl and never caused trouble. Why can't I learn an additional school of magic since I love studying? Elena grumbled with her little mouth. Oh, I see. Eugene realized. Humbert's the girl is so eager to learn, we cannot disappoint her. By chance, I have a friend who teaches at a secondary magic academy. His strength is equivalent to that of a senior earth archmage. Though his power can't compare with the girl's, teaching some earth magic should be fine. You see, Uncle is so nice, she said as she walked over to Eugene, pulled his arm, and acted coquettishly. Johnny said, Then it's up to you, Uncle. As long as your friend agrees to teach Elena earth magic, any condition is acceptable. Arachne, status, anything you name. No problem, leave it to me, Eugene promised with a pat on his chest. After receiving Eugene's response, Johnny turned around and whispered to Elena, Little girl, if you really want to learn spatial movement, you must study earth magic well. Don't misbehave. Do you understand? Elena made a face and teased. Got it. Why do you talk so much? Little people, big mouths, you're such a nagging old woman. Ha ha. Court and Eugene burst out laughing at the same time, leaving Johnny both amused and exasperated. Finally, he patiently admonished. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand, little girl. If you don't study earth magic seriously, you won't be able to learn. Johnny almost blurted out spatial movement, but immediately swallowed his words. What was that? Spatial movement. The sharp-eared Court seemed to have caught something and demanded. You little brat, are you secretly trying to teach Elena something special again? You're a typical example of favoring girls over guys. Nothing at all, Johnny denied repeatedly. Unwilling to be outdone, Eugene picked up the conversation from Court and continued jesting. Younger brother, you're really wise for most of your life, but foolish at this moment. They are a young couple. How could they not keep their good things to themselves? Teased by Court and Eugene, Johnny's face alternated between red and white. Red when Eugene openly spoke of his relationship with Elena, and white as his heartache was revealed. Indeed, he had secretly taught Elena spatial movement. How could this not make him feel ashamed? Faced with their teasing, Elena shot them an intense look and snapped. If you keep making fun of me, I won't be gentle with you. She pretended to be ready to attack, scaring the two into drawing cold breaths. Mitchell, though both were sword saints, if it came down to facing Elena, who was adept in both magic and martial arts, the outcome would be predictable. Both being seasoned veterans, they wouldn't wait to be defeated before admitting defeat. That would embarrass them to no end. Yet it was no wonder that Elena acted this way. Under Johnny's doting love and help, she faced everything without fear, even relishing chaos and welcoming trouble every day for practice and profit. This trick Elena learned from Court, who had been an assassin. If there was anyone who truly made Elena afraid, it was only Johnny in all of Yuan Continent. But paradoxically, Eugene and Court thought Johnny feared Elena more, letting her do whatever she wanted, which led to her current arrogance. You, don't be impolite to Uncle. Johnny unexpectedly helped Eugene admonish Elena. What? Who is making fun of me? Elena defended herself unhappily, thinking Johnny should blame the others for mocking her, not call her unruly. She felt like biting him hard for relief. Johnny looked up at the pitch-black sky and said, Mitchell, right. Uncle, it's late. I need to go now. Please help find a magic teacher for Elena. Rest assured, I will visit my old friend shortly. With my status, I shouldn't have trouble inviting him. Just remember, Johnny, this trip is very dangerous. Be cautious, Eugene warned. Johnny, come back safely. We're waiting for you, Court said. Johnny laughed heartily. Why are all of you so gloomy? I'm just checking Hans's palace, not seeking death. Your despair makes it sound like. Before he finished, Elena quickly covered his mouth with her delicate hand, tears welling up in her eyes. She cried, Bad man, stinky man, never say that word, ever. Meanwhile, Court and Eugene exchanged glances and tactfully left, preferring to give this precious moment to the affectionate young couple rather than intrude. Johnny held Elena's small hand tightly and said gently, Don't worry. For you, I will ensure my safety. I promise to teach you spatial movement and will return safely. As a holy archmage, how many can match me? Even if I can't defeat enemies, I can escape using spatial movement. Unbeknownst to Johnny, After the dissolution of his magic ball and combat ball into nature, his power had already surpassed Holy Archmage, reaching a previously unparalleled height, the realm of a divine mage. Listening to Johnny's reassurances, Elena could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Johnny's arms, and the tears that had been welling in her eyes spilled out freely. It wasn't that she didn't trust Johnny's strength. Rather, she simply did not want Johnny to take any risks. But she knew that Johnny had come to the Tulans Empire this time for his other love, Adelaide, and for his beloved sister Alexandria. Elena also understood that Johnny was willing to oppose the entire continent for the sake of his loved ones and family. Though Elena could not persuade Johnny to abandon this mission, her heart was undeniably worried for him, all her concerns and care turning into shimmering tears that fell upon Johnny. Johnny patted Elena's shoulder gently and said, "Elena, don't be sad. While I'm away, you must study earth magic with that earth mage diligently. Don't blame me if you can't master spatial movement. And remember, don't rush, progress step by step, okay?" Elena nodded vigorously. After an indeterminate amount of time and embrace, Johnny finally pulled away from Elena, kissed her forehead tenderly, then kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, swallowing these droplets of deep affection. "Elena, I'm leaving." With that, under Elena's gaze, a spatial movement made him vanish from the caveman manor. "Johnny, I'll wait for you. You must come back." Elena shouted toward the place where Johnny disappeared, knowing full well that her beloved had already gone, turning all longing into silent blessings in her heart. Chapter 137, Thunderous Measures. After leaving the Ka family residence, Johnny did not rush to use spatial movement to head for Hans's palace. Instead, he reappeared in a secluded spot and strolled leisurely along the streets. He did not know what dangers lay ahead or what kind of enemies he would face this time. Yet, he understood that this visit to Hans's palace would certainly be fraught with difficulties. The more Johnny thought about it, the more his head ached. Finally, he decided to relax and enjoy the scenery on the road. Though this place was not as bustling as Neutral City, it was still full of activity, with carts and pedestrians filling the streets, and lanterns hanging outside shops like a bright dragon stretching into the distance, all highlighting its status as the continent's top kingdom. Despite Johnny's unparalleled strength, his plain appearance and simple clothing went unnoticed by passers-by. Occasionally, a few people bumped into him, only to be scared away by his stern gaze. After walking for a while, Johnny found a secluded spot and disappeared with a spatial move. When he reappeared, he was already inside Hans's palace. Even though Johnny had only been to Hans's palace once, with spatial movement at his disposal, he didn't worry about being discovered by patrolling soldiers. However, he didn't know where to start since he had no idea where Alice was being held under house arrest. Initially, he thought she might be in her own palace, but then he realized Hans wasn't a fool and wouldn't make it easy for him to find Alice. Since he couldn't locate Alice, he decided to start with Hans, the mastermind behind everything, especially since he was also involved in Elena's kidnapping. As Johnny hesitated, a squad of 30 soldiers approached from ahead. Johnny appeared before them using spatial movement, and before they could shout, he knocked each of them out one by one. Johnny woke up the apparent leader with a slap, gave him a cold look, and the man froze on the spot. Johnny initially thought he was calm and collected, but soon realized the man's legs were dripping with moisture. He had urinated in fear. Johnny sneered inwardly, thinking how ineffective this man looked despite his appearance. Determined to thoroughly scare him, Johnny used fire magic to turn the other 29 soldiers into ashes right before the leader's eyes, then summoned a strong wind to scatter the ashes. This happened in an instant, and the leader fainted from sheer terror. "Get up!" Johnny kicked the leader fiercely. Awoken by the pain, the leader immediately prostrated himself, banging his head repeatedly on the ground while pleading for mercy. "Young master, spare my life." The scenes from moments ago haunted him, appearing silently before him and then extinguishing 29 lives with ease. If Johnny wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. To live, he could only beg for mercy. Fearing that the man might call for help and cause trouble, Johnny used an energy wave to paralyze his vocal cords. Johnny growled, "You'd better stay quiet. One more loud noise, and I'll kill you instantly." The leader nodded vigorously, showing his willingness to cooperate. "Answer my questions one by one." "Got it." The leader nodded again furiously. Satisfied, Johnny released the restraints on him and asked, "Who are you? And what is your position?" The leader didn't dare hesitate, responding immediately, "This lowly servant is Jem, the 4th captain of the Royal Guard." Seeing Johnny's hand rise, filled with pure cheap battle aura, gripping his vital points, Jem added hastily, "With my strength, I'm not worthy of being a Royal Guard captain, young master, but I am part of the Turin's Empire's Shanster Duke family. Spare my life, young master. Every word I say is true." Jem pleaded loudly, quickly explaining further, "Young master, I am indeed the 4th captain of the Royal Guard. While my strength isn't sufficient for the role, I belong to the Shanster Duke family of the Turin's Empire." "So you relied on your background to waltz in here? No wonder a mid-level swordsman can become the captain of the Royal Guard," Johnny thought, his impression of Jem hitting rock bottom. He continued, "Humbertons, you're the captain of the Royal Guard. Do you know where that old man Hans is? You dare address his majesty by name?" Jem's eyes widened again. Someone actually addressed the emperor by name in private. This was a sin punishable by exterminating 9 generations. He truly didn't know what kind of background this young man had. Curious, Jem sized up Johnny, only to be awakened by a sharp slap across the face. Shock filled his gaze as he looked at Johnny. "Stop pulling loyalty with me, names or no names. Tell me, where's Hans?" Jem kept pitying Johnny in his heart for daring to address his majesty by name again and again. But he did not dare not answer Johnny's questions, so he replied, Mitchell, though I am the captain of the royal guard, I do not know the whereabouts of his majesty. Who does then? Johnny took a step closer, asking, Our head captain Baird might know. Where is he? Take me to him immediately. Johnny was just about to drag Jem to find this head captain when he heard Jem say, No need, our head captain is coming. Johnny turned around and saw a burly man with the strength of a Grand Master swordsman leading a squad of over 100 soldiers heading this way. Johnny gave Jem a look, signaling that he should keep quiet if he wanted to live. When the crowd arrived, Jem respectfully greeted the head captain, reporting to head captain. Jem, what are you doing here? Why aren't you patrolling? Where are your men? Asked the head captain. They. Jem hesitated, unsure how to respond. Jem, how dare you bring outsiders into the palace privately? Who is the young man beside you? The head captain asked loudly. Just as Jem was about to answer, Johnny coldly said, I go wherever I want. Why would I need someone to bring me? How bold, to intrude into the palace privately. Seize him, the head captain ordered, but none of his usually obedient subordinates moved. Despite repeated orders, they stood still like statues, which greatly unnerved the head captain. He couldn't fathom how his subordinates could turn out this way. I told you, head captain, don't shout anymore. Your men are already dead, Johnny said indifferently. Baird looked at Johnny in disbelief and horror. Yes, they are all dead, Johnny finished, then blew a gentle breeze. The 100 or so statues crumbled backward like leaves caught in the wind. Fire magic followed, instantly incinerating the bodies, then a gust of wind scattered the ashes. Johnny hated being outnumbered and bullied, so when Baird brought so many soldiers, he decided to take them down with decisive measures. Everything started and ended silently, leaving the squad bewildered and unaware of their fate. Even the astute Baird could never have imagined this unremarkable-looking Johnny had such terrifying power. Now, facing the undeniable fact that all his men were dead, the head captain panicked, his legs trembling and his speech slurred. Who are you? Do you even deserve to ask who I am? Johnny sneered. Angry at Johnny's refusal to reveal his name, Baird thought it was an act of arrogance and roared, You devil! I'll fight you to the death. He raised his sword to strike Johnny, only to find his feet immobile, rooted to the ground. Johnny chuckled coldly. Yes, I am the devil. Answer my questions obediently, or I will roam the palace for 10 rounds, killing everyone until none remain. Humph, Baird laughed disdainfully. Brat, don't talk big. Though your strength is formidable, wiping out everyone in the palace is a dreamer's talk. You'd better worry about how you'll be killed. You won't see how I die, but I know exactly how you will, Johnny sneered. If you knew who I was, you wouldn't think like that. Who are you? Baird asked curiously. Johnny spoke each word deliberately. I am your Turin's Empire's former first-class duke, General Pantheon. Nonsense. Our empire has no such person, Baird said. Then do you know the Saint Magic tutor Johnny? You are Johnny. Baird was not stunned by the title of first-class duke and General Pantheon. What shocked him was the name Johnny. There were probably few people on the continent now who did not know the name Johnny. Johnny's name and his strength had long been the subject of discussion over tea and meals. The youngest Saint Magic tutor in the history of the continent, and a master of all elements at that. The first magician in 1,000 years to comprehend spatial magic. Erixed admirably, Johnny forced the Jingfeng Empire to yield by threatening to annihilate it for the sake of rescuing his beloved. Johnny said, That's right, I am Johnny. Now you should know I didn't boast just now. Baird let his head droop powerlessly. In front of an all-elemental Saint Magic tutor, he felt too insignificant to muster even a trace of resistance. Having realized this, Baird said helplessly, Mitchellwright, I'll take you to see His Majesty. Johnny gave a satisfied nod at the practical Baird, then turned his gaze to Jem at the side, and said, Now your mission is complete. You can rest easy joining your brothers. Without letting Jem speak, Johnny immediately struck out. Poor Jem was reduced to cosmic dust, vanishing forever. Baird led Johnny forward to meet Hans with immense dread, terrified that a similar fate might befall him from behind. Chapter 138, The Trouble Caused by Curiosity. Vance led the way tremblingly, while Ottman followed closely behind, not worried at all about any tricks he might play. They wound around for about 7 to 8 li, passing through several resplendent halls before finally stopping in front of a secluded pavilion in the northeastern corner. Ottman looked around and noticed that there wasn't even a single guard at the door or lurking experts hidden in the dark. This made Ottman rather puzzled. After all, this was Hans's imperial palace. Even such a remote hall should have some guards. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Ottman couldn't help but recall the times when Irene took him on tours of Hans' palace. Having toured the entire palace, he had never seen such a secluded annex. Could it be that this Vance is trying to deceive me? Ottman thought. As the old saying goes, caution is the parent of safety, so Ottman immediately became vigilant. At this moment, Vance turned to Ottman and said, Respected Grand Mage, I can only bring you up to here. The rest of the journey you must take on your own. Once you enter the side hall, you'll find a large stone statue in the left corner. Push the statue aside to reveal an underground passage. Just follow the passage inward, and you will find His Majesty. At this point, Ottman lightly patted Vance on the shoulder, which caused Vance to yell out in fright. What did you do to me? Ottman had already sealed Vance's do-cheat, martial aura, with just that light pat. Ottman sneered coldly. You've taken me on such a long journey, so I thought I'd give you a little present as a token of my gratitude. Vance stared at Ottman with widened eyes. It was called a gift, but to him, It felt like a sharpened blade ready to end his life. With his martial aura sealed, he was now nothing more than a cripple. Any common guard in the palace could easily overpower him. Even a servant girl could mistreat him who was once the captain of the royal guard. Though angered, Vance didn't dare act. A sliver of remaining rationality warned him not to make a move against Atman or else die miserably. He kept telling himself, if they wanted to harm him, why go through such trouble? They could have killed him without lifting a finger. Thinking of this, Vance forced a smile and asked, is there anything else the revered Grand Mage needs from me? Atman replied icily, you stopped guiding halfway through. Stop babbling and come inside with me. Until I see Hans, you must lead the way. Otherwise, don't blame me if you never use martial aura to wield a sword again. Try it yourself and see if you can still use your martial aura. If I don't release you within 3 days, you know the consequences. Vance secretly tried to channel his martial aura, but it refused to respond to his commands no matter what he did. Realizing Atman spoke the truth, he could only bitterly laugh and say, it's not that I don't want to lead you in, but there's a barrier at the entrance of the underground passage. If you don't have a specific entry token, the barrier will automatically recognize you as an intruder and launch an attack. In fact, Atman had long sensed a powerful force inside. To gain a clearer understanding of the barrier, he performed a spatial shift, bringing the immobilized Vance into the hall. Once inside, Atman quickly found the statue Vance had mentioned. Standing over 5 zhang tall, the majestic statue bore a striking resemblance to Hans and was crafted from red ironstone, the hardest material on the continent. Atman marveled aloud. This statue probably weighs more than 20,000 caddies. Ericting it won't be easy. Though impressed by the statue, Atman didn't linger on it. For someone of his power, moving the statue was as simple as child's play. With a mental command, a gust of wind magic pushed the statue aside, revealing a narrow passageway wide enough for 2 people side by side. At that moment, the protective barrier at the passageway entrance sprang into action, causing colorful magical elements to swirl rapidly at the mouth of the passage. Strangely, the range of this barrier extended only 5 meters around the passageway entrance. Beyond that, there were no signs of magical fluctuations. Compared to other mages who often set barriers spanning hundreds of meters, this one was pitifully small. Despite this, the small protective barrier gave Atman a different feeling. The energy contained within this barrier could almost be compared to the force he had discovered in the northern part of Crystal Wind Empire's capital. Surprisingly, this force contained multiple elements of magic, totaling 5: earth, fire, thunder, light, and the other was the forbidden dark magic element of the continent. Individually, these elemental forces were evenly matched, indicating that each casting individual was at the level of an archmage. Atman could clearly sense that the earth magic element originated from the venerable old man Lemuelin. Unfortunately, these magic elements combined tightly into a powerful protective spell, forming a multi-element barrier which complemented each other, resonating and replenishing each other's energy. This was indeed the first protective spell Atman had encountered in his life. Atman tried it out and found that he could enter the passage unharmed without using spatial shift, as this seemingly powerful barrier had no effect on him. Unbeknownst to anyone, Atman's body had long since become one with nature. So how could these protective spells harm him? Vance said, Archmage, this is the entrance to the passage. As you can see, the colorful magical elements at the entrance are not something a person like me can withstand. Without the specific token, I cannot enter. Mitchell, though Atman did not need to worry about not being able to enter, he still couldn't help but ask, how do you know a specific token is required to pass safely? And what exactly is this token? Vance replied, the specific token is not a physical token but a magical aura. This protective barrier was set up by 5 archmages in our country, including Earth Archmage Lemuelin. As long as you have any one of their elemental auras on your body, you can move freely in and out of this barrier without being attacked. I was once fortunate enough to receive such an aura from Archmage Lemuel, so I know these details. Sure enough, it's that old man, Atman thought. He then continued inwardly. Humbertons, you're meddling with things. Don't blame me for not remembering past teacher-student relationships when the time comes. Just as Atman was thinking, Vance spoke again. For people like us, we need that magical aura. But for someone of your caliber, it would be insulting to your strength. A single spatial shift would take you anywhere, and this protective barrier wouldn't stop you. Vance, hoping Atman would lift the ban on him, didn't mind flattering him despite the risk of embarrassment. However, Atman coldly shouted, stop giving me a lecture. If you lie to me today, just wait to clean up after 18 generations of your ancestors. I would never dare to lie to you, Vance replied nervously. Atman laughed coldly and said, Mitchell, right. Now you can go back. You know what to do when you get there, right? Vance hesitated before answering, I understand. I will not mention anything about tonight's events to anyone. What if others ask about your subordinates? Vance hurriedly responded, I'll say I sent them away. Satisfied, Atman nodded and said, after I'm done, I'll lift the seal on you. Otherwise, intentionally leaving his words half-finished, Atman wanted to create pressure on Vance to prevent him from speaking rashly. Initially, Atman could have eliminated him as he did with others, but Atman was not naturally bloodthirsty and only resorted to killing when absolutely necessary. Without turning around, Atman boldly entered the multi-element barrier and vanished into the passage right in front of Vance. This scene fell clearly into Vance's eyes, leaving him stunned. He knew that a barrier set up by 5 archmages wasn't easy to breach, even for a saint mage like Atman, unless he used spatial shift, as spatial shift was not constrained by natural magic. Yet he had just seen Atman enter the passage. Driven by curiosity, Vance instinctively moved closer to the barrier. This foolish idea led to his ultimate downfall. As Vance stepped forward, the barrier immediately launched its attack, mercilessly shredding Vance into pieces, whose body was turned into cosmic dust. Mitchell, because he was too curious, testing the barrier with his own life. Perhaps only such a tragic loss could teach others a lesson. Entering the passage, Ottman also sensed everything that had happened outside, and sighed repeatedly. Curiosity killed the cat, but it's better this way. Death solves all problems. However, regarding the unknown dangers ahead, Ottman remained cautious. Just from the fact that 5 archmages could collaborate to set up a protective barrier, it was evident that the situation inside was quite complex. Ottman took each step with utmost caution, occasionally using spatial shift. He didn't know how much time had passed or how long the road was, as if there was no end to it. What puzzled Ottman even more was that he hadn't found any entrance along the way, and even the exit he came in through had vanished. Shocked yet curious, Ottman released his mental power, wanting to see what was happening and why he couldn't seem to leave this place. Chapter 139, An Unknown Absolute Power. No wonder I've been walking for so long without finding a way out. It turns out to be like this. Johnny murmured to himself. He discovered that the corridor he was walking in formed a large circle, and the reason he couldn't find a way out was because he had been walking in circles all along. Could there be some conspiracy here? A sense of foreboding immediately rose in Johnny's mind. But after waiting for a long time, no danger seemed to be coming. Johnny decided to carefully examine the walls on both sides of the corridor, hoping to find something that might help him instead of endlessly wandering around in circles. Johnny stared at the dark walls, but didn't notice anything particularly unusual. He touched them, confirming they were indeed solid. If there was any difference, it would be the color of the walls. Here, the walls were alternating black and gray segments, each about 2 meters apart. The walls shone brightly, as if they had been artificially polished, unlike the dull gray earth elsewhere. Just as Johnny was deeply contemplating, faint voices began to whisper from above. He looked up at the ceiling, which was over 10 feet high, and slowly ascended using levitation, gently tapping the ceiling. He found that the space above was hollow, indicating that another space existed beyond this ceiling. Mitchell, though he didn't know where the entrance was, with his spatial magic skills, it would be easy for him to pass through this barrier. However, the faint voices kept reaching Johnny's ears, so he decided to listen to what they were saying. Pressing his ear against the ceiling, he realized that some kind of soundproof barrier had been cast above. But who was Johnny? As a full-spectrum archmage, he quickly focused his hearing, and the voices became much clearer than before. One strong and resonant voice said, "How is the task I entrusted to you going?" Another replied, "Your Majesty, this old minister has chosen Prince Bryce Wesley for the princess. He is just 20 years old, handsome, and an ideal match for her. Furthermore, young Master Bryce is already a Zhenge Continent in lightning magic, and reaching such a level at the age of 20 by his own efforts is rare on the continent." Hearing them praise a lightning elemental junior mage so highly, Johnny inwardly sneered. Just a junior mage, my Patty achieved great mage and sword saint levels at 18. What's so great about a lightning elemental junior mage? Then another person praised, "Your Majesty, Paleo did an excellent job choosing the prince consort for the princess. Apart from being the eldest grandson of Duke Jean Wesley, even his contributions to the empire make him worthy of the princess." This Hans must be here, Johnny thought with delight. With one Your Majesty after another, Johnny immediately concluded that the person who called himself I must be Hans, and the other one must be his advisor for Non. As for the third speaker, it wasn't important to Johnny, and there were clearly more than just 3 people inside, at least 20 or more. Johnny didn't know who all of them were, but he knew that the core of the Tollens Empire's power was inside. Just as Johnny was pleased that he had found Hans, he heard Hans speak again. "Young Bryce is a fine choice and fits perfectly with my heart. Let's finalize it this way. Jean, what do you think?" An elder then said, "For Bryce to receive Your Majesty's favor is truly an honor for our Wesley family. Thank you, Your Majesty." He then turned to thank Fernand. "Thank you, Johnny de Paleo. Duke Wesley, there's no need for such formality. The future of the Empire depends on you all." Fernand waved his hand. Jean said to Hans, "For the sake of the Empire, I will dedicate everything." "For the sake of the Empire, we will dedicate everything." The other ministers responded in unison. "With your loyalty, the unification of the continent is just around the corner," Hans said. He then added, "So, let's finalize Princess Rafaelvina's marriage." The moment he heard Rafaelvina, Johnny's head spun. He never imagined that the princess they were talking about was his beloved Rafaelvina. His anger flared, ready to reveal himself, when he heard a dissenting voice. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Hans asked, "General Oscar, what do you have to say?" "Your Majesty, I believe it is inappropriate to betroth the princess to young Master Bryce at this time." "Oscar, what do you mean by that? Is my Bryce not worthy of the princess?" Jean said angrily. "Please calm down, Duke. Hear me out," Oscar hurriedly explained. "In terms of strength, appearance, and status, young Master Bryce is the perfect match. But everyone knows Princess Rafaelvina's heart belongs to the rising full-spectrum archmage Johnny on the continent. If we marry her off to young Master Bryce now, he might come to demand justice once he learns about it. As you all remember, last time when we had the Princess of Mitchell Detna captured under the pretense of the Jingfeng Empire's plan, he became so enraged that he nearly obliterated the Jingfeng Empire to save that girl." Yes, General Oscar makes a valid point. I've also been wondering why our previous plan was abandoned halfway through, costing us Eric. If we offend that boy again this time, who knows who else we will sacrifice?" Another unknown person chimed in, siding with Oscar. Seeing someone supporting him, Oscar wanted to add more, but was interrupted by Fernand. You may not know, but I will tell you the truth of what happened last time. We released the Princess of Mitchell because we didn't have the absolute power to deal with that boy. But now, things are different. Not only do we have the absolute power to defeat him, but he will also become a pawn in our Empire's campaign to conquer the continent. Fernand, I respect you, but your words sound far-fetched. That boy wouldn't cooperate with our Empire even if his life depended on it. Asking him to lead the Empire's conquest of the continent is like chasing after shadows, Oscar said disdainfully. It wasn't that he disrespected Fernand. He simply couldn't believe that Fernand could make Johnny serve the Empire. Fernand spoke mysteriously. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. You'll know I'm not deceiving you once he becomes one of us. Jean said, General Oscar, Fernand has always been wise and calculating. He would not speak idly. What he says will happen. Enough, no more arguing. Hans was slightly angry and had to interrupt the disorderly debate below. Fernand speaks the truth. Our Empire indeed possesses the absolute power to defeat him. Absolute power. Everyone pondered over this mysterious force, which could actually defeat a full-spectrum Grand Mage. Could it be a being even more powerful than a Grand Mage? Even Johnny in the corridor was deep in thought. Hans continued, Our intelligence department reports that the boy has entered our Empire. Be extra cautious. Yes. The ministers replied in unison. Michelso, since Raphaelvina returned, she has been incessantly questioning whether I was involved in the abduction of Mitchell-Dedna's princess. I've endured her accusations without anger. I understand her heart belongs to that boy, but for safety's sake, her wedding should be held as soon as possible. Let's set the wedding for the day after tomorrow. The arrangements will be entrusted to Fernand and Jean. Yes, Your Majesty, Fernand and Jean replied together. Upon hearing that Hans planned to hold Raphaelvina's wedding the day after tomorrow, Johnny could no longer contain his anger. Regardless of the danger ahead, he used spatial magic to appear right before them. Chapter 140, The Fake Emperor. Linus's appearance terrified everyone present. As he scanned each minister with his gaze, he found that one by one, they were looking at him with eyes still filled with shock. Mitchell the ministers understood that none of them was a match for Linus, and even if all the people present combined their strength, they might not be able to contend with him. Fear, timidity, and unease instantly enveloped the entire hall. Mitchell the ministers involuntarily took steps backward, fearing they would be the first to meet their doom at his hands. Linus's target was Hans. With a murderous look, he approached Hans step by step and said in a voice that could freeze the whole world, Speak, where is Rhea? Otherwise, I will kill everyone here. As Linus spoke, his lethal gaze swept over the ministers again, nearly scaring them to death. Everyone looked at Hans pleadingly, hoping he would speak up. Meanwhile, Linus secretly observed the entire hall. He noticed it was an enclosed hall with an area of no more than 50 square meters. The walls were dark, and the lights on them illuminated the whole place. To his surprise, there wasn't a single door anywhere in the hall. It was completely a sealed room. Could it be that everyone here, like me, can teleport? Linus asked himself silently. A quick scan revealed that there were 28 people in the hall, including himself. As Linus pondered this question, Hans stammered, PR, Princess, she. Linus, we meet again. Ridge stood up and blocked Hans from Linus's path. Mitchell, though the slender Ridge couldn't conceal Hans's robust figure, Hans seemed to have found his savior. He felt as if a mountain protected him now. Linus had no good feelings towards this old fox and roared angrily. You old man, get out of the way. I'll settle accounts with you later. Young man, don't lose your temper so easily, Ridge calmly replied. Humbrance, you're here. Why don't we sit down and have a proper talk? Fine, let's talk then. Humbrance, you want to talk? You better show some sincerity, Linus retorted, though he had no intention of chatting with them. Given his precarious situation and the numerous unpredictable dangers, he was merely trying to find out Rhea's whereabouts from them and take her away from this troublesome place. But how could Ridge, the cunning old fox, fail to see through Linus's intentions? He responded, I know you've come for Princess Rhea. With your strength and influence, you two are indeed a perfect match. Our country wouldn't heartlessly separate you two lovers. Even the Creator wouldn't agree to such separation. Seeing that the other party had seen through his thoughts, Linus cut straight to the point. Humbertons, you know my purpose. Hand over Rhea. Ridge smiled. No need to rush. How about we make a deal? If you agree, Princess Rhea will be handed over immediately. Bastard. Linus roared angrily. Is my Rhea just anyone's bargaining chip? Old man, say that again, and I'll destroy you right now. Sorry. Ridge apologized repeatedly. Linus coldly remarked. Your proposed deal holds no interest for me. You're not qualified to make deals with me. You just want me to be the vanguard for your conquest of the continent. Let me tell you, it won't happen. Furthermore, I should inform you that whether you conquer the continent or dominate the world, it has nothing to do with me. I only want my loved ones to be safe. If anyone dares to harm them, the price will be death. Last time, when you used Jingfeng Empire to kidnap Elena, I forgave it because of Rhea. Yet you continue to provoke me. Today, we'll settle all new and old scores. Ridge, despite facing rejection, didn't give up. After his initial plan failed, he came up with another idea, hoping to tempt him with power. Don't you want to rule the world? As long as you help our empire unify the Oran continent, whatever wealth or power you desire will be granted. If you serve Torin's empire, we will immediately restore your former rank as pacifying heaven general and first-class duke. Even kingship can be bestowed upon you. Standing beside Hans, he also spoke up at an opportune moment. What old Pooh said is right. As long as you help me unify the world, wealth, power, and beauties will be at your disposal. It seemed they would go to any lengths to win over Linus. The mention of pacifying heaven general and first-class duke ignited Linus's rage. He thought, they want to court me when I'm useful, but kick me aside when I'm not. Do they take me for a dog that comes and goes at their call? Looking at their shameless faces, Linus felt disgusted. In a forceful tone, he declared, listen carefully, I'll say this again. What you do has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in getting involved in your affairs. Leave me alone unless you want trouble. Linus glared at Hans fiercely and growled, tell me where Rhea is, or else you'll be the first to die. Linus took another step forward, which terrified Hans into falling onto the ground. The ministers were astonished. The emperor of the most powerful empire on the continent was so afraid that it was hard to believe anyone would credit such cowardice if told. Hans stammered, "WH, what do you want to do? Great flame deity, please grant me divine power to ignite flames that tear through darkness. Ignite." Normally adept at attack magic, Linus recited the incantation in front of Hans for the first time. Upon finishing the spell, flames appeared before Hans, slowly moving toward him under Linus's mental command. Terrified, Hans hurriedly begged, "Revered Grand Mage, spare me. I'll tell you everything." Seeing Hans willing to talk, Linus reined in the flames about to touch Hans. "In fact, Before Hans could finish, Ridge loudly scolded, "Impudent servant." This stunned the ministers even more. How dared Ridge, a minister, rebuke the emperor in public? Truly strange things happen every day, but today was extra surprising. Linus, seeing the old fox trying to meddle, turned to glare at Hans coldly, urging him to continue. Frightened out of his wits, Hans replied hastily, "In truth, I'm not the real Hans. I'm just a servant in his household." Pointing at Ridge, he added, "Please, Grand Mage, spare my life. Your kindness will never be forgotten, and I'll serve you faithfully even in my next life." He bowed repeatedly like pounding garlic. A fake. The news struck everyone like thunderbolt. They couldn't believe the Hans they had known was an imposter, and a lowly servant at that. "How long have you been this fake emperor?" asked Linus curiously. 3 months. 3 months. The ministers gasped internally. Despite their keen minds, none had detected the imposture for 3 whole months. Without Linus today, they might never have known. Ignoring this, Linus coldly asked, "Whether you're the real or fake Hans, since he chose you as a puppet, you should know where Rhea is. Tell me her whereabouts, and I'll let you go today." He added, "Michelso, where is the entire Napoleon family? It's not that I don't want to say, but I truly don't know where Princess Rhea is. As for the Napoleon family, I know even less. You were just discussing Rhea's marriage. How can you now say you don't know? You really need to see a coffin before crying. Humbertons, that's the case. I'll give you what you deserve." Linus made a show of preparing to attack. No. The fake Hans panicked. "I'm telling the truth. Everything I did was under Ridge's orders. It really wasn't my doing." Glancing at Ridge, he thoughtfully added, "Only Ridge knows where the emperor and princess are." Facing imminent death, the fake Hans betrayed his master without hesitation. Linus couldn't help but marvel at the fragility of human nature. When faced with death, how many could stand firm and fearless? Not even one's master, with whom one shared no blood ties, could be trusted. To survive, some might even betray their own kin. But Linus could understand actions driven by the instinct to survive. Didn't he do many things that went against his dignity to stay alive? After all, the foremost thought in his mind was always that living on was best. The fake Hans before him was not wrong. He too wanted to live, and to live, he betrayed his master. However, to intimidate Ridge standing nearby, Linus did not plan to let this fake Hans off. An extremely scorching flame ignited once more, instantly engulfing the fake Hans. The look on the fake Hans's face as he died left the ministers horrified and uneasy. His expression was one of unease, suffused with bloodshot eyes. No words could aptly describe the terror in his gaze, and fear again enveloped the entire hall. Linus raised his hand to release Ridge from his bindings and said, "So it was all you're doing, you old fox. Now it's your turn." To everyone's surprise, Ridge burst into laughter, and after stopping, he said, "Boy, do you think that just because you're a full-spectrum Saint Magus you're invincible? Do you think no one can subdue you?" "Enough," Linus interrupted impatiently. "I don't know if I'm unbeatable, but now that you're in my hands, I decide whether you live or die." "Ha ha ha." Ridge laughed again, an eerie laughter that baffled everyone present. Why was Ridge laughing? Just then, Ridge stopped laughing and shouted loudly, "My dear friend, come out now." Chapter 141, The Pacifying Heaven Prince. Harold's words were undoubtedly more shocking than the previous revelation that Hans was an imposter. Harold had been insisting that the Empire possessed an absolute power capable of subduing this all-elemental archmage Johnny, and they had always believed it. Now, however, Harold's actions clearly indicated he was about to summon this absolute power before their very eyes, which left them stunned. Thus, their gazes turned towards a single spot. Johnny, wary as well, directed his gaze in the same direction as the ministers. He had heard every word of their conversation clearly, how the Tullan's empire had acquired an absolute power that could handle him. Now, this absolute power was about to reveal itself. How could he not be filled with anticipation? Whether for good or ill, all would soon be revealed. Humbertons, he was here. He must face everything courageously. Amidst the amazed gazes of those present, a gap opened up in the wall. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped out from within. As soon as the old man emerged, the gap closed immediately, restoring the dark wall. Upon closer inspection, the old man held a peculiar staff in his hand. His kind and gentle expression gave people a sense of warmth. Johnny estimated his age to be over 80. Despite his advanced age, Johnny did not relax at all. Immediately after the old man appeared, Johnny probed that location, only to find that there was indeed just a solid wall there. What on earth is happening? Johnny asked himself in bewilderment. At the same time, he wondered how the old man and the ministers could enter and exit this wall safely. Also, who exactly was this old man? Mitchell, these questions flooded Johnny's mind, but he had no time to think deeply about them. What was most important now was to calmly face whatever was about to happen. Upon seeing the elder appear, Harold immediately approached and bowed, saying, Mage Amal, I am truly sorry for troubling you once again. The old man replied calmly, Mr. Harold, there's no need for such formalities. Everything we do is for the future of the Empire. Yes, Harold said. As long as Mage Amal is here, everything will be fine. The ministers looked at each other in astonishment because none of them had ever seen this old man before. Some of the ministers were skilled practitioners themselves, yet they could detect nothing unusual about Amal's strength. He seemed like an ordinary person. Could it be that this frail old man was the absolute power capable of defeating an all-elemental life archmage? On the other hand, regardless of the old man's actual strength, the way Harold spoke and behaved towards him clearly indicated that this man named Amal held an extremely exalted status. This realization left numerous question marks hanging in the ministers' minds. Not only were the ministers puzzled, even Johnny could not sense any special power emanating from the old man. To him, the old man was completely unremarkable and far from being an absolute power capable of defeating an all-elemental archmage. At this moment, Harold bowed again to Amal and said, Mage Amal, everything here is entrusted to you. Amal did not respond to Harold but instead fixed his gaze on Johnny, making Johnny feel somewhat uneasy. Amal then spoke gently. Child, we finally meet. How have you been? Hearing Amal's benevolent voice, Johnny involuntarily replied, I'm doing well. And how are you? Grandfather is doing well, child. Come to grandfather. Amal's voice seemed to carry a powerful magnetic force, drawing Johnny closer step by step until he stopped about a meter away. The two locked eyes. Is there something, grandfather? Amal raised his staff and asked, Do you think grandfather's staff is beautiful? Very beautiful. Would you like grandfather to give it to you? Thank you, grandfather. Johnny extended his hands respectfully and received the staff. As soon as he held it, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, bringing a refreshing feeling. Child, does it feel comfortable? Johnny nodded. Child, look into grandfather's eyes. Johnny lifted his gaze to meet Amal's eyes. He saw calmness in Amal's eyes, but also a soul-penetrating power. Though it had a mesmerizing effect, it felt very comforting. Gradually, Johnny felt a drowsy sensation creeping over him. The exchange between them resembled a heartwarming conversation between estranged grandfather and grandson rather than prelude to battle. As Johnny gazed, he closed his eyes. It felt as if his body was floating lightly in the air, drifting with the breeze, endlessly soaring between heaven and earth, a joy and freedom like no other. As he flew on, a furious tornado suddenly appeared in the sky, its darkness spreading over everything as it rushed toward him. The tornado was several kilometers in diameter and tens of kilometers high. Being swallowed by it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. In an instant, Johnny instinctively cast more than 10 top-tier guardian spells to block the raging wind. However, the energy contained within the storm was too powerful. The guardian spells he cast were shattered into fragments and vanished instantly. Seeing that his guardian spells were ineffective, Johnny tried to use spatial movement to temporarily evade, but he found that his normally reliable spatial movement had failed him this time. In that split second, his body collided hard with the wind and merged into it. Amidst the rapid spinning, Johnny's vision suddenly went dark, and he lost consciousness. When Johnny awoke again, he was startled to find himself in an extremely luxurious room. A few beams of bright sunlight shone through the windows from outside. Looking at his clothes, he realized that he had somehow changed from a plain garment to a purple robe embroidered with a golden dragon using gold thread. This attire alone was incredibly valuable, symbolizing nobility, without a doubt. Frowning, Johnny wondered how he ended up wearing such clothes. This should be what emperors wore, so why would he, a poor boy, be dressed like this? Suspicious, Johnny got up and looked out, preparing to go outside for some fresh air, and ask where he was. The prince is awake. As soon as he stepped out, he heard a surprised call. Startled, Johnny looked up and saw a maid in green standing not far away, smiling at him. You are. Johnny was full of suspicion and about to ask when a clear voice came from beside. Marta, what are you yelling for? Following the sound, a maid in red appeared before Johnny. When she saw him, she exclaimed with delight, Your Highness, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. Then she turned to Marta and said, Marta, please help His Highness back to rest, and I will go fetch the princess. With that, she ran off. Johnny did not want to be supported by a little maid, so he turned around and entered the room again, with Marta following closely behind, respectfully standing to the side awaiting his commands. Looking at the maidservant standing there with folded hands, Johnny was full of questions. After a long silence, he asked, Where am I? Who are you? And who is this princess you mentioned? Marta paused, then smiled and answered, No, I'm Marta, and the one just now was Humbertster Haley. We are maids of the prince's mansion. Johnny, pointing at his nose in disbelief, asked, Am I the prince? Marta replied, Yes, you are indeed the pacifying heaven prince of the Orient Empire, Johnny, the first foreigner ever to be granted the title of prince. Orient Empire. When did Orient Continent have an Orient Empire? Johnny muttered to himself, while silently repeating the words pacifying heaven mansion and pacifying heaven prince. Yet he had no recollection of them at all. Marta, noticing Johnny's doubts, explained eagerly. Johnny, a grand mage proficient in all elements, originally served as the pacifying heaven general of Toland's empire. Due to his remarkable achievements during the empire's conquest of the continent, after Toland's empire unified Orient continent and renamed itself the Arene Empire, he was specially conferred the title of Pacifying Heaven Prince to honor his outstanding contributions. He was the first foreigner ever granted the title of Prince in the Arene Empire, becoming a widely celebrated tale in the empire. Johnny was momentarily dazed by this information, feeling completely bewildered. After some thought, he asked, "You say I'm the Pacifying Heaven Prince of Arene Empire, but why do I have no memory of these things? Perhaps you've been unconscious for too long, Your Highness, and you can't recall the past right away. You'll remember slowly over time," Marta explained with a smile. About 3 months ago, signs appeared that the two princess consorts were on the verge of another breakthrough in their strength. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't make any progress as they were stuck at a bottleneck. As a grand mage, Johnny spared no effort to help his two wives break through by enhancing their spirit, even though it would consume his own mental energy. An accident happened during this process. While the two princess consorts successfully broke through the bottleneck and improved their strength, Johnny was left in a coma due to the magical backlash after expending too much mental energy, only waking up today. Johnny had just recovered from fainting, but now he was almost stunned speechless, standing there for a long time without speaking. According to his own memory, he fell into a coma because he was swept away by a tornado and couldn't resist it. Yet, the little maid now claimed that he was struck by magical backlash when helping his wives enhance their power, causing him to fall into a coma. Which one of these versions was the truth? Johnny felt like his head was about to explode. Just then, Haley's clear and melodious voice called out again. "The princess consorts have arrived." Startled once more, Johnny didn't have time to ponder how he ended up in a coma. He turned his gaze toward the door, eager to see which princess consort had come. When he saw who had arrived, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide in shock. The visitors were none other than his two beloveds, Elena and Raphaelvina, and what shocked him even more was the obvious swelling of their abdomens. Chapter 142, Mental Magic. Seeing the two appear, Johnny called out somewhat unnaturally, "Elena, Rosa." The two women, upon seeing Johnny, disregarded their status as princesses and pounced on him together, shedding tears of joy. "Husband, you finally woke up." Johnny embraced the two women gently and said softly, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for making you worry." As Johnny spoke these words, he felt himself truly integrating into this world before his eyes. Rosa covered Johnny's lips with her delicate hands and whispered, "Husband, let's not talk about enhancing our strength anymore. Mitchell, we want is your safety." "Yes, what Rosa said is right. Mitchell, we need is for you to be safe." Elena followed suit. It was only then that Johnny noticed Elena had achieved the rank of a water saint mage while Rosa had become a wind saint mage. Johnny asked incredulously, "How did you become so powerful? What happened?" This question made Elena laugh heartily as she broke away from Johnny's embrace and chuckled. "Isn't all our strength thanks to you? You used your mental power last time to boost us. Thankfully, nothing happened to you. Otherwise, we would have never been at peace for the rest of our lives." Meanwhile, Rosa also nodded heavily in agreement with Elena's words. "Is it really true?" Johnny still half believed, half doubted. "Husband, have you even forgotten your own name?" Because of her happiness, Rosa teased Johnny. Johnny paused, replying, "How could I forget my own name? My name is Johnny." "Then that's settled." "Humbertly, husband, you must have slept too long, lazy pig," Elena teased. Their conversation caused the maids nearby to burst into laughter. The two women showed no sign of embarrassment and instead giggled like little girls, their laughter blooming beautifully and charmingly, making Johnny's heart melt. He immediately hugged them tightly and said happily and sweetly, "My dear wives, no matter what happened in the past or will happen in the future, I just hope we can always be together, facing every challenge side by side, never parting." "Husband, husband," the two women exclaimed joyfully and squeezed into Johnny's embrace. At this moment, nothing compared to the warmth of Johnny's arms, filled with tenderness and lifelong happiness. As Johnny held the two women and began to dream of a happy life ahead, the houses around him started to blur. First, one by one the houses vanished, then the servants disappeared one by one. Finally, even the two wives in his arms started to fade away, slowly slipping from his grasp and gradually disappearing. They cried out in unison, "Husband, save me! Husband, save me! Don't leave us! Don't leave us!" Johnny tried desperately to catch them, but all he grasped was air. Helplessly, Johnny shouted aloud, "Rosa, Elena!" The moment those words left his lips, the two women vanished completely, leaving everything around him gone. No more luxurious houses, no more crowds of maids and servants, and no Johnny himself. The surroundings turned into endless yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Johnny fell to his knees helplessly, calling out the names of Rosa and Elena in pain, but there was no response. Everything was gone. Everything was irretrievable. At this moment, Johnny's vision went black again, falling into unconsciousness once more. It was unknown how long this unconsciousness would last. This time, it was due to his overwhelming sorrow, and in Johnny's subconscious, he would rather stay unconscious forever, never waking up again, because awakening would only bring more pain. He's down. Mage Granville, you are truly amazing. In just a short while, you managed to knock this boy out, Ridge praised Granville while pointing at the fallen Johnny. After collapsing, Johnny looked like he was sleeping soundly, lying motionless with his eyes closed. Jalen walked over and asked, "Johnny Derpoo, what happened? Why did this boy collapse without any reason?" Before Ridge could answer, Granville coldly said, "Once this boy wakes up, he will naturally be on our side. Now, I'm leaving." With that, Granville turned around and walked away, showing no respect to Jalen and the other ministers. "Bow out, Mage Granville," Ridge said. The moment that old man, who claimed to possess absolute power, left, the ministers' courage immediately surged. They gathered around Ridge, questioning him in rapid succession. "Johnny Derpoo, who is Mage Granville? Johnny Derpoo, how did Mage Granville defeat this boy? Johnny Derpoo, where's the real emperor?" Ridge raised his hand and shouted, "Stop all this chatter. Ask your questions one by one." Jalen said, "Johnny Derpoo, please don't be upset. We're just anxious to know everything. Can you tell us everything? We need some certainty. Otherwise, no one will feel at ease." Ridge said, "Just remember this point. None of you are allowed to speak of what happened today. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire clan." This statement immediately frightened the ministers back into silence. Exterminating 9 generations would be disastrous for them, as each was a prominent family with populations reaching into the thousands. Once their fear took hold, they dared not say much more. Jalen continued, "Johnny Derpoo, I wonder about the marriage between the princess and my son Bryce." "This matter will be postponed," Ridge replied without much thought. He added, "The princess's marriage will depend on this boy's attitude after he wakes up." "His attitude after waking up?" Jalen asked, confused. Ridge knew the Jalen clan was the largest family in the Talon's empire and a core member of the pro-war faction, so he dared not mistreat them. He explained, "Indeed, if this boy stands with our camp upon waking, we'll have to ask young Master Bryce from the Jalen family to find another suitable partner. Conversely, Princess Rosa will still be betrothed to your son Bryce." Jalen was quite dissatisfied with Ridge's response. It essentially told him that Johnny was more important than his entire Westland family. Upon reflection, Jalen realized this was indeed the case. If Johnny sided with the Empire upon waking and the Jalen family tried to forcibly take the princess, it would amount to openly rebelling against the Empire, not to mention the power of an Archmage alone being enough to eradicate the entire Westland family. On the contrary, if Johnny remained hostile towards the Empire certainly wouldn't let them off easily, especially considering their position within the pro-war faction. Understanding this, Jalen let go of his dissatisfaction with Ridge. At this moment, Minister Ning stood up and said, "Johnny Derpoo, how can you be certain this boy will stand with our camp? Just because he had a good sleep?" Ridge knew if he didn't explain clearly, the ministers would be filled with baseless speculation. He asked, "Do you know who just left?" The ministers immediately paid close attention, afraid to miss any crucial details. Ridge continued, "That was none other than Archmage Woody, who has long disappeared from the continent. Now he has changed his name to Granville and has reached the level of an Archmage." Johnny Derpoo, really? The well-known disappeared Archmage Woody was an Earth Mage. Even if he breaks through to the Archmage level, facing Johnny, a multi-elemental Archmage, how could a single elemental Archmage possibly win? Irikri over, Granville didn't even lay a finger on Johnny before he fell. A skeptical minister voiced the question on everyone's mind. Mitchell methods returned to their source. All streams flow back to their origin, Ridge cryptically remarked. The ministers mulled over Ridge's words, unsure of their meaning. After a while, Jalen exclaimed, "Could Mage Granville be using mental magic?" Ridge nodded and said, "Indeed, former Archmage Woody is now a holy mage specializing in mental magic. You must interpret for yourselves how he defeated Johnny. And let me warn you once again, anyone who leaks a word of today's events will have their entire clan exterminated." The ministers nodded in agreement, having gained a new understanding. Finally, Ridge said to Minister Ning, "General Ning, the task of guarding Johnny is entrusted to you. Report any changes or movements immediately. Even when he wakes up, report back right away." These words caused confusion among the ministers again. Earlier, Mage Granville had said Johnny would become part of the Empire upon awakening, but Ridge's tone implied he wasn't entirely confident, as if fearing something might go wrong. Ridge looked at the ministers with doubtful eyes and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about those old fellows from the Holy Divine, who initially firmly opposed the Empire's outward expansion. But after being coached by our Mage Granville, they obediently became the vanguard for the Empire's conquest of the continent. I hope this time we can also bring this Saint High Mage Johnny to our side. If so, our unification of the continent could be advanced by several years. Unfortunately, Johnny's strength far exceeds that of old men like Zhenge. If Mage Granville's mental magic has no effect on him, it will spell disaster for us. Therefore, we must prepare for both eventualities. Still, Johnny Derpoo is truly wise and farsighted." The ministers praised unanimously. Jalen asked again, "Johnny Derpoo, where's the real emperor?" Ridge replied, "Given the current tumultuous times on the continent, for the emperor's safety, he cannot yet appear in public. You will see the emperor when necessary." Well, now that this fake emperor is dead, I wonder what brilliant plan Johnny Derpoo has up his sleeve. "You don't need to worry about that, Duke Jalen. I have my own ways," Ridge said mysteriously. He continued, "Mitchellwright, everyone except General Ning, who is to remain here, should withdraw." Following the order, all the ministers exited through the same place where Granville had appeared. Ridge solemnly told Eric Ning, "General Eric Ning, the future of the Empire rests on your shoulders. Johnny Derpoo, I will not fail you. I will keep a close watch on Johnny." Ridge stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and then left. Chapter 143, Earth Magic Teacher. Johnny's unexpected capture was kept completely secret by Ridge. The ministers who knew about it were too scared to utter a word, for fear of Ridge's threat of exterminating their entire clan if they leaked the information. At the Alexander estate, Alexander and others weren't idle either. They weren't overly worried about Johnny's overnight absence, as they firmly believed that Johnny was capable enough to handle any difficulties. Edgar Chan scrambled everywhere inquiring about the whereabouts of Duke Galanon's clan. It wasn't for Johnny's reward, but because he felt he owed Johnny too much. He sincerely wanted to help him. Alexander, at Johnny's request, invited his close friend, Earth Mage Jethro, to teach Elena. Jethro was an old man around 50, skinny and frail, looking like he could be blown over by a gust of wind. Don't let his appearance fool you, for this old man had the power of a great Earth Mage, and in the Talon Empire, such a title held very high prestige. Alexander pointed at Jethro and said to Elena, "Little girl, this is the Earth Magic teacher your uncle has found for you. Come and greet your teacher." Before Elena could open her mouth to greet him, Jethro spoke first. "Old brother, you want me to teach this girl magic? Aren't you making things difficult for me, an old man who still wants to live longer?" "Brother, what you say is too harsh. I have invited you here to teach this girl Earth magic, not to send you to your death." Alexander immediately frowned. "Not making things difficult? This girl's strength far surpasses mine. If my guess isn't wrong, this girl has at least the strength of a great water mage, and she's also a water sword saint. How can I, just a great Earth mage, qualify to be her magic teacher?" No one would believe it. Jethro, being a great Earth mage, could tell from Elena's magical fluctuations that her power far exceeded his own. His words triggered a series of giggles from Elena. When she saw the old man appear, she thought he looked interesting and was about to tease him a bit. However, a stern look from Alexander made her shrink back, sticking out her tongue mischievously. Alexander said, "Younger brother, you're indeed worthy of being a great Earth mage. You have correctly judged this girl's strength. What you said is true. This girl does have the strength of a great water mage and a water sword saint, but that doesn't mean she knows everything. I invited you here precisely because I want you to teach her Earth magic." "What? With her current strength, there are few people on the continent who can match her. She still needs to learn Earth magic?" Jethro said in disbelief. After all, many magicians on the continent studied dual or triple magic systems, but few achieved high accomplishments. Caterleman, a sword saint, understood this point well. Alexander replied, "Don't ask why. Just treat it as her desire to learn." No way." Jethro shook his head gently to refuse. Teaching someone stronger than himself could shorten his lifespan, especially when the student was a very pretty girl. "Younger brother, you won't give me any face at all." Alexander's face began to darken, and his tone carried a trace of displeasure. "Old brother, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I really can't do it. Not only is my strength inferior to hers, but I don't even know how to teach her." At this moment, Elena stood up and said to Alexander, "Uncle, if this old man doesn't want to, forget it. Even if he's willing, I wouldn't be. Only Johnny qualifies to teach me." "No nonsense." Alexander scolded with a stern face. Then he said to Jethro, "Younger brother, name your terms. What would it take for you to teach this girl? If I have it, just say so. Do you want gold coins or weapons?" To show his sincerity, Alexander drew his azure dragon sword and pointed it at Jethro, saying, "Younger brother, if you agree to teach this girl Earth magic, this azure dragon sword will be yours. Don't underestimate this sword. It is one of the 6 demon-slaying divine weapons on the continent. The Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword, capable of dispelling all kinds of magic except space and spirit magic. Mitchell, though it may not suit an Earth mage like you, it can still be of great help." Alexander was willing to give up even the Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword, one of the demon-slaying divine weapons, just so Jethro could teach Elena Earth magic. One could only imagine what Johnny would feel if he knew. "What? This sword is the legendary Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword." Jethro stared wide-eyed at Alexander's Azure Dragon Sword, hardly believing. The 6 demon-slaying divine weapons disappeared many years ago. How could they reappear now? Alexander replied, "Not only has the Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword appeared, but the Flame Cloud Spear of the Fire Element also resurfaced." "Really?" Jethro widened his eyes again. This was simply unbelievable. If what Alexander said was true, the reappearance of the Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword and the Flame Cloud Spear would certainly trigger another wave of contention on the continent. Who wouldn't covet such powerful weapons? Even if sold, they could bring untold wealth for generations. How could my younger brother not believe me? Shall I demonstrate its power to you? No need. Jethro waved his hands frantically. "How could I not believe you? It's just that I'm still getting used to it. After all, the 6 demon-slaying divine weapons have been silent for so many years, making them almost unknown on the continent." Mitchellwright, I won't waste more words. If you agree to teach this girl Earth magic, this Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword will be yours. Otherwise, our brotherhood ends here. Alexander was truly determined. He pushed the Azure Dragon Sword toward Jethro. Jethro hastily refused. "A gentleman doesn't snatch what others love. Humbrance, you value me so much, I'll impart some basic skills to this girl. As for the Water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword, please keep it." Seeing Jethro agree, Alexander happily said to Elena, "Girl, go greet your new magic teacher." Elena made a silly face and playfully called him teacher, yet in Jethro's ears, it felt strange, as if carrying a chill that left one shivering. "Now, follow teacher Jethro diligently in learning Earth magic. Don't let Johnny down. If he returns and finds you haven't learned well, don't blame Uncle for not helping you." Alexander spoke from the heart and then turned to Jethro. "Younger brother, I entrust her to you." Jethro replied, "Rest assured, I'll do my best." Alexander then said to Elena, "Be serious now. I've work to do. Uncle, I will definitely study hard with teacher Jethro and won't disappoint Johnny and you. Elena laughed mischievously, but the laugh sounded rather devious. Once Alexander disappeared from sight, Elena couldn't wait to say, "Teacher Jethro, I won't learn anything too simple. If you try to fool me, watch out, I might hit you." Elena didn't care about her threatening tone. She just wanted to learn the most powerful magic. Jethro chuckled bitterly. "For you, even my strongest spells are child's play." Elena had intended to tease Jethro further, but suddenly remembered what Johnny said before leaving. To master teleportation, one must first learn all elemental magics and then integrate them. Realizing this, Elena lost interest in troubling Jethro and politely asked, "Teacher Jethro, please start from the simplest and most fundamental theories." Seeing Elena suddenly become cooperative, Jethro organized his thoughts and began to explain the theoretical knowledge of earth magic and how to apply it. Hours passed by unnoticed. As Jethro, seated on the ground, was thoroughly engrossed in his explanation, a sudden powerful magical fluctuation struck. When he came to his senses, he found himself atop a stone pillar that rose several dozen feet high. Fortunately, the top of the pillar was flat. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely end. Looking down from the stone pillar, Jethro saw Elena in fits of laughter. There was no doubt this mischief was her doing. Elena couldn't resist taunting him. "Teacher Jethro, how's the air up there? Is it fresh? How about the view?" "This damned girl," Jethro cursed inwardly. Despite his inner anger, he dared not voice it aloud for fear of what further torment she might inflict upon him. Helplessly, Jethro cast a spell, and the stone pillar gradually sank back into place. Once everything returned to normal, Jethro stood up and said to Elena, "Little girl, at least I'm your magic teacher. You should respect me." Giggle. "Sorry, teacher. The magic you taught me was so amazing that I got carried away and forgot myself. I apologize, Teacher Jethro." Elena giggled apologetically. Jethro felt both amused and exasperated, but could do nothing except endure it and continue teaching her. However, by midday, Jethro had had enough. He turned to leave, planning to resign to Alexander. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, but Elena's constant pranks were becoming unbearable, digging pits with newly learned earth spells, dropping meteorites from the sky to scare him, nearly causing him heart palpitations. Deciding he couldn't face such antics anymore, he opted to avoid trouble. Just as he took a few steps, another problem emerged. A wide and deep trench blocked his path. Jethro chuckled lightly, chanted a spell, and instantly filled the trench with earth elements. Dusting off his clothes, he walked past cheerfully, but his troubles were far from over. Beyond the trench, a water barrier spell, Water Curtain Heaven, blocked his way. This high-level water shield magic, maintained by Elena, who was a grandmaster of water magic, was beyond his capabilities as an earth grandmaster to dispel. Just as Jethro grew increasingly anxious, salvation arrived. In the distance, Alexander's figure slowly approached. Chapter 144, Playing with Fire May Burn You. Before Hiroshi's figure could approach, Jethro shouted through the water curtain loudly, "Brother, you have finally come. If you had been a few steps later, I would have needed you to prepare a coffin for me." Amina of course knew that Hiroshi had arrived. No matter how audacious she was, she didn't dare to be impudent and immediately withdrew the water curtain, rushing forward with a wicked grin, saying, "Uncle, you've finally come. This old guy has been bullying me all along. You must stand up for Patty." She then shot Jethro several warning glares. Seeing Amina accuse him falsely, Jethro, who had clearly been tormented by her, felt both angry and distressed. However, with Hiroshi present, he disregarded his own dignity and bluntly said, "Brother, you'd better find someone more capable. I am truly helpless with this girl." Hiroshi asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong now? Didn't we agree well this morning? Why did you change your mind by noon? Reckoning is morning, and noon is noon. In short, I can't stay here to teach anymore." Jethro finished speaking and turned to leave, ignoring Hiroshi's sincere attempt to detain him. Hiroshi caught up and stopped Jethro, saying, "Brother, give your elder brother some face. This morning, I forgot to tell you that as long as you agree to teach this girl, our order's Grand Saint Mage Neil will fulfill any request of yours, even helping to boost your power. Haven't you not broken through in years? With Neil's help, it won't be long before you achieve a breakthrough. Do you know why this little girl has achieved the strength of a Grand Mage at such a young age? It's all thanks to Neil's assistance." Hiroshi hoped these conditions would persuade Jethro to stay and continue teaching Amina earth magic. Upon hearing that the Grand Saint Mage Neil could assist in overcoming his long-standing bottleneck, Jethro's eyes lit up. But immediately, he recalled Amina's torturous methods, causing shivers down his spine. He said, "Brother, although enhancing my power has always been my dream, losing my life wouldn't be worth it. Brother, I'm really sorry." Seeing Jethro's firm determination to leave, Hiroshi didn't force him further and let him go. Once Jethro disappeared from sight, Hiroshi's expression turned grim. Amina asked cheerfully, "Uncle, where did that annoying guy run off to?" Hiroshi, not allowing Amina to divert attention, scolded sternly, "Playing around? Who is such a good mood as you? You naughty girl, this is your fault. Now you've scared away your earth magic teacher. Who will teach you earth magic now? Why should I keep learning when I've already mastered it? So there's no need for me to learn earth magic anymore," Amina said proudly. Hiroshi couldn't possibly believe that Amina had indeed learned earth magic, especially after only a morning. He thought to himself, could this girl's talent be so extraordinary? Even with high talent, mastering earth magic within a morning seemed impossible. Hiroshi, being not a magician, wasn't fully aware that Amina now possessed the mental energy level of a grand mage, which made her far more capable than others in learning branch magic. Despite this, others might spend 10 years without surpassing Amina's one morning of study. Seeing doubt in Hiroshi's eyes, Amina pouted unhappily, Uncle doesn't believe me. Hiroshi replied. It's not that Uncle doesn't trust you. Back in the day, I also studied earth magic, but switched to swordsmanship due to my poor aptitude. Remember, it took Uncle 3 months just to understand what earth magic is. You're still a little girl. Even with the highest talent, it's impossible to master earth magic in just one morning. Even if it were that brat Neil, I wouldn't believe it. Humph, you always favor that stinky boy. Amina grumbled with displeasure. Just as Hiroshi wanted to say a few more words, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and before he could react, he fell into it. Then numerous sharp rock pillars emerged from the ravine, which truly startled Hiroshi by this sudden change. However, as a sword saint, how could he be afraid of these minor tricks? His internal aura immediately swirled, lifting him into the air. Yet, before he could land steadily, many large rocks began to fall from the sky. Hiroshi quickly dodged these boulders. They crashed onto the ground, creating holes of varying depths, with the largest about 3 meters in diameter. If caught in this meteor shower, one wouldn't survive with just half a life left. Thinking that everything was over, little did he know it was only just beginning. As Hiroshi searched for the culprit, an earthen wall suddenly sprang up in front of him, blocking his view. When he turned around, another earthen wall blocked him. Soon, all 4 sides were surrounded by earthen walls, enclosing Hiroshi inside. Hiroshi immediately drew the Azure Dragon sword, infused it with full aura, and swept across horizontally, shattering the earthen walls instantly. At this moment, Hiroshi noticed Amina giggling at him, realizing that she was responsible for all this. Meanwhile, he saw her preparing the next spell, so he loudly reprimanded. You naughty girl, are you done yet? To make Hiroshi believe she had learned earth magic, Amina secretly cast 4 earth attack spells: Great Earth Fissure, Earth Gigantic Rock Spike, Meteor Shower, and Earthen Cage. Seeing Hiroshi truly angry, Amina stopped and acted nonchalant. Hiroshi sheathed his sword and walked up to Amina, scolding her without good temper. You naughty girl, are you really determined to cause trouble? Do you think your uncle is easy to bully? Amina replied indifferently. How can this be my fault? You didn't believe me when I said I've learned earth magic. To prove it to Uncle, I had to use a few earth spells. She also couldn't resist boasting. Uncle, aren't my earth spells quite good? Still have the nerve to say that? If not for your uncle's skills, I might have been killed by you. Even if you want to prove yourself in earth magic, why take me as the test subject? No respect for seniors at all. Hiroshi's anger hadn't completely dissipated. However, Amina stuck out her tongue and laughed. There's no one else here, and Uncle is almost at the level of sword god. How could you get hurt easily? Besides, aren't you standing here talking to me? You brat, you're pushing your luck, Hiroshi said. But to tell the truth, you and Neil are both prodigies among prodigies. You're the monster, Amina loudly complained, very unhappy to be called a monster as a beautiful girl. Hiroshi realized he had misspoken and hurriedly explained, Uncle meant your magical talent is unusually high, like Neil's. You mastered earth magic in just one morning and possess such strength, while Neil became a full Johnny-mental Grand Mage at a young age. What else would you call it? Though still being called a monster, Amina surprisingly didn't get upset. Her bright eyes twinkled, and Hiroshi nervously stepped back several paces, fearing she might try to torment him again. Despite his sword saint-level power, he knew he'd get nothing good from her full efforts. Through this event, and knowing her character, Hiroshi now understood why Jethro refused to stay and teach Amina. He feared torture. Hiroshi admired his friend for thinking far ahead, but instead of the expected outcome, something unexpected happened. Amina smiled and said, Uncle, could you find me a fire magic teacher? She then held Hiroshi's hand and pleaded cutely, as if implying she wouldn't stop until he agreed. Upon hearing this, Hiroshi thought his ears must be playing tricks on him. Amina, a water magic user, actually wanted to learn fire magic, which was completely opposite to her attribute. He wondered if the little girl had lost her mind or if her brain cells were regenerating too quickly. She just learned earth magic and now wanted to switch to fire magic immediately. Did she think learning magic was that easy? Picking whatever she wanted? If learning earth magic was just for fun, learning fire magic would be like mocking her own life. Water and fire don't mix, as ancient wisdom has always said. As a great water mage, surely Amina knew the danger of studying fire magic. A conflict between water and fire could cost her life. Hiroshi sternly refused. Naughty girl, I won't interfere with you learning other types of magic, but fire magic is absolutely not allowed. How can I explain to Neil if something happens to you? You always worry about explaining things, Amina pouted defiantly. We can keep it a secret from him. Then, she put on a charming tone, begging, Uncle, please, can you help me? Even Neil couldn't resist Amina's coquettishness, always surrendering to her whims. But today, she chose the wrong person. Hiroshi was a sword saint, a man who never went back on his word. Seeing that Amina was pushing further into a dead end, he scolded her fiercely. No nonsense. No means no. If you really want to learn fire magic, wait until Neil comes back. Until then, don't even think about it. With that final word, Hiroshi turned and walked away, avoiding any further entanglement. Watching Hiroshi walk away, Amina stamped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath. Humph, if you won't find one for me, I'll find one myself. I bet there's someone out there who can teach me fire magic. Despite knowing that her water magic and fire magic attributes were incompatible and predicting severe consequences, she understood that without mastering fire magic, she wouldn't have the foundation to learn spatial movement. For the sake of spatial magic, she was willing to take any risk. Even if something went wrong, Neil could resolve everything when he returned. Chapter 145, Fengxiang Magic School. Elena originally wanted to find fire magic books to read by herself, but she found it troublesome. Meanwhile, she knew she definitely wouldn't find a fire mage at the Card family estate. Thus, she decided to go elsewhere. As soon as she walked to the door, a servant guarding it stopped Elena. "Miss Elena, Master has given instructions that you can't go out without his permission." Elena immediately glared and scolded. "Why are you trying to manage me now?" "I dare not, miss." "If you dare not, then move. I want to go shopping on the street." "Sorry, Miss Elena. We're just following orders. Please don't make it difficult for us," the gatekeeper pleaded bitterly. While saying so, he spread his arms to block Elena's way. This infuriated Elena, who casually threw a large water ball at him. The water ball's impact knocked the guard to the ground and exploded, splashing water everywhere. Seeing the guard in a sorry state, Elena smiled with satisfaction and marched out of the gate toward the street. Elena aimlessly walked down the street. Although there were many fire mages coming and going, she couldn't just grab one and ask to be taught. Besides, these guys didn't have impressive strength. She needed someone at least at the mage level. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She remembered the old man Jethro had mentioned he was a teacher at a middle-grade magic school. It would be a good idea to look for him at his school. Since it was a magic school, there must be powerful fire mages there. Though having determined her goal, Elena still puzzled over which school Jethro belonged to. When Elena was at a loss, a guy, whether intentionally or not, collided into her. From the look of things, the collision was more likely intentional. Perhaps he saw that Elena was beautiful and tried to take advantage of the situation. How could Elena let this kind of trash succeed? She easily dodged the guy with a quick turn, causing him to lose balance and fall heavily onto the ground. Elena suppressed a giggle. Meanwhile, 3 servants quickly came up to help the young man up and dust off his clothes. The young man fiercely pushed the servants away and shouted at Elena, "Little brat, do you know who I am? I'm Jonathan, son of Cosmo. You've offended me, huh?" He stared lecherously at Elena's beautiful face. Seeing an interesting scene unfolding, many passersby stopped to watch. Once they recognized Rinsan as a notorious bully, they all chose different routes to avoid any possible attack from him. "So you're the pig dung earl's son? Aren't you just pig dung then?" Elena deliberately sneered. She did not care if the other party was the son of the pig dung earl or the cow dung earl. Even if it were Prince Hans, she wouldn't be afraid. Elena said haughtily, "Let's see if your mouth is clean next time. Little girl here feels generous today and won't hold it against you. Next time, your life will be mine." Rinsan, being the type who bullies the weak and fears the strong, was frightened by Elena's sudden onslaught and hastily pleaded, "This servant should die. This servant should die." Elena clapped her hands and said, "Run along now." Hearing this, Rinsan dared not stay longer. He ran away immediately without bothering about his servants lying on the ground groaning. Before he could run far, Elena called out again, stopping him in his tracks. Thinking Elena changed her mind, Rinsan nervously turned back and walked towards her. "Hand over all the gold coins you have. Teaching you guys isn't free. I need some hard-earned fees," Elena said, turning a scolding into teaching, openly robbing Rinsan. Though Rinsan despised Elena's actions, he didn't dare to refuse and obediently handed over a crystal card containing 3,000 gold coins. After receiving the card, Elena kicked him and said, "Mitchell right, scram, the farther, the better, and never let me see you again." As Rinsan left, he firmly resolved to settle accounts with Elena later when he brought reinforcements. Not for those 3,000 gold coins, but for the beautiful Elena. Such an exquisite beauty must not escape his grasp. Having made quite a scene, it actually gave Elena a clue. She immediately stopped the passerby, politely asking, "Excuse me, how many intermediate magic schools are there here, and which one does that old deadbeat Jethro belong to?" It was typical of Elena to assume anyone on the street would know Jethro's whereabouts. The passerby whom Elena stopped was first taken aback, probably amazed by Elena's peerless beauty. Then he courteously replied, "We have a total of 6 intermediate magic schools here, namely Fengxiang Magic School, Toma Magic School, Santa Magic School, Andy Magic School, Scarla Magic School, and Reese Magic School." The kind-hearted passerby also pointed out the locations of the schools one by one for Elena. Upon hearing this, Elena's head started spinning. Humbert's intermediate magic schools. If she searched them one by one, how long would it take her to find the magic school where Riker was? However, Elena was still very grateful for the passerby's help and slipped 5 gold coins into his hand as a token of appreciation. These 5 gold coins genuinely made the passerby elated. He only answered one question and got 5 gold coins, which were enough for him to enjoy himself for a whole month. Seeing that Elena was generous and dressed elegantly, he reckoned she must be royalty. To get more tips, he asked stealthily, "Beautiful miss, do you need any more help? Do you want me to show you the way?" Though the passerby had his calculations, Elena smiled and declined. The passerby could only leave with the 5 gold coins in hand, but he was still happy inside, gripping the coins tightly for fear they might drop. Elena silently repeated the names of these 6 intermediate magic schools, finally deciding on Fengxiang Intermediate Magic School because she felt that the name Fengxiang sounded auspicious. Having determined her target, Elena sprinted towards Fengxiang Intermediate Magic College. As soon as she arrived at the gate, her keen eyes spotted a familiar figure, a frail old man who seemed about to fall over with the slightest breeze. It couldn't be anyone but Riker. Elena thought happily to herself. Indeed, you find nothing when you desperately search for it, but when you least expect it, it comes effortlessly. Saying so, she blocked Riker, who was about to enter the school, looking at him with an eerie gaze. When Riker realized who stood before him, he recoiled several steps, shivering. Just thinking about the torture from Elena sent chills down his spine. Riker stared at Elena uneasily, pleading, "Little madam, please, just let it be." Seeing a school magic teacher begging for mercy from a young girl, the students entering and exiting the gate stopped to watch. No wonder, they all had their curiosity. Being watched by the students, Riker's old face turned hideous as if stripped naked in front of everyone. "Get lost, or I won't be nice." Riker roared at the students. They dispersed immediately upon seeing the enraged magic teacher. Soon, only Elena and Riker were left at the gate. Once alone, Riker put on a smile and said to Elena, "What do you want from me? You bring me to your principal. I have business with him." Elena came straight to the point, no longer bothering with pleasantries. Riker asked hesitantly, "What do you need the principal for?" "That's none of your business. If you don't take me to see him, I'll make things unpleasant for you, right in front of your students." Elena threatened Riker as if he were her student. "Michelso, you're not allowed to speak out of turn once we see the principal." Thinking about Elena's torturous methods, Riker shivered and said, "Mitchellright, follow me." Elena nodded satisfactorily and followed Riker to meet the principal of Fengxiang Magic School. The principal's office was located in the most serene part of the school. Without tall buildings or elaborate decorations, it exuded an ancient elegance and tranquility. The principal, Miguel, was reading a book when he sensed Riker entering and asked, "Riker, what is it?" Elena then glanced sideways at Miguel, another old man roughly the same age as Riker, but fatter. Unlike Riker, Miguel was a primary level high mage with the rare light attribute. Before Riker could answer, Miguel continued, "Who is this young lady you brought along? Don't you know only authorized personnel can enter my office?" Elena had perfectly concealed her magical aura, preventing Miguel from realizing her true strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare talk to her like that. Despite her youth, Elena was a genuine water-grade high mage, and in Zhenge Continent, strength was everything. From Riker's respectful yet fearful behavior, it was evident he held a mixture of respect and fear. "Old man, how do you talk? Who said unauthorized personnel can't come in? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even come if you invited me." Elena scolded loudly, showing no mercy to Miguel. "You." Miguel stood up abruptly, enraged by Elena. After all, he was the principal of Fengxiang Intermediate Magic School and a primary level high mage of light. When had he ever been reprimanded like this? Just as he was looking for someone to escort Elena out, he saw Riker frantically winking at him. Chapter 146. The Humbertuation is urgent. "Old geezer, do you have a problem with your eyes? Why are you winking and grimacing like that?" Amina shouted without any reservations, leaving Jethro in a very awkward position. Being reprimanded so loudly by a little girl, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was clear she didn't intend to give him any face. But despite his resentment, Jethro still denied it, saying no, no, no. Only 3 words before quickly slipping to one side, avoiding further trouble from this annoying girl. Mitchell of Jethro's actions caught Howard's eye, making him quite perplexed as well. Howard knew Jethro was a renowned Earth great mage respected across the continent. Yet, here he was acting so cowardly in front of a young girl. Was he wary of her strength? Howard found that hard to believe, since he couldn't sense any power from Amina at all. Could it be he feared the might behind her? At this thought, Howard felt something stirring inside him. He thought, it's possible this girl really comes from an influential family within the Empire. If I offend her, my life might become unbearable. Knowing when to adapt, Howard immediately put on a smiling face. "May I ask what you need, miss?" Without wasting words, Amina casually tossed the crystal card she had taken from Reinen. Humbert's, it wasn't hers. She didn't feel a twinge of regret over discarding it. As Howard picked it up, he saw there were indeed over 3,000 gold coins within it. This only reinforced his belief that Amina wasn't just any noble's daughter, offering such a genuine sum as 3,000 gold coins. With a smile, Howard promptly returned the card to Amina. Mitchell, though gold coins were valuable, accepting them would only make things difficult for himself. "Miss, please keep your crystal card safe. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Howard asked tactfully. Seeing the other party wasn't taking it, Amina didn't hesitate to put the crystal card back, stating, "Help me find the most powerful fire magic teacher at your school. I want him to teach me fire magic." "What? You want to find a teacher here at our school?" Howard continuously sized up Amina. Had it not been for Jethro bringing her, he'd think she came to Phoenix College to cause trouble. By his reasoning, someone like her should be attending the Empire's Holy Sacred Magic and Martial College, a paradise for noble magicians. Howard cautiously probed, "Miss, with your status, shouldn't you be attending Holy Sacred instead? There are many more powerful magic teachers there." "That broken school? No way," Amina said disdainfully. "What? Broken school? You called Holy Sacred a broken school?" Howard's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. The Holy Sacred Magic School, acclaimed as a holy land across the continent, had just been referred to as broken by this girl. "Fat old man, are you going to help me find one or not?" Seeing Howard hesitating, Amina became forceful, adding, "If you don't help me, I'll start causing chaos here." She cast a meaningful glance towards Jethro nearby. "Miss, although Phoenix is only a middle-grade magic school, we won't tolerate any nonsense. Please speak more politely," Howard said, no longer minding her identity if she planned to cause trouble. As principal, he had to consider the safety of the school. "So what if I'm impolite? Got the guts to catch me, old man? Dead old man, fat old man, rotten head." Amina continued to taunt, never treating Howard with respect. "You ungrateful brat. I tried to talk nicely, but you have no sense. Don't blame me if I'm not polite now," Howard said, ready to launch an attack. This left Jethro terrified, pulling Howard aside while whispering, "Principal, please calm down. You mustn't act rashly. How dare she disrespect us so openly? What will people think of me? Principal, I am annoyed by this girl too, but losing face is better than losing our lives. We cannot afford to offend her. Did you know she is the partner of the only Mitchell Junimental Saint Mage Mitchell Eric, a princess of Iva, niece of my good friend the Green Dragon Sword Saint, and student of the Water Great Mage Kenna? What? You are really telling the truth. After hearing Jethro's introduction, Howard's body almost stiffened. He stared at Jethro dumbfoundedly, and his speech became incoherent as his inner world was already in turmoil, like an overturned spice rack of mixed emotions. If he had offended 3 parties, it would be manageable, but if he offended Mitchell Eric, then Howard and his Phoenix Academy would be utterly ruined. The story of Mitchell Eric, the Mitchell Junimental Saint Mage, rushing to the Crystal Wind Empire to rescue Amina was well known across the continent. Even more so because of Mitchell Eric's words that anyone who offended him had a 99% chance of survival, but offending his woman meant certain death. This made Mitchell Eric a godlike figure in the hearts of all young girls. Howard, knowledgeable and wise beyond his years, couldn't be unaware of this. He clearly knew that Phoenix Academy couldn't compare to the power of the Crystal Wind Empire. Mitchell Eric could easily destroy the entire Crystal Wind Empire with a wave of his hand, and stepping on Howard would be as easy as squashing an ant. Cold sweat poured down Howard's body as he thought about it. Howard couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl's identity is indeed extraordinary." Even if she had no abilities, she could walk sideways across the Zhenge Continent with just the names behind her. Mitchell Eric, Iva Principality, Josue, Kenna. Any one of them would make others bow their heads. Before Howard could calm down, Jethro threw another bombshell at him. Principal, not only does this girl have an extraordinary background, but she also possesses the strength of a Water Great Mage and a Water Sword Saint. Even though Howard was still shocked by Amina's extraordinary background, he was stunned when he heard about her Water Great Mage and Water Sword Saint prowess. As if responding to the conversation, Amina revealed her true might. The overwhelming magical aura filled Howard's entire office. Howard felt a suffocating force from this magical aura, like an insurmountable mountain he could never climb. Mitchell, his usual composure vanished. Now that he truly felt this power, he was glad he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, he would have been attacking solid rock without any chance of retaliation. Gratefully, Howard said, "Thank you today, I will repay you generously." How could he not be grateful for Jethro's warning? Without it, his life might have ended today. Living was always better than dying, especially dying in ignorance. Over there, Amina had long grown impatient. She shouted, "You two old men, have you finished your secret talks yet?" At this moment, Howard didn't dare hesitate. Standing up, his tone was much more polite than before. "Miss, your request will certainly be met. I will find the best fire magic teacher at our school." Then he said to Jethro, "Please bring our Raffles teacher here. Tell him I have important matters to discuss with him." With that, Jethro immediately left. Howard now stuttered nervously. "Dead old man, what are you hesitating for? Speak directly, don't beat around the bush." Howard steeled himself and said, "I would like to invite you to be the vice principal of Phoenix Academy. What do you think?" Howard's plan was clever. If he could hire Amina as vice principal, Phoenix's reputation would soar far above its current standing. Though she was under 20, her great mage strength was undeniable. If he could pull in the figures behind her too, Phoenix Academy might become the strongest magic school on the continent. This amused Amina. Her silver laughter echoed for a while, making Howard tense, afraid he had offended her again. Eventually, she said, "Fat old man, I came to your school to learn fire magic, not to teach it. I know, but if you can accept the position, we will give you the best treatment." Mitchell, right, I agree. Upon hearing Amina's agreement, Howard nearly jumped in excitement, thinking his offer had swayed her. Little did he know, Amina had only agreed because she found it amusing. Before long, Jethro came in with a man around 40 years old, dressed in a bright red magic robe. The mage bowed to Howard and said, "Raffles pays his respects to the principal. May I ask what you need?" Howard gestured to Raffles and introduced him to Amina. "Miss, this is our best fire mage at the school. His name is Raffles. Just a Chuji fire conductor? Is there no one better?" Amina said disdainfully. This left Raffles thoroughly embarrassed, unsure of what had just happened, but already being scolded by a young girl. Even Howard felt immensely ashamed. He had brought forward the finest fire mage at the school, yet it wasn't good enough for her. Raffles unhappily asked, "Principal, why did you summon me here?" Howard looked at Amina apologetically and said, "Miss, I really can't find anyone better." Amina replied, "Humbertons, there's no one else, I guess he'll do." Seeing that Amina had agreed, Howard turned to Raffles and instructed, "Raffles, starting today, you will be solely responsible for teaching this young lady fire magic." "Yes." After telling Howard a few more things, Amina left his office with Raffles. Watching her leave, Jethro suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is not good." "What do you mean? What's so terrible?" Howard asked, irritable. "I mean, finding a fire magic teacher for that girl isn't a good idea." "What do you mean?" Jethro thought. How could the principal be unclear at such a critical moment? Unbeknownst to Jethro, Howard was still basking in the excitement of having recruited a powerful mage like Amina as vice principal. Recognizing the urgency, Howard quickly explained, "Principal, as fellow mages, we both know that forcing the integration of opposing elemental attributes can cause severe backlash, possibly leading to death. That girl is a water mage. If she were to learn fire magic and suffer serious consequences, Phoenix Academy cannot afford to bear the responsibility." Hearing Jethro's explanation, Howard's excited face turned into one of great worry. He finally realized the gravity of the situation. Let's go to the Azure Dragon Sword Saint's mansion immediately. We must stop this before anything happens. Howard hurriedly ran out, with Jethro following closely behind. Chapter 147. Disaster eventually brews. From the Fengxiang Magic School to Hosui's mansion, there were several streets in between. Howard and Jethro ran wildly down the street one after the other, becoming a unique spectacle on the street. Some people who knew Howard wanted to shout, but were covered in dust from Howard's sprinting. After all, Howard's strength was relatively higher, so when he rushed to the front gate of the Cardin residence, Jethro still hadn't shown up. Howard originally wanted to wait for Jethro, but after reconsideration and considering the urgency of the matter, he decided to head straight into the inner courtyard of the Cardin residence. May I ask which magician you are looking for? Why have you come to the Cardin residence? A doorman of the Cardin residence immediately stopped Howard from rushing inside. Howard was stunned. His old face blushed red. It was indeed rude of him to rush in rashly. He should know that the Cardin residence was not just any small home. This was the residence of the Azure Dragon Sword Saint, not somewhere to be trespassed at will. Howard hurriedly apologized and said, "Quickly, I need to see your master." The doorman had excellent eyesight, naturally recognizing that Howard wasn't an ordinary individual, and spoke extremely politely. "Respected magician, sir, our master is unavailable today. Please come again another day." "No way. I must see your master today. If I'm delayed, I doubt you as a servant can bear the responsibility," Howard threatened. Yet in his heart, he wondered why he was quarreling with a servant, losing his dignity as an archmage. At this moment, Jethro arrived panting, obviously exhausted from his journey. Indeed, strength decides everything. "Jethro, great mage, how did you come here? Please come inside." The doorman of the Cardin residence recognized Jethro since he had visited frequently. Howard gave the doorman a hard stare due to his hypocritical attitude. Seeing this, Jethro instantly understood something. Pointing at Howard, he said, "This is Headmaster Howard of Fengxiang Magic School. We need to see your master urgently. Hurry and inform him." "Oh, it's Archmage Howard. I offended you earlier. Please don't be angry. I'll go inform our master now," the guard said. Coincidentally, Josue was coming out at this time. Seeing Jethro standing at the door, he teasingly said, "Younger brother, have you changed your mind so quickly? Willing to teach that girl earth magic again? As long as you agree, we can keep the terms discussed earlier." Jethro felt embarrassed by Josue's taunt, hating it intensely. "What condition? Am I that kind of person?" Jethro snapped. "Azure Dragon Sword Saint, we have important matters to discuss with you," Howard interrupted. "Archmage Howard, what brings you to my humble abode today? Your visit truly honors my house." "Welcome, welcome," Josue replied, knowing about both Jethro and his superior, Archmage Howard. "You're too kind, Azure Dragon Sword Saint," Howard bowed. Josue then asked Jethro, "Younger brother, what brings you here?" Jethro, without any joking mood now, replied solemnly, "Johnny dear brother, quickly bring Princess Patty here. It's getting too late." Seeing Jethro's serious expression, Josue was puzzled. "What happened to that girl? Seeing you look so anxious. Has she tormented you again?" "Let me explain." Howard stood forward and explained the matter concisely to Josue. Josue was initially fine until Howard finished his story, which frightened him. He had repeatedly told the girl not to learn fire magic, yet she secretly went to Fengxiang Magic School to find a fire mage to teach her. And from noon till now, he hadn't seen Patty, not knowing where the girl might be now. So he immediately summoned the doorman and shouted, "How did you guard the door? How many times have I told you not to let the miss leave without my permission? Are my words just wind in your ears?" Upon hearing Josue's blame, the doorman fell to his knees pleading, "Forgive me, master, please punish me. Get up and speak first. We will discuss your punishment later." How could Josue have the leisure to punish a servant who made a mistake at this moment? The most pressing thing was to find out where Patty was and stop her foolish actions before anything happened, for he knew the girl would do things rashly without considering consequences. Josue asked, "Do you know if Miss has returned?" Replying to Master, "Miss has already come back. When she came back, she brought a fire mage with her and strictly ordered me not to tell you." The doorkeeper did not dare to hide anything and truthfully told Josue everything from start to end. Hearing the doorkeeper's words and recalling Patty's personality, Josue realized that he indeed wrongly accused the doorkeeper. He then told him not to worry and just guard the door well. Finally, he said to Howard and Jethro, "Come on, both of you follow me to find that girl." When they reached Patty's room, they found it quiet without any noise, even around. Josue called out Patty's name several times, receiving no response. At that moment, all three shouted simultaneously, "She's in the west." A powerful magic aura was coming from the west, and none of them were weak. They instantly sensed that the aura came from Patty, with a pure water attribute. Josue thought silently, "Isn't my practice room in the west? Could this brat be in my practice room? This girl really knows how to choose a place. That place is strictly off limits to everyone except me." However, time was too critical to waste now. After exchanging glances, the three jumped towards the west. Before they arrived at Josue's practice room, Josue loudly warned, "Be careful, retreat fast, defense." Almost as soon as these 6 words were spoken, Josue unleashed his thick azure dragon aura, forming a robust blue shield enveloping his whole body. Seeing this, Howard and Jethro followed suit without hesitation, each casting defensive spells, Howard's Aurora Wall, and Jethro's Earth Dominion. In an instant, the three set up their defenses, still remaining alert, continuously supplying energy to maintain the protective shields. It seemed like they were blessed by fate. After their protective shields were established, there was a shocking explosion from Josue's practice room. The enormous blast resounded through the sky and ground, leaving no grass standing along its way. Of course, this shockwave also constantly attacked the three's defensive barriers. It was either the explosion's force was too powerful or Jethro was too weak. Before long, Jethro showed signs of physical exhaustion, his old face turning bright red, seemingly due to maintaining Earth dominion, which was rapidly depleting his mental power. In contrast, Josue, armed with the Azure Dragon sword, handled it effortlessly, showing no sign of distress. As for Howard, though a bit strained as a Chudivadosa junior archmage, he did not show signs of fatigue. However, despite Jethro's best efforts, his Earth dominion couldn't last long under this continuous shockwave. Cracks began to appear, extending into a spider web pattern. By the time Jethro tried to reinforce it with his magic power, his Earth dominion shattered into pieces, with fragments scattering everywhere. Jethro himself was thrown down by the shockwave, coughing up blood, unconscious. Azure Dragon Sword Saint, quickly save Jethro, or he will perish in this shockwave, Howard yelled at Josue. Not that he didn't want to save Jethro, but his Aurora Wall had cracks too, and rescuing Jethro would put him at risk. Irikri over, Josue was far stronger than him, so Howard pinned his hope on Josue. Understanding the severity, Josue immediately leaped to Jethro's side, channeling part of his formidable Azure Dragon aura into the already unconscious Jethro. As time passed, the shockwave from the explosion gradually subsided. Once Josue was sure there was no longer any danger, he immediately retracted his Azure Dragon aura and rushed towards his practice room without even checking on Jethro. When he saw the scene before him, he was stunned. The practice room, which had always been off limits in the Card family mansion, was completely destroyed by the explosion. Debris lay everywhere, and nearly 2/3 of the vast Card estate had been reduced to rubble due to this explosion. Patty. Josue suddenly ran madly into the ruins because he spotted two bodies among the debris. One was a mangled male corpse, unrecognizable. It must have been Raphael's, the fire mage that Patty brought back. The other was a petite figure. Could it be anyone but Patty? Josue's heart leaped into his throat. What he dreaded had come to pass. However, when he lifted Patty's body, he discovered an unexpected surprise. Chapter 148, A Foreboding Premonition. Joseph was pleasantly surprised to find that Elena still had a faint breath, but there were several currents of energy circulating chaotically within her. Upon investigation, it turned out that there were three distinct forces at play: Water Johnny Mental Power, Fire Johnny Mental Power, and the Azure Dragon Aura Force, which was similar to his own. These three forces not only ravaged Elena's frail life, but also created a confrontational situation where the Water Johnny Mental Power and Azure Dragon Aura Force stood on one side, while the Fire Johnny Mental Power stood alone on the other. The Fire Johnny Mental Power was tightly suppressed by the opposing forces, yet it could not be entirely extinguished. Occasionally, it would take advantage of a gap to wreak havoc. Joseph knew that Elena's current condition was extremely perilous. If it were delayed any further, even the Creator God could do nothing about it. Joseph quickly laid her gently on the ground and immediately infused his incomparably potent Azure Dragon Aura into her body. However, he unexpectedly found that his Azure Dragon Aura was treated like an unwelcome guest and was blocked by the three powers inside her. Shaken, Joseph decided to take a last-ditch gamble and transmitted all of his Azure Dragon Aura. At this moment, a miracle occurred. First, the Azure Dragon Aura in Elena's body resonated with Joseph's input and merged with it. This allowed the Water Johnny Mental Power to also accept this new force. Thus, under the overwhelming 3-to-1 advantage, the lone Fire Johnny Mental Power was steadily suppressed, temporarily stabilizing Elena's vital signs so as not to pose an immediate threat to her life. But Joseph knew that what he did could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the Fire Johnny Mental Power remained within Elena, there was always a chance for a counterattack. If the Fire Johnny Mental Power did manage to stage a comeback, no one could predict the outcome. It could be either good or bad. The most critical task now was to find a healer mage for Elena immediately. Speaking of healer mages, Joseph immediately thought of someone suitable, the light novice high mage, Miguel. The best healing magic came from light magic, because light nurtures life and the entire earth. Joseph immediately went to look for Miguel, only to discover that Miguel was about to provide aid to the unconscious Riker. He hastily intervened, saying, "Wait a minute, High Mage Miguel, please tend to our Elena first." Miguel looked up and replied, "Azure Dragon Sword Saint, please wait just a moment. Once I have healed Riker, I will go straight to heal Princess Elena." Then, he prepared to start treating Riker. Seeing this, Joseph swiftly grabbed the collar of his robe and fiercely said, "Old man, save Elena first." Azure Dragon Sword Saint, although Riker is merely a teacher at my Fengxiang Magic School, I cannot just ignore him. It wouldn't be too late to save Princess Elena after I help him first. Miguel defended himself with conviction. Mitchellwright, you want to save him first, huh? Don't blame me, Azure Dragon Sword Saint, for intimidating you. But if you don't save Elena first today, not only will you die, but your Fengxiang Magic School will be erased from the Grand Continent, threatened Joseph. His insistence on saving Elena first was due to the urgency of her injuries, coupled with his worry that overexhausting Miguel's spirit power on Riker would make the rescue of Elena less effective. Knowing that Joseph was not exaggerating, yet Miguel had his own principles about the order of treatment and his responsibility as the school principal towards his faculty, including Riker, made him torn between two options. Just when he was undecided, a voice rang out. Brother's words are correct. If you don't save Elena first today, I, Edgar, won't let you off easily. It turned out that Edgar rushed back after hearing about the devastating explosion at the Cadre Manor and naturally overheard the conversation between Joseph and Miguel. "Young brother, you're finally back. Your return is perfectly timed," rejoiced Joseph, knowing that Edgar, being a fire sword saint, could certainly play a major role in helping Elena. Miguel, upon turning around and seeing Edgar, disdainfully remarked, "So it's you, little brat. If you dare call me little brat again, I'll kill you instantly." Edgar growled menacingly. After all, Edgar hated being called a little brat the most. "Mitchell, though you are a sword saint, you are just a low-rank one. Miguel, don't even look at you." Miguel was very confident in his abilities as a light novice high mage. "Is that so? Then let's see," Edgar replied lazily, knowing well that strength was the ultimate proof of who was superior. In the past, Edgar would have dared not to act rashly, but things were different now. With Johnny's help, Edgar's strength was enough to place him among the top 8 sword saints on the continent. Naturally, he didn't fear Miguel, a mere novice high mage. As Edgar revealed his overwhelming aura, Miguel realized he had made a grave mistake. Never did he think that Edgar had become so powerful, surpassing himself by far. No wonder his tone today was so confident and arrogant. Even compared to Joseph, the Azure Dragon Sword Saint, they were on par. Edgar continued, "I'm sure you old fellow also know what I used to do. Mitchell, though I've left that profession for quite some time, I wouldn't mind resuming my title as an assassin if you don't save Elena first. Rest assured, every single person in your Fengxiang magic school will become my targets." With that, Edgar pulled out the fiery cloud spear given to him by Johnny right in front of Miguel. Miguel indeed felt a chill down his spine hearing Edgar's words. He knew all too well about Edgar's past as an assassin, and how ruthless he could be. If Edgar really targeted his school, Fengxiang would never have a day of peace again. When Miguel noticed the long spear in Edgar's hand growing from small to large, he asked with astonishment, "What weapon is that in your hand?" Holding the fiery cloud spear, Edgar no longer hid his pride, saying, "One of the 6 demon-breaking divine weapons of the continent, the fiery cloud spear. And my water Arachon Azure Dragon Sword." Joseph also drew his Azure Dragon Sword. Both the fire and water elemental divine weapons were now in their hands, and both wielders were sword saints, significantly enhancing their power. Miguel knew that refusing to treat Elena first would spell doom for both him and the Fengxiang Magic School. He reluctantly said, "I agree to your terms, but please understand, I am only a novice high mage, and whether I can wake Princess Elena is uncertain. To adapt is wise. I didn't expect you old boy to know when to compromise," Joseph mocked. "Old man, if you don't use your full strength, I'll kill you, and naturally your Fengxiang Magic School as well," Edgar threatened, fearing that Miguel might not give it his all while treating Elena. "Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you. The omniscient holy mage Johnny rushed to the Crystal Wind Empire to rescue Elena. If you don't try your best today, even if I let you go, Johnny won't. His strength doesn't need more explanation. Weigh your options carefully," Joseph added. Miguel nodded heavily because Joseph's last few words struck home. With Edgar, the Fire Sword Saint, Joseph, the Water Sword Saint, and Miguel, the Light Mage proficient in healing magic, they spent the whole afternoon exhausting all efforts. Gradually, the fire elemental power within Elena began to retreat, and water energy started circulating quickly within her body. Once her own strength had cycled through her once, Elena's faint breath gradually recovered, and her life slowly stabilized. Unfortunately, she remained unconscious as night fell. Enraged, Edgar pressed the fiery cloud spear against Miguel's throat, roaring, "Old man, why hasn't Elena woken up yet? Did you hold back earlier? I gave it everything I had. If you don't believe me, then kill me." Miguel showed a readiness to die rather than yield. Just as Edgar was about to strike, Joseph stopped him, saying, "Little brother, don't act rashly." He did his best. Miguel thanked Joseph with a grateful nod. Edgar asked in confusion, "Brother, if he did his best, why hasn't Elena woken up yet?" "Her vital signs are stable now," Joseph calmly replied. "The exact reason, I don't know either. Let's hope Johnny comes back soon. If he were here, we wouldn't have to worry so much. But this damned kid has been gone since last night, not returning nor giving any news. I hope nothing has happened to him." "Johnny, dear brother, you are overthinking this. Who is he, Johnny? He is an omniscient holy mage. Even if we combine our strengths, we might not be his match. Who could possibly stand against him? He will definitely be fine," Court said. "I hope so," Joseph said as he gazed at the sky with a hint of confusion in his expression. Even as the Azure Dragon Sword Saint, there were times when he felt helpless. No matter how high his strength was, he still couldn't awaken Elena at this critical moment. He was deep in thought about how to break the news to Johnny when he returned, knowing full well that Johnny would do anything for Elena. On the other hand, Joseph had a sense of foreboding, and it was all about Johnny. He just felt that something had happened to Johnny. Chapter 149, The Strange Middle-Aged Man. Speaking of Johnny, he had been in a coma-like state and hadn't woken up since. Yet, his spiritual world had never ceased its tumultuous activities, akin to the raging sea. Johnny felt as if his brain was about to explode. A mere thread of lucidity warned him that he could lose anything, even his life, but not let his beloved ones be harmed. Elena and Odessa were his eternal loves, yet he could only helplessly watch them vanish right before his eyes, along with the fetuses they carried. He had been on the verge of enjoying family bliss when everything vanished soon after their reunion. Who was to blame for this? The darkness of society? The treachery of the world? It seemed none of them were wrong. To blame was only his own inadequacy. Calling himself an omnipotent Saint Magic conductor did nothing when he couldn't protect his women. From beginning to end, Johnny never ceased blaming himself. The turbulent sea eventually calms. The violent waves will also retreat. After who knows how long, Johnny's spiritual world gradually regained clarity. His head no longer felt like it was about to explode, but the scene of Elena and Odessa vanishing still haunted him. While immersed in grief, Johnny suddenly found himself floating in midair, surrounded by endless darkness both beneath and above him. Erixed intriguingly, he realized he could float without external force, almost as though he was a part of the air. Drifting aimlessly in the boundless sky, he suddenly noticed an extensive patch of bright light that spread over several kilometers. As Johnny wondered, the light grew so intense it was almost blinding, causing him to cover his face for fear of injuring his eyes. He cast a special light Johnny mental spell, Holy Light * Angel Protection, to shield himself. This powerful defensive spell could absorb light Johnny meant to strengthen its protection, and unless one's strength surpassed that of the caster, it was unbreakable. Soon, the harsh light softened. Assured that it would no longer harm his eyes, Johnny opened his eyes and scanned around. He discovered someone standing opposite him, a middle-aged man around 40 with a healthy complexion. What startled Johnny most was that the man, just like him, floated effortlessly. Seeing that the man seemed approachable, Johnny dissolved his Holy Light * Angel Protection and approached him, asking, "Who are you?" "The person waiting for you," answered the middle-aged man enigmatically. "Waiting for me," Johnny murmured under his breath, then continued. "So who exactly are you? Why wait for me here? For what purpose?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed at Johnny's many questions, although Johnny's heart held far more inquiries than these. "To answer your first question," said the middle-aged man slowly, "my name is Germain. Bonwat Mu, such a long name. Who in the world could come up with such an intricate name? Can't even remember it." Johnny laughed to himself. Meanwhile, a hint of an imperceptible smile crossed his face. "Isn't it your opinion that my name isn't good and is too long to remember?" remarked the middle-aged man surprisingly. Johnny was again shocked. Could this man read minds or something? While Johnny was lost in thought, the middle-aged man continued. "Mitchell, though my name is indeed long and difficult to pronounce, you can call me by 2 characters. 2 characters? Which ones?" asked Johnny with interest. "Master," replied the middle-aged man. "TCH. Johnny cursed angrily and sneered. "Forget it if you want me to call you master. I'd rather call you a frog." He wasn't foolish and knew well what the word master implied. Weakness, submission, and disgrace. These 2 words even brought back memories of his miserable childhood when his aunt and uncle treated him worse than a servant, cursing at will and bullying him at leisure. Fortunately, divine grace had blessed him, making him one of the continent's strongest individuals, a world-defying powerhouse immune to harm and never again bending his head in submission. Mitchell, though the word master was extremely unpleasant for Johnny, he did not dare to be careless with this unknown middle-aged man or attack recklessly. For one, he did not know the man's strength since he could sense no aura from him, giving the impression that this man was equally powerful, if not more. Secondly, Johnny hadn't figured out the purpose of this person's arrival, whether friend or foe. If it were a misunderstanding, it would be embarrassing. Yet, based on his demand for Johnny to call him master, this middle-aged man definitely wasn't good news, a sly, malicious bird. "Little boy, you should know, foul-mouthed remarks come with a heavy price, a price you might not be able to bear." The middle-aged man finally showed a hint of anger towards being called a frog by Johnny. "Don't waste your breath, you smelly frog. What do you really want?" Johnny intentionally provoked him, hoping to make him relax enough to reveal his true strength. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensured victory. Johnny's first call of the middle-aged man as a frog slightly angered him, but surprisingly, Johnny's second call didn't infuriate him. Instead, Bonjadekto Mustalamu smiled and said, "I've already answered you. The purpose of my wait is for you to become my servant. If you submit yourself as my servant, today's matter can be erased. Otherwise what? You'll pay the appropriate price," Bonjadekto Mustalamu said calmly and continued. "I've given you 2 choices. The first leads to life, living freely with all you desire, be it status, power, gold, or women. The second leads to death, not only yours, but also of those closest to you." "Ha!" Johnny laughed aloud and then declared, "Humbert's the day I left my uncle's house. I swore never to bow under anyone's pressure again, not even for you, you smelly frog. Humbert's they disappeared. Death holds no fear over me anymore. Your threats are useless. I will not bow to you, the smelly frog." By they, Johnny naturally meant Odessa and Elena. Ever since their disappearance, Johnny felt heartbroken and indifferent about everything. Being together with them in death was a comforting thought. "Little boy, take a look at who's here." The middle-aged man unexpectedly spoke. Immediately, Elena and Odessa appeared before him. Before Johnny could shout, both ladies cried out simultaneously, "Husband, how much we miss you." Johnny hurriedly replied, "My loves, don't be afraid, I'll save you immediately." He swiftly turned and roared at Bonjadekto Mustalamu. "Frog, let them go now, or I'll tear you apart and ensure you're forgotten forever." Saying so, he posed an attacking stance, but Elena stepped between him and Bonjadekto Mustalamu, shouting at Johnny, "Husband, how can you speak to Master like that? Remember, Master is the omnipotent God." Then she apologized to Bonjadekto Mustalamu. "Master, I apologize for my husband's rudeness on behalf of him." "Elena, what's wrong with you? How can you call this smelly frog master?" Johnny exclaimed in shock. "Husband, please don't be rude to Master. Master truly is an omnipotent God who can give you anything you desire. Offend him, and he'll punish you," Odessa echoed, referring to Bonjadekto Mustalamu as Master. Both Elena and Odessa calling him master enraged Johnny to the point where he wanted to devour Boundless alive. His eyes blazed with unending fury, capable of burning away all darkness. Frog, what did you do to them? Boundless ignored Johnny's fury and directly instructed Elena. Elena, your husband is too agitated. Persuade him not to be obstinate. Yes, master. Elena obediently moved toward Johnny. Odessa, you also go and persuade him. Yes, master. Odessa agreed. Before the two women could speak, Johnny quickly pulled each of them behind him with a firm hand and immediately cast over a dozen protective spells around them to shield them from danger. He couldn't let them be harmed again. Then he roared at Boundless. I don't know what you did to them, but I once made a vow. Whoever harms them will pay with their life. Make your move, stinky frog. Today, either you die or I do. No one can hurt them, not even me. Husband, what are you doing? The two women said in unison. Boundless shook his head and said, what a pity. Chapter 150, a nightmare scene. Separated by the protective barrier, Elena shouted desperately to Denver. Master, please don't hurt my husband. I beg you, master. Denver raised his hand carelessly and said, rest assured, it's hard for me to find a servant with such strength as he. His contemptuous expression and arrogant yet confident tone clearly did not take Xavier seriously. Stinking toad, who will end up as whose slave is still uncertain. Xavier yelled loudly. Husband, can you stop being stubborn? Elena pleaded again. Yeah, husband, listen to Elena. Carrie echoed in agreement. Elena, Carrie, just watch from the side. After I defeat this stinking toad, I'll restore your sanity, Xavier said solicitously. Xavier was sure that the two women had been manipulated by the toad before him. Once playful and lively Elena, once energetic and composed Carrie, now groveled, which made Xavier deeply uncomfortable. The conditions of the two women reminded him somewhat of Giovanni's coma. Could Giovanni's coma be related to him? Xavier wondered silently. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally launched an attack on Denver. Only by defeating the enemy could he hope to restore the original personalities of the two women. However, with so many threats around, how could he afford to be distracted, especially when facing such a formidable opponent? Even though he trusted his own strength, Xavier did not dare to be careless. A single mistake would mean eternal regret. If he failed to restore the two women's sanity, death would seem better than life. To test his opponent's true power, he first conjured up a giant sword made of light elements. Just the glow emitted by the massive sword was intimidating enough. However, Denver remained indifferent, wearing a look of disdain. Under Xavier's mental command, the light sword soared skyward, its sharp edge emitting a whistling sound as it cut through the air and fiercely slashed down toward Denver. Unexpectedly, both women cried out together, Husband, stop! Don't disrespect the master. Their shouts did not slow the descent of the light sword. As the sword was about to touch Denver's scalp, it suddenly stopped and then vanished, everything returning to normal. Xavier and Denver stood facing each other. The two women breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves relaxing, torn between loyalty to their revered master and love for their husband. But things were not as simple as they appeared. It wasn't really because Xavier heard the women's shouts that he stopped his attack. Far from it. The light sword strike earlier, even at only half his strength, could only be intercepted by no more than 10 people across the entire continent, and Xavier was very confident about this. What he knew all too well was that when the sword was almost upon Denver, a tremendous force intruded into his mind, immediately disrupting and halting his mental commands. This force soon engaged in a struggle with Xavier's mental power. That force was clearly trying to break through Xavier's mental defenses, enter his mind, and seize control of his brain. Several times, Xavier nearly lost control of his brain to this force, but fortunately, his strong will did not allow the opponent to succeed, maintaining a firm hold on his mental fortress. But the force never ceased in its attempts to gain control over his brain. Due to the interference of this force, Xavier's light sword was paused mid-strike and ultimately transformed back into light elements and disappeared. The battle for control over Xavier's mind was far from over. Due to his lack of experience, after several exchanges, 2/10 of his thinking was already controlled by the opposing force. At this moment, Xavier and Denver stood like statues, motionless. Elena worried anxiously and couldn't help asking, Husband, Master, what's going on? How could Xavier have the time to answer Elena now? Not only did he have to maintain the operation of the more than 10 protective barriers, but more importantly, he had to counter that force. Any momentary neglect on his part would allow that force to exploit a weakness and enter his mind. Every second was extremely dangerous. The prolonged mental duel caused beads of sweat to roll down their foreheads. After all, Xavier was beyond the level of an archmage, and his skills were superior. Slowly, he managed to expel that force from his brain, regaining full control over his mental faculties. Looking at Denver, who was panting heavily, it was clear that the force that had invaded Xavier's mind came from him, and that he had been on the losing side of the mental confrontation. Unfortunately, Xavier did not realize this. If he had pressed his advantage just then, he could have taken control of Denver's mind, turning him into his servant. This indeed made Denver secretly thankful for his luck. If not, he would have been completely ruined, at the very least becoming a fool or a useless being. Seeing Denver look dispirited, Xavier mocked coldly. Stinky toad, have you nothing left to say? You brat, consider yourself lucky, but don't get too cocky yet. Denver replied with a gaze filled with disappointment, but no intention of giving up. Despite conceding the upper hand momentarily, he did not quit. His mind raced, preparing for his next move. Xavier closely watched Denver's every action, deeply fearing that he might do something desperate. Xavier declared, "Now it's time for me to demand repayment in full." With that, he roared toward the sky, spatial shattering. As soon as he spoke, within a radius of several hundred meters centered around Denver, an incomparably powerful force suddenly permeated the space, gradually contracting and shrinking. The air inside the spatial area seemed frozen, while the force continued to compress the space, making it smaller and creating intense pressure, causing severe discomfort to Denver. He finally realized Xavier was using his heaviest attack, the most potent forbidden spell of the spatial element, spatial shattering. In the midst of spatial shattering, any living being could not escape, but had to wait to be annihilated. Denver tried to use his mental power to fight back, hoping to disrupt the situation even if he couldn't win, which might relieve the current state. Any slip-up by Xavier would give him a chance to escape, allowing him another chance after getting out of spatial shattering. However, Xavier, well prepared, would not let his scheme succeed again, accelerating the compression and shattering of the space. Seeing Denver's expression change from despair and helplessness to confidence and relief, only for it to vanish quickly, Xavier felt a chill run down his spine. Just as Xavier was stunned, the two women, protected by more than 10 protective barriers, appeared within the spatial shattering, with their wrists firmly held by Denver. If he exerted just a little force, both women could lose their lives instantly. Xavier was terrified and immediately halted the further compression of the spatial shattering. Continuing the compression would mean the destruction of everything within the space, including the two women, even if Denver did not harm them directly. Xavier saw the faces of Elena and Carrie twisting in pain, groaning uncontrollably, clearly suffering greatly. Concerned, he asked, "Dear, what's wrong?" "Stop. I can't bear it anymore. My chest is so tight," Elena said with difficulty, forcefully pounding on her chest. "I can't take it anymore." Carrie's frail body collapsed onto the ground. "Ha ha ha." Denver laughed loudly and said, "Boy, continue compressing and crushing this space. With your two wives in my hands, I don't believe you dare to make a move." Accompanied by another round of manic laughter. Mitchell could not figure out why the two women appeared in his spatial shattering. However, he was also afraid that his spatial shattering would harm Elena and Carrie, so in his panic, he immediately terminated the spatial shattering. Without the pressure around them, Elena and Carrie finally regained their original expressions, though their faces were slightly pale. However, this gave Denver the chance to escape. In the very moment the spatial shattering disappeared, Denver vanished from in front of Mitchell, leaving behind a confusing sentence as he left. Because when Denver left, he shouted, "Boy, originally I could kill your two women right in front of you, but I want you to watch your women disappear before your eyes, ha." After Denver vanished, Mitchell carefully pondered over the words he left, but still could not understand. He had said that Elena and Carrie would disappear in front of him, so Mitchell stared closely at the two women, fearing any misfortune. Yet, the two women kept smiling at him without any incident. But the more Mitchell looked, the more tense his nerves became again because he noticed something changing slowly around Elena and Carrie, a situation that Mitchell could never have imagined, which could be described as a nightmare. Chapter 151 Mental Illusion. The nightmare began from the feet of the two women. Under Johnny's astonished gaze, their feet started to dissolve as if ice was melting into flowing water, which then trickled away. Could this be what Bangshi Dik Duomosi Raphael meant by making him witness the disappearance of the two women? Goosebumps erupted on Johnny's back, and he hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Elena, Raphael Vina, what's wrong with you?" However, the two women remained blank, their expressions dazed and soulless. No matter how much Johnny shouted or shook them, there was no response. Yet their bodies continued to dissolve, reaching their knees in the blink of an eye, and it seemed they would soon vanish completely. In his extreme worry and anxiety, Johnny cast all the healing spells he knew from various elemental systems onto the two women, such as light systems, sacred light, holy salvation, water systems, goddess of life, etc. He used all he could think of to stop and heal their dissolving feet and legs. Instantly, colorful lights enveloped the two women, making them appear like celestial maidens descending from the heavens atop a rainbow cloud, dignified and exquisitely beautiful. If it were any other time, Johnny might have teased them a bit, but now his mind was fully focused on saving the two women. Despite using hundreds of times more effort than usual, Johnny could not bring back the complete bodies of the two women. They vanished before his eyes one after another. First was the slightly weaker Raphael Vina, followed by Elena. Johnny cried. Johnny finally cried, sobbing uncontrollably while calling out their names in despair, but there was no response, only darkness returning where there had been light. The first time the two women disappeared, Johnny didn't cry. He vowed to save them, filled with determination. But this time, their disappearance caused genuine tears to flow from Johnny. He felt ashamed of his inadequacy and mourned his weakness. Tears quickly soaked his collar. Johnny had never felt so heartbroken. Even when suffering abuse at his aunt and uncle's home, he hadn't shed a single tear. Men do not weep easily unless their sorrow reaches its peak, and when that moment comes, their sorrow can surpass even that of women. Johnny was lost, uncertain of what lay ahead. Without the two women beside him, he felt like a lone wild goose, knowing only to fly without a destination. He felt his body drifting helplessly through vast space. And just as his spirit neared collapse, a wave of coolness came from the divine platform, immediately calming Johnny. Closing his eyes, he began recalling everything that had happened. Appearing in the Pingtian mansion, the first disappearance of the two women, the appearance of Bangshi Dik Duomosi Raphael, and then the second disappearance of the two women. He carefully reviewed these events over and over again. Indeed, he found a clue. All these incidents carried the same magical aura, especially the intense magical presence that accompanied the total dissolution of the two women, identical to Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael's aura. It was clear that Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael was the mastermind behind all this, the middle-aged man who matched Johnny's strength. As he pondered, a word formed in Johnny's mind: illusion. Everything he had witnessed was an illusion, created by Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael, who used his mental power to control everything around, including the two women. No wonder during their confrontation, Johnny always felt a sense of powerlessness. Johnny realized another point. All the illusory powers stemmed from Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael's mental force. Conversely, anyone with strong enough mental power could create illusions from thoughts, albeit non-existent and intangible. These illusions could deceive others but would vanish once the mental power maintaining them waned, revealing their true nature. Realizing this, Johnny understood why the opponent went to such lengths. It was to break his will by leveraging his concern for the two women, forcing him to submit or crumbling his spirit to achieve their goal. Unfortunately for them, Johnny's arduous childhood had forged in him an indomitable perseverance, far from being easily manipulated. His tears earlier were purely because he cared deeply for Elena and Raphaelvina. Johnny knew that his mental power was already strong enough, and he decided to try materializing the thoughts in his mind using his mental power. At this moment, all Johnny could think of were the sounds and smiles of the two women. Under his mental control, Elena and Raphaelvina's charming figures appeared before him instantly. However, it was disappointing that the two women had no expression on their faces, standing there lifelessly. Johnny slapped his head as he realized he had only created their bodies without giving them any thoughts. He then split part of his thoughts and infused them into their bodies. Indeed, the two women took a few graceful steps forward, bowed slightly in front of Johnny, and gently said together, "Master, how are you?" Just as Johnny was excited about his success, he scolded himself several times. How could he let the two women be his servants? So he immediately changed the thoughts controlling them, and they immediately giggled coquettishly, calling out, "Husband, husband." The sound of these two words made Johnny almost melt. So he quickly withdrew his control, and the two women returned to their Deity of Wielding. Having confirmed that everything just now was an illusion, Johnny stopped being sad, but secretly vowed to find Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael and tear him into pieces. After all, who dared to offend his two wives? Who in the continent didn't know that Elena and Raphaelvina were his weaknesses? Whoever touched them would end up dead, except that Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael managed to escape with his tricks just now. Humbrance, everything was an illusion. Johnny was perplexed again. How did he get into this illusion, and how could he return to reality from it? Johnny closed his eyes and tried hard to recall what happened before the illusion. Soon, scenes started to flood back into his mind. When he locked eyes with the mage named West, he felt extremely drowsy and tired, eventually falling asleep and leading to everything that followed. Johnny thought of a critical question. Could it be that this is just my mental space, and Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael used his mental power to invade my domain and fought with me? Humbrance, he can leave. I should be able to too. Just that I haven't found the way out yet. Just as Johnny was thinking, an irresistible suction force came over him. Mitch, along with this force, Johnny's body was completely sucked away and disappeared. When Johnny opened his eyes, he found that his spirit had returned to its source. However, he suddenly noticed Oscar holding a large, notched sword standing beside him, his wide-open eyes revealing his anxiety and confusion. Standing next to him were the old man West and several unnamed generals, but the cunning old fox Pulini and Banshee Dick Duomosi Raphael from his mental space were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Johnny wake up, everyone present was shocked. Even the powerful West subconsciously stepped back several steps, preparing to make a run for it at the right moment. Perhaps others didn't know, but the middle-aged man who appeared in Johnny's mental space was West's senior brother, a Saint Magus master of mental power. It was because he fell short in the confrontation with Johnny that he ordered West to destroy Johnny's body, first to avoid future retaliation. But when Oscar raised the big knife and chopped down forcefully, he knew the matter wasn't simple. Oscar's strenuous strike was deflected back, leaving the sharp edge of the blade intact. The unconscious Johnny was protected by several protective wards. They might not have known, and even Johnny didn't know, that having merged with nature, no force could harm him anymore. Defensive magic would automatically block any incoming danger. Johnny woke up entirely thanks to Oscar's chop. The interference from external force sent a danger signal to Johnny's spirit, which immediately returned to its original state. Thus, Johnny woke up unexpectedly, something West and the others hadn't anticipated. From their slight foot movements, Johnny naturally saw their intention to slip away and coldly snorted. "None of you are going anywhere." With that, he cast Spatial Annihilation again. This time, Johnny showed no restraint or mercy. The space enclosing West and the others was rapidly crushed. The crowd revealed uneasy and restless expressions, with only West remaining calm and composed. He knew he had lost any chance of turning things around. His senior brother was no match for Johnny, let alone himself, a mere mage who had just entered the ranks of Saint Magus Masters. How could he contend against a multi-elemental Saint Magus Master? When the compression reached its peak and Johnny teleported to a safe distance, a massive explosion thundered. Fortunately, Johnny kept the blast radius tightly controlled, limiting the damage. The explosion merely brought down the hall, which then sank deep into the ground, leaving behind an enormous crater that exposed its internal structure. Particularly noticeable was the corridor he had wandered through in circles without finding an exit. The stone statue at the corridor's entrance and the multi-elemental guardian magic instantly crumbled. Unfortunately, they still didn't find the entrance to the hall, leaving Johnny feeling somewhat regretful. Once the explosion subsided, Johnny summoned meteorites from the sky, filling the deep crater as if it were raining stones. Johnny smiled with satisfaction, then disappeared with a spatial teleport. He first used spatial movement to inspect Hans's palace thoroughly, but found no trace of any important figures. Even when he extended his mental power to probe, he detected no presence whatsoever. Disheartened, he returned to the Card family residence because he sensed something was wrong with Elena, and it wasn't just a minor issue. Upon learning that Johnny had returned, Caterman and the others hurried out. Hurry, hurry, save that girl Elena. This little girl is indeed in trouble. Johnny's premonition was finally confirmed. Without asking for details about Elena's injury, he followed Caterman inside urgently. Chapter 152, Awakening in Peace. Having not taken more than a few steps, an anxious Irvin performed a spatial shift directly into the room where Elena was staying. The persistent Baron and Xerxes summoned their demon-breaking divine weapons to act as free bodyguards outside the door. It was estimated that in the whole world, only Irvin could boast of having 2 sword saints as his guards. By the time Irvin entered the house, he had already set up a protective barrier around the room. With the 2 sword saints guarding as double insurance, it would be safe to say no one in the entire continent could breach both the guardianship of the 2 sword saints and Irvin's protective magic to intrude, except for the legendary creator god. Inside the room, beside the bed, Elena's calm and beautiful face, her steady and even breathing, and her long eyelashes over slightly closed eyelids, clearly portrayed a sleeping beauty deeply asleep, rather than someone unconscious. Irvin first carefully examined Elena's condition. He found several forces within Elena: Pre-Stonglong Aura, Water Johnny Mental Force, Earth Johnny Mental Force, and Fire Johnny Mental Force. Among them, only the Pre-Stonglong Aura and Water Johnny Mental Force formed an alliance, while the Fire Johnny Mental Force opposed them. The Earth Johnny Mental Force stayed neutral. On the surface, the Fire Johnny Mental Force seemed weaker, but due to the natural attribute conflict between water and fire, the significantly stronger Water Johnny Mental Force couldn't defeat or expel the Fire Johnny Mental Force. Additionally, Irvin noticed traces of Xerxes' Pre-Stonglong Aura, Baron's Fire Aura, and light healing magic within Elena. Irvin guessed that Xerxes and the others helped, which temporarily suppressed the powers inside Elena's body, yet didn't truly remove the root cause. Without their help, Elena might have perished. Understanding everything, Irvin immediately cast a series of healing spells on Elena, hoping to expel the Fire Johnny Mental Force from her body through these spells. But when Irvin finished casting the healing magic, Elena still showed no response, lying quietly on the bed with the Fire Johnny Mental Force remaining within her. Could my healing magic be inadequate? Irvin wondered. Suddenly, he recalled the energy sphere within him that vanished long ago, a pure energy sphere composed of various elemental forces. When he released magic, the sphere provided strong power for different attack magics. Humbrance, this worked for him. Why couldn't it work for Elena? Unable to eliminate the Fire Johnny Mental Force, why not compress her energies? Saying this led to action. Given Elena's aquatic attributes, to prevent the Fire Johnny Mental Force from harming her, Irvin started by compressing the Fire Johnny Mental Force into a fist-sized energy sphere. Soon after, the Earth Johnny Mental Force also transformed into a similarly sized sphere. After the Fire and Earth elemental forces were compressed, the Water Johnny Mental Force and Pre-Stonglong Aura became lively, seemingly celebrating victory. However, soon they too were compressed into fist-sized spheres. These compressed energy spheres no longer conflicted. Even those with inherent conflicts like water and fire coexisted harmoniously within Elena. Unbeknownst to Irvin, this action elevated Elena's power to a new level, making her join the ranks of Archmage. The legendary history of the continent would add another illustrious entry: the first female Archmage and the first Archmage couple. After a long while, Elena's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her bright eyes. In pleasant surprise, Irvin exclaimed, "Old." Initially intending to call Elena wife, he quickly changed his words to, "Elena, you're finally awake. What did you just call me, old what?" Elena seized on the slip in Irvin's words and sat up abruptly, staring straight into his eyes. "It's nothing, nothing." Irvin blushed, trying to change the subject. "Elena, are you still feeling unwell anywhere?" "I feel wonderful now, as if filled with endless strength. I've never felt so comfortable," Elena said with a smile, yet she didn't drop the pursuit. "You must have meant something, can you tell me?" "Really, there's nothing." Irvin insisted in denial. "Can you tell me, please?" Elena resumed her coquettish skill, determined to get an answer as she stared at Irvin intently. Seeing this, Irvin had no choice but to murmur softly, "I called you wife." His voice grew lighter with each word, almost inaudible like a mosquito. However, Elena still heard what Irvin said, excitedly hugging him and planting a passionate kiss on his lips, whispering gently in his ear, "Husband." Reacting to Elena's straightforwardness, Irvin paused for a moment before echoing loudly, "Wife." "Husband, I'm hungry, I want something to eat," Elena said. Mentioning hunger reminded Irvin that he hadn't eaten for 7 days, and indeed his stomach was growling. He then called out to Xerxes and Baron outside the door, "Uncle, Baron, brother." Upon hearing Irvin call them, Xerxes and Baron felt a wave of joy. They could guess from Irvin's voice that Elena must have woken up. They walked inside only to see Irvin tightly hugging Elena, who was gazing lovingly into Irvin's eyes, oblivious to their entrance. Just as they were about to turn around and leave to give them privacy, Irvin called out again, "Uncle, Baron, brother, please come in." Elena is hungry. Could you please get some food? Elena finally noticed someone else was present and blushed as she stepped away from Irvin's embrace. Before Xerxes could respond, Baron quickly offered, I'll go get it, and hurried out. Xerxes chuckled lightly. You sure are remarkable, waking this girl up so quickly. If you had come back earlier, we wouldn't have worried for 7 whole days. What? 7 days? Irvin exclaimed, almost jumping up in shock. He clearly remembered only spending 1 night away, yet Xerxes told him it had been 7 days. This revelation astounded him, but Xerxes wouldn't lie about such a thing. Strangely enough, during those 7 days, both he and Elena had fallen into a coma. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection even in unconsciousness. Before long, Baron returned carrying a large amount of delicious food. Without a second thought, Elena snatched the food and began eating ravenously, completely disregarding how she might look. She didn't forget to feed Irvin either, sharing the tasty bites with him. After they finished eating, Irvin gently said to Elena, Wife, you've just woken up and need more rest. Be a good girl and rest now while I discuss something with Uncle and Baron. So soon, and you're already calling her wife? Ha ha, Xerxes teased. Uncle, you're making fun of me. Elena quickly dove under the covers, hiding her blushing face. Laughter filled the room, dispelling days of worry. The 3 men moved aside, and Irvin asked, Baron brother, did you find Xiosong and the others during these days? With a hint of regret, Baron replied. Humbert and Selena fell into a coma. We focused all our efforts on guarding her, leaving no time to search for anyone. Thus, we haven't found Xiosong or Duke Galanon's family. Irvin's face immediately darkened upon hearing that they hadn't found Xiosong. Baron quickly added, Brother, I will definitely help you find them, don't worry. Irvin nodded and continued, If they are intentionally hiding, they won't let us find them easily. Baron brother, Uncle, I've made up my mind. Once Elena fully recovers, we will launch a large-scale retaliation against the Turin's empire. I want them to know that no one can bully my family. Are you sure about this? Baron's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a wolf ready to pounce on a flock of sheep. Irvin nodded firmly and said, I originally wanted to stay out of this, but Hans never stopped pursuing me. Now, I'll confront them head-on. He then recounted his experiences over the past 7 days to Xerxes and Baron. As they listened, Xerxes exclaimed in shock, What? Spirit magic has returned to the continent. Johnny said, I think that should be spirit magic. It's a kind of energy different from all the magical energies on the continent, and its power source entirely comes from the caster's mental strength. Irrecriover, this mental strength can intrude into others' mind space. Back then, Frank tried to enter my mind space with his mental power. Fortunately, I defeated him, so his scheme did not succeed. Based on these phenomena, I came to a conclusion. If the caster's mental strength is powerful enough, they can completely control or alter a person's thoughts. Not only that, but they can also create various illusions through mental strength. Illusions? Xerxes was greatly shocked again. Yes, illusions. Creating illusions within someone's mind is like having a dream. The illusions conjured by mental strength can actively guide you towards a pre-designed dream, eventually getting lost in it. However, I'm not sure if illusions can be created using mental strength in real life, Johnny explained. Just as Xerxes was listening intently, Baron suddenly interrupted. That Humbertraco is back. Chapter 153. A drop of water's kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Eugene muttered in frustration, this damn guy. He doesn't come earlier, but chooses this moment to show up, clearly disturbing my good time. He had been looking forward to more surprises from Johnny. After all, everything Johnny told him was something he had never seen or heard before. Now Aurelio's arrival ruined it all. Johnny said, Uncle, since you have a guest, why don't you go entertain him first? I want to stay with Elena. With that, he turned and left. Eugene and Edgar had no choice but to go out to greet Aurelio. Seeing Aurelio, Eugene said rather ungraciously, I wonder what Archmage Aurelio is visiting for. Aurelio replied, Sword Saint Priest Donglong. I heard that Miss Elena has woken up, so I came immediately to visit her. Is it convenient now? Indeed, your sources are well informed. She just woke up, and you're already here. But it's not a good time for visitors right now. If you really care, wait in the hall for a bit, Eugene hinted, and Aurelio naturally picked up on the innuendo. Yet he feigned nonchalance. Sword Saint Priest Donglong. As you say, Miss Elena must be blessed. I've been concerned about her all along. Humbert, it's inconvenient now. I'll wait in the hall. Humberton's Archmage Aurelio is so inclined. Perhaps we brothers can keep you company, Eugene added. Inside the room, Johnny's face was dark as he reprimanded Elena. Girl, why didn't you listen to me? I did. How could I not have listened? Elena said, twinkling eyes bright and laughing. You still say you did? Didn't I tell you not to practice fire magic without my permission? But you went behind my back. If you weren't already a grand mage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Johnny shuddered at the thought, as if Elena's experience had been his own. You know, nothing will happen as long as you're around, Elena said with an impish smile. Look, I even learned earth magic, Johnny said irritably. No matter what, you need to act within your limits from now on. I know you're eager to learn spatial transference, but you must proceed step by step and not seek quick success, or it may backfire. Remember this time. No wrenching and no nonsense from now on. By the way, husband, I found 3 elemental spheres inside me. What's going on? Elena asked. Johnny replied. Isn't it because you were reckless? If I hadn't compressed those forces into energy balls, you'd still be sleeping. Seeing Elena hanging her head, Johnny softened his tone. These 3 energy balls each have their own magical attribute. You've turned a misfortune into a blessing. In the future, you can use these 3 types of magic safely, but for now, You must use them one at a time. Never combine conflicting attributes until you fully master them, understand? Elena nodded vigorously. Johnny recalled the scene outside. The Card family residence was partially destroyed. Clearly, it was Elena's doing. Girl, you've made a mess of Uncle's house. How are you going to explain this to him? Johnny chided. Elena smiled cunningly. Husband, aren't you rich? Just compensate Uncle. Eyes wide, Johnny acted indifferently. I won't help. This trouble is yours to handle, and you should pay the compensation. Good husband, I already know I was wrong. Don't scold me anymore. Wah. Elena feigned being deeply aggrieved. Won't you be naughty anymore? Johnny seized the opportunity to educate her. I promise never to be naughty again. I swear, Elena vowed solemnly. Johnny hugged Elena tenderly. My dear, silly girl, how could I really ignore you? I only hope you understand that I can do without anything else, but not you. As long as you're safe, I'll willingly do anything. Husband, Elena snuggled into Johnny's embrace. Listening to his heartfelt words and feeling his warm body, she felt incredibly happy. She thought she was the happiest woman in the world, wishing time would freeze at that moment, allowing happiness to accompany her forever. Unconsciously, it grew dark. Johnny said to Elena in his arms, Wife, we should go out now. Uncle and others must be waiting for us in the hall. Elena nodded, and they got up to walk outside. Aurelio was pacing back and forth in the hall, occasionally glancing towards the inner room, looking a bit impatient. Seeing this, Edgar said bluntly, Aurelio, what are you pacing around for? We don't mind, but why do you? If you can't wait, just leave. Aurelio hurriedly replied, No. Then quiet down, Edgar said rudely. In the past, he wouldn't dare speak to Aurelio like this, but now with his enhanced strength came an elevated status. You're really awake, Miss Elena. That's great news, Aurelio exclaimed in surprise. He then turned to Johnny beside Elena. I assume this is the full Johnny Master. It's truly an honor to meet you. Johnny ignored Aurelio and walked to Eugene, taking out a crystal card. He said, Uncle, it's all because of Elena's mischief that your mansion has been ruined. Here are 500,000 gold coins. This isn't much, but I hope it will help repair the house. Eugene pushed the money away. Johnny, who do you think I am? Even if Elena had destroyed the entire mansion, I wouldn't be upset. Take your money back, or I'll get angry. Uncle, please accept it, otherwise, I'll feel guilty, Elena said. Eugene insisted. Johnny, to be honest, I feel guilty myself. Before you left, you repeatedly asked me to take good care of Elena. Now look what happened. If you give me more gold coins, I won't feel at ease either. Johnny said, Uncle, you have to accept this. But to be fair, you're not fully responsible. You know how naughty, playful, and capricious Elena can be. Ouch! Johnny cried out in pain. Elena had pinched him hard. She glared at him fiercely, clearly angry at Johnny for criticizing her in front of everyone. Everyone burst into laughter, and even Edgar couldn't help teasing Johnny. Brother, your days ahead will be tough. Both Johnny and Elena blushed. Eugene said, Fine, I'll hold on to these coins for you. When you need them, come and take them. At this point, Aurelio approached Elena. Miss Elena, when will you go to Fengxiang Academy to teach? Johnny turned to look at Aurelio with an odd expression, scaring Aurelio into stepping back several paces, pale-faced, thinking Johnny might hold a grudge against him for Elena's injury. You are a light element junior magician who once helped Elena, Johnny casually said. Realizing Johnny wasn't hostile, Aurelio relaxed and replied, Humbert, it's my pleasure. I only did what I could. You don't need to be so polite. Humberts, you've helped Elena. I won't let you down. If you need anything, just ask, Johnny said sincerely. He regarded Elena and Rosa as more important than himself. Anyone who helped them would receive tenfold repayment. Aurelio, however, saw this as fantastic news. With Johnny's promise, nothing seemed impossible. Aurelio responded immediately. Miss Elena promised to become a magic teacher at our school. I wonder when she can start. What's this about? Johnny looked at Elena questioningly. Elena whispered into Johnny's ear. This old man had something to ask me, and I found it amusing, so I agreed. You? Elena stuck out her tongue, showing no concern. Johnny turned to Aurelio. Elena cannot be your school's magic teacher. Aurelio's expression fell instantly, turning grim as if everything had gone wrong. Johnny continued. Mitchell, though Elena cannot be your school's magic teacher, I promise you that once I have finished all my matters, I will replace Elena as your school's magic teacher for a term of 3 months. This delighted the old man Aurelio immensely. A full-fledged archmage serving as the school's magic teacher would undoubtedly bring immense prestige to Fengxiang Academy. Even if it was only for 3 months, the value of this period could not be estimated. The old man was so elated that he started to speak incoherently. Thank you, Archmage. After saying this, he turned to Eugene and said, Green Dragon Sword Saint, I'll return now. Sorry for disturbing you all. Eugene did not insist on retaining Aurelio and let him leave. After Aurelio departed, Elena shook Johnny's arm coquettishly, saying, Husband, I want to take a walk on the street. Will you accompany me? But it's already dark. Johnny hesitated for a moment. Eugene smiled and said, Johnny, go with peace of mind. We'll handle things here. Your task today is to spend time well with this little girl. Mitchell right then. Upon hearing Johnny's agreement, Elena happily pulled his arm and walked out. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Her pent-up feelings were released instantly. Chapter 154, Narrow Encounters with Old Enemies. The night view of the imperial capital was as bustling and prosperous as usual. Amina darted through the crowds like a joyful sprite, causing Johnny to hurriedly follow, for fear that she might stir up trouble again. This attracted quite a few gazes from passers-by, and numerous comments made their way into both of their ears. Upon hearing this, Amina's delicate brows arched, and she quickly pulled Johnny into a nearby high-end clothing store. Entering the store, Amina scanned the garments hanging on the walls swiftly, then boldly shouted, "Boss, come out here." Johnny only then realized that Amina had brought him in to buy him clothes, probably feeling somewhat provoked by the earlier remarks from others. But upon reflection, Johnny thought Amina's intentions were not amiss. Everything was for his own good. Thus, he no longer objected but let her proceed. "This young lady, how may I assist you?" A man in his early 20s promptly approached. Amina asked, "Are you the boss here?" "I'm just an assistant here. What can I do for you?" The shop assistant said respectfully. "Do you have any noble garments?" "These ones on display are too low quality." Amina continued scanning the hall. "What? Too poor quality?" The shop assistant widened his eyes at Amina, yet still praised his merchandise. "Miss, each piece here is a rarity, worth over 50 gold coins. How about you take another look carefully? I say they're poor quality, and they are. Quickly fetch your boss. Why all this fuss?" Amina snapped impatiently. Yes, I'll fetch the boss right away." The shop assistant answered reluctantly and scurried off to the inner chamber. Minutes later, a middle-aged man hurried forward. "This young lady, I apologize for the delay. I'm the owner of this humble shop. My surname is Wu. May I know what you need?" "Stuart, is it? The outer garments are really subpar. Do you have anything better? If not, we'll go elsewhere," Amina replied. Yes, we do." Stuart immediately stopped Amina from leaving. "Well then, where are they? How come I didn't see them? If it's valuable, it naturally won't be placed in the hall. Please wait a moment while I fetch them for you." Stuart turned and entered the back. The shop assistant served fragrant tea and welcomed them to sit down. The moment Stuart disappeared, Amina leaned close to Johnny's ear and whispered, "Honey, I find this boss a bit odd. I clearly told him to get clothes from inside, but he sneaked out the back door. Isn't that strange? What if he's planning something?" Johnny said, "You noticed that too." "My clever Amina." Flattered by Johnny's compliment, Amina giggled. Johnny added, "Humberts were already here, let's stay calm. Perhaps the shop owner truly went somewhere else to fetch fine clothes for us. Don't worry so much." Though Johnny comforted Amina thus, he did not dare to let down his guard, for he had noticed several suspicious points in the hall. Humbert's Stuart left, the movement within the shop increased significantly, and many capable experts appeared. After waiting for a long time without seeing Stuart return, Amina grew impatient. Just as she was about to leave, dozens of people surged in from the entrance, blocking it tightly. It seemed these people had come for Johnny and Amina. Meanwhile, over 10 people came out from the inner chambers, the same individuals who had been frequently entering and exiting. They guarded the windows to prevent Johnny and Amina from escaping. "Hey, slowpoke boss, what's this? You're trying to rob us when we want to leave." Amina wasn't afraid of these people. Even 10 times as many wouldn't faze her. Instead, it would fuel her playful and combative nature. "You brat." When Stuart heard Amina call him a slowpoke, he showed extreme anger and said bluntly, "Brat, since you walked through that door, you shouldn't expect to leave." At that moment, a face emerged from the inner room that disgusted Amina. It was the guy named Ismail *pig shit, whom she had met on the street. He walked up to Stuart and slapped him hard twice, scolding, "Old fool, how dare you treat the young miss disrespectfully? Are you tired of living? Get lost." Yes, young master." Stuart covered his sore mouth and retreated to the side. From their words and actions, it was clear that this young man was the real power behind the clothing store, and Stuart was just a front. Earlier, Stuart had recognized Amina and lied about fetching clothes to inform his true master. Ismail turned around and said lecherously to Amina, "Miss, you see how many people we have? And you are just a servant. It's better for you to surrender peacefully and avoid unnecessary suffering." Amina swept her eyes around the crowd and replied with disdain, "Just the likes of you? Do you think you can stand against me? Haven't you forgotten what happened last time? Don't make me beat you down again." Hearing Amina bring up the previous incident, Ismail couldn't help but feel enraged. Not only had his reputation been damaged that day, but she had also blackmailed him for 3,000 gold coins. He had been looking for an opportunity to vent his anger ever since. Back then on the street, he was alone and vulnerable, but now he was on his own turf. With a sudden outburst of laughter, he declared arrogantly, "Haha, let me tell you the truth. This place has been set with wards that prohibit the use of magic by anyone. If you don't surrender quietly, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll settle both new and old accounts with you." Johnny was about to step forward when Amina stopped him with a glance. She said to Ismail, "I wonder what Mr. Pigshit is planning to do with me. With so many of you, I'm quite scared." Seeing Amina appear intimidated by their numbers, Ismail could not hide his smugness. "If you follow me quietly, I will forget what happened that day, and you can pick any clothes you like here." Amina replied, "Your offer sounds tempting. Let me consider it." As she spoke, she slowly moved closer to Ismail, her intentions unknown. Ismail, misunderstanding her approach as an attempt to win favor, reached out his hand with a lustful smile to pinch her face. But Amina swiftly dodged his grasp. Just as he tried to strike again, Amina delivered a swift slap on each cheek, followed by a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. This drew delighted laughter from Amina. Struggling back to his feet despite the pain, Ismail yelled at Amina, "You ungrateful brat. It's your privilege that I take notice of you. Come, seize this stinky girl. I'd love to see who dares to hurt Amina." Johnny could no longer hold back and stepped in front of Amina protectively. He told Amina, "My dear, just watch how I deal with these ruffians. Mitchellwright, husband, just don't kill him. Leave him for me to educate." Amina giggled, knowing that education from her meant something entirely different. She planned to blackmail Ismail for more money once Johnny subdued him, especially considering that as the son of Viscount Pig Shit, he surely had plenty of wealth. Ismail was startled when Johnny stepped forward because his imposing presence truly frightened him. However, seeing Johnny dressed like an ordinary servant, Ismail's arrogance returned. A servant has no right to speak to me. Drag him out and execute him. Immediately, two swordsmen stepped forward with drawn swords, lunging at Johnny. When they reached out to grab him, something unexpected happened. The two swordsmen stabbed each other, leaving this world without understanding what went wrong. The scene left everyone stunned, but Amina cheered excitedly from the side. Husband, you're amazing. It was Ismail who first recovered, staring thoughtfully at Johnny. That was your doing, wasn't it? Johnny sneered. What do you think? Despite his confusion over what just transpired, Ismail still found it hard to believe Johnny could have done it. A mere servant causing two men to kill each other without lifting a finger sounded like a fairy tale. Ismail said, maybe your magical power is strong, but here even an archmage would be powerless. Kid, do yourself a favor and cooperate before it's too late. Is that so? Can no one use magic here? Johnny asked. That's for sure. However, just as Ismail was about to speak again, he realized that Johnny was now standing right in front of him, with a long sword made entirely of pure magical energy pressed against his neck. The cold blade threatened his life. Even the slightest movement could cause his head to roll. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he saw his subordinates standing still like wooden chickens, completely frozen. Ismail was utterly baffled. He did not understand how Johnny managed to do this. He had clearly seen Johnny standing motionless before him just moments ago, yet now Johnny held a sword to his neck. Could Johnny's speed really be that fast? But even the fastest wind magic could not achieve such speed. Besides, there was a purely energy-generated sword on his neck. Could it be that the wards he set were no longer effective? At this moment, Johnny said coldly, "Do you believe I can use magic now?" "Who are you?" Ismail asked Johnny, staring at him in terror. "Listen carefully," Johnny said, enunciating each word clearly. Johnny. Chapter 155, Exorbitant Compensation Fee. The moment Johnny's name was uttered, Glenn's legs went weak. The name Johnny frightened him. Mitchell, though he had never seen Johnny's face, Johnny's reputation on the continent was virtually known by everyone. As the son of a viscount, how could Glenn be unaware? He just didn't expect such an outstanding holy magus to be dressed so plainly and shabbily, causing him to make this irrevocable mistake, proving that even what you see can sometimes be false. Looking at the henchmen around, each of them stared dumbfounded at Johnny, paralyzed with fear of being the first sacrifice. They all slightly shifted their feet, seeking the right moment to run for it. In life and death situations, who still cared about Glenn? How could Johnny not see through these people's thoughts? He shouted loudly, "Whoever moves a foot, I'll chop it off immediately." This silenced the henchmen as they obediently returned to their original positions, none daring to think of escape or even breathe heavily for fear of provoking Johnny. Looking at Glenn again, with Johnny's energy sword pressed against his neck, he hardly dared breathe, yet his legs were already trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he weakened and knelt down, nearly having his throat sliced open. After kneeling, he begged incessantly, "Grandpa Johnny, please let me go. I am blind and disrespectful, failing to recognize your greatness. It must have been grease blinding my heart." Saying this, he slapped himself furiously on both sides of his face, as though punishing his own subordinates, striking hard enough to leave red fingerprints across his cheeks in no time. Johnny coldly said, "Just now, weren't you quite arrogant? The so-called anti-magic barrier you boasted about means nothing to me. Yes. Where has your courage gone to bully Elena? There's no way I'll let you off. When you offended Elena, you should have known there would be such consequences. Humbertons, you know my name. You should also know my principles. Offend me, and you have a 99% chance of survival. Offend my wife, and not even the Creator God can save you. Blame yourself for overestimating your power." Just as Johnny was about to act, Elena gently pulled him aside and whispered softly, "Husband, don't kill this guy yet. Can I handle him?" Confused, Johnny replied, "This scum isn't worth talking to. Let me just kill him. Good husband, let me deal with him. I won't cause trouble, and will give you a surprise," Elena said mysteriously. Seeing her serious expression, Johnny let her proceed despite not knowing her intentions, curious about the surprise she might bring. Elena walked up to Glenn, saying, "Pig manure lord, are you scared?" Aye. Faced with Elena's unsettling smile, Glenn was breaking out in cold sweat, unsure how to respond. Elena asked again, "Are you the second son of Viscount Pig Manure from somewhere?" Yes. I am the second son of Viscount Biff from the Turance Empire. Just let me go, and I promise to repay you well." Glenn revealed a hint of hope, thinking they might spare him for his father's sake, adding, "If Miss lets me off, my father will certainly reward you well." "If you're the son of a Viscount, then you must have a lot of money," Elena remarked almost to herself. Yet Glenn clearly understood her implied demand for compensation, nicely put as emotional damages, but really more like extortion. Emotional damages, or extortion, compared to his life, everything else was secondary. Coins could be earned back, but losing one's life was final. Glenn quickly replied, "Miss, whatever amount you ask for, I will honestly pay if you let me go." Elena stretched out her fair, delicate hand before Glenn. Seeming to catch on, Glenn hastened to say, 5,000 gold coins, not much at all, I can give you right now." Without waiting for any response, he yelled at Alfred, who was already half dead with fear, "Quick, bring 6,000 gold coins to this lady." To ingratiate himself with Elena, Glenn offered an additional 1,000 coins himself. But seeing Elena's glaring eyes before Alfred brought the gold, Glenn quickly corrected, 7,000. Elena smacked Glenn's head fiercely, yelling, "Do you think we're beggars?" 50,000. Katranin gritted his teeth, but seeing Elena still looking unsatisfied, he said in fear, "You're not asking for 500,000, are you?" After all, 50,000 gold coins were already his bottom line. Beyond this range, it wasn't something he could afford. 500,000 gold coins were far more than what he was worth. But Elena's smile indicated that she indeed wanted 500,000 gold coins. Katranin instantly slumped like a deflated balloon, helplessly staring at Elena and pleading, "Miss, I really can't come up with so many gold coins. Please show mercy and let me go." Humbert's 100,000. "Miss, you can't be unreasonable." 700,000. Katranin's 2 attempts to plead only caused the compensation fee to be raised by Elena to 700,000 gold coins. Terrified, Katranin closed his mouth and dared not say another word, afraid that his pleading would cause the price to rise even higher. Elena said, "Pig manure lord, don't you find paying 700,000 gold coins painful?" Though Elena spoke lightly, Katranin wanted nothing more than to devour Elena alive. His hatred for her had penetrated deep into his bones. Not only did she make him lose face, but also mercilessly demanded 700,000 gold coins from him. These coins pained him more than cutting off his flesh. Despite his pain, he dared not voice it, fearing how this little demoness might torment him if he did. Just as Katranin felt utterly dejected and discouraged, Elena suddenly said, "Making you pay 700,000 gold coins all at once is indeed difficult for you. I have a way for you to offset these 700,000 gold coins." "What way?" Katranin said in delight, knowing that these 700,000 gold coins were like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Hearing that Elena had a way to offset them couldn't help but excite this young noble. Elena snatched a large knife from one of the henchmen and threw it in front of Katranin. Katranin asked confused, "Miss, what are you going to do?" Elena said, "Didn't you understand? Solve your own problem with this knife, and you'll pay off the 700,000 gold coins. As the saying goes, when a man dies, debts are cleared. Don't tell me you don't get such a simple concept. Are you really Pig Manure's son?" Elena doubted whether Katranin could come up with that much money. Her reason for extorting a huge sum from Katranin was to recoup her losses. Knowing that Zhenge had given 50,000 gold coins to the Azure Dragon Sword Saint made the little girl quite upset. Now with such an easy target, why not take advantage of him? Even if Katranin knew it was extortion, he wouldn't dare to refuse. "Raphael, little brat, daring to play tricks on me." Katranin roared angrily. He had thought Elena would let him go, but he was being toyed with instead, which infuriated him. Elena giggled first, then stepped forward and stomped fiercely on Katranin's chest twice, spat several times on his face, and scolded, "How dare you resist? Playing with you is what I enjoy. Want to fight back? Go ahead." Katranin almost fainted from Elena's stomps. Mitchell, though enraged, he lacked the courage to be arrogant before Elena, forcing a grin, and replied, No. If you don't dare, hurry up and bring out the gold coins. If I change my mind, I'll take your life instead of your gold." Elena half smiled. Katranin barely propped himself up and said, "But I really can't come up with that much gold right now." "You can't, but that Viscount Pig Manure has plenty." Zhenge stood up and said. He finally understood Elena's intentions. He then told Alfred, "You, quickly notify Viscount Pig Manure to send the gold coins over. I give you 1 hour. If it exceeds 1 hour, you can prepare to collect this guy's body. You know my identity and skills. Think twice before attempting any trickery." Alfred didn't dare linger and fled out like a streak of smoke. After Alfred left, Zhenge scanned everyone present. "Listen up, if you want to live, sit still without moving. I've set up a protective barrier around this hall. If anyone tries to force their way in or out, they'll suffer the backlash of magic energy, and don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." Elena then snapped at Katranin. "You, quickly fetch us the most exquisite clothes you have here." How could Katranin dare to disobey? He hurriedly brought out a large pile of incredibly luxurious clothes with a few of his thugs. Elena dragged Zhenge and started picking through the pile for suitable clothes. Any unsuitable ones were casually tossed to the ground. In no time, numerous clothes were scattered on the floor. Katranin's eyes didn't blink as he stared at the clothes in Zhenge's hands, his heart pounding violently with their every move. After all, these clothes were all top-quality pieces, each worth at least 500 gold coins. Seeing them thrown around by the two, the pain in his heart was indescribable. Chapter 156, Boomerang Effect. Waiting was a torment, and it could be the most nerve-wracking experience. Indeed, Ismail kept glancing at the door from time to time, hoping his father would arrive sooner with the ransom to free him. Meanwhile, Johnny and the others were busy selecting clothes for themselves, putting the ones they liked into their storage rings on the spot, while tossing aside those they didn't fancy. After all, these items weren't theirs, so discarding them caused no pang of regret. Amina even urged Johnny to change out of his old clothes. Eventually, Johnny couldn't find an excuse not to, so he picked up a set of clothes he found satisfactory and cast a sandy yellow barrier around himself before reappearing in front of everyone shortly after. Dressed in new attire, Johnny looked much more dashing, shedding his former shabby appearance for a look that exuded nobility. Amina couldn't help but praise him. "Husband, you look so handsome. This is how you should look given your status." Johnny chuckled bitterly and replied, "I still look the same, and this outfit makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Just as he thought about taking it off, Amina put on a serious face and said, "Don't you dare." Seeing Amina upset, Johnny stopped immediately. She then giggled and said, "Now you're my good husband again." Then she coyly added, "Husband, can you pick some clothes for me too? How about this one?" She held up a dark green dress and asked for Johnny's opinion. Johnny smiled softly and said, "Foolish wife, you're the most beautiful in any dress you wear." Hearing such praises, Amina felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Just as the two were lost in their sweet moments, Ismail excitedly shouted towards Amina, "Miss, they're here, my father is here." Amina and Johnny turned around to see a well-dressed middle-aged man being escorted by a crowd of people moving towards them. At the end of the procession were 14 men carrying large wooden chests. Johnny paid no heed to them and did not regard them seriously at all. Before Ethan entered the room, Ismail shouted, "Father, you've finally arrived." Ethan gave Ismail a stern look before walking straight to Johnny. Having met Johnny before, he dared not show any disrespect. He immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, great demon master. Ethan the Pig T. Earl has come quickly enough, showing just how much you care for your son," Johnny said with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing himself called Pig T. Earl by Johnny, Ethan was slightly displeased, but his displeasure only stayed on his face for a moment. Ethan forced a bitter smile and said, "Great demon master, I have failed to discipline my son properly, thus offending you. I hope you will be magnanimous and let this beast go this time." "You old man, we asked for gold coins. Why did you bring so many boxes?" Amina jumped out and shouted. Earl Ethan pointed to the 14 large wooden chests beside him and explained, "Great demon master, Princess Amina, each chest contains 50,000 gold coins, and there are 70,000 gold coins in total across the 14 chests. Please accept them graciously." With that, he ordered his subordinates to open the chests. Instantly, the golden shine of the coins was blinding, dazzling even Ethan's own men who had never seen so many coins in their lives and wished they could touch them. Even Amina couldn't resist, rushing forward to play with handfuls of coins. Seeing Amina's exhilaration, Ethan managed a rare smile. However, he noticed Johnny looking grim and dissatisfied. Johnny scoffed, "Ethan the Pig T. Earl, are you trying to make things difficult for me? One chest of gold coins is heavy enough, and now you've brought 14 big wooden chests. What do you intend? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" I wouldn't dare. Earl Ethan hurried to explain. "You misunderstood. I absolutely did not mean it that way. I carried so many chests purely out of sincerity. Gold coins are the most real form of wealth." Upon hearing this, Johnny acknowledged that it made sense, and, seeing Amina engrossed in playing with the coins, decided not to disturb her enjoyment. He remarked, "Ethan the Pig T. Earl, what you say does make sense, but it's quite challenging for me to handle so many chests." Ethan responded, "As a great demon master, is there anything you cannot manage?" Johnny retorted, "Listen, Ethan the Pig T. Earl, don't joke around with me. Come up with a solution before I lose my temper, or I won't hesitate to kill everyone here, turning these 14 large wooden chests into coffins for all of you." This. Ethan's cold sweat poured out. He was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself a few times. His original plan was to make things difficult for Johnny, the all-elemental archmage, but he never expected to end up shooting himself in the foot. Who was Johnny? How could he be so easily fooled? Not to mention that even if there were 140 chests of gold coins, they would still fit into Johnny's storage ring. He was merely giving Ethan a challenge to see his reaction. Ethan felt as if his head had grown twice as big. He said to Johnny, "Archmage, please wait a moment. I will deal with it immediately." Then he ordered the men carrying the chests, "You, carry the chests and follow me." Hearing that Ethan was going to take away so many gold coins, Amina stopped him immediately, not wanting to let the coins go. She shouted, "No one is allowed to move. Whoever moves, I'll beat them." The men carrying the chests dared not make a move. Ethan helplessly looked at Johnny, hoping he could persuade Amina to let them take the chests away. Johnny replied, "It's not that I won't let you take them away, it's my wife who won't let you. There's nothing I can do about it. So, Earl, please find another solution. Let me tell you this, my patience has its limits." Ethan gritted his teeth and walked out of the clothing shop without knowing what he was going to do. But Johnny knew Ethan would come back, because his son was still in his hands. After a while, Ethan returned, holding a purple crystal card in his hand, and respectfully handed it to Johnny, saying, "Archmage, please accept these 70,000 gold coins." Johnny took the card without hesitation, checked it, and indeed found 70,000 gold coins on the card. He said, "Earl, you are quite reasonable." He then threw the card to Amina, making her immensely happy. Ethan looked at the boxes pitifully, his eyes pleading with Johnny to let him take the gold coins back. Others might not know, but Ethan was well aware that his entire family's fortune was only around 1,000,000 gold coins. The 70,000 gold coins on the crystal card and the 70,000 gold coins in cash added up to more than his family's wealth. He had to borrow money from others to gather the amount on the card. If he couldn't bring the 14 chests back, the Ethan family would go bankrupt. However, Johnny's action made his hope vanish like a bubble. The 14 chests disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Panicked, Ethan searched everywhere, but to no avail. Johnny said, "Pig T. Earl, don't look for them anymore. I have already taken those 14 chests. Thank you for your 140,000 gold coins." It turned out that Johnny had quietly put the 14 chests into his storage ring. Ethan fell powerless to the ground, endlessly regretting. "It's over. Everything is over." Johnny asked, "As an Earl of Turin's Empire, do you know where Marla and Duke Galen are? If you tell me and help me find them, today's incident will be considered null and void, and you can take back the 140,000 gold coins. But if you hide anything from me, I won't forgive you. Don't think I can't do anything just because you're an Earl. If you provoke me, your entire Pig T family will be wiped out." I wouldn't dare, Ethan replied, knowing that Johnny spoke the truth. Even the Turin's empire wasn't something Johnny would worry about. According to reliable sources, even the empire's strongest forces couldn't defeat Johnny. How could Ethan compare to that? So, he dared not conceal any information. Archmage, it's not that I refuse to tell you, but I really don't know where Princess Marla is. Only Chancellor Pryne knows their whereabouts. That old thing again. Johnny cursed silently. Mitchell, though he didn't get direct information from Ethan, this clue gave him some hope. As long as he followed the trail of Chancellor Pryne, he believed he could find Marla and the others. Mitchell, right, now you can take your son and leave. Make sure you know how to handle what happened today. Today's incident will not be mentioned to anyone, Ethan said fearfully. He then shouted at his incompetent son. Beast, quickly thank the Archmage for sparing your life. Ismail did not dare to disobey. He crawled to Johnny and kowtowed. Thank you, Archmage, for sparing my life. Mitchell, right, no more nonsense. Johnny disappeared from their sight with Amina via a spatial movement, taking away a large number of clothes from the store as per Amina's request. Despite some unpleasant incidents during their outing, Amina found it highly rewarding. Not only did she acquire numerous elegant dresses, but she also ended up with 140,000 gold coins, which was truly satisfying. When they returned to the Ka family residence, a familiar face greeted them. He had a wind-battered look and appeared exhausted, yet his eyes shone brightly. This person was none other than Janice, whom Johnny had helped elevate to Sword Saint. Chapter 157. Reorganization of the Revival Damming-up. Johnny hurriedly invited the weary Bradford into the house and instructed him to rest well to make up for his journey's fatigue. Unexpectedly, Bradford took off his shirt, revealing a body covered in wounds, cuts, sword slashes, and even injuries from magic attacks, all laid bare before everyone. Mitchell was greatly alarmed. Brother Bradford, what happened to you? Why are you? Before Johnny could finish, Bradford shouted with all his strength. Johnny, it's bad. Something big has happened. His eyes then darkened as he collapsed to the ground. Johnny cast advanced healing spells on Bradford, and soon Bradford regained consciousness. Johnny also applied several buffs to speed up his physical recovery. Under the effects of Johnny's buffs, Bradford rose again at an unbelievable speed. He first thanked Johnny, then showed signs of anxiety and restlessness. Johnny said, Brother Bradford, don't worry, take your time. The principality is in trouble. Prince Iolo rebelled against the throne, seizing control of the government. Bradford finally revealed. What about my father? Elena asked anxiously. The royal guard of the principality was completely wiped out. 2 sword saints died bravely, and His Majesty and Magister Juliana were captured. Their fates remain unknown. Father, unable to bear the blow, Elena fainted. Johnny intended to revive her with a healing spell, but was stopped by Xerxes. Johnny, let the girl sleep. Then he ordered a maid to escort Elena to rest in her room. He continued. Bradford, what exactly happened? Bradford took a deep breath and continued. It all started without warning. 10 days ago, with the help of over 10 mysterious experts, Iolo suddenly attacked Neutral City, catching it off guard. The Emperor wasn't afraid of Iolo's Western army, but internal unrest coupled with external threats led to the fall of the principality under Iolo's control. Internal unrest, the others asked in confusion. Yes, the internal unrest refers to the Great Earth mercenary Damming-up. Initially, all members rejoiced when Captain Giovanni woke up after being in a coma. However, unexpectedly, Captain Giovanni allied with Prince Iolo to disrupt the principality. Many who refused to join were killed, including Vice Captain Quinton, 3 of the 10 chief mages, and 8 of the 10 martial art masters. That's why the principality fell so quickly into Iolo's hands, explained Bradford. Giovanni, Quinton. Johnny couldn't help but exclaim. He was heartbroken by Giovanni's actions and grieved for the fallen members. But he quickly thought of a crucial point. Brother Bradford, did you see Giovanni? Was he unresponsive, like a lifeless puppet? How do you know? Bradford replied. When I first saw Captain Giovanni, he frightened me. His appearance matched what Johnny described, lifeless eyes, devoid of any spirit. Giovanni must have been controlled by mind control magic, Johnny speculated. After hearing this, Xerxes and Edgarchon understood. Seeing Bradford's puzzled look, Edgarchon briefly explained it to him. Bradford looked stunned. Could those mysterious experts be mind magic users? When I encountered them, I felt as if someone was intruding into my mind. Fortunately, I held my ground. In the end, with the help of 2 sword saints and Grand Magister Juliana, I managed to escape from Neutral City. But both Iolo and Giovanni sent many assassins after me. If not for my luck, I wouldn't have made it here. Now Johnny fully understood the sequence of events. No wonder Bradford had so many injuries. He had to fend off pursuers while rushing non-stop. Bradford added, not only did the principality suffer this disaster, but there was a rebellion in the Raphaelshire Empire as well. Magic Guild President Paul and his 3 magisters fought fiercely but disappeared afterward, leaving the Raphaelshire Empire in chaos. Humbert Meilerly, Jingfeng Empire, the East-West Military Mitch Alliance, and some small tribes were also affected. With the help of these mysterious people, local rebellions easily seized power, and their targets now point directly at the Tollens Empire. How did things turn out this way? It seems Hans has finally launched his war for the continent, Johnny murmured. Johnny, now that things have come to this point, you can't just stand by. You're the only one in the Aoyuan continent capable of preventing Tollens Empire from unifying the continent and saving His Majesty and others. Brother Bradford, you're flattering me. I'm not as great as you say. I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone handle military and state matters. Johnny, I know you don't want to get involved in the war, but you can't ignore the safety of the Johnny Adina Principality. Elena is the princess of the principality and has sworn to protect it. You can't just turn a blind eye to this, Bradford said in alarm, fearing that Johnny would choose not to act. If that happened, all hope would be lost. Brother Bradford, it's not that I don't care, but... Faced with the current situation, Johnny found himself in a dilemma, torn between different responsibilities. He came to Toland's empire to rescue his beloved Raphaelvina, his sister Alexandria, and his family. Yet, up until now, he had only discovered faint clues. Meanwhile, the Johnnyadina Principality faced rebellion under Iolo. With both concerns needing attention, Johnny was at a loss on how to prioritize. Bradford, give Johnny some time to think. Bradford was about to speak again, but was stopped by Xerxes. Knowing how complex Johnny's thoughts were, he believed that only by letting Johnny calm down could he make the right decision. Everyone fell silent, aware that only Johnny could decide what to do next. Husband, please, go back and save my father. Elena cried out from behind them, her eyes red from tears. Johnny embraced her gently, wiping away her tears, and said softly, Dear, don't worry, I will save your father and Aunt Juliana. Then he turned to everyone and announced, I've made up my mind. I'll go back to Johnnyadina Principality, first to save the king and Aunt Juliana. Thank you, husband. Xerxes hesitated for a moment and asked, What about the situation here? We can't leave things unfinished. Johnny responded, Mitchell, though things here are urgent, I believe Raphaelvina, being Hans's daughter, won't be in immediate danger. The Galanonic family also holds significant influence in Toland's empire, so they're safe for now. We should resolve the situation in the principality as quickly as possible, then return here to save Raphaelvina. Besides, we still don't know their whereabouts, so let's wait and see. Suddenly, Edgarchon interjected, Something's not right. What's not right? Everyone asked in surprise. If the whole Aoyuan continent is in chaos, why is everything quiet here? Hans knows our background. Why hasn't he attacked us? Instead, he's causing turmoil elsewhere. Doesn't he know that external enemies are easier to deal with after internal stability? What if he's trying to lure us into a trap or prevent us from causing trouble internally? This castle is most vulnerable from within. He wouldn't ignore such common sense. There must be a hidden conspiracy. Despite Edgarcan's logical analysis, Johnny remained firm. Regardless of any plot, I must go back to the Johnnyadina Principality and save the king. Whatever comes will come. There's no point in avoiding it. We'll accompany you to the end. Bradford and Edgarchon vowed together. Now that we've decided to return, we shouldn't act blindly or rush around aimlessly. Why don't we form a group similar to a military alliance? Suggested Edgarchon. That's a good idea. As they say, a snake without a head can't move. We must unite closely and combine our strength to defeat unknown enemies. I suggest calling our group the Revival Damonup, aimed at stopping Toland's empire's ambitions and reviving the entire Aoyuan continent. Xerxes agreed. The Revival Damonup, what a great name. Janus couldn't help but praise. Revival, to revive everything lost through their joint efforts. Xerxes continued. Humberts, we've decided on the group's name. We need to choose a leader. Humberts Johnny is the only one in the continent capable of turning the tide. He is the best candidate for the leader. No, Johnny hurriedly declined. Uncle, I can't take such an important position. In terms of experience and seniority, you are the most suitable person. So, please be our leader. Xerxes pretended to be upset and said, Johnny, stop declining or you'll hurt everyone's feelings. Yes. Janus and Edgarchon chimed in unison. Husband, be our leader. Elena also urged Johnny to accept the position of the Revival Damonup's leader. Finally, unable to resist their insistence, Johnny said, Humberts, everyone thinks so highly of me. Then I will be the leader. Xerxes added, I volunteer as your deputy to give you advice. We can decide other positions later. At this moment, none of them cared about the titles. They only wanted effective management. One reason Johnny agreed to take on the leadership was that after rescuing the necessary people, he planned to reorganize the Earth Mercenary Damonup, excluding those involved in officialdom and the military. Chapter 158, A Hero's Tragic Downfall Before Victory. At this moment, the residents of the Azure Dragon Sword Saint had turned into the temporary command center for the Revival Damonup. After a moment of contemplation, Quartz said, Johnny, although an incident occurred at the headquarters of the Earth Guild, branches of the guild spread all over the continent. They won't all follow Giovanni in his chaos, will they? Irikriover, with the current situation on the continent, we alone are far from enough. In terms of individual strength, everyone here is formidable, especially you, Johnny, who possess world-defying power. But what we need to accomplish this time is much more complicated than what we imagined. It can't be resolved by relying on brute personal strength. We must unite all forces that can be united to have any chance of success. Therefore, our primary task now is to gather those still loyal to the guild and those who oppose Hans's expansion, reorganizing into a force to resist them. Brother Goe, I find you've become a lot smarter all of a sudden, Johnny said with a smile. Praised like this by Johnny, Quartz's expression instead became melancholic. Finally, he sighed and said, Fate is unpredictable. If I were still a killer, I would have died many times over. Having gone through so much, I understand a truth. No matter how strong one's personal strength is, it cannot always go smoothly. It is the collective strength that is endless. Eugene remarked, the second brother's plan is excellent. The Revival Damonup wants to restore the entire continent. Relying only on us few isn't enough. Just a few experts from the other side could hinder all our actions. So we also need sufficient forces to confront them. Johnny turned to Court and said, Brother Goe, we're not clear about the status of people in other places. Let's do what's right in front of us first. Can Brother Guay help me bring Albin here? I have important matters to discuss with him. Mitchell right. Soon, Albin arrived before Johnny under Eugene's guidance. Seeing everyone looking solemn and stern, Albin knelt down instantly, saying, "This subordinate has failed to handle affairs well. Let the vice leader dispose of me, as you see fit." "Stand up. Haven't I declared that none of my members should kneel?" Johnny rebuked loudly. "Vice leader, this subordinate dares not rise until you forgive me," Albin insisted. "Why am I blaming you out of nowhere?" Johnny was almost confused by Albin's actions. Looking at his uneasy appearance, Johnny suddenly thought of something and asked, "Could it be because you didn't find Jason's family that you feel guilty?" Seeing Albin nod, Johnny laughed loudly. "Albin, you shouldn't blame yourself for this anymore. Does that mean you won't hold it against me, sir?" Albin asked timidly. "When have I ever blamed you? I called you today because I have some questions. Stand up and answer me." Upon realizing Johnny did not call him for this reason, Albin felt relieved and stood up immediately. He then asked, "What would you like to know, Vice Leader?" Johnny spoke gravely. "As the branch president of the Earth Guild stationed in the Tollens Empire, you should be aware of the incidents that happened at the headquarters." "Incidents? What incidents?" Albin froze, unsure of how to reply. After a long while, he said, "Humbert's receiving your order last time. This subordinate has been investigating Jason's family. Mitchell internal matters of the guild were handed over to the vice president for management. Thus, I'm unaware of what happened at the headquarters." Albin looked remorseful, ashamed that as a branch president, he did not know what happened at headquarters. Now facing Johnny's questions, feeling utterly helpless, he wished there were a crack in the ground to disappear into. "Let me explain." Janice stepped forward and told Albin everything that happened. Hearing this, Albin's face changed. He couldn't believe what Janice said, that their leader Giovanni actually conspired with Iolo to create turmoil in the Iva Duchy. Johnny said seriously, "Branch president, everything Brother Janice said is true. The guild is no longer what it used to be. So we have formed a new group called the Revival Damonup, and I serve as the leader. Our mission is to revive the whole Oun continent and our Earth Guild. As for the 300 members you selected previously, they will form the backbone of the Revival Damonup." No matter how foolish Albin might be, he understood Johnny's meaning clearly. He immediately knelt and thanked Johnny, saying, "We swear to follow the leader until death." Mitchell right, all right. Johnny raised his hand to signal Albin to rise, and said, "The search for Jason's whereabouts ends here. Immediately gather those 300 members and secretly dispatch them to the city of Huazhong in the Aratina Duchy. Remember, such a large number must be split into smaller groups. Otherwise, too much movement will surely attract the enemy's attention. I give you 10 days. In 10 days, I want to see these 300 people in Huazhong City." "I swear not to disgrace the vice leader's mission," Albin said firmly. "Oh, by the way, have there been any messages from headquarters during this time?" Johnny asked. Mitchell, he was the deputy leader of the Earth Guild. Johnny did not participate in communications with local branches, finding himself somewhat unsuited for the role. Albin thought for a moment and replied, "No, headquarters hasn't sent any messages over these days. Humbertons, there haven't been any. Hurry back and make your arrangements. Remember, everything must be done secretly," Johnny instructed. "I take my leave now." After Albin left, Johnny said dejectedly, "Think of the thousands of members of our Earth Guild here, yet there are so few I can trust. How tragic. Honey, don't be sad. Everything will get better." Elena comforted him affectionately. "Yes, brother, don't be upset. This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself." Janice also came over to comfort Johnny. "It's late. Everyone should go back and rest. We still have a long journey ahead tomorrow morning," Eugene reminded everyone. Johnny added, "Uncle, Brother Janice, Brother Guay, you all go rest now. I'll keep watch tonight." "I want to stay with you, honey," Elena said. Seeing that Johnny wanted to be alone with Elena, the others didn't say anything more and went back to their rooms. Johnny and Elena embraced on the soft grass, gazing up at the sky. The stars seemed brighter than ever, and this night felt longer to Johnny than any other in his memory. He thought about everything he had gone through since escaping his uncle's home, the many hardships despite possessing formidable skills, and he wondered about the future, whether it would be smooth or filled with obstacles. Sometimes, he even thought that if he could live peacefully, he'd rather not have these abilities. Truly, holding great power brings great suffering. Before they knew it, dawn broke. The fresh air and warm sunlight energized everyone. Suddenly, there was commotion outside the Ka family compound, the neighing of horses and shouts of people. Johnny and the others rushed out to see the compound surrounded by a crowd stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them was a magic corps of over 200 members, each having the strength equivalent to an archmage, indicating their formidable overall strength. Leading the corps was none other than Johnny's former Holy Light magic teacher, the Grand Light Mage Blake Fenton. Next to him were two elderly men in purple robes, undoubtedly also Grand Mages, one of whom was even a Rafolk mage. Leading the entire force was Duke Gabriel Wesley of the Tollens Empire, a thunder mage with the power of a high mage and one of the most obstinate warmongers. Standing beside him was his grandson, Hatch Wesley, a young thunder high mage. At this sight, Edgar Chan and the others instinctively summoned their weapons. "Eugene, I've been watching you for a while. What made you decide to leave?" Gabriel sneered. Eugene didn't even look up, coldly replying, "Duke, we don't need to report to you what we're doing. You're overstepping your bounds." "Audacious Eugene, listen carefully. We have 20,000 men surrounding you. None of you will leave here alive today, including you, the so-called Mitchell Johnny Mental Holy Archmage," Gabriel declared. Johnny stepped forward, his eyes coldly fixed on Gabriel as he said, "I'd like to see if you really have the capability. Who can't leave this place alive?" Johnny had only intended to intimidate him, but it caused a change in the other party's expression, with Blake and the two other Grand Mages quickly stepping in front of Gabriel. Johnny couldn't help but shout angrily at Blake, "You old fool." But Blake acted as if he hadn't heard him, remaining on full alert as he watched Johnny closely. Instead, it was the Rafork mage who spoke. "Brat, don't be too arrogant. This will be your burial ground." Gabriel stopped him and said, "Take a look at what this is first." With that, he waved his hand, and one of his subordinates threw over a bloody package, the bloodstains on the wrapping cloth causing an unsettling feeling. Edgar Chan tried to carefully pry open the bloody cloth with his fire cloud spear. The moment it was revealed, a grotesque face appeared, with coagulated blood covering the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. "Albin!" Johnny and the others exclaimed involuntarily, realizing that this head belonged to Albin, whom Johnny had entrusted with a mission just last night. They hadn't expected that in just one night, he would lose his life to them. Chapter 159, Creating Another Dimension. Johnny hurriedly picked up Eric Naxi's head, vowing in his heart, "Eric Naxi, I will definitely avenge you." The flames of anger also slowly spread along with his breath. Hiroshi was afraid that Johnny would lose his temper and harm himself, so he patted Johnny on the shoulder and whispered softly, "Johnny, don't get agitated. Be careful not to fall for their tricks. I will definitely avenge Eric Naxi." Johnny clenched his fists firmly and said resolutely. His eyes, filled with deadly intent, did not leave Cannon and his people. "Don't worry, we will certainly avenge Eric Naxi. Humberts they managed to intercept and kill Eric Naxi. It means they must have been fully prepared. We need to be cautious." Hiroshi comforted Johnny while continuously reminding him to be vigilant. Johnny nodded heavily, turning to glare at Cannon. "Old man, today you will pay the price for what you've done." Johnny wished he could immediately kill this culprit, but he knew Cannon wouldn't have come so recklessly. The mages huddled close to him were proof enough that Cannon wasn't afraid of Johnny's spatial teleportation. Cannon shouted, "Boy, I know you can perform spatial teleportation, but this Duke wants to see if your teleportation is faster or if my sword is quicker. Come on, bring her up." Let me go, let me go." A clear voice came from the crowd. From the sound of it, it was a girl, and quite a pretty one too. Johnny focused and saw that it was none other than Alice, whom he had desperately searched for without success. This encounter made Johnny instantly smile. Someone he couldn't find was now presented before him by Cannon. However, his joy vanished as Alice noticed Johnny almost simultaneously, shouting, "Johnny, save me quickly." Johnny signaled with his eyes for Alice to calm down and roared at Cannon, "Old man, release Alice and I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, I will make everyone present meet the Creator God." "Johnny, do you think you have that ability?" Cannon replied contemptuously, then walked to Alice and greeted her politely. "Princess, may you be safe and well." "Cannon, release me now or else I will ask Father to wipe out your entire family." Alice scolded angrily. "Princess, please calm down. It's temporarily necessary for the sake of the Empire." Cannon turned to his grandson and instructed, "Bridger, take charge of the princess." "Yes, grandfather." Bridger took over the longsword, pressing against Alice's neck from the swordsman, tapped her lightly on the head with his right hand, making her whole body soften, and she was carried away with others' help. Yet Bridger's longsword never left Alice's neck, leaving Johnny hesitant to use spatial teleportation out of fear that Bridger might accidentally kill Alice. Johnny coldly stated, "Alice is Hans's most beloved daughter. I don't believe you dare harm her." "Ha!" Cannon laughed madly and said, "For the sake of the Empire, even the princess must make sacrifices when necessary. I know you came to the Tulyanese Empire entirely for Princess Alice, but if you make any rash moves, I can't guarantee that the princess won't be harmed." "You dare?" Johnny cursed. "Why don't we test if I dare?" Cannon continued to incite Johnny's anger. He wanted Johnny to lose control. After all, an enraged person easily loses rationality and becomes easier to break. "Johnny, stay calm." Hiroshi warned in time. Just as they hesitated, Cannon waved his hand, and 200 soldiers, each holding a purple stone, swiftly surrounded them, placing the stones on the ground after forming the circle. Meanwhile, 200 mages led by Breck and two others quickly positioned themselves behind the purple stones. "No good," Johnny shouted loudly, but it was already too late. Mages behind the purple stones began chanting spells, generating a colorful magical barrier centered around Johnny and company as they chanted. Various colors of magic elements constantly filled the entire boundary. Those purple stones were actually purple crystals that provided continuous energy for magic. With their assistance, these 200 mages equaled another 200 mages, making a total of 400 mages surrounding Johnny and company. Could this be the world of 5 colors? Johnny shouted out, but what puzzled him was that the barrier actually enclosed the 200 high mages as well. Only those 3 archmages remained outside. Were they not afraid that he and Hiroshi could eliminate these 200 high mages with their strength? "You're quite knowledgeable to recognize the world of 5 colors." One of the dark element archmages commented with a hint of admiration. "Husband, what is this world of 5 colors?" Sadie asked, yet everyone else, including Edgar Chan, listened intently for an explanation. Johnny explained, "The world of 5 colors is the ultimate guardian spell in defensive magic, akin to the ultimate taboo in offensive spells. Once formed, no one can escape from it. Even space-transferring mages are trapped unless the core of the barrier is destroyed. See those 3 archmages forming a triangle? They maintain the eyes of this barrier. Killing any one of them will weaken and eventually break the barrier. However, since Zhenge Continent has historical records, nobody has ever used this spell. It's not due to its terrifying power, but because many conditions must be met. First, the caster must be an archmage or above, proficient in all elemental magics except spatial magic. Additionally, another archmage or higher is needed to maintain the barrier. But those mages are only high mages. How could they cast such a powerful barrier? Sadie asked curiously. Johnny said, sweetheart, individually they can't, but together they're formidable. You see, these 200 high mages come from different elements. Each 100 high mages have the power equivalent to an archmage skilled in all elements. With 4 such archmages plus the energy supplied by 200 purple crystals, we're facing 4 archmages casting a barrier. Plus, 3 archmages maintaining the outer boundary. That means 7 archmages against us. In the past, nobody used it because humans forbade dark element magic and lost psychic magic. Sadie thought for a moment and then asked, why can space magic be exempted, yet spatial transfer cannot escape this barrier? I don't know either. There isn't much information in the books. That's all I know. Johnny answered regretfully. Despite limited information, Sadie gained significant knowledge. At this moment, Canon spoke again. As the saying goes, even a tiger can't fight off a pack of wolves. No matter how strong you are, Johnny, you can't break through our combined high mages barrier, nor can you survive their collective explosion. Upon hearing this, Johnny understood Canon's intention. Not good. They're preparing human bombs, Johnny shouted first, finally realizing why Canon was so fearless against him, a saint archmage capable of spatial transfer. They planned to sacrifice 200 high mages as human bombs to eliminate him, showing Turlan Empire's ruthlessness. Uncle, Sadie, Baron brother, Johnny Janice, let's rush into the crowd and disperse the high mages before they absorb enough energy to explode, otherwise none of us will survive, Johnny called out quickly. Without waiting for Johnny's reminder, everyone knew the gravity of the situation and charged at the high mages. Though fast, the high mages were equally swift. With the aid of the purple crystals, the high mages finally self-destructed, instantly destroying everything within the barrier. The high mages turned into gas molecules, and even the earth outside trembled. Canon nodded satisfactorily. He was happy that Johnny was eliminated, but at the same time, he regretted the loss of 200 high mages for the Empire. After all, on the battlefield, this magic corps of 200 high mages could rival 10,000 brave soldiers. But in the end, he still thought the trade-off was worth it. After all, Johnny was the biggest obstacle for their Turlan Empire to unify the Zhenge Continent, and without these 200 high mages' joint suicide explosion, they might not have been able to eliminate Johnny. However, Canon's judgment was wrong. Johnny and his companions did not vaporize with the high mages' explosion. At the very moment before the high mages exploded, Johnny's space magic suddenly got a boost. In the instant of the explosion, he forcefully opened up a space within the barrier and teleported everyone inside it, meaning Johnny and his companions had moved to another space. Chapter 160, Parting Again. Thorn waved over a soldier who looked like a general. Immediately send word to the frontline commander. Humberton's Linus has been eliminated. Have them accelerate the offensive pace and ensure the unification of the Zhenge Continent within 3 months. Understood, the soldier said as he left swiftly with a small detachment. Thorn walked up to Blake and the others and said, this time we were able to remove this major threat. Linus, all thanks to the tremendous assistance of the 3 Grand Mages. After we return, I will certainly request rewards for all 3 of you before His Majesty. The Dark Mage among them raised his hand and said, Duke, there's no need for such formalities. We are all serving the Empire. It's just a pity about these 200 mages of the Empire. They died like this. What a pity. He repeated pity several times before showing a hint of joy on his face. Fortunately, there is only one Linus in the whole continent. Otherwise, he would truly be difficult to deal with. We might not have succeeded even with all our Empire's mages and adding us mages. But with this boy dead, our plan has succeeded, and Mage Ares' grudge is avenged. Thorn deeply agreed. He had just been lamenting that those 200 mages self-destructed to defeat Linus. Perhaps others didn't know, but Thorn did. To deal with Linus, the Empire deployed 100 mages for a suicide attack. Due to concern over Linus's terrifying power, another 100 mages were added. This nearly amounted to a third of the Empire's mages, significantly reducing the combat strength at the front lines. For smoother execution of this operation, they also brought out Adelaide as a hostage to threaten Linus. Otherwise, with Linus's speed and space movement, he could have taken down the mages before they could cast World of 5 Colors. Because of this, Linus hesitated and their plan was implemented successfully. Just then, his grandson, Bryce, came to Thorn and asked, Grandfather, how should we handle the princess? Thorn laughed loudly. Bryce, you're usually so clever. Why ask me now? You're a child of the Wesleys. What? Bryce stared at his grandfather, confused by his words. Bryce, now that Linus is dead, isn't Princess Adelaide yours? Really, grandfather? Bryce was so excited he barely understood what he was saying. However, excitement quickly turned to sadness as he knew Adelaide loved Linus and never gave him any attention, let alone looked at him properly. Thinking of this, Bryce had several times wanted to fight Linus. Now that his rival was dead, Adelaide's hopes were dashed, and he saw an opportunity. If he showered her with attentions, he believed she would eventually accept him. Thinking of this made Bryce happy. Noticing Bryce's facial expression change, Thorn said, Bryce, once we return, I'll propose to His Majesty. Wait obediently to marry Princess Adelaide. Thank you, grandfather. The grandfather and grandson burst into laughter. Meanwhile, for Linus, the suicide blast indeed caused significant damage. In the space forcibly split by Linus, Cadelaman and others anxiously sat around Linus. Especially Aliana, her eyes welled with crystal-clear tears. They could only wait for Linus to wake up on his own. Time seemed endless, feeling like 1,000 years had passed. Fortunately, Linus woke up in time, easing their tense spirits. Without regard for anyone else, Aliana rushed into Linus's arms, crying, "Hubby, you finally woke up. I was so scared, sniff." Linus caressed Aliana's smooth hair and consoled her. "Humbertly girl, I'm fine. Stop crying." Then he cupped Aliana's tear-streaked face and gently wiped away her sorrowful tears, making a funny face that elicited a giggle from Aliana. Cadelaman, seeing that Linus was all right, asked, "Linus, what exactly happened just now? You almost gave Uncle a heart attack." Linus said, "Nothing much, just overexerted my mental power. Now I'm fine." Mitchell, though Linus spoke lightly and carefree, Cadelaman and others were still filled with lingering fear. After all, that was 200 archmages self-destructing at once. Not only did Linus have to forcibly split another space and maintain its operation, but he also had to prevent the energy from the explosions from breaking through the spatial barrier. One should know that 10 archmages' simultaneous explosion could destroy a city, so what would it be like for 200? It was something unimaginable for Cadelaman at all, yet under such circumstances, they survived miraculously. While they rejoiced at having escaped, they also felt shocked by Linus's strength. It could actually resist such terrifying and monstrous explosions. I also have to tell you that while restoring my mental power, I grasped the theory of the ultimate magic in space magic, the gate of space, Linus added, throwing another thunderbolt, almost knocking everyone unconscious. What is the gate of space? Aliana asked curiously, staring at Linus eagerly. The gate of space is the ultimate version of space teleportation. Teleportation can only achieve short-range movement, whereas the gate of space is different. A spatial mage can open a spatial tunnel, allowing one to reach wherever desired instantly. Really? Aliana hugged Linus's arm excitedly and shouted. Then we can go anywhere we want, right? Dear husband, then hurry up and open the gate of space to return to the duchy and save my father. Just thinking about my father makes me sad. Linus gloomily said. Little girl, do you think it's that easy? I'm not a god. Besides, I've just grasped a theory. Whether it works or not is unknown. In wife's eyes, husband is a god, Aliana teased, praising Linus, and then urged him to try the so-called gate of space. She couldn't wait. She wanted to return to Erathena Duchy as soon as possible on one hand, and she aimed to learn the spatial teleportation on the other. If she mastered the gate of space, wouldn't the world be her oyster? Veronica, Veronica. Suddenly, Linus remembered Veronica, shouting her name in haste. He noticed Aliana's curled lips and the jealous look she gave him. Clearly, she was jealous of Veronica. Linus, ignoring her feelings, said to Cadelaman and others, "Uncle, I must rescue Veronica, or she will be in danger." "Calm down, Linus. We need to plan this carefully," Cadelaman replied. "How can I calm down? No, I have to save Veronica no matter how dangerous it is," Linus insisted. Cadelaman continued. "Think about it. Hans used 200 archmages' explosion against you. His follow-up plans can't be simple either." "Uncle, I'll be careful," Linus insisted again. "I'll accompany you." Edgerton stood up first, looking fearless. Janice and others didn't fall behind, and also volunteered to join. "I appreciate your help, but I'll go alone." Linus declined their offers tactfully, looking at Cadelaman beseechingly. "Uncle, take Aliana and the others to Hwajong City first. Once I rescue Veronica, I'll quickly meet you there." Before Cadelaman responded, Aliana protested. "No way, I want to be with you wherever you go." Linus knew this little girl wouldn't change her mind, so he reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Cadelaman stopped trying to dissuade them and said, "Mitchell, right. We'll wait for you in Hwajong City. Remember to come back safely." Linus said heavily. "Uncle, rest assured, we will definitely return safely." Despite it being an ordinary farewell, everyone's thoughts were filled with the heaviness of a parting that might be final. Seeing this scene of departure and sadness, Linus forced a smile and said, "This incident in Eriknashi has cost us a strong reserve force. Egertan, when you return to the duchy, secretly gather those members of the Earth mercenary Damanup who did not participate in the rebellion and remain loyal. And Brother Janus, you should also assemble the soldiers still loyal to His Majesty, under Uncle's unified leadership." The three nodded, and Linus continued. "Brother Janus, there's one more critical thing. Find out where His Majesty and Aunt Aurora are being held." Janus nodded solemnly again. "Mitchell, right. I'll escort you all outside the city first." With that, Linus took everyone back to the original spatial world, then used another spatial teleportation to bring them outside the city. Under the watchful eyes of Cadelaman and the others, he performed another spatial teleportation, disappearing with Elena. Cadelaman silently blessed him as he vanished, hoping he could smoothly rescue Veronica and bring both women back safely to Hwajong City for their reunion. Chapter 161, Coercion to Save. Johnny brought Patty straight to the palace, hoping to rescue Raphaelvina as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, after searching the entire palace, there was still no sign of Hans or Guy. Could this old man not have returned to the palace? Then where would he go? Johnny muttered to himself. "Honey, could that old man be at his own home?" Patty said, looking at Johnny and expressing her thoughts. Johnny pondered for a moment and said, "It's very likely. Humbert's no one is here. He must be in his own doghouse. Let's go." He then took Patty straight toward the Guy Wesley residence. When they arrived at Guy's residence, they were surprised to find that the front gate was not heavily guarded, probably because Guy thought Johnny had already perished and thus became complacent. Johnny had also planned on doing whatever it took to save her, even if it meant killing. Though he was not bloodthirsty, sometimes it was necessary. Kill or be killed. However, after thoroughly searching inside and out, they still couldn't find any trace of Rafaelvina. Thankfully, they discovered Guy's whereabouts, a very secretive residence. At this moment, Guy was bent over his desk, writing something. To find Rafaelvina's whereabouts, Guy had to be held accountable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so hard to locate. With this in mind, Johnny carried Patty through a spatial movement to appear in front of Guy's desk. Guy clearly felt someone appearing before him. He lifted his head slightly. You didn't die. Guy looked at Johnny with wide eyes. From his expression, it wasn't hard to see that he was utterly terrified, realizing his end was near. Seizing an opportunity when Johnny slightly lost focus, Guy swallowed the letter on his desk and attempted a last desperate struggle, shouting for his men. Johnny regretted not seizing the letter sooner, but coldly replied to Guy's cries. Shout all you want. Even if you tear your throat, no one will hear you. I've placed a soundproof magic barrier around the house. Mitchell, right. Do it. Guy closed his eyes hopelessly, knowing there was no way out for him. Bringing more subordinates would only add more casualties. Knowing how he treated Johnny, how could Johnny let him off easily? Honey, someone is coming, Patty warned. I know, dear. Johnny had already noticed people approaching. It was none other than Guy's only grandson, Bryce Wesley, the sole heir of the Wessex family. Johnny immediately restrained Guy and motioned Patty to step back. Unaware of the impending danger, Bryce boldly walked in and asked curiously upon seeing Guy's dumbfounded face, Grandfather, what's wrong? Unable to speak, Guy could only indicate with his eyes that danger lurked nearby. Did you think you could leave now? Johnny's cold voice came from behind Bryce. Bryce turned abruptly, trembling as he saw the faces that haunted his nightmares. You didn't die? You're disappointed we didn't, right? If we were dead, who would have come to end your family's reign? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Unexpectedly, Bryce kneeled and pleaded with Johnny. Having personally participated in the attack on Johnny last time, Bryce had thought Johnny died in the mage explosion. Now, finding Johnny standing before him, it was clear he was here for revenge. Bryce looked at Johnny with trepidation, hoping Johnny might spare him. But such hopes were slim. Johnny said, I've heard you are an elementary level thunder mage. Today, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat my wife, I'll let you go. Turning to Patty, he continued, Wife, today is your chance to show off. If you do well, I'll help fulfill your wish. This old man has been boasting about his grandson's strength. Show him your true power today. Remember, don't kill him. Sure. Patty stood up smilingly, eager to fulfill her long-held wish for spatial movement. Bryce was immensely grateful for Johnny giving him a chance to live, believing that his abilities as an elementary-level thunder mage would be more than enough to deal with a young girl. However, he soon regretted it as he realized Yu's strength was far beyond what he could contend with. Even his grandfather couldn't gain an advantage over her. Her magical attacks included water and earth spells, and surprisingly, even fire spells, a revelation that shocked Bryce. Within minutes, Bryce lay on the ground like a dead dog, only saved by Johnny's timely intervention. Despite this, Bryce was severely beaten, his body covered in bruises, his head swollen like a pig's, and worst of all, his shin bone exposed. He howled in pain. Stop screaming, or I'll cut out your tongue. Yu kicked him forcefully on the head, worsening his condition. Bryce, unable to endure the pain, fainted. What do you want? Whatever it is, take it out on me. Please spare my grandson. Guy shouted at Johnny and Yu, heartbroken to see his only grandson in such a state. If Bryce died, he wouldn't have the will to live either. Shut up, we'll get to you soon, Yu scolded. Johnny gestured for Yu to stop, then calmly said to Guy, Noble Duke, surely you know why I'm here. If not, I'll give you a hint, but I can't guarantee your grandson's safety. I won't tell you where the princess is, Guy said firmly. Johnny cast a strange glance at Guy and turned to Yu, saying, Wife, let's start. Yu, understanding his intent, formed 36 ice arrows in front of Guy, pointing them at Bryce. As she was about to shoot, Guy yelled, Stop, please stop, don't stop, wife. Johnny urged her on, while Yu shot an ice arrow into the ground beside Bryce, burying it deeply. I'll tell you about the princess. Guy lowered his head in defeat. He walked over to a bookshelf, pulled out a bronze-colored book, revealing a secret passage. Guy glanced at the unconscious Bryce and walked in. Johnny followed closely with his senses, ensuring Guy didn't play any tricks. Finding no hidden dangers inside, he waited patiently. Soon, Guy came out with several maids supporting Rafaelvina. Johnny. Rafaelvina shook off the maid's support and ran into Johnny's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She had thought Johnny was dead during Guy's attack, but never expected him to have survived and come to save her. Mitchell, her worries and longing turned into tears. Johnny hugged her gently. Rafaelvina, I'm sorry for letting you suffer. Once I resolve things here, I'll take you away. Don't cry anymore. He handed her over to Yu, saying, Wife, take care of Rafaelvina. Yes, dear. Johnny advanced toward Guy, who instinctively backed away until his back hit a pillar. Terrified, Guy asked, I've given you the princess. What do you want now? What do I want? Johnny coldly replied, to rid the continent of evil. While our conflict began with you being a war supporter, you continuously sought trouble with me. Now, you've taken Rafaelvina hostage. You should know what happens when someone crosses me. It's death. Today is the last day of the Wessex Duke Manor. Blame yourself for crossing Rafaelvina. You monster, Guy screamed in despair. Johnny no longer had the patience to talk with him. With a wave of his hand, a scorching flame surrounded Guy. After a few futile struggles, Guy was burned to ashes. Johnny then walked over to Yu and muttered a few words before disappearing with the two women. Once Johnny and the others left the capital, an astonishing piece of news spread throughout the entire city. 452 members of the Turince Empire's Wessex Duke family were killed. Rumors flew around that Duke Wessex was slain by the continent's only archmage, Johnny. As rumors spread and grew more exaggerated, people eventually claimed that the Wessex Duke family was wiped out by the Creator God due to their accumulated sins. Chapter 162, No Mercy for You. Rescuing Adelaide turned out to be much easier than expected, but Johnny was still slightly regretful. Mitchell though Turner had been punished, the three great mages who joined in the attack on Johnny never showed up. They all vanished like they evaporated into thin air, with no trace left behind. If he could have removed one or two of them, it would have weakened their forces. After rescuing Adelaide, Johnny didn't dare delay too long, and took the two women straight to the Duchy of Butler-Retina. With his ability of spatial movement, he avoided many troublesome people along the way, not because he was afraid of them, but because he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. By noon, the three stopped to rest, restoring their strength before continuing on their journey. However, Adelaide wandered off to a side by herself, lost in sorrow. Johnny walked over and patted her shoulder, asking, "Little girl, what are you thinking about?" Wandering off in thought, Adelaide turned around, looking pitifully at Johnny, her lips moving but no words coming out. Johnny said affectionately, "Humbertly girl, I know what you want to say. Let bygones be bygones. Don't dwell on the past anymore, okay? We need to face the future happily." In response to Johnny's comforting words, Adelaide shook her head vigorously and finally bit her lip, saying, "Johnny, I know everything that has happened on the continent is my father's doing. I also know that sooner or later, you will clash with him. I've never begged you before, but I'm begging you now. When that day comes, spare my father and don't harm him." Johnny hadn't expected Adelaide's plea to be for him to spare Hans, which put him in a difficult position. Hans had repeatedly caused trouble for him, nearly killing him in one encounter, stirred up conflict on the continent, and even made Alexandria, his only relative, go missing. Their enmity ran deep, and the thought of letting Hans go sat poorly with him. At this moment, Adelaide continued, "If you can forgive my father once, I am willing to die in his place." Having said that, she attempted to end her life, alarming Johnny, who immediately stopped her, saying, "Adelaide, what are you doing? Please, Johnny, spare my father." Tears immediately spilled from Adelaide's eyes, hot tears falling onto Johnny's hand. Johnny felt like his heart was being torn apart, unsure how to respond to Adelaide. Before Johnny could agree, Amina, impatient, urged Johnny, "Husband, just agree with her, all right?" Seeing Amina, who usually had grievances with Adelaide, pleading on her behalf, and gazing at Adelaide's flushed face, Johnny steeled himself and said, "I promise you." He then added, "Actually, Hans and I do not have a deep feud. His conquests of the continent don't concern me. As long as he leaves me and my family alone, it should be fine." "Thank you, Johnny." Hearing Johnny's promise, Adelaide's sadness turned to joy, and she assured him, "I will certainly persuade my father to mend his ways." "Well, Adelaide, in the future, you shouldn't call Johnny Johnny anymore. Just call him husband like me. Do you really think you can escape his grasp in this lifetime?" Amina joked. She constantly urged Adelaide to call him several times to see. Seeing no way out, Adelaide blushed deeply and whispered softly, "Husband." "Mitchellright, let's rest for a bit more. We still need to continue our journey," Johnny reminded. Putting aside all concerns, the three chatted and laughed together. During this time, Johnny asked Adelaide if she knew of Duke Demon's whereabouts, but to no avail. After resting for a while, just as they were about to continue their journey, a black-clothed youth wearing a hood appeared mysteriously before them. The large hood covered his entire face, only exposing two eerie eye holes, observing them intently. The appearance of this black-clothed youth gave Johnny the immediate impression that this person was powerful, possessing rare dark attributes, with power not inferior to that of a great mage. Though the sudden appearance was strange, Johnny couldn't determine whether this person was friend or foe in a short period. So he stepped forward and asked, "May I ask why you blocked our path?" The black-clothed youth looked at Johnny and asked, "I heard you're the strongest person on the continent." "Boring," Johnny lazily replied. He had seen too many of these challengers, so he didn't bother with him and directly took the two women away with a spatial movement. When they reappeared on an open ground 3 kilometers away, Johnny felt a gust of wind rush past his ears. It was the black-clothed youth who had appeared again. Johnny was taken aback and made another spatial movement to the left front, but when they reappeared, the black-clothed youth accurately appeared beside them once more. Johnny was startled and moved to the right, yet the black-clothed youth still followed closely. After several attempts, they couldn't shake off this black-clothed youth at all. Johnny couldn't help but think, this person is indeed powerful. He can keep up with my spatial movements. And what's more astonishing is that he can accurately determine where I will land. Could his strength be even greater than I imagined? No matter what, it wasn't a good idea for this black-clothed youth to keep following them. Killing him wasn't necessary either. Johnny said irritably, "Why do you keep following us?" At this moment, the black-clothed youth looked at them with a proud expression and spoke arrogantly. "I ask you, are you the strongest person on the continent, Johnny of Ayuan?" "Husband, he's looking for trouble. Let me deal with him," Amina said excitedly. She was eager to not only humiliate those who challenged them, but also to plunder from them afterward. But Johnny stopped her. "Dear, calm down." Then he turned to the black-clothed youth and said, "I see you have considerable strength. How did you track our movements?" The black-clothed youth became even prouder and disregarded any ulterior motives Johnny might have. He said, "To tell you the truth, as soon as I appeared before you, I placed my unique magical aura on you. As long as you're within 5 kilometers, I can find your location wherever you appear. Is that so? Zhenge laughed oddly and took the two women away with another spatial movement, disappearing from the black-clothed youth's sight. This time, he changed the destination, not the forest or the rocks where one could hide, but to the air above a nearby lake. When they appeared over the lake, a pre-prepared floating spell stabilized their bodies. The black-clothed youth appeared behind them in time, but upon realizing he had been tricked, he yelled at Zhenge, "You little brat, how dare you play tricks on me?" His body plummeted rapidly like a kite with its string cut. The wind blew off his hood, revealing an extremely handsome face. Just as the black-clothed youth was about to hit the water, 4 pairs of wings made purely of energy appeared on his back, preventing him from falling into the lake. Embarrassed and ashamed of his actions, the black-clothed youth shouted after steadying himself, "You damn kid, you dared to use devious tricks on me. You're just too stupid," Zhenge coldly replied. Flapping his wings, the black-clothed youth floated before Zhenge and glared fiercely. Zhenge asked, "Are you from the demon race?" Without concealing anything, the black-clothed youth said, "That's right, I am Prince Hale of the demon race. Are you afraid now?" "Yes, I'm very scared." "Look what's on your head," Zhenge said. Demon Prince Hale hurriedly looked up and saw countless nightmares attacking him, huge stones raining down from above. Caught off guard, he fell into the lake, causing ripples of water. Amina waved her hands high and shouted, "Husband, you're great, drown this guy." Even Adelaide, who usually wore a look of sorrow, happily said, "Husband, you're really impressive." However, the self-proclaimed Demon Prince Hale quickly surfaced from the water, rising to the same height as Zhenge and his company, and cursed, "Brat, you've played tricks on me multiple times. Prince Hale will never let you off." What? Not convinced, Amina decided to toy with him, reciting an earth magic incantation to Prince Hale of the demon race. "Honorable spirits of the earth elements, please lend me your great strength and turn into boulders." Before she finished, the Demon Prince Hale had already plunged into the water with a splash, disappearing from sight. The 3 of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a long while, as the Demon Prince hadn't resurfaced, Zhenge took the 2 women to an open space ahead, unwilling to risk accidentally falling into the water himself. Thinking they had finally shaken off the troublesome Demon Prince, he was surprised when the Demon Prince appeared in front of them again like a ghost. "I told you, you can't shake me off." Seeing him persistently tangle himself, Zhenge couldn't help but become angry. "As far as I know, I have no grudges with your demon race. Why do you keep tangling us?" "There is indeed a grudge. Your offenses against our demon race are huge. This time, this prince has come to settle accounts with you." The Demon Prince Hale finally revealed his purpose, then added, "Today, I must kill all 3 of you for daring to trick this prince." This left Zhenge thoroughly puzzled, constantly pondering where he might have offended their demon race. He felt that tricking him earlier was just getting back at him for his actions. Truly, he wondered what nerve of this guy was misfiring. Chapter 163 Victory Without a Battle. Zhenge was eager to return to the Duchy of Erythina without further complications. The continent was already in turmoil. If the demon race were to intervene, the situation would become even more dire and hinder his future plans to revive Zhenge Continent. Zhenge couldn't help but bow and say, "If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. If there is nothing else, I ask for your permission to pass." A simple apology, and you think that's it? Ernst, the demon prince, looked at Zhenge askance. "I intend to capture you and hand you over to our revered demon king for personal judgment. Don't assume we're letting you go because we're afraid of you. Keep blocking us, and I might just attack. Would you like another swim?" Elena mocked him. She couldn't wait to clash with this demon prince. Perhaps her restlessness and curiosity got the better of her. Thinking back to how they had ridiculed her earlier, Ernst felt a bit fearful, yet justified himself. "It was only my unfamiliarity with water that allowed you to take advantage. On land, who knows whose neck will be under whose foot?" Zhenge said. "Demon Prince, tell me, where exactly did I offend your people so much as to warrant your relentless pursuit of us?" "The Demon Prince," Ernst replied. "Our holy Glen Uxinuen was completely destroyed overnight. Who else besides you lowly humans would dare to do such a thing? And among humans, who else has spatial magic besides you?" Zhenge could not help but laugh. "It's too ridiculous to think that just because I know spatial magic, it must be me. I don't even know where your territory is, let alone have the means to cause destruction there. Your imagination truly amazes me." This demon prince seemed to be speaking baseless nonsense. Ernst ignored Zhenge and continued on his own. "To enter our demon territory, one must pass through the Raffle corridor, which is heavily guarded by our troops. Furthermore, the door to the Raffle corridor has only opened today. Without spatial magic, no one can enter our territory. If not you, then who?" Zhenge found what he said quite convincing. With spatial magic, he indeed could go anywhere. Ernst added, "Not only that, there were eyewitnesses who saw you doing it." He took out a portrait from his pocket and threw it to Zhenge, saying, "You look for yourself." Upon receiving the portrait, Zhenge furrowed his brow, twisting his mouth and eyes in disbelief. Curious, Elena snatched the portrait and laughed heartily. Adelaide was puzzled and leaned over to look, stifling her laughter. The person in the portrait somewhat resembled Zhenge in figure, but had a face so distorted it was hideous beyond words. Zhenge glared at the 2 women. What's so funny about it? At the same time, he burned the portrait into ashes with fire, conjuring up a small whirlwind that blew the ashes away. The 2 women stuck out their tongues and shrugged, stepping aside. Zhenge said sternly to the demon prince, "Even though what you say sounds plausible, I must reiterate that I did not destroy your place called Uxinuen. Don't blame me if I lose patience. I'm already angry at your defamation. The demon prince said, don't try to deny it. Facts speak for themselves, and you cannot escape responsibility. At this moment, Elena gently tugged at Johnny's sleeve and whispered, honey, is he talking about that day? Then she leaned closer and whispered something in Johnny's ear. Her words suddenly brought back memories of that day when Johnny meditated and felt transported to a place he had never been. A place of birdsong, fragrant flowers, mountains, and streams, yet surrounded by endless desert. That place vanished under his attacks. Could that have been the demon territory, Uxinuen? Johnny asked himself. He then turned to Ernst. Is Uxinuen a place with mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees, but surrounded by desolation? That's right. That is precisely our demon's sacred glen, Uxinuen. Uxinuen is an independent zone created by the 10 elders of our clan, altering its air, temperature, light, and other structures. Our revered demon king used the entire power of the demons, taking over 500 years to form such a paradise. Yet it was destroyed by you, a contemptible human. In a rage, the demon king ordered me to find and bring you back for judgment. So it seems I did destroy the demon's Uxinuen, Johnny thought. Ernst said, enough talk, let's get down to business. I'll make you lose in a way that you'll have no choice but to admit defeat. With that, 4 pairs of pure energy wings appeared on his back, and he summoned a dark magic staff. Honey, let me handle this. Elena stepped forward first, shouting at Prince Ernst of the demon race. Today, I will give you a good lesson, you ungrateful thing. Johnny pulled Elena back. Dear, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? There's no need for you to deal with such a weakling. Then he turned to Adelaide and said, Adelaide, go out there and spar with him. Adelaide replied, honey, I'm not a match for him. I would embarrass you. Adelaide could clearly see that the demon prince's strength far surpassed hers. Johnny comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here. At the same time, a pure wind element power from nature was infused into Adelaide's body, elevating her capabilities as a grand mage in wind magic to that of a high mage. This boost placed Adelaide's strength above the demon prince's, lacking only experience in actual combat. Go on, Johnny encouraged. Adelaide looked at Johnny with determined eyes, suddenly brimming with confidence after her newfound strength. She felt an infinite power within her. Are you done yet? The demon prince was already losing patience, realizing that Johnny had been helping Adelaide gain strength, but he couldn't believe it made much difference. Today, I will show you the true strength of us humans, Adelaide shouted at Ernst. Without any visible action, Ernst suddenly widened his eyes in shock, looking at Adelaide nervously. He saw 6 pairs of wings gradually sprouting from Adelaide's back, 6 pairs of energy wings that joyfully flapped like dancing sprites. Now she had 2 more pairs than the demon prince, prompting Johnny to exclaim admiringly, what a smart wife, to come up with such a clever idea. He knew that winning without fighting was the best strategy, and striking at the enemy psychologically could yield unexpected results. The demon prince Ernst looked at Adelaide despondently, saying, a lowly human has 6 pairs of wings. It took me 300 years of dedicated practice to achieve just 4 pairs of wings. He threw his dark magic staff to the ground and retracted his wings, signaling surrender. Knowing he couldn't even beat their weakest member, how could he possibly challenge Johnny? Only if the demon king or the purple golden elders intervened could they subdue Johnny. Seeing the opponent surrender, Adelaide naturally dissipated her wings. She had simply mimicked Ernst, using wind elements to form 6 pairs of wings to deceive him, never expecting him to surrender so easily. Seeing the demon prince surrender before a fight even started, Johnny couldn't help but taunt him. Prince of the demons, you thought you were pretty strong, didn't you? Why aren't you fighting? Why should I fight when I know I can't win? She has 6 pairs of wings, while I only have 4. Ernst pointed at Adelaide helplessly. How do you know you can't win if you haven't tried? Johnny pressed further. Don't mock me. 20 of us 4-winged demons can't beat one 6-winged demon. In our race, there are only 50 who possess 6 pairs of wings. Clearly, he mistook Adelaide for a demon, repeatedly referring to her as a 6-winged demon, inadvertently revealing their secrets, which amused Johnny greatly. He thought this guy was absolutely nuts. Humbrance, you've surrendered. Just answer a few questions, and I'll let you off. Otherwise, you'll never leave here, Johnny said. Don't even think about it. Even though I've surrendered, you won't get any secrets of our demon race from me, Ernst replied. Do you really think I don't know anything? Johnny, reminded of the place north of Jingfeng Empire where demons had appeared, suspected that it might be the Rafflor Corridor, the sole passage to demon territory mentioned by Ernst. To confirm his suspicion, he asked probingly, did you come out from 200 kilometers north of Samantara City, the capital of Jingfeng Empire? How did you know that? The demon prince opened his eyes wide again. Now that his guess was confirmed, Johnny did not want to gen any further and said straightforwardly, you don't need to care how I know this. I warn you, do not come after me again. With that, he teleported away with the 2 women, disappearing from Ernst's sight once more. In a panic, Ernst leaped to follow them but collided heavily with an invisible wall, bouncing back. It turned out that Johnny had set up an invisible barrier around Ernst as he left, causing the demon race prince to inadvertently suffer another significant setback. Ernst, rubbing his sore nose bridge, roared, our demon race will never let you off. Chapter 164 Encounter with the Demon Clan again. Mitchell, though he had escaped the Ju-chan of that demon clan prince, Johnny was very clear that things were far from over. From the attitude Ernst just showed towards him, this guy would definitely not let it go easily. Perhaps even more brutal and dangerous things awaited him ahead. Unfortunately, his knowledge about the demon clan was too limited, but he had a feeling that with the demon clan appearing in the Orion continent both before and now, things were definitely not simple. To understand the actions of the demon clan, one must first understand their history. Zhenge decided to head to the Zhenge city as soon as possible to meet up with Hiroshi and others. Perhaps he could learn about the history of the demon clan from the Azure Dragon Sword Saint. Even if the Azure Dragon Sword Saint didn't know, he could still gradually inquire, which was much better than speculating aimlessly here. Zhenge felt a bit unlucky. Good thoughts never came true, but bad thoughts always did. He was just thinking yesterday that Prince Ernst of the demon clan wouldn't let him off, and indeed, this guy was already waiting for him on a necessary route back to the Eridina Principality. This time, he brought 8 others, who were undoubtedly his subordinates from the demon clan. But judging from Ernst's humble attitude towards them, these people were not ordinary. Zhenge released his mental awareness to probe each of them, only to be truly shocked. The weakest among them had the strength of a high mage, with 5 of them at the level of great high mages. Only the one in black robes eluded Zhenge's perception of his depth of power. But Zhenge understood that this hooded demon was the most powerful among them. It seemed that this time, Ernst came prepared, determined to regain the face he lost yesterday. Zhenge then lowered his head to warn the 2 women. Be careful, these guys are not easy to deal with. Tamsin nodded understandingly, immediately becoming vigilant against the demons. In contrast, Elena displayed an unconcerned attitude, pouting and saying, "What's there to fear? With my husband around, I'm not afraid even if the enemies are 10 times more. They're just a few demons." Zhenge tapped Elena on the head and said, "Little girl, take a good look. There are 9 high mages in front of us. Don't think they're weak." Elena rubbed her sore head coquettishly and muttered Bumanda Dunangda. "Husband, why did you tap my head? I tapped you to make you wiser. Don't always act so recklessly." Zhenge scolded, annoyed. "You say I'm reckless." Elena, provoked by Zhenge's words, retorted, "I'll prove it to you." She was about to rush toward the demons when Zhenge pulled her back sharply. "Little girl, stop fooling around. Come back here. If you keep acting like this, I won't pay attention to you anymore." Hearing that Zhenge would ignore her, Elena became a bit scared. She feared nothing more than Zhenge ignoring her. Reluctantly, she retreated behind him. Tamsin also advised, "Elena, don't cause trouble. Listen to your husband." Zhenge knew that avoiding their entanglement under these circumstances was impossible. Since they were able to wait for him here, they must have anticipated his teleportation move and thought of a way to counter it. Instead of bumping into a wall, he might as well watch and see what they do next before making a decision. Demon Prince Ernst faced Zhenge slowly walking closer, lifted his eyelids, and said, "Boy, we meet again. Have you been well since we last met?" Zhenge looked up and coldly replied, "Thanks for your concern." Ernst glanced at the demons beside him and spoke arrogantly, "Are you going to surrender obediently, or should we beat you down before taking you back?" "Old monster, don't boast. It's uncertain who will end up being beaten," Elena retorted angrily. You brat, how dare you call me, the prince, an old monster?" Ernst stared at Elena, green with anger. At only over 300 years old, he was in his prime in the eyes of the demon clan. Yet being called old by a human girl was infuriating. If not for fearing Zhenge's formidable strength, he would have dismembered Elena long ago. Demon Prince Ernst was nearly driven mad by Elena, but she not only didn't back down, she went further, pointing at Ernst's nose and mocking, "Living over 300 years and still so young. What else but a monster? I wonder what you've been eating all these years. Brat, I will tear you limb from limb." Ernst shouted in uncontrollable rage. He couldn't hold back anymore, jumping out and roaring at Elena. "Brat, if I don't tear you apart today, I'm no demon prince." Old monster, old monster." Elena continued to provoke the demon prince, enjoying seeing him explode with rage. Just as Ernst was about to make his move, the black-robed demon beside him stopped him immediately. "Prince Ernst, don't let your emotions get the better of you. John Eater, just look at that brat," Ernst said to the black-robed demon, but his eyes never left Elena, as if he wished to tear her apart with his gaze. The black-robed demon remarked, "Can't you see? This girl is far more powerful than you. Even the maid beside that boy is stronger than you, not to mention the boy himself. If you rush out recklessly, it would be no different from seeking death. Everything will be handled by this old man. John Eater, do not speak another word, or I will send you back to the demon clan immediately." The black-robed demon cut Ernst off rudely, then raised a hand, and 2 people stepped forward to block Ernst behind them. Turning to face Zhenge, the black-robed demon's eye shot out a piercing gaze as he said, "Young boy, indeed quite impressive. To have such achievements at such a young age. Even among our talented demons, there are very few who can compare with you at your age. In fact, in the millions of our race, only 2 can match up against you." "Is that so?" Zhenge responded, probing further. "May I ask who these 2 are?" He didn't expect an answer, but surprisingly the black-robed demon replied generously. "One is the previous demon king of our clan." "What about the other one?" "That is the legendary creator god," the black-robed demon slowly stated. Zhenge politely replied, "Many thanks. Young boy, what if we made a deal?" The black-robed demon unexpectedly proposed, shocking the present demons. They could not understand why their elder wanted to make a deal with an enemy of the demon clan. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. Zhenge hadn't anticipated the elderly black-robed demon wanting to discuss terms with him either. "Young boy, this old man admires your potential. If you can bow down to me as a disciple, I guarantee you won't die before the demon king." It seemed that the black-robed demon also treasured talent and did not wish for Zhenge to meet his end so young. This enraged demon Prince Ernst, who interrupted, "John Eater, What do you mean by this? Aren't you afraid the Demon King will punish us? Humbertlance. The Demon King's affair shall be dealt with by me. You need not meddle, the black-robed demon rebuked. The demon prince was silenced by the black-robed demon's stern words and dared not be too disrespectful in front of him. Thank you for your kindness, but you are not worthy to be my teacher. Johnny bluntly rejected the black-robed demon's offer. So you're refusing to become this old man's disciple? The black-robed elder's expression grew displeased. Concealing his frustration, he added, I, Damon, have lived for over 1,200 years and have never met someone as blind as you. Yet another older monster. Elena couldn't help but exclaim loudly. She always thought Ernst at 300 years old was a monster. She didn't expect the black-robed elder to be even older, living for over 1,200 years. As the saying goes, an undying old thing is a demon. No wonder the little girl was curious and wondered aloud. How old is your Demon King? How dare you insult our revered Demon King? Damon's followers roared in unison. Seeing Elena continuously provoking the enemy, Johnny was afraid they might suddenly attack, quickly protecting Elena and signaling her to stop. Damon prevented his followers from acting rashly, saying, Boy, have you thought it through? Will you bow to this old man as a disciple, or will we have to beat you into submission before you beg for mercy? With a wave of his hand, Johnny irritably said, I've already made myself clear. You are neither qualified nor worthy to be my teacher. In this world, even if the Creator God wanted me as a student, it wouldn't happen, let alone someone like you, an old monster. Unconsciously, Johnny had started echoing Elena's insults towards these old monsters, thinking that old monster suited these demons perfectly. Each one of them lived for hundreds of years, yet remained so youthful. Humans like him would have died many times over by then. If you're going to be this unappreciative, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Damon completely gave up on the idea of making Johnny his disciple. A beautiful jade may be rare and valuable, but if it cannot be obtained, it serves no purpose. Better to smash it to pieces to prevent others from acquiring it. Sensing their readiness to strike, Johnny warned, Be careful, they're about to attack. At the same moment, upon command by the black-robed demon Damon, the group of demons surrounded Johnny and the others, blocking all their possible escape routes. Damon said to Johnny, Today, this old man will see what pride you, the so-called strongest human, have to boast about. Chapter 165, Flames incinerate the skeleton swarm. Wait a moment. Johnny waved to stop Damon and others who were about to make a move. He had just thought of an important issue that needed clarification before the contest. Damon said, What? Do you want to admit defeat? Ridiculous. Damon thought Johnny was intentionally stalling for time. He then said to a gray-robed devil behind him, Johnny Barrel, go deal with him. It couldn't be clearer what Damon intended. He wanted to understand Johnny's strength through Barrel's match with him. Knowing thyself and knowing your enemy ensured victory in all battles. After all, Johnny was reputed as the first-rate human warrior. He couldn't underestimate him. Johnny glanced sideways at this Barrel. Before he could speak, Elena interrupted. Husband, let me have a go, okay? Simultaneously she yelled at Barrel. Old monster, today, I'll give you a lesson. This little girl would always get involved in anything, fighting included. Johnny looked at Barrel and then at Elena, seeing her impatience and nodded. Despite Barrel, the devil, having nearly saint-level Rafolk mage power, he wasn't a match for Elena, who had achieved the level of a water-based saint-level mage and also excelled in earth and fire magic. Dealing with Barrel was more than sufficient. However, Johnny didn't want Elena to take too much risk. He gave her some protective spells and finally added a water energy boost spell to enhance her chances of winning. Meanwhile, he also cast some protective spells on Juniper. Husband, rest assured, I will definitely knock that old monster down. Elena smiled as she walked towards Barrel. Humbert's learning the age of the Devil Prince and the dark-cloaked devil, Elena regarded every devil as an old monster. Bloody brat, let's see what you can do to knock me down, Barrel shouted. Elena cursed at Barrel without caring about his identity, and all her curses revolved around the term old monster. Angered, Barrel revealed his true form, a devil with 6 pairs of wings. Cleverly, he directly launched his attack on Elena. Interestingly, Barrel's attacks were unlike other dark mages. Mitchell, though devils were innately dark attribute, he did not release any dark attacks. Instead, numerous skeletons emerged around him in the open space at the canyon mouth. Pale skeletons with sunken eye holes and stiff gaits, disgusting to say the least. The sight frightened Elena into fleeing back to Johnny in panic. Husband, ghosts, ghosts. Her eyes tightly shut, she didn't dare look back. Johnny patted Elena's shoulder and laughed. Humbertly girl, don't be scared. They're just skeletons, not ghosts. Johnny was also taken aback by Barrel's approach. Unexpectedly, Barrel was a summoning-type dark mage, bringing out so many skeletons to fight. While skeletons themselves were not terrifying, it was their numbers that made them dangerous. They could crush and bury one alive if enough of them existed. As long as the summoner's mental strength was strong enough, they could keep calling forth skeletons from underground. With Barrel possessing nearly saint-level Rafolk mage power, how few could his summoned skeletons be? The white skeletons surged toward Johnny's side. You are a triple specialized mage, shouldn't be afraid, Johnny encouraged. I'm not afraid, it's just that these things are too disgusting. Just looking at them makes me want to vomit. If you are scared, I'll let Juniper handle it, Johnny said. Mitchell, right, I'll go. Juniper stood up, clearly intending to cooperate with Johnny. Elena knew that Johnny was intentionally provoking her. Seeing Juniper agreeing, her pride surged up again. She gritted her teeth and rushed toward the endless stream of skeletons. It didn't matter if her own husband looked down on her, but if she were to lose face in front of Juniper, it would be a huge embarrassment. As Elena watched the rapidly approaching skeletons, nausea welled up inside her, but at this point, there was no time for second thoughts. She launched several dozen ice arrow showers at the skeletal horde. Countless ice arrows shot directly into the ranks of the skeletons, causing those struck to collapse and disintegrate into bones. Elena found these things weren't as difficult as she had imagined. She kept firing the ice arrow showers, and in an instant, large areas of the skeleton swarm crumbled into scattered bones. The little girl was overjoyed by her success, but her elation quickly turned to shock as the shattered bones began reassembling themselves back into complete skeletons. Now Elena understood that these mindless skeletons were sustained by the summoner's will. As long as the summoner lived, these undead warriors could not be truly destroyed. Seeing these reanimating bones advancing relentlessly, Elena hastily cast a water curtain to block them, while her mind raced to find a way to completely destroy these undead skeletons. If she continued like this, she would ultimately be the one suffering. At that moment, a massive rock fell from the valley cliffs, smashing heavily into the ground with a tremendous impact that caused the earth to deeply sink. An idea flashed in Elena's mind. Instantly, a hammer over 10 meters long materialized in front of her, and she smashed it down on one of the skeletons, pulverizing its bones beyond any hope of recovery. Left swing, right swing. In no time, dozens of skeletons were reduced to powder. Detestable, you insignificant human, Beryl roared, accelerating the summoning of even more skeletons until the entire area was filled with them, all aiming for Elena. Seeing that her strategy worked well, Elena conjured another 10 hammers, slamming them mercilessly into the skeletal swarm. However, she soon noticed something peculiar. The number of skeletons was not decreasing but gradually increasing. Johnny naturally observed this situation too. He wanted to help Elena but feared a heavy attack from Damon and others. Erica importantly, he worried that Elena would exhaust herself just smashing these things, draining most of her mana. If Beryl attacked now, it would put her in grave danger. To conserve her strength, he needed to devise a perfect plan to destroy the skeletons quickly and efficiently. He thought of fire, which could incinerate everything, especially when aided by wind, making it grow stronger. Fire seemed ideal against these skeletons. With this thought, Johnny quickly signaled his idea to Elena. Receiving Johnny's reminder, Elena gave him a sweet smile. "Oh, dancing spirits of fire, turn your anger into a wall of flame and separate all things." Flame Shield. Elena first cast a fire-based defensive spell on herself to prevent those disgusting things from coming close and dirtying her. After dispersing the diligent hammers, she quickly threw dozens of fireballs through the barrier of fire magic. These fireballs were like bombs that could create massive explosions. Upon contact with the skeleton swarm, the fireballs exploded, shattering the skeletons within range and causing many others to disintegrate from the shockwave. Thus, Elena released an even larger and more powerful fireball, which upon detonation, created a vast expanse of clear ground. Soon, however, the area was once again filled by the white bones of the reassembling skeletons. Elena kept throwing fireballs at the skeletons. If it weren't for her strength as a divine mage, she would have been exhausted long ago. After a long time, Elena lost count of how many fireballs she had thrown and began to lose interest in the game, deciding to use her ultimate attack. Rafflesing spirits of fire, gather around me and lend me your power. Release your energy and burn this entire land, incinerating all darkness. Hellfire Loidus. Hellfire Loidus is a top-tier fire attack spell. Cast by Elena, a divine mage, its power was equivalent to a forbidden curse, making it extraordinarily formidable. On the ground, sparks continuously emerged, multiplying into intense flames that consumed everything. The skeletons, unable to withstand the searing heat, instantly turned to ashes. As a result, the skeletons that had been charging towards Elena now began to retreat. Elena, who was having too much fun, wouldn't let them escape, pursuing relentlessly with Hellfire Loidus until the last skeleton fell. Seeing her overwhelming victory, Elena skipped joyfully to Johnny and boasted, "Husband, am I amazing? I've destroyed all those disgusting things." At this moment, Johnny naturally didn't hold back his praises, saying to Elena, "Wife, you're incredible. Even I can't match you." Elena laughed happily. They needn't worry about Beryl seeking revenge because with the destruction of his summoned skeletons, he was also reaching his end. It's important to know that the life of summoned entities and the summoner are bound by contract. The death of one would soon lead to the demise of the other. Johnny der Beryl. The Dark Elves cried out in grief. Beryl took a strained look at Elena not far away and closed his eyes, full of resentment. Chapter 166, Prelude to the Great Battle. Foster knew all too well about Alf's strength, a platinum-grade John Eater. The John Eaters of the Devil race were divided into 3 levels, with the highest being purple-gold grade, followed by platinum, and finally blue-gold, proficient in summoning both dark and shadow magic, nearly reaching the power of a sacred demon, equivalent to a sacred magic tutor among human mages. In the entire Devil race, there were only a dozen or so who could match him. Yet, this master was not only unable to defeat a human girl, but also died due to mental exhaustion. To Foster, Alf's death was secondary. His true mission was to assess the prowess of top human fighters to prepare for their return to Zhenge Continent. However, after witnessing Amina's abilities, Foster felt extremely uneasy. If there were several more girls like her among humans, the previous plans might need to be scrapped and redrafted. This wasn't just a simple plan, but one concerning the attack on the human continent, where one move could affect the whole. Any mistake could lead to turmoil within the Devil race. Inside Foster, thoughts churned tumultuously. Having suffered continuous defeats, losing not only the prestige of the devils but also several elders, he decided to personally turn the tide. He glanced back at his fellow devils, whose impatient looks urged him to act. But even so, the aura emanating from Zhenge made him deeply uneasy. It seemed as though Zhenge's power surpassed anything he imagined, like an unfathomable abyss. Even facing the Devil King had never given him such a bone-chilling and suffocating feeling. At the same time, Zhenge reflected on recent events, questioning himself whether the devil race sought conflict or if he allowed it. No matter which, he realized that he had already crossed paths irrevocably with them. His destruction of Yuxian Yuan, humiliation of the foolish prince, and now the elimination of a platinum-grade John-Eater through Amina. All these incidents weren't trivial matters. Yet, to Zhenge, they weren't insurmountable either. If he wished to leave, these few devils couldn't stop him. Strangely, he found himself entangled as if bewitched, possibly driven by a desire to learn more about the devil race. Foster looked at Zhenge once more and said, "You've repeatedly provoked our race. You won't escape today." Zhenge calmly replied, "So what does the old monster intend? Don't blame me for not warning you. Whether it's a purple gold John-Eater or even your Devil King himself, I will still fight. Insolent human, you will pay for your words today. Let you know the power of a purple gold John-Eater." Foster was thoroughly enraged. Zhenge's words were disrespectful to the Devil King, a godlike figure revered by the devil race. "Waste no more time, come together. I don't want to waste time dealing with each one individually." Zhenge no longer intended to prolong the situation. The neutral city faced imminent danger, and further delay here could lead to unpredictable consequences. "A presumptuous human. Let me test you first." With these words, a devil clad in beast skin stepped forward. Zhenge noticed he was a pure dark magic user with 6 wings. Facing this menacing figure, Zhenge summoned a towering light sword, knowing that the best way to counter devils was using their nemesis, light magic. Pure light elements swirled around the sword. Seeing Zhenge immediately resort to light magic, the beast-skinned devil almost leaped in fury. Knowing dark magic, the devils despised light, as it symbolized peace and life, their sole weakness. When encountering a light mage, their response was always to kill. Before the beast-skinned devil could launch an attack, Zhenge's light sword had already struck towards it. In desperation, the beast-skinned devil immediately cast a defensive spell, Reshaped Shield. However, as the light sword descended, it continuously absorbed light elements, making the concentration of light on the sword grow stronger and causing the sword to expand rapidly, reaching thousands of meters in length in an instant. The hastily cast defensive magic of the beast-skinned devil was no match for Zhenge's light sword, and the Reshaped shield instantly crumbled. Light filled the entire canyon, nearly hitting the beast-skinned devil, who managed to dodge just in time. But Zhenge did not change his attack strategy in a hurry. He continued commanding the light sword against the beast-skinned devil. At an inopportune moment, the towering light sword transformed into tens of thousands of light arrow showers. Wave after wave of arrows made from light elements shooting towards the beast-skinned devil. These seemingly insignificant light arrow showers were formidable because each one released by Zhenge had the power equivalent to a high-level attack spell. Seeing the beast-skinned devil struggling to handle these arrows, not only was it shocked, but Foster and the others also felt deeply astonished. Zhenge was forcing the beast-skinned devil into a frenzy with only light magic. If he used other types of magic, the beast-skinned devil would likely have met its end long ago. The beast-skinned devil let out a scream of alarm. Taking advantage of its preoccupation with the arrow shower, Zhenge had restricted a space within a 10-meter radius around him. Realizing the predicament too late, the beast-skinned devil tried in vain to break free. Instead of compressing the space to vaporize the beast-skinned devil, Zhenge gathered an unfathomable amount of light elements inside the restricted space, deciding to make it suffer under the torment of light elements. "Hurry, save him." Foster was the first to notice Zhenge's intent and launched an attack on the spatial barrier Zhenge had set up. The devils quickly unfolded their dark energy wings. Aside from Prince Ernst, a 4-winged devil, all others were 6-winged or more. Foster himself had 7.5 pairs of wings, the extra half still in the process of forming. However, their various dark magic attacks did nothing to the spatial barrier. Exhausted from attacking for a long time without any effect, they silently prayed for the trapped beast-skinned devil's survival. Unable to endure the intense pressure of pure and powerful light elements, the beast-skinned devil finally burst and died. "I'll fight you to the death." Another devil lunged at Zhenge with murderous intent, but was intercepted by quick-thinking Foster. "Let's attack together, we can't be picked off one by one." Yet when they attacked as a group, they were stunned to see Zhenge flapping 10 pairs of wings on his back. Zhenge had intentionally mimicked Rose's trick of condensing energy into wings to deceive them, and it worked. They all halted their attack. Zhenge's actions were like lighting a fuse among dynamite in the devil's ranks, leading to widespread murmurs. "Impossible, a human can't have 10 pairs of wings. Our Devil King has only 8 pairs of wings. A human cannot surpass the Devil King. With 10 pairs of wings, we're no match for him." Hearing their discussions, Zhenge chuckled inwardly. Creating such wings was easy for him, whether it was 20 or 30 pairs. Only Foster, recognizing that the wings were fake, called out loudly to the others, "Stop arguing. His wings are false." "What fake? You lowly human, how dare you mock us? We won't let you go unpunished." The devils began hurling insults at Zhenge. Seeing his trick exposed, Zhenge dismissed the wings, as the shock effect had been achieved. Any future confrontation would now give him some leverage over them. Even if his wings are fake, Don't underestimate this human strength. You saw his power just now, Foster reminded the other devils. Realizing their near mistake, the devils understood that Johnny could restrain a six-winged devil with a mere gesture and was rumored to be the best human fighter. Honey, that old monster Ernst is mine. Adelaide specifically called out the name of the demon prince Ernst, aiming to reduce Johnny's pressure. Besides, this Ernst had already suffered a loss at her hands once before, and given her superior strength, she wasn't afraid of handling the demon prince. This way, the competitive Amina was not to be outdone, pointing at the two nearest demons and shouting, You, both old monsters come out here. Chapter 167, Returning in Victory. Faced with Elena's lack of courtesy, the two pointed at fiend clansmen naturally could not suppress their anger and came out together. They angrily shouted at Elena, Little girl, don't be too arrogant. Wait until you experience the might of our fiend clan. Sure thing. I'm eager to see what tricks these old monsters have up their sleeves. Don't hold back now. Elena maintained her earlier disdainful attitude and contemptuous look, or perhaps an expression as if hoping for chaos to reign supreme. This further provoked the anger of the two fiend clansmen. After exchanging glances, they launched fierce attacks on Elena. Two dark-type attack magics, Rafork Heavy Breaking Slash and Raforkness God Annihilation Slash, attacked Elena from both sides. With a soft giggle of, You've come, Elena leaped lightly, easily evading the two men's attacks while simultaneously sending a Water Element Supreme attack magic back. The two fiend clansmen almost fell for it. It was clear that Elena had the upper hand in the first round. The little girl was so pleased that she revealed a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Belle and the fiend prince Ernst also engaged in battle. Mitchell, though the two girls helped Johnny intercept 3 out of the 7 fiends, Johnny felt no sense of ease, but more pressure instead. He wasn't worried about dealing with the remaining 4 fiends, but rather feared any mishap might occur to the two girls. After all, each fiend here possessed mage-level strength or above and had lived for several centuries. Their power and experience far exceeded those of the two girls. If anything happened to the girls, even eradicating the entire fiend clan wouldn't compensate for the loss. Given the situation, Johnny had no choice but to watch quietly and step in once he sensed any danger. Young brat, today we'll show you the true strength of our fiend clan, Tim exclaimed loudly. Before Tim gave the order, the 4 fiends positioned themselves in 4 directions, blocking all of Johnny's escape routes. They were determined to leave Johnny there today. Johnny laughed with disdain and said, Enough talk. Humbard's Johnny was a teleportation mage. This fact made Tim and others quite cautious. Before Tim and the others launched an attack, Johnny took the initiative. He teleported behind them and sent a series of attack magics towards them, weaving into a splendid, colorful spectacle. Stunned by Johnny's sudden assault, the 4 fiends hastily combined their efforts to cast a defensive spell, Rafork Wall, barely managing to withstand Johnny's waves of attacks. Beads of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They all thought, if we hadn't reacted fast enough, we would have been in serious trouble. But Johnny's continuous attack left them unable to retaliate. All their spirit energy went into maintaining the Rafork Wall. They decided to counterattack when Johnny's spirit energy decreased and his attack slowed down. However, Johnny's attack showed no sign of weakening. The number and strength of his offensive spells only increased, leaving Tim and others increasingly hard-pressed, gritting their teeth to keep their Rafork Wall intact against Johnny's magical assaults. Johnny was surprised himself. These fiends could resist his prolonged attacks solely with the Rafork Wall, revealing their formidable strength. Had these been human archmages, they probably wouldn't have survived under such a barrage of attack spells. Fortunately, his power stemmed from nature, which supplied him endlessly. Yet, continuing like this wouldn't resolve the problem. He needed to find a way to finish them quickly because he noticed Elena facing difficulties and feared prolonging the battle might endanger her. After all, Tim and the others were nearly 1,000-year-old monsters with rich combat experience. Seizing an opportunity amidst Johnny's slight oversight, the 4 fiends launched a powerful counterattack, unleashing small-scale forbidden-level spells one after another. Johnny used spatial movement just in time to evade the attacks, which then struck the cliff wall behind him with explosive force, causing a mountain collapse and instantly blocking the valley's sole exit. It was as if they knew Johnny's landing spot. Once Johnny reappeared after his spatial movement, the 4 fiends attacked him without hesitation, each time hitting exactly where Johnny landed. This forced Johnny to set up a defensive magic to counter their attacks. The situation had reversed, but for Johnny, it was much easier to defend than for the fiends to attack. He was thinking of ways to relieve Elena and the others from pressure. Mitchell, though he was worried about Elena, it was also necessary for her to gain combat experience. Mitchell ways having him protect her would do her harm in the long run. Suddenly, an idea struck Johnny. Something unexpected happened that the fiends could not have foreseen. The light elemental particles around them gathered at an indescribable speed above their heads, forming a glowing sphere. As more light elements joined, the sphere grew both in size and power until it reached a diameter of over 30 feet, suspended in the air like a scorching sun, emitting rays that made everyone feel uncomfortable. In fact, this was Johnny's strategy to distract the enemies. After so many experiences, Johnny was no longer the mage who relied solely on brute force. Now, he knew how to use tactics against his foes. Knowing that fiends feared light magic the most, the sphere not only affected the fiends, but also reduced the pressure on the two girls. On Elena's side, once the sphere appeared, her pressure diminished significantly, turning the unfavorable situation into one where she gained the upper hand over the two fiends. Tim couldn't understand why this human, already under pressure from their attacks, would divert his attention to create the light sphere. However, It was common knowledge that fiends despised light magic. When Tim felt the rays shine upon him, it caused discomfort and even stinging pain. His companions also showed signs of agitation, their attacks becoming sluggish. Realizing what was happening, Tim shouted angrily at Johnny, "You despicable human! You are indeed treacherous and cunning." Haha. Johnny laughed aloud. "This is only your own ignorance. It doesn't matter what methods I use. What matters is defeating you. Playing with you makes you think you're powerful." At the same time, Johnny intensified his attacks. Centered on Tim and the three other fiends, a barrage of attack magics flew towards them, each spell carrying immense power. Seeing the sky filled with attack spells, Tim and the other fiends finally understood what it meant to reach the pinnacle of magic. A single mage could unleash various types of attack spells simultaneously without affecting each other. Yet, this scene resembled their doom. Soon, 3 out of the 4 fiends lay dead, while Tim barely clung to life, which was intentional on Johnny's part. Otherwise, Tim would have died in Johnny's previous assault. On the other side, Belle had already finished her duel with Ernst, who lay lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Elena, still eager, was still fighting the 2 fiends, who were already at the end of their strength. Disturbed by the light sphere and witnessing their comrades die one by one, they had no heart or strength to fight any further. If not for their innate pride, they might have surrendered long ago. In the end, what made Johnny laugh and cry was that these 2 formidable fiends were crushed to death by 2 giant stones wielded by Elena. This battle, although not as intense as expected, was the most challenging one Johnny had ever faced in his first encounter with fiends. Fiends were indeed powerful, and if they launched a full-scale invasion, the human continent might be doomed. It seemed best not to provoke the fiends, for if they harassed him daily, it wouldn't be good. Thus, Johnny said to the lying Tim, "Go, and please ask your clan not to come after me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." "Kill me now," Tim roared in despair, his face full of dejection as he looked at the fallen demonic companions scattered on the ground. When the last 2 of his comrades were killed, he had already entertained the idea of seeking death. Initially, following the orders of the Demon Lord, he led 8 elite demons to secretly visit the human continent. But who would have thought it would end like this? Out of the 9 who came out, only he was left barely surviving. Eric's importantly, the Demon Lord's son also lost his life in this incident. Even if Johnny let him go back, he could not explain this failure to the Demon Lord. Dead or alive, he would still face punishment. It would be better to die with his comrades. "Old monster, don't think we dare not kill you," Elena shouted, and she wanted to kick the demon who had no sense, but was stopped by Johnny. Then, accompanied by the 2 girls, Johnny performed a spatial movement and disappeared. Tim gazed at the spot where Johnny had vanished, muttering, "This human strength has already reached the realm of unity with heaven and earth. Even the Demon Lord might not be his match. Must our demonic race's fate continue to linger?" Chapter 168, Division of Labor. Being abruptly stopped by the Demon Clan for no reason really delayed Mitchell and his group's journey considerably. In order to meet up with Hiroshi and the others as soon as possible, Mitchell continuously used spatial teleportation during the trip. Fortunately, his strength came from nature, so he didn't feel the slightest bit tired or uncomfortable. Instead, it was the passers-by who thought they had seen ghosts. The 3 figures would suddenly appear in broad daylight, but if one were to look again, the figures would already be gone. After 3 days, Mitchell finally arrived at Iva Principality's Central Guard City. But when he reached the pre-arranged meeting place within the city, he found that Hiroshi and the others weren't there yet. Mitchell was quite worried, fearing something might have happened to them. After all, anything could happen at a time like this. It wasn't until after his reconnaissance that he learned Hiroshi and the others hadn't arrived yet. Mitchell he could do was wait patiently for their arrival. It was on the 3rd day of their waiting that Hiroshi and the others finally appeared before Mitchell. Mitchell immediately greeted them, saying, "Uncle, why did you take so long? We've been waiting for 3 days, and even thought something had happened to you." Hiroshi retorted unhappily, "How can we compare to you, who has monstrously terrifying strength? You dare say we're slow when we haven't rested for a moment on our journey? It took us 7 straight days and nights of nonstop travel just to get here. Ask them if you don't believe me." Without needing Janice and Cord, Baron Trouble, to correct themselves, Mitchell could tell how exhausted the trio had been on their journey. They were covered in dust and looked physically drained. Hiroshi added, "You really are monstrously strong. Even though we left before you, you still arrived 3 days ahead of us. Not only that, you managed to rescue Raphaelvina smoothly. Truly remarkable." Raphaelvina smiled at them as a response. "You'd have been here much earlier if those old monsters hadn't held us back," Elena interjected coldly. "Old monsters? What old monsters?" Hiroshi asked, looking puzzled at Elena. Afraid that Elena might drag the conversation into an unrelated topic, Mitchell quickly interrupted her, saying, "Uncle, what she means by old monsters is the Demon Clan." "What? The Demon Clan?" the 3 exclaimed in unison. Mitchell right. "Uncle, Baron Brother, Big Brother Janice, you look exhausted from your travels. Let's go inside and rest first." No, I'm not tired. Just tell us more about the Demon Clan," Baron Trouble insisted. His interest in the Demon Clan had been piqued by Mitchell's words, instantly dissipating any fatigue he felt. Even Janice and Cadrillin seemed similarly revived. Fortunately, being Sword Saints meant that these few days of travel hadn't affected them much. Hiroshi said, "Did you really encounter people from the Demon Clan?" "Yes." Mitchell recounted in detail everything that had happened on his journey to Hiroshi and the others. He then asked, "Uncle, how much do you know about the Demon Clan?" "Honestly, I know very little about the Demon Clan. I only know that they exist in legends. It's said that nearly 1,000 years ago, there were appearances of the demon clan on the continent, but since then, they have vanished without a trace, with no records even in the history books of various countries. However, based on your account, the demon clan members coming after you for destroying their sacred site Uxinuen seems too simple. The situation is probably far more complicated than we think. With the current chaotic state of the continent, if the demon clan were to intervene, who knows what would become of the continent. Mitchell, though I don't know the purpose of the demon clan, if they launch a full-scale invasion on Zhenge Continent now, it would indeed be a matter of life and death. Based on the current state of affairs, humans are disorganized and easily vulnerable, especially given the constant warfare among ourselves. In my view, stabilizing the continental situation and uniting all forces capable of collaboration against the demon clan should be the top priority. Janice also voiced his opinion. Mitchell responded, regardless, whatever the demon clan plans to do is their business. As long as they don't bother me, it's fine. Seeing that Mitchell intended to remain aloof in the face of the impending danger posed by the demon clan, Hiroshi anxiously said, Mitchell, you aren't planning to stand aside again, are you? Realizing that his intentions were seen through by Hiroshi, Mitchell blushed. He had planned to rescue Elena's father and water mage Augusta, and then leave with both women to find his mentor, the fire grand mage Solon Nork. His desire to find out his mentor's whereabouts haunted him constantly, and he had sworn to find his mentor before he died. Hiroshi said, Mitchell, you killed so many of the demon clan and even destroyed their holy site. Do you really think they will let you off easily? Remember, you are also the leader of the revival Daemonup, shouldering the responsibility to revive the mercenary groups and restore peace on the continent. Hiroshi was about to continue but saw Janice and the others signaling him to stop, leaving him frustrated. Actually, Hiroshi did not understand when he had turned into someone who cared so much about the country and its people. In the past, as a businessman, he would have chosen to protect himself just like Mitchell did, considering it wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Perhaps his growing strength gave him a sense of duty to defend the continent, which influenced those around him as well. Korg, Baron Trouble, remarked, according to my knowledge, any records about the demon clan can only be found in the Magic Guild. Maybe President Dylan knows more about the situation with the demon clan. The mention of Dylan made Mitchell turn away, gazing up at the sky and murmuring, I wish Teacher Dylan were here now. If he were here, we would know more about the intentions of the demon clan. But where could Teacher Dylan be at this moment? Humberton's Solon Nork's disappearance. Dylan had become his only teacher, and now even his soul mentor was nowhere to be found. Seeing Mitchell's expression, Cord realized he had said something wrong and hurriedly apologized. Mitchell, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned your teacher. Mitchell replied, it's okay. I know you didn't mean to. Don't blame yourself. Seeing Mitchell's melancholy, Raphaelvina seemed to understand something and comforted him softly. Honey, don't worry. Your teacher will surely be fine. Everything happens for a reason. Mitchell, right. Let's talk about the demon clan later. We need to decide our next move now that everyone is safely here in Central Guard City. As the leader of the revival Daemonup, I'll assign tasks, Mitchell said after some thought. Everyone stood before him, waiting for their assignments as Mitchell continued. Uncle and Elena will be responsible for tracking down the Emperor and Aunt Augusta. Big Brother Janice will recruit soldiers and officials loyal to the Emperor. Baron Brother will help me find out where Teacher is and contact those opposing the war. If we want to revive Zhenge Continent, they will all be powerful allies. Yes, sir, everyone chorused. Raphaelvina, seeing Mitchell assign tasks to everyone else but not her, quickly asked, Honey, what about me? What should I do? Mitchell answered, your task is to stay with me. I want to follow you. I want to follow you too. Hearing that Mitchell only wanted Raphaelvina to stay with him, Elena's jealousy flared up, and she insisted on going as well. You bad guy, you're so biased. I must go with you. Mitchell frowned at Elena's insistence. Little girl, are we here for fun? No matter what, I'm following you. Elena retorted fiercely, clearly unwilling to back down. Even Hiroshi joined in to persuade Mitchell. Mitchell, let Elena follow you. Seeing Hiroshi support her, Elena smiled sweetly. However, Mitchell still refused firmly. No, absolutely not. Elena, listen to Uncle and behave yourself. You naughty boy, always bullying me. Elena felt humiliated with tears welling up in her eyes. Mitchell had never been this stern with her before. Mitchell knew Elena was upset and tried to console her, but she turned away and ignored him. Thinking of a plan, Mitchell loudly announced to everyone, Uncle, if someone doesn't listen to me, then saving the Emperor is all yours. I won't care anymore. No. Elena quickly turned around. You can't abandon us. She couldn't risk losing any hope for her father. Finally willing to talk to me? Mitchell teased her. Elena huffed angrily, glaring at Mitchell. Mitchell whispered something into her ear, making her calm down. Really? You must not be tricking me. When have I ever deceived you? Of course, my word is my bond. Thank you, honey. Elena instantly turned her tears into laughter, the previous unpleasantness completely wiped away. This left everyone rather puzzled about what Mitchell had said to Elena that could have possibly turned the girl's frown upside down so quickly. Chapter 169, An Unexpected Gain. The next morning, everyone went their separate ways to work. Xavier took Ria straight to the location of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild in Huizhong City. He hoped to find some clues here. The reason he brought Ria with him was for fear that this girl might disappear again for no reason. Now, the situation on the continent had been caused by her father, Emperor Hans. It was hard to be sure she wouldn't do something irrational. Huizhong City was originally the encampment of Iolo's Western Army. Humberton's it was the headquarters of Iolo, soldiers patrolled back and forth more rigorously than ever before. If any pedestrians were found suspicious, they would be stopped for inspection and body searches, and in serious cases, executed on the spot. Xavier felt somewhat scared, as if he had entered a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Fortunately, Xavier possessed spatial movement and managed to reach the location of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild smoothly with its help. At this time, the guild sign had long been replaced by the military flag of Iolo's Western Army. Even the members guarding the door were all in uniform. Xavier moved directly into the conference hall, where he had once held a meeting, but now it had become the place where enemies discussed important matters. Through a crack, Xavier saw a familiar face, Chase, the third hall master of the Magic Hall of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild. Why is he here? Xavier wondered inwardly. At that moment, Chase was seated high above, staring angrily at the people kneeling on the ground. There were 13 people altogether, each of them too afraid to look up at Chase. Chase then loudly said, "Guards, drag them out and execute them." Following his order, a large crowd of guards rushed forward to escort these 13 people out. Xavier could not stand such a scene of mutual slaughter, especially amongst members of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild. He was about to intervene when Rhea stopped him. She whispered, "Honey, let's not give ourselves away just yet. Let's see what he does next." Xavier had to temporarily suppress his anger. However, after dismissing the crowd, Chase went straight to the rear hall, so Xavier naturally followed. To his surprise, Chase returned directly to his room without doing anything else. After checking around, Xavier teleported himself and Rhea right in front of Chase. Chase was greatly shocked by the sudden appearance of two figures. He pointed at Xavier and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Xavier was also surprised. As one of the 10 hall masters of the Magic Hall of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild, Chase actually didn't recognize him, the deputy guild master. Still doubting, Xavier coldly replied, "Master of the third hall has quite a good memory. Indeed, you've forgotten me completely. I admire that. Don't ridicule me. Tell me who you are. Don't think you can fool me by disguising yourself as our deputy guild master. If you don't speak, I won't be nice," Chase threatened. Now Xavier was even more surprised. Just moments ago, he doubted whether Chase was truly the original third hall master, but from his words, he clearly thought that Xavier was an imposter. "Chase, listen carefully. I am Xavier, the deputy guild master of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild. Do not try to persuade me. I will never believe you. Our deputy guild master has already." Chase intended to take action against this person whom he believed to be a fake Xavier. Then he realized he couldn't move, seeing the other party smirk slightly. At that moment, he remembered their sudden appearance seemed like spatial movement, a technique only their deputy guild master Xavier possessed throughout the entire Zhenge Continent. So, this young man must be the true deputy guild master Xavier of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild. "Are you really deputy guild master Xavier? Didn't they say you died in the explosion set off by the group of mages in Tehran's?" Chase asked cautiously. "Do you wish for my death?" Xavier replied coldly. "I have a big fate, and would not be easily killed by those cowards." Chase nodded in agreement. Their deputy guild master, being an all-attribute holy mage and proficient in spatial magic, wouldn't allow those conspiracies to succeed. It became clear that the identity of Xavier was undoubted. Chase showed unusual excitement. "I did not die, but you, master of the third hall, are going to die today," Xavier said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chase's eyes widened with terror, and he nervously looked at Xavier and asked, "I wonder what wrong I have committed." Xavier showed no emotion on his face and replied, "As a hall master of the Great Earth Mercenary Guild, instead of thinking about mutual assistance, you choose to harm your subordinates. Today, if I don't kill you, then I won't be called Xavier." Chase panicked and pleaded, "Vice Leader, please let me finish talking. If you still think I deserve to die after listening, it's not too late for you to take action." Xavier replied coldly. "At this point, what else do you have to say? I personally witnessed you slaughtering 13 subordinates just now. What else can you deny?" Rhea saw sincerity and firmness in Chase's eyes and pulled on Xavier's sleeve, saying, "Honey, I don't think he is still acting. Let him speak out whatever he has to say." Thank you. Chase expressed heartfelt gratitude toward Rhea. Chase said, "Vice Leader, please look at this first. This was given to me by Vice Leader Hendrix before he passed away." He then took out a white cloth stained with blood from his bosom. Xavier felt a chill inside and slowly opened it. On it were several crooked bloody words, indeed written by Hendrix. It read diagonally, "Xavier, count on you for the Mercenary Guild." Instantly, Xavier's eyes reddened. Hendrix, this good brother of his, had thus left. Xavier even missed his last goodbye. Xavier encouraged Chase, "Please continue." At that time, Chief Beale suddenly declared to collaborate with Prince Iolo to disrupt the Iva Principality. Vice Leader Hendrix and others strongly opposed it, but Chief Beale insisted on his way. In order to strike those who opposed him, he somehow borrowed an incomparably strong and mysterious power, killing most opponents in a short period of time. Among them was Vice Leader Hendrix, 8 masters of the Martial Arts Hall, 3 masters of the Magic Hall, and countless members below. Remaining people dared not resist under their threats and could only yield to serve them. I've survived to this day in hopes of restoring the Mercenary Guild's past glory under the leadership of Vice Leader like you. Besides, I carried out Vice Leader Hendrix's dying wish faithfully. During this period, they constantly sent people to probe us, fearing our insincerity despite outward obedience. Later, news came from Tehran's that Vice Leader you. At this point, Chase paused and continued. Therefore, I was shocked when you appeared here today, fearing it might be another trap. Please forgive my rudeness, Vice Leader. To be careful is never wrong. Your caution makes sense. By the way, if so, why did you execute your subordinate members just now? Xavier dispelled his doubts after seeing the bloody letter from Hendrix. The handwriting of Hendrix was unique, impossible to imitate, leaving Xavier with no reason to doubt Chase's words. Humbert's the guild encountered upheaval. I was assigned here to manage the branch affairs. But I never forgot my mission. On the surface, I served them obediently while secretly gathering upright members because I believe one day Vice Leader would return to lead us into new light. The people punished by me just now were actually theirs. Mitchell, though removing them won't make much difference, it could weaken their power bit by bit. Thus, I dealt with any misconduct strictly. Doing this would arouse no suspicion among them. Xavier asked. Talking about this, Chase displayed a very pained expression, and he said sorrowfully, to avoid arousing their suspicion, I had no choice but to punish some of my side's men in front of them as well. His dim expression and mournful words revealed his pain deeply. How could Xavier, not wood or grass, stay unmoved? We will surely avenge the dead comrades. We will. Thank you, Vice Leader. I thank you on behalf of all sacrificed comrades, Chase said gratefully. He knew clearly that with Xavier's promise, revenge was not just possible, but certain. By the way, where is Beale now? Xavier unexpectedly asked. Chase answered. After Iolo and Beale seized power of the Principality, Beale was surprisingly appointed as the commander of the Eastern Army by Iolo. Now he's stationed in the east of the Principality in Manasad City. What about others? And the monarchs? Xavier asked further. I don't know about other matters. Such confidential information is hard for people like me to come by, Chase said, and then added firmly. Deputy Leader, now that you're back, my confidence is even stronger. With you here, I have nothing to fear. However, you must still keep your clear head, gather all the upright members, without revealing any secrets. Additionally, closely monitor their every move, and do not disclose a word about today's events. Understand? We're leaving now. Xavier finished speaking, and then used spatial movement to leave. Send off. Before Chase could finish his words, Xavier and the others had already vanished. Chapter 170. A lucky encounter with the teacher. This trip inevitably brought back quite a few regrets, but overall, there were still gains. Regardless of whether Lonnie was sincere or acting, he at least gave Johnny and his companions a glimmer of hope. Now they knew that many members of the original Earth mercenary Daminap still had a sense of justice. Gathering them together would be the key to solving their problems. Johnny saw it was still early and decided to take Rai for a walk, helping her relax so she wouldn't remain in a self-blaming mood all the time. Hubby, look, who is that? Rai cried out incoherently, pointing persistently ahead. Following Rai's finger, Johnny saw an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, whose head was covered with a black cloth from behind, hiding his face. Seeing this ordinary-looking old man, Johnny said displeasedly to Rai, My dear, it's just an ordinary old man. Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid you'll attract enemies? Hubby, doesn't his figure resemble someone? Who does it resemble? Johnny asked suspiciously. Your teacher, Great Mage Dylan. Upon hearing this, Johnny began to carefully examine the old man's back and gait. This close scrutiny indeed made Johnny believe that this old man could very well be Dylan. The posture and walking mannerisms were uncannily similar. To confirm if the elder in front was indeed his benefactor, Johnny took Rai's hand and quickly caught up. When he finally saw the old man's face, Johnny couldn't help but shout, Teacher, my dear teacher, I've finally found you. Overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Dylan, Johnny, who had been worried about his teacher's disappearance, now felt both excitement and shame. He should have recognized his teacher right away, and it was only thanks to Rai's reminder. Dylan also froze upon seeing Johnny, then resumed his calm demeanor, whispering to Johnny, Don't make a sound. Follow me. As soon as these words were spoken, Dylan swiftly moved through the crowd. Johnny didn't dare hesitate and followed him closely with Rai. He had a strong feeling that someone was trailing them, and those people weren't weak at all. In fact, their presence seemed eerily familiar. They stopped before a dilapidated building complex. Once they steadied themselves, Johnny couldn't wait to ask what had happened to Dylan over the past days. But before he could speak, Dylan turned around and loudly called into the empty space. Come out. You've been following me long enough. It's time for a rest. As soon as he spoke, 8 figures emerged from several buildings, forming a semicircle around Johnny and the others. Upon landing, Johnny shouted out loud, Demons! Curiously, Dylan asked, Brat, how do you know they're demons? Johnny replied, Not only do I know they're demons, but I also know these 8 are demon John Eaters. The third one from the left is their highest-ranking purple gold John Eater with 7 pairs of wings. To his left are 2 platinum-level John Eaters with 6 pairs of wings, and the 5 on the right are blue gold level John Eaters, also with 6 pairs of wings. Actually, this information came from the last battle with Damon when Johnny used mental magic to extract it unnoticed. Their status could be determined by the symbols they wore. Demon hierarchy was strict, and no demon dared to violate it. With just a glance at their chest insignias, Johnny could easily discern their identities. At the same time, he couldn't resist joking. Teacher, you must be important to have 8 demon John Eaters escort you around. I doubt even their demon king gets this treatment. Brat, are you saying I'm not pitiful enough being chased by them? How can you still joke at this time? They've chased me for over 2,000 miles. Dylan scolded sternly while simultaneously passing the problem to Johnny. Brat, deal with them. No problem, Johnny replied casually. Hearing Johnny name their ranks, the purple gold John Eater looked doubtful. Knowing that even their chase target, Dylan, didn't know their ranks, yet a young man who appeared insignificant did, he asked uneasily. Brat, how do you know these things? Johnny said coldly. You don't need to care how I know it. Just tell me whether what I just said is correct or not. So what if you're right? The purple gold demon said without deep thought. Humbertons, you know this. You won't see today's sunset. Another boastful old monster. Who knows which of us won't see today's sunset? Rai, who hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but curse. At the same time, she mocked the group of demons. Old monsters. 8 old monsters. Your demon race are all old monsters. It seemed that Rai had been influenced by Elena. Upon seeing demons, she would call them old monsters regardless of their age or power. Perhaps demons were also wary of being called old monsters. Hearing Rai call them old ghosts, they all showed fierce looks and cursed loudly. Brat, dare to say it again. Johnny took over from Rai and said to the demons, my wife didn't lie. Your demon race are all old monsters, each of you several hundred or thousand years old. What else can you be? This only shows that humans are a lowly race, weak in power and pitifully short-lived. How can a lowly race compare with our great demon race? To us, you humans are nothing, one of the blue gold Johniters said with a proud and arrogant look. Meanwhile, the other 7 demons revealed looks of disdain and contempt. Johnny felt nauseated by self-righteous people and was annoyed by the demons boasting of their own strength. He said coldly, I know that you purple gold Johniters have 8, platinum Johniters 28, and blue gold Johniters 72. A pity. A pity what? The purple gold demon asked. Pity these self-proclaimed extraordinary old monsters always boasting about their strength. Regrettably, I have to tell you that after today, there will be layoffs among your demon elders. What kind of layoffs? The purple gold demon asked curiously. Don't you understand? After today, your purple gold Johniters will go from 8 to 6.5, platinum Johniters from 28 to 25, and blue gold Johniters from 72 to 66. Johnny said. Ha 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 ha. The demons laughed arrogantly. The purple gold demon sneered. This elder has lived for 1,300 years and has never heard anyone speak to this elder in such a manner. Johnny Durrani would really like to hear how you plan to lay off. Very simple. None of the old monsters here will see today's sunset. Johnny's tone was so cold now, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. Even Dylan felt chills at the coldness of Johnny's voice, which he never imagined coming from Johnny today. You, human, this elder wants to see what skills you have, the purple gold demon said coldly. I'm sure you all know Damon, Johnny said calmly. That old monster was beaten almost to death by me a few days ago, counting as half an elder at most. Killing you today will make it only 6.5. There's no need for me to explain further, right? What? You injured Damon. The purple gold demon shouted in shock, revealing his inner unease even in his voice. His eyes rapidly changed as they looked at Johnny. Yes, Johnny did not even lift his eyelids. The purple gold demon's face immediately turned ashen. He then said to the nearby demons, everyone, be careful. This human is the first human strongest one, the one who injured Johnny Damon and killed many of our companions. Hearing this, the demons were astonished beyond measure. They had never expected that a seemingly unremarkable human was the one who injured their purple gold Johnny Damon. Yet this human still didn't seem capable enough to defeat Johnny Damon. You brat, from your words, it seems you've already met some demons. Tell your teacher what happened. Dylan couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Johnny smiled and said, Teacher, let me deal with these old monsters first, and then I'll tell you. Otherwise, letting these old monsters disturb us wouldn't be good. Seeing Dylan eager to know, he pulled Rai to Dylan's front and said, Teacher, Rai also knows about last time. Just ask her, she'll tell you everything. No, I want to help my husband fight those old monsters, Rai pouted, wanting to help Johnny against the demons. She couldn't bear to let her husband face so many demon elders alone. As a wind mage master, she could surely be of much help. Honey, rest assured, those few old monsters can't hurt me. I know you want to help me, but I'm afraid of being distracted by having to take care of you. Go ahead and tell the teacher what happened back then so he doesn't worry. Good boy, you really understand your teacher's thoughts. It's worth all the guidance I've given you. Dylan smiled and said, then beckoned Rai over. Little girl, quickly tell me exactly what happened. Don't leave out any details. Mitchell, though Rai was called over by Dylan, her mind wasn't on chatting idly with him. Her beautiful eyes were always fixed on Johnny, deeply afraid that something might happen to him. Johnny signaled Rai not to worry, indicating he could handle everything, then strode towards the stunned demon elders. After all, Johnny wounding Johnny Damon and killing many of their comrades, including their demon prince Ernst, was no small blow to them. Chapter 171, Light Forbidden Spell, Glittering Stars. Johnny saw the overbearing looks of those demon race members instantly turn into one of dimness, slightly tinged with fear, and knew that these guys were only bullies who picked on the weak. It was quite unexpected that his simple words had already intimidated them, but he did not think much of the demon race now, looking at them with extreme disdain and contempt. Johnny stepped forward coldly and asked, May I ask how the old monster should be addressed? Ewan, Purple Gold leader said angrily. Then he added, I don't believe your strength can surpass that of the Creator God and our Demon King. With the power of our 8 elders, 1 purple, 2 white, and 5 blue, we won't fail against a single human. You owe us for today's actions, and we will reclaim everything. Ewan said this merely to boost morale, but deep inside, he was like an open book. Who would win or lose in a real fight between them and Johnny was still unknown. Ignoring how terrifying this human strength could be, even the little girl and the fat old man by his side were tough to handle. Though the human claimed to single-handedly challenge their 8 elders, humans have always been cunning, never keeping their promises. Ewan didn't believe that the two would just watch when Johnny was in danger. They might stand a 30% chance if they fought Johnny alone, but once the girl and the fat old man joined in, it was almost certain that they'd meet their end here. Regardless, Yuan decided to corner these humans verbally first. If he could take down the so-called strongest human, the rest wouldn't be much trouble. Yuan said unperturbed, "Human, you've already stated you'll fight alone. What if your companions attack?" Yuan himself felt a bit unreasonable saying this, prohibiting assistance at a life-or-death moment, as if it were a mere duel. Upon hearing Yuan, Johnny understood his calculations. He replied, "I said alone means alone, and I hate wasting time. Mitchell, 8 of you should come at me together." "How arrogant. I don't believe you are truly this powerful," the other demon elders exclaimed except Yuan. "Quiet." Yuan promptly silenced the riled-up companions. Frankly speaking, he despised Johnny's arrogance too, but being the leader, he had to consider the bigger picture, especially facing the strongest human. Then Johnny spoke again. "Dealing with you old monsters only requires 2 offensive spells from me." This made even the most composed Yuan furious. This insignificant human was belittling them, claiming 2 attacks were enough to defeat all 8 elders, an audacious claim even their demon king wouldn't dare make. They were usually treated with reverence. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Deciding to strike first, they glanced at each other and encircled Johnny, forming a moon surrounded by stars formation centered on him. They launched their most potent dark magic. "Oh endless darkness from hell, extinguish all light. By my blood, I swear, let my hatred inflict equal wounds upon the enemy. 9 days, 9 nights energy forms my shield. Ancient demons remember the covenant. I am the epitome of evil, supreme among the wicked, dissolve in endless darkness." Humbert's Paths of Netherworld Canon. Undoubtedly, the most powerful Yuan cast this. Johnny merely smiled, casting a pure dark magic defense spell, the Rafolk Shield, which blocked Yuan's attack. Meanwhile, the other 7 demons' attacks followed rapidly. Johnny, taking no chances, layered various defensive spells around himself. The demon elder's spells kept hitting Johnny's defenses. Looking around, Johnny remarked, "Good timing. I said 2 would suffice. First one, space compression. Not good. He's about to cast a space prohibition spell. Everyone, fall back quickly." Yuan, who recognized the danger, retracted his attack and shouted loudly for his companions to retreat. However, his shouting was much slower compared to Johnny's casting speed. Even though Johnny moved slightly later than the demons, his magic release speed had long reached an effortless realm. Centering on them, a huge transparent barrier was formed, which rapidly converged and compressed under the caster's control. In the blink of an eye, it had already compressed by half, creating a suffocating atmosphere within the enclosed space. Yuan knew that there was no room for retreat at this point. He bellowed, "Launch an all-out attack on the human." Instantly, the power of the 8 demons surged, but Johnny paid no heed to their offense. He said calmly, "Second attack spell, glittering stars." As soon as the words were spoken, fist-sized light orbs began forming inside the compressed space, invisible to the naked eye. There were over 100 such orbs, each filled with astonishing energy that only heightened Yuan and company's anxiety. Some demon elders even showed signs of faltering in their magical attacks. Johnny derived this attack spell from his previous battle against Damon, knowing that demons feared light magic greatly. His light ball spell proved effective then. Later, he refined it, compressing the volume of the light balls. Mitchell, though smaller, they contained far more powerful energy, and Johnny increased the number of light balls several times over. Casting hundreds of these orbs required almost no effort given his mental prowess. Each light ball possessed formidable strength, comparable to a prohibition spell. Thus, Johnny named this potent light-based attack Glittering Stars, signifying multiple light balls guarding and surrounding the enemy. Yuan and his group were already struggling against Johnny's spatial compression prohibition spell. Now, faced with this terrifying light-based attack, which they most despised, they had no chance to turn the tide. Interfered by the light balls, Yuan made a desperate decision to go down fighting with Johnny. However, Johnny had already teleported outside the barrier. Once out, the compression speed increased exponentially, instantly squeezing the 8 figures together. The relentless pressure from the barrier left Yuan and company collapsed on the ground, staring helplessly at Johnny beyond the barrier, having given up all resistance. Johnny knew that taking just one step further would eliminate the 8 demon elders with the end of spatial compression. Yet, at this critical moment, just before the final stage of compression, Johnny abruptly halted and dissipated the light balls. Without the asphyxiating sensation and interference from the light orbs, Yuan and the others caught a breath. They were astonished why Johnny stopped the attack. Could he not fear their sudden counterattack? Though theoretically possible, in reality, Yuan and the demons had exhausted their strength during the resistance. Standing up was challenging enough, let alone launching a counterattack. Yuan and his companions understood this very well. Initially, they misinterpreted Johnny's pause as a cruel intent, but after a long wait with no action from Johnny, they finally stood up weakly, realizing Johnny intended to spare them. Yuan, dubious, asked, "Why did you spare us? Hundreds we lost to you, why don't you kill us? Aren't you afraid we will seek revenge later?" Johnny chuckled lightly and replied, "If I feared your revenge, I wouldn't have spared you. I released you today hoping you won't bother me again. As for why your demon race frequently appears in the human continent, I have no interest in knowing. In short, if your race comes to trouble me again, I won't be so lenient. I will show no mercy to anyone, even if it is your demon king." The last few sentences were delivered with a stern gaze. Yuan and the others, seeing the icy and deadly serious expression on Johnny's face, knew he was not joking. Given his strength, he had every reason to be this arrogant. Yuan glanced at his defeated subordinates and shouted loudly, "Let's go." Without waiting for a reply, he swiftly left, and the other demon elders looked at each other before wisely following suit. Despite their unwillingness to return in such a miserable defeat, what resources did they have left to turn the tide? Their 8 elders had been completely overpowered by a single human. It was better to leave before further disgracing themselves. After Yuan and the others departed, Johnny was surprised to find that Roger was staring at him with an incredulous look, as if he were ready to devour him whole, or like a strict parent scrutinizing a misbehaving child. Johnny slowly approached Roger and asked uneasily, "Teacher, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chapter 172, Shocking News. Holt's face was pale with anger as he berated, "You are really something, boy. Among all the people, you had to let those few demons go. Do you know what kind of disaster your actions will bring upon the human continent in the future?" "Teacher, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? They're just a few demons. How does this relate to the human continent?" Xavier looked at his mentor Holt with surprise and doubt, explaining, "I let them go because I didn't want to cause more trouble for myself. Putting aside everything else, I already have enough on my plate now, like reviving the mercenary guild and the Orion continent. If I drag the demons into this unnecessarily, it would only make things worse, making my life even less peaceful. Besides, they're just a few demon elders. How much disaster could they bring upon the human continent?" Holt said, "Boy, do you really not know, or are you pretending to be naive? The demon elders you let go were all above 6-winged demons. Each one is equivalent in power to a high-level human mage, and you still release them. When the demon army invades the human continent, countless humans will die at their hands. This isn't aiding the enemy? If you had eliminated them when you had the chance, you could have saved so many lives." As Holt spoke, his eyes burned with anger at Xavier, furious that such a golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers. After all, there were 8 demon elders. "Teacher, you mean the demons are planning a large-scale invasion of the human continent?" Xavier asked hesitantly. "What? Do you think I'm fooling you? Once the dark passage of the demons is fully opened, they will invade the human continent on a large scale. And it won't be long, perhaps only 3 months. 3 months. Xavier and Raphaelvina exclaimed simultaneously. Mitchell, though they had encountered the demons before, news of a demon army invading the human continent left them incredulous. They exchanged astonished glances, finding Holt's words hard to believe. For over 1,000 years, the demons had been dormant, and now it was rumored that they would invade the human world in just 3 months. Who would believe it? "This is all due to your meddling. Why did you have to attack the dark passage of the demons? Because of your interference, the seal restraining the dark passage has weakened, and signs of its dissolution are apparent." Seizing this rare opportunity, the Demon King ordered continuous attacks on the weakening seal night and day, aiming for the total dissolution of the seal so that he can send his million-strong demon army to attack the human continent, Holt said. A million-strong demon army. Xavier was genuinely shocked. He knew that the combined military forces of the entire Orion continent might not even amount to 1 million. Still puzzled, he asked, "If the seal hasn't dissolved completely, how did those demon elders get out?" Holt shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Under the continuous assault by the demon elders, the seal is gradually weakening. Powerful demon elders can already enter and exit without suffering any magical backlash. However, lesser demons must wait until the seal dissolves completely to pass safely. At their current rate of attack, the seal may not last 3 months. Xavier nodded, about to speak, but Holt interrupted. "I know what you're thinking. You hope that since they didn't provoke you, you could ignore them. But this time, you'll be disappointed. You keep offending the demons. Being the strongest on the continent, they won't leave you alone if they plan to conquer Orion continent." Seeing Holt getting more agitated, Xavier feared he would lose control. Humbrance, the deed was done and couldn't be undone. He decided to handle things step by step. If the demons came looking for trouble, he would deal with it then. No need to worry excessively now. To change the subject, he quickly asked, "Teacher, where have you been these days? There were rumors that your mage guild was attacked by mysterious people, and you disappeared without a trace. I really missed you." "Did you actually miss me?" Holt looked unconvinced. When Johnny saw that Holt didn't believe him, he exchanged a glance with Raphaelvina. Raphaelvina understood and stepped forward to say, "Teacher, my husband really misses you. He even had Edgar go all over the world to look for you. You girls are always favoring your lovers." "Teacher, you misunderstand me. If you don't believe me, we can find Edgar to confirm if I'm lying," Raphaelvina said. Seeing her serious demeanor, Holt thought she wasn't joking. He turned to Johnny and said, "You brat, at least you have a conscience and came looking for this old man. You are my benefactor. Without you, there wouldn't be the Johnny of today. No matter what, I will always keep you in my heart," Johnny said sincerely. "That's enough. No need for such sentimental talk." Holt waved to stop Johnny. Johnny asked, "Teacher, where did you go these days?" "To the demonic race." "The demonic race? Why did you go there?" Holt explained, "That day, I was out on business. When I returned, the mage guild was already in ruins. All the mages were dead, including those high-ranking ones. Luckily, I found a dying mage under the rubble who told me a little about what happened. The guild was suddenly attacked by several mysterious people, each as powerful as an archmage, one of whom was even a holy archmage. They leveled the entire guild in an instant. After much thought, I believe that no human could have done it." Around the same time, reports came from the northern Crystal Wind Empire about the appearance of a mysterious race. So, I suspected it was the demons who had been dormant for 1,000 years. Only they could have such power. These past days, I've been investigating the dark passage in the north of the Crystal Wind Empire. and I discovered signs that its seal is weakening. So I secretly entered their territory to find out more. Johnny noticed Holt's brief flash of disappointment when mentioning the holy archmages among the attackers. He knew that before his appearance, there hadn't been a holy archmage in 300 years. Holt had hoped to be the first in 3 centuries to reach this level, but instead, Johnny not only achieved it, but became the first full-element holy archmage in history. This fact had caused him unprecedented dissatisfaction and regret. Johnny asked, "Didn't you say the dark passage was guarded by the demon army? How did you, a light mage, secretly infiltrate?" "Not so fast. I'll tell you later how I got in," Holt teased, then continued. "Initially, I didn't dare venture too deep into their territory, both because I wasn't familiar with it and because the Demon King's strength far exceeded mine. I just spied around the dark passage. One day, I learned that the demons planned to break through the seal and invade the human continent. Trying to return quickly, I was discovered again in the dark passage and chased by 8 demon elders." Johnny laughed. "Teacher, you're truly lucky, escaping the pursuit of 8 demon elders. You almost didn't recognize me after your disguise. You're making fun of me, you brat." Holt scolded, adding, "If those elders knew the human world better, you might never see me again. Now you still have the nerve to mock me." And he pretended to want to punish Johnny. "I won't do it again," Johnny pleaded repeatedly. "These 8 demon elders pursued me relentlessly. Knowing you would appear in the Eridania kingdom, I stopped here. I expected you to kill them for me, but instead, you let them go. That really angered me." At this moment, Johnny gazed at Raphaelvina affectionately again. Had it not been for her reminder just now, he might have really missed his mentor. "Teacher, I didn't know the situation back then. If I had known earlier, I would definitely have wiped them out," Johnny said. "Forget it," Holt replied with a serious expression. "Now let me give you a detailed account of the history of the demonic race and their ambitions so that you understand what they represent." Hearing this, Johnny and Raphaelvina both perked up their ears to listen attentively, fearful of missing a single word. They were about to hear a story they had never heard before, a legend that hadn't been spoken of for over 1,000 years from Holt's mouth. A dormant race for a millennium, the demonic race, which was about to awaken while still shrouded in mystery, and was poised to bring infinite calamity to the human continent. Chapter 173, The War of 1,000 Years Ago. Guillermo glanced at them a few times before saying, "Do you know that 2,000 years ago, the Ao-Yuan continent was not divided as it is now, but was ruled by 2 forces, one in the south and one in the north. In the south was the human-led Raphaelan Empire, and in the north was the dark elf-led Raffolk Empire. The territory of the Raffolk Empire included what is now the Crystal Wind Empire and all the cold regions to the north of it, covering about 10% of the Ao-Yuan continent. Compared to the living environment of humans, the Raffolk Empire could almost be described as hell. There, living materials were extremely scarce, and the land was barren, unsuitable for growing food. The people of the Dark Elves virtually lived from meal to meal. Humbertons, it's so miserable. How did the Dark Elves manage to survive? Why didn't they come over to live with the humans?" asked Raphaelvina innocently. Being a princess, she had never experienced hunger or cold, unable to imagine the state of hunger. Johnny, on the other hand, felt deep sympathy for the plight of the Dark Elves. "Don't interrupt," Guillermo said unhappily. Johnny immediately gestured for Raphaelvina to listen carefully and not disturb his story. Guillermo continued, "Do you think anyone would just let you come over? You have to understand that rulers wouldn't allow citizens of an opposing force to seek a livelihood here. Besides, both sides were enemies back then. Even if they weren't, Dark Elves would not be allowed into human society. Due to their difficult conditions, each generation of Raffolk emperors prioritized the development of their people. They worked diligently to improve the lives of their people. In this aspect, their rulers far surpassed those of the humans. However, no matter how hard they tried, the existing conditions hindered their development. Therefore, they set their eyes on the fertile lands in the south, hoping to occupy some areas for farming. Thus, they frequently sent troops to harass human society. Naturally, the human rulers would not tolerate this and retaliated. This back and forth went on for 50 years without any significant outcome. With their relatively weaker power, the Dark Elves never dared launch large-scale invasions. Meanwhile, human rulers looked down on potential threats and failed to guard against the ambitions of the Dark Elves. This stalemate persisted until the birth of Dexter, the 14th-generation Raffolk Emperor, who changed the situation. Under Dexter's leadership, he vigorously supported military development while leading the people to develop independently and create opportunities through hard work. Using their inherent formidable strength, they gradually changed their way of life and moved toward success. Under his rule, the power of the Raffolk Empire grew steadily and, after 100 years of development, became a match for the Raphaelan Empire. Irrecriover, in the year of Dexter's 500th birthday, he broke through to achieve 10 wings, officially becoming a godlike being and the second Dark Elf to reach such status in history. Then who was the first to become a godlike being? Before Guillermo could finish, the curious Raphaelvina interrupted again. But realizing her old habit of interrupting, she stuck out her tongue and hid behind Johnny, embarrassed. This time, however, Guillermo did not scold her, only saying, "Of course, it was the omnipotent creator." Johnny was thoroughly engrossed and urged, "Teacher, please continue." The growth of Dark Elf power caused alarm among human rulers, fearing a large-scale invasion. They decided to strike first. At that time, the emperor ruling the Raphaelan Empire was called Eric, the 96th emperor. To get rid of this thorn in his side, Emperor Eric launched an invasion during Dexter's seclusion. leading 6 million human soldiers. Emperor Eric caught the Dark Elves off guard and crushed their army. 2/3 of the Dark Elf territory was occupied. Just as the human army was about to achieve victory, the Devil King Dexter emerged from seclusion in time and led his people to launch a rapid counterattack. After that period of seclusion, the Devil King Dexter's power had reached an unimaginable level. Thanks to the addition of the Devil King Dexter, the defeated Dark Elf army gradually turned the tide. Finally, the two armies engaged in what was historically the largest scale battle at Samar City, which is now the capital city of Salmantora in the Crystal Wind Empire. The battle was known as the Samar Campaign, pitting 5 million human soldiers against 1 million Dark Elf soldiers. The battle was fierce, with blood flowing like rivers, countless lives lost on the battlefield, and even Emperor Eric, the commander of the human forces, was killed in action. Without their supreme commander, the human army started retreating in disarray, suffering heavy losses, with nearly 2/5 of their territory being occupied by the Dark Elves. If not for the fortifications of Rafflehan Town, human society might have been destroyed by the Dark Elves. It was only thanks to Emperor Eric's son Humbert standing up to take over the throne and stabilizing the troops that disaster was avoided. Johnny's eyes flickered as he asked, "Teacher, since the Devil King was so powerful, why were the humans able to resist? With his strength alone, shouldn't he be able to contend with the entire human army?" Johnny deeply understood this point. Based on his own power, he believed that if he unleashed his full strength, even 1,000,000 soldiers would be no match for him. "Do you think everyone else is useless?" Guillermo said in frustration. At that time, the human mages were much more powerful than they are today. There were far more high mages back then than there are master mages now. Irrecriover, space magic, which has been lost for 1,000 years, still existed at that time. So, the humans weren't that easy to bully. But due to their short lifespan, humans could not train indefinitely. Unlike the Dark Elves who have long lifespans and can endlessly practice, leading to their individual powers being significantly greater than human mages. Otherwise, how could 1 million Dark Elf soldiers resist 6 million human soldiers? Teacher, please continue. For nearly 100 years, the two sides remained at a stalemate. The Dark Elf army had reduced from over 1 million to around 400,000, while the human side decreased from 6 million to less than 2.5 million. Thus began a protracted 300-year war. By the end of this prolonged war, the Devil King Dexter did not change the fate of his people and eventually died of exhaustion in camp. This gave the Sun Empire Emperor the opportunity to attack the exhausted Dark Elves, ultimately driving the remaining Dark Elves to the most inhospitable northern regions of the Zhenge Continent. However, once in the cold regions, the human army lost their advantage. After several failed attempts at complete annihilation, all the space mages at the time gathered and sacrificed their lives to open a space rift in the cold regions, trapping the Dark Elves inside, leaving only a dark tunnel entrance closely monitored by the humans. Guillermo paused and continued. The cost of this war was too great for the Sun Empire. The lengthy war drained the nation's resources to the point where it could no longer sustain supplies for its army guarding the Dark Tunnel. The Sun Empire's last 100 high mages combined to seal off the Dark Tunnel, thus bringing the war between humans and Dark Elves to a close with 0 victories for the Sun Empire. That battle also caused the disappearance of many high-level magics, especially space magic, which vanished along with the last batch of space mages. This war became a harbinger of the Sun Empire's downfall. Over the following decades, the 100th generation Emperor Raphael could not save the declining empire and led it to its demise. Emperor Raphael was assassinated by his rebellious generals, while other military leaders declared independence, forming new regimes with their own national names, leading to the current fragmented state of the Zhenge Continent, with the Dark Elves sealed in that virtual space. I understand now why the history books of each empire only record events from the past 1,000 years, but say nothing about the events from 1,000 years ago. It's because the ruling authorities feared that later generations would know their power came from rebellion and ordered historians not to record anything before the founding of the nations, Raphael Vina said. The little girl is indeed very clever to draw such a conclusion from the story, Guillermo praised. At this moment, Johnny couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. If I were Devil King Dexter, I would also attack human society. This statement was no less impactful than a strong earthquake, stunning Guillermo speechless for a long time. Even when he came back to his senses, he merely glared at him without scolding him, because Johnny wasn't wrong. As the Devil King, Dexter had the duty to seek happiness for his people. Michelo, his methods were extreme, his intention was good. Raphael Vina, noticing the tense eye contact between her two, worried that they might have another disagreement. She quickly shifted the topic by asking Guillermo, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Guillermo said irritably. "Why do the demons have such long lifespans? They can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. In contrast, our humans have much shorter lives. As far as I know, the longest lifespan for humans is only about 160 years. Raphael Vina hoped Guillermo could answer this question that had been bothering her for a long time. "I'm not a demon. How would I know why they can live so long?" Guillermo's response immediately silenced Raphael Vina. That wasn't an answer at all. It was like not answering at all. Not getting the information she wanted from Guillermo, she pouted at him and walked away to Johnny unhappily. She silently cursed in her heart. "Old man, you dare not tell me. I will never help persuade my husband for you again." Chapter 174, Taking Up the Mandate in Crisis. The two stood facing each other with these gazes, like statues unmoving for a long while, neither shifting their eyes. Each harbored their own concerns. One wished to avoid trouble and hoped to live a peaceful life with his beloved. The other, however, wished for him to take on the path of salvation, using his strength to save those in dire straits. Finally, Roger chose to give in first. He knew that such a stalemate would lead nowhere and began recounting the history of the demon race to Irvin. Mitchell, though your campaign ended in defeat for the demons, they didn't choose to abandon it, but opted to rise again. Under the leadership of a new demon king, they continued the mission left by their ancestors, seeking a livable realm for their people. Unfortunately, the dark passages through which demons attacked human society are sealed off, so the demon race is powerless in the short term. They must wait until they can fully break this seal. It was placed by all spatial mages together. Its effectiveness lasts 2,000 years, meaning that only after another 1,000 years will this seal loosen. During this period, the demon king had sent people to attack the seal, but it remained unshaken, and many skilled demon fighters were lost before giving up. They could only wait patiently for the opportunity after another 1,000 years. But you brat, have triggered the seal and loosened it prematurely, advancing the demon's chance by 1,000 years. How could the demon king let go of such a rare opportunity? From the moment the seal showed signs of loosening, he has sent elite members of his clan to attack the seal nonstop, trying to destroy it completely in the shortest time possible. Tell me, aren't you the prime culprit? If not for you, how could the seal be so easily loosened? If not for you. Roger got angrier and more agitated as he spoke, almost wanting to beat up this young man. Looking at Irvin, who was speechless and unable to reply, though the seal was indeed triggered unintentionally. After all, it was also for Irene and Lenore at the time. He couldn't just stand by and watch them get hurt. However, looking back at the root of it all, without him, none of this would happen today. Well, it seems everything happens as fate decides, sighed Irvin, simultaneously considering his future. Would he stay out of it or immerse himself? Ignoring Irvin's facial expressions, Roger continued. The current demon king of this generation is called Devon. His power surpasses that of the previous demon king Dexter, perhaps even exceeding him. It is rumored he has already obtained 10 pairs of wings, becoming the first demon in demon history to reach 10 pairs of wings. In the human continent, only you, boy, have the ability to match the demon king. Irikriover, the demon king has over 100 elders above the level of archmages under him, and they've been recuperating for over 1,000 years. This time, the demon clan aims to achieve victory. To put it bluntly, whatever you're thinking, the fate of Oyuan Continent rests solely on your shoulders now. Only you can resolve this crisis of Oyuan Continent. Besides, since you've caused all this, you must make up for it. There's no escaping. Just a few words from Roger, and the burden of saving the continent fell on Irvin. It seemed that if Irvin didn't step forward, he wouldn't be considered human. No wonder Roger wasn't worried. Irvin had previously shown sympathy towards the demon race, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't remain a spectator during the demon invasion of the continent. Irvin smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, don't you think you're making me too great? Not to mention stopping the demon's invasion. Even dealing with Oyuan Continent's current situation feels overwhelming. Hans is busy expanding his territory. How could he listen to me? Asking him to resist the demon race now is nothing but a daydream. Because of that very reason, you must prevent Hans's plot and disputes between various forces within 2 months and unite them to resist the massive demon army. Otherwise, even without the demon's action, Oyuan Continent will fall into the hands of the demon. Based on the speed of the demons attacking the seal, you only have 2 months. No matter what means you use, you must prevent the chaotic situation on the continent." Irvin asked weakly. "Then why don't you handle it yourself, teacher? After all, you are the president of the Mage Guild. Even the heads of those empires would have to show you some respect." He wanted to pass the responsibility back to Roger. After all, this involved the lives of millions of people in Oyuan Continent, not something that could be taken lightly. Plus, being so young, even if he had the ability to lead others, it wasn't guaranteed that they would listen to him. The best way was to avoid unnecessary troubles. "Brat, you want to shirk responsibility again, huh?" Roger was angry again. He didn't know how many times he had been annoyed today. This brat kept provoking him, seemingly trying to drive him mad. But Roger was no ordinary man, and his mind quickly devised a plan. Across the entire Oyuan Continent, only you have the strength to turn the tide. Only you can save the whole of Oyuan Continent. You are the god of Oyuan Continent, and only under your leadership will it have a chance to revive. Without you, Oyuan Continent will never rise again. Roger's flattery hit Irvin right where it hurt. The once bullied Irvin felt greatly fulfilled as he was now portrayed as a savior. His vanity soared at Roger's praise. After all, such words came from the mouth of the president of the Mage Guild, not something anyone could easily obtain. So without thinking if Roger's words were genuine or had ulterior motives, he replied, "Mitchellwright, I agree to help you, teacher. I'll stop the conflicts on the continent and resist the invasion of the demon race." Seeing Irvin fall for it, Roger secretly rejoiced. "Brat, trying to outsmart me? Still too young. A few nice words, and you're completely swayed." But then he suddenly noticed Irvin's somber expression and worried he might change his mind. He anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" He truly feared that Irvin would reconsider at this crucial moment. When Roger heard Irvin's initial agreement, he nearly burst with joy, for his mere flattery had brought this kid on board. Irvin said helplessly, "But we are only a handful of people. It would be hard enough to stop the conflicts on the continent, let alone block the advance of the demon army. Besides, we have only 2 months, which is simply impossible." Hearing this, Roger's face relaxed again, realizing that Irvin was worried about manpower. After some thought, he pulled out a palm-sized golden plaque from his chest and handed it to Irvin. Upon closer inspection, Irvin saw that the plaque resembled a torch, burning brightly with the sun atop it, shining and nurturing the earth. Roger explained, "Brat, this token is called the Demon Summoning Token. It commands all mages in the world and is also the emblem of the president of the Mage Guild. Now, teacher hands it over to you." Without asking, Irvin knew that Roger wanted to entrust him with the presidency of the Mage Guild. Quickly returning the token, he said, "Teacher, I can't possibly be qualified to take on this position. Please find someone else." He tried to refuse as much as possible. "Brat, are you trying to provoke me? You were just complaining about not having enough people. In short, don't make me the president if you want me to stop the demons." "If you make me president, I won't deal with the demon invasion at all," Irvin firmly stated. Realizing his temporary enthusiasm under Roger's flattery, he now regretted it and was determined not to be tricked again. Roger angrily retorted, "Brat, you dare to threaten me?" "I wouldn't dare, teacher. I really am not qualified to be the president of the Mage Guild." "Fine, I won't force you to be president." Seeing Irvin's earnest refusal, Roger stopped pressing and put the token back. However, Irvin then snatched the token, making Roger think he'd changed his mind. Unexpectedly, Irvin said, "Though I don't want to be president, I need to borrow this token temporarily. Otherwise, I won't have enough people to handle these troubles." Roger thought, "With this token in your hands, I'm sure you'll eventually take the role. Then I can relax." At this moment, Irene tugged at Irvin's sleeve and softly reminded, "Honey, it's getting dark. Let's go home." Irvin looked up at the sky, realizing they had lost track of time. He then told Roger, "Teacher, let's head back first. We shouldn't keep them waiting." Back at the residence, Irvin was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face, that charming, girl-like face still retaining its beauty, the water Grand Magister, Kafia. At this moment, she sat there with a dark expression, her beautiful face showing no signs of emotion, only helplessness and coldness. Everyone present stood silently, their expressions solemn and dignified. What shocked him even more was Elena sobbing uncontrollably in Kafia's arms, her cries filled with anger and sorrow. Chapter 175 Succession to the Duchy Throne. Hearing Elena's heartbroken wails, Xavier hurried forward in long strides. His instincts told him that something serious must have happened, otherwise, Elena wouldn't be crying so bitterly. Toria noticed Xavier approaching and also saw Roger following closely behind him. She merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then patted Elena's back and said, "Elena, get up. Look who has returned." Immersed in her grief, Elena turned her head with difficulty upon hearing her teacher. Seeing her husband return, she immediately broke free from Toria's embrace and threw herself into Xavier's arms, hugging his neck and bursting into even louder sobs. Her tears, competing with her cries, flowed freely from her eyes and soon soaked Xavier's collar. Xavier allowed Elena to cry into his shoulder while gently stroking her back. However, her heart-wrenching cries nearly shattered his heart. He cupped her tear-streaked face, gently wiping away her tears, and spoke affectionately. "My love, what happened? Tell your husband, let me make things right for you. I'll tear apart anyone who dare to hurt you and throw them into the mountains to feed the monsters." Elena glanced at Xavier, lips trembling, but no words came out. Instead, her sobs grew more intense. Xavier was flustered. He had only wanted to comfort Elena and find out what happened, but instead, he made her cry harder. Helplessly, he turned to Prestonling's sword Saint Izar who had accompanied Elena. "Uncle, can you tell me what happened?" Izar looked grave, hesitating for a moment before saying, "The Emperor of Jonadidna Duchy is gone." Though Izar spoke subtly, Xavier understood the implications. The Emperor of Jonadidna Duchy, Riggs, was dead. At this moment, the sobbing Elena in Xavier's arms seemed to suffer another blow. Her cries echoed piercingly, her tears flowing like a breached dam. Each drop felt like a sharp knife slicing through Xavier's heart. He wanted to share her sorrow, comfort her, but knew it wasn't the time. Comforting her now would only make her cry harder. Only when she cried out all her pain could she truly be relieved. Holding her tightly despite her tears, Xavier knew it was the best way to comfort her. Nearby, Rafflevina's eyes were also filled with tears, her hands covering her mouth as she quietly sobbed. The atmosphere was heavy, time seeming to stand still. Everyone present wore solemn expressions, all sharing the same thought, to do everything they could to catch the murderer for Elena and let her take revenge, allowing her anger to be unleashed. After an unknown amount of time, Elena finally stopped crying. She lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen like two ruby stones. Sobbing, she said to Xavier, "Please, my husband, avenge my father." Xavier nodded firmly. This simple request needed no consideration. No matter how many requests Elena made, Xavier would agree without hesitation. For her happiness, he would do anything. He gently kissed away the tears from her eyes, regardless of who was watching, focused only on comforting her. Helping Elena sit down, he softly said, "Rest now, my love." Then he instructed Rafaelvina, "Take good care of Elena." Rafaelvina nodded and turned to comfort the grieving Elena. Only after calming Elena did Xavier walk to Izar and ask, "Uncle, tell me what happened. How could such a tragedy occur? Who killed the Emperor?" Just as Izar was about to speak, Toria beat him to it. "Let me, the party involved, explain." At the same time, Toria took a deep breath. Her sad expression made the beautiful Toria appear 10 years older all at once. She said, "It happened like this. You probably know that Rafaelmi and Tina and the leader of the Earth mercenary Daminup, Giovanni, colluded and rebelled against the duchy together. I won't go into more detail about this. Rafaelmian seized power through rebellion, so-called without proper title or justification. To formally become the emperor of the duchy, he coerced His Majesty to issue an order before the officials and all the people to officially appoint him as the next emperor of the duchy. But His Majesty refused to yield until death, which enraged Raphaelmian, leading to his action. Here, Toria stopped talking. Continuing would only provoke sorrow and anger among everyone. At this moment, Izar picked up where Toria left off. Humberton's His Majesty's assassination. Your Excellency has been imprisoned in the palace dungeon by Raphaelmian, and her magic has been restrained. It wasn't until this afternoon when we infiltrated the dungeon that we rescued her, and you know what happened next. Hearing Izar's words, Xavier finally understood the whole sequence of events and couldn't help but feel even more tender and protective toward Elena. With a loving gaze on the grieving Elena, he reaffirmed his resolve. He must capture Raphaelmian and avenge Emperor Oskadin as well as those who died. While everyone was lost in solemn thought, Toria suddenly declared loudly, "Now I will announce His Majesty's final testament." At the same time, she gestured for Elena to come and listen. Upon hearing this, everyone reluctantly perked up, especially Janice, who bowed respectfully to listen attentively. Toria looked around at everyone and announced, His Majesty's last wish was for Xavier to succeed him as the next emperor of the duchy. This simple sentence left Xavier utterly bewildered. He was dumbfounded that Oskadin's final wish was for him to take over the throne, a position he had never even imagined, let alone dared to consider. He stood there in shock, not snapping out of it until Janice shook him awake. Looking at Toria with disbelief, he stammered, "Anna, you, would I joke about something like this?" Toria rebuked and then added earnestly, "For the future of Jonadidina Duchy, for its people, and for the sake of Elena who loves you deeply, you must honor His Majesty's last request and step forward to assume the throne." Pointing at his own face in astonishment, Xavier asked, "Even if it is to succeed to the throne, it shouldn't be me. Every empire has its direct heir, and if there's anyone to inherit, it should be Elena, not me." Xavier was baffled by Oskadin's actions. Wasn't he essentially handing over the kingdom to an outsider? Toria explained, "You are right that every empire has its legitimate heir. However, His Majesty only had 3 daughters, and Elena's 2 elder sisters passed away at a young age. Technically, Elena is the sole legal heir to Jonadidina Duchy, but this responsibility is too heavy for a young girl to bear. Your relationship with Elena is well known throughout the continent. Passing the throne to you is no different from giving it to Elena. Rather than let someone like Raphaelmian take control, it's better that you, her husband, manage Jonadidina Duchy. Even if some may object now, as long as you defeat Raphaelmian the traitor in the future, who would dare accuse you?" Xavier still hesitated, unsure of what to do, accept or refuse. His mind felt ready to explode. Just as Xavier was close to losing it, Elena walked over and said to Xavier, "My love, accept the throne. I believe you can bring happiness and peace to Jonadidina Duchy. Xavier, you should accept it." "Xavier, don't delay any longer. His Majesty won't rest in peace otherwise," everyone urged. Even Roger spoke up. "Boy, stop being a coward. Step up bravely and fulfill your duty and responsibility." Seeing everyone's eager hope for him to take the throne, Xavier finally said, "Mitchellwright, I'll listen to you all." From this point on, Xavier's status underwent a complete transformation. From an obscure and destitute young man who was bullied by everyone, he leaped to become the most powerful person on the continent. He became the leader of the Revival Daminup, the emperor of Jonadidina Duchy, and the nominal head of the Mage Guild. Looking around at these people, Sword Saint Izar, who was notoriously difficult to deal with, Great Magister Roger and Toria, all became his subordinates. These individuals were all top-tier figures on the continent. This year, Xavier turned 20, but his achievements had reached an unparalleled height. He had created a true legend on Oyuan Continent, and because of his existence, everything on Oyuan Continent was changing. Xavier did not know whether having so many titles was a blessing or a curse, but he understood that at this moment, he had taken a significant step forward on the path of saving the world. Chapter 176, The 4 Armies of Salvation. Everyone's mood remained heavy, with no trace of joy on anyone's face. Especially Elena, who had been sobbing incessantly from beginning to end. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she fainted several times. Finally, under Micheldo fans' repeated consoling and persuading, she reluctantly allowed Carrie to accompany her back to rest. She was exhausted both physically and mentally, far more than just physically. After settling Elena down, Micheldo hastily convened everyone for a meeting. Despite the fatigue visible on everyone's faces after a busy day, the urgency of the situation left them no choice but to sacrifice their rest. Micheldo gathered everyone around a large table. Once everyone was seated, he first informed them about what Mario had told him regarding the demons. Everyone was astounded, turning their gazes toward Mario. Mario nodded in confirmation of what Micheldo had said. Micheldo then shouted loudly, "We don't have much time left, only 2 months. I hope everyone can work together to get through this crisis. Work together, work together." Everyone echoed loudly, united in their resolve. Micheldo turned his gaze to Dorian and asked, "Big brother Dorian, how did it go with contacting the soldiers who are still loyal?" Hearing Micheldo's inquiry, Dorian hurriedly stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Micheldo frowning and glaring at him, immediately swallowing the unspoken words. Micheldo's expression made him feel extremely uneasy, as if he were a criminal guilty of a grave offense, not daring to meet Micheldo's eyes. Dorian asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, why are you? Don't call me Your Majesty." Micheldo jumped up and yelled. He was already infuriated by Dorian calling him Your Majesty twice. This change in address did not bring him any sense of honor or pride, but instead made him feel like he had lost something precious. If they kept addressing him that way endlessly, he would lose the genuine friendship and camaraderie he cherished with his friends and brothers. Micheldo had no desire for power. He accepted the throne only out of necessity. What he valued most was the heartfelt friendship and sincerity among friends, which he believed to be priceless treasures. But you are the Duke of the Principality. What else should I call you? Dorian asked blankly, his traditional noble mindset unable to break free from the concept of the ruler being superior to his subjects. Call me what you used to call me. Micheldo added. Everyone, please keep calling me as before. Don't let changes in status distance us. Otherwise, I'd rather not have these empty titles. This is not proper by law or custom, Dorian persisted. I say it's fine. Unless you don't consider me, Micheldo, your good friend and brother, Micheldo said emotionally. Seeing the sincere and clear look in Micheldo's eyes, Dorian stopped insisting. However, he silently vowed to do his best for Micheldo. Big brother Dorian, please continue, Micheldo instructed. Yes, Dorian responded. After Iolo's rebellion succeeded, he never truly won people's hearts. His greed, lust, violence, and cruelty grew increasingly rampant along with his growing power. People may submit to him outwardly, but deep down, they all wish to tear him apart. Even within the army, there are many complaints. As long as you, Micheldo, stand up and rally them, I believe the citizens and soldiers will follow you to overthrow Iolo. Pausing slightly, he continued. Irikriover, I've discovered another important piece of information. At least half of the Royal Guard, the Royal Knights, and the Capital Patrol remain loyal to you. They merely endure under Iolo's oppression while hoping you will one day lead them to reclaim power and restore peace. How many people are there altogether? Micheldo abruptly asked. Dorian estimated quickly. Probably over 10,000. The Royal Knights have the smallest number, around 2,000, but they are the strongest in combat. Having once served in the Royal Knights, Dorian couldn't help but add some praise. Do they have any of Iolo's spies among them? And what's the current situation with the original 4 great armies of the Principality? Micheldo fired off several questions at once. Dorian answered one by one. Johnny, you don't know. On the surface, the Principality only has 4 great armies, but in reality, there is another army, which is the central army directly commanded by His Majesty. It includes the Royal Knights and other troops. Their combat strength is the strongest among the 5 great armies. If not for Captain Giovanni's assistance this time, Iolo's Western army wouldn't have succeeded. Dorian saw Johnny's eyes flicker at the mention of Giovanni, unsure whether he should continue. However, Johnny signaled him to proceed. Dorian continued. After Iolo occupied Neutral City and seized power, he dismantled the Central Army, dispersing them into the 4 great armies, and appointed Giovanni as the commander of the Eastern Army. The Southern and Northern armies were defeated one by one, losing their resistance capability. Iolo then assigned his confidants to lead these 2 armies. But I believe that many soldiers within these armies are still loyal to His Majesty. Then, how many do you think they are? Johnny asked. I estimate no less than 30,000. The Central Army has over 10,000 soldiers, and local armies have around 30,000. That adds up to more than 40,000. Johnny murmured thoughtfully. Suddenly, a good idea came to him. He turned to Dorian and said, Brother Dorian, you will be responsible for recruiting these soldiers and commanding them. From this moment on, Johnny began to act as the true Duke of the Principality, giving orders like a ruler. Baron brother, what did you find? Johnny turned to Curtis. Curtis frowned and said, Nothing at all. Johnny, I am truly sorry. He felt guilty for his failure and ashamed for not living up to Johnny's trust. Baron brother, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, I found my teacher and also learned that many members of the Great Earth Mercenary Damonok didn't follow the rebels. They can be united under your command. Thank you, Johnny. Why so formal now, Baron brother? Johnny joked. Curtis didn't reply, but his grateful look was the best answer. At this moment, Johnny's gaze shifted back to Mario, making Mario feel uncomfortable. Brat, what are you plotting against the old man? Johnny smirked. I wouldn't dare to play tricks on you, my teacher. With that look and smile, I know you're up to no good. What do you want? Mario could see through Johnny's ulterior motives. Johnny admitted. You are indeed a great teacher who knows my mind right away. He held up the Demon Command token in front of Mario and said, Teacher, you'll be responsible for gathering the mages from the Magic Guild and leading them. I'm sure it won't be too much for you, teacher. Johnny secretly observed Mario's reaction, only to hear Mario say with mock grievance, Brat, you're asking for my old life. Do you really expect me to handle all these things? The heavy burden was thrown back at him by Johnny. Johnny smiled bitterly. Teacher, it's an emergency. Plus, as the head of the Magic Guild, you are the most suitable person. Mario just glared at Johnny angrily without saying anything more. Finally, Johnny turned his attention to Juliana and Cadrian. Cadrian laughed awkwardly and asked, Johnny, what do you want Uncle to do? Johnny replied, Uncle, you have experience in business and understand how crucial supplies are to an army. Any lack of supply could cause huge losses and possibly lead to defeat. Therefore, I'd like you to be in charge of all supplies and distribution in the Principality. No problem, Cadrian pledged confidently, knowing he had the capability as a businessman. With such arrangements, it seemed that only Watermaster Cafiel was left with nothing to do. Otherwise, Johnny would have already planned her role. He turned to Juliana and said, Auntie, as a water mage skilled in healing magic, you will oversee the entire medical system of the Principality. Johnny, you're really taking care of your aunt. Keeping her away from the front line, Cadrian joked, bursting into laughter. Juliana scolded, Brother, you're getting old but still behave irresponsibly. Without us healers, how would the injured soldiers be treated? You really shouldn't speak so freely in front of children. Hiroshi could only glare, unable to come up with a rebuttal. Instead, Johnny once again loudly encouraged everyone. We must all work together to get through these hard times. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility, as if heavy mountains were pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Thus, the precursors of the 4 great armies that would save the continent were officially formed. The swordsman army led by Dorian, the magic army led by Mario, the mercenary army led by Curtis, and the supply assurance army led by Hiroshi. Juliana and Aminaling, among others, formed a medical rescue team, falling under the jurisdiction of the supply assurance army. The 4 great armies made their due contributions on Johnny's path to liberate the continent and save the world, and their deeds were proudly recorded in history. Chapter 177 Divert to the East. Ever since Johnny agreed to embark on the path of saving the world, he had long determined the direction and steps forward, taking the Principality of Iva as the base, then subduing the empires and alliances surrounding the Principality one by one to achieve the great goal of unifying the Orient continent. Once unification was complete, it would be time to gather all the forces of Orient to collectively resist the invasion of the demon army. Plans must lead to actions. Otherwise, they were no different from armchair strategies. Everyone present was well aware of the critical nature of making it happen, not merely talking about it. Over. Only 2 short months remained. Each action was now a matter of utmost urgency. Any delay might obstruct the plan and affect the entire situation. At that point, let alone subjugating the entire continent, even recapturing the Principality of Iva would be fraught with difficulty. Uncle, Aunt, do you know where Iolo is right now? Is he in the palace? Johnny asked. Do you mean to catch the king first before catching his men? Hiroshi immediately grasped Johnny's intent. Johnny nodded, indeed harboring this intention, capturing Iolo first, then using him as a hostage to force his followers to surrender, minimizing losses. Otherwise, once conflict broke out, casualties were inevitable. Every bit of strength preserved now would add to the power needed when confronting the demon army. Eric's importantly, avenging Sadie swiftly would spare her undue grief. Iolo is not in the palace at the moment. I've also tried to find him but could not locate him, Hiroshi said apologetically. He recounted the details of rescuing the water Grand Magus master to Johnny. Seeing Hiroshi unsure of Iolo's whereabouts, Johnny placed his remaining hope on Augusta, hoping she could provide the answers he most desired. Sadly, Augusta's response still left Johnny disappointed. She too did not know Iolo's location. Johnny's mood plummeted like falling from the peak of a valley, disappointment clouding his eyes, frustration accompanying him. A brilliant plan to catch the leader had failed due to Iolo's absence. Perhaps he's on Sacred Continent, Augusta muttered unexpectedly, pulling Johnny back from despair. Yet he soon fell into disappointment again because he'd never heard of a place called Sacred Continent in Orient. Not knowing its location made it impossible to find. Sacred Continent? Johnny pondered inwardly. He looked at Augusta with an inquiring gaze. Aunt, do you know where Sacred Continent is? Augusta shook her head, once more denying Johnny. With no choice, Johnny turned his gaze to Mario, the most experienced person among everyone present. But Mario, like Augusta, shook his head, indicating he also didn't know the location of Sacred Continent. Observing the others revealed furrowed brows and helplessness. Johnny sighed. If even they didn't know, no one truly knew where Sacred Continent was. After all, everyone here had vast experience, especially Mario and the others who had seen far more than Johnny. Augusta continued. Humberton's Iolo usurped power. He vanished from public view, like evaporating air. No one has seen or known his whereabouts since. And Sacred Continent, I only heard about it accidentally from soldiers. As for its exact location, I have no clue. As everyone pondered silently, Johnny's peripheral vision caught Edgar Can's lips moving slightly without speaking. Curious, he asked, Baron brother, did you think of something? Speak up, and perhaps we can recall useful clues together. I suspect this Sacred Continent has something to do with the demon race. Think carefully. The war on the Orient continent came too suddenly this time. Almost all countries and alliances initiated coups at the same time, which seems unreasonable and illogical. Even if Hansa's Turin's empire has the power to unify the Orient continent, it is limited to a situation of divide and conquer. To let the coup happen simultaneously across the board, I don't think they have that capability. What's strangest is that after the coups happened in various countries, Hans, Iolo, and others all vanished mysteriously. It can't be said that there isn't a conspiracy. Considering these circumstances, no organization on the continent could achieve such an enormous plan and execute it perfectly. If there is, only the demon race who have been silent for nearly 1,000 years would fit. They have the strength and strategy. Irikriover, haven't we seen frequent appearances of the demons lately? In conclusion, I associate this so-called Sacred Continent with the demon race. Edgar-chan blurted out everything he thought of. His insight was to the point, drawing nods from everyone. Do you mean to say that Sacred Continent is within the territory of the demon race? Johnny asked. I don't know that. At the same time, Mario seemed to recall something, interrupting. Little Baron's analysis makes sense. After listening to him, I also suspect Sacred Continent is in the demon territory. When I went to investigate in the demon territory, I once heard the demons talking about 2 holy places, Yixinyuan and Irixiang Peak. Yixinyuan has already been destroyed by Johnny. Could this Irixiang Peak be the so-called Sacred Continent? Hiroshi also expressed his opinion. It seems all of this has something to do with the demon race. The Holy Johniters surprisingly sold themselves to Hans, and the Mage Guild was attacked by mysterious people. Their strength isn't something ordinary people could achieve. Though everyone's analyses were quite reasonable, all of these were still conjectures, impossible to verify. Johnny, anxious, planned to investigate in the demon territory, but was stopped by Mario, who guessed what he wanted to do. "Brat, what are you thinking?" "I want to go investigate Erixiang Peak," Johnny said. Hearing this, Mario almost fainted, scolding, "No way. While you might be strong enough, sneaking into the demon territory alone is harder than ascending to heaven. If you encounter the Demon King, it could be disastrous. No one knows the full extent of the Demon King's strength, not to mention the numerous high-level demons under his command. Rushing in recklessly now is tantamount to courting death. Johnny, you should calm down for now. Investigating Erixiang Peak can be discussed later. For now, let's find a place to settle down. We can't stay in Huzhong City forever," Hiroshi persuaded Johnny. Hearing Hiroshi, Johnny realized they were still in Huzhong City, the Western Army camp of Iolo's force. With many troops stationed there, their presence was conspicuous. Any sign of trouble would attract attention. If weaker, they'd probably be in Iolo's prison already, far from sitting here. Even if Iolo's men didn't spot them, the demon race might. He didn't think sparing a few elders would stop the demons from finding him. This chaos on the Orient continent was their perfect chance. Just disrupting or informing enemies could be troublesome. Staying and operating in Huzhong City would be challenging, since the same thoughts had likely crossed others' minds. Without finding Iolo, they might as well deal with other matters first. Johnny decided to bypass Neutral City and head for the Eastern Army camp of the Principality. Giovanni was a big rock in Johnny's heart. Their past adventures and founding the Great Earth mercenary Daminap haunted him. Despite rumors about Giovanni's betrayal, Johnny refused to believe he could do such things. He suspected Giovanni wasn't himself anymore. To find the truth, facing him directly was best. Falsehood cannot become reality, and reality cannot become falsehood. Johnny immediately shared his thoughts with everyone, who had no objections. They understood that to let Johnny act freely, he must clear all doubts from his mind, or else the results could be counterproductive. At this moment, the pretty figures of Elena and Irene suddenly appeared before everyone. Elena's eyes were still red, and the sorrow in her heart was clearly visible on her face. Johnny walked over and asked gently, "Honey, why did you wake up? Why not sleep a little more?" "I can't fall asleep," Elena said with a sob. Irene pointed outside with her eyes at this moment. Johnny looked up and saw the sky gradually brightening, turning to the color of fish belly white, signaling that a new day was about to begin. Johnny sighed, realizing they had unconsciously discussed for an entire night. Unable to resist, he yawned, and signs of drowsiness naturally appeared on his face. This was accompanied by expressions of fatigue from the others as well. Even though everyone present was immensely powerful, none could resist the erosion of physical and mental exhaustion. Following Hiroshi's indication, everyone decided to rest temporarily before heading straight to the location of the Eastern Army, Oster City. While Edgar-chan and Janice were dispatched to Neutral City, the capital of the Principality, after discussion. They would stay undercover, continuing to gather information while secretly rallying righteous soldiers and mercenaries. Chapter 178, Re-encounter with Relatives. The city of Aost is located more than 400 kilometers east of the duchy's capital. Its northeastern corner borders the kingdom of Magic Refelxiu Empire. Its northwestern side borders the Crystal Wind Empire, and to the south are several small tribes of the Eastern Mitch Alliance. Aost can be said to be a city of great importance for transportation, as well as very convenient. Thus, here is stationed the duchy's second largest army corps, numbering over 60,000 troops. Back then, although Johnny traveled west from Refelxiu Empire all the way to Toland's Empire, he never stayed here, and he still has a bit of regret about it. However, on their first day entering the city of Aost, something unpleasant happened that stirred up memories of his painful childhood for Johnny. At the moment they entered the city, a group of arrogant people rode by on horseback, recklessly galloping through, not only terrifying passers-by, but also causing damage to many shops on either side. Just as Johnny was about to teach this bunch of rascals a lesson, he suddenly realized that the leader was none other than Adrian, the lord of Chongping City, and with him was his uncle, Gaspard. Seeing these two people, an indescribable anger rose in Johnny's mind. The devilish faces he had never forgotten replayed like a movie in his head, reminding him of all the miserable experiences of his past. Watching them strut around proudly, Johnny's eyes were filled with burning rage. He wished nothing more than to kill them both right away. If it weren't for the fact that it would be inappropriate to act in the middle of the street, the Johnny of today would no longer be the little Johnny who used to let himself be bullied. Carissa was the first to notice Johnny's change in expression. His frightening and intimidating look was evident, scaring her into quickly grabbing his hand and saying, "Husband, what's wrong? Your eyes look so scary. Please don't scare me." When Carissa called out, everyone turned back to see the unusual look on Johnny's face and asked him what was wrong. Johnny replied to Alice, "Auntie, can you take care of Carissa and Adelaide for me? I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Carissa and Adelaide said in unison. Johnny patted the girl's small hands and said, "It's nothing. I just saw a few old acquaintances and want to go greet them and catch up." "You're talking about those who rode by just now?" Carissa asked. Johnny nodded. "No way. I'm coming with you." The two girls insisted, holding onto Johnny's hand firmly, afraid he might slip away. Holt recognized Gaspard from back then when he warned him over Johnny's affairs. Hearing Johnny wanted to greet them, he knew it must have reminded Johnny of his painful childhood memories. Without stopping him, he only said, "Little rascal, the old man knows what you're up to, just come back soon. We'll wait for you at the southern part of the city. Thank you, teacher. Johnny looked gratefully at Holt and quickly led the two girls after him, following Adrian and the others into the largest inn in Aost. Mitchell, though the inn was large, Johnny easily found where Adrian and Gaspard were staying. The guards outside their room stood guard so tightly, not even a mosquito could get in. But all this was useless against Johnny, who possessed spatial magic. With the help of spatial magic, Johnny and the two girls slipped effortlessly above Adrian's room. Inside the room, Adrian was asking Gaspard, Gaspard, is the gift for Captain Giovanni ready? The mention of Giovanni pierced Johnny's heart again. It turned out they were also here for Giovanni. Johnny decided to observe before making any move. Gaspard flattered, Lord City, rest assured, the gift for Captain Giovanni has been prepared long ago. As he spoke, he took out a small, exquisite box from his robe and opened it in front of Adrian. Inside were two egg-sized, translucent night pearls that emitted a soft glow, providing a sense of comfort. Gaspard grinned. Lord City, these night pearls took me a long time to acquire, each worth over 1,000,000 gold. Is that so? Adrian took the box doubtfully. Are these night pearls really worth 1,000,000 gold? Gaspard explained. In terms of night pearls alone, indeed they may not be worth 1,000,000 gold, but do you know, these two are not ordinary night pearls. Oh, anything special? Adrian asked curiously. Even Johnny and the others hiding on the roof leaned forward to hear the uniqueness of these two night pearls. Gaspard grinned and said, as long as a girl wears these two night pearls, it can have the miraculous effect of preserving beauty and youth. Hearing that the night pearls could preserve beauty and youth, Yuan Yu and Adelaide started buzzing outside the room. They tugged at Johnny's sleeve, chattering about how he should snatch the pearls for them. Girls have always been immune to jewelry, especially something like these pearls which promise to preserve their looks, making them more interested. Seeing such rare treasures before their eyes, how could they not be moved? Only after getting Johnny's promise did they quiet down. Adrian smiled with his meaty face, pointing at the night pearls, and said in a mocking tone, very good. Once we complete the mission, you Gaspard will have a bright future ahead. It's just too bad that such fine night pearls are being given away to that little dwarf. Otherwise, I would have kept these pearls for myself. Adrian's straightforwardness surprised even Johnny. He condensed his voice into a thin thread, sending it into Adrian and Gaspard's ears. Humberton's the Lord City intends to give away the night pearls. How about giving them to my two wives? Who is it? Who's lurking around there? Come out. Adrian roared towards the air above the room. After shouting several times with no response, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, as if something was missing. Upon turning back, he realized the box containing the night pearls had vanished. Then, three unfamiliar figures appeared right in front of him, a man and two women, whose faces were turned away from him. At this moment, the box had already been thrown on the ground by the man, and the two invaluable night pearls were given to the two women by the man. Who are you? Adrian roared in anger. Who are you? Gaspard also shouted loudly. The mysterious appearance of the intruders, as silent as ghosts, gave both Adrian and Gaspard some pause, preventing them from acting rashly. Adrian, Gaspard, your memories sure are good. Haven't forgotten me, huh? Johnny said with a cold laugh, while slowly turning around to reveal his icy face. It's you, Johnny, Gaspard blurted out. Uncle has a good memory indeed. Haven't forgotten your nephew yet. Johnny sneered, noticing Gaspard's face flushing red and white with discomfort, likely hit by a guilty conscience. Adrian asked Gaspard, do you know this kid? Gaspard quickly replied, Lord City, this brat is my worthless nephew Johnny. You mean that nephew you treated like a slave? Adrian immediately relaxed. However, he suddenly noticed the two stunning girls behind Johnny, their angelic smiles and celestial-like beauty, stirring his lustful desires. His lecherous eyes stared unblinkingly at Yuan Yu and Adelaide. Yuan Yu caught his lecherous gaze and shouted, Fatty, what are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Yuan Yu's scolding seemed to bring Adrian back to his senses, but even more malicious thoughts flooded his mind. He turned to Johnny and said, Brat, if you hand over the two girls to this Lord City, I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, you'll leave here lying down. Johnny ignored Adrian's shameless offer and said calmly, Yuan Yu, it seems this Lord City is very interested. Why don't you accompany him for a bit of exercise? Remember, he's a great earth mage, so be careful. Secretly, he instructed her not to kill him, as he still had big plans for Adrian. Okay, Yuan Yu chirped as she stepped forward. Johnny and Adelaide watched with interest, eager to see how Yuan Yu would toy with the fat Lord City Adrian. Yuan Yu's skills in tormenting others far exceeded her own strength, and Johnny himself had fallen victim to her several times. Seeing the beauty gracefully approach, Adrian's mood soared, mistakenly thinking they had surrendered. While leering at Yuan Yu, he tried to lure her. Beautiful lady, why bother following a poor boy everywhere? You might as well join this Lord City and become the city lady. Wouldn't that be enjoyable? Eat whatever you want, drink whatever you like, everything is yours. Little did he know that his nightmare was about to begin. Yuan Yu gave a light laugh, then lifted her right foot and kicked forcefully at Adrian's abdomen. Adrian tumbled backward with a thud, landing flat on his back. If it weren't for Johnny's instruction not to take his life, this kick would have been enough to end it. Seeing Adrian sprawled on the ground, Gaspard rushed forward in fright to help him up. Lord City, are you alright? He asked while brushing the dust off Adrian's clothes. Adrian shoved Gaspard away forcefully and roared at Yuan Yu. You rotten girl, refusing my generous offer. You'll see the power of this Lord City now. Chapter 179, Formulating a Scheme. Amina sneered mockingly. The way you're sprawled on the ground really makes you look like an old toad. Emmett exploded in fury, cursing, "You brat, if I don't tear you limb from limb today, I'll no longer be a man." He simultaneously bellowed aloud, "Get in here. Get in here now." Emmett was no gentleman. He didn't care about fairness. But no matter how loudly he shouted, no one rushed in. He could only stare at Amina dumbfoundedly. Amina clarified, "Old toad, there's no need to keep shouting. Even if your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. The area around here has already been sealed by my husband. Apart from him, no one in this world can break it." Upon hearing these words, Emmett broke out into a cold sweat. If a seal had been cast, why did he feel no magical fluctuations? After all, he was an earth element great mage. He immediately began to suspect the identity of Zhenge before him. Suddenly, a chill shot up from his feet, straight to his brain. This Zhenge had silently appeared before him, quietly taken the night pearl, and soundlessly cast a seal, all unfathomable actions. Only then did Emmett associate this Zhenge with the renowned pan-elemental holy mage Zhenge who was rumored across the continent. He cautiously asked Zhenge standing not far away, "Are you really Zhenge?" Zhenge chuckled coldly. "City Lord, your memory shouldn't be so bad, right? How could you forget what I just told you? Do you need me to repeat it?" No, Emmett said with a bitter smile. It looked even uglier than crying, at least in Amina's opinion. His facial muscles were as repulsive as they could be. Impatient now, she urged Emmett, "Old toad, why are you dilly-dallying? Why aren't you moving yet? Don't waste my time." At the mention of movement, Emmett was terrified, his face turning pale green. "Uncle Zhenge, please let me go. I will never be disrespectful to you again. As long as you spare us, the Night Pearl incident is over." "So, City Lord means to take the Night Pearl back?" No. The Night Pearl belongs to Uncle Zhenge anyway. I was just reminding you to keep it safe," Emmett hastily replied. "City Lord," Cornelius questioned, puzzled. "Don't interrupt. I have my own plans," Emmett snapped. Zhenge laughed. "City Lord sure knows how to handle things. But my wife insists on fighting you, and I can't persuade her to stop. As a renowned earth element great mage, surely you wouldn't admit defeat before the fight begins. What would people say?" Emmett begged. "Uncle Zhenge, please let this sinner off this once," and knelt before Zhenge. This action baffled Cornelius, for in his eyes, the skilled City Lord Emmett was kneeling before his seemingly weak nephew and begging pitifully. Cornelius asked, puzzled, "City Lord, what are you doing?" "Cornelius, kneel down right now," Emmett scolded upon seeing Cornelius still dazed. "Worry about staying alive rather than asking so many questions." Emmett continuously bowed his head to Zhenge, hoping Zhenge might let him off. Zhenge wouldn't let Emmett off with just a bow and apology. He turned to Amina. "Girl, why haven't you made your move yet? Do you want Irene to do it for you?" "This is my job, and no one else's," Amina yelled, fearing that Irene might steal her fun. Seeing that Zhenge wouldn't let him go easily and that fighting wouldn't even give Zhenge a decent workout, Emmett felt stuck between a rock and a hard place, literally. While Emmett was caught in this dilemma, Amina prodded, "Old toad, get up, or I'll smash your head with a stone." Immediately after her words, a 2-meter-wide giant stone landed heavily in front of Emmett, almost crashing through the floor, though it managed to embed nearly a third of itself into the ground. Amina had previously killed demons using large stones, and today, she wanted to try it on Emmett. Amina seemed at ease, but Emmett was trembling with fear. His speech faltered. "Why you are a water mage. How can you use earth magic?" Amina patted her small hands and said, "Old toad, as an earth mage, I'd be rude if I didn't greet you with some earth magic." Emmett knew that he couldn't avoid this confrontation. He steeled himself to accept Amina's challenge. After a few offensive spells from Amina, Emmett lay on the ground like a dead dog, refusing to retaliate despite Amina's attacks, not because he did not want to, but because he had no strength left to fight back. With such one-sided attacks, Amina lost interest. Hitting someone who wouldn't fight back was like punching air, showing none of her skills. Enraged, Amina decided to smash him to death. A 5-meter-wide boulder fell from the sky, heading straight for Emmett, but suddenly it vanished. Amina paused, realizing Zhenge must have done it. She turned around with a frown. "What do you think you're doing? Annoying. I told you not to kill him. If you had really smashed him with that rock, he'd be dead by now," Zhenge replied irritably. Seeing Emmett lying motionless on the ground, Zhenge shone a soft light on him, healing his injuries. Suddenly, he noticed the peculiar look in Amina's eyes and asked, "What are you up to?" Without further ado, Amina ran to Raphaelvina and whispered something into her ear. Then, she chanted a spell, creating 2 large holes in the ground beside Emmett and Ekis. The 2 men floated up like puppets and were precisely inserted into the holes, only their heads sticking out. After being treated by Zhenge's magical abilities, Emmett regained his senses but hung his head, afraid to look at Zhenge due to fear. Earlier, Ekis had been too frightened to beg for mercy. Only after seeing how Amina toyed with Emmett did he realize that his nephew was no longer the weakling he once bullied. Zhenge had grown stronger, and no one dared touch him anymore. Fortunately, Ekis did not know that Zhenge had become the new emperor of Erdetina Principality. Had he known, he would regret ever abusing Zhenge. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for remorse. What mattered now was to plead for mercy. Ekis wailed, "Zhenge, please spare me for the sake of our family ties." "Family ties? Uft. When did you ever treat me like your real nephew?" Zhenge shouted. "Back then, didn't you treat me worse than a slave, sending me to Emmett just to please him? Is this what a real uncle does? You could beat me and insult me whenever you pleased, never letting me eat or wear well. Was this also the act of a real uncle?" Zhenge unleashed all the grievances he had harbored for so long, releasing years of oppression. He hated Ekis, but found it hard to bring himself to kill him. Each word Johnny spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking Ekis' heart. Though Ekis seemed repentant for his past actions, it was too late to make amends. Mistakes must be paid for. Husband, let me just kill this bastard. Amina pointed at Ekis and said to Johnny. No, no. Ekis pleaded in terror. I still have uses for them, Johnny replied. At that moment, Emmett and Ekis felt a sudden shock coursing through their bodies, like an electric jolt. The pain quickly subsided. Clearly, Johnny had placed some sort of enchantment on them. Before they could ask, Ekis yelled first. What did you do to us? Johnny answered. I have a few questions for both of you. I fear you might not cooperate, so I've placed restrictions on you. There's no need for scare tactics. My enchantments cannot be undone by anyone in this world. Will you choose to cooperate or wait for the consequences? We choose to cooperate, Emmett replied. Very well. Now, tell me, what was your purpose in coming to Odor's city? Johnny pressed, his face stern. If you lie, I can't guarantee what my wife will do to you. I'll cut off his nose and ears and pour water on him to see if they grow back. Amina chimed in, terrifying Emmett to the point where he almost wet himself. Thankfully, since his lower body was buried, the mess wasn't visible. Still, the fear on his face revealed his inner dread. I'll tell you everything. No lies, Emmett promised. Well, get on with it then, Johnny demanded loudly. At this moment, Emmett had no courage to hide anything and spilled everything. The purpose of our trip is to seek help from Captain Giovanni of the Eastern Legion to capture a criminal. Who is it? The former emperor of Rafelxiu Empire, Fedora. According to the spy's report, he has fled into Odor's city. It's inconvenient for the Empire to cross borders to arrest him, so we have to bother Captain Giovanni, who is in charge of the Eastern Legion and also the mayor of Odor's city. Knowing their purpose, Johnny came up with a good idea to approach Giovanni. Gentlemen, do you want to die or live? We want to live. We want to live. Emmett and Ekis immediately shouted for their lives. Then do as I say, otherwise. Johnny deliberately left his sentence half-finished to give them a choice. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it without any discount. Seeing the time was ripe, Johnny leaned close to Emmett's ear and gave him detailed instructions, finally adding, Understood. Understood, understood. Emmett now had no room to haggle and could only obediently follow Johnny's orders. After all, it was his adaptability that made him the mayor of Chongping, the third largest city in Rafelxiu Empire. Then we won't keep you company anymore. See you at the entrance of the city hall tomorrow morning. As soon as Johnny finished speaking, the three of them vanished into thin air, and with Johnny's disappearance, the restrictions around the room were lifted. Suddenly, a group of Emmett's subordinates rushed in from outside the door. Seeing their boss buried up to his neck in the ground, they quickly dug him out and asked, Your Excellency, who did this to you? Emmett replied awkwardly, Nothing, nothing, get out. Because he still remembered what Johnny said before leaving. Meet at the entrance of the city hall tomorrow morning. He would need to prepare well for what Johnny asked him to do since his life was still in Johnny's hands. Chapter 180. The fake Giovanni reveals his true colors. On the morning of the second day, just as dawn was breaking, Desmond and Cornelius went to the entrance of the city lord's residence early to wait. Better that they should arrive early and wait rather than have the others arrive first to wait for them. Times had changed. This wasn't his own city lord's residence where he could show off with great pomp and authority. One must know that offending someone here could cost one's life. It wasn't until mid-morning when Johnny and company finally arrived tardily. Desmond saw that Johnny had brought 6 people, all dressed like his subordinates. Irrecriover, there were old men and women among them. But he knew these women and elderly were definitely not ones he could afford to offend. Anyone who accompanied Johnny was a terrifying figure. Johnny saw the anxious yet impatient look on Desmond's face from afar and laughed as he walked closer. What? My lord seems quite impatient. No, no. Desmond waved his hands in denial while trying hard to hide his displeasure. Even if he felt vexed inside, he didn't dare voice it in front of Johnny, who knew how Johnny would treat him otherwise. What frightened him even more was that Logan in the shadows beside Johnny was staring at him with an eerie gaze, which made him afraid to make a sound. Cornelius also stepped forward to greet. Johnny, you've finally come. In response to Cornelius' greeting, Johnny completely ignored him without even glancing once, leaving Cornelius feeling extremely awkward. Johnny turned straight to Desmond and said, Is everything prepared as I instructed? Desmond hurriedly replied, Everything is ready, just waiting for your orders. Very well, lead the way then, Johnny said while silently reminding everyone to be cautious. The entrance to the city lord's residence was heavily guarded with patrols of cavalry constantly moving back and forth. After Desmond handed over the visiting card and waited for quite some time, a general-like person came out to escort them in. Unexpectedly, this person stretched out his hand to stop everyone except Desmond outside and rudely stated, By the order of the commander, everyone except Desmond shall be stopped outside. Johnny detested such sycophantic behavior and would usually deal with them right away, but to achieve his bigger plan, he had to suppress his anger. At this moment, Desmond turned back and asked, Humberto General, why is this? Why do you prevent my subordinates from entering? Truly sorry, for the safety of our commander, we must inconvenience you. The general answered insincerely, flashing his right hand in front of Desmond. Instantly, Desmond understood what the general meant, essentially demanding a bribe. He quickly signaled Cornelius to pay up. Being experienced in such matters, Cornelius immediately pulled out a purple crystal card and stuffed it into the general's hand, smiling apologetically. General sir, this is 20,000 gold coins. Please accept it and enjoy a drink with the brothers. Without hesitation, the general accepted the money and said smilingly, Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Please follow me. Relieved, Desmond got everyone to follow promptly after receiving permission. Led by the general, they navigated through several twists and turns before finally arriving at the hall, where Giovanni was holding discussions. Along the way, they encountered guards tenfold more than at the entrance, both overt and covert. Breaking in unannounced without being discovered would be incredibly difficult, of course, except for Johnny with his space-shifting ability. At this moment, Giovanni sat proudly on the main seat in the hall, flanked by a group of high-ranking officers, about 10 or so. They undoubtedly were Giovanni's trusted subordinates. After learning of Desmond and his party's arrival, the officers lined up on either side. When parting the crowd, Johnny and his companions noticed a large bow strapped to Giovanni's back. With a domineering gaze, he watched them step into the meeting hall one by one. Desmond approached Giovanni, giving a slight bow. City Lord of Chongping City, Desmond of Reflexiu Empire, pays homage to Commander Giovanni. Cut the formalities. If you have something to say, just say it. Your City Lord status means nothing to me. Giovanni responded indifferently. Yes, Desmond stammered nervously. However, Giovanni's tone left Johnny and the others greatly surprised. Such crude language and attitude did not match the dignity and status of a city lord. Speaking in such a manner, he was no different from a street thug. At this moment, Hiroshi said to Johnny, Johnny, did you notice the large bow strapped to Giovanni's back? Ever since I stepped into this hall, my Azure Dragon sword has been feeling restless, as if it were resonating strongly with that bow. Johnny replied, I find it strange too. Giovanni has always used heavy swords and such. When did he switch to a bow? And although his accent is the same as Giovanni's, his attitude is completely different. Erica, importantly, I detected strong dark magic fluctuations around here. Don't speak out loud. Let's observe quietly and be careful not to be exposed, Mario reminded them. Of course, the three communicated using magical transmission so that no one else could overhear. What are you three whispering in front of me? Are you plotting something using magical transmission? Giovanni bellowed at Johnny and the others. At the same time, he roared to the outside of the hall. Come, arrest them. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of spear-wielding soldiers rushed in, pointing their spears directly at Johnny and company. Realizing that Giovanni had somehow detected their private conversation, Johnny's first thought was that this Giovanni was definitely not the original Giovanni. The original Giovanni, despite his strength, could never have detected their magical conversation. It could only mean that this Giovanni was far stronger than Mario and the others. Only then would he be able to easily detect their magical transmission, clearly indicating that this Giovanni was an imposter. Why aren't you making a move? Arrest these spies for me, the fake Giovanni ordered. But these soldiers were no match for Johnny. With just a slight gesture, they were all sent flying, some crashing into pillars, some falling into corners, and some landing from the rafters. They all met the same end, death. Johnny no longer hid his true identity, shedding all disguises and revealing himself. Mario and the others also removed their disguises. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to pretend anymore. A face-to-face confrontation was inevitable. However, this sudden turn of events frightened Desmond and Cornelius, who hadn't expected the conflict to escalate so quickly. They cowered on the side, not daring to make a sound, hoping not to be involved. So it's you, Johnny, the fake Giovanni said. Yes, it's me. Johnny responded coldly, and then shouted, Who exactly are you? Where's the real Giovanni? Ha ha. The fake Giovanni laughed wildly, and after his laughter subsided, he said, I am who I claim to be, known to all as Giovanni, leader of the Earth mercenary Daminup and commander of Eridina Principality's Eastern Army and lord of Jisuder City. Seeing the fake Giovanni still putting on an act, Johnny silently gathered light energy. He sensed that the fake Giovanni was heavily laden with dark energy, so he prepared to use a light attack spell to force him to reveal his true form. Go! With a roar, a 10-meter-wide sphere of light energy instantly formed, roaring towards the fake Giovanni. Without hesitation, the fake Giovanni formed a 10-meter-wide black energy sphere in front of him, containing unfathomably powerful dark energy, which even made Mario and the others feel unprecedented pressure. Upon collision, instead of exploding, the spheres broke through the roof, exploding in midair. The shockwave caused tiles to fall and the ground to tremble slightly. This outward explosion happened because Johnny redirected the energy spheres to avoid harming his allies. It wouldn't matter if the enemies were injured, but harming allies would be disastrous. Even though the fake Giovanni deflected the magic attack, it exposed his true form. After the explosion, besides his unchanged build, 8 pairs of wings suddenly sprouted from his back, radiating pure dark energy. And the large bow that had been on his back was now held in his hands. You are a demon, Johnny said. Yes, I am a demon, the first elder of the Purple Gold Hall under the Holy Demon King, Hussein. As Hussein introduced himself, he loudly commanded his subordinates, reveal your true forms. Immediately, the group of generals revealed their original appearances, tall and muscular figures with dark energy wings sprouting from their backs. The weakest had 4 pairs of wings, while most had 5 or 6. So many ancient demons. Elena suddenly shouted excitedly, her voice filled with excitement and thrill, as if she had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. Johnny could not let her act recklessly at this moment, and quickly gestured to her to stop. Thus, Johnny and his companions stared silently at Hussein and the demons. It was deathly quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Despite the extreme silence, they all knew it was the calm before the storm. Chapter 181, The Bow of Wind John Ives. Time was slipping away second by second, the tense silence thick enough to stop one's breath. The confrontation between the two parties was on the brink of erupting, yet neither side chose to make the first move, well aware that in this situation, whoever acted first would likely be inviting their own failure. Hussein knew deep down that the strength of these human opponents did not fall short of his fellow demons. Each was either a sword saint or an archmage. Especially troubling was the formidable power of that young man, so profound it was terrifying to even imagine, and the girl who seemed almost delighted, whose prowess rivaled all present. Without him leading the charge personally, his subordinates stood no chance at all. Meanwhile, Zhenge and his companions were just as acutely aware that the demons they faced this time far surpassed the previous batches in strength. Not least among them was Hussein, the first John Eater of the Purple Gold Hall, second only in power to their demon king, with his unmistakable 8 wings. Every member of Zhenge's group was fully focused and prepared for battle, except for Elena, who wore an expression of complete nonchalance, excitement overshadowing any fear. Just as tensions were reaching a breaking point, someone rushed into the demon ranks and whispered into Hussein's ear. Though Zhenge could hear their conversation clearly, it was conducted in the unique language of the demons, rendering it incomprehensible to him. After finishing, this person handed a message written on animal hide to Hussein, who read it before burning it to ashes. He then whispered back, seemingly giving instructions, before the messenger acknowledged and hurriedly departed. To everyone's surprise, Hussein proposed, "Humans, let's make a deal. There's probably nothing we can trade with each other," Zhenge responded coolly. Considering how they had repeatedly foiled the demons' plans, including destroying their sacred place and killing one of their elders, discussing any kind of deal now seemed unlikely. Settling accounts might be more appropriate. Zhenge kept his guard up, suspecting a trap. Yet, upon hearing deal, Elena's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "What mission? How much reward? When is the deadline?" She added excitedly, "We're the best mercenaries." Zhenge nearly exploded, irritated that she could think about money and mercenary work at such a moment. So he rebuked her. "At a time like this, you still joke around? Do you see who you're dealing with? They are after our lives." Feeling wronged, Elena pouted. "What's the problem? We're all mercenaries here, and you're an S-Class 1 at that. Of course, I'll take the mission, regardless of who's offering it, as long as they pay in gold." Zhenge knew when Elena got into this mood, she wouldn't rest until she got what she wanted, disregarding anyone's identity. Fearing she might cause trouble, he turned to Kenna and said, "Auntie, please keep an eye on Elena." "Don't worry," Kenna replied. Frustrated, Elena retorted, "I didn't do anything wrong," but stopped mid-sentence, noticing Zhenge's stern face, and weakly asked, "Honey, what's wrong? Are you really angry?" Feigning anger, Zhenge threatened, "If you keep acting out, I won't help your father seek revenge." The mention of avenging Elliot instantly sobered Elena, tears welling up in her eyes as she glared at Zhenge before burying herself in Kenna's arms, sobbing softly. Clearly, Zhenge's words had struck a nerve. Feeling guilty for going too far, Zhenge wanted to apologize but was interrupted by Hussein asking, "Human, have you considered my offer? Do you want to discuss the deal?" Zhenge decided to handle Hussein first before apologizing to Elena, prioritizing everyone's safety. He asked, "What kind of deal?" Seeing hope, Hussein smiled. "Our great demon king admires your talent and invites you to join him in unifying the Grand Continent. If you agree to assist him, half of this land will belong to you once it's done. Is it that simple? What if I refuse? If you refuse, then please mind your own safety and stay out of this. Of course, we will not let you down either. To compensate you, His Majesty the Demon King has decided that as long as you do not meddle in our affairs, our demon race will never trouble you again, and will provide you with 10 million gold coins annually for your living expenses." 10 million gold coins. What an offer. The demons were willing to pay Zhenge 10 million gold coins a year just to stay out of their business. That was no small amount. Even a poor family working tirelessly for 10,000 years wouldn't earn half that sum. To put it into perspective, 10 million gold coins equated to 1/5 of Iva's annual fiscal revenue, the wealthiest nation on the Grand Continent. Zhenge couldn't help but sigh. Strength sure is a great thing. Arachne just comes rolling in when you lie around. But he knew better than to agree. After all, his stance had changed. He was now officially on the path of saving the world, and he would have considered the demon's offer before, but not now. Zhenge coldly said, "What if I neither assist you nor stand aside, but choose to expel you instead? Then I apologize. His Majesty the Demon King has ordered that should you refuse, we are to kill you with all our might." A chilling glint appeared in Hussein's eyes, the kind that bespoke murder. He added, "Choose now. Do you want wealth and luxury, or death at our hands?" Before Zhenge could respond, Mario interjected, "Boy, don't forget what you promised us." Zhenge turned back and said, "Teacher, rest assured, I will keep my promise. Humbert's I agreed to walk this path. I will finish it." Seeing Zhenge's seriousness, Mario felt reassured. Zhenge looked at Hussein and said, "Have you heard this saying? Under a falling sky, can any egg remain unbroken? If I accept your terms today, who's to say that once the Demon King unites the continent, he won't turn against me? With me around, his life won't be easy either. So there's no room for negotiation." Hussein seemed unwilling to give up. Such tempting conditions offered by the Demon King had been dismissed by this human. In Hussein's place, he would have accepted long ago. He doubted if Zhenge's brain was working right. "No, there's no more to talk about," Zhenge replied icily. "If so, don't blame me for being rude." Hussein cursed and raised the large bow in his hand. At that moment, Hussein's bow and Eris's azure dragon sword began to react strangely, almost as if they were greeting each other. "You hold the bow of wind, John Ives?" Zhenge suddenly remembered the wind elemental magic slayer, one of the 6 great magic slayer weapons, the Bow of Wind Knives, whose power was second only to the light wave slash of the light elemental weapon. If the bow in the opponent's hand truly was the Bow of Wind Knives, then things looked dire for Zhenge and his companions. The Bow of Wind Knives only required its owner to infuse magic power to launch attacks without needing physical arrows. It shot invisible, transparent magic arrows that only revealed themselves upon hitting a target. This made the Bow of Wind Knives incredibly unpredictable and dangerous, leaving the enemy vulnerable to attack with a single mistake. You humans are indeed sharp, recognizing that my bow is the Bow of Wind Knives. And that sword must be the Water Archon Azure Dragon sword from the water element, correct? Now I see why my treasure gets so excited when it encounters an old friend. Too bad though. Too bad what? Eris asked. In the ranking of the 6 magic slayer weapons, the light wave slash stands first, the Water Archon Azure Dragon sword fourth, while my treasure ranks second. Even if you have a magic slayer weapon, you are still no match for me. I advise you to surrender, or you'll all die without a trace once I release my bow. Even if we die, we won't surrender to your kind, Eris declared solemnly. Zhenge inwardly chuckled, thinking how his uncle had picked up the term old monsters from Elena probably. The Azure Dragon Sword Saint speaks wisely. We must never let the demon's plot succeed. Mario encouraged everyone. Humbertons, you're courting death. I'll send you on your way. Hussein then shouted to the other demons. Attack together. Kill these humans. The Demon King will reward you. Before the demons could make a move, Zhenge immediately cast an incredibly powerful defensive light magic spell, the Aurora Wall. He feared that Hussein might deliver a fatal blow at any moment, knowing full well that the Bow of Wind Knives in his hands could deliver a lethal strike at any time. Just as Zhenge had anticipated, the moment his defensive magic was set up, 3 clear sounds echoed on the barrier. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that they were the sounds of magic arrows breaking upon impact with the barrier. Yet, even his defensive magic had been cracked by the magic arrows. If Hussein continued to shoot, the defensive barrier would be broken instantly. Zhenge had no choice but to cast an even stronger compound defensive spell. This spell contained energies from various elements of magic, all supporting and enhancing each other, making it hundreds of times stronger than the previous one. Chapter 182, The Despicable Demon Clan. The group of demons came rushing over with a commotion. Linus's party immediately spread out to meet them. There were 13 demons here in total. Elena, being confident in his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, as well as his strength as a water saint mage, actually held off 3 Humbert swing demons at once. Alice and Hiroshi, this brother-sister duo, also managed to stop the remaining 3 Humbert swing demons. As for Mario and Irene, they had to deal with those 4-winged and 5-winged demons. However, these 8 demons made it difficult for them to cope. Speaking of Ashura, that was Linus's exclusive business. No one would or dared to snatch it from him. Anyone who dared would have to weigh their own worth first. Once both sides engaged, magical energy and battle auras instantly filled the entire hall. The powerful air currents immediately tore off the roof. Even the surrounding walls couldn't withstand the force and crumbled down. Thus, everyone continued their fight amidst the ruins. Seeing his companions already engaged, Ashura remained unhurried. But Linus's eyes never left the hand holding his bow. At the same time, he sneered and taunted. You old monsters, who always think highly of yourselves, say humans are despicable and shameless. But today, it seems your demon race's despicable means are beyond compare. I can responsibly tell you that it is your demon race that is the most despicable on this continent. Ashura immediately retorted. Speaking of despicableness, our demon race might not be even a 10,000th as despicable as yours. While speaking, he shot 8 arrows in quick succession at Linus's chest, but all of them were blocked by Linus's defensive magic. Without retaliating immediately, Linus continued provoking Ashura through his defensive magic. I've seen shameless people, but never anyone as shameless as you. Old monster, do you know why your demon race has been unable to match humans for thousands of years? It's because you're all a bunch of brainless lower races. Linus endlessly belittled and insulted the demons with all the words he could think of. Ashura wasn't the type of demon who wouldn't use his mind when faced with issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the first John Eater of the Purple Gold Hall of the Demon Clan. He guessed Linus's intentions from his constant insults and calmly said, Human, don't just boast with your tongue. No matter how much you try to provoke me, I won't fall for your tricks. Linus knew Ashura wasn't easy to strike down, but he didn't rely on verbal attacks to secure victory. Their main role was to interfere with the opponent's psyche. Once the other side became confused, there would be an opportunity. So he kept attacking verbally. Old monster, with your strength, you could replace the Demon King as the number 1 of the demon race. Why must you serve the Demon King? If you wish, I'd be willing to help you seize the position of Demon King. Linus deliberately spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the engaged demons back to Ashura. You despicable human trying to sow discord. For some reason, Ashura became enraged after hearing Linus's words, roaring wildly at him. Cunning human, today I will shred you into pieces and throw you into the mountains to feed the monsters. He then wielded the wind spirit bow, constantly shooting magic arrows at Linus. Fortunately, Linus's defensive barrier was extraordinary, and all the magic arrows fired from the wind spirit bow were stopped outside it. Linus secretly rejoiced seeing Ashura angry and agitated. He knew an angered person tended to become irritable and inadvertently exposed weaknesses and flaws. Irrecriover, Linus had another crucial purpose in doing so, to gauge Ashura's level of strength. Humbertons, he would inevitably face the Demon King someday. He wanted to learn something about the Demon King's strength from this encounter. This confrontation between the two was the most thrilling yet terrifying duel on the scene, several times injuring bystanders. With Ashura wielding the Wind Spirit Bow, whether Linus attacked with magic or martial art, he couldn't get close. Mitchell's attacks were deflected by the Wind Spirit Bow. What made Linus even more depressed was that Ashura seemed to foresee his moves. Each time he tried to approach using spatial shift, Ashura knew in advance. Before Linus appeared, the magic arrows would fly towards him. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been hit by Ashura's arrows long ago. Linus thought, the Wind Spirit Bow indeed deserves its reputation as the second among the 6 great demon-breaking weapons. A single bow can block my attacks. Linus clearly understood that Ashura was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, as time went on, Ashura began to reveal his weakness. Humberton's he and Linus had engaged in combat. He never stopped firing the Wind Spirit Bow, which not only failed to injure Linus, but also showed signs of being overextended. Linus immediately realized that Ashura belonged to the Reshaped Continent, while the Wind Spirit Bow was of the Wind Continent. Thus, no matter how strong Ashura's power was, he could not unleash the full potential of the Wind Spirit Bow, leading to his mental strain. If this continued, without Linus making a move, Ashura would be exhausted just by using the Wind Spirit Bow. Both Linus and Ashura were well aware of this fact. Seeing the Wind Spirit Bow's repeated failures, Ashura decisively put it away and resorted to his signature Reshaped Johnny Mental Magic. This played right into Linus's hands, as his light Johnny Mental Magic was exactly what could counter Ashura's dark spells. Despite Ashura being the first John Eater of the Demon Clan's Purple Gold Hall, he gained no advantage over Linus and was struck multiple times by his attacks. Just as Ashura was about to fall, he silently vanished from Linus's sight, reappearing outside in the open square. So that's why he could predict my spatial movement, Linus suddenly understood. At this moment, Ashura had resumed his appearance as buyer and released a series of blue and yellow fireworks into the sky. When the fireworks dissipated, human figures moved nearby, and horse hooves clattered, chaotic and noisy. By the time Linus and his companions comprehended the situation, a large group of soldiers flooded in, surrounding them with various weapons, so dense that they stretched endlessly. Ashura laughed maniacally. Humans, even if I'm not your match, isn't there a saying among humans? Even a mighty tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves? My Eastern Legion numbers 6,000. The force surrounding you now is my direct subordinate guard, totaling 2,000 men. I don't believe you can kill all of them. And I must inform you that these 2,000 are all genuine humans. I'd love to see how you plan to kill each one of them. Despicable, lowly, Linus cursed, hurling a magical projectile at Ashura. Unfortunately, Ashura used another spatial shift to vanish, and the projectile hit the soldiers standing behind him, causing an explosion that resulted in over 100 casualties. The next time Linus saw Ashura, he was among the soldiers. The moment their eyes met, Ashura loudly ordered, "Follow my command. Slay everyone in front of you." Upon receiving orders, the sounds of soldiers attacking resonated through the heavens and earth as they rushed toward Linus. Seeing the densely packed soldiers coming, Linus was extremely anxious. He couldn't bring himself to kill them, knowing that killing them would weaken the human forces needed to resist the demon army, and since he was the Emperor of Iva, they were also his citizens. Noticing Linus's hesitation, Mario, who was fighting casually nearby, asked, "Brat, what are you dilly-dallying for?" Linus fended off the soldiers' attacks while replying, "Teacher, I." But then he got an idea and instructed Mario and others, "Teacher, uncle, aunt, Eurorlin, you fully resist the soldiers' attack and under no circumstances kill them unless it's absolutely necessary." Hiroshi asked, "Linus, what about these demon elders?" "I'll take care of them," Linus replied. "Ashura is still among the soldiers. You might not be able to manage both ends," Augusta worriedly pointed out. "That is a problem," Linus acknowledged. Indeed, the greatest threat was still Ashura, and although he was injured, he couldn't let his guard down until he was completely defeated. "Husband, aren't you skilled in spatial magic? You can create a spatial barrier to enclose us and the old demons. Once we've killed those demons, we can deal with the soldiers' attacks, while you focus on Ashura," Eurorlin suggested. Her words snapped Linus out of his thoughts, and he smacked his head, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that?" Saying no more, he immediately cast a transparent barrier that grew larger and soon enclosed Eurorlin and the others along with the demon elders. Seeing Johnny's spatial magic deployed, Mario immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, give it your all and get rid of these demons as soon as possible so we can go out and help the brat." Encouraged by Mario, everyone became more vigorous and sped up their attacks on the demon elders. Outside the barrier, the soldiers continued their numb attacks on the barrier, only to trigger a backlash of magic that instantly killed those who attacked. In no time, large swathes of bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Johnny could not bear for this situation to continue. He used wind magic to project his voice into the air. "Soldiers, please stop your attack, or you will die one by one from the backlash of magic." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers in front hesitated, their steps faltering and retreating. Seeing the soldiers backing down, Johnny confidently lunged at Ashura. Chapter 183, The Trouble Caused by Negligence. As Johnny's body flew toward Earl like a great rock, Earl grabbed 2 soldiers nearby and hurled them at Johnny as if they were mere blades of grass. He bellowed, "Attack! Mitchell of you attack! Anyone who disobeys will be executed." Saying this, he threw another 7 or 8 soldiers. The soldiers all feared Earl. Their retreating steps halted under his stern orders and began to inch forward again. weapons raised, attacking Johnny. Meanwhile, Johnny had already amplified the Azure Dragon aura to its peak, aided by his wind fusu, wind levitation technique, moving as if he walked on air. Faced with the soldiers being thrown relentlessly at him, upon realizing he couldn't avoid them, Johnny channeled aura into both fists and unleashed an intense attack against the incoming crowd. A pale blue aura mixed with Johnny's reluctance and ruthlessly swept through those soldiers. Unfortunately, the soldiers that Earl threw towards Johnny were violently torn apart by the aura, leaving fragmented bodies scattered everywhere. Fresh blood immediately painted a tragic scene. Johnny then summoned a tornado, sweeping away the surrounding soldiers along with their weapons to some unknown place. Soldiers who witnessed the scene turned pale with fear, a few fainted on the ground in terror. "Charge! You cowards!" Earl yelled maniacally. Yet, the soldiers' feet moved backward instead of forward. They were soldiers, duty-bound to obey orders, but they were also human beings who could feel fear and trepidation when facing death. No matter how much Earl shouted, the soldiers remained unmoved. With Earl hiding among the soldiers, Johnny's magic was ineffective as he didn't dare harm the soldiers. Enraged, Johnny shouted, "Earl, for all your stature as an elder of Purple Gold Hall, you hide among these people. If you have any guts, come out and fight me one-on-one." "What a joke," Earl laughed manically. "We've always believed in achieving our goals by any means necessary. Have the guts to launch your magical attack. I bet you won't really make a move." Johnny let out a light snort, realizing that talking to Earl was pointless. Earl had gambled on Johnny not hurting the soldiers, so hiding among them provided him protection. Knowing how guilty he felt for having killed so many soldiers just now, Johnny suddenly got an idea. Humbertly picking up a long sword from the ground, he vanished instantly. Appearing beside Earl momentarily, he swung a sword imbued with immensely powerful Azure Dragon aura swiftly toward Earl. However, upon striking, Johnny found Earl had disappeared. The accumulated force of the sword cleaved several rows of soldiers in half, from head to toe, numbering more than 100. Even the ground was split open by the sword's energy. "Ha ha!" Earl's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing his ghostly laughter, it became clear that Earl also possessed space-shifting abilities and had anticipated Johnny's move, shifting positions before Johnny acted, thus causing Johnny to miss. Turning around, Johnny saw Earl 50 meters away, still surrounded by a cluster of black-armored soldiers. Johnny realized he wouldn't be able to do anything about Earl as long as these soldiers stayed. Floating 10 meters above the ground, he addressed the tightly packed soldiers below. "Soldiers of the Ardedna Principality, I command you in the name of His Majesty to leave this place immediately, or you will face legal punishment." The soldiers stared at Johnny in shock, privately discussing amongst themselves. How did this young man become the emperor? Wasn't it Iolo? Someone wanted to raise their doubt, but feared Johnny's terrifying power and dared not speak out, afraid of angering him. Earl immediately understood the potential trouble Johnny's words might bring, and he immediately shouted, "Believe your commander's words, soldiers, don't believe his lies. His Majesty is Emperor Iolo. Do not fall for his trick. Attack together and eradicate this traitor. Emperor Iolo will surely reward all of you." Now, soldiers looked between Earl and Johnny, unsure of whom to listen to. "What gives you the right to call yourself the emperor?" Finally, a bold soldier voiced the question on everyone's mind. Johnny repeated with authority, "I warn you again, if you do not heed my command to disperse now, do not blame me for being unfriendly." At the same time, the ground beneath the soldiers began to shake violently, causing them to lose their balance and sit on the ground. "If you don't leave immediately, the earth will shake even more fiercely." Johnny had unleashed a small version of the earthquake spell, a forbidden earth magic, in an attempt to intimidate these soldiers. This strategy indeed had a surprising effect. The soldiers no longer dared to linger, rushing toward the exit. Seeing this unfavorable turn of events, Earl used spatial shift to block their path, roaring, "Anyone who dares retreat, I will kill immediately." At the same time, to set an example, Earl cast a dark magic attack, Conway Blue Judgment. The powerful dark energy surged forward, and amidst the soldiers' pitiful cries, over 100 died under Earl's Conway Blue Judgment. Earl warned again, "Unless you return to your posts, I'll let each of you die without a trace." Fear once again enveloped every soldier. They were truly between a rock and a hard place, unable to advance or retreat. Just as they were at a loss, a barrier shimmering with a golden light rapidly formed around them, including Earl inside the barrier. They also heard Johnny's voice, "Soldiers, run out of this barrier as fast as you can." Upon hearing this, the soldiers felt relieved and fled immediately. They found it strange that the barrier seemed harmless to them, as if it did not exist. However, anyone attempting to breach the inner barrier would suffer from magical backlash, resulting in death. Watching the soldiers fleeing, Earl suddenly realized the severity of the situation. He perceived this golden barrier as a combination of light and space magic designed specifically to deal with him. Surprised by Johnny's intelligence, Earl tried to find a way out. While he could handle the spatial aspects, what truly terrified him was the light magic that was his dark magic's nemesis. If he didn't escape before all the soldiers ran away, he would vanish with the barrier. Earl, having lived for over 1,000 years, possessed unmatched experience despite his strength being inferior to Johnny's. As Johnny watched the soldiers escaping, he noticed Earl clasping his hands together, muttering incantations. Slowly, a dark portal appeared before him, expanding until it reached the size of a door, then stopped. The black hole inside was filled with infinite darkness, leading somewhere unknown. "Not good," Johnny shouted, instantly using spatial shift to reach the portal entrance, but it was too late. Earl had already entered the black hole. Johnny desperately reached inside but only managed to grab the wind spirit bow before the portal vanished. Earl's menacing words echoed from within. Despicable human, our Lord will never forgive you. Sooner or later, all humans will become slaves to our demon race. Ha ha ha. Feeling aggrieved that Earl escaped back to the demon realm, Johnny immediately joined Carly's battle against the demons via spatial shift, which earned him complaints later for stealing her spotlight. With Johnny's assistance, the demons were sent to hell one after another. After settling the aftermath, Carly suddenly asked, "Husband, what about that old monster Earl? Did you kill him?" She had been too focused on battling 3 six-winged demons and missed the changes on the battlefield. Johnny sighed. That old man managed to escape back to the demon realm. If I hadn't been so negligent, Earl wouldn't have gotten away. Tilda stepped forward, patting Johnny's shoulder to console him. Don't blame yourself, silly boy. This wasn't your fault. None of us expected Earl to be so cunning. Husband, what is that in your hand? Belle screamed loudly. Johnny realized he still held the wind spirit bow taken from Earl. Turning to Belle, he said, "Dear, I know you are a wind mage, though you don't use bows. Today, I give this wind spirit bow to you." Belle couldn't contain her excitement upon receiving the wind spirit bow, hugging Johnny tightly and giving him several kisses while repeatedly saying, "Husband, you are so good. You are too good to me." Belle's embrace and kisses, though no longer made him blush as in the past, still made him feel a bit awkward in front of so many people, especially with tens of thousands of eyes staring at them, and Elena giving him a sour look. He hurriedly said, "Mitchell, all right, so many people are watching us." Hearing Johnny's words, Belle glanced sideways at the pairs of eyes staring at them, blushed, and let go of Johnny. "Johnny, what do you plan to do with this group of soldiers?" Hiroshi suddenly asked. Chapter 184, Integration, Part 1. It was indeed a significant issue that after Hussein and the other demons were dealt with, there remained a group of leaderless soldiers. After some thought, Johnny came up with an excellent idea, to take command himself. After all, he was still their emperor. With this in mind, Johnny strode quickly towards the group of soldiers who were still shaken by the recent events. As Johnny approached step by step, every soldier shared the same thought. Johnny, this ruthless character, was about to make a move against them. Despite this fear, no soldier dared to stand up as a hero. Instead, they chose to retreat. The front row pressed against the back, creating chaos and leaving a large open space before Johnny. "Everyone, be quiet." Johnny's thunderous voice rang out. Every soldier froze instantly, not daring to disobey, waiting quietly for Johnny's next move. From their fearful expressions, Johnny realized they had misunderstood his intentions. He shouted loudly, "Bring me the person with the highest rank among you. I have questions." Upon hearing Johnny's command, none of the soldiers dared to delay, especially after witnessing Johnny's devastating power. Immediately, 12 people were pushed forward by the soldiers, 3 mages and 9 swordsmen. Each of them was visibly trembling, their eyes fixed on Johnny with dread. The scene fell into silence once more. Johnny observed their low ranks with disbelief. It seemed only a few high mages and mid-level swordmasters could be the highest-ranking officials in a force of 10,000 men. He questioned suspiciously, "Are you sure these are the highest-ranking people here? The consequences of deceiving me will be severe." The 12 people were immediately terrified by the threatening tone in Johnny's voice and involuntarily knelt down. This behavior truly enraged Johnny. He despised people kneeling indiscriminately, regardless of his status as their emperor. He bellowed, "Mitchell, of you, get up." They exchanged glances, uncertain whether to stand or remain kneeling. Only after Johnny's second roar did they nervously comply. Johnny pointed at the nearest mage and said, "You, come forward and answer my questions." Feeling like a scapegoat, the 11 others felt a great relief, while the chosen mage felt a boiling anxiety within him. He lamented silently how unlucky he was, first being pushed forward by the soldiers, now selected by Johnny. Unsure if he was blessed or cursed, he could only pray silently for safety. "These 12 of us are indeed the highest-ranking members," the mage answered cautiously, fearing any misstep could lead to disaster. Johnny frowned again and asked, "What is your position?" "I am Captain Willie of the 2nd Squad under the 1st Brigade of Ivo Principality's Eastern Army," the mage replied, not daring to hide anything. "Explain in detail," Johnny ordered sternly. Yes, Willie stammered. "Ivo Principality's Eastern Army has 6 10,000-man brigades, each with 12 squads of 1,000 men. We 12 are captains of the 1st Brigade's 12 squads." Unintentionally, Willie involved the other 11, causing angry glares from them. But Willie ignored it, preferring company over solitude in this dire situation. "What about your brigade captain?" Johnny inquired. Willie pointed to the dead demons nearby, which were killed by Mario and others. They were the brigade captain and deputy captain of the Eastern Army. Johnny glanced at the demon corpses, then at Willie. Convinced of his honesty, he continued, "Humbertons, all the brigade captains and deputies are here. Where are the other soldiers? Why did only this brigade come this time?" "They are all stationed elsewhere," Willie explained. "Only our brigade is stationed in the city, so we received the signal and rushed here immediately." No wonder this group of soldiers came so quickly. They were indeed stationed here, Johnny thought to himself, but he was still satisfied with Willie's answer. He bypassed Willie and walked straight to the 11 squad leaders who were still standing dumbfounded. He bellowed, "I give you half an hour. In that time, you must gather all soldiers belonging to the Eastern Army at the Oster Square. Remember, only half an hour, all soldiers. If not, These 11 squad leaders knew whatever followed Johnny's home would be nothing good, and they didn't dare think about what might happen. As soon as Johnny signaled them, They immediately bolted towards the Eastern Army barracks. Humbard's Johnny let them go to spread the message. He naturally wasn't afraid they would run away. He had already placed a unique restriction on each of the 11 squad leaders as soon as they turned their backs. Johnny also feared these squad leaders might die unwittingly, so he warned them over his shoulder, "Don't even think about running. I've placed restrictions on you. If they're not lifted in half an hour." Again, there was an eerie hum. The 11 squad leaders didn't doubt Johnny for a second and ran faster, aiming for only one goal: to complete Johnny's task within half an hour, or else it would be better to return home to prepare their funeral arrangements. When Johnny entered Oster City, he noticed that Oster Square was incredibly vast, stretching endlessly in sight. It could easily accommodate the mere 60,000 soldiers of the Eastern Army. After sending off the 11 squad leaders, Johnny returned to Willie and said, "You now immediately lead all the soldiers here to gather at Oster Square. You also have only half an hour." At the same time, he gave Willie's shoulder a light pat, revealing a radiant smile. To Willie, this radiant smile looked like the grimace of a devil, and that pat surely meant some kind of trap. For his own life, Willie rapidly led the soldiers toward Oster Square. Hiroshi and others nearby did not understand Johnny's intentions and asked, "Johnny, what do you want to do? Why are you gathering all the personnel of the Eastern Army? Aren't you afraid they'll attack you en masse? What are you really trying to do, boy? Aren't you worried there might be members of the demon race among the soldiers?" Mario began to chide Johnny, utterly unsupportive of his actions. On the other hand, Sadie and Rosa stood firmly by their husband's side, always believing Johnny did the right thing. Johnny must have his reasons for doing this. "You should stop asking." Kenna sided with Johnny as well. Mario wouldn't back down so easily and pressed on. "Boy, you at least need to tell us your purpose." Johnny just cryptically said, "You'll know when the time comes." This only fueled everyone's curiosity, leaving them unsure of Johnny's motives. Though they were all speculating, Johnny was well aware that this move might produce unforeseen results. His uncle was right. The Eastern Army had long been under the command of fake Giovanni, deeply tainted by him. It was uncertain if the army might turn against him once gathered, which was a challenge far beyond their small group. Even if the soldiers remained still for them to kill, they would likely be exhausted to death. Whether any demons existed among the soldiers wasn't particularly worrying. The dark aura of demons was distinctive, making it easy to detect. What was most concerning were Hans's spies mixed in with the soldiers, and every time Johnny thought of this, he nearly went mad. Johnny also understood that truly taking charge of these soldiers required demonstrating his formidable strength, most importantly letting them know he was their new object of allegiance, the new emperor of Iva Principality. Irikriover, his current mission couldn't proceed without the soldiers' help. Only by gathering such soldiers around him could his mission possibly be achieved. By the time they reached Oster Square, it was already packed with people, a dense sea of heads standing in neat and orderly rows. Even those who had seen big scenes like Mario were awestruck. Gathering so many people together was truly unprecedented. The soldiers formed 5 large battalions, each divided into 10 smaller squads. In front of these squads stood 60 individuals who clearly seemed to be their leaders, evidently the squad leaders. Among them, the 12 squad leaders who had met Johnny before instinctively moved closer to him as he approached, their intentions obvious. They hoped Johnny would remove the threat hanging over them soon. Seeing that they had successfully completed his orders, Johnny immediately enveloped these 12 individuals in a transparent light mist, which then quickly dissipated. These 12 squad leaders looked at Johnny with gratitude and returned to their positions, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 185, Integration, Part 2. Facing such a large number of soldiers, Johnny first released his divine sense. The powerful divine sense immediately covered all the soldiers and scanned every soldier's attributes until it thoroughly concluded. Johnny happily retracted his divine sense because he didn't detect any trace of the demon race in the group, nor did he find a single soldier with dark attributes. As for whether there were any undercover agents sent by Hans mixed in, Johnny didn't care. He had already planned to entrust this task of investigating spies to Janice. He was the most suitable person to verify the backgrounds and identities of these soldiers. Irikriover, Johnny had decided that once these soldiers were successfully integrated, he would hand them all over to Janice to lead since he had been a commander of the Royal Guard before. In terms of experience, Johnny couldn't compare to Janice. Leading these soldiers himself would only cause more trouble, and he had enough troubles as it was. One more problem might make him break down. As long as he held Janice and others' loyalty, he could effectively command and control these soldiers. Johnny had his own thoughts, while the soldiers also had their speculations. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on Johnny, the main character. The soldiers had learned everything that happened at the city hall from the squad leaders who went to report. This young man fought against their corps commander and Lord of Oster, Lord Giovanni, forcing Lord Giovanni to go missing. Additionally, the few men accompanying this young man annihilated their regimental commanders and deputies. Such power was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, to please Johnny, the squad leaders exaggeratedly described Johnny's feats as if only a god could achieve them. Soldiers, I am now speaking to you officially as the Emperor of the Iva Principality. I hope you pay close attention to every word I say. Johnny used wind magic to project his voice so that every soldier could hear clearly. By what right do you claim to be His Majesty the Emperor? What proof do you have? An audacious soldier shouted out. That sentence acted like a fuse on dynamite, setting off an explosion of chatter among the soldiers, all pointing fingers at Johnny, questioning his qualification to be the Emperor. Some even demanded vengeance for fake Giovanni, and their cries soon spread throughout all the soldiers, reaching even outside the city walls. Be silent. Johnny's booming rebuke pierced through the sky, piercing every soldier's ears, causing slight pain. Then, an overwhelming pressure descended, making everyone feel breathless. Several lower-ranked soldiers collapsed, panting heavily. Even those still standing felt fear and unease. At this moment, Johnny no longer cared about revealing his strength. Seeing the soldiers in discomfort, he knew his method worked and promptly withdrew the force. Once gone, the soldiers' appearances quickly returned to normal, though their faces revealed lingering unrest. Regardless, they were fully aware that if Johnny exerted more force, they would vanish from this world. Regarding their calls for vengeance for fake Giovanni, Johnny immediately stated, "I have another truth to reveal to you. The Giovanni you speak of is an imposter. He is actually a pure-blooded member of the demon race and has fled back to the demon world. I hope you recognize the current situation." Eric's soldiers disbelieved Johnny's explanation. In their minds, demons hadn't appeared for 1,000 years. They wouldn't just show up without reason. No one would believe it easily. Seeing their doubtful expressions and disbelief, Johnny turned to Willie and said, "Come out and tell them everything." Willie, hearing Johnny's call, tremblingly came forward. With Johnny's permission, he loudly declared, "What he says is true. Not only is our corps commander a demon, but so are our direct regimental commander and deputy commanders." Seeing their own people stand up to testify, the soldiers chose to believe amidst their doubts. However, they still harbored resentment over Johnny being the prince of the principality and did not easily believe it. In their minds, after the former Emperor Oster was unfortunately poisoned, he passed the throne to his younger brother, Prince Iolo. When did it change to a young man? Johnny knew that it would be difficult to convince these people with just his words. He turned back to look at the people behind him. Elena and others could see the meaning in Johnny's eyes. "Whoever dares to say my husband is not the emperor, I will be the first to flay them." Elena jumped out angrily, her furious gaze directly targeting every soldier. "Her Highness the Princess, she is Her Highness the Princess. She is truly Her Highness the Princess." Some soldiers immediately recognized this Jacqueline of the principality and knelt down in salute. Once this happened, other soldiers also wisely knelt down. Soon, all the soldiers were kneeling before Elena, loudly calling out to their princess. It was not surprising that they didn't recognize Elena. Mitchell's soldiers stationed outside had been permanently based in their camps and had no opportunity to see lofty figures like Elena. Plus, due to the loss of her father and the emotional toll it took on her, Elena hadn't been recognized by the soldiers who saw her. Elena wouldn't stop because the soldiers knelt to her. Hands on her hips, glaring fiercely, she shouted, "Who just said my husband isn't the emperor? Step forward." Facing Elena's provocative accusation, none of the soldiers dared to step forward or even whisper. They all feared being singled out by the princess and facing unpredictable consequences. One thing was certain, the consequences would be extremely harsh. Tilda also stepped out appropriately, speaking with her elegant yet serious tone. "Soldiers, listen to me for a moment. Johnny is indeed Emperor Oster's personally designated successor. As the only Grand Mage of the Principality and a woman, no one dared to doubt Tilda's words." After exchanging glances, the soldiers cheered loudly for Johnny 3 times. "Long live His Majesty." This time, Johnny did not rebuke the soldiers for bowing, despite his dislike for kneeling. Sometimes it wasn't something he could decide. The soldiers' bowing and loud cheers were simply required by the situation. "Everyone rise," Johnny ordered. Upon hearing Johnny's command, the soldiers stood up neatly, listening respectfully to Johnny's orders. Johnny said loudly, "From today onwards, you all will return to the direct jurisdiction of the principality. I don't care what you did under Iolo and fake Giovanni. I won't hold anything against you. But from now on, I have only one requirement for you. Strive with all your strength to serve the principality and build a better home for yourselves. Do you understand?" "We understand," the soldiers replied in a thunderous voice. At the same time, they said in unison, "We are willing to dedicate everything for the principality." It's good that you know your mission. As you heard, your former colonels and captains were all disguised members of the demon race. Not to exaggerate, but in 3 months, the demon race will launch a large-scale invasion into human society. You are responsible for defending human society as a powerful force. Johnny's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving every soldier stunned. A demon army invading human society was an enormous event. Never mind a demon invasion. The current Aurora continent was already in turmoil, and many of these soldiers had participated in Iolo's rebellion. "So I hope you unite and defend our homeland with your own hands," Johnny declared loudly. Following His Majesty's orders, the soldiers answered again in a thunderous voice. "There's another matter. The former emperor of the principality, Oster, was murdered by Iolo. To avenge His Majesty, I won't let him off. I also hope those soldiers who still harbor illusions about him can turn back." With these words, the soldiers who still hoped for Iolo completely abandoned any thoughts of him. Afterward, Johnny reorganized the 60,000-man army into 6 battalions, each consisting of 10,000 men and subdivided into 10 companies per battalion. Willie and 5 other capable small team leaders were promoted to battalion commanders. Of course, Janice, who arrived later, became their superior officer. Seeing matters resolved satisfactorily, Johnny stretched lazily and turned to everyone, saying, "I'm tired. I'm going back to rest." "Where are you going to rest?" Elena asked playfully. "Of course it's the mayor's residence. From now on, we will all live in the mayor's residence," Johnny replied. After saying this, he was the first to leave the square and head towards the mayor's residence. He was truly exhausted. His brain had been overworked dealing with these matters, and it was no surprise that his body was affected. The former mayor's residence had become the temporary palace for Johnny, the new emperor. When he returned to the mayor's residence, he was surprised to find his uncle Luke and the fat-faced Yale still standing where they were, shivering from the cold without leaving. Upon seeing Johnny return, they stood up in surprise and cautiously walked towards him step by step. Chapter 186. A force served on a platter. When Johnny saw the two walking towards him, he couldn't help but ask, "What? You two haven't left yet. Do you want to stay here?" In Johnny's mind, he had assumed that these two would have taken the chance to slip away while he and the others went to the square. He didn't expect them to still be waiting for him. Despite this, Johnny showed no kindness toward them. Mitchell, though those events were in the past, the wounds they caused were always with him. However, it was fortunate they stayed and did not leave. Otherwise, the awe-inspiring scene at the square might have changed their minds entirely. That was a grand spectacle of thousands paying homage. How many times does one get to witness such an event? Johnny, we bastards, do you call Johnny's name so casually? Bridget Yu entered at some point, glaring fiercely at Johnny, Gus, and Yale, making the two men instinctively retreat several steps. At that moment, Bartolomeo and others followed inside. Finally, Otis came in last, scolding them. The Johnny standing before you is no longer the Johnny who used to be at your mercy. What has he become then? Johnny Gus timidly asked. During the brief encounter, Johnny Gus thought Johnny was merely a powerful magician. What else could he be? But what Otis said next thoroughly shocked him. Calmly, Otis stated, "Listen well. Johnny is now the new president of the Mage Guild, the leader of the Revival Corps, and emperor of the Iva Principality." Upon hearing this, Johnny Gus felt as if struck by lightning. Johnny wasn't who he thought anymore. Mitchell, though Johnny Gus didn't know how significant the role of the Revival Corps leader was, he knew what being the president of the Mage Guild and the emperor meant. They symbolized absolute power and noble status far beyond anything Johnny Gus could imagine. Even Yale, whom he once considered highly, now seemed utterly worthless before his nephew. Johnny Gus started worrying about his fate, believing Johnny would definitely settle old scores. As for Otis, he told Johnny's identity to make them repent for their past misdeeds, not just to scare them. Of course, Johnny's string of titles also stunned Yale profoundly. He regretted ever disciplining Johnny. If time could rewind, he would have treated Johnny as an honored guest. It was too late to change what had happened. Mistakes required consequences, and death was one of them. Thinking about death, Yale's already uneasy face turned pale. Knowing every person around Johnny had the power to destroy him, especially Elena, whose strange gaze sent shivers up his spine. However, Johnny dismissed them with a wave. "Go away, don't let me see you again." Then he turned and walked away. He didn't want to face these faces that reminded him of his childhood nightmares. Seeing Johnny leave, Otis and others ignored Johnny, Gus, and Yale, heading off to handle important matters in the newly acquired city hall. Seeing Johnny was leaving, Yale's eyes lit up with some scheming idea. He nudged Johnny Gus, who was still in shock, whispering, "Go stop him." Though uncertain about Yale's intentions, Johnny Gus dared not disobey. With trembling steps, he rushed forward, changing Johnny to "Your Majesty," calling, "Your Majesty, please wait." When Johnny Gus called out to Johnny, Elena immediately jumped in with a curse before he could respond. "What are you two still hanging around for? Are you asking for me to escort you?" She made as if to move, and Johnny Gus didn't dare let this beautiful yet ruthless princess send him off. He hastily used Yale as a shield. "It's like this. Our mayor has something to discuss with His Majesty." Turning back to look at Yale, Johnny Gus saw him glaring fiercely at him, no doubt resentful of being thrown under the bus. Elena didn't believe they had anything worthwhile to discuss with Johnny. As she prepared to take further action, Johnny stopped her and said to Yale, "What does the mayor wish to say?" That address seemed to mock Yale infinitely. Shaken, he replied uneasily, "I would not dare be insolent in front of your Majesty. Come now, what is it that you want?" Cardrian had long lost his patience. If it weren't for Johnny Gus being Johnny's uncle, he would have wiped them out long ago without allowing such rambling. "It's like this." Yale finally voiced his intention. "I wish to serve your Majesty loyally." At this statement, Johnny Gus was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Yale to propose such a request. Johnny was equally surprised and questioned Yale's motives. "Why abandon your position as mayor of Chongping City to suffer with me? It seems mayor has some unusually high interest indeed." Facing Johnny's mocking words, Yale did not care as long as Johnny didn't refuse outright. Given the deep schemes behind his ascent to mayoral power, he analyzed the current situation on the continent and concluded that the future of Ao Yuan lay in Johnny's hands. Following Johnny meant securing his own continuity. What tribes or Durin's empire would inevitably be eliminated by Johnny? Rather than wavering between forces, why not find an unshakable tree to roost? Yale wasn't a fool, and neither was Johnny. From Yale's words, Johnny immediately deduced his intentions, increasing his disdain for Yale, who was both calculating and opportunistic. Calmly, Johnny remarked, "Mitchell, though I am currently in need of men, someone of mayor's caliber is too valuable for me to afford. What about Chongping City, your family, and your sovereign?" "Do not worry, your Majesty," Yale said. "To prove my sincerity, I will bring Chongping City into your command." Such dedication put Johnny momentarily into dilemma. This addition could significantly boost his power, but Yale's character was questionable. Johnny struggled with accepting or rejecting the offer. Seeing Johnny's hesitation, Otis pulled him aside, casting a soundproof barrier to ensure secrecy. Confused, Johnny asked, "Master, what's the matter?" "Brat, since the fat pig shows so much sincerity, accept it," Otis replied. "But it's Durin's territory. Accepting it means war. How can we withstand Durin's might now?" Johnny argued. "Brat, think clearly. You're from Durin's, yet became emperor of Iva Principality. For the people of Ao Yuan Continent, shouldn't you aim to save the whole? Why fret over cities or countries now? Otis explained further. Besides, the fat pig has significant influence in Chomping City. We can use his strength for our purposes, then eliminate him when convenient. Isn't that kicking a man while he's down? Johnny commented. Foolish boy, great achievers don't dwell on minor ethics, Otis stated seriously. This realization brought much clarity to Johnny. He understood that if he wanted to truly help the entire Aoyuan continent, their current strength was far from sufficient. Given the urgency of time, they needed to gather as much strength as possible in the shortest time to have a chance at achieving what he desired. Once this thought became clear, the slight displeasure on Johnny's face immediately vanished. He turned to Otis and said, Teacher, I'll follow your advice. Otis nodded in satisfaction. He knew his student had finally seen the light. Only by doing so would the future peace of the Aoyuan continent be truly possible. If Johnny were too soft or indecisive, all the beautiful visions would remain mere imagination. Johnny walked up to Otis and said with an air of mystery, You really want to follow me? Yes, it's an honor for someone like me to follow your majesty. Only by following a great emperor like you can we look forward to a bright future. Only an emperor as wise as you can bring us happiness, Yale replied, showing no lack of flattery. But Johnny wasn't going to be swayed by Yale's words alone. He slowly said, It's not impossible for you to follow me, but there are some conditions I hope Mayor can agree to. Sure, whatever conditions you have, I will accept them, just let me follow you, Yale said repeatedly, eagerly awaiting what conditions Johnny would impose. Chapter 187, The Besieged City. Johnny asked, Before we proceed, I have a few questions for you. Please answer truthfully. How many troops are under your command as the Lord of Chomping City? And what is the composition of these troops? How many mages do you have? You must not withhold any information. Ericer than 3,000. Emmett answered without hesitation, adding, These 3,000 include a contingent of 50 mages. What? Only 3,000 men? As the esteemed Lord of Chomping City, you only command 3,000 men and merely 50 mages? Isn't Reflexio Empire known as the Empire of Magic on Aoyuan Continent? Is it easy to deceive us with such numbers? Dennis said coldly, his fierce gaze making Emmett's legs tremble, fearing he had made a mistake. Emmett, unable to meet Dennis's stern eyes, said nervously, I really haven't deceived you. Though I am the Lord of Chomping City, the forces I can directly mobilize are indeed only these 3,000. Many of them are my secret subordinates. Humbert's the coup in the Empire and the new Emperor's ascension, orders were sent throughout the country to centralize all military and political powers. Only a few thousand men were left behind for local defense, patrols, and maintaining order. Not a single mage was left. They were all placed under central jurisdiction. Those 50 mages I mentioned earlier were secretly trained by me and kept as a hidden asset. That hidden asset you speak of, surely their strength isn't much. You dare show them off here? Any one of us present could easily wipe out your so-called mage battalion. Mario finally spoke up, his casual tone sending chills down everyone's spine. That's true, Emmett replied with a bitter smile. Each of you is exceptionally powerful, especially His Majesty, who is unparalleled in history. To you, my mages would indeed be insignificant. Don't waste our time with useless words. Tell me, who is the new emperor of Reflexio Empire? Johnny demanded sharply. Well, Emmett hesitated, unable to give an answer. Why the reluctance? Johnny asked, pointing to Patty beside him. If Lord doesn't wish to speak, perhaps I should have my wife ask you instead. Think carefully. Hearing that he might be handed over to Patty, Emmett was terrified, thinking, if I fall into the hands of that little demoness, I might as well just end my own life. He immediately responded, It's not that I don't want to say, but I truly do not know who the new emperor is, nor do I know what he looks like. You don't recognize him? Johnny exclaimed, surprised that the lord of one of the largest cities in Reflexio Empire did not know his own emperor. I genuinely don't recognize him, Emmett insisted. Knowing who the new emperor is has been a constant concern for us local officials. There has been no coronation ceremony or imperial decree since his succession. How did you learn that the emperor had changed? Johnny pressed. Emmett explained. First, the coup in the capital is widely known. Second, the central government unexpectedly centralized all local military forces after the coup, which never happened before. Third, I received a secret imperial edict from the capital. Secret imperial edict? What did it contain? Johnny interrupted. The edict stated that the former emperor had secretly fled and was now hiding in Ost City within the Iva Duchy. It ordered me to capture him and go to Ost City to report to Commander Giovanni, requesting his help in capturing Fida. That's how things stand. I see, Johnny muttered, then asked. Then who knows the identity of the new emperor? I'm not sure about this either. It seems the chief janitor of the Magic Association in the capital may know. Mitchell previous edicts were issued through him. And his name? He seems to be called Popos Waymon. Johnny silently pondered the name Popos Waymon and turned to ask Mario, Master, do you know anything about this Popos Waymon? Mario shook his head. No, I've never heard of him. Humbertons, even Mario did not know the background of this Popos Waymon. Johnny decided not to press further on this matter. Instead, he pointed at Cornelius behind Emmett and said, If that's the case, why did you bring him here? Emmett turned to look at Cornelius and explained, Well, there are some matters where I need his help, so I brought him along. Many thanks for the 2 night pearls you gave to my wife, Johnny said casually. Mitchell, though Johnny said it offhandedly, he was already regretting it. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have helped the 2 ladies fight so hard for the night pearls yesterday. Little did he know that after getting the night pearls, the 2 women hugged them all night long and didn't pay any attention to him. leaving him sidelined and grinding his teeth in frustration. But then again, given Elena's nature, if he hadn't gotten them for her, she would have done it herself, dragging Juniper along as well. Beauty-preserving treasures held no immunity for any girl, especially for girls like Elena and Juniper, who were stunning beauties. No problem, no problem, Emmett replied with a bitter smile. His expression was extremely uncomfortable. Although he also cherished the 2 night pearls, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Between life and treasures, anyone knew which was more valuable. You two stay over there and be good. Don't move unless I tell you to, Johnny said loudly. Yes, yes, yes. Emmett and Cornelius retreated to one side hesitantly. Johnny then cast a protective barrier from the earth element, encasing everyone inside an ochre-colored wall, blocking outsiders from seeing or hearing what was happening inside. However, those inside could still hear and see everything outside. Johnny continued, You've heard Emmett. My first impression is that the new emperor of Reflexio Empire has significant ties with the demonic race, and he might even be a demon in disguise. Michelso, this magic elder called Popos Waymon seems suspicious. Not only that, I don't fully trust Emmett joining us either. Something about this situation feels off, Dennis added. At this moment, Elena exclaimed, Isn't this simple? Just kill this fat pig, and everything will be solved. Elena, stop fooling around. Juniper tugged on Elena's sleeve, causing her to glare fiercely at her. Stupid girl, you're causing trouble again while they're discussing serious matters. Don't interrupt them, Augusta said smilingly. She then turned to Johnny. Auntie knows little about these military affairs. Just let me follow your lead. That's too much for you, Johnny replied. What's too much or not? Auntie owes you a life debt. Without you rescuing Auntie from the dungeon, I don't know how much more suffering Auntie would have endured, Augusta responded. Teacher, what do you think? Johnny asked Mario. Too many things have happened in the Empire, and the incidents involving the Mage Guild have been troubling me. As you just heard, Emmett mentioned Popos Waymon as an elder of the Magic Association, which confuses me because Reflexio's mage organization has always been called the Mage Guild, never an association. So I've decided to return to Reflexio Empire to investigate. Hearing Mario's decision, Johnny thought for a moment and then approached Dennis, saying, Uncle, please inform Brother John and the others to quickly come here to take command of the troops. I don't feel comfortable without Brother John leading them, and we need to ensure there aren't any Han spies among them. No problem, I'll notify them right away, Dennis replied. Then he asked, What are your plans? I plan to return to Reflexio Empire with Teacher. Before Johnny finished speaking, both ladies shouted in unison, I want to go too. Johnny turned back and firmly said, This time, you'll stay here and nowhere else. No way, we have to go with you wherever you go. The 2 women protested in unity. At this moment, Jagger rushed in anxiously, shouting, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. With these words, Jagger sprinted towards Johnny, panic evident on his face. Johnny immediately dissolved the protective barrier as Jagger ran up to him, exclaiming, Your Majesty, something bad has happened. What a panic, what kind of decorum is this? What has happened? Dennis reprimanded Jagger for his rash behavior. Jagger hurriedly replied, Oster City has been surrounded. What? Oster City has been surrounded. Shocked, everyone jumped up from their seats, instantly surrounding Jagger and bombarding him with questions about what had happened. Chapter 188 The Battle for the City Wall 1. Faced with everyone's barrage of questions, Willie was truly overwhelmed. He didn't know who to answer first. Everyone asked with such urgency and anxiety that for a long time, Willie could only look at them in bewilderment without replying. Yet, nobody stopped asking questions because of his odd expression. Even the usually composed Holt, Waylon, and Clarissa couldn't contain their impatience. Ordinarily, they wouldn't have been worried about something like this, but now things were different. Firstly, the path they chose would mean facing more brutal wars in the future. This siege was merely the beginning of what lay ahead. If mishandled, it could bring negative consequences in the future. Once these effects spread, the result could be terrifying, especially the failure of the road to salvation. Irixed importantly, Johnny had just incorporated the original Eastern Legion of the Duchy, and within half an hour, news of Aos City being besieged arrived. This showed how swiftly the enemy mobilized. It also indicated that the incorporation of the Eastern Legion by Johnny greatly struck them, as they aimed to recover from the loss in a short time. What's going on here? How many are there? Who is leading them? What's the situation inside the city? Questions kept pouring out incessantly from everyone. The cacophony of voices wouldn't cease, and Willie was pushed around. Eventually, Holt was the first to calm down, being the oldest and most steady among them. He stopped everyone and said, Stop shouting. Let him recount the whole story from start to finish without missing any detail. Yes, Willie replied respectfully. Then he glanced back at Johnny for consent. After receiving an affirmative nod, he took a deep breath and began. It happened like this. After His Majesty incorporated the Duchy's original Eastern Legion this morning, we were heading back to the camp when the gatekeeper rushed to report that the city gates were surrounded by a large number of enemies. He described the enemy as densely packed, beyond count. I immediately climbed up to the city wall and saw exactly what he described. Dense crowds as far as the eye could see, even mages flying around in the air. As for the exact number, I can't guess. What's strange is that this army has no unit designation. Every country's armies have distinct numbers and banners, yet this one had none. I wondered if it's not really an army, but what organization could possess such a vast force? Even the largest mercenary groups in Zhenge Continent don't have so many people, let alone gathering such a large number in such a short time. Irrecriover, mercenaries make money by completing tasks, never engaging in sieges or invasions. Mercenaries, no matter how powerful, can't match a nation. Let's not worry about who they are for now. Based on your estimate, how many enemies are outside the city? Johnny asked. Well, Willie hesitated. Speak boldly. No less than 100,000. 100,000? How can there be so many? Johnny frowned. Aos City's garrison was only about 60,000 troops, and having just been incorporated, their loyalty was questionable. If someone colluded with the outside enemies, Aos City would be in grave danger. However, although the enemy numbered hundreds of thousands, they didn't pose much threat to Johnny and his group. A few high-level spells could annihilate them, but he didn't want that outcome. In the future battle against the demon army, these forces would be significant. Johnny emanating them now would remove obstacles for the demons. Yet, if the city wasn't defended, Aost would surely fall. Not considering their numbers, their ability to assemble in half an hour indicated formidable fighting power. Once breached, though Johnny's group could escape unharmed, the civilians would suffer terribly, which was precisely what he wanted to avoid. Johnny found himself caught between two difficult choices. He thought about how to protect Aos City without destroying the enemy. Don't you know anything about this army at all? Holt asked. This army arrived in such secrecy and speed, as if they appeared out of nowhere. I have no way to get their exact information, Willie replied fearfully. He added, when I came just now, I found that the residents of Aos City had begun fleeing with their families. Hearing that the people of Aos City had started to flee immediately snapped Johnny out of his thoughts. He reminded everyone, the situation is urgent. We must leave immediately to stop the enemies outside the city. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Erica, importantly, we need to stabilize the chaotic situation in Aos City and restore peace for the civilians. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I want to see what kind of army this is. Johnny is right. Let's go quickly. We need to stop the enemy's attack from outside and calm the chaos inside. Waylon also urged. Finally, Johnny turned to Emmett and Luke and said, Aos City is now surrounded by the enemy. If you are afraid, run for your lives. If not, come with us. Emmett said, I wish to follow His Majesty forever. Johnny didn't bother with Emmett's servile words and walked out. The others naturally followed without delay. When they stepped out of the gate of the mayor's residence, they realized the situation was worse than expected. The streets were already in chaos, with crowds fleeing towards safer areas. Amidst the cacophony, some very unsettling voices could be heard. Run fast. The enemy is coming in. If you don't run now, it will be too late. The officials in the city have already fled. They won't care about us poor people. These words seemed like spells, causing the people to panic even more, leading to disorder and destruction. Several elderly people fell in the crowded streets and were nearly trampled when Johnny timely erected an invisible wall to halt the crowd's movement. Once the crowd had moved back, Johnny and his companions rushed over to help the fallen elders, calming them down and assuring them that everything would be fine. The old people, not knowing who these people were, simply expressed gratitude. Thank you. At this moment, Waylon shouted, Willie, arrest those who were shouting that the enemy is breaking through. Following Waylon's order, Willie waved a few subordinates into the crowd. Soon, Willie brought out 8 individuals, all looking dejected. Just as Johnny was about to ask what happened, Waylon confronted them. Who told you to spread rumors here? No one, the 8 quickly replied. Willie, take them away and execute them, Waylon ordered loudly. This left Johnny and the others momentarily stunned, unsure of Waylon's intentions. The usually composed Waylon had never been so stern or authoritative before. At that moment, Waylon seemed like a god of the underworld, holding the fate of the world in his hands, ready to punish any mistake with a heavy hand. No one wants to face death, and these 8 were no exception. Out of instinct, those facing execution would beg for mercy. Upon hearing the order to be executed, the 8 dropped to their knees and pleaded. One raised his head pitifully, saying, Humberter, we are good citizens of Aos City. You can't execute us without cause. Others followed suit, making accusations as if Waylon were a bloodthirsty executioner. Waylon ignored their pleas and coldly rebuked. Are you still considered good citizens? Spreading rumors, inciting unrest, stirring trouble. Don't you want Aos City to fall into chaos? Do you want to admit who instructed you to do this? Humberter, we really don't understand what you're talking about. They tried to argue. Waylon directly ordered. Willie, what are you waiting for? Drag them out and execute them. Hearing the command, Willie and the others did not dare to delay any longer. With a shout, they drew their weapons. The gleaming blades flashed before the eyes of the condemned men, causing their faces to pale in terror. Naturally, they no longer dared to argue and obediently spilled out the entire story from beginning to end. Chapter 189, The Battle for the City Wall, 2. It turned out that these people were originally ruffians from Oster City who had been bribed by the enemy outside the city walls half an hour ago. Once news of the siege spread, they were to create chaos within the city, claiming that Oster was about to fall and that rivers of blood would flow once it did. Fearful citizens chose to flee as rumors dealt devastating blows to morale and spread at unimaginable speeds, leading to pandemonium even before any actual assault on Oster began. After hearing their confession, Johnny finally understood why Eris had arrested them without cause, casting him a look of admiration while silently acknowledging how much he still needed to learn. He resolved to humbly consult his uncle whenever he had the chance. Are there more like you in Oster? Johnny coldly interrogated. Not less than 100 others. Jagger, you immediately take your men to the most crowded areas of the city. Arrest anyone loudly proclaiming that the city is about to be breached. Humberter, what do we do after we apprehend them? Execute them on the spot. Jagger asked timidly, now despising those who started riots more than ever, wishing he could cut them all down. As Jagger was indulging in such thoughts, he was struck hard on the head. Just as he was about to vent his anger, he heard Eris rebuke him. Boy, are you trying to further instigate chaos? Killing in front of so many civilians will only incite fear. What kind of captain are you if you don't have a plan? After a moment's thought, Jagger had an idea and left with his men at top speed. The crowd naturally parted to let them through, none wanting to be mistaken as troublemakers and arrested. Jagger left, but the streets remained filled with people. There had to be a way to get them home. At this moment, Eris shouted to the crowd. Dear citizens, the young man standing before you is our new emperor of Eridinia Principality, the Mitchell Continental Saint Magus Master Zhenge. As Eris spoke, he pointed at Zhenge, clearly aiming to reassure the people that Zhenge could protect them, easing their fears. Seeing Eris pointing at him, Zhenge gave a symbolic nod. Eris continued, beside our esteemed emperor are our principality's Princess Patty, High Mage Master Kenna, and Magician Guild President Hansen, another High Mage Master. Please trust that with their presence, everyone can live in peace, and we can defeat the enemy besieging Oster. Though commoners lived at the bottom of society, it didn't mean they were ignorant. While they couldn't describe the might of High Mages in words, they knew very well what one represented. Upon learning of Zhenge's true power and status, the negative expressions of dread vanished instantly from their faces. Furthermore, Zhenge's integration of the Eastern forces had taken place in Oster's famous square and had already become widely known across the entire city. At this moment, unprecedented cheers erupted from the crowd as they chanted, "Long live the Emperor." Eris knew when to seize the moment. Seeing the excitement among the citizens, he signaled for Zhenge to speak. Zhenge caught on, using wind magic to amplify his soothing voice so every citizen of Oster could hear. Letting each person know that he would ensure their safety, he declared, "Dear citizens, please trust us. We will definitely protect everyone's safety. Now please return to your homes. Do not linger in the streets and do not give the enemies outside the city wall any opportunities. I, Zhenge, swear in the name of the Mitchell Continental Saint Magus Master to defend Oster with my life." As soon as Zhenge finished speaking, another round of shouting erupted from the crowd. Someone shouted, "Let's all go home. We can't be fooled by the enemy. His Majesty said he would ensure our safety, and he will surely do it." Soon, people began to disperse in twos and threes. Hiroshi stood up again and said, "Oster City belongs to all of us. If anyone is willing to protect Oster, stand up and defend it with our emperor." Hiroshi's words had an unexpected effect. The young men who had left immediately came running back, all shouting that they wanted to contribute to the defense of Oster. Zhenge watched them clench their fists, filled with fighting spirit, and smiled happily. He added, "Then everyone should listen to the commands of Sword Saint Hiroshi." Zhenge also mentioned Hiroshi's identity. When they heard that Hiroshi was a sword saint, the young men were surprised. They couldn't believe that this middle-aged man who looked like a merchant was actually the 7th-ranked sword saint on the continent, the Azure Dragon Sword Saint. Seeing their incredulous looks, Hiroshi said indifferently, "What? Don't I look like a sword saint?" No. Let me tell you the truth. We have 2 Mitchell Continental Saint Mages, 3 High Mages, and 3 sword saints in our team." Hiroshi blurted out all the strengths of their group at once. This revelation electrified the crowd. Such a lineup was virtually invincible. How could they fear the enemy outside the city? As a result, the enthusiasm of the people grew even more, and more civilians requested to join the city defense force. Suddenly, over 3,000 people stayed to volunteer for the defense of the city. In the end, Hiroshi selected about 2,000 young men who could really help and persuaded the rest to return home. He encouraged them, "Even though you cannot fight directly, you can provide all kinds of support to our brave soldiers." With these words, those unwilling to leave finally did so contentedly. The citizens resolved to fully guarantee supplies because they all believed that Oster belonged to everyone. Only when the crowd dispersed did Zhenge relax. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the thousands of people who remained and said, "I believe Oster will get through this crisis with all of you. Vow to defend Oster. Vow to protect Oster." The crowd responded in thunderous unison. Much time had been wasted. Zhenge and the others hurriedly rushed to the city gate. On the way, Zhenge couldn't help but ask Hiroshi, "Uncle, how did you know those guys were spreading rumors and not just acting out of fear?" "Hurrah, Humbertly boy, haven't you figured it out yet?" Their behavior in the crowd was very peculiar, Hiroshi laughed. Hearing this, the scene replayed in Zhenge's mind, and he suddenly realized why. He said, "Those guys didn't show any panic like the others. Instead, they were actively stirring up the crowd, spreading the rumor that the enemies were going to breach the city as if nobody knew already." "Humberly boy isn't so silly after all," Hiroshi chuckled. Zhenge touched his head awkwardly, feeling his face burning. He was embarrassed by his own ignorance, but fortunately, everyone was hurrying along and didn't notice his expression. Upon arriving at the city gate, they found it tightly shut. Soldiers lined the gate and walls, looking tense. When they saw Zhenge appear, they started to kneel to pay respects, but Zhenge quickly stopped them. "Everyone, continue your duties and stay vigilant." Ignoring the soldiers, he climbed up the wall. The wall was already crowded with soldiers, their brows knitted together, eyes focused on the distant area beyond the wall, unaware of Zhenge's arrival until someone noticed and turned around, making space for Zhenge to pass. Zhenge first glanced outside. He saw a sea of people swarming outside the city, with numerous wind mages flying about without attacking, which was odd. He turned and asked urgently, "Commander, what's our situation?" The commander immediately replied, "Your Majesty, our Eastern Corps' 60,000 soldiers are all present." He was interrupted by someone shouting, "They're sending horsemen out." A man rode out from the enemy's formation, clad in heavy armor that left only his eyes exposed. The rest of him, and even the horse he rode, was encased in thick metal. He held a sword longer than 3 feet, its silver blade gleaming under the sunlight. Clearly, this was a knight. Once he reached the base of the city wall, he looked up and shouted loudly, "Call out your highest commander to speak." Zhenge coldly replied, "I am the highest commander here. Speak your business." When the knight saw Zhenge, the eyes visible through his armor dimmed somewhat, clearly recognizing him. Yet, this did not make him falter. Raising his sword, he pointed it at Zhenge and said, "By order of our lord, I come to persuade you to surrender the city." "What if we don't surrender?" Zhenge retorted with disdain. Then he added, "Who is your lord? You have 2 choices. First, lay down your weapons and surrender. Second, allow our army of 300,000 to break through Oster and slay every last one of you. Consider your options." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. They had initially estimated the enemy force to be no more than 100,000, but were now faced with 3 times that number. The knight continued, "As for who our lord is, you'll find out when Oster falls and you become our prisoners." "It seems we have no choice," Zhenge said, keeping his expression neutral. "You do have a choice. We have given you 2 paths, either surrender or be annihilated. Choose now," the knight said with a smug look. Chapter 190, The Battle for the City, 3. Just as Zhenge was about to choose his answer, Elena beside him could not contain herself. She rushed forward and shoved Zhenge aside, raising her right hand and pointing at the knight with her slender finger. "Go to hell. We will never surrender to you. It should be you who surrenders to us. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield." The knight coldly snorted, turning his horse around and intending to leave. "You think it's so easy to come and go as you please?" Elena shouted while quickly chanting a spell. Earth elements in the sky rapidly gathered above the city wall, increasing both in number and density. Soon enough, a massive stone roughly 10 meters in diameter appeared within everyone's sight, leaving all the soldiers watching in awe at how swiftly Elena had cast her magic. Smiling smugly at the admiring gazes of the soldiers, Elena then guided the huge rock to fall swiftly toward the knight. As the giant stone descended with whistling sounds, Elena silently murmured to herself, "Crush this thing, daring to ask us to surrender, HMPF." Ever since last time when she crushed many demons with a summoned stone, she gradually developed a preference for this attack spell, often casting it against enemies, each time succeeding, which only deepened her reliance on this particular offensive spell. The knight under the city wall clearly wasn't an ordinary person either. Seeing the falling stone, knowing he couldn't defend against it, he pushed off the saddle forcefully, flying over 10 meters away like a bird soaring through the air. After landing, he rolled several times on the ground, moving another 10 meters further out. A loud bang echoed behind him, followed by a brief but heart-rending scream from the horse. Turning back immediately, he saw no trace of his mount, only the massive stone deeply embedded in the ground where his horse had once been, having completely buried it. The force of the stone's impact even caused the ground to sink inward, integrating the base of the stone into the earth, creating the best grave for that horse. Before the knight could plan his next move, he felt a chill coming from afar. Looking up hurriedly, he saw water element arrows raining down towards him, each arrow containing immense water energy mixed with ice's frigidity. Without any second thoughts, the knight started deflecting these blind shooting arrows with his long sword. But the arrows were too many. For every one deflected, 10 more swarmed in, forcing the knight into a panic-stricken state. Michelo, there were broken branches scattered everywhere due to his efforts. He couldn't avoid getting injured. Seeing the knight in such a predicament, 2 red-robed mages, clearly fire mages, dashed out from the enemy camp. Once reaching the knight, they jointly cast a protective barrier, a shield wall of fire, against the water attacks. 5 other floating mages also descended to help the knight fend off the ice arrows. As a result, Elena's ice arrows faced significant resistance, temporarily securing the knight's life. Normally, with her strength, dealing with the knight would have been effortless, but this girl, given the impending battle, chose to toy with things rather than kill outright. AI knew well the girl's nature and did not stop her. Instilling fear might prove unexpectedly effective. Not one to back down easily, seeing her spells foiled by the opposing mages, Elena grew furious. Just as she planned to unleash a more powerful attack spell, her eyes twinkled, and she showed an enigmatic smile before running directly to Adelaide's side, whispering something in her ear. This action left Zhenge stunned but worried. He knew that whenever the girl got mysterious, the trouble she would eventually cause was greater. Watching the 2 women closely became a necessity for Zhenge. Upon receiving Elena's suggestion, Adelaide laughed, causing others around them to look at them puzzled. Suddenly, Elena loudly shouted, "Hurry up, or that guy will run into the crowd." It turned out the knight, aided by various mages, was retreating rapidly and was about to disappear among the throng of people. No wonder Elena was in such a rush. Seeing the opportunity slipping away, Adelaide dared not delay any further. She immediately took up the Wind Jonif Bow, and a powerful wind elemental energy was instantly infused into it. The Wind Jonif Bow, now filled with wind energy, emitted an intimidating aura. The nearby soldiers, unable to withstand this force, instinctively retreated several steps. Adelaide aimed at the knight's back and, with a swift whoosh, shot an arrow formed of wind elemental energy that flashed out like lightning. "Why did you miss? How could you not hit him?" Elena grumbled as she watched the arrow fall short. "I've only just learned how to draw the bow," Adelaide defended herself. Meanwhile, the knight had already safely vanished into the crowd under the protection of various mages. Mitchell, though this minor failure seemed insignificant, for Elena, it felt like a defeat that cost her face. She huffed loudly at the enemies outside the city walls, her eyes revealing a look of unwillingness. I'll practice archery more in the future, Adelaide said, tugging on Elena's arm. In the future? There might not be a future, Elena replied coolly, her eyes continuously scanning outside the city walls, as if searching for new prey. Humberton's Adelaide revealed the Windjanif bow. The enemies outside had uniformly retreated over 10 meters, apparently none wanting to be its live target. Got it, Elena exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean got it? Johnny asked, alarmed. Look at those. Elena pointed at the wind mages circling in the air, her face brimming with excitement. Those are just wind mages. You can also fly up there, Johnny remarked nonchalantly. Aurora laughed from the side, turning to Johnny and saying, You silly boy, don't you understand what she's thinking? She wants to use those wind mages as targets for her archery. Oh, I see, Johnny said, suddenly understanding. You idiot, you don't know what I'm thinking at all. Even my teacher understands me better, Elena complained, causing everyone to laugh. Johnny could only rub his head, feigning ignorance. Hurry up and shoot, Elena urged Adelaide. This time don't miss, bring them down one by one. Elena's words posed a huge challenge to Adelaide. After some thought, Adelaide walked up to Johnny with the Windjanif bow, placed it on the ground, and said, Dear, let's give the Windjanif bow back to you. My archery skills are so poor, it's no use keeping it. It should be used by someone who is proficient. Johnny was taken aback by Adelaide's action, but then said, Humbertley girl, what are you talking about? Only you deserve this Windjanif bow. But my archery skills are so poor. You can practice more later, Johnny encouraged her. As long as you have confidence, you'll surely become an excellent archer. What should I do now? Adelaide picked up the Windjanif bow again and anxiously looked at Johnny, hoping for his advice. If you won't shoot, then let me shoot. Elena snatched the Windjanif bow from Adelaide and aimed at the flying mages, but Johnny stopped her. Elena, stop messing around. Even though you can use the Windjanif bow, you can't fully harness its power. He took back the bow, causing Elena to roll her eyes and stomp off in frustration. Johnny handed the Windjanif bow back to Adelaide and said, Hold the Windjanif bow and shoot boldly without hesitation. You don't need to knock them down. Just scare them enough to create panic. Good plan, kid. Frightening their minds and making them retreat out of fear is a clever move, Isidro praised. With Johnny's nod, Adelaide hesitantly walked up to the city wall, constantly looking back at Johnny. Johnny waved his hand and said, Go on with confidence. Adelaide steeled her heart, thinking to herself, It's now or never. She raised the bow and aimed at the wind mages in the air, slowly infusing more wind elemental energy into the Windjanif bow. The Windjanif bow once again emitted a powerful aura, even stronger than before, forcing the soldiers who had already retreated once to take another step back. Chapter 191, The Battle for the City, 4. The mages still circling in the sky were completely unaware that danger had arrived. Even worse, a few of the more daring ones flew above the city wall to show off their prowess, oblivious to their imminent doom. Amina originally wanted Adelaide to use the wind spirit bow to shoot down the wind mages. However, seeing them slowly fly closer, she felt overjoyed. She could not wait for them to get any nearer and decisively took action. It was the same earth magic, meteor strike, but this time the giant rocks emerged from the ground rather than falling from the sky. Stones with a diameter of about 3 meters kept rising up from the earth, charging directly toward the overconfident mages. The wind mages never expected such an attack. Before they could react, the giant stones hit their bodies, and the sound of their bones shattering was faintly audible. Their bodies plummeted straight down, making crisp crashing sounds upon impact, followed by splashes as they fell to the ground. 5 or 6 corpses now lay scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the wind mages who had been hesitating in the distance did not dare move any further. Some even retreated. This infuriated Amina so much that she stamped her feet, wishing she could charge out to fight them, but she couldn't yet hover freely in the air like wind mages. However, this incident made Amina accelerate her learning of wind magic and her pursuit of spatial movement. After Amina's meteor strike, only one wind mage remained, merely grazed by a stone. A grand wind mage's strength wasn't to be underestimated. The remaining wind mage turned to flee, but death's footsteps are faster. Adelaide had acted. A whoosh was heard, and an energy arrow composed of wind elements shot out like lightning, followed by a scream. The fleeing mage fell like a kite whose string had been cut, landing heavily on the ground with the wind magic energy arrow entirely embedded in his body, shimmering under the sunlight. Great, great! Amina cheered as if she herself had hit the target. She danced around, urging Adelaide to continue shooting. Adelaide was also thrilled by her successful shot, almost dazed holding the wind spirit bow, unresponsive to Amina's words until she was shaken awake. Immediately, she loaded another arrow, which shot out with a swoosh. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it aimed at the distant wind mages, since none were close anymore. With her first success, Adelaide's second arrow hit its mark again, causing another mage to fall headfirst. Seeing the number of airborne mages decreasing one by one, Johnny and his side were elated. Each time a wind mage fell, cheers erupted from the city walls. They knew all too well the irreplaceable role of wind mages in war. Aerial strikes were the most powerful force, crucial for conquering territories. To easily take out so many enemy wind mages without a real battle shook everyone deeply. The wind mages circling in the air were not having an easy time either. As their comrades fell one after another, panic ensued. They couldn't retreat without orders, for unauthorized withdrawal meant death. Yet, staying put would mean getting picked off one by that girl. They considered resisting, but seeing the wind spirit bow in her hand dashed all such thoughts. It could break through their magic. Any attack they launched would only increase the power of her arrows, hastening their own deaths. Retreating or staying led to death. How difficult their situation was. Just as they were caught in a dilemma, they suddenly heard a bright horn call, bringing them immense relief as they descended. Johnny noticed this scene and asked Hiroshi, surprised, "Uncle, what does this horn signal?" "That's the signal for their retreat," Hiroshi replied. Sure enough, upon hearing that bright horn call, those wind mages began to retreat, urged on by Amina, who was frantically shouting at Adelaide, "You dead girl, shoot quickly. Don't let a single one of them escape." Adelaide had also noticed the wind mages retreating. She felt quite distressed in her heart, unsure whether to continue attacking or stop. Originally, she wanted to cease fire but couldn't withstand Amina's constant urging. Just as she hesitated, she heard a familiar voice. "Adelaide, keep shooting at the retreating wind mages. Don't think too much. You don't need to aim specifically at anyone. Just let the magic arrows fly towards them," Johnny said beside her. Hearing Johnny's words, Adelaide felt reassured like having taken a tranquilizer pill. She raised the wind spirit bow and fiercely pulled the bowstring, releasing countless energy arrows. They flew out like a swarm of locusts, showering the sky as they rained down upon the mages. Even though Adelaide hadn't aimed at any specific target during this relentless barrage, the effect was beyond imagination. As the arrows shot out, those wind mages had already retreated back into their own ranks. Consequently, these magic arrows met with the soldiers instead. However, the power of these magic arrows was far beyond what ordinary soldiers could resist. After piercing through the bodies of the frontline soldiers, the arrows did not lose their force. Rather, they became faster and stronger, sweeping through the army like autumn winds blowing away fallen leaves. A rixt of the soldiers were killed by these arrows piercing through their hearts. Mitchell, though no precise count was made, Adelaide's attack caused at least 5,000 to 6,000 casualties. Indeed, the wind spirit bow, ranking second among the demon-breaking divine weapons, showed its power with just a few shots. Adelaide was still feeling exhilarated and didn't care if they were wind mages or not. She continued shooting wildly at the soldiers without any worry about depleting her spiritual energy. With the strength of a grand mage, her mental power was exceptionally strong, and each arrow required only a tiny bit of magic. Once released, the arrows automatically absorbed wind elements from nature to enhance their power, which was something Adelaide realized during this bout of intense shooting. Just as those magic arrows were about to unleash their true power, it seemed like they encountered some kind of obstruction. They all fell to the ground and reverted to wind elements, merging back into nature. What powerful force! Johnny couldn't help but exclaim, immediately focusing all his attention on tracing the source of this power. Unfortunately, this powerful force came and went too quickly. Before Johnny could pinpoint its origin, it vanished, leaving him with only conjectures. With the disappearance of this force, another loud horn call sounded from the enemy camp. This time, however, it was completely different from the previous one. That earlier call carried a hint of regret and endless helplessness, whereas this new one was filled with enthusiasm, stirring excitement in anyone who heard it. "Watch out, they're going to attack the city," Mario and Hiroshi exclaimed simultaneously. Johnny was about to order the troops to be on guard when Hiroshi added, "It can't be. That's clearly an attack signal, so why are they retreating?" Under Johnny's bewildered gaze, the enemy outside the city walls started to withdraw in an orderly manner. Amidst the dense crowd, Johnny caught a glimpse of a certain look. The moment that gaze turned back briefly, Johnny's mind jolted. He felt this look seemed familiar, but couldn't recall whom it belonged to instantly. Turning around, he asked Adelaide, "Adelaide, does that soldier in black armor amidst the crowd remind you of someone we know?" Upon hearing Johnny call her, Adelaide quickly looked over, along with Mario and the others. Looking at that figure, Adelaide couldn't help but say, "Yes, it does look like someone." "What do you mean it does look like someone?" Amina poked her head in and asked. "He's an old man. How could he turn into a young soldier and appear among those soldiers?" Johnny muttered to himself, so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not hear Amina's words at all. Johnny suddenly yelled out loud. It turned out that Amina, seeing Johnny lost in his own world, had kicked him hard and asked again, "Hey, who were you talking about?" At this moment, Mario and the others also cast inquiring glances. Just as Johnny was about to answer, he suddenly saw Adelaide's slim figure leap off the city wall, jumping down from the towering wall that was 7 or 8 zhang high. Scared, Johnny shouted, "Adelaide, what are you doing?" and immediately followed her jump. Another figure leaped out. This was Amina, who jumped without a second thought after seeing Johnny jump. For them, this height of 7 or 8 zhang was nothing, but their actions puzzled everyone on the city wall, who hurriedly gathered at the edge to see. Upon landing, Adelaide wanted to chase after the retreating enemies, but Johnny held her back, speaking urgently while gesturing wildly with his hands. "Everyone stay at your posts," Hiroshi instructed the soldiers on the city wall, while signaling Mario and his sister Kina. The three of them swooped down like flying swallows, lightly landing beside Johnny and the others. The moment they landed, they noticed Adelaide's eyes filled with sparkling tears and asked hastily, "What happened? Why is this girl crying? By the way, Johnny, you still haven't said who that person resembled." "Ridge from the Tollens Empire," Johnny said calmly. "What, it's him?" The three of them exclaimed in unison. Chapter 192, A Fright for Nothing. Hasn't that old thing disappeared for quite a long time? How could he show up here? Hiroshi couldn't hide the bewilderment on his face. Did you make a mistake? He is Han's strategist. Given his status and position, It's impossible for him to take such a risk, especially now when we're seizing territories. Even if he agrees, Hans might not. I can't be certain if it was him or not, but his aura and figure are just like Fernand's, Mitchell said, and I felt something strange, different somehow. It's him, it's definitely him. Rosa grabbed Mitchell's hand and screamed while begging tearfully, "Husband, please capture him for me. I beg you." She longed to know from Fernand where her father was. Ever since wars broke out across the Ouen continent, all accusations pointed to her father, Hans. She desperately wanted to ask him why he started the war, but he had vanished mysteriously, leaving this young girl perpetually unhappy. Now, with the chance to find him, how could she let it go? Hearing Rosa's sobs, Mitchell felt a pang of sorrow but only stared blankly at the retreating enemy. Everyone else, upon realizing the soldier might be Hans's strategist Fernand, understood why Rosa acted this way. "Husband, please," Rosa begged again. Mitchell gently wiped the tears from her cheeks and softly said, "Dear, don't be sad. I'll go catch that guy for you." For his two women, Mitchell always put them first. As long as it made them happy, he would spare no effort. Otherwise, he wouldn't have declared he'd destroy the Jingfeng Empire just to save Blythe. "Bastard boy, hurry up. If you don't act soon, he'll slip away," Mario shouted suddenly, still watching the soldier. He added, "Bastard boy, you must bring this guy over because I found this soldier very strange. He has no magic aura at all. Everyone knows in Ouen, whether mages or warriors, they all possess some kind of magical aura. But this soldier has none." Thanks to Mario's reminder, Mitchell finally realized. That's why I felt strange. This guy has no magic aura at all. Even the best hidden experts can't do that. Looking back, the retreating enemies were flowing like a tide. With his strength, catching someone in this crowd was child's play. Seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, he said, "Mitchell, right. I'll bring him over." Then he vanished from their sight. The crowd immediately turned their gaze, focusing on the peculiar soldier. But the enemy seemed to know their intent. A group surrounded him, hiding him from view. Their only hope rested on Mitchell to bring him back safely. Just as they were deep in thought, a strong magic fluctuation emerged. Mitchell reappeared before them, but his body slumped like a chopped bamboo pole. Hiroshi rushed forward and caught the nearly falling Mitchell, noticing the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Mitchell, what happened?" Hiroshi yelled. "Husband, husband." Both women screamed and ran to Mitchell. Others also crowded around, tense and anxious. They never expected such an outcome. Even the soldiers on the wall let out cries of horror. In their hearts, their invincible emperor being injured was unimaginable. Several soldiers wavered, planning to escape or surrender. In matters of life and death, power and weakness, it was natural for them to switch sides when the wind changed. Mitchell spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, his face instantly pale as paper. Hiroshi carried Mitchell into the city while shouting loudly, "Be on guard and watch for another enemy attack." The others covered Hiroshi's retreat. Their only thought now was to do everything they could to protect Mitchell's safety. Thankfully, Mitchell's own strength was formidable, and there was also the Grand Mage of Light Magic, Mario, by his side. Mitchell regained consciousness by the next morning. "Mitchell, are you alright?" Hiroshi asked anxiously. "Don't worry, uncle. I'm fine," Mitchell said, stretching lazily, appearing quite comfortable. "Husband, yesterday you scared us to death," the two women said as they embraced Mitchell's neck tenderly. "I'm fine now. All because I was too careless yesterday." "Brat, explain what happened yesterday. And just now when I checked your body, I found no trace of your magical aura. It can't be that." Mario hesitated, afraid to finish his sentence. He still vividly remembered the last time Mitchell got injured and lost his ability to use magic. The turmoil caused by this incident had yet to fully settle down. Just mentioning the Fire Grand Mage Abram, who disappeared while searching for a cure for Mitchell, Mario was truly worried that the same thing might happen again. If it did, heaven would surely collapse, because no one knew better than him that at this moment, Mitchell's well-being was crucial to the safety of the entire Ouen continent. Mitchell couldn't miss the concern in Mario's eyes and explained, "Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine. As for why you can't sense my magical aura, I can't explain it clearly, but it won't be like last time. I still don't feel assured. Cast a few spells for me to see." Speechless, Mitchell cast a few beginner-level spells. Seeing this, Mario's heart finally settled, but it was quickly raised again by Mitchell's words. Mitchell said, "Unfortunately, these next couple of days, my magic will be significantly affected, and I may not even be able to cast high-level spells. Then rest well for the next couple of days. Taking care of your body is more important than anything else," Colette said. "Thank you, Annie," Mitchell replied with a grateful smile, and then asked Hiroshi, "Uncle, how is the situation outside the city?" "Just rest assured. Your main task now is to recuperate. Everything else will be taken care of by your uncle and teacher." "Right, husband? You haven't told us how you got injured," Blythe finally asked after making sure Mitchell was okay. Everyone wanted to know how a fully versed Saint Mage could get injured. If this news spread, no one might believe it. Well, Mitchell smiled bitterly. "It's all due to my carelessness. I underestimated his strength. That guy turned out to be the strongest person I've encountered so far. You could say his strength even surpasses mine. The moment I appeared, his figure vanished, and the next thing I felt was a strike from behind. That's how I ended up like this." Though Mitchell described it lightly, everyone present knew it must have been an extraordinary scene. "With what you're saying, that guy certainly isn't Fernand. And based on your description, this guy also possesses spatial teleportation across the whole Ouen continent. Besides you, there's only the demon elder Earl from last time. But Earl was severely injured and fled back to the demon territory and wouldn't possibly appear here now. So who is this guy? Could it be a demon?" Everyone shouted together. It's very likely. With the capability of spatial teleportation, this guy must hold a high position within the demon clan. That's something for later. Let this brat rest properly now. Mario interrupted Hiroshi, turning to the two women and saying, you two take good care of him. If anything happens to him, you'll be held responsible. The two women smiled playfully at Mario. You can't go in, His Majesty is resting inside. Came the voice of a guard from outside, followed by the sound of swords clashing and the groans of soldiers. Who is making such a ruckus outside? Hiroshi shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in, knelt anxiously before Hiroshi, and said, My lord, there's a man outside insisting on barging in. The guards can barely hold him off. Please give us instructions. Hiroshi waved his hand and said, You may leave first. I'll come immediately. Then he turned back to Mitchell and said, I'll go take a look. What profound aura of combat, no less than my Azure Dragon Sword Saint. This was Hiroshi's first impression upon stepping out the door. He saw that the ground outside the gate was already littered with unconscious guards, while more soldiers were streaming in from all directions. The young man among them was brandishing his long sword unexpectedly, not to kill the guards, but only to knock them unconscious with the hilt. As the youth's sword movements unfolded, this aura of combat gave Hiroshi an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Simultaneously, excitement spread across his face. He shouted loudly, Everyone stop! His robust voice swept over everyone present like a strong wind. The guards, including the youth in the center, immediately ceased fighting. Seeing Hiroshi appear, they all looked relieved, thinking he would help restrain this audacious individual. However, Hiroshi instead flung himself toward the youth with open arms, laughing aloud. Brother, you finally came. You couldn't have come at a better time. Huh? Chapter 193, The Humbertage Mitchell Arm. Seeing Reese actually spread his arms to welcome the swordsman and call him brother left the soldiers dumbfounded, rooted to the spot in shock, now only pondering this young swordsman's background that could merit such a warm welcome. Irikri over, they began to worry about their own fates, recklessly obstructing someone they shouldn't have. It was clear from his stern gaze he wasn't an easy one to handle. There would surely be repercussions. This formidable swordsman was none other than Edgar-chan, who had rushed over from Huzhong City. Upon seeing Reese coming toward him and calling out, Elder brother, Edgar-chan also opened his arms for a tight embrace with Reese. After separating, Edgar-chan scanned everyone present with his characteristic grim look, making every soldier shiver in fear. But then Edgar-chan just laughed it off, teasing Reese. These soldiers wouldn't let me in just now. Was it by your order, elder brother? This remark terrified the soldiers, thinking retribution was imminent, but Reese reassured them. Brother is too worried. How could I have ordered them? They were just doing their duty. Surely a great sword saint like you wouldn't hold a grudge against them. Another exclamation of sword saint arose among the soldiers. John-Eater brother, you jest, said Edgar-chan smiling. I wouldn't cause them trouble. I was just annoyed at being blocked. Now I'm just scaring them a bit. Still, you should thank this gentleman. If not for his restraint, you would all be dead. Reese pretended to chide the soldiers loudly. Thank you for your mercy, sir, the soldiers chorused. Indeed, if Edgar-chan had acted, they would barely suffice as targets for him. Edgar-chan raised his hand slightly and turned away. Brother, you're still so cold-hearted toward others, Reese remarked, laughing, before addressing the soldiers loudly. Mitchell of you withdraw. Mind your post strictly or face military law. Humbly following your orders, the soldiers bowed and retreated. Edgar-chan asked, John-Eater brother, what exactly happened in Oster City? I heard large forces were besieging it while in Huzhong City. Worried about insufficient manpower here, I hurried straight over, estimating Dorian and the others will arrive in 2 days. You'd probably not have made it here in one night without the strength of a sword saint, Reese praised. John-Eater brother flatters too much. Compared to you, my abilities are negligible, Edgar-chan responded humbly, pressing further, but enough digression. Tell me quickly, I'm nearly frantic. As we walk, we talk. Mitchell will surely be happy to see you. Reese gestured an invitation to Edgar-chan and then explained the critical situation. When Edgar-chan learned Mitchell was injured, he immediately dashed inside alone, shouting before even entering. Mitchell, how are you? Paul, nearest the door, stepped forward to stop the shouting Edgar-chan. Displeased, why are you yelling like that? Do you want to startle the lad? Consider your status. Don't shout on arrival for fear of ridicule. I am merely concerned about Mitchell's safety, Edgar-chan defended. Reese, arriving at the doorway, appealed to Paul. Grand Magister, please don't blame my brother. He's anxious about Mitchell. Let us go in. Mitchell will be glad to see his friend. Paul reluctantly moved aside, allowing Edgar-chan to leap towards the bedside. Seeing the familiar face of Edgar-chan, Mitchell urged the two serving women. Quick, help me sit up. Before they could assist, Edgar-chan reached the bedside swiftly, gripping his arm tenderly. Don't get up, stay in bed. But how can I not? Mitchell insisted on sitting up with help from the two women, saying with a light laugh, Brother Guay, it's not right of me to make you worry. You're making it sound too formal. What are these sorry and thank you between us? If not for you, today's Edgar-chan wouldn't exist, Edgar-chan said with genuine concern. How's your injury getting along? Mitchell smiled. Big brother Guay, rest assured, I'm fine. Just need a few days of rest, and I'll be as good as new. That's good. Just now, reliability really made me worry sick. A trace of worry still lingered on Edgar-chan's face. Humbrance, when did big brother Guay become so soft-hearted? Is something this minor worth worrying you so much? The Edgar-chan I used to know wasn't like this, Mitchell teased with a laugh. Yes, the once heartless Edgar-chan has now turned into someone full of compassion. Who would believe it if I told them? Reese joined in from the side with a chuckle. Edgar-chan glanced back at Reese and chuckled bitterly. Big brother, please don't tease me. Everything changes. How could people stay the same? By the way, big brother Gue, why did you come here alone? Where's Oral? Lenore, whose eyes were sharp, noticed the absence of Oral. I came because I heard Oster City was under siege, fearing you might lack manpower. I traveled alone, hence arriving faster. But Oral has to lead a large force, which slows him down. It's estimated he will arrive in 2 days, Edgar-chan explained. A large force. What happened? Mitchell asked anxiously. As Mitchell spoke, others naturally gathered around, also eager to know what had happened with Oral and Edgar-chan in Huzhong City. Edgar-chan began to recount slowly. Here's what happened. After you left, Oral and I divided our tasks. I was responsible for rallying members loyal to the former Great Earth mercenary Daminup, while Oral contacted the old soldiers and officers loyal to Ostadin. Through our efforts, I managed to gather nearly 3,000 former members of the Great Earth mercenary Daminup, while Oral contacted over 40,000. Combined, we have nearly 45,000 men. I'm used to working alone, running errands is easy, but leading troops isn't my forte, so I left all these troops under Oral's command. Big brother Guet even knows how to slack off now, Lenore giggled. Facing Lenore's joke, Edgar-chan didn't take offense but continued. Precisely because Oral has to lead so many people, it takes longer. At the very least, it will take 2 more days for him to arrive, assuming there are no incidents on the road. That's great, Mitchell exclaimed excitedly. No matter what, with Oral's addition of over 40,000 men, our strength grows significantly. Just as everyone was celebrating, Mario abruptly poured cold water, saying, Boy, don't celebrate too soon. We don't have enough time. We must do as much as possible in the shortest time. Teacher, I know the situation you speak of, but... Before Mitchell could finish, Mario interrupted sternly. No but. Your task is to recover as quickly as possible. Remember, the fate of the continent rests on your shoulders. Grand Magister Mario, don't push Mitchell too hard. Everything needs to proceed step by step, Kina interjected. At that moment, an urgent and loud alarm sounded above Oster City. Not good. The enemy is attacking, Reese shouted loudly. Simultaneously, a soldier rushed in and knelt before Mitchell's bedside, reporting, Your Majesty, the enemy has attacked. Please give your orders. What? They've arrived so soon. Mitchell tensed up, hurriedly instructing Elena and Rafaelvina. Wife, help me up. We need to rush to the city walls immediately and hold Oster City. Just as Elena and Rafaelvina were about to assist, Mario blocked them, his tone stern and unyielding. Boy, no going out. Your job is to stay in bed and recover. Teacher, but... No buts. Don't disobey me either, Mario commanded, not allowing Mitchell to argue further. Then he turned to the 2 women. You 2 girls, listen well. Your task is to take care of this boy. If he steps out of this room even a single step, I'll hold you accountable. We understand, Elena replied promptly, then gently said to Mitchell. Honey, just listen to Teacher Mario. At this moment, the others also began to dissuade him, and Mitchell reluctantly agreed. Mario shouted loudly to the crowd. Apart from the 2 girls and the boy, everyone else follow me to the city wall. No one present objected to Mario's decision. All followed closely behind him straight to the city wall. Their goal was singular, to defend Oster City with all their might. Chapter 194, Bad News. Even though Mitchell's men did not go with the Marios to defend the city walls, his mind had already flown there. He seemed to see his soldiers and civilians fighting desperately for their homeland until they used up their last bit of strength. At the same time, he also saw the heart-wrenching scene where his soldiers fell one by one in a pool of blood while enemies continued to surge from all sides. Mitchell's face showed mixed emotions, which did not escape Rai's eyes. She said anxiously to Mitchell, Honey, I am sorry. Everything is my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. And if you weren't hurt, you wouldn't be so anxious now. She held Mitchell's arm with a pitiful expression and asked beseechingly, Honey, you won't ignore me, will you? Mitchell gently patted her soft hand and smiled lightly, saying, Humbertly girl, stop overthinking. No matter what you did wrong, I will forgive you and never ignore you. After comforting Rai, he began to blame himself. I hate myself for being so blindly confident in my strength. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have fallen into others' traps. As he spoke, he kept sighing. Elena walked to Mitchell's side, sat on the edge of the bed, pushing Rai aside. She spoke gently to Mitchell. Honey, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault at all. We can only blame the enemy for being too cunning. Your task now is to follow the teacher's advice and get well. Help me sit up. Mitchell instructed. Honey, you need rest now. Haven't you forgotten what the teacher said? You are not allowed to leave this house. Elena stopped Mitchell's thought. Help me sit up, Mitchell reiterated firmly, his face becoming stern. He also called on Rai to help. The 2 women, seeing Mitchell's serious face, had no choice but to comply. They carefully helped him up. Mitchell then smiled and under their support, walked to the door. Supporting the wooden door with his left hand, he gazed straight at the sky outside. The 2 women stood silently behind him, looking at the sky curiously along with him. Shortly after the Marios left, the shouts and cries of battle could be heard clearly from the city wall, loud and incessant, shaking the heavens and the earth. Mitchell's brows obviously changed upon hearing these sounds of slaughter, but didn't say anything. However, his worried face revealed that his heart was certainly observing everything happening below the city wall. Around noon, a tremendous explosion echoed from the city wall, lingering for quite some time. Mitchell's heart obviously paused as the sound reached him, his mind following this explosive roar into a twist. After a while, the roaring sound caused by the explosion gradually subsided, followed by silence even in the cries of battle. I cannot stay here anymore. Mitchell started feeling uneasy. An ominous sense grew in his mind. The situation at the city wall must have taken a huge turn. Thinking about this, he intended to head out. However, he almost tripped and fell, but was caught in time by the two women. Elena worriedly asked, "Honey, where are you going? Didn't you hear that explosion?" Mitchell countered. Elena nodded. "I have a bad feeling. It's something happening at the city wall. I must take a look." Mitchell said, "No way. You cannot go." The two women stretched out their hands simultaneously to block Mitchell's path. "Both of you move away," Mitchell shouted loudly. "No." Elena ignored Mitchell's reprimand. In her subconscious, Mitchell's safety was more important than anything else. With his injuries still unhealed, how could she allow him to go to the city wall? Besides, Mario had specifically instructed them not to let Mitchell leave this room. Otherwise, severe consequences would await. Irikri over, Mitchell's safety bore the safety of the entire continent. Should anything happen to him, everything in the Aoyuan land would be over with no chance of turning back. "Honey, haven't you forgotten what great magician Mario ordered before leaving? He strictly told you not to leave this room." Rai reminded him. "You too. Will you finally move?" It was hard for Mitchell to believe that the two women would be so unreasonable as to keep blocking his way to the city wall. Yet he was extremely concerned about the safety of the city wall. Thus, he sternly warned them. "If you do not move, don't expect me to speak to you ever again." "No," both women exclaimed in shock at the same time. After a moment, Elena gave in first. "Mitchell, right then, wherever you go, I'll follow you, even if it means we die together." With that, she tightly embraced Mitchell's arm. Humbert's Elena changed her mind. Rai felt embarrassed to insist further. With their agreement, Mitchell hurriedly urged them on their way. Mitchell could not cast spells at this moment. With Rai, a high-level wind mage, they were soon airborne, speeding towards the city wall. The streets were now eerily empty and quiet, almost frightening. Under Rai's control, the flight spell reached its maximum speed, but Mitchell still thought it was too slow. Rai could only grit her teeth and release as much wind energy as possible. Minutes later, the massive city wall appeared before them. However, the scene they saw stunned them. Uncanny silence lay over the area. Dead bodies of soldiers lay scattered on the city wall, and those still standing seemed like statues, gazing blankly beyond the walls. Outside the city, there was only a large crater, no sign of any enemy corpses. Was it a one-sided slaughter due to overwhelming enemy power? Even so, how could the city wall be so quiet? Feeling the situation's strangeness, Mitchell quickly instructed Rai to land on the city wall. As they touched down, the soldiers finally snapped out of their daze, saluting him. Mitchell merely waved back half-heartedly. Scanning the area, he noticed Court standing motionless, staring at the crater outside, his expression grave, but no sign of Mario or the others. Walking over to Court, Mitchell gently patted his shoulder. Startled, Court's fire cloud spear lunged toward Mitchell's throat. Elena and Rai swiftly intervened, blocking the fatal strike. "You bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Elena shouted, ready to retaliate with a magic spell. But Mitchell stopped her. "Hold it." Only then did Court recognize Mitchell, collapsing to his knees. Mitchell, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." His words were filled with sorrow and regret, leaving Mitchell utterly baffled. It was just a misunderstanding. Why was Court so grief-stricken? Laughing softly, Mitchell tried to lift Court up. "Brother Goe, come on, get up. It wasn't intentional." No. Court repeated, tears streaming down his face. Mitchell had never seen him this way. He knew Court for his cold demeanor and unyielding toughness. Something terrible must have happened. Searching the area, he couldn't find Mario, Juliana, or Broderick. "Brother Goe, where are the teacher, aunt, and uncle? Why can't I see them?" Court hesitated. "Speak up." Mitchell grew impatient, shaking him. They are dead." Court choked out those difficult words. "What dead?" Mitchell crumpled, barely caught by Court, who whispered, "Mitchell, stay strong. You can't collapse." "Honey, what's wrong?" The two women cried out. Dead, Mitchell muttered in disbelief. He grabbed Court's arms fiercely, pleading, "Tell me, Brother Goe, how did they die?" Suicide bomb. Mitchell's eyes bulged in shock. "Yes." Court nodded affirmatively and said, "The enemies who attacked this time had countless experts among them. There were no fewer than 10 high-level archmages, and even a multitude of sword saints. Our defending civilians suffered heavy casualties, almost like a one-sided slaughter. Magister Roger, seeing that the city gates could not be held, prepared to self-detonate to stop the enemy's advance." Mitchell, though Magister Roger didn't say it outright, we understood that the power generated by his self-detonation alone wouldn't be enough to halt the invaders outside. So, I, along with Archmage Juliana and Broderick, volunteered to join the suicide attack. However, Magister Roger rejected my offer but accepted the request from Archmage Juliana and Broderick. As they absorbed energy, they allocated some to set up an enormous protective barrier that shielded everyone on the city wall. They then detonated themselves as the enemies withdrew, causing the massive explosion we just witnessed. In that explosion, no living being was spared. The attacking enemies were turned into dust by the blast wave, and even the earth couldn't withstand the explosive energy, creating a huge crater. Mitchell, though their suicide attack successfully stopped the enemy's assault, the force was immense. Despite the barrier set up by Magister Roger before the detonation that resisted most of the energy, many lower-ranked soldiers still couldn't withstand the power and perished. That's why there are no bodies on the city wall, but only the corpses of soldiers. After listening to Court's words, Mitchell fell to his knees on the city wall, gazing at the vast sky outside the city and screamed with all his might. Teacher, aunt, uncle. The voice filled with unbearable grief swept over everyone present. Mitchell, the soldiers and civilians followed Mitchell and knelt down towards the city outskirts, their faces void of expression, yet hearts filled with profound sorrow. Chapter 195, Rejuvenation. For 3 consecutive days, Johnny knelt motionless on the city wall like a statue, exposed to wind and sun. He not only remained still, but also refused food and water. No one who approached him to persuade him would be heeded. Eventually, Johnny even used his authority to suppress them and threatened that anyone who tried to persuade him again would be thrown off the city wall. For this reason, no one dared to approach or bring him food. Amina and the others watched helplessly with anxiety, fortunate that there was no enemy attack during these days. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Johnny, you cannot continue like this. You must get up. If Roger the Great Magus were alive, they wouldn't be happy to see your current state of despair. And Roger left me a message for you before passing away, reminding you never to forget your mission and to bear the fate of the Zhenge Continent until the end. Johnny, did you hear what I said? Even if you don't listen to me, at least eat something while kneeling. Edgar spoke painfully. But they were disappointed as Johnny did not respond. The 3 of them could only retreat, and Adelaide worriedly said, Husband can't endure without eating and drinking like this. I am truly concerned that one day he will collapse from exhaustion. Tut tut tut, stop being such a pessimist. Amina rolled her eyes at Adelaide. Our husband isn't going to fall, but I have indeed never seen him so sad. In these few days, the 2 women had cried countless times, exhausting all their tears, even weeping their beautiful eyes red out of worry for Johnny. They turned their gazes back to Edgar, hoping he could provide a solution. Why do you 2 look at me like that? I know Johnny is grieving deeply, but how could I not be? Edgar looked dispirited and helpless, ashamed of his own powerlessness. Despite having saint-class strength, he couldn't escape troubles. Finally, Amina could not bear it anymore. She knelt beside Johnny, crying and pleading. Husband, I beg you to stop this. Do you know how much I worry about you? Johnny merely glanced at the tearful Amina and then resumed his immobile silence, staring vacantly at the spot where Roger and the others had exploded. Husband, please say something, Amina shouted in desperation, her cries cutting into everyone's heart. But Johnny remained unmoved. Seeing her efforts were in vain, she clenched her teeth and knelt down beside Johnny on the right, saying, Husband, let's kneel together. How long you kneel, I will kneel. On the other side, Adelaide didn't hesitate and knelt down on Johnny's left, echoing Amina. What Amina said is right. How long you kneel, your wife will kneel just as long. Perhaps moved by the sight of the 2 women kneeling beside him, Johnny rasped. Why are you doing this? Amina replied, Husband, whatever. However long you kneel, we'll kneel the same. You're right, Adelaide agreed. In fact, when Johnny learned from Edgar about the deaths of the 3 closest people to him, his heart felt dead. Mitchell, the past memories flooded back into his mind. Each of them had been like mountains to him, yet now they were gone. He wished to return to the ignorant self of old, despite the hardships. Having supreme magical power meant nothing if he could not save his loved ones. Edgar suddenly stepped forward and lashed out several fierce slaps, shouting angrily, Coward, get up. It's enough for you to suffer. Why involve Amina and Adelaide? You coward, you deserve to die early and disgrace the world. Johnny endured Edgar's blows silently. If physical pain could ease the torment of his soul, he would welcome even harsher attacks. Edgar did not mean to injure Johnny seriously, but hoped that these violent strikes would awaken Johnny's confused spirit, making him rise again instead of remaining dejected. Seeing Johnny neither defend nor dodge himself, Edgar's anger grew fiercer. Roaring madly, You coward, you good-for-nothing, fight back. His blows became increasingly heavy, and soon Johnny's body was covered in bruises and blood stained his clothes. The 2 women watched helplessly as Johnny endured Edgar's furious beating without showing any signs of regaining his senses, their hearts aching even more. Seeing Johnny's body weakening under Edgar's enraged blows and spitting out another mouthful of blood, the 2 women attacked together. Amina cast Wrath of Water Deity, and Adelaide cast Wind Solstice Cross Slash at Edgar. Edgar did not expect the 2 women to attack him. He hurriedly used all his combat chi to defend against their combined assault. The 2 women were originally stronger than Edgar, and with their joint attack, it was far beyond what Edgar could handle. Struck squarely, Edgar flew backward like a kite whose string had been cut, soaring toward the ground. Brother Baron. The 2 women cried out in dismay. They had not anticipated this outcome. Their original intent in using attack magic was to stop Edgar from beating their husband, not to send Edgar flying. As they saw Edgar about to hit the ground, they were about to leap forward to rescue him when they felt an emptiness beside them. Turning back, they realized that Johnny, who had been kneeling next to them, had vanished. A wave of relief washed over them as they rejoiced that their husband had finally regained his senses. Looking outside the city wall, Edgar's falling speed grew faster and faster, nearly plummeting into the giant crater. Out of nowhere, Johnny appeared, catching Edgar accurately and landing steadily inside the large pit. Husband, husband, the 2 women immediately leaped off the city wall, flying towards where Johnny had landed. As soon as Edgar saw who had caught him, he smiled with satisfaction, saying, Johnny, you're finally awake. With those words, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Johnny quickly placed Edgar down, preparing to treat him immediately. At this moment, Amina and the others also landed beside Johnny, eager to rush into his embrace, but Johnny stopped them, saying, You 2 stand aside for a moment. Let me wake Brother Baron first. Mitchell, though Edgar's injuries were severe, Johnny, the freakishly powerful mage, was not one to be trifled with. As long as Edgar was alive, Johnny had 100% confidence in saving him, and not just saving him, but reviving him as if he had never been injured. After casting a few healing spells, Edgar stood up energetically, stretching his limbs, leaving no trace of the man who had been on the brink of death. Recovered and energized, Edgar exclaimed in surprise, "Johnny, your magic has returned." "Yes, not only has it fully recovered, but it's even better than before," Johnny replied. At that moment, the two women could no longer contain their joy, rushing into Johnny's arms. Johnny spoke softly, "My wives, I've made you worry these past few days." The two women just basked happily in his embrace, feeling the warmth of his body. At the same time, Johnny felt guilty knowing that Edgar's injuries were due to himself. He apologized sincerely. "Brother Baron, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Edgar brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, "These minor injuries are nothing. If I knew this could bring you back to your senses, I would have started earlier." He then teased the two women. "But these two girls sure hit hard. If I hadn't protected myself with my full combat chi, who knows what would have happened." "Sorry, Brother Baron. You should know I didn't mean it." Amina shot back, giving him a glare. Even Adelaide chimed in. "Brother Baron, a real man like you won't hold grudges against us two little girls, right?" "Johnny, look, I said one thing, and now I've got these two scolding me so much," Edgar laughed, then asked, "Johnny, what do we do now? Humberton's things have already happened. We need to face reality bravely." Johnny said, "Brother Baron, don't worry. In these few days, I've thought everything through. Not only will I pick myself up, but I will also defeat all our enemies. It's not just to fulfill Teacher's wish, but also to avenge Teachers Roger and the others. Their blood cannot be shed in vain." "That's the Johnny I know," Edgar praised, giving a thumbs up, then added firmly, "We must avenge Magus Roger and the others," with a determined gleam in his eyes. "Husband, what should we do now?" Adelaide asked. Johnny then turned to Edgar and asked, "Brother Baron, have the others, like Brother Janus, arrived yet?" "I've been wondering the same thing. According to the plan, Janus and the others should have arrived within 2 days, but it's already the 4th day, and there's still no sign of them. Could something unexpected have happened on the way?" Edgar worriedly said. "I really hope Brother Janus and the others are safe." Johnny prayed silently. "Let's return to the Lord Mayor's residence first. We need to think carefully about everything," Johnny called out, picking up the two women and leaping out of the large pit in one bound. Edgar also lightly tapped his foot and easily leaped out of the pit. By now, the city gates had long been opened, with uninjured soldiers standing respectfully on both sides, waiting for their lord to return to the residence. As Johnny stepped through the city gates, he turned around and gathered earth elements to fill the giant crater. Afterwards, Johnny learned that after this battle, the Eastern army he had reorganized had suffered losses of 23,000 dead and over 28,000 injured. Especially, they lost 3 key figures: Great Magus Roger, Great Magus Kenna, and the Azure Dragon Sword Saint Cadrayman. Now, there were fewer than 10,000 capable fighters left in O's City. This was a pain in Johnny's heart that would never fade. Chapter 196. Janus finally arrives. The end. After returning to the city lord's residence, Johnny calculated on his fingers and realized that more than half a month had passed. The time for the demon race's major invasion of the Zhenge Continent was drawing near. Time flew by, yet he had achieved nothing. He hadn't united the continent, nor had he fully reclaimed the entire kingdom of Michelidna. Instead, he lost 3 core figures. Whenever this came to mind, clouds would cover Johnny's face, worry etched all over it. Fortunately, their pillar of support, Johnny, had finally regained his vigor, which was crucial. It had been exactly 5 days since the great mages Mario and others detonated themselves. The enemy acted unusually, with not a single move in these 5 days. On this day, Curtis rushed swiftly into Johnny's room, shouting while running, "Johnny, they're here, they're here." "What is here?" Johnny asked. "The enemy," said Curtis without even catching his breath. "According to reports from scouts ahead, there is a mysterious force 30 kilometers away from Ost City rapidly approaching us. There are no less than 50,000 troops, and they will be at our city walls in half an hour." Why so few this time? Johnny thought. The last 2 times involved tens or hundreds of thousands. This time, it's only over 50,000. Could this force be an elite unit of the enemy? Or does this mean the enemy doesn't take us seriously? Considering the urgency, Johnny asked again, "Brother Baron, how many soldiers do we have left who can fight?" Without hesitation, Curtis replied, "Including the wounded but still able to fight, there are no more than 20,000. You immediately gather all the soldiers to wait on the city walls. This time we must withstand this mysterious force. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we cannot give up. It is our duty," Johnny said. "Yes." Curtis turned around and quickly left after receiving the order. Johnny then turned back to the 2 women and said, "Wife, these are turbulent times. This time, you cannot remain uninvolved. You need to go to the city wall with the soldiers and defend together." Blythe said, "Husband, I would go even if you didn't let me." Rosa also made her stance clear. "Husband, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do." Touched, Johnny hugged the 2 women's waists. "Wives, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Once we get through this crisis, I will make it up to you." The 2 women hugged Johnny's neck tightly. A flash of light appeared, and Johnny and the 2 women vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they were already on the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city wall saw Johnny and were about to kneel to greet him, but Johnny waved them off. Everyone stay at your posts and don't slack off. The enemy is coming soon. The fate of Ost City lies in your hands. We swear to defend Ost City to the death, the soldiers shouted in unison. At this moment, Curtis arrived leading all the soldiers. After setting everything up, he joined Johnny by his side, looking out over the distant ground, ready to confront the invading enemy. On the city wall, from Johnny down to each soldier, everyone was tense, eyes wide as saucers. About 20 minutes later, Johnny said, "They're coming." Turning to Curtis, he added, "Brother Baron, order the soldiers to prepare to meet the enemy. They're almost here." As Curtis relayed Johnny's command, the rumbling sound of hooves could be heard from outside the city walls, countless horses whinnying in the distance. In no time, on the vast expanse outside the city walls, countless black-armored riders appeared, galloping under the sunlight, each one appearing mighty. Curtis shouted loudly, "Mitchell archers, prepare. When the enemy enters range, rain arrows upon them." "Wait." Johnny stopped Curtis's order and turned to the two women and Curtis, saying, "Look, who is the leading knight?" The three focused their gaze and saw that the leading knight was nearly 30 meters ahead of the main force. His face was covered by thick armor, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Though they couldn't recognize him, the trio felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, though they couldn't quite place it. "I know who he is. Ah, it's Brother Janus," Johnny exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, the knight rode up to the city wall, looking up, recognizing Johnny's familiar face instantly. He took off his helmet, revealing a distinguished countenance. "It's really Janus," the other three shouted simultaneously. "Your Majesty, it's me, Janus," Janus shouted from atop his horse to Johnny. "Hurry, open the city gates, open them quickly." Johnny ordered hastily and simultaneously dashed toward the city gate. Once the city gates opened, Janus swiftly dismounted and ran towards Johnny. Upon reaching him, he knelt on one knee respectfully. "I am late. Please punish me as you see fit." "Brother Janus, what are you doing?" Johnny helped Janus up, saying, "Brother Janus, as long as you're here, that's all that matters. Come, let's return to the city lord's residence and talk more there." Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Johnny couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Janus, according to your plan, you should have arrived 5 days ago. Why were you delayed for so long? Did something happen along the way?" "I apologize, Your Majesty, for worrying you," Janus replied humbly. "Brother Janus, we're among friends now. Call me Johnny, it sounds better this way. Didn't I tell you before that you can call me by my name unless it's a formal occasion?" Johnny reminded him and then asked, "Now tell me about your journey." "Johnny, let me introduce someone first." Janus walked out and led in another person. After entering, Janus said, "Johnny, surely you recognize this person." "Emperor Arvid of Jingfeng Empire," Johnny exclaimed in surprise, and then looked at Janus curiously. "Brother Janus, why is Emperor Arvid with you? Isn't he supposed to be ruling the Jingfeng Empire?" "Being the Emperor of Jingfeng Empire is a thing of the past," Arvid responded dejectedly. "Your Majesty, today Jingfeng has completely fallen under the control of the demon race. I am no longer an emperor, but merely a refugee." This shocked Johnny even more. Jingfeng was taken over by the demons? How could that be possible? Wasn't it said that the demons wouldn't invade for over 2 months? Did they break through the barrier already? Arvid replied, "The barrier hasn't been completely shattered, but demons did manage to come out, and their numbers have increased over time. Now, they likely number around 150,000. We never expected the demons' combat strength to be so astonishing. With just over 10,000 soldiers, they managed to obliterate our empire. I managed to escape only after fighting my way through bloodshed with my forces and met General Janus, who saved my life." At this point, Janus added, "Due to these events, we were delayed several days on our journey. But from the situation, it looks like the next target of the demons will likely be the kingdom of Michelitina, and we must prepare early." Johnny nodded, just as Willie rushed in, kneeling before him urgently. "Your Majesty, a serious issue has arisen. The citizens are fleeing the city. The streets and city gates are crowded with people trying to leave. But everything was fine just a moment ago. How did this news of people evacuating spread so quickly? Do you know the reason?" Willie explained. "When the citizens heard that the demons were going to attack Ost City, they panicked. This news spread rapidly within the city. Just when things couldn't get worse, hearing the refugees panic due to the imminent attack from the demons, Johnny turned angrily to Arvid. "Arvid, what's going on? Why did this chaos break out immediately after your arrival?" Arvid also didn't understand. "I have no idea either," Janus interjected. "Could there be a demon spy among the soldiers accompanying us? They might have spread rumors to make Ost City fall without a fight." Curtis suggested, "Johnny, shall I immediately dispatch men to secure all the city gates?" Johnny waved his hand. "Let the citizens leave. Even if we could hold them physically, we can't retain their hearts. At least this way, they may have a chance of survival. What do we do now? If we let this go on, Ost City will become a ghost town soon." Blythe expressed her concerns. "Wife, please calm down. Give me a moment to think," Johnny responded. After a brief pause, he decisively gave orders. "Willie, immediately send men to infiltrate the crowd quietly. Arrest anyone spreading rumors or inciting panic on the spot, and execute them immediately." He then turned to Curtis. "Brother Baron, take charge of maintaining order in Ost City. Use whatever means necessary if required." "Yes, Your Majesty." Willie accepted the order and sped off. Watching Willie depart, Johnny firmly said to himself, "Teacher, rest assured, I will fulfill your wishes. Humberton's heaven has bestowed this mission upon me. No matter how hard or difficult it is, I will persevere." The end of the book.